the school beauty, in order to get me, actually took advantage of my drunken state to lead me into a small hotel and secretly did some strange things. After one night, I was left alone in bed in disarray, completely unaware of the whereabouts of that aloof school beauty. But 3 months later, she called me crying, "Yi-chen, are you free now?" On the phone, I could hear Lu Yina's painful sobs, and I was startled by her call, quickly saying, "What's wrong? Don't cry, I'm always free. Where are you now? I'll go find you right away." "I'm at the hospital, at the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital." Soon, I found Lu Yina in the hospital. She was crying intermittently. I went over and handed her a pack of tissues, asking, "What happened? Are you sick?" I was puzzled, as I had always kept myself clean and never acted recklessly, so I shouldn't have any issues in that regard. After wiping her tears, Lu Yina, with red eyes, handed me a report. I took the report with a puzzled expression, and after a while, I gasped sharply, "Triplets." Yes, Lu Yina was pregnant, and it was triplets, already 3 months along, and she had missed the best time for an abortion. Feeling helpless, Lu Yina called me, and seeing my reaction, her tears flowed again. I thought I was just having irregular periods and didn't pay attention, but recently my stomach has been feeling hard, and I came to the hospital to find out I was pregnant. I'm still in shock. Lu Yina wiped her tears and continued, "Actually, I've liked you since the beginning of school. That day at school, I saw you arguing with your girlfriend, and then you came out of the bar drunk, and no one cared about you, so I don't blame you for anything. It's all because I like you. I really never thought about breaking you two up, but now the child is already 3 months old, and it's triplets. If you really don't want them, I will definitely cooperate with you. It's just that if I really hurt the child, I might never be able to be a mother again." I came to my senses and looked at the woman in front of me who was confessing her feelings to me. My heart warmed up instantly. I also had feelings for Lu Yina. After all, she was the school beauty. Besides, now that the rice has been cooked, as a man, I should take on the responsibilities I should have. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the most correct choice, awakening the good dad system, and gifting the host a villa worth 20 million. What system? I was dumbfounded and, filled with excitement, hugged Lu Yina tightly, looking her in the eyes and said, "Let's get married." Lu Yina wiped her tears, looked up at me, her eyes full of surprise, thinking that her idol actually wanted to marry her. "Is this real? What about your girlfriend?" "I broke up with Li Wei a long time ago. The time you saw us arguing, we were actually breaking up," I answered truthfully, not wanting Lu Yina to feel any psychological burden. "Are you willing to marry me and have children for me?" I looked at her with full expectation. Lu Yina looked at my hopeful and determined eyes, secretly gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, I am willing. Being able to be with you is something I never even dared to think about before." Back in the dormitory, I carefully sorted out what I needed to do now. First, I had to clarify things with both sets of parents. Thinking of this, I sent a WeChat message to Lu Yina, and she quickly replied, "I will follow your arrangements." Soon, my parents came to find me with the household registration book. "You little rascal, quickly explain what's going on. Why does the information say we are about to become grandparents? You almost scared us to death. Didn't you break up with Li Wei a few months ago? How is it that she is now pregnant and getting married?" My mother kept asking questions, while my father sat silently beside her with a serious expression. I hurriedly spoke up, "Mom, it's not Li Wei. I really broke up with her several months ago." "Then what about this girl now?" I thought for a moment. I could only bite the bullet and say it. It wouldn't be good to say it was a drunken mishap, as that would harm the girl's reputation. After breaking up with Li Wei, I got together with this girl, and then, she got pregnant, over 3 months along, and it's triplets. My mother's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at me, not expecting to suddenly have 3 grandchildren. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Mom, you didn't hear wrong. It's true. I wisely took out the ultrasound report. The parents sighed as they looked at the results above, and the family of 3 began to discuss some wedding matters, as well as arranging for both sets of parents to meet as soon as possible. After chatting with my parents, I took out my phone and sent a message to Lu Yina. "Do you want a late-night snack? What do you want me to bring you?" Lu Yina was always by her phone, and when she saw the affectionate way I addressed her, her face turned red and her heart raced. After all, she had never been in a relationship before. Now, seeing the person she liked call her so intimately made her feel sweet inside. She held her phone and smiled foolishly for a moment, replying, "Sure, I want to eat roasted chicken. Thank you, dear." Now that they were about to get married, she was confident that she would make Yi-chen fall in love with her. After sending the message, she pressed her phone tightly against her chest, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Soon, I brought the roasted chicken to the girls' dormitory building and immediately saw Lu Yina waiting for me obediently downstairs. I excitedly walked over to her. People around began to whisper, "Wow, When did the campus beauty get a boyfriend? My goodness, does that mean I have no chance? Who is this guy? He looks a bit handsome, and he's actually been noticed by the campus beauty. At that moment, someone recognized me. I know, isn't he Lee Ai-wei's ex-boyfriend from the music department? I heard his family went bankrupt, so he got dumped. Now Lee Ai-wei has hooked up with another rich second generation. Lu Yana took the late-night snack from my hand amidst the whispers of the crowd, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed me on the face, saying, "Darling, don't mind what others say. You are the best." This left everyone around dumbfounded, as they originally thought it was Yi Chen pursuing the school beauty, but it turned out that the school beauty was interested in Yi Chen. This was huge news. First reward of 1 million yuan. At the same time, my phone received a notification that 1 million yuan had been credited. However, I didn't look at my phone and, regardless of the strange looks from everyone, pulled Lu Yana into my arms. I thought to myself that I would protect my wife and children in the future, and I absolutely cannot let anyone harm them. That night, the news about me and the school beauty Lu Yana made the headlines at school, with titles like "Bankrupt Rich Second Generation Climbs Up to High Cold School Beauty to Become a Domineering Boyfriend" and "Stunning School Beauty in Loser Boyfriend's Daily Life," among others. After returning to the dormitory, my roommate raised his eyebrows and asked, "Yi, I really didn't expect this. You've hidden it so well. When did you two get together? And why is it only now that it's public? Don't look at me like that. I'm in a relationship with her." Upon hearing my words, the others in the dorm immediately entered gossip mode. "Wow, you kid are impressive. You even managed to chase the campus beauty. Amazing. Even I, a master in the dating scene, have to admire you for being able to win over a high-cold goddess like Lu Yana. I still want to know if you two have had any deep conversations. We should be getting our marriage certificate soon, and when we discuss the wedding, please come and be my brothers, and drink our wedding wine." My words left the three people present in silence and shock, and after a moment, they reacted, "Is this for real? You're getting married right after graduation?" I confidently replied, "It's decided. We should finalize the wedding during this winter break." The next morning, I took Lu Yana to meet both sets of parents, but unexpectedly ran into my ex-girlfriend Lee Ai-wei. Lee Ai-wei walked up to me with a mocking smile and said, "Yi Chen, you're quite something, managing to get together with Lu Yana. Your dad is bankrupt now. What do you have to be with Lu Yana?" I was a bit speechless and said, "Who told you my dad is bankrupt?" At that moment, Lu Yana stepped forward, hugged my arm, and extended her right hand to Lee Ai-wei. "Hello, I am Yi Chen's girlfriend." Lee Ai-wei rolled her eyes at her and said, "I wonder how long you two can last." After saying that, she angrily turned and left. Lu Yana awkwardly withdrew her hand, and I quickly explained to her, "There really is nothing between me and her. You have to believe me." Lu Yana smiled and said, "I know, let's go. We can't keep uncle and auntie waiting too long." Looking at the gentle and lovely Lu Yana, I felt a bit moved. The first time Lu Yana met my parents, she politely greeted them, "Hello, uncle and aunt." My father's serious face finally broke into a smile as he nodded, while my mother happily approached her, saying, "So you are Yana?" "Hello." The two quickly hit it off, and my mother was very pleased with Lu Yana's easygoing nature. Soon, Lu Yana's parents also arrived at the private room. "In-laws probably haven't had breakfast yet. Shall we order some dishes first?" After a few pleasantries, the two families got down to business. My mother glanced at me and said, "What is your family's attitude towards these two kids?" "In-laws, you don't need to worry. I really like Yana, and our family will definitely treat her well. Yi Chen is a good kid, and he definitely won't let her down." Seeing this, I immediately interjected, "Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely treat Yana well." Lu Yana looked at me with a sweet smile, feeling that she had indeed not misjudged me. Lu's mother glanced at her daughter and felt relieved, but still had a question in her heart. "What about their house?" "Auntie, I have already bought a house, a small villa of about 200 square meters in the city center. Although it's a bit small, if we want to buy a bigger one in the future, we can do that too." Lu's mother frowned slightly, somewhat unconvinced. To reassure them, after the meal, I took them to see the villa worth 20 million that the system rewarded me with. "Hello, are you here to look at the house?" the salesperson greeted. I calmly took out the red book. "Hello, I am here to pick up the keys to my house and prepare to view it." The salesperson took a look and realized that this was indeed the red book for their property, so he immediately called the manager over to attend to us. When the manager saw the red book, he quickly came forward to greet us. "Number 8, Imperial Garden. So it's Mr. Yi. I received the notice from above last night and have been waiting for you here. The keys are with me, and I will take you to see the house." Seeing this, Lu's parents realized that they had really bought the house, and they finally felt relieved. Looking at the 200 square meter standalone villa in front of them, they liked it more and more. "This is the city center. It should be quite expensive, right?" Lu's mother asked. The sales manager replied, this year, the price per square meter has risen by almost 100,000. Both sets of parents were astonished, unable to believe it, thinking to themselves, how could a college student afford such an expensive 200 square meter house? At this moment, I said, why don't we just move in here for now? Lu Yana glanced at her parents, smiled, and said, I'll listen to you. After these past 2 days of interaction, she was even more satisfied and fond of Yi Chen. With his good personality and sense of responsibility, she was naturally very happy. But my mother quietly pulled me aside. Where did you get the money, you little brat? Yi Chen said back, Mom, don't worry, my money comes from a clean source. I won't do anything illegal. I'm not afraid to tell you. I've made a lot of money in these years with the pocket money my family gave me, learning from others to speculate and make investments. But by the time I get married, then I might need you guys to put out some blood. Yi mother put her heart down now. We have been saving up for the money for you to marry your wife. I'm still worried about your young couple's future life. We are helping as much as we can. Chapter 10, with the system, everything is fine. Yi Chen thought at this time that with the system in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about money. So he said to his mom, Mom, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely go out and work, and I won't let Nana and the kids suffer after me. I'll take the responsibility. Lu mother also heard the words, thinking that this young man is still quite responsible for the future of the young couple, or can help to help it, and now also almost winter vacation, then come here to help them it. Lu mother looked at this small villa, her heart is also very comforting, sighing that her daughter has finally found a good family, just a young age to become a mother. The heart is also a little regret. So he also pulled Yu Ina aside and whispered, have you really decided? Ina Lu whispered, aha. Lu mother also sighed, then you can only put aside the study. After all, pregnant with triplets, to the late stage is still quite suffering. I see you this in-laws is a sensible. Yi Chen, this kid is also a responsible person. I hope that you did not choose the wrong person. After the marriage, do not play the child temper, to the family as the main focus, and take care of the family. Lu Yana also whispered back when she heard it. Well, Mom, I know. Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen, thinking that the one who would accompany her in the future to spend her life together would be her beloved man. Her heart burst with sweetness, so the two families visited the villa and soon talked about the marriage of the two children above the hall of the villa. Let's get the two kids moved in here first thing this afternoon and hire an aunt to help with daily life. Wedding first, wait for the birth of the child to do. The man's family bride price of 888 yuan. The woman dowry, a car and other bits and pieces of things to discuss pretty much. In the afternoon, they went to the dormitory to pack some clothes, and Lu Yan's basically had to change all the maternity clothes to be able to do it. Because of the triplets, now her belly is also already as big as someone else's normal 4 months or so. So they went together again in the evening to finish shopping for all the things they needed to use. By the evening, the parents also returned home. Lu's parents stayed in the hotel. Tomorrow is the day of the two collaterals. Yi Chen looked at the one living room that was stuffed to the brim and felt that time really flew by. In these 2 days' time, one's life matter had been finalized, and everything really seemed like a dream. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana, who was sitting on the sofa and resting. Probably because of the pregnancy, her face, which used to be a sharp melon face, has now turned into a round googly-eyed face, along with a high nose, round, dark eyes, and delicate features. Lu Yana is the goddess-level beauty of all the boys in Xiangda University. Her beauty is naturally not a problem, and it's not the same as those cosmetic surgery women, but she is a serious, pure, natural, counterintuitive beauty. It's just a pity that she always has a high-strung look on weekdays, making people feel more distant. Therefore, those boys only praised her behind her back and gave her the title of the most beautiful school flower, but few dared to talk to her. Probably because of this, she hadn't been in a relationship with anyone by the time she graduated. Yi Chen, not to mention, on his handsome face, although it was not as good as the school's grass, but that also charmed a piece of female classmates. Yi Chen was also a man, and when he had not yet been chased by Li Ivy, he had naturally had a heart for her. Unfortunately, Li Ivy went down on herself. Yi Chen saw that Li Ivy was infatuated with herself and was not bad looking, so she naturally agreed. Until now, Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana, who was sitting and resting in front of his eyes. He really hadn't thought that he and Lu Yana had actually come to the point of marriage. Moreover, it was still Lu Yana who confessed to herself first. Lu Yana also realized that Yi Chen was looking at her at this time, and her face suddenly reddened. She blinked her eyes a few times and asked delicately, "What are you? What are you looking at me for? Is there something dirty on my face?" Yi Chen smiled. "You're so pretty." Lu Yana didn't expect that the words of praise would be said so bluntly by Yi Chen, and her face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. Chapter 11. Are you really sure you want to get married? Yi Chen's sentence quickly closed the distance between the two. Recalling all the things that the two had done together, Lu Yana also felt that it had all really gone by so fast. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen dumbfounded, and there seemed to be something on her mind as well. She asked Yi Chen in a small voice, "Have you really thought about getting married with me?" Yi Chen froze, then immediately said, "Why do you have such an idea? Do you think we're too hasty to get married? I still have a good feeling about you. I originally wanted to go close to you during my freshman year, and I guess you've heard about what happened afterward, so I don't want to mention it again. I've really considered it very, very clearly. You're the woman I, Yi Chen, want to spend my life with." After hearing this, Lu Yina's eyes went wide and she couldn't speak for a while. Yi Chen surprisingly, he is interesting to himself? Wouldn't we be two lovers then? Yi Chen looked at the excitement and anticipation in Lu Yina's eyes and immediately went forward and grabbed Lu Yina's right hand and knelt down on one knee. Then he took out a ring box from his pocket and opened it, saying to Lu Yana, "Ms. Lu Yana, I will definitely be responsible for you. Will you marry me?" Lu Yana stared blankly at Yi Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, tightly covering her mouth with an incredulous expression. "Yes, I do." Yu Yana choked back a sob. Yi Chen put on the proposal ring he had secretly bought today for her and tightly embraced her into his arms. "Fool, don't cry." While this was happening, the system went off. Tick, let the baby have a complete home. The system rewards $2 million in wedding funds. Ding, $2 million were transferred into Yi Chen's account. Yi Chen could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. No way. That's $2 million in the bank for just proposing. That's almost enough for the future. But after that, in addition to accompanying his wife and children, he still needs to find a serious job, and then ask what he needs to do to trigger a special mission, and get money first. After all, you still need money to support your family in the future. Yi Chen hugged the two of them like this for a few minutes and asked Lu Yana, "Are you hungry? Let's heat up the dumplings that we just packed back for you." Lu Yana smiled and said back, "Good, yes, pregnant people know that they eat more." So Yi Chen had already packed a serving of dumplings ahead of time during dinner, and now he was just hungry too. Seeing Yi Chen so concerned about herself, Lu Yana really felt so happy. But what I have to say is that the finishes are just fine, with all the appliances and stuff, and my parents have already cleaned the master room first, so they can stay here tonight without worrying about anything, and then tomorrow they'll hire someone to do some serious cleaning and organize things, and everything will be ready to go. Yi Chen brought the dumplings and carefully instructed, "Be careful with the heat, and tomorrow go add some more daily necessities. I realized that I haven't bought any kitchen utensils here yet." Tick. Congratulations to the host for completing the small task of cooking meals for his wife and children. The system rewards the host with advanced cooking skills as well as $1 million in cash. Yi Chen couldn't help but spit in his heart. Advanced cooking techniques. What the hell is this? Do you want me to be a home cook? I'm a man, so naturally I have to prioritize my career. However, if it's inconvenient for my wife to be pregnant right now, it can still be useful. Lu Yana smiled sweetly on her face and said, "Thank you." Yi Chen touched her head. "Fool. What are you saying thank you to your husband?" Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana happily eating her dumplings before taking a serious look at this haul. Somewhat emotionally, he said, "From now on, this will be our little home as a family of 5. Lu Yana was also eating while looking at the place, handing Yi Chen a dumpling and looking at him with joy. The two cozied up for a late-night snack and went upstairs to get ready to shower and rest. Both of them finished their baths. Yi Chen was a bit embarrassed, hugged a quilt and pillow, and said to Lu Yana, "Why don't I go next door?" Chapter 12, Baby's First Fetal Movements. Lu Yana pulled Yi Chen back. "We are almost husband and wife. How can we sleep in separate rooms? We don't need to be so formal. You just sleep here." Obviously, it was the first time the two had slept in the same bed so properly, so they were still more or less green. Yi Chen also repeatedly assured, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. After all, you're not convenient right now." Ouch. Yi Chen also wants to in the face of such a stunning female wife, but Lu Yana is now pregnant, but also have to hold back or else it is easy to accident The two of them lay somewhat stiffly on the bed, and Yi Chen looked at his cell phone somewhat boredly on the side, originally intending to play a game. It was here that Lu Yana but suddenly gave a startled cry. Yi Chen immediately asked nervously, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" Lu Yana's face immediately flooded with a burst of joy. "I just seemed to feel the baby move. A very slight click. It's amazing." At those words, Yi Chen was also excited. The child that Lu Yana was carrying in her stomach was his child. Surprisingly, it moved. Yi Chen immediately asked excitedly, "Can I listen to it?" Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with a smile. "You can. Get down and listen to see what the baby is doing." Yi Chen immediately laid down on Lu Yana's stomach and listened quietly with his ears perked up. "Baby, I'm your handsome daddy." Only, instead of hearing the baby's fetal movements, The system rang in my head. Tick. Congratulations to the host for his first close contact with the baby, completing the small task of intimate contact. The system rewards $100,000. The daily limit is 3 times. Yi Chen's heart was again delighted. I'll go. I'm just having more contact with my own child. And there's even a reward. Easily $100,000 in hand again. And you can have 3 chances a day. I won't have to worry about milk powder money in the future. Lu Yana was also amused by Yi Chen's words. Now they're just over 3 months old, so they shouldn't be able to understand, right? Yi Chen, however, didn't think so. 3 months has basically been molded, and naturally has a brain, so it can definitely understand. Be good. Don't move. Let me talk to the baby. Lu Yana was also amused by his actions. Looking at Yi Chen, who was lying sideways on her stomach talking to the baby, she was already in the midst of immersion, and happiness was written all over her face. The relationship between the two, and because of the baby, has become even closer, while diffusing the awkwardness of sharing a bed for the first time. Of course, that break in the movie was forgotten. Both of them have already begun to envision the happy life of a family of 5 in the future. Early the next morning, both parents drove up to the door to pick them up. They each took the household registration book and ID card, went to take a wedding photo, then went to the local civil affairs bureau. The staff of the Hammer. The two have become a legal couple in the law. The two held the marriage license and looked at each other and smiled. It's finally a license. A line of 6 people. Once again, big bags back to the villa. And at this time the parents also invited the family nanny over to the villa here to take care of their daily meals and living. Meanwhile, while they were shopping, they had hired a housekeeping company to go to the villa and do a major cleaning and set up the house. So when they got back to the villa, the house was all set. Lu Yana's parents looked at the arrangement of all this and also expressed great satisfaction. As for the wedding, let's wait until the baby is born first. A family, sitting on the couch, talking about the kids. Nana, because our family work is also busy, so I can't stay here long to take care of you. I invited the family aunt here. You can ask her to cook whatever you want to eat. Aunt Zhang has been in our family for more than 10 years. You don't have to be polite with her, Yi mother said to Lu Yana. Lu Yana sweetly returned. Okay, auntie. Still calling auntie. It's time to change your name to mom, Yi mother joked. Ina Lu covered her mouth and smiled. Okay, mom, dad. Father Yi smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 13, Negotiating the Dowry and Dowry. Mother Lu looked at her daughter being so happy and smiled along with her. In the future, mom will also occasionally come over to see you too, but she won't be a light bulb for you too, Yi mother said with a smile. Right, Yi Chen, send me Nana's account number in a moment. I'll transfer her the change of heart fee. Nana, you must accept it. It's a courtesy. It's a must. Lu Yana glanced at her own mother, who nodded, and Lu Yana then responded. Thank you, mom. Thank you, dad. In the future, at the wedding, there will be all the 3 gold and hardware. Don't worry, Yi mother said very atmospherically. Lu's mother also responded. Then, if the car, should we buy it now, or wait until the child gets married soon? Yi Chen said. Mom, there's no rush if you accompany the car. You can buy it when the time comes. The most important thing at the moment is still to take care of Nana. Mother Lu and Father Lu nodded their heads in relief. Well, Mother Yi said to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, from now on, I'll leave this child Yi Chen's little family to you. These two are both children. You must remind them of anything to watch out for. I know, Sister May. Just don't worry and leave these 2 children to me. Aunt Zhang smiled back. Yi mother's real name is Zhang Mei, a relative from Aunt Zhang's mother's side of the family. So the 2 of them are similarly surnamed Zhang, and Yi mother is a few months older than Aunt Zhang. So Aunt Zhang calls Yi mother sister. This Aunt Zhang's family also has a husband and children. The children are now also just graduated from work, and she is in the same city. The husband stayed at home to engage in planting. Now Aunt Zhang also, thanks to the Yi family's care over the past 10 years, the son and daughter have been provided for the university. The daughter is now in another city in the 2nd year of college, so she can not yet retire. After all, it was really hard to find a good boss like the Yi family. Yi mother is also very relieved to leave her son-in-law to her. When her own work at hand is finished, she will definitely have to rush here to take care of this little family. The average woman suffers carrying 1 baby, let alone triplets. Besides, his family's business had shrunk quite a bit after this crisis, so in many cases, it was Ye's father alone who could handle it. So the family had a peaceful dinner at the villa and then went their separate ways home. On the way home, Yi mother looked at Yi father who was driving and asked, how much money does the family still have? During this period of time, we can save as much as we can. Although the in-laws mean that the bride price is just a formality, but we can't really give a 888, right? And the in-laws side also accompanied a car. In my opinion, we'd better take out all of that reserve fund. before because of the company's matter to spend all of Tatsu's money for marrying his wife. Now Nana is also pregnant. We can't let the in-laws and them feel that we're getting a bargain and still selling out So, this dowry money, must be added. This reserve must also be taken out. Yes, we are also soon to be grandparents. My heart along with the happy this money spent can still be earned right, as long as everyone is happy. It's good. Yi father was also very emotional. He was still in a state of confusion when he received Yi Chen's call at the beginning, and these 2 days were like a dream. Everything came too fast. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe it. The thought of having a grandson was a great joy for a man of his age. Yi mother was relieved now. After all, that reserve fund really wouldn't be used until it was absolutely necessary. Although her own hand was also $1 million or $200,000 to hold. But in the face of Nana's triplets, it felt like the money in her hand was quickly spent. After all, it's tough to make money these days. Fortunately, their son is smart. The previous pocket money did not spend indiscriminately. Know how to use it to make investments. They will be ready for the wedding house, but also let her save a lot of heart. Chapter 14, Do you sleep together? If his own son hadn't bought a wedding house, he wouldn't have been able to afford this little 200 square foot villa, even if he had taken out the reserve fund. Then she took out her cell phone and opened WeChat, found her daughter-in-law Nana, and immediately transferred 200,000 yuan of reformation fees to her, and left a message asking her to pay attention to get a good night's rest and other caring words. Lu Yana also received the message on her side and immediately replied, "Got it. Thanks mom." At this moment, Yi Chen was being brought by Aunt Zhang to talk over at the restaurant on the first floor. Auntie Zhang asked, "Tatsuya, are you sleeping together now?" Yi Chen was a bit confused. "Yes, sleeping together. What's wrong, Auntie Zhang?" Aunt Zhang whispered, "Now Nana is only pregnant for more than 3 months. Even if the month is bigger, it is impossible to do that kind of thing. After all, she is pregnant with triplets. You guys still take it easy. Be a man. If you can bear it for a while. A few months will soon pass." Aunt Zhang has come to Yi family since Yi Chen was 5 years old. Yi father and Yi mother were busy doing business at that time, and accompanying Yi Chen is only Aunt Zhang. It can be said that Aunt Zhang is considered to be half of his mother, and his relationship with him is relatively close, so there is what is also say what. There has never been any employer or other distinctions. Yi Chen then reacted to what Aunt Zhang said, immediately laughed. "Aunt Zhang, I'm a man. She's pregnant now. Naturally, she won't be messing around. Don't think of me as such an animal, okay?" Aunt Zhang also smiled. "Alright, it's good that you know yourself. After all, you're a college student. You still understand this point, right? I won't say much more. I'm going to go and organize the utility room. I bought a bit too much stuff today. By the way, ask Nana what she wants for her midnight snack tonight and I'll go make it for her." Yi Chen immediately replied back, "Auntie Zhang, if you're tired, go to sleep first. You've been working on hygiene all day today. You're tired too. If you want to cook, I'll do it." "Oh, there can be a reward for cooking a midnight snack then. How could such a great opportunity be wasted?" Auntie Zhang also yawned. "Alright, you guys take care of it yourselves." After Yi Chen chatted with Auntie Zhang, he went up to the second floor bedroom, intending to properly cultivate a relationship with his children. When he opened the door to his room, Yi Chen saw Lu Yana lying on the bed playing with her cell phone. So he asked, "Honey, what's doing?" Yi Chen said that this wife 2 words in the past 2 days said quite smooth, but Lu Yana every time she heard him call himself so, heart that called a sweet ah. Lu Yana smiled sweetly. "I'm helping my parents book high-speed train tickets for tomorrow. They have to go back tomorrow." Yi Chen, "Oh, then let's go drop off mom and dad tomorrow." Yuina, "Well, by the way, buy some specialties or something for them to bring back. By the way, mom just transferred me $200,000 in change fees. That's too much, isn't it? Should I take it?" Yi Chen laughed. "If she gives you a transfer you just take it. Why don't you take it?" Lu Yana was a bit embarrassed. "I was thinking that it would be a bit too much. Just now auntie even asked me for the bank account number, saying that for large amounts in the future, going through the bank account would be a bit safer." Yi Chen, "Just give it to her then. My parents said that they will never treat you, and the baby in your belly, badly. Don't worry about any of this. Don't think about anything right now. Just rest easy and let me hear if the baby has been good today." Although Yi Chen was now lying on Lu Yina's stomach for the second time, his movements were so skillful and very precise in finding a good position to lie on Lu Yina's stomach. "Babies, I'm Daddy Handsome. When are you guys coming out?" Yi Chen said dotingly. Lu Yana was likewise looking at the man she loved in front of her with a pampered face, lying on her belly and chatting with the baby in her stomach. And whenever this moment came, she would feel that she was the happiest woman in the world. Ding! When his cell phone message rang, Yi Chen knew that his system rewards had arrived at another $100,000. Chapter 15, A Generous System. No way. He could have 3 chances a day, so he'd have to treasure them. After all, he wasn't working right now, and if the system rewarded him 300,000 a day, that would be almost 9 million a month for him. Wouldn't that be more lucrative than the average part-timer, or even someone who runs a company? He was already thinking in his head now about actually starting a company, and then that way he could spend his money in plain sight. If you rely solely on an invisible company or stock, sooner or later we'll have to dismantle the day. But now these things still have to be put after the baby is born to talk about it. Now the most important thing is to take care of his wife and children is the most important. Anyway, now also have the money. Even if you do not work or can afford to raise a family. If he wants to take good care of his wife and children, then he needs to learn how to be a good father now. Tick. The system has detected the host's determination to be a good father, rewarding 1 million cash. I'll go. You got a reward for that? System. System. In your eyes, is money just a bunch of numbers? Yes, master. Amount. This system will even answer me. Interesting. Yi Chen quietly lay on Lu Yina's stomach talking to the baby. Suddenly, the baby in his stomach moved. There was a very obvious rolling motion right at the part where Yi Chen was leaning against his face. Lu Yina also clearly felt it at this time. One of the babies in her stomach seemed to have rolled over or something. Anyway, it just moved a little. The two immediately looked at each other in surprise. The baby moved. Yeah, I felt it too. I have to say, it really is amazing. Looks like I'm going to have to go buy a fetal heartbeat tester back before I can hear the baby's heartbeat. It sure is loud. Yi Chen sighed in surprise as he exclaimed. It was the first time he'd been so close to a baby. It's happening right now. The system rang. The host is close to the baby and performs, rewarding the host with $100,000. I can't. Tomorrow after sending Lu Yina's parents to the high-speed train station, I must go to the mall to buy some bottles, baby carriages, diapers and other things to come back. First clean and spare is also good. Yi Chen said to Lu Yina. Wife, what time is the car for mom and dad's tomorrow? Lu Yina looked at her cell phone and said, I just bought them a car for tomorrow at 10:20, so they don't have to get up too early. They can have breakfast first and then take the car to go as well. Yi Chen planned in his mind. First send his father-in-law and mother-in-law, they take the high-speed train back, and then go to the mall to shop for baby products and so on. When I went to the mall today, I only cared about buying some of the family's small supplies, quilts, supplements, and so on, but the baby products haven't had the time to buy it. After Yi Chen finished totaling in his mind, he said to Lu Yina, then, let's go shopping for baby items together again tomorrow, see what we need to buy, and then go have a meal together after we've finished buying. And then in the afternoon you can come back and take a nap and rest. If you're tired, I'll be fine going by myself. How could Lu Yina miss the time with Yi Chen? Naturally she was willing to follow along. I'll be fine. My stomach isn't too big right now, and I'm not reacting to anything for a while, so let's go together. Yi Chen rubbed his stomach. Then let's go together as a family of 5. After saying that, Yi Chen smiled at Lu Yina. Lu Yina looked at Yi Chen smile and instantly felt that she had fallen into the river of love. She just loved to look at Yi Chen smiling so sunny and charmingly. Lu Yina stared blankly at Yi Chen, her eyes full of love. Yi Chen also noticed Lu Yina's freeze and smiled even more broadly. Little cutie, do you know you're playing with fire? Then, it directly pressed Lu Yina on the bed, but it didn't press on her stomach. The two were in a male-on-female stance, ambiguously staring at each other. As Lu Yina reacted, she squirmed a bit and tried to break away from him. Yi Chen buried his head into Lu Yina's ear, his voice like a subwoofer. Lu Yina's ear said, Fool, what do you think I want to do? After that, there were a few low chuckles. Chapter 16, Money is just a number. It was just that Lu Yina suddenly stopped struggling, and all of a sudden, her hand unexpectedly wrapped Yi Chen's neck around it, and gently planted her own fragrant kiss on Yi Chen's cheek. Yi Chen's entire body stiffened and gasped. Woman, you need to get ready to put out the fire. Yi Chen lowered his head and directly kissed it in a domineering manner. Lu Yina just felt her brain explode. Just as Yi Chen's hand strayed onto Lu Yina's body, suddenly the system voice rang out, and at the same time pulled Yi Chen's sanity back. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward. The prize is 5 million in cash. Yi Chen's movements in his hands came to an abrupt end, violently pulling away from Lu Yina and jumping up from the bed. No! Yi Chen was finally pulled back to his last senses by the system voice, and kept taking deep breaths to calm the dry fire in his body. Lu Yina was a bit shy, not sure if it was because of that kiss just now. Her whole face was red. Yi Chen gasped while pulling open the bedroom door and said to Lu Yina on the bed, I'll sleep in the next room tonight. If there's anything, remember to yell at me. I have to. Calm down. Lu Yina had a red face, laughing at Yi Chen's fallen figure. She knew that Yi Chen would never be like that. Lu Yina gently put her hand on her own face, her own lips, biting her lips to recall the deep passionate kiss between the two just now. Sitting on my bed by myself, covering my mouth and giggling, reminiscing. As soon as Yi Chen closed the door, he realized that Auntie Jean was actually hiding outside the room door to eavesdrop, and while his face was shocked, he immediately pulled Auntie Jean to the side and whispered to her, "Auntie Zhang, what are you doing here?" Auntie Zhang raised her hand to smack Yi Chen's head and reprimanded, "You brat almost caught fire. Didn't I tell you to take it easy? It's only been a few months, why can't you help it?" Yi Chen was also a bit aggrieved. "I didn't do anything, it wasn't just a kiss." Auntie Zhang is also helpless, kissing is not good either. What if something goes wrong? Don't let anything go wrong. It's a good thing your mom sent me here to supervise you. I almost screwed up. Yi Chen was also a bit embarrassed. Yes, Auntie Zhang. I know, I won't in the future. Just take a hand, okay? Aunt Jean was also full of disbelief, but there was just no way out. Two young people do not know how to do things. He is the past person, still have to pay attention to it. Auntie Zhang whispered, "Go to sleep." Yi Chen let out an oh so subtle sound, and then opened the door to the guest room, straight into a wide berth on the big bed. The system just said I triggered a special mission. What is this special mission? Is it a kiss? Or what? That's when the system went off again. Hello host, the system's special tasks are randomized, so please take advantage of the opportunity. Yi Chen is also a bit speechless. This is not nonsense? It's still not the system that loves to give away? That's too much of a no-brainer. Only, just now, he kissed Lu Yana, but he even got a reward of $5 million. It's really something. Is it true that from now on, if you kiss your wife, you will be rewarded? Would it be more rewarding to do something else? Hey! Yi Chen was grinning badly and seemed to be plotting something. The next day, around 8:30, everyone had already gotten up, and Yi Chen and Lu Yana accompanied their parents to have a morning tea together before sending them on the high-speed train. And at this time, Yi Chen more and more feel that one must buy a car to get around to be able to do so. One's hand has nearly 10 million cash. Want to buy any car to buy any car. It's too inconvenient to get in and out without a car. And it's not convenient for Auntie Zhang to buy groceries, so she'll have to buy an extra grocery cart. Nowadays, they get in and out entirely by taxi. And now that they're done dropping off mom and dad for the high-speed train, they're taking a taxi and getting ready to go to the mall to buy baby stuff. Chapter 17, Parental Reluctance. Moving car. Lu's father sighed heavily. Mother Lu glanced at him and asked, "What are you sighing for? Isn't her daughter doing quite well now?" Lu's father said in a deep tone, "My daughter, who I have raised for more than 20 years, married just like this." Lu mother, now Nana pregnant big belly wearing a wedding dress does not look good. The child was born. You can make up for the wedding, not with the in-laws side of the agreement. Father Lu gave Mother Lu a blank look. You didn't even understand what I meant. Mother Lu was stumped by his words. Where did she not understand? This is her only child. She can't let go. But the woman, after all, still want to find a good in-laws. Have children, now found a good in-laws. Son-in-law is also good. Married over the daughter is also valued. Well, isn't that nice? It was just that. Thinking about it, one's heart felt empty as if something had been lost. If your daughter is married off, you should be happy. Why are you sighing here? Mother Lu also wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'll be retired in a few years, and your company will be closed. So we'll come live together on my daughter's side of the family. But now we are just going to earn more money and buy a small set in the neighborhood of our daughter's house. Then we can see each other every day. And we'll settle here and help her watch the kids, which is quite nice to think about. Mother Lu smiled as she spoke. Lu father but said, the company which can be said to close off. I'm not like you. You can retire a few years early. I cannot close the company. Those employees are following me for many years. They can rely on me to support the family. If Lu's father were to shut down the company, he said that he was 10,000 times unwilling to do so. And after thinking for a while, he suddenly said, why don't you give the company to your son-in-law? Anyway, he doesn't have a job now. I'm an old employee. Just come back from time to time to look at it. If he does well and wants to expand. Our company is also quite close to this side. It's just a moving car for almost 40 minutes. It doesn't affect. Mother Lu nodded along. Well, that's fine. How much money does our family have on the books right now? I have a couple 100,000 here. What about you? I saved regularly. There are a few million. Originally intended Nana married can buy a house as a dowry for her. Now Yichun this child is so good ability. There is a house. Then we will accompany a car of more than 2 million. And some other jewelry and so on. Also spent almost. Mother Lu also nodded, well, as long as the child is doing well. Fortunately the in-laws and Yichen the child is also sensible. Nana will not have to be bullied when she marries into their family. The two snuggled up to each other and made small talk about the kids while looking out of the moving train. This way, Yichen and Lu Yana took a taxi to the biggest shopping mall in Xianqing City, Da Mingfa. The two of them went straight to the area that sells women's and baby products. and the salesman over here was very enthusiastic in introducing them. Hello, Mr. The saleswoman looked the two of them up and down, and very eagle-eyed. She saw that Lu Yina's stomach was slightly bulging, and, seeing the two walking along while holding hands and talking, one is pretty sure that this is a newlywed couple buying daily necessities for their future baby. Are you looking to pre-buy bottles and such for your baby? The saleswoman asked with a smile. Yi-chen, yes, the babies in our bellies are triplets, so we have to buy the daily necessities in advance, or we'll be in a mess by then. When the saleswoman heard Yi-chen's words, she couldn't help but be shocked. 3 triplets? My goodness, how awesome! Congratulations! Thanks, Yi-chen and Lu Yina said with a smile. Under the lead of the saleswoman, Yi-chen and Lu Yina had already bought bottles, soothers, diapers for small babies and adult diapers, as well as nursing pads and so on. Of course, there are also some small baby clothes, small toys and so on. When it came time to check out, Yi-chen carried all the shopping bags, and Lu Yina couldn't even help if she wanted to. Hello, that's $2, $3.30 in total. Do you want credit card or cash? Swipe your card, Yi-chen said, and took out his bank card. Tee-hee-hee-hee. The swipe worked. Chapter 18. There are rewards for buying things for the baby too. That's when the system went off. The first time the host actually spends money for the baby, rewarding the host with $100,000. Yi-chen's cell phone then rang again. Yi-chen was also a bit confused. Surprisingly, this too also have a reward. Whatever, the money is going to be spent anyway, and the rewards are coming in, so I'll buy more for the kids in the future. So maybe I'll get more rewards for buying. Just as the two of them were about to leave, the saleswoman walked out with a bag containing a book. Sir, it looks like you are a man who loves his wife and children. We have a rule in the store that if a husband comes with his wife, he will forward a scientific parenting book to the couple. She handed the bag to Yi-chen, and took out a business card and said very sincerely, Miss, this is my business card. If in the future there is a need to buy powdered milk diapers or something, you can call me. If it is within 5 kilometers of the same city, I myself can deliver to your door in 30 minutes. Thank you for your support. Saying that, the saleswoman handed over her card with both hands. Seriously, a family that can afford to have triplets is bound to be able to afford to raise them as well. That's no ordinary family. That's a big family. Yi-chen looked at the business card handed up by the saleswoman, signaled Lu Yina to take it, and said to the saleswoman, Thank you, for thinking so thoughtfully. In the future, if we have a need, we will definitely call you. Yes sir, please take your time. The saleswoman watched the two of them leave, and she was really envious in her heart. This woman is really too happy. Her husband is so handsome, and the key is so painful. Pregnant shopping are accompanied. If it is not, the family has a mind. It is estimated that it cannot do this point. The time was now 12 o'clock and Auntie Zhang's call came in. Lu Yina answered the phone. Hey Auntie Zhang. Nana, are you guys coming home for lunch today? Lu Yina turned to Yi-chen and said. Auntie Zhang asked if we're going back for dinner. Yi-chen asked in a whisper. Do you want to go back and eat? Ina Lu covered her mouth and snickered, shaking her head. Yi-chen smiled along with him. Then we won't go back to eat. So tell Auntie about it. Aunt Zhang also laughed on the other end of the phone. Okay, I know. You guys eat out, but don't eat those unhealthy things. Got it Auntie Zhang. Bye Auntie Zhang. After hanging up the phone with Aunt Zhang, Lu Yina asked, Where are we going to eat now? This seems like it's the first time we're officially alone, two people together on a dinner date. Yi-chen nodded and said, Yeah, how can we not go to some higher class to have a meal? What do you want to eat? Ina Lu, I'm okay with all of it. I'm not picky. Yi-chen was also helpless. Were women like this? Why don't we eat at the Michelin restaurant? Things are pretty good there. Ina Lu, Michelin restaurant? It's expensive there. Don't want it? You see, this is the woman. Yi-chen, go. It's expensive to go. No matter what. It's our first dinner date. How can we just find a place? Yi-chen hurriedly coaxed Lu Yina. Lu Yina also smiled sweetly. Yes, the first date to eat, definitely have to find a good place to eat. And this is also a side note. Yi-chen is valuing himself. So good. Yi-chen carried a bunch of shopping bags in one hand and held Lu Yina in the other. The two of them smiled at each other and walked out of the mall towards the Michelin restaurant dining room across the street. Walked into this 3 Michelin star restaurant, went up to the second floor and naturally found a seat by the window. The waiter was very attentive, and after pouring water for the two and delivering the menu, he retreated. Yi-chen sat shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yina and moved over to Lu Yina's side. Nana, do you want me to call you Nana, or your wife? Lu Yina looked at him and blinked again. You can call me whatever you like. Then can I call you husband? Chapter 19, Further Relationships. After all, the two were newlyweds, and it seemed like there was too much distance if they called him by his full name. Yi-chen. Yi-chen smiled and said, I like to call you wife and Nana. Lu Yana patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Just kidding. Then you can call me your wife. Husband. The relationship between the two seemed to have taken a step further after last night's episode. Lu Yana also clearly felt that Yi Chen was not as hard on himself and his baby as before, and his feelings flowed more naturally. After ordering her meal, Lu Yana snuggled into Yi Chen's shoulder and looked at her cell phone. Honey, did you tell your classmates about our marriage? Yi Chen froze. I have mentioned it to my roommates before, and when I heard me say that I want to marry you, I guess they must have thought that I was bragging. After all, my wife is the school flower, and they must not have thought that the school flower was really lassoed by me. Lu Yana laughed on Yi Chen's shoulder. So what if the school flower is also a person? What's more, you're such a good person and so handsome. Of course I like you. Do you like me? Yi Chen held Lu Yana's hand. I like you too. How could I not? Besides, we even have a child. So don't think nonsense. Ina Lu, so are you doing this because of the child? Yi Chen immediately turned his head to look at the other side face to face with Lu Yana. I forbid you to think like that. I surely won't want to marry you just because you have a child. If it's because of the responsibility, then I'll at most pay out an alimony instead of marrying you. We all need time to get to know each other better right now, so don't be suspicious. Lu Yana mood is a little low. I am also not confident enough in myself. I feel that everything now comes too fast. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, it's gone. I'm really afraid of losing you. Yi Chen hugged her tightly into his arms. Fool, how can you think like that? It's enough for you to know that your husband loves you. Yi Chen spoke in a firm tone. Perhaps before, he might have married you Ina 80% because of the child, and the remaining 20% because his heart was in love with her. But now that the two of them had been together for a few days, Yi Chen had also felt Lu Yana's goodness and Lu Yana's love for him during the few days he had spent with her. And Yi Chen tries to respond to Lu Yana's love, surprised to find that everything he does feels so natural, so taken for granted. Now that the two have opened up and confessed their deepest feelings for each other, their relationship has heated up dramatically. It was at this point that the system went off again. Tick. The host has triggered a special mission. The system rewards $1 million. At this time, Yi Chen's heart was also a little crazy. What's wrong with this system? Reward this and reward that? In the end, what kind of law is it? Go home and study it again to see how to scavenge the system for money. The two hugged each other tightly for almost 10 minutes. Still unable to part, the two of them reluctantly let go until it was time for the waiter to serve them their food. Wife, I heard that the food here is very delicious, so let go and eat. Hubby will pay for it. Yi Chen smiled dotingly at Lu Yana. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with a smile and a flushed face. Well, I know. Lu Yana sent a piece of fruit salad to Yi Chen's mouth. Ah, you eat one. This is quite delicious. Yi Chen opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. Yi Chen asked, what do you think of my parents? Lu Yana ate while returning. I think mom and dad are pretty good. Ah, what do your parents think of me? Yi Chen, my parents are quite happy with you, telling me to live my life with you. Ha ha. What about your parents? What do they think of me? Lu Yana, they are also very satisfied with you. I think, I am really happy now. From the beginning of the fear, to now, I feel like I am the happiest woman in the world. Having a husband who loves each other, in-laws who adore me, and a little one on the way is truly such a blessing. Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana's fragrant shoulder again. Me too, and the wife is still so beautiful. What a winner in life. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with gentle eyes. Of course, you're also very handsome. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana's tender eyes and couldn't stand it a bit. Eat. Your eyes are making me lose control again. Yu Yana smiled sweetly, and the two became even closer. Chapter 20, Obtaining the Skill of Not Forgetting. After lunch, the two took a cab home. Yi Chen now feels that he is really very necessary to buy a replacement car. Tomorrow to see with his wife to see the new car. To buy a car that he drove, his wife drove, and Zhang's grocery car. How much money will it cost? But he now has more than 10 million on his account. It should be enough. After returning home, Lu Yana went back to her room to take a nap. I do not know why. Recently she always feel that she is not enough sleep. It should be because of the reason of pregnancy. The whole person has become lazy, and do not like to move. Always think of can lie down then lie down. Cannot move, and can sleep on sleep. Yi Chen, on the other hand, gave everything he bought to Auntie Zhang. And when he saw that scientific parenting book that the store clerk had sent to him on his way out, he took it out with some curiosity to study it. This store clerk is really good at what she does. Knows what new moms and dads are missing. Yi Chen was also very excited and picked up the book and went into the study to study it. After all, he is the father of triplets. By the time the kids come out, he can't afford to be fumbling around and not know anything. Prior to this, he really hadn't been exposed to any knowledge in this area, such as knowledge about pregnant women, and what to do after the child is born and so on, and how to be hospitalized and so on. Anyway, he just didn't know anything about it. So he sat down at his desk and read carefully. It was at this point that the system went off. Tick. Host triggers a special mission. The system rewards the skill of never forget. Yi-Chen that took a deep breath. Is that okay? This system really needs to be looked into. Anything you do that has to do with your wife and children may trigger a special quest, and the rewards are pretty good. Like the moment he decided to marry Yuina, the moment he gave birth to the baby, and the moment he bought his wife a midnight snack, and the moment he proposed to her, and the moment he cooked dumplings for her, and the first time he listened to the baby move, and the first time he spent money on the baby, and all of that. How does that never forget thing work? System, reporting to the host, just tap on the skill to activate it, and from now on you'll be able to forget everything. It's still possible? Yi-Chen immediately said. Then start activating the Overwatch function now. System, yes. Tick. Activation successful. Yi-Chen exhaled deeply, and when he picked up the book again, he seemed to be really more focused on reading than before, and even after reading a dozen or so pages past, he could still remember what was written in front of him. Oh, my God, this skill is still really good. Parenting knowledge. Starting from the moment a pregnant woman becomes pregnant and writing until the child is 7 years old. This whole 4 or 5 cell phones stacked up such a thick book. Yi-Chen read it but only used 10 minutes, and you ask which page he can clearly remember what was said. Oh, my God, why didn't the system show up earlier? If I'd had it a few years earlier, I might have gotten into a world-class university. Yi-Chen pressed down the thoughts in his head. It was useless to say more. The most important thing was now. It says here that the first time a small child is born, you have to have formula bottles, diapers, etc. Because the child must be fed some sugar water or formula first to prevent hypoglycemia or something. It also teaches you how to recognize that your baby's poop is indigestion, what makes a good poop, and burping techniques, etc. It's very detailed. Another very important thing here is that when a pregnant woman is pregnant, the hormones in her body change so much that she tends to lose her temper. When Yi-Chen saw this, he was still thinking in his heart how he didn't feel that Nana had behaved like this. In the future, it is better to care more about the wife's mood changes before. If the mood is not good, it is likely to lead to the baby are not happy. If the baby is unhappy, this development must be bad too, right? There is also the question of pregnant women during pregnancy vomiting. If the pregnant woman is dry heaving, bad appetite, this time you can try to drink some Coke, Sprite and other carbonated drinks to ease the stomach, but if the vomit acidic water, you can drink some soda and eat some soda crackers and so on. Chapter 21 Schoolgirl's Crush. Yi-Chen couldn't help but nod his head as he watched. Nana didn't seem to have any special reaction, so it was good that she didn't have to suffer like this. Unlike those women on TV who puked their guts out, there is also attention to the diet of pregnant women. Not too much junk food is not good for the baby, and there is also the need to have some proper exercise to be able to do. Well, why don't we see if we can sign up for pregnancy yoga or something, or maybe swimming or something like that. I don't know if Nana likes it. If she likes it, she can enroll. If she doesn't want to go, forget it. The whole afternoon, Yi-Chen soaked in the study until Lu Yana woke up after a full nap. At this time, Lu Yana passed by the study and saw Yi-Chen there poking his cell phone while reading a book, seemingly studying something, and there was a notebook on the desktop, writing something on it from time to time. Lu Yana then walked in and hugged Yi-Chen from behind him. Hubby, what are you working on? Yi-Chen saw that it was his wife, so he picked up his notebook and said excitedly, Honey, I'm researching a little bit about pregnant women and babies. The book that this shopkeeper gave me is really useful. I've written down some of the important ones, so that it's easy to take it out and read it later, and you can read it too, and you don't have to read such a heavy book. Lu Yana took the book and looked at the things to pay attention to for pregnant women and babies written down with various pens of different colors, and her eyes reddened. Since the moment Lu Yana met Yi-Chen, she was attracted by his sunny personality and handsome appearance, and when she was at school, she also heard girls around her talk about him from time to time, saying that he was good-looking and handsome, and he was also the male god among many girls. So, from then on, she would also pay attention to Yi-Chen from time to time, and slowly fell in love with Yi-Chen in her heart. And when she had that night with Yi-Chen, her heart was still ecstatic. Her most important thing was given to her favorite person. Everything was worth it. She didn't think about what would happen in the future. She was just enjoying the pleasure of the moment. It's just that when she found out she was pregnant, she was all ready to take it all on herself, but then she wanted to put up a fight and fight for the baby in her belly. I did not expect. I really didn't love the wrong person. Yi-Chen is a responsible man, a man with commitment. Originally, when the two of them got married, she only thought that as long as he was in love with the children, she didn't care about anything. Many marriages, at the end of the day, is not just a piece of paper, and children, one is just ahead of schedule. Initially, when she was at school, She heard others discussing about how Yi Chen's family seemed to have gone bankrupt and the family had lost everything, so she was ready to ask her own parents for money. And when the contact came down in the past few days, she realized that Yi Chen's family had not gone bankrupt, but only shrunk their property. Moreover, Yi Chen himself had made so much money from investments, so she wouldn't have to worry about whether Yi Chen could support a child on his own. And under the night and day everyone also confessed to each other. It turned out that Yi Chen also likewise has a good feeling about himself, and because of the child, it seems that he also has a different kind of emotion. That should be love. Looking at this notebook full of love, Lu Yina's heart melted. She hugged Yi Chen and kissed him on the cheek with her sideways face. Thank you, hubby. Hubby worked hard. Fool. In order to take good care of you and the child. Husband, this is not considered hard work. Right. Afternoon tea. Wife, what do you want to eat? Hubby will cook it for you? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Can you cook? Ina Lu asked with a smile. You probably haven't eaten what hubby made for you with his own hands. It's at the level of an international culinary master. Yi Chen said with some pride. Your husband. I have advanced cooking skills gifted by the system. And the dishes I make, even if they are not as good as a 3-star Michelin restaurant, they are still better than a 5-star hotel chef. Then, your wife, will be rude to you. It's already so late now. Tonight I want to eat a big meal made by you. Afternoon tea will be waived. I'll just have a fruit. Good. I'll make you an apple salad. You eat it slowly first and watch some TV. It'll be ready soon. Yi Chen got up and held Lu Yina's hand and headed downstairs. Chapter 22, Cooking for Your Wife. After making a salad for Lu Yina, she pressed her onto the sofa to watch TV while Yi Chen got busy with both Aunt Zheng. And after Yu Ina finished her salad, she watched the TV and drifted off to sleep on the couch again. And when Yi Chen woke her up, the table was already set with the meal Yi Chen had made, and smelling it from afar made her think it must be delicious. Looking at the table set, 3 dishes and a pot of old-fashioned soup, pigeon soup, chestnut casserole chicken, tomato scrambled eggs, and salted cabbage hearts. That soup smelled like a clear soup. Yi Chen for this dinner is also under the effort. Pregnant women in pregnancy need to supplement a lot of nutrients, but also cannot be big fish and meat. Big tonic supplement. Pregnant women's dinner should be light, but also rich in nutrients. So he also specially went to the pharmacy to buy some clear tonic Chinese herbs back to stew this pigeon soup. Smell all feel greedy. First of all, he had already filled a bowl of soup for Lu Yina when he pulled her over to this side of the dining table, and also left it to dry for quite a while, so he woke her up to drink the soup. When Lu Yina saw the dining table, those eyes were also filled with incredulity. Did you really make this? My goodness, it looks so much better than the one I made. A lot of thought must have gone into this chestnut casserole, and it smells like the soup is really fresh. It must be good. Lu Yina is looking at the mouth to drool. Without saying a word, immediately sit down. First whole mouth soup. It's really so good. I've never had such a good soup before. It's really so fresh and sweet. Auntie Zhang, come over and drink it together too. Lu Yina exclaimed while calling Auntie Zhang to come over and try her husband's cooking as well. She also hurriedly pulled Yi Chen to sit down and ate by herself. Although they were all home-cooked dishes that were too common to be ordinary, but when they were made from Yi Chen's hands, they were just different. Auntie Zhang hurriedly said from the sidelines, Ouch! Nana, eat slowly. Auntie Zhang also sat down and started to drink the soup. After tasting a bite, her eyes also lit up. Honestly, she was also surprised. She had been by Yi Chen's side for so many years, but she had really rarely seen him enter the kitchen, and she had thought that Yi Chen would not be able to cook, and now this bowl of soup is surprising her. So, she immediately picked up her chopsticks and tried the other dishes. Not to mention, it wasn't doing too bad. Not bad at all. Looks like this kid has really grown up and can love his wife. Seeing that the child she had brought up was now married and had children, and would be willing to be a home cook for the sake of his wife, living such a harmonious life, she was also happy for Yi Chen. I believe Yi Chen will also be a good husband and father. Yi Chen also sat on the side, and while pinching food for Lu Yina, he asked, It's delicious, isn't it? I've told you that the cooking is even better than a 5-star chef. Lu Yina had also finished a bowl of rice at this time, and the movements of her hands slowed down. Is this really made by you? If you didn't say you made it, I guess I would have thought it was made by a 3-star Michelin chef. It's so tremendously delicious. Yi Chen smiled. For sure, as long as you like it, I'll make it for you every day. That's not good. If I eat this much every day, I'll soon turn into a pig. Yu Yina beamed. It's okay, hubby won't mind you. Lu Yina, however, refused. How can this be? I will dislike myself. Fat is not easy to reduce it. Yi Chen laughed. It was true that girls were still quite concerned about their weight. Tick. The host cooks for his wife and children and receives favorable comments, rewarding the host with $100,000. You're rewarding me for this? In the future, if you treat your wife and children well, you'll be able to get all the rewards you want. Yi Chen shook his head and laughed. Then I'll make you an occasional meal in the future. So that's always fine, right? Lu Yana smiled. Good. Hubby is so good. Hubby, I really have to say, you can really be the god of cooking with this cooking skill. Yi Chen looked at such a cute little foodie and smiled even wider. Chapter 23, the babies playing hide and seek. After eating and drinking, both of them also sat on the couch and watched boring TV. Honey, tomorrow morning, are you going to follow me around to look at cars? I'd like to get a mobility scooter so that getting in and out will be easier. By the way, do you have a driver's license yet? Lu Yana examined, but just took the license not long. Still in the internship period, have not had the opportunity to drive on the road. Yi Chen laughed. My husband will drive it in the future. So are you going with me tomorrow morning? Want to take a nap or something? Lu Yana definitely couldn't bear to part with Yi Chen. The two of them were now gradually developing their relationship in a good direction. She really couldn't wait to follow Yi Chen around 24 hours a day. Go on. Tomorrow morning, you remember to wake me up. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up. Lately I've really been sleeping exceptionally well, and I'm getting more and more sleepy. After eating and sleeping, I feel like a pig. Don't be afraid. Even if you turn into a pig, hubby can afford to raise it. Yi Chen smiled dotingly and held Lu Yana in his arms. The two of them were cuddling on the sofa for another long time, and by the time it was 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yana's sleepiness came back and she yawned continuously. I can't. I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Yi Chen, don't go to sleep yet. I haven't had a chance to listen to the little baby's voice today. The fetal heart monitor I bought yesterday can be used today. Yi Chen was also very excited. He also loved to be in contact with the baby, and now he had bought a fetal heart monitor so that he could hear the baby's fetal heart properly. Speaking of fetal heartbeat testing, are we going to have to go for a maternity checkup? I've read online posts about it, and it seems like we have to go to the Women's Health Center to get a birth certificate or something? Now that we're married, that would be good to get a birth certificate or something, right? Yi Chen suddenly remembered some of the posts he had searched out and read today, so he asked, right? Oh, if you didn't remind me, I really forgot I had to go to labor and delivery. Goo, this memory of mine, it's really getting worse. Lu Yana also woke up as if she had forgotten about it. Then, why don't we go to the maternity checkup tomorrow morning? Yi Chen asked. Not going to buy a car then? If you buy a car, you can postpone it, but you can't delay this little child's matter. Yi Chen immediately decided to go for a maternity checkup before buying a car. Then I have to make an appointment first. Otherwise, I'll definitely have to wait in line for a long time when I go there. Lu Yana immediately was taking out her cell phone to make an appointment online for the maternity checkup. Luckily, she had created a card when she went to check on her pregnancy earlier, and now she could make an appointment by bundling her hospital visit card. After making an appointment, Lu Yana then said to Yi Chen, I've made an appointment, and since it's too late to make an appointment, I can only make an appointment after 10:30 as well, so it shouldn't be too late, right? No, just take an early cab ride there when you get there. We'll go back to the room and listen to what the baby is doing. Let's talk about buying a car later. Yi Chen hurriedly went to look for the fetal heart monitor he bought today. Lu Yana felt that her stomach had grown particularly fast in the last 2 days, as if it had gotten half as big overnight. After all, there were 3 little babies inside, and she had been sleeping and eating a lot lately, so that should have something to do with it as well. She took a pillow and half lay down, somewhat shyly lifting her dress to reveal her belly. Yi Chen was unwrapping the package, working out how to use it. Lu Yana took one look at that instrument and saw that this was the same principle as the ultrasound, so she guided Yi Chen. Hubby, take the white bottle of coupling agent, squeeze out a little bit of it against that probe, and put it here to see. Lu Yana pointed at her belly and said. Yi Chen immediately understood, so he followed Lu Yana's instructions and quickly got it right. Little babies, your handsome daddy is here. Yi Chen took the probe and turned on the monitor, placing the probe on Lu Yana's belly. A cacophony of sound immediately came from the monitor. Lu Yana only felt her belly go cold and her pores stood up. Ha! Are the little babies playing hide and seek with daddy? Where? Let daddy hear it. Yi Chen whispered to the baby while holding the probe, as if he was really playing hide and seek. Chapter 24, hearing the fetal heart for the first time. Lu Yana looked at the Yi Chen in front of her, who loved her child so much, and her heart was warmed. The kid will be so happy to have a dad like that. Suddenly, just as Yi Chen's probe wandered over Lu Yana's belly, a loud thump 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 sound was heard from the monitor, which was originally a very loud sound. Yi Chen was also startled by the sound of the heartbeat, and his hands trembled, and at the same time, the system's voice went off. Tick, the host heard the baby's fetal heartbeat for the first time. The system rewards $1 million. It was just that Ji-Chen couldn't care less. Now that he really heard his child's heartbeat, any reward was a floating cloud. Baby, Daddy found you. Are you a big baby or a second baby or a little baby? Yi-Chen's loving fatherly smile was so big that he could barely see his teeth. Lu Yana was similarly stunned by the sound of the heartbeat. It really was too incredible. Life really is amazing. Suddenly there was another murmur from the monitor. Lu Yana also laughed. The little baby is hiding again. Oops, have you hidden it yet? Mommy is coming to find you. Lu Yana was also feeling the baby in her stomach seem to roll over. And then that sunrise powerful heartbeat disappeared. Maybe it was shy to hide. The two warmly and lovingly interacted with the baby and both looked at each other and smiled. How cozy and beautiful it all is. Aunt Zheng standing outside the door is also very emotional. Chen Chen, this child is really grown up. Will love his wife and children. Will also cook for his wife. Auntie Zhang quietly walked back to her room. The next day after 9 o'clock, Yi Chen woke up first, looked at Lu Yana who was still sleeping beside him, caressed her flawless face, smiled, and got up to wash up. He was also a bit sleepless last night because hearing the baby's heartbeat made him feel especially amazing, and he didn't get any sleep until almost 12 o'clock, which is why he was up so late today. After washing up and going downstairs, he was planning to make breakfast when he saw that Auntie Zhang was already making breakfast, so he went back and called Lu Yana up. Wife, get up, it's time to go to labor and delivery after breakfast. Well, don't mind me, I'm so sleepy. Lu Yana rolled over and turned her head, still intending to sleep, when all of a sudden she seemed to think of something and suddenly sat up. I have to go to labor and delivery today, how could I have forgotten? Lu Yana immediately popped up from the bed, asked Yi Chen, hubby, what time is it? Yi Chen looked at her with a smile. Take your time, the time is still early, it's only 9:10 or so now. You finish brushing your teeth first, Auntie Zhang has already made breakfast. I'll wait for you downstairs, don't rush, take your time ha. Aha, good, you go down first, I'll be right there. Lu Yana hurriedly rushed into the restroom and started brushing her teeth and washing her face. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana with a smile and shook his head helplessly. Soon, the two of them then sat down to finish their breakfast together, and Yi Chen had already called a special car ahead of time not long after finishing his breakfast. After they had breakfast, they held hands and walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, and after waiting for a few minutes, the car came. When they arrived at the maternity hospital, they found their way outside the prenatal section, and when they saw the names still in the waiting line, the two of them asked the nurses about the filing. So, they filled out the form, filled out the information and so on for a long time, finally got the maternity book, and then the nurse told them to measure the blood pressure and wait first. After doing that, it didn't take long for Yuina's name to be called on the radio. After entering the department, the doctor glanced at Lu Yana and then at the computer, and suddenly exclaimed in shock, "You're the girl who was naturally pregnant with triplets. Ha, I remember you. Is this your husband? The young man is quite handsome. Ha." Lu Yana smiled and said, "Yes, this is my husband. Doctor, look, here's my maternity book." The doctor took the book excitedly, glanced at the data on it, and counted the dates. "You're only 3 months and 25 days pregnant now, almost 4 months, and looking at the numbers, your blood pressure is a little on the low side, but it doesn't matter, all pre-pregnancies are a little low, and you'll be able to walk around a little bit more after you're past the 4-month mark. We can't do the big screening yet today. You can come in next week for it, but you have to make an appointment now and then have health insurance, right? You can get part of the fee waived with health insurance. 3 babies really need to pay special attention don't go to places with a lot of foot traffic. After 4 months, the baby in your belly will start to grow violently, and it's also more troublesome because you have to control your diet and prevent the baby from growing too big. You've got to take care of a well-balanced diet. Don't eat too much sugar or anything like that. More eggs or something." Then the two men, one standing and the other sitting there, listened attentively to what the doctor said, and also nodded their heads in response to his orders. Chapter 25, accompanying his wife to her maternity checkup. The doctor went on to say, "Your husband is quite good, that he would accompany you to the maternity checkup. He's a good father." Lu Yana smiled happily. "Yes, he's a good father and a good husband. He treats me and the child well." Hearing others praising her husband in this way, Lu Yana's heart was also very happy, and she very cooperatively measured her abdominal circumference. The doctor also smiled and said, "Ouch, what a blessing. Wish you guys happiness forever haha." Yi Chen and Lu Yana smiled together and said, "Thank you for the doctor's blessing." After the two were done with the labor and delivery, it was soon noon as well. "Hubby, are we still going to look at cars today?" Lu Yana asked. "It's still too late to go to the car today, so tomorrow morning, and you'll still have to take a nap in the afternoon, and you'll have to get some rest after dinner in the evening, so it's usually only in the morning, too." Lu Yana, "Actually, it's fine if I don't go, just watch and buy yourself. That's true, but it's okay, seeing as you have mobility issues, it's not good to bring you along on the run. I can check it out on my own this afternoon. What type do you like? Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, I'm thinking, if our 3 little babies come out, we definitely have to hire a few nannies. Right, I'm afraid you'll be tired, and it's better to choose something bigger in terms of using a car. Why don't we buy 2 cars? One is our usual car for traveling without the little one. After all, when the child comes out, we also need to bring it out for medical checkups and whatnot. And if the usual car, it's definitely inconvenient as well. It would be a lot easier to get another nanny car with more people in it, too, don't you think? Yi Chen has long been familiar with the childcare book, so the little child out to do what? Physical examination, when to do complimentary food and so on, these are familiar with. Lu Yina's face was full of adoration. Hubby, how can you be so thoughtful? Do you have any money? If I don't have enough money, I can ask my parents for some, and they've been ready to give me a car as a dowry for a long time. How can I use mom and dad's money? Don't worry, my husband has money. Don't worry, after all, he had a system. Now that the system had also rewarded himself with nearly $10 million, he could buy as many cars as he wanted. I've sold a lot of money from my own investments, and my previous stocks, so you don't have to worry about the money. Mom and dad's money is theirs, you don't have to ask them. Lu Yina was still a little worried. Then I received a rewarding fee of $200,000 before. Let me transfer it to you. Yi Chen immediately is against. Don't, my parents give you a change. Which can give me. You still keep it yourself as pocket money. Speaking of which, wife, we've been married for a few days now, and it seems like I haven't given you any pocket money to spend. I'm really out of line. Wait a minute. I'll transfer $1 million to you in a while. Consider it as your pocket money from your husband. Yi Chen said, and immediately took out his cell phone and transferred $1 million to Lu Yina. Lu Yina is also dumbfounded. Originally she also just wanted to help Yi Chen to buy a car, so she proposed to transfer $200,000 to him. How could she expect that she had another $1 million? Pocket money. What does your husband do? How come he's so rich? I heard from other students that his parents' company has shrunk, and the family is also shrinking a lot. How to move hundreds of thousands of dollars? $1 million to turn? Lu Yina was also curious in her heart, but she was also happy that her husband was capable. Honey, where did you get this money? Am I missing something here? Didn't I hear earlier that your family was going bankrupt? With you like that, I'm going to wonder if I married a dirtbag. Yu Yina laughed and joked. Don't worry about the money, just be at ease as are Yi family's young granny. Hubby's money is definitely clean money, relying on his own skills to earn it back. That's right, even if it's rewarded by the system, it's still earned with your own skills. When Lu Yina heard this heart was also relaxed. As long as it was a decent business and the source of the money was clean, then she didn't care. She was a confused person anyway and had no concept of money. She didn't want to care about it. Chapter 26, Making Money is for Your Wife. Originally, she was also not very good at managing money in this regard. So now that someone was managing money, naturally it was also the best, and it would be good to have her own pocket money to save a bit of trouble. Yi Chen, while Lu Yina was in a daze, had already transferred $1 million to her account and said domineeringly, in the future, every month, my husband will transfer pocket money to you. You don't want to save money for my husband. My husband has money. What do you want to buy? Tell my husband. My husband will buy it for you. One's own woman is naturally one's own favor. How can one condescend to one's own woman? Money is earned and spent, so buy whatever you see. You know what? Lu Yina immediately moved forward and hugged Yi Chen, saying with great emotion, Hubby, you're so nice. Yi Chen also hugged Lu Yina tightly. Fool, you're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? The two discussed, but also can only Yi Chen himself to look at the car. After all, now Lu Yina pregnant. See, the stomach is getting bigger and bigger. To pay more attention to rest, cannot be too laborious. Honey, are you going to prepare to take a break from school? Why don't we take half a year off from school together? Wait until you've given birth to the baby, and then we'll go back to school, okay? I'm also worried about you. By the time your belly is that big, if you have to go back to class, that would be too tiring and unsafe. Yi Chen also suddenly thought of this problem, so he asked for her advice. It's fine for me to take a break from school. Why are you following along? Lu Yina asked with some confusion. It's because I want to work together with you. When the time comes, we'll graduate together in the presence of our little babies, okay? Good. I'll listen to everything you say. Lu Yina snuggled into Yi Chen's arms with a happy face. It was at this time that Auntie Zhang called them. Xiao Chen, Auntie has something to do. She has to go home. My son, he also brought his girlfriend back, so he has to go home for a few days. Can you guys manage? If not, I'll just go back for 2 days. Yi Chen, Auntie Zhang, don't worry about going back. We can handle it. Don't worry about us. Aunt Zhang, then I'm relieved. I haven't had time to go buy the food today, so you guys might have to eat out. Yi Chen, okay auntie, you don't have to worry about us. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen rubbed Lu Yina's head and smiled. Auntie Zhang will be going home for a few days, so we'll have to do 3 meals a day on our own in the next few days. Now, let's go to the supermarket to buy food. Lu Yina reached out and hugged Yi Chen's hand and said with a smile, yes, let's go together. I hope that in the future, 3 meals a day in 4 seasons, I will be with you simply and happily. The two held hands and rode together in a special car for about 10 minutes before arriving at the largest supermarket in Fragrant City. It was the first time for both of them to go grocery shopping and they were unfamiliar with the food market and all that, so they had to go to the supermarket to check out the fresh ingredients as well. The two of them headed straight over to the fresh meat side to look at the hard dishes they were going to make today before they went to get the vegetables and the snacks and so on. The two of them discussed it as they walked. This steak looks quite fresh. Why don't we have steak for lunch? Yi Chen picked up a piece of steak and said to Lu Yina. Good. Anyway, you cooked it. I'll eat whatever you cook. Lu Yina said with a smile. The two men soon finished buying the dishes they needed. Steak for lunch and fish for dinner. Yi Chen saw that he had finished buying the food, so he planned to pull Lu Yina away. Only Lu Yina suddenly yanked Yi Chen back. Wait a minute. We moved to a new home. There should be a lot of things we haven't bought all the way too. Let's go to the living area over there and see if there's anything we need to buy, okay? Yi Chen cannot help but wonder. Before and parents have come to the supermarket. What toothbrush, washcloth, slippers, these are not all bought. Now this is to buy what? Yi Chen is not short of anything, but since it is the wife wants to buy, do husband's nature is also a company to go. Yi Chen thought about it and nodded. Then go take a look and see what you need to buy. Chapter 27, Buying Couples Goods. So the two of them went up to the living area on the second floor of the supermarket together. Lu Yina picked up a pair of white slippers and asked Yi Chen, does this pair look good? Yi Chen is not sure. Isn't this a men's slipper? Could it be that she is afraid that she will become fat after pregnancy and can't wear the current slippers? So she came to buy men's slippers? But don't the girls' models also come in larger sizes? Why don't you buy one size bigger? Yi Chen asked in puzzlement. Aren't these boys' slippers? What did you buy them for? Lu Yina laughed. Who said it was bought for me? It was chosen for you. Yi Chen froze. Picked it out for me? Didn't you already buy everything at home? Lu Yina was a little excited. That wasn't the one I chose for you. Now this pair is the one I chose for you. Moreover, I'm going to buy a pair exactly like yours. In fact, Lu Yina is also a sudden thought to buy two people's couple shoes. Not only to buy couple shoes, but also to buy couple pajamas, couple clothes and so on. She would like to be closer to Yi Chen. She'll have a whole set of bonding clothes for when the kids come out later. It's really good to look forward to it. Yi Chen also saw through the small mind of this little woman in front of him, so he also let her. So, Lu Yina picked up another side of the powder blue slippers in her hand and asked, how about this pair? I actually kinda like the pink color. After saying that, Lu Yina also beamed, seemingly disgruntled. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Let her. Probably every woman has a pink teenage heart, and that, in turn, adds a bit of bonding between the two. Pink is fine too. Buy whatever you like. Lu Yina looked at Yi Chen with an incredulous face. You're willing to wear pink, ah? Yi Chen spread his hands. It's just for wearing at home. It's not like I'm wearing it outside, right? My wife bought it. I'm sure I'll wear it, ah. Lu Yina instantly was excited. Hubby, you're so nice. That being said, Yi Chen, this was the more he heard the more he loved to hear, the more comfortable he felt. The two then walked back to the place that sold couples' clothes, pajamas, jackets, to toothbrushes and washcloths, to underwear, etc. All bought in couples' clothing. Seeing her picking so happily, Yi Chen also smiled. Yi Chen has never really shopped in a supermarket with a woman other than his own mother, so he also patiently accompanied her as she shopped, and then pulled a whole bunch of things with a shopping cart to the checkout counter after choosing the right one. The swipe was successful. It was at this point that the system went off. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spoiling his wife, and returning the reward to the host at 10 times the bill. Yi Chen's cell phone beeped. My god, 10 times? That's over $100,000. It's okay. It was only when Yi Chen took a bunch of loot that he felt that he must buy a car in the fastest time possible. Without a car to drive, getting in and out is just too much of a hassle. Just after the two of them came out of the supermarket, it was already almost 1:30, so it was definitely too late to go home and cook and eat. So the two of them also found a Chinese restaurant to go and have lunch before taking a taxi back for a nap. In the evening, when Lu Yina was still sleeping, Yi Chen had already started preparing the ingredients early, ready to give Lu Yina a candlelight dinner. Just as Yi Chen was busy in the kitchen, Lu Yina tried on the couple slippers, and the couple pajamas and walked to come. Honey, try the slippers on. Do you think I look good in these pajamas? Yi-Chen put Lu Yana handed slippers to wear. Pink slippers, or the first time to wear it. Ha ha, I really didn't expect that there would be such a day when the old man's pink girlish heart was fulfilled by his wife. After Yi-Chen changed into the couple's slippers, he stood up and gently pinched Lu Yina's face that had turned scarlet from excitement. It's really pretty. This color, it's the first time I've tried it. It just feels a bit weird. Ha ha. Yi-Chen laughed out loud, and Lu Yana followed suit. But, no matter how to say, Yi-Chen is also a straight man, now actually wearing pink slippers. Chapter 28, Completing the Favored Wife Quest. But it's a blessing to be able to wear couple slippers with the person you love. She was also not expecting her husband to actually wear pink couple slippers with her, and her heart could not help but well up with a burst of sweetness. So, do I look good in these pajamas? Yi-Chen said with a smile. The wife picked it out. So naturally it looks good. Lu Yana smiled sweetly with a cheeky smile, her eyes looking into the kitchen. What are you making? I can smell a very fragrant odor. Yi-Chen, I'm preparing today's dinner. I just made a salad. I didn't put watermelon in it, so go over there and watch TV first. It'll be done in half an hour or so. This steak is marinated, and once it's seasoned, it's ready to fry. Quickly, Yi-Chen had already made borscht now and was warming it up in the rice cooker. This borscht had a very balanced nutrition, so Yi-Chen planned to let Auntie Zhang make it occasionally. Right now, he's got pasta cooking in the pan, seasoning ready on the other side, and finally just need to sear the steak and he's done. Because he had set the table ahead of time, all he had to do was get a fire going. With this advanced cooking technique rewarded by the system, it was easy to make it for any ingredient. This technique, it's really quite impressive. Yi-Chen took a bowl of salad, while pushing Lu Yana to walk to the TV. You hurry and sit over here. I'm going to close the kitchen door. Frying a steak in a while, even if there's a hood. I'm worried that if you smell all this grease you'll regurgitate it. Thus, Lu Yana had no choice but to sit in front of the TV with a bowl of salad by herself, leaving Yi-Chen alone in the kitchen to fight alone. Dinner was done in about half an hour. Yi-Chen brought up the arranged steak, and Lu Yana, who smelled the aroma, had long since been unable to resist walking over it this time. Wow, that smells good. Lu Yana looked at the neatly arranged steaks and couldn't help but praise them. She was also now already able to see that Yi-Chen had prepared a candlelight dinner for himself. Instantly moved to the point of wanting to cry. Honey, you're so nice. I can't believe I'm so lucky to be your wife. Yi-Chen laughed and said, just your sweet mouth. You sit down first. I'll bring up the meal soon. And there's a serving of spaghetti in there too. Yi-Chen was also careful to cut Lu Yina's portion of steak first, lit the candlelight, and then poured himself a glass of red wine. You're pregnant. You can't drink. I've prepared a glass of lemonade for you. Hot. Cheers to our happiness. Lu Yana raised this cup of loving lemonade and toasted with Yi-Chen. Here's to our future happiness. Hubby, thank you. Yi-Chen laughed. You can start eating now. You little glutton. I already knew you've been enduring for a long time. Lu Yana laughed. Who made your cooking so good? It feels like your cooking is even better than a Michelin chef. Yi-Chen was still quite happy to hear his wife's praise. Hurry up and start eating. Lu Yana was indeed also hungry when she saw such a delicious meal. Who made her husband's cooking smell so good? She really had a feeling that she couldn't stop eating. So the two men buried their heads in their food as well. After finishing her meal, Lu Yana put away her rice bowl very consciously. But Yi-Chen whispered lowly at this time. Put the bowl down. You're a pregnant woman. How can your husband let you do housework with a big belly? You hurry up and sit down and rest. Everything is left to hubby yet. Yi-Chen said this while herding Lu Yana to the television set, and even sent the remote control to her hands. This was really spoiling her like a princess. This moved Lu Yina's heart. She glanced down at the pink slippers under her feet, and then at the pink slippers under Yi-Chen's feet, and all of a sudden, she felt that she was really too happy. I'm really so happy and lucky to have a husband as good as you. Lu Yana was almost moved to tears. Yes, how many families have husbands who come home and don't care? She actually found Yi-Chen such a good man who can cook and do housework. It was at this moment that the system in Yi-Chen's head rang. Tick. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spoiling his wife, rewarding the host with $100,000. Oh, my god, is there a reward for this too? It seems that I'm really getting to know this system better. Chapter 29, Further Relationships. The next morning, Yi-Chen got up relatively early. He washed up early and went downstairs to the kitchen to make breakfast, returning to the room again to wake up Lu Yana. The time was now a little more than 9 o'clock. The book said that breakfast before 9:30 is excellent for the baby and for the pregnant woman, so he would strive to do everything before 9:30 every time, and then wake up Lu Yana. While he was thinking of pushing the door in, Lu Yana pushed her way out of the room. Last night she was up early too, probably because she drank too much in the afternoon and went to bed early in the evening. The two looked at each other face to face and smiled at each other. In the beginning, Lu Yana still had some scruples. After all, Everyone is also not too familiar with each other, so a lot of times we'll avoid a little, unless it is asleep. It was just that after the confession of both sides and a few days of getting along down the road, nowadays Lu Yana no longer minded her veiled appearance being seen by Yi Chen. After the two ate breakfast, Yi Chen also received the system reward of 100,000 yuan in the wife and children at the same time. The system will also make corresponding rewards to him. Why not do it? Wife, there's nothing to do today. Why don't we go look at cars together? Yi Chen asked. Look at the car. I don't know anything about cars. I only look at the shape of it. Lu Yana said back. It's okay, by what you see, hubby has the money. Lu Yana couldn't help but laugh. Yo, buy when you fancy. You have a lot of money now? I fancy 10 million luxury car also buy. Buy. As long as the wife likes the loan also buy. Yi Chen said atmospherically. It's not like you can't afford it even if it's really a $10 million luxury car. Do not want to loan it. You go to buy a car. Those sales are like you loan. Those loan interest can be high. Lu Yana did not agree. Then I accompany you to see well. Buy a car do not have to buy expensive. To be practical on the line, the car is just to get around. I do not think there is no need to buy too expensive. What do you think? Lu Yana also did not know how much money Yi Chen had in his pocket. But Yi Chen was also still just a senior student, and had spent money to buy a house before, and the family had gone through an economic crisis, so it was estimated that there was not much money on hand. That's why he said such words. However, in fact, her heart is really like this. After all, this car is really just a transportation tool. There is no need to buy too expensive. Economical and practical. Good looking on the line. Yi Chen is also pleased with a smile. Right. So wife you have to go to see. Otherwise I may who's messy by it. I budgeted a few million. The family definitely need to buy a nanny car. And then buy a car that usually goes in and out of the car. And for Auntie Zhang to buy a grocery car. 3 cars? A few million should be enough. A couple million? Even 3 million is a lot. You're too good at making money. Aren't you, hubby? You're really good at making money. Lu Yana couldn't help but marvel at Yi Chen's words. After all, $3 million isn't something that just any family can afford. It's not $300. It's not $3,000. It's $3 million. Even if you buy 10 $300,000 cars, that's enough. And now Yi Chen said to buy 3 cars with $3 million? On average, it's $1 million a car? She also didn't know exactly how much money was left in Yi Chen's pocket. In case she spent it all, she wouldn't have the money to raise a small child in the future. After all, she was carrying triplets. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana's shocked and cute face and couldn't help but smile. Didn't I tell you? Your husband I'm rich and don't lack money. So feel free to buy it. Come on, let's take a cab together and go car shopping. Preferably a current car, the kind that you buy now and drive away. These days I'm really fed up with having to wait for a car every day when I go out. It's better to have my own car for comfort. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with such bravado, and also found it funny. Sure enough, men are as excited as a chicken blood when it comes to the matter of buying a car. Probably, every man has a dream of buying a car. Now that it can be realized, it's natural to be excited and thrilled. Chapter 30, Buying a Car. Yi Chen directly took a taxi to the largest famous car dealership in Shangcheng, Minghui Car Dealership. Yesterday evening, Yi Chen has already fully understood this Minghui Car Dealership. This car dealership, all the cars have, domestic, imported everything, so come here to see is the best choice. And, Yi Chen had looked at quite a few car models last night. Now it's just a matter of getting a feel for what it's like to test drive it live. He now has almost $10 million in his hand to buy a car. As long as he doesn't buy those customized versions, Yi Chen has enough money in his hand. Honey, have you been looking at any cars? Lu Yana looked at the car dealership where various brands of cars were placed. There were a lot of car brands in there that she hadn't even seen before. After all, Lu Yana usually did not understand the car, and out of social work experience is not. Therefore, she can recognize the vehicle information, but also those few big brands. What BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche these still recognize? Yi Chen laughed. You first look at it, see the husband to buy for you. He now has enough money in his hand to buy a good $10 or $8 million luxury cars, and his bottom line is naturally sufficient. If the wife says buy it, he pays for it. Seeing that Yi Chen was so atmospheric, Lu Yana was also relieved to go look at the car. Just look at pretty much anything yourself. A couple $100,000 or so, that's about right, isn't it? Hubby said there's $3 million, so that should do it too. So she pointed to the latest model of the red Mercedes-Benz Mini over there. If I'm driving myself then I'll take this one. You just said you wanted a nanny car so I'll just get this one. It's not too expensive. Lu Yana really want to buy a model of this. After all, in the future, but also to raise children. And now Yi Chen is not working, the money is also less and less. Or do not spend money better. This car can't work after the baby is born, even if you don't sit in your car, if you go somewhere to play with friends, buy something or something, wanna put something can't work it's better to buy a 4-seater with a carriage or something. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive, pick another one. At this time, Lu Yana beside the salesman is also two eyes light, thinking that this single has a chance, so he immediately offered his attentiveness and started to introduce it to Lu Yana. Wandered through the entire dealership from her original brand to Porsche BMW. When she finally looked at it, she said, all the other cars are too cool. Let's get something a little more understated. The Mercedes-Benz GLC that was just introduced. Lu Yana is also compared to a lot of cars. On this one is to look at is more low profile, a little bit of those Porsche BMW's sports car. These look like a tycoon to open. She herself has always liked to act in a low profile, and this car to see even if it is a high with only 600,000 yuan less than the appearance of the interior are looking good. Yi Chen could not help but shake his head and said, wife, this car is not yet on the million it. To buy sure to buy more than $1 million is called luxury car and then pick a well. Lu Yana just shook her head. There's no need to look. Just this one. I'm tired of looking at it too. Yi Chen couldn't help but rush over to support her, fearing that she would get hurt in general. Are you okay? Then don't look at it. Just buy this one, right? I have just chosen. Buy the same model with you. When our cars can be exchanged with each other to drive. With your model of the style is similar to the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT it. For Auntie Zhang, let's give her a Mercedes-Benz Mini. It's also convenient for parking. You're for real. But the nanny car hasn't even been bought yet, and you've already bought 3 cars. You're really spending money like water. Yi Chen laughed. Money is spent as it is earned, and buying these cars only cost more than $3 million. Not much. Seriously, I've been married to you for a few days now, and I haven't really given you anything of value other than a proposal ring, so I still feel pretty guilty as a husband. The salesman on the other side of the room was all eyes. Sold 3 cars out at once. How can he still be calm? Immediately, he was inviting both Lu Yana and Yi Chen to the pantry. Immediately, a pot of tea was brewed for them, and Yi Chen very thoughtfully ordered for them to prepare a cup of plain water for Lu Yana. If you're pregnant, you can't drink strong tea. Chapter 31 $1 million car. The male salesman immediately grabbed a calculator and was on hand to do the math. Then he said to the two Yi Chen, Mr. Yi Mrs. Yi, the Mercedes AMG GT you just said you wanted to order. Is it the top of the line or? Yi Chen, naturally, I want the top of the line, all 3 cars for me. In fact, Yi Chen has also thought about it. In the future, when the car comes back, he will drive the one that Lu Yana chose, and let her drive the one that she chose. Okay. The male salesman smiled back and slowly pulled out a pen and paper and various tools and began to do the math. The Mercedes AMG GT tops out at $3.68 million, the new Mercedes GLC at $480,000, and the Mercedes Mini at $350,000, for a total of $4.51 million. Look, Mr. Yi, this male sales tentatively asked Yi Chen. His heart at this time is also very excited. This single down. His commission also has a lot of a did not slip. At least before this, the male salesman also did not expect that the 2 people who were dressed so plainly and simply actually had to buy 3 cars at once, and the total car payment had already reached more than $4 million. Don't you guys ever get a discount on a car? Yi Chen is not a little cute. The buyer naturally has to bargain. After all, whose money is not blown by the wind? Is not it? Seeing that the other party was also a luxurious and rich master, the male salesman immediately went to ask the manager to come out. The manager of this car dealership immediately walked out after hearing the words of the male salesman and cheerfully greeted Yi Chen and the 2 of them. Dare I ask if Mr. Yi is prepared to pay in installments or all at once? Naturally, it's a one-time payment. Yi Chen returned indifferently. It's only a few million. He still has money on his card and doesn't feel the need to install it. The manager smiled and said, we still have a great discount on the purchase of the car now. The interior and all this is a gift. Let's do it this way. I'll make the decision. Seeing as how Mr. Yi is also a generous person. 3 cars, total price of 4,280,000 yuan. How do you think it is? Oh, my god, $230,000 missing in one fell swoop? Is this car that profitable? Yi Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart, but on his face he didn't show it. Asked Ina Lu, wife, what do you think? Lu Yana at this time has been shocked by the total price of these 3 cars. Just one car will have to be more than $3 million. Can be really expensive. It's okay. You look after it. I'll listen to you. Lu Yana also didn't know how much money Yi Chen actually earned. At this moment, she only felt that Yi Chen was really so rich. After all, even for those who do business, there are many people who can't even come up with more than $4 million at one time. Then can this car be driven away directly? Yi Chen asked the manager. Just pay the money, sign the contract, get the paperwork done and you can just drive away, the manager said with a smile. Then, swipe your card and sign the contract, Yi Chen said indifferently. The moment he waited to pay, the system went off. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of buying a car for his wife. The system will reward the host with 3 times the total purchase price of the car. Yi Chen couldn't help but stare, about to be pissed off on the spot. I'm going. System, do you think you're playing me? Why didn't you tell me earlier that there would be such a high incentive to buy a car? If I had known, I would have bought a $10 million luxury car, one day at a time. That's what's going on. Soon after, Yi Chen received a system reward of 12.84 million. It was almost 1 o'clock by the time the guys at the dealership got everything done with the paperwork. Yi Chen drove the most expensive car away on the spot, and had the other cars driven to the house after the people at the dealership had put on their license plates. Back at home, Lu Yana hadn't returned to her senses that she had come back in a car that was over $3 million. Hubby, why are you so rich? Lu Yana couldn't help but ask. Anyway, up to now, she didn't realize that her husband was so capable that not only did he buy a tens of millions of dollars of house, but now he also said that he had more than $10 million in the card, and now it was worth spending almost half of the deposit to buy a car. Just rest assured, your husband, I am really rich. You don't need to save for your husband in the future, Yi Chen whispered. After all, he was also weak in his heart. After all, this was the money that came from the system rewards. Chapter 32, Trusting Yi Chen. It seems like I really need to get some investments or something to rationalize my money more in the future. Although now have told Lu Yana in the investment, but also cannot take what the actual nature of things for her to see. Now also can only first coaxed. Lu Yana also had to say this. I definitely want you to have such earning power. I still choose to believe in you, husband. Lu Yana hurriedly went forward and hugged Yi Chen tightly. This was her husband, and even more so, the father of her babies. She was sure to trust Yi Chen. Time flew by and soon it was time to go into labor for the 4D. Aunt Zhang because her partner accidentally fell on his foot while working, unable to move, no one around to take care of. Injured bones have to be about 100 days to recover, so Aunt Zhang also had to take a month and a half of vacation, so that her partner can walk around to take care of themselves before going back to take care of Yi Chen. Fortunately, Yi Chen had nothing to do right now and could still take care of Lu Yana, a pregnant woman. However, Yi Chen had also started to look for candidates for a sister-in-law and a nanny now. After all, when the 3 little ones were born in the future, it was definitely necessary to hire a nanny, or else a few people would definitely not be able to take care of them as well. It's not like I'm broke now, and I can't suffer my wife and kids. On this day, early in the morning he had gotten up and made breakfast before calling Lu Yana to get up. Now Lu Yana became more and more sleepy, and also had a bit of a childish temper towards herself, and became more dependent on herself. All girls have little tempers, let alone a pregnant girl, so Yi Chen also tried to care for his wife as much as possible. In the past few days, Yi Chen had also received over $2 million in rewards for caring for his wife and child, and roughly speaking, his personal savings had almost reached $20 million. Nowadays, making money is the only thing that can give him motivation. After all, in the future, he will have to raise a family, not to mention the money for milk powder and diapers, and then he will have to hire a few nannies. Add to that the cost of the monthly payments, and it's a lot of money to spend. It's really hard to get around without money. After the two had breakfast, soon drove to the hospital. Now already the baby in the belly has been almost 6 months. That is, almost 24 weeks. Counting the abdominal circumference is also more than twice as big as before. Today came to the hospital is already made an appointment to do 4-dimensional. Yi Chen held Lu Yana carefully and babyishly. If the month had been a little older, I guess it would have been a pain in the ass to come to the hospital. Lu Yana also nursed her stomach tightly. Now that she was as big as someone else's 7+ months, she naturally had a small belly that rose up, and her physiology had changed drastically as well. She had already anticipated that she must be on the verge of not even being able to get out of the door in her later years, and now she was only 6 months old and her belly was already so big. At the same time, she was also worried about what might happen during labor. After all, triplets were still really rare. Yi Chen also seemed to have guessed what was in Lu Yana's heart, so he said to her, "Don't you worry, everything is with my husband." Lu Yana held Yi Chen's hand tightly. She was also afraid. After all, it was also the first time she was pregnant. Facing the unknown, it was normal to be afraid. The two went straight to the ultrasound place and waited for their names to be called. Soon the two had been called in to the ultrasound room. This female doctor was surprisingly still the same female doctor who had examined for Lu Yana before, and after the three had greeted each other, they began to check up. The female doctor gently let Lu Yana lie up, and Yi Chen followed along after spending some of his connections. He helped Lu Yana gently lie down on the bed. and the female doctor gently squeezed some coupling agent on Lu Yina's belly before picking up the probe and gently sweeping it across. Yi Chen had already been on the sidelines with his cell phone recording video. He wanted to record this moment, so that he could have a good memory when he got old later. Well, the little babies are well behaved, the female doctor said while looking at the screen. Well, turn on your side to see this shy baby first. The female doctor gestured for Yuina to lie on her right side. Chapter 33, A Strong Baby Heartbeat. Took another probe, only to hear a burst of thump, 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 thump. Strong heartbeat from the instrument. Even though usually Yi Chen and the others used some small fetal heart monitoring instruments to listen to the fetal heart, but at this time, hearing the baby's heartbeat was still as exciting as ever. Listen, this is the sound of the first baby. Come, let's have a look at the second baby. The female doctor all in all smiled very gently. Bang bang bang, the heartbeat is very rapid and strong. Hear that? Listen to the third baby. Well, this one is a little shy. The female doctor's probe was twisting. There's no hiding. Listen. The female doctor eventually found the little one's heartbeat. Several of the little ones have very good heart rhythms, very healthy heartbeats. The female doctor switched to another probe. Now let's take a look at the little baby's limbs and head. All that was seen was a sudden moving image on the instrument, and what appeared to be amniotic fluid where the probe was probing. The female doctor's probe also felt around for a while, before she saw the little baby's proper face. Look at these eyes and nose. They really look like you, sir. What a tall nose. At this time, Yi Chen was concentrating on recording the video. He also did not dare to disturb the doctor. At this time, when he heard that the female doctor even praised himself, his mood was also very happy. Thank you, doctor. He held up his cell phone, not wanting to miss any moments at all. What about recording these and playing them for the baby when he was older? The female doctor also smiled. Both you and your wife's face are so high. The baby will surely be beautiful when it comes out as well. Suddenly, the female doctor's probe seemed to be kicked by the baby. The female doctor also laughed joyfully. What? You guys think so too, don't you? So after that the whole process went down very smoothly and the little ones were self-conscious and cooperative. Once you get your 4D results, go back to your OB appointment. Lu Yina is also still making appointments with Dr. Lai, who used to give her maternity checkups, so that her situation is familiar to this doctor as well. Dr. Lai was also pleasantly surprised when she saw Lu Yina. After all, this was the only triplet she had come into contact with since she had been practicing for more than 20 years. The three of them briefly exchanged greetings, and Dr. Lai took over Lu Yina's 4D report, looked at the data on it, and then held it up for a careful comparison. Only then did he say to Yi Chen and the two of them, now the baby's development is very good, only now it's also almost to the late stage. The diet should be as light as possible, to avoid the baby's weight being too big in the late stage, so that it's a very hard work for the pregnant woman. Eat less fatty and heavy sugary things, and try not to eat anything like cakes and chocolates. The doctor instructed the two in detail, and finally said, pay attention to what you should pay attention to. Now if you don't want to exercise, try not to go for a walk, because the belly will get bigger and bigger. In addition, there is also the fact that you can book a good single bed now. If you have triplets, most likely you will have to have a cesarean section, so you can come to the hospital to give birth after you are full term. After all, the belly gets bigger later in life, and it's still too risky to force a normal labor with triplets. Yi Chen was also worried about these, and now that he had heard the doctor's advice, he immediately planned to book a good single room first, to avoid too many people at that time and noisy others, and the triplets really shouldn't be squeezed into a room with others. Lu Yina just sat on the side, waiting for Yi Chen to finish all the formalities. After all, she really didn't even want to move right now. It's really not a good idea to do it later. Triplets. After the birth of the belly, not only to have an additional scar, but I heard that it will also become wrinkled, and will not have the elasticity of the previous. The triplets are naturally also by the other people's firstborn belly to support a bigger and more difficult to see. At that thought, tears welled up in her eyes while rubbing her stomach. In the future, I don't know if Yi Chen will mind it. Lu Yina actually realized that her thoughts have changed dramatically. Everything is Yi Chen first. Everything is thinking of Yi Chen and the child first. Just like now, the more you think about it, the more you want to cry. She also suspected that she had postpartum depression, worrying about this and that all day long, and living a cautious life every day. Chapter 34, I'll never dislike you. So, when Yi Chen returned, she immediately told Yi Chen about her situation. Yi Chen was also a bit worried. Fortunately, Lu Yina told herself everything. Otherwise, even if he knew that she would be worried about the child, but he might not have thought that she would get prenatal depression. Maybe it's also because I've been too focused on the baby on weekdays and ignored her inner thoughts. I can't do that again. I should put her first in everything. and of course take care of the baby as well. Yi Chen then carefully pacified her. Don't worry, how could my husband possibly dislike you? If I dislike you, am I still a person? Hubby will never, ever dislike you. Just put your mind at ease for a million years. You are my favorite wife. You see, I bought a car, I'll write your name. After a while, I put this house, also write your name. And sign a marital agreement. If divorced, I'll be netted out of the house. This is okay, right? Lu Yana hurriedly pressed Yi Chen's mouth to prevent him from continuing. What are you talking about? I'm also just blindly worrying. I forbid you to say that. Fine. I won't say anything if my wife won't let me. Good girl. You shouldn't have such paranoid thoughts in the future either. After all, you're the woman who gave birth to my children. You also know what kind of person I, Yi Chen, am, right? How could I possibly do something like this that goes against God's reasoning? Yi Chen hurriedly and gently calmed Lu Yana. After all, prenatal depression can be big or small. And it's not that depression is only after giving birth. It's very important for pregnant women to be aware of the main changes in their moods throughout their pregnancies. After all, their wives are the ones who are going to be with them for the rest of their lives. After a few days, Yi Chen's parents as well as Lu Yana's parents came together to see their little couple. They came here this time as for them to apply for a break in school procedures. And the break in school procedures are only mom and dad to go for them. After all, now Lu Yana is also a big belly. After all, it is still inconvenient. Now Yi Chen and Lu Yana have both taken a break from school in advance. And it is only after a year that the two will go back to school again. And Auntie Zhang came back to work. And now the young couple is living more and more comfortably. The family is together and having a good time. One morning, Ina Lu's cell phone kept vibrating. Lu Yana was still sleeping when she was woken up by this loud vibration. She'd forgotten to turn on airplane mode before bed again. Grabbing his cell phone, he saw 20 or so missed calls and dozens of messages. And the message was also basically from her best friend and sister in college, Gu Ying. Lu Yana couldn't help but feel strange in her heart. What exactly was Ying looking for her so urgently? How could she have called so many times? Lu Yana immediately returned a call to her good sister. Nana, you are finally willing to return my call. Gu Ying seemed as if she had gotten very angry on the phone. Lu Yana asked, what's wrong? What's the point of calling me so much? Gu Ying yelled over the phone. You still want me to come and ask you, don't you? I'm telling you, I'm really angry now. Very angry, the kind that can't be coaxed. You actually got pregnant and married in secret without telling me? Do you still have me as a good sister in your eyes? Lu Yana was also shocked. You? How did you know that I was married and pregnant? Gu Ying was also really pissed off by her. You really hid this well. But you know that someone at school saw you go to the hospital with a man for a maternity checkup. And you had a big diamond ring on your hand. There was also a guy who went with you to buy a luxury car. And it's also been rumored that this guy is from our school. All of this has spread on the school forums and all the online platforms. The whole school knows about you guys. And besides, you're suspended together. Geez, it looks like everyone guessed right. Combine that with all your previous behavior and the fact that you haven't been to class for so long. You must be pregnant. Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen, who was eating breakfast, and Yi Chen was also asking with his mouth, who is it? Lu Yana just smiled at Yi Chen. Chapter 35, Tell the Schoolgirl's Roommate. At this time, only Yi Chen and Lu Yana were left in the living room. Yi Chen's parents helped Yi Chen to take care of the procedures for the suspension of school and then went back. They are now preparing for Yi Chen to take over their company. As long as a month ahead of time for Yi Chen to come to the internship, then they can come over to bring their grandchildren together. And Ina Lu's father had gone back, leaving only Mom Lu, who was now following her nanny to go grocery shopping. Lu Yana was holding her cell phone in her hand at the moment and whispered into the phone, they guessed right. I am married to Yi Chen, who is the same age, and I have really gotten pregnant as well. While Gu Ying on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time, she seemed to have thought of something. Is that the day? The night you didn't come back to the dormitory? Yu Ina blushed and said, aha. Gu Ying sighed. Married just like that? Not even a wedding. Don't you feel sorry? Does he love you? Lu Yana took her cell phone and walked to the sofa and sat down. Only then did she slowly say, not really, because I am pregnant with triplets. So in order to be safe, after I have given birth to the children, and then hold the wedding, what Yi Chen promised me, the same will not be less for me. I also have a very good relationship with him. I can feel that he likes me too. Don't worry, how could the man I chose be bad? As Lu Yana said this, she glanced in Yi Chen's direction again. Gu Ying couldn't help but be shocked at what she heard. What? Triplets? You're a pig, you. Lu Yana was so angry by her words that she wanted to hit someone. You pig. Your whole family is a pig. I'm really pregnant and can't afford to hit. It's all three cute little lives. Gu Ying sighed once again. Alas, such a delicate flower has been stuck in cow dung. It's also pregnant with triplets. I don't care, I want to be the children's godmother. Lu Yana also smiled and said, "Don't bury Yi Chen like this. Yi Chen is also quite handsome. I also told you that I quite like Yi Chen's type of boy. The position of the child's godmother will definitely be left to you. Don't worry." Guangying, then when are you free? Come out and have a good chat? Or where is your house? I'll go to your house? Did Yi Chen buy a house? It's not like he's got a big family living in a small, shabby house, is it? I've heard that his family went bankrupt. Is that true? Lu Yana, his family isn't broke. Don't listen to others. Yi Chen bought a house a long time ago. I now live in the center of the city at No. 8, Imperial View Court. I do have a large family living together. His parents are especially good to me. Yi Chen is an only child so after the child is born, I guess they will also live together. You can come over to play with me when you are free. I am now almost 7 months pregnant. My stomach is too big to go out. Guangying was shocked. No. 8, Imperial View Court in the city center. That's a villa. When I'm free in a few days, I'll definitely look for you to play. I really need to see a big villa of a rich family. If you want to eat what you want me to bring what's good to eat, tell me. I will absolutely fulfill you. Yes. Then let's not chat for a while. I have to run some errands in a while. I'll come and chat with you when I'm free, so that you don't have to be a pregnant woman suffocating at home every day. So the two said goodbye to each other and hung up. Lu Yana's side had just put her cell phone back into her pocket when she turned her head and saw Yi Chen staring straight at herself. What's going on here? Yi Chen saw this and asked. I just heard some of it through the cell phone. Is it true that others know about our marriage and your pregnancy? Lu Yana also confessed directly to Yi Chen. Well, I was seen going to the grocery store with you with a big belly, and now the whole school has found out about it, and there's been a lot of talk about it, and a lot of speculation about it individually. Yi Chen, so do you want them to know? Ina Lu, why are you asking me that? Yi Chen, you're the only recognized school flower of our Xi'an University, and I'm just a nobody. If I'm with you, I'm sure it'll cause you some influence as well. So will you. Yi Chen, how can you think like that? In my heart, you will always be the most handsome. Marrying you is the happiest and luckiest thing in my life. You know, you're the best. As she said it, her face turned red, and at this time, Yi Chen and Lu Yana's hearts had each made up their own minds. Chapter 36, The News That Spread Through the School. At this time, Yi Chen's cell phone also rang. It was a tweet from his roommate, signaling him to read a message from the dorm group. After Yi Chen comforted Lu Yana, he sat aside and looked at his cell phone. Yi Chen, I heard that you got married and had a baby with our schoolgirl. Is that true? My goodness. I heard that the schoolgirl's family is quite rich. She's a rich white girl. You're so lucky. That's right. The school beauty of Xiangshan University. She's good looking, and her family doesn't lack money. You're really lucky. Mr. Yi, quickly tell us, how on earth can we chase a woman of such high quality? How about a couple of tricks? Yeah, let's learn it too. And see if we can pick up a rich white girl and go to the top in life from now on. Just you? Forget it. Yi Chen at least can look. His family is not bad. You are a beggar. Who can look at you? Even the blind can't look at you. Stop daydreaming here. That's not true. Don't look at others. Yi Chen everywhere is better than you. Yi Chen really couldn't stand to watch this ass kissing. It was going to the heavens, so he returned the favor. I told you guys before, I'll get married to Ina Lu. It's just that you guys don't believe me. We're really already married. The licensed kind. It's legal. Yi Chen's sentence caused them to set off another big shock. I go. I really thought you were bragging at the time. After all, not everyone can get the schoolgirl. I also really didn't think it was true. And usually didn't see what kind of contact you have with the schoolgirl. Really did not expect you kid really so fast with the schoolgirl a month or two time directly married. It's really shocking. So you guys really even have a baby? I'm still more curious about that. I heard from someone else that Lu Yana's stomach should be about to give birth at that time. Right. The timing of this doesn't match up either. You kid wouldn't be a cheap father for the sake of beauty. Would you? Yi Chen also just returned a tonic. He was really going to be pissed off by these people. Cheap dad? He'd only be a pawn if he had a hole in his head. Yi Chen, is a pure man. When I was telling you guys, she was already pregnant, and I just found out about it. That's why I told you guys about getting married. I'm a man. How can I be the wrongdoer? Everyone who saw this was also silent for a moment. Good boy. This is how you married the schoolgirl. You're really fast. But, not to mention, your kid is really bullish too. I really admire you too. That's right. If you're married, why don't you have a wedding? Yeah, well, at least treat us to a meal to celebrate, right? Yi Chen hurriedly replied. It's not that I don't want to do it, but Nana, she's pregnant with triplets. It's better to do it again in a big way when you're in too much of a hurry. Don't worry, I'll invite you guys to come and eat the wedding wine at that time. Or maybe sometime, I'll take you guys out for a big dinner together again. Yi Chen's relationship with his housemates is still quite good. so also for the sake of the brothers, only to say that they will be invited to eat a set. After getting Yi Chen's answer, Lu Ming's 3 housemates stopped pestering him and said that they were waiting for a big meal, which made them stop. Only then did Yi Chen put down his cell phone and looked at Lu Yana, who seemed to be looking at something, so he came forward and asked her, "What are you looking at so hard?" Lu Yana hurriedly put away her cell phone and looked at him somewhat nervously. "No, it's nothing." Yi Chen saw her flustered. Something was definitely wrong. "What is it? And you have to hide it from your husband?" Yi Chen directly came to Lu Yana's face and asked. "Really, it's not a big deal," said Yu Yana somewhat sheepishly. Suddenly, Yi Chen's cell phone beep beep kept ringing. Chapter 37, Holding the Hand of Your Son and Growing Old with Him. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana with a smile and said, "I'll look at my cell phone first to see who is sending so many messages to me. You'll be ready to confess to your husband in a while." Yi Chen finished, picked up the side of the cell phone to look up. Or roommate sent a message urging him to look at the group. He immediately clicked on the group message. The more he looked, the more the expression on his face grew, only to see that the group had posted a good dozen photos, all about him and Lu Yana. There were photos of her wearing a diamond ring in her hand, photos of them wearing couples clothes and couples slippers together, as well as some daily sweet photos, and the last one was a confession message that Yu Ina posted to the college social confession group. The message read, "Hold your hand and grow old with your son. Yi Chen, I love you. Love you, Ina." Oh, my god. Originally Yi Chen had planned to announce to everyone that Yi Chen was getting married, but he just didn't expect to be delayed by his roommate. On the other hand, Yu Ina was the one who had sent out the confession message before herself. The two of them were thinking, surprisingly, the same thing. So, he took his cell phone and walked to Lu Yina's side and asked her, "Nana, I was thinking that I, as a man, would launch a confession to you first, but I didn't think that I would let you get a step ahead of me." "Nana." Lu Yana giggled and looked at him. "I've seen more than enough of other men confessing their love for me up there as well, but since you're my man, it's only natural for me to graciously admit it and tell everyone that you're my favorite man." Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana tightly. His heart was really touched by this little woman to the point of almost shedding tears. He picked up his cell phone and tapped on the confessional group, typing in his hand and sending a paragraph out. "I love you too, Nana." There was a constant stream of congratulatory messages from alumni on it, while on the other end of the phone, Ivy Lee was hating her guts. Yi Chen let go of Lu Yana and solemnly said to her, "Fool, in the future, this kind of thing, let your husband do it, okay?" "Aha." Yu Yana smiled back. Within a few days, good sister Gu Yingying killed the door, and Yi Chen happened to go out to treat his roommate to dinner this day. Ouch. My goodness. When will I be able to live in this 200 square foot mansion like you? My goodness. This big villa. Really love it. Good sister Gu Yingying stood in front of the villa's gates, and those two eyes began to glow. It's not really that big. There's a small yard in the back. You can park 2 cars in the front, and the actual floor space is only about 100 square feet. Though but you've got 3.5 floors here. That adds up to 200 or 300 square feet of usable area. I'm really envious of you. Asterisk. Him. Who the hell is rumoring that Yi Chen's family is broke? I really want to smoke him. Before I was worried that you don't even want bread for love. Now it seems that it's not that bad. Lu Yana smiled and invited her good sister into the villa. At this time Auntie Zhang also came out to greet Gu Yingying, prepared tea and snacks for the two of them, and then went about her business on the side. Lu Yana's mom also came down to greet her. "Aya, it's Ying. My Nana often mentions you to me. You look so pretty." Gu Yingying also said very graciously, "Thank you, Auntie, for the compliment." After a few words of family conversation, she went to the backyard to get her flowers and plants. After all, it was not easy for the two young people to get together and think about whispering, so it was better for them to be a bit more sensible. "Oh my god, Nana, even your mom came here to live together?" Gu Yingying asked with a surprised look on her face. "Yes, I now live in the 2nd floor because I am pregnant. By the time the child is born, there is a baby room on the 2nd floor, 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, 1 for Yi Chen's parents, 1 for my parents. Aunts live on the 1st floor. There are 2 smaller rooms on the 3rd floor, and the intention is to hire 2 nannies by then. My goodness, this really is a large family all living together." Gu Yingying marveled once again. "So when the kids get older, will we have to get a bigger villa again?" "I don't know. I haven't thought about such a long-term thing yet. Let's talk about it when the kids are older." Chapter 38. Lu Yana revealed a happy smile, straightening Gu Yingying up with envy. "Does Yi Chen have a job now? Or is he just an old man? I'm telling you, it's really not as good as having the ability to earn it yourself if this family is rich. You must bring out his potential. Don't let him habitually nibble on his old age before you do." Lu Yana but smiled and said, "You can rest assured, Yi Chen is a responsible person. He is not a person who will nibble on the old man." and now this house is also bought by him alone. Did not spend his parents' money. The house was bought a long time ago, so we moved in as soon as we got married too. Gu Ying couldn't help but be shocked. My god, what a surprise. Yi Chen is so bullish. Starting a business before even graduating from college? What the hell is he doing to make so much money? Gu Ying was really curious. After all, like their age, a lot of them are still relying on the money of their parents' families to come to college. And I can't imagine that this Yi Chen has already bought a house during his college years. He said he was partnering with others to make investments, as well as buying stock funds and whatnot, and made a lot of money. And you know that Yi Chen's family used to be quite rich. It's just that this year something went wrong. I believe you've heard about it as well, but it's not to the point of bankruptcy. Lu Yana's face was filled with pride as she said this. It's true. The man of the family is so capable. As a wife of their own is also a face. Come on, look at your smug little face, Gu Ying also said immediately. Then who mentioned marriage first at that time? Gu Ying asked curiously. It's him, Lu Yana said back. Lu Yana thought back to the situation again and told her good sister one by one. Gu Ying also really nodded her head as she listened. I really didn't expect that guy Yi Chen is quite responsible and accountable. If he's like those scums, lifting up his pants and not recognizing people, what should we do then? Keep your voice down. My family and his family don't know how we got married. Didn't tell them. Don't let my mom hear. Lu Yana hurriedly covered Gu Ying's mouth and told her to keep her voice down. Gu Ying also immediately stopped her mouth. Only her eyes fell on the large diamond ring on Lu Yana's hand. In fact, this diamond ring is not too big to say big, not too small to say small, probably about 2 carats. This is the proposal ring. It is Yi Chen bought. She also wore it at all times after she got married, but she's also put on a lot of weight lately, and her hands seem to be starting to get a little edematous, and she can barely fit this ring in. Lu Yana handed her hand to Gu Ying to see, a happy smile on her face. This is the day we got the license. He sent me the proposal ring. Yi Chen said by the time we get married, and then another pair of wedding rings to buy. Good looking, right? He secretly went to buy it himself. I still quite like it. Gu Ying also tiska sound, sure enough. Love really makes people blind. Our big school flower, even in a fell on a man. How is his family treating you now that you're pregnant? Gu Ying asked in a small voice. After all, she also heard those people on the internet say that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have conflicts, and what not. She was also worried that Lu Yana would encounter such a problem, so she also gossiped about it. No, his family are all very good. His mother also especially like me. Everything is for us to think well. Yi Chen's family is quite good to get along with, are very understanding people. This you can rest assured. In the future there will definitely be no mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. Lu Yana even when talking about her mother-in-law, that was a happy face. Yes, her husband was so good, and even her in-laws were so nice to her. What could she not be satisfied with? The two of them continued to chat about the day, and it was estimated that Gu Ying would stay at home today to finish dinner before leaving. Chapter 39, Back to School. High-profile show of love. By the evening, Yi Chen was finally back. Yi Chen was driving out in the $3 million Grand Prix, and when he came back, he only saw Gu Ying taking a walk with Lu Yana in the small courtyard. Today Yi Chen went out to eat with his housemates at noon, and because he had to drive, he didn't drink, so he sent his housemates back before he came back. At this moment, Gu Ying was staring at Yi Chen with both eyes, watching Yi Chen get down from a low-profile yet luxurious Big Ben. Oh, my god, is this Yi Chen's family so rich? I can't believe I'm driving a multi-million-dollar Grand Prix. This is the latest Mercedes-AMG GT. Even if it's a low end that's still over $3 million. Looking at the way the interior looks, it's got to be over $5 million anyhow. Gu Ying that is very knowledgeable. For the car side, that is quite familiar. At this time, Yi Chen had also walked up to the two of them and said with a smile, "Wife, I'm back. Hello, you're my wife's good sister Gu Ying, right?" Yi Chen extended his right hand to Gu Ying, signaling that it was time to shake hands in greeting. "Hello, I'm Gu Ying. Wow, you kid is really lucky. Surprisingly, you were able to marry our school flower." Gu Ying had naturally seen Yi Chen in school, so there weren't so many rules for the two to greet each other. Right, it was indeed my lucky day. So are you staying here for dinner tonight? Yi Chen asked. Yeah, I'm planning to dawdle here tonight before I go home, Gu Ying said back. Yi Chen smiled and said, then do you have anything you want to eat tonight? I'll go buy it. I'll go. Yi Chen, you'd even go grocery shopping? Huh? It's really hard to tell. Lu Yana also pulled Gu Ying at this time. I just forgot to tell you. Our family Yi Chen's cooking can be fragrant. Tonight you can be considered to have a blessing. I thought he would have dinner with his friends. I didn't think that he would come home for dinner. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, I can't spare you and the child. Ouch. My ass. Don't force feed me dog food, okay? Although I'm a single dog, I'm not the type to eat dog food, Gu Ying protested while rubbing her shoulders. Usually this is a situation where protests are ineffective. Lu Yina walked over and hugged Yi Chen's arm with a sweet smile. Yi Chen's backhand was to hug Lu Yina. Although she now had a bigger stomach and a much fatter figure, it still couldn't stop him from looking at Lu Yina with love. Gu Ying immediately ran away. She just couldn't stand this kind of dog food, but to see her good sister can marry such a good husband words, she is also for Lu Yina feel happy. Heartfelt blessings. In the evening, quite naturally, she stayed for dinner before leaving. Yi Chen also knew what Gu Ying liked to eat through Lu Yina, so he simply made a seafood feast. Originally, he wanted to eat outside, but considering that Lu Yina's pregnant belly was too big, it wasn't too convenient to eat outside, so he stayed at home, with Yi Chen in charge of the kitchen, and made a seafood meal to entertain Gu Ying. Gu Ying looked at the seafood in front of her eyes, both eyes glowing. Dry rice people in front of the food, that how can hold ah, she yelled out. Guys, I'm not welcome. Then he picked up a hairy crab with both hands and ate it. The words came out of her mouth. Nana, you can't eat so much hairy crab when you're pregnant. I've heard it's not good for the baby. Lu Yina also looked at Yi Chen who was busy in the kitchen with a smile and said, don't worry, my husband has already cooked other dishes for me, so you can eat without worrying. If it's not enough then cook it again. There's still some in the refrigerator. Why don't you stay at my house for 2 days? I'm bored out of my mind at home. Gu Ying said as she ate. Don't. Even though I have meals here every day, I still have to do my internship. It's better if you take a break from school, but I can't. Hearing this, Lu Yina had no choice but to stop. Chapter 40, 3 Overweight Babies. Soon, Lu Yina's pregnancy was also approaching more than 8 months. Just the most recent maternity checkup. Lu Yina has been a bit overwhelmed. 3 little guy ultrasound expected weight. A 5 pounds. A more than 4 pounds. There is also a 4 pounds. Are relatively average, but it is bitter Lu Yina. Whether at night or during the day, I always went to the toilet frequently. I had trouble sleeping, my spirit was not good, my whole body was edematous, and I could hardly walk, so the whole family was discussing to see if they could be admitted to the hospital first, and then have a cesarean section immediately when the doctor said it would be okay, so that neither the adults nor the children would have to suffer. So, Lu Yina took advantage of the fact that she was still able to walk, so she was admitted to the Women's and Children's Hospital in advance. All the appointments were made in advance, and I had thought of hiring 3 monthly wives, but when I thought of having a large family in the house, I decided to hire 2 first. Sister-in-laws were also directly hired for a period of 3 months, including the period of time when Lu Yina was hospitalized, and they had come early to adapt. When it comes to the day of delivery, it's good to know that if your sister-in-law is there, you won't have to panic so much. Although Yi Chen had already familiarized himself with the book of raising children, he would still forget things at critical moments. And Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yina's parents were also welcoming a new life for the first time, so naturally they were nervous beyond description. One by one, they all looked tense and guarded the outside of the operating room. There were a bunch of birth kits and stuff on the seat, and formula diapers and so on. Lu Yina's family, is Lu Yina's family there? At this time, a nurse in the operating room suddenly came out and shouted, In. Yi Chen immediately walked forward. I'm her husband. What's wrong? What happened? Yi Chen that was so scared that even his voice began to tremble as he hurriedly walked forward. The nurse smiled. It's okay, the adults and children are safe. Only then did Yi Chen put his heart down and let out a long breath. It's really going to be a shock. Because of the triplets, 2 of the children born did not reach the weight standard, so they have to be sent over to the neonatology department first to do a detailed checkup. If there is no problem in all aspects of the body, the children will be picked up. You sign here first. This is the admission notice, the nurse went on to say. Yi Chen was also a little nervous. Beauty, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The doctor said there was no problem. That's why we were planning to have a cesarean section. The nurse also said in a more objective manner. I can't answer you on this question, because if the child accidentally inhaled amniotic fluid during birth or has other problems, further examination is needed to know the result. But I just took a look at the child, and the voices are all very loud, so there is not much problem. So you don't have to worry too much about it. Yi Chen was also in a state of 7, because about the child, he was also more nervous. He was definitely also worried that something would go wrong with the child. Just to hear the nurse say so the heart is also a little more solid. After quickly signing the name, the nurse walked back into the operating room. At this point, the nurse then pushed the small children out for the parents to meet with their children. And Yi Chen also saw his 3 children, who were told by the nurse that they were 2 sons and a little daughter. Yi Chen looked at his 3 children. His eyes suddenly became gentle, but somewhere in his heart was suddenly filled with something as if his heart was full. Suddenly, the system butted in. Tick, The host meets his children for the first time. The system rewards each child with $1 million of milk powder money. At this time, money is nothing in Yi Chen's eyes. He only thinks about his children can grow up safely and healthily. Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yina's parents also hurriedly took out their cell phones to take the first picture of the three children. Yi Chen asked with some concern, "Miss Nurse, why hasn't my wife come out yet?" The nurse said to Yi Chen, "Because the anesthesia was a bit too much. She has to stay in the operating room for 2 hours for observation. Now which one of you will come with me to take the baby to the neonatal unit? It's good to keep one person here." Lu Yina's parents quickly began to worry. "Miss Nurse, is my daughter alright? Nothing will happen to her, right? I only have this one daughter." The nurse lady said, "Auntie, don't worry, our doctor is taking care of it and it will be fine soon. It's just a precautionary measure. That's why it's staying in the operating room for observation." "That's good, that's good." Lu Yina's mom and dad were also scared to death. So, it was Yi Chen's parents who accompanied the three little babies to the neonatal unit, while Lu Yina's parents and Yi Chen stayed outside the operating room waiting for Lu Yina to come out. Chapter 41, Birth of a Child. After 2 hours, Lu Yina was then pushed out of the operating room. Only she was the one gasping for air from her mouth, seemingly having some difficulty breathing. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel heartbroken as he watched. "Nana, are you okay? Nurse, what's wrong with her?" Yi Chen was very nervous. He was really very worried that something would happen to Lu Yina. "Sir, don't worry, the anesthesia is slowly starting to recede now. Just the anesthesia has just gone down hard a little bit, so there will be some symptoms appearing. Now Miss Lu is breathing through her mouth first. Slowly it will be fine. It's not too big of a problem. There are also symptoms of trembling when the anesthesia is receded, so don't worry about all this too much. It's all fine now. You guys can go back to the hospitalization department with her. Just take care of it carefully." Soon, the group had followed the nurse and pushed Lu Yina back to the hospitalization department and back to her room. However, Lu Yina was still very uncomfortable, and she couldn't even breathe through her nose, but kept using her mouth to breathe. When she returned to the room, Yu Ina really happened to be trembling all over. Sister-in-laws also followed back. They all have told Yi Chen and Lu Yina's parents, "Mrs. Yi is now like this is alright. Everyone can rest assured. We do sister-in-laws see more of this kind of situation. Mrs. Yi also do not have to worry about it. Anesthesia is over, it will be fine. Pay attention to warmth on the line. And now you're shaking, don't catch a cold." So a sister-in-law, surnamed Li, came forward to cover her up, pinching all four corners, so it was airtight. Lu Yina breathed in while trembling and asked, Child, is it okay?" When she finished, she let out another long breath, as if she had used up all her strength. Yi Chen hurriedly walked to her side, tightly grasping the hand with the fore, and said, "Don't worry, our child will be fine. They are just going to do a checkup and come back. You don't have to worry. It's better if you don't be so nervous right now." Although Yi Chen's own heart was in turmoil and worried, he had to pretend to be calm and nothing was wrong in order to appease his wife. After all, his wife had just had a major surgery now, so surely she should be calmed down first, and none of the children's health had been checked out yet. Everything was unknown. At this time, Yi Chen's parents also came back, and their eyes were also filled with worry. At this time, when she saw Lu Yina come out after the surgery, she also had red eyes. Yi Chen looked at his parents like this, and also hurriedly pacified both parents. "Mom and Dad, you all don't need to worry. Nana will be fine when she slows down." Sister-in-law Yu looked at Yi Chen's family being so cozy and smiled. After about 2 hours or so, Lu Yina was able to slow down, and her nose was slowly getting through, so she could finally breathe freely. Lu Yina also finally didn't have to be in so much pain anymore. She body lay on the bed, silently shedding tears. Lu Yina's mom and dad were heartbroken when they saw this. Everyone is worried about the baby, and as long as the baby is okay, everything is happy. Yi Chen also just silently wiped her tears and softly soothed her. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Ina Lu snorted heavily. "Well, I heard them crying with vigor in the delivery room, but I just couldn't help but worry in my heart." Yi Chen didn't know what to say. He only asked. "The doctor said, you can only drink kanji and water if you haven't had any gas yet. I've already asked Auntie Jean to cook it at home, and in a moment my dad will come home to get it. You've just finished the surgery now, so it's better to take a rest and sleep for a while." When I just saw the babies, they were so well behaved and staring up at us. It's just that the nurse had to take them to the NICU at the time, so I didn't get a chance to take a closer look. But we did take a couple of pictures. Do you want to look through them before you go to sleep?" Lu Yina said excitedly. Quickly let me see my babies." Chapter 42, A Loving Family. Yi Chen smiled, took Lu Yina's cell phone out, clicked on the family group Love Each Other Family. The owner of the group is Ye's mother. The name of this group is her name. It is all about the usual photos of the family. There are already a dozen or so photos posted on it about the babies, as well as crying in the elevator was also recorded. One little one looked quite elfin as well. Lu Yana looked at the photo and smiled. It looks like the little baby should be fine as well. Yuina played the video of the little baby crying over and over again until she fell asleep listening to the little baby's cries. She was so tired but also worried about the babies, and so it was for the rest of the night. Early in the morning, Father Yi had already driven Lu Yina's breakfast to send, a thin millet porridge. After all, the doctor had ordered only porridge water, but Lu Yina was starving if she only drank porridge water. The doctor came in early in the morning to check on them and also to give them good news. The kids are all fine and one is healthy enough to be picked up from the NICU side to be in the room with mom today. Now the whole family was overjoyed. This is great news. It was only then that Yi Chen and Lu Yana both put their hearts down. After eating the rice soup, it was time for a restful night's sleep. By the time Lu Yana woke up from her sleep, the children had also returned, and one by one, they all came together to study the child. The three kids had just gotten out of the shower and were wheeled back in. So now they're sleeping comfortably. Father Yi was usually more reticent, but when he saw his three little grandchildren, his smile was about to split to the roots of his ears. He also asked with a smile, "Wife, do you think this little granddaughter's eyebrows and face look exactly like Yi Chen's when she was a child?" Mother Yi punched him. "Keep your voice down. Don't disturb my little grandson sleeping. That's Chen Chen's daughter. They say that daughters resemble their fathers. That's natural." Yi mother laughed softly again. "These two male children, but like Lu Yana, they look like really good looking All three dolls have high foreheads and are all very smart Lu's mom also came to the front and whispered, "Yes, the two male dolls look really too much like Nana when she was a child. Goo, I few little babies Mother Lu was also looking at the three children with a doting face now. The three kids slept really well too, and one even ate little handfuls. Lu's mom asked her sister-in-law, "The baby isn't hungry, is he? Should I breastfeed him?" Sister-in-law said, "Usually after a bath. Small children will sleep over if they feel comfortable. Some of them will soon cry and clamor for milk if they are not breastfed before the bath. I don't know if Mrs. Yi has prepared breast milk. If you want to breastfeed, you can feed the children when they wake up. If you have 3 children, you can only mix feeding. Feed one small child at a time like this." Ina Lu had just woken up at this time, and she was very happy to see all the little babies in the stroller beside her. Pulling Yi Chen a bit, he endured the pain in his body. "I want to see the baby." Yi Chen hurriedly pressed her down. "You're physically inconvenienced right now. I'll go hold it for you." Yi Chen was also worried that Lu Yana might have pulled her wound, so he pressed her back onto the bed. "It's fine. Didn't the doctor tell me to walk around a bit more? I can tolerate it." "No, I've already looked up the information, and I've also looked for an overmother. People don't get out of bed and walk around until after 3 days after giving birth to a small child. You can't do it now. If you want to see the child, my husband will carry it to you." Lu Yana saw that he insisted, but also had to give up. After all, now although there is an analgesic pump hanging on the waist, but this contraction is really killing people today also pressed by the doctor, the wound is even more painful. Thus, Yi Chen didn't care that the child was sleeping and gently picked up his little daughter and came to her. At that moment, the system rang. Tick, the host's first time holding a baby, rewarded with $100,000. Chapter 43, the baby pooped on daddy. Lu Yana kissed her daughter's cheek and smiled with a loving face. This is her child This is the meat that fell from her body Just laughing, but crying. Yi Chen was also frightened. "Wife, why are you crying? Isn't the baby fine?" Lu Yana said. "I was moved to tears. I actually gave birth to a child, and also gave birth to 3 children." Although Yi Chen felt that this soft thing was magical, but in the end, he was also slipping Lu Yana's that kind of sensibility as a mother. He also only felt that the child was a magical thing. Suddenly, there was a warmth in his hands and his nose filled with a sour odor. Yi Chen's hand froze. The kid pooped. All I could see was my youngest daughter's face reddening and her mouth grunting, and then she began to cry. Lu Yana couldn't help but be amused as she looked at the child and then at Yi Chen's pig liver colored face. "Whoa, what a stink, honey, smell this sour odor. It's really potent." So Yi Chen aimed his little daughters but at Lu Yana's nose, who quickly covered her face and laughed. "Hurry up and change the diaper." And Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents and the aunts laughed out loud. Just Lu Yana the smile, but it is pulled her wound. The pain of her that is a cold sweat. There is a face of pain. Cannot. My wound is laughing pain. Scared to death. Yi Chen's heart was startled and he no longer teased Lu Yana. "Wife, are you alright?" Lu Yana slowly calmed down. "Hurry up and wipe your daughter's ass. To punish you, you must now wipe your daughter's ass yourself. It's April and it's not very warm yet, so the heat is on throughout the room as well." Sister-in-law said. "Female baby pooped stink if I suggest or end warm water to wash the buttocks more hygienic. After all, female babies' physiological characteristics are more special. Suddenly breeding bacteria. Lu Yana heard Aunt Lee's words and then reacted. Right, Yi Chen is a man after all, and his own is a baby girl. It is better not to let the father help his daughter to wash it. So, Lu Yana said, then please Auntie Lee. The other Aunt Chen immediately picked up the baby, while Aunt Lee went into the bathroom to get hot water. Yi Chen also laughed at this time. Son pulls a stinker and comes back to punish me. Ha ha. Yi Chen smiled and helped Lu Yana make up her bed. At that moment, all of a sudden, there was a stinking fart from the two sons' side. Is it that scary? Two together? Bastard. You two are unkind. To punish your dads, did they all hold out? Yi Chen also let out a long sigh. Lu Yana tried her best to hold back her laughter, but her mouth giggled out loud. Yes, Mom also laughed loudly, letting you try being a father. In the past, Mom also raised you with a handful of. Today, you became a father too. You really need to work a little harder in the future to earn money to support your family. Mom, I try my hardest at all times. Hey, not to mention, I have to change my two sons' tablets. Yi Chen also put on an aggrieved look and walked over to the two brats. The two aunts washed the youngest daughter's ass while the two sons wiped their poop. It was just that Yi Chen was also a first-time father and was naturally clumsy, but he was also guided by Ye's mother without any problems. But it was the little quilt that wrapped my oldest son that got everywhere and had to be replaced with a new one. And the younger son's words wiped clean without incident and without any mistakes. The oldest and youngest sons are also recognizable. The oldest is a little heavier, over 5 pounds, while the youngest is a little quicker and thinner, 200 or 300 grams short of 5 pounds, and the youngest daughter is about the same size as the youngest son. Now it seems that the big brother didn't bully his younger siblings in his mom's tummy. Chapter 44, Going Home for the Month. The family also decided to wait for Yuina to finish removing the surgical stitches before going home because the cesarean section was done with stitches that had to be removed. In this way, Auntie Zhang or another auntie helped cook the monthly meals and a few people's meals at home to take them to the hospital, while Yi Chen and the others took turns to accompany Lu Yana in the hospital. Before Yi Chen also wanted to go to the monthly center to go to the moon. There are many parties to understand, and not because of the money and not go. The main thing is still because it is inconvenient to go to the monthly center, so it is hired two sister-in-laws. Both of today's sister-in-laws are very good and professional and nice. In this hospital, there are doctors to help take care of the little baby and Lu Yana. What foot soak, paste the acupoints, massage therapist and so on hospital every day. Moreover, Yi Chen also through that supermarket clerk, has booked a lactation master, can come to the door service. Everything was ready, and there was absolutely no way that Lu Yana would be made to suffer. After all, he'd seen more than his fair share of those little videos about how no moonchild can ever be killed or anything like that, so he'd never allow anything like that to happen. All the way to the third day, Yi Chen came back one day and happened to bump into Lu Yana breastfeeding her little daughter. Lu Yina's face instantly turned red, while Yi Chen was also very embarrassed. After all, although the two of them had skin to skin, but that night Yi Chen was also drunk, and was really disconnected about what happened that night. And at this moment, he was really embarrassed to see Yuina sitting there breastfeeding. Just the two sister-in-laws and Ye's mother and Lu's mother but nothing. Ye's father and Lu's father naturally also avoided. Do not know where to go shopping. Yi Chen said with some embarrassment. That, I'd better go outside and sneak around. Sister-in-law Auntie Lee was also smiling. Mr. Yi, you and Mrs. Yi are already married with children, but you're still so shy? Sister-in-law Auntie Chen, Mother Yi, and Mother Lu all laughed along with her. But it's true. How can you not laugh when you're already married and you're still like this? Yi Chen was also a bit embarrassed. It was neither right to leave nor wrong to not leave. Lu Yana blushed and said, go sit over there for a while. I'll feed soon. Yuina's movements were also very raw and slightly stiff as she held the baby. Yi Chen had to follow his wife's orders and walked over to the coffee table and sat down absent-mindedly. Just in the past few days, I've become a father to 3 little kids, and instantly felt so much more grown up and mature. The responsibility on his own shoulders would be heavier in the future. Looking at Lu Yana who was watching her child breastfeeding with a doting face, his heart warmed. With a wife and child, and a wife who is such a child lover, you should be satisfied with yourself, and all that's left to do is to focus on getting money and raising your child well. After thinking about it, Yi Chen also let out a heavy breath. The big thing in life is to start a family, and he's halfway there, so he's just got to start a business. With 3 kids, it's kinda stressful. After all, what about trying to make your kids rich and your wife live the life of a young grandma yourself? Soon it was the day to be discharged from the hospital. After removing the stitches, Yi Chen wrapped Lu Yana from head to toe, absolutely not letting her suffer from a little bit of wind and cold, and not letting her fall into a menstrual disease while sitting in the moonlight. Back home, Yi Chen is also directly to just finish the birth of Lu Yana a pickup, directly carried up to the second floor, while the babies are handed over to their parents to hold. Sister-in-laws are to help take things off the car. The two nannies looked at this villa in front of them, and this multi-million-dollar luxury car, that was also stunned. Even if they had served with other people before, it was just some rich area, living in the neighborhood. Here really never entered the villa work, so it was inevitably also surprised. The two of them didn't care about being surprised, and moved quickly to carry all the things into the villa. Yi Chen carried Lu Yana up to the master's room on the second floor. Lu Yana said, "Actually, I can come down and walk, my wounds don't hurt so much now." Yi Chen said, "No, what if I rip the wound? You just had your stitches removed this morning, I can't take that risk." Chapter 45, Recuperation. Lu Yana smiled with a happy little woman's general smile. "So do I weigh a lot? I was already 165 pounds when I was pregnant, and when I went to weigh myself 2 days ago, there were still more than 120 pounds. It's not heavy, hubby doesn't think it's heavy at all. Even if you were 160 pounds, hubby wouldn't feel heavy. I will still love you too." Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana and said fondly, "By the way, when removing the stitches, the doctor said that you have to change the medicine regularly every day. You may have to change it for me," Lu Yana said with some embarrassment. After all, it was closer to that location, and if Yi Chen wanted to help himself change the medicine, then he would have to lift up his clothes, so that was what Lu Yana was embarrassed about. After all, the two hadn't really ever acted more intimately in their waking hours. "It's okay, I'll do whatever you say. Want to change now?" Yi Chen asked. No, before you go to bed at night, the doctor changed it for me in the morning, and he's going to ask you to get that gauze back, and one of those big-headed cotton swabs, and iodophor. And the doctor said it doesn't hurt to put iodophor on a wound, and it's good to use that. Then does your wound still hurt now? Yi Chen asked with some concern. "It doesn't hurt now if it's not poking or pulling. It's okay, the wound is just a little itchy now that it's almost scabbed over." "That's good. So do I have to go get you gauze and all that stuff now? It seems like we don't have any of those big-headed cotton swabs at home," Yi Chen asked. "Well, there you go. Well then, you take care of yourself now. I'll go get it for you. If you don't know how to do it, you should ask one of those drugstore clerks who will tell you about it." Okay, you drive carefully," Ina Lu instructed. Yi Chen silently noted down in his mind what Lu Yana had just ordered to buy, then went downstairs to greet his mom and dad before driving directly to the drugstore to buy something. Pharmacy. Yi Chen was a bit overwhelmed and asked, "May I ask if there is gauze to buy here?" The shop girl said, "Yes, which one do you want? My wife had a C-section, and I'm going to get one of those wound patching kind." The shop girl came to her senses. "Oh, C-section, right. There's one that's in the shape of a long strip. It's perfect for C-sections. I wonder how many strips you'd like." Yi Chen didn't know how to answer this question, because he didn't ask for a few days to apply the wound. So he said, "Let's make it 30 then, and give me 30 of those big-headed swabs too, and that's it, and give me a couple of bottles of iodine vapors, and then we'll settle the bill together." Yi Chen had to count only as much as he could, and just like that, in the eyes of the female clerk's dismay, he walked out of the pharmacy with a large bag of stuff. Tick, host cares for his wife, rewarded with $100,000. Yi Chen cannot help but roll his eyes. "System brother, can you rely on a little bit? I hug my wife how you do not reward. I buy a gauze, you reward a hammer. Oh, why do you always reward so irregularly?" Yi Chen was also confused. This system was really too irregular. But fortunately, as long as it was something he did for his wife's good, then the system would definitely reward him as well. Returning home with a large bag of gauze and the like, Lu Yana couldn't help but smile. "What are you doing? This wound again paste 10 days and half a month will be almost. Always paste if the wound will not be good, but the iodine vapors should be better. Otherwise the wound will be inflamed it." I don't know. I haven't bought it. I saw that the monthly sitting is almost 30 days, so I bought 30 of them. You see, the clerk said, the cesarean section is to use this kind of good. If other gauze, it will fall off easily. This kind won't be. It's very good to use. Why don't I stick one for you now? This, no. Let's post it tonight. Lu Yana hurriedly refused. She was also just laughing at Yi Chen. She really didn't expect him to be such a serious person. But luckily, one's husband is good to oneself for one's own good, and that's something to be happy about. And in the future, it's really up to one's husband. Chapter 46, Bathing a Child for the First Time. By mid-afternoon, it was time to bathe the kids again. Yi Chen was holding his little daughter in his hand, looking at the soft, white and tender little one in front of him. Yi Chen's old father's loving heart began to flood again. I really want to kiss it, still have to hold back though. After all, children are still very young. Adults have too many germs. Children's resistance is too poor, easy to get sick. Yi Chen lovingly looked at the little daughter he was holding in his hands, burying his head into her little wrapped blanket and sniffing hard at the milky scent. It really does smell so good. The smell of this milky scent was just as good as the one on Ina Lu. Thinking of this, Yi Chen also paused. Yuina also had such a milky scent on her because of her breast milk. When he hugged Lu Yina today, he was also attracted by the milky scent of Lu Yina's body. Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yina's parents were each holding their eldest and youngest sons, and the two sister-in-laws were putting hot water on the children and preparing to wash Xiang. Yi Chen still felt that the little girl in his hand smelled good. After all, daughters are sweet little coats. Those two brats know how to bully their dad. The first time, they have already pulled a big bubble of to him as a dad. Yi Chen is also angry and laugh at their two brats. The hot water was poured, the clothes were ready, and the bath towels were in place. The three little ones are also ready to go down to the water to wash the aroma. Only, the oldest son seemed to have a big problem with undressing, croaking and crying as he did so, and when this first son cried, the second baby cried out with him. It's a scene that appears to be a baby crying contest. Yi mother also rushed to pacify Debeo. Debeo's hands tightly grasped. Oh, Debeo good boy oh. Debeo don't be afraid. Grandma is here. Grandma is here. Father Yi was also looking at his eldest grandson from the side with a loving face, while Mother Lu was also soothing the second baby in the same way as Mother Yi. The little daughter that Yi Chen was holding was looking around with big round eyes, seemingly curious about everything in general. Lu Yina was also attracted by the sound of the children's cries and walked towards Yi Chen with a smile. What's wrong with this big baby and second baby, taking a bath and crying like this? So grumpy. Yi Chen smiled and said to Lu Yina, that's right, or my little good boy oh. Lu Yina also came over together and ruffled her youngest daughter's little face with her hand. Little good boy. Taking another look at his two sons who had quieted down, he walked over to them. You two need to learn from your sister too. At this time, Ye's mother said, Nana, don't come over. You can't touch this unboiled water when you're having your monthly period. It's not good. Lu Yina smiled back. Mom, I know. I'm here to take pictures yet. You guys take a shower. I'll take a picture of this scene and send it to the group, so you can look back at it. So, Lu Yina took out her cell phone and disliked her eldest son's face. The three little babies also quickly went into the water, and Yi Chen also turned on his cell phone to play some children's songs, so that the children could listen to them while taking a comfortable bath. It's really comfortable. Just look at the child's reaction. A contented face, eyes closed, trying to sleep again. At this time Yi Chen's system rang. Tick. One reward of $100,000 for helping the baby shower. All of this seemed to be within Yi Chen's expectations. After about a few minutes of helping the baby in 2 or 3 minutes in the water, it was time to get up. After all, your little one's skin is tender, so you can't soak it for too long or it will damage your skin. Lu Yina was taking photos and videos at one time, recording the entire process of bathing the three little babies. The three little babies were still humming and eating their hands when they got dressed after their baths, and after they were dressed and wrapped up in their quilts they had all fallen asleep. Luckily, when I first bought the clothes, I bought all the colors for boys and girls, but now the baby's clothes are not gender specific, but the pink clothes and small quilts and all that are now given to the youngest daughter to use. Lu Yina also finished taking pictures and went back to her room. Chapter 47, accidentally bumping into a wife milking her cow. After about 30 minutes or so, all three little babies cried, and my youngest daughter sounded like a little kitten, which was so nice. Yi Chen hugged his little daughter and looked at the other two big ones, thinking in his heart, a girl is really still a girl. Even crying is so nice to hear, and she will definitely be a sweet little coat when she grows up. At that moment, Auntie Chen, the sister-in-law, came over with a milk bottle and had already made the milk powder. Mr. Yi, it's been more than 3 hours since the last time I drank milk, so I guess the little baby is hungry enough to be fed, and this time it's the turn of little treasure to go for breast milk. Yi Chen answered, alright then, I'll hold and breastfeed Nana. After all, there are 3 little babies. Lu Yina's milk for to feed 3 little baby is certainly also far from enough, so every time the breastfeeding is also take turns to feed. The other 2 little baby will feed milk powder. Yi Chen held his little daughter and gently pushed open the door to Lu Yina's room. As soon as he pushed open the door, Yi Chen's 2 eyes were staring straight up, and he involuntarily gulped a mouthful of water. At this time, Lu Yina was milking the cow. Yi Chen's eyes popped out. Lu Yina was also noticing at this time that Yi Chen was staring at herself with glaring eyes, and then glanced at the movements of her hands. Immediately turn your back. Hurriedly, I said, hubby, why don't you knock when you come in? Lu Yina's face turned red with shame. I'm sorry I forgot. Yi Chen reacted at that moment and hurriedly closed the door. In fact, now that Lu Yina is on her monthly cycle, everyone will knock on the door before going in. After all, There are many people in the house and there will be a lot of inconvenience. Ina Lu shouted. You can come in now. Only then did Ji Chen dare to push the door in. Straight away it was so close. Fortunately, Lu Yina's face expression was also just a little slightly red, and her face was sort of back to normal, and her tone of voice didn't reproach much. Lu Yina said, the interval has just been too long, so it is a little. Up, milk, give me Xiao Bao. Yi Chen was also a bit embarrassed. Good. Putting her youngest daughter in Ina Lu's arms, smelling the milky scent of her body, it really was so topsy-turvy. Just as topsy-turvy as the smell of the children. Yi Chen backed out and closed the door. Only, the mind was constantly going back to what had just happened. Yi Chen also gestured with his hand. Looking at this, it should be enough to feed his little daughter already. Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately knocked these bad thoughts out of his head and went back to the next door nursery to watch the two brats. The door to the baby's room was left open, so Yi Chen walked straight in and saw the two brats chugging their milk, and that milky look really made him want to pinch them. Mom, give me big boy. I'll try to feed it. At this time, Bao seemed to have heard Yi Chen come back as well, spitting the bottle out of his mouth and babbling there. Lu's mom also laughed. Look, this second baby of yours, also wants dad to breastfeed you guys, right? Yi Chen that was laughing. Good you two brats, you want to tire dad to death. Although the words were said, Yi Chen still picked up the two children, holding one on the left and one on the right, while Ye's mother and Lu's mother put the bottles into the mouths of the two babies. Only then were the two babies willing to continue breastfeeding, that bearing their little mouths, causing Mother Yi and Mother Lu to look at the two little babies with a loving face again. It was at this point that the system went off. The host breastfeeds the baby. The system rewards $100,000. Yi mother also laughed. Yi Chen now, what if these two babies of yours don't see you and don't want to breastfeed in the future? Yi Chen, that can't be helped. I can only be a professional baby daddy. You can't starve the child. After that, the whole family laughed. Sometimes happiness is as simple as that. A family that is happy together is happier than a mountain of gold. For feeding the baby milk, Yi Chen that was very happy. After all, the system rewards 100,000 every time. Isn't that much better than going to work? Chapter 48, Love your wife from now on. You have to feed every 2 or 3 hours. That's 24 hours a day. And then it's about $600,000 or $700,000 a day. Where do you go to find a job that pays over $20 million a month? Just Yi Chen is not every moment to feed the baby milk. He also want to sleep. He also want to do other things. A day also feed the baby about 3 times. So a month down to about 10 million. After dinner, Auntie Lee, the sister-in-law, then carried over a bucket of boiling water after it had almost dried, knocked on the door and came into Lu Yina's room. Mrs. Yi can wash her hair today. This is cooled boiling water. I put ginger in it to go down to boil, especially to drive away the cold. Yi Chen said, just wash it like this? Can I use shampoo? Yes, no problem. Auntie Lee said back. Let me do it then. You give me the stuff. Yi Chen picked up the big bucket of cool boiled water in Aunt Lee's hand, and then picked up some waterproof tools. Auntie Lee was a little surprised when she said, well, I'll help you guys with those first, and then I'll head out. So, under Aunt Lee's guidance, a waterproof cloth was laid out next to the bed. Lu Yina was also very shocked looking at Yi Chen. How could she not expect that Yi Chen would help her wash her hair? She slowly climbed onto the bed and lay down. Put this on first, and then it won't be easy to get your clothes wet. Aunt Lee put a piece of cloth that seemed to be the same piece of cloth that was going to be used to wash her hair in the barber store on Lu Yina's shoulder. And after organizing it, she said, just be careful not to get the inside wet, but be quick because you can't take too long. Your head tends to get into the wind. So Aunt Lee retired from the room. Only Lu Yina and Yi Chen were left in the room. Yi Chen tenderly released Lu Yina's dark hair and gently smoothed the long hair. Wetting her hair with water again, she squeezed a little more shampoo and gently helped Lu Yina massage and rub the handful of hair. Neither spoke, but the air was very sweet. Lu Yina suddenly spoke. Yi Chen, you're so nice. Yi Chen also froze. Why don't you call your husband and call your name? It feels so serious. Oh. Yi Chen also joked, opening up the awkwardness between the two. Yes, honey. Lu Yina was also smiling happily. She knew that she was really too lucky to have met such a good husband and father as Yi Chen. It was even luckier than winning the lottery. Suddenly, Lu Yina stopped laughing and said very seriously, hubby, you know what? When I was in the labor and delivery room, I thought I wasn't going to make it out. Yi Chen said, fool, don't think nonsense, everything is over. Well, but, at the time, it was really especially scary because I kind of resisted the anesthesia when the doctor gave it, and the doctor's words scared me. And the main thing was that if I resisted the anesthesia, I was going to have a birth canal or something like that. Also, the anesthesiologist was numbing me too much. I couldn't breathe, and I was still sleepy from the anesthesia. and the doctor kept pinching me awake, and I turned my head and saw that the pulse machine changed to 0 as soon as I closed my eyes, and I was really scared. I was afraid that I would just die on the operating table, that I would be separated from my babies before I had a chance to see them one more time, so I tried desperately to keep myself from falling asleep, and at that point I was really scared. Saying that, Yi Chen immediately grabbed Lu Yina's trembling hand. Wife, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Hubby also didn't know that you even encountered something so sinister on the operating table. Yi Chen was also very moved and tightly grasped Lu Yina's hand without letting go. It was then that he saw the tiny bruises on Lu Yina's chest. Heartbroken, he gently stroked the bruises. Lu Yina slapped over. Why are you touching? Hurry up and wash your hair. Only then did Yi Chen awkwardly withdraw his hand. I'm not heartbroken. I told you this, just want to confide in you. Mom and Dad, I don't want them to worry, so I didn't tell them either. Lu Yina whispered. Yi Chen, in the future, my husband will never let you suffer like this again. It's enough that we have 3 children. Chapter 49, Husband, you're so nice. Yi Chen had already decided at this point that in the future, he would guard Lu Yina properly and would no longer let her suffer any harm, and to protect your children and all your family so that they can all live happy and joyful lives. Yi Chen at this time also did not forget the instructions of the sister-in-law, hurriedly washed Lu Yina's hair and helped her blow dry little by little. Then he had his sister-in-law come in and clean up the place, and the two of them went to take another look at the sleeping little baby. At this time it was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yina's parents had also gone to bed, and this place was watched over by the 2 sister-in-laws and the nanny, Aunt Zhang. Seeing the 2 of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yina, walk in, they laughed and told the 2 of them to keep their voices down. These little babies are kind of well behaved. They don't have days and nights reversed like other children. They all eat and sleep and eat, and still have the spirit to play a little bit during the day, which is probably angel babies. It's when it's time to drink milk, that cry will be a little louder. The first night back home, sleep is also quite good. The adults also finally have a good sleep, although in the hospital is a single room, but in the end is still in the hospital. Outside the people come and go, is also still quite noisy. People also always sleep is not solid. Yi Chen and Lu Yina gently moved their feet and walked over to the beds of the several little babies and took a look at the 3 little piggies. A little bit of humming, a little bit of stretching, a little bit of yawning, and it's really getting to be more and more enjoyable. Lu Yina also yawned at this time, pulling Yi Chen and said, Hubby, let's go to sleep as well. In a moment when the little babies wake up, it's probably time to breastfeed them as well. I'm also very sleepy. Yi Chen also had no choice but to look at the several piglets with a loving fatherly smile on his face, patted Lu Yina's back, held her hand and went back to his room. Lu Yina laid down on the bed and stretched. Too tired. Finally it's time to come back home and have a good sleep. Although I still have to get up to breastfeed, it's better to sleep a little more solidly at home. Yi Chen also sat back on the bed and laughed. Then it was really a wise move if we didn't choose to go to a moon center. Yeah, I recognize the bed yet. When I was in the hospital, I didn't sleep well after that except after the anesthesia. I was so tired that I fell asleep. I'm really sleepy 1 inch. Then let's sleep together. Yi Chen hurriedly got into bed, covered the quilt, and was about to lie down. Lu Yina, however, suddenly exclaimed in a small voice, Hey, hubby, we've forgotten one more thing. What? What else? Yi Chen struggled to recall, and suddenly remembered something and said, Right, oh, there's still a wound to clean for you. Lu Yina nodded and said, Right, hurry up, clean up and go to sleep. So Yi Chen walked to the dresser and took the iodine vapors from the bag as well as the long bandages, and also drew out 2 large cotton swabs in a small bag, walking over to Lu Yina's side. At this time Lu Yina had also already laid down. As Yi Chen walked over, she silently revealed the injury she had plastered with gauze while in the hospital. Lu Yina is still a little shy, not only because the wound is too close to there, and she already saw it when she was in the hospital. That wound is really too ugly. She is afraid of what kind of thoughts Yi Chen will have after looking at it, and it is not to say that it is disgusting, but in the end, the wound is still too ugly. Yi Chen, however, didn't have any other ideas and tore the tape away slowly. It's just that the tape is stuck on really tightly, and surprisingly, the skin is already all red and seems to be showing signs of a bit of an allergy. Lu Yina was also trying her best to endure the pain of the tape tear, because it would hurt even more when she cleaned the wound later. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Yina, and seeing her forced look, he said, If it hurts, just say it, hubby, take your time, gently, it won't hurt so much. Lu Yina blankly glanced at him. You'd better hurry up and tear this tape off and give me a pain in the ass. Yi Chen also laughed. Ha ha, good, right, that's it, say everything out so hubby knows what you need and don't want. Never hold back everything. Chapter 50, Couple Talking in Bed. Lu Yina was also surprised by the change. The previous her in front of Yi Chen would not say such blunt words like today. the relationship between the two seemed to have changed a little. Yi-chan glanced at her and laughed. Are you ready? I'm going to get ready to rip it up. 1, 2, 3, rip, hiss. Lu Yana gritted her teeth. Yi-chan smiled and laughed, but he suddenly stopped, because he saw the shocking scar at Lu Yana's lower abdomen. That one scar, although the sewing technique is a cosmetic type of sewing, but in the end, it is still a 15 centimeters long wound here. How can it be done so that it cannot be seen at all? Moreover, there was still some redness and swelling on the wound now, and it seemed to have tugged, with some small traces of blood seeping out. Yi-chan was silent for a moment and asked in a deep voice, does it hurt? Lu Yana froze, said, in fact, now is not very painful. Occasionally tugging if it still hurts. Now has passed 9 days. Just the wound is more itchy. The rest is okay. Yi-chan said, it's good that it doesn't hurt. Silently, he opened the iodine vapors, dipped a large cotton swab in it, and began to gently clean the wound for Lu Yana. How can it not hurt? A cesarean section involves opening 10 layers with a scalpel, 1 layer at a time, and then 1 layer at a time. So how can it not be painful? Yi-chan cleaned the wound while helping Lu Yana gently blow on it. Lu Yana looked deeply at the man she loved so much in front of her and smiled happily. The biggest thing she's felt these days is this. Married myself to a good husband, and a great in-laws. 3 angel babies were born. It really is so happy. At this point, she was nothing but happy. Yi-chan helped her clean up after that, and then in order to put on that big bandage. Wife, it's already done. Yi-chan said softly. Aha! Lu Yana answered, and then allowed Yi-chan to put her pants back on for her, pull her clothes down, and then help her cover the quilt. Honey, do you feel tired of breastfeeding? Yi-chan also got on the bed and sat on the bed and leaned in to ask. It's okay, I'm enjoying breastfeeding except for the bad sleep, and you really like breastfeeding? Yi-chan asked. Aha! Yi-chan thought about it, but still said what was in his heart. I'm still thinking, why don't we just stop breastfeeding? I don't want to see you have to get up in the middle of the night to breastfeed. I don't want to see you have a bad night's sleep. I don't want you to be so tired. Lu Yana hurriedly said. I'm not tired. It's really quite good. If I were to give birth to a small child, I guess I'd breastfeed exclusively as well. I especially like children, and I'm happy to breastfeed my child. Actually, it's okay to be tired. I'd be happy with anything for the sake of my kids. Yi-chan said. Yes, breast milk is still quite good. Good for the child's body, for the child to enhance the resistance, but it is suffering you. Sleep at night is not good. Daytime also follow the breastfeeding also can't sleep a full night's sleep. Hubby isn't doing it for anything. He just doesn't want to see you so tired and hard. Hubby wants you to hurry up and get well and recover your body. Then we can go back to school and graduate together this year. Lu Yana smiled and said, Hubby, thank you for being so considerate of me, but you may not understand the desire as a mother to want to breastfeed her own child. I feel like I'm in a better mood when I breastfeed my child. After all, as you said, we will, I guess, never have another child again. So this is the first and last time I'll ever breastfeed mine. Yi-chan also laid down and hugged Lu Yana. Then let it be as you like. As long as you're happy, I don't want a child. But if you like children and still want to have another child, then hubby is going to cooperate with you, right? Suddenly, the atmosphere was also a bit ambiguous. A man and a woman, cuddling in bed, discussing having a baby. That's still pretty thought-provoking. What's more, the woman beside him is so beautiful. Yi-chan took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the desire within him. Only, Lu Yana kissed Yi-chan's face at that moment. Chapter 51, You're Playing with Fire. Yi-chan's face also tightened, and his breathing began to become a little short. Nana, stop it. After all, right now, Lu Yana had only just finished giving birth as well and was still in her monthly cycle, so how could he be so impulsive? Absolutely, positively no. But, if Yuina teases himself like this again, he's really worried that he'll mess up so make sure you work hard to keep it under control and don't mess it up. Just kidding. Lu Yana tightly hugged Yi-chan's arm. Yi-chan didn't speak again. He was afraid that if he did, he would break his defense, letting Lu Yana hug herself, that soft body pressed tightly against her own. Geez, how can this be tolerated? The person lying next to you is a slightly chubby goddess schoolgirl. Stop thinking nonsense. Yi-chan struggled to calm the dry fire inside his body, and the two of them quietly slept on the same bed. In the middle of the night, Lu Yana also got up twice to breastfeed, and after breastfeeding Lu Yana once again dragged her tired body back to bed and went straight to sleep. Yi-chan is also very distressed her. To be honest, he also does not want to Lu Yana so hard. After all, it is not unable to afford milk powder. But Lu Yana insisted on breastfeeding. But it is also right. Breast milk is indeed good for both the mother and the baby. In addition to being good for the child, breast milk is also of great benefit to the mother, allowing for a quick return to shape and rapid uterine contractions. Just one thing is, not so good for that. Well, it's the ones Yi-chen was thinking about. The next morning, the little ones were wailing to get up even after hours of long sleep. After the sisters-in-law had washed the babies' faces and brushed their tongues, and after everything was done, they fed the babies again. And Ina got up too, because she had to breastfeed her baby too, or else her milk would rise and she'd be done for. She was holding her oldest son and was breastfeeding him, just eating and pooping at the same time. Ina was instantly smoked by the son's poop in her arms, covering her nose, and hurriedly shouted, "Hubby, quickly come over." Dabeo pooped again. Yi-chen hurriedly walked in. At this time, Ina was still in the middle of breastfeeding, only saw the piece of snow white on her chest. Yi-chen instantly stalled. Ina also froze, and she had forgotten to zoom her son out. The two stood frozen for 2 seconds before Ina Lu quickly turned around and peeled her son off of her. After everything was done, the eldest son was handed over to Yi-chen. Only the oldest son, seeing no milk, grunted again and looked on the verge of crying. Yi-chen hurriedly picked up his eldest son, then quickly exited the room and came to the side of the nursery to pacify his eldest son so that he could wipe his ass for him. The second and youngest babies had already had their milk, and the eldest was still hungry, so he, too, wailed, "Oh, Dabo, be good, you can eat soon. Wipe your butt first, mommy is waiting for you, don't cry yet." Yi-chen soothed and quickly wiped Dabao's butt while he did so. The second baby and the little baby was born is a little smaller than the big baby, but after these 10 days of feeding, the two children have grown up a lot. The big baby's size was already big, so it is also growing bigger and bigger. Sometimes holding him feel a little bit of effort. I guess now there is a more than 7 pounds. After Yi-chen took care of it, he rushed straight to Ina's room while holding his eldest son who was still wailing. This little guy is quite angry. Slow a little bit or crying there, but also to give you to be able to Yi-chen said helplessly. Ina took the child and tenderly said to her son, "Be good, mommy is here." The little one is quite understanding, knowing that his granary has come, immediately stopped his mouth, pumping there, but not crying. "See, just no bully your dad me." Yi-chen was also a bit angry. He really loved and hated this son. Ina laughed. "The child is just hungry, not bullying you at all. Well, if you have a bottle for him now, he won't quarrel with you." After saying that, she turned her back to Yi-chen and fed her milk, and Yi-chen also left with a sense of humor. Chapter 52, Naming the Babies. While eating at noon, Father Yi opened his mouth and asked Yi-chen and Ina, "Son, Nana, have you thought about the babies' names?" Yi-chen was a bit bewildered. Not yet. Do we need to name it so soon?" Father Yi's face was serious. "Kid, you have to go to the hospital to get a birth certificate. You have to get the birth certificate before you can give the child a household registration. So first you have to give the child a name, okay?" Father Lu also laughed. "Yi-chen, this child is also the first time to become a father. It also still do not understand anything. It in-laws, this is to think of a good name?" Father Yi smiled heartily at Father Lu and said, "There are a few names for everyone's reference, so you can see which one sounds good, or if there's a better one, you can also say it for everyone's reference." Papa Lu just smiled and didn't say anything more. Mother Lu said, "Naming a child, that's a big deal. Don't be careless and sloppy." Yi mother spoke up at this time and said, "How about this? The name of the big baby will be our old couple's name. Then the name of the second baby will be given by your 2 old men. And the name of the little baby, it will be given to Yi-chen and the 2 of them, and then we all will say it out for reference. So we don't have to think about the 3 names with so much effort. What do you guys think?" Ina smiled and said, "Mom, this method is good. This name is indeed a laborious thing, and it has to be done carefully. This method I agree with." Lu's mom also smiled and said, "That's good. Just think of one each. Not bad. I agree with my in-laws' words too." "That's it then. Go back and think about it for an afternoon. Then have a family meeting in the evening after dinner." Father Yi clapped on the spot. "In-laws, Nana, there's no such thing as generation in our family. Just call it whatever you like. There aren't so many boxes and rules. Our family is very easygoing." Father Yi said, "That's good, so you can play around with it," Lu's mom said with a smile. Soon after finishing her lunch, Ina also went back to her room with Yi-chen, ready to take a rest and just sleep. Yi-chen was checking the dictionary and his cell phone, and it seemed that he was quite attached to the matter of naming his daughter. Ina finished the meal, will be a little sleepy, but just finished the meal back has found some milk. See Yi-chen so seriously sitting on the dresser looking at the phone will not disturb him. Himself on the side of the suction breast sucked up this way. Ina's current milk supply, in fact, is still quite sufficient. Sometimes after one baby finishes eating, the other baby can still eat a half-full state, so it won't be long before her milk is so much that 2 babies can eat together. It's just that with so much milk, you can imagine the size of her chest. Sometimes, Yi-chen would also look at her chest a little froze, causing Ina to be embarrassed as well. When you're done milking, You also save the milk and put it in a small refrigerator off to the side. The small refrigerator was specially bought to store milk. And in the interval of the bathroom, Lu Yana also bought one to put her skincare products. It was because of the small refrigerator that she thought of buying one more to store milk conveniently. Lu Yana also felt that recently the relationship between the two, more physical contact, but the two also slowly began to be a real husband and wife. For some things, it seems that they are not very resistant. At least sometimes, it can feel a little awkward, but after a few times, it's natural to get used to it, just like just now. In fact, Yi Chen is also already aware of Lu Yina's behavior. The corner of his eye is also secretly noticed that Lu Yana even milking in front of his face. But fortunately, Lu Yana is back to him, so he did not have much reverie. Soon enough, he had already looked up a name that satisfied him, and spoke up to ask for Lu Yina's advice. Honey, I've already thought of a name for my daughter. What do you think of the words Yu and Qing? Lu Yana thought for a moment. Think, it's quite nice. Chapter 53, The Baby Has a Name. Yi Chen was also a little excited. After all, it was the first time he had named his own child, and his mood naturally had a kind of inexplicable excitement. Means pretty, smart, beautiful, and has a beautiful meaning. Sunny means sunshine. I love that my daughter is both smart, pretty and sunny at the same time. I still want her to be healthy and happy. Yes, who doesn't want their children to be happy and carefree? Lu Yana naturally thinks the same way. As long as the children are growing up with her side, as long as the family lives happily together, then everything is already satisfied. Well, the moral is good, and I kind of like it. Yi Chen was in a dilemma at this time. I just don't know if it's better to call you Yuqing or Yiqing you? Wife, why don't you say something? Yi Chen inquired to Lu Yana. Lu Yana kept repeating the two names and thought again. Then let's call it Yi Yuqing. It feels a bit smoother to call it that way. Aha! Let's call it like the wife said. Yi Yuqing, Yi Yuqing. Sounds good. Yi Chen happily said twice. Then the little name will be Little Boy. I like Little Good Boy the most. You'll definitely be a cute and understanding little cotton-padded girl when you grow up. That's when the system went off. The host named the baby successfully. Reward $1 million. Oh, my god. $1 million for one baby? I should have known I'd get all the kids' names together. But forget it. You can't be too greedy. You just have to have it. Besides, $1 million is a lot. The thought of it is also beautiful. So Yi Chen began to envision the future. In thinking of the joy he would feel later, when he was 50 or 60 years old, when he would be wearing a warm brand coat bought by his daughter, and socks, the thought made him giggle again. Lu Yana is naturally also very happy. Her husband's so much attention to the child, but also because of the love of the child's performance. And the network is not always said, if love the child, then the father must also love his wife's people. Lu Yana happily looked at Yi Chen, who had a silly grin on his face and also gave a soft laugh. After all, two people in love is better than nothing, and it's good for the kids. Mom and dad love each other, which helps the kids' physical and mental health. Yi Chen chatted with Lu Yana about other things for a while, but seeing how sleepy Lu Yana was, he let Lu Yana fall asleep. When she woke up, Ina Lu had to get up to breastfeed again. These 10 days of the month to sit down. She is in addition to eating before going down to the first floor, and sometimes have to call Yi Chen end up in the room to eat. In the room in addition to sleep, is to eat the breastfeeding. She seems to have nothing to do. The other what to wash the bottle, to change the diaper and so on, often will be handed over to Yi Chen to do. And Yi Chen is also happy to not know how to get tired. But even if she didn't do anything, she still lost a few pounds because of it. So probably that's another benefit of breast milk. It's that the figure is easy to recover. Now she is already 118 pounds. With her 168 height, she looks like a slightly chubby figure too, and all the flesh on her face has lost some weight. She also didn't use a belly band because the strangulation was uncomfortable, and she planned to sit for 2 months. And once she was out of the month, she'd find a yoga class to go to, so as to tighten up her figure a bit. And when she was in the hospital, her good sister Guangying had already come to see her, and as a godmother, she naturally sealed 3 big red envelopes for the children. And this was also the only person who knew that she had given birth. Yi Chen has not even told the others. When the time comes, when Lu Yana's body recovers well, we will come out to have a good meal, and then discuss the wedding as a brother. After all, when it comes to the wedding of the wedding words, but also rely on the brothers to support the scene. It was just that Yi Chen was a little excited when he thought about the situation of having a wedding with Lu Yana, and he knew that Lu Yana also wanted a perfect wedding in her heart. After all, she is also a woman. Naturally, she is also thinking of her own wedding can be organized a little more grand. Yi Chen glanced at his pockets and then thought about the budget for the wedding. It's estimated to cost around $10 million too. Forget it, it'll be a couple months at least before I can think about it. Don't think about it. Chapter 54. The names of the 3 treasures are confirmed. Soon it was time for dinner. Father Yi asked, "In-laws, have you thought of a name yet?" Papa Lu said, "Well, it's almost done, but first let's see what you name it, and then we can finalize it." Father Yi smiled. "That's good, let's discuss it slowly after dinner." Yi father but did not ask Yi Chen in the slightest what about. Is not the name of the youngest daughter. He also think together? Yi Chen guessed that his dad had thought of all 3 words for his name. Any more? What about the joy of facing your own grandchildren, who are so happy they're fainting? Soon, everyone had finished their meals. Auntie Zhang peeled a big plate of fruit salad for everyone, while Lu Yina's portion was fruit that had been cooked in boiling water with hot water soaking in it. Lu Yina was naturally relieved to start eating. Father Yi first spoke up with undisguised excitement and asked, "Has everyone thought about it yet?" Yi Chen said, "Think about it." Papa Lu, "Well, I've thought about it too." Father Yi, "Well then, I'll start with the name I've chosen. Debao's first name will be Yi Ruibo. What does everyone think?" Papa Lu nodded and everyone followed suit. Rui takes the meaning of deep understanding, and Bo takes the meaning of richness and breadth, both of which are interesting. Rui Bo is a good name. After all, Lu's mom was still a teacher, and she gave everyone the meaning of it in one go. In-law's mother is cultured. Father Yi laughed gleefully. Yi Chen, however, took a stand at this time. "I'm in favor of this name. It's a good name. What do you think, wife?" Lu Yina said, "I think it's okay too. Let's name it according to Dad's wishes." Father Yi looked at his daughter-in-law and in-laws agreeing, and naturally smiled happily. Ye's mother said, "Then, according to the old man's intention, the eldest baby will be called Yi Ruebwa, and the youngest name will be Debao." Everyone's hands are up. At this time, however, Mother Lu stepped forward and said, "According to the meaning of the in-law's name just now, Rui, Ji, Ming, and Shang, the meaning is good. Then the second baby will be called Yi Rui Ji. How about it?" "Good. What a wise, bright, and holy one. Rui Ji is a good name." "I agree." Father Yi directly clapped his hands in favor, seeing that her in-laws were satisfied. Mrs. Lu naturally smiled with satisfaction. Mother Yi said, "It's a nice name." "I agree." Yi Chen, Nana, what do you think? Ina Lu said, "Well, I think it's okay too." Yi Chen, "There's no need to ask me. I'm definitely in favor of it." When Papa Yi first asked his in-laws to name the second baby, he actually had his own personal feelings about the child's surname. After all, Lu Yina is the only daughter of the Lu family. His meaning is estimated that the 2 in-laws also understand. Thinking of telling Erbao to follow the Lu family name, I just did not expect the in-laws' side is this kind of deep sense of justice. This time Yi father and Yi mother 2 people even more on the 2 in-laws a high look. At this point, Ye's mother said, "Then the second baby will be called Yi Rui Ji, and his nickname will be Erbao." The vote was unanimous. Yi Chen also stepped forward at this time and said, "Lu Yina and I gave little boy a very nice name. It's called Yi Yuqing. How's that? Nice, right? Yi Yuqing? You means pretty and Cheng means sunshine." Not bad, Mom Lu explained. Sure enough, educated people just don't know. They can explain the meaning of the words without reading a book or looking up a dictionary, making it simple for everyone to understand the literal meaning. Ye's mom, Ye's dad and Lu's dad all nodded their heads. Not bad. Okay, then little treasure will be called Yi Yuqing, with the nickname Little. Yi Chen hurriedly grabbed the words. The little character is called Little Good Boy. This is my little good boy. Lu Yina also laughed so hard that she almost choked. Don't be so excited. Mom must know that this is your little good boy. Everyone laughed along with them, and the whole family meeting to name the 3 little ones was set in stone. Tomorrow, Yi Chen can take these names, bring the documents to the hospital, get the birth certificate, and go to the household registration. Chapter 55 fulfills all wishes at once. The next morning, Yi Chen took a note with the name, and some other documents, marriage certificate and so on, together with the hospital, ready to the birth certificate and on the household registration. Today together are done. After all, there are still about 10 days to turn 1 month, and then they will also have to go to the vaccination station to get vaccinated. And the nurse has already sent the book for vaccination when they were discharged from the hospital, so that they will have to go to get vaccinated after 1 month, and then once a month. But Lu Yina is to sit full probably to 2 months of the month it. The body to get well the most important. When Yi Chen went to the hospital, just like giving birth, there was already a long line. Yi Chen was also in line for about an hour or so before he arrived himself. When the nurse took some of his information, that's when she looked at Yi Chen with astonished eyes. "Wow, 3 babies at once is your family, huh?" the nurse lady asked with a smile. "Yeah, huh?" Yi Chen just smiled back. "All 3 of your babies have been passed around within our hospital. You have 3 babies in 1 pregnancy, the first triplets in Xiangqing City, which is really very rare, and it's also a natural pregnancy." Usually those who do IVF only do twins. Triplets are really too hard to see. A name so soon? Miss Nurse asked. Yeah, hurry up and get your account and get your documents and stuff done. Yi-Chen said back. Well, that's good. Just wait a bit HAAA. Birth certificates for 3 babies can be a bit slow. The nurse lady patiently returned. And all those people behind the line heard the nurse lady's words and couldn't help but marvel. My goodness, 3 kids at a time. That's a good yield. Yes, you are a blessing. So are all 3 of your kids boys or all girls? Yi-Chen just smiled and said, 2 men and 1 woman. I'll go. All your wishes fulfilled at once. The man in the back exclaimed. Yeah, my wish is also to have 2 sons and a daughter. That would be the best. Yi-Chen just laughed and nodded. So is it hard work with kids in your house? Right. Can you have a can of formula a day? Seeing that these people were endlessly asking, Yi-Chen also just laughed and brought it over. After all, he was not familiar with them and did not want them to know so much. Yi-Chen waited for about 15 minutes or so before he got the birth certificates of the 3 children right. While this was happening, the system went off. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting birth certificates for the babies, rewarding 20% of the shares of the mother and baby brand 6-1 Baby. Yi-Chen was also used to the system's rewards. He now had almost $30 million in his pocket, and now he was rewarded with a share in a company? Yi-Chen immediately took out his cell phone to check how much this mom and pop brand was worth. You don't know if you don't check, but it's a shock. It's amazing that this brand has a market capitalization of $30 billion. Then he now this 20% of the shares to calculate. Then this time the system as a whole sends $6 billion. If he just sells his shares now, that's $6 billion in cash. Only, Yi-Chen wouldn't sell his shares so easily. This was a good amount of share capital. Even if he showed it to his family, then they would definitely believe what he said. Moreover, the most important thing is that it is very profitable to be a mother and baby brand. With their 20% shares, the annual dividends will not be small. Getting rich. Yi-Chen that was completely immersed in joy. But the man behind him was already urging, and only then did he react. Couldn't be bothered to be happy. After getting the birth certificate, Yi-Chen still had to drive to the police station to apply for household registration. I came to the processing hall and realized that there were really quite a lot of people here. There was also a long queue. Fortunately Yi-Chen had brought everything with him, otherwise he would have had to make a trip to his home. As the steel seal fell, the system rang at that moment. Chapter 56 Send Nana to the Grand Villa. Congratulations to the host for successfully registering the babies, rewarding the host with a 1,000 square meter townhouse worth $200 million. The location is at No. 6 Imperial Dragon Bay. The house book and keys can be sent over tomorrow. Yi-Chen that was once again shocked. Dragon Bay, that's the legendary rich and powerful district. Anyone in the city with billions of dollars lives there. There are buildings and villas there, and the buildings alone cost tens of millions of dollars a set. Now Yi-Chen lives here is not comparable to Yi-Chen now here is just a villa complex a little farther away from the city center. And there is the real city center oh, my god, a $200 million villa there. 1,000 square feet. If all 4 moms and dads lived in it together, along with a room for each of the kids, plus a room for the nanny, that should be enough too. Except that the kids are too young to sleep in separate rooms now. Wow, it's really awesome. Yi-Chen suddenly thought of something and asked the system. System, whose name is on the deed to this house? Yi-Chen was thinking of buying a villa for Lu Yina. Now that the system has been rewarded, it is possible to write the house to Lu Yina. Reporting to the host, it's writing couples. Can I change my name? Yi-Chen asked tentatively. It's okay. Then change it to my wife's name for me, and write her alone. Roger, host, changing for you now. The mechanical voice of the system replied. This time Yi-Chen also finally put his heart down. Everything is handled well. All the time has come to 1 o'clock or so, because the place to go for the account book is really too far. Almost to follow the company of mom and dad there, to run half an hour it. By the time she came back at noon, Lu Yina had finished eating and gone back to sleep. Auntie Zhang had left a meal for Yi-Chen. Recently, Father Yi and Mother Yi both still occasionally ran inside the company. They had also started planning to move the company's headquarters here, because they didn't want to run both ways either. If they could see their good grandson every day that would really be too good. Moreover, the facilities in this neighborhood are not bad. If you finish dinner you will also be able to take a walk there with your own grandchildren, play a ball or something to entertain. 3 grandchildren, think about dreaming to wake up laughing. So, there's already communication going on. It's just that the money for rent in this downtown area is also too expensive, and the couple is thinking very carefully about it. While Yi-Chen was eating his meal, Ye's mother came downstairs and sat beside Yi-Chen, talking to him about things. Yi-Chen you don't have a job yet. What are you going to do? I see your father's intention. He should want you to take over the family's company. Yi-Chen smiled and said, Mom, Are you worried that I won't be able to support my wife and kids? Ye's mom also smiled. That's not true. At least working in your dad's company, you can still have a decent job. Those stocks and stuff you mentioned, Mom also understands some of it. Mom also often told you, this do people, or have to be down to earth. Now you also have a wife and child. The responsibility on their shoulders is also heavy. Cannot always rely on mom and dad, must have the ability to do. Now mom and dad are still young, can still rely on a little. The road in the future still depends on you. Yi Chen is also listening to the straight nod. The reason is this reason, but he also wants to break into a bit, and now the child is still too small. All of a sudden 3 children, even if the nanny to bring, but in the end or to be accompanied by the biological parents of the child, the body and mind will grow up healthily. Therefore, this is one of the reasons why Yi Chen did not go to work from Lu Yina to the birth of the child, and it is estimated that Yi Chen will wait together until the child will walk, and then he will feel a little more at ease. However, if it is to take over his father's company, then he is not opposed to it. After all, his own father is also old, and now 3 grandchildren have come out. Naturally, he is also thinking of bringing grandchildren at home for fun. So that's the problem. He can't let go of the baby either, or the parents who work so hard for their home. After all, he couldn't say that he would let his dad shut down the company, which had been his dad's labor of love for more than 10 years, although the scale is not big, and recently also experienced some storms, but in the end still held up. So he now also had to consider this issue. Chapter 57 Mother Ye's shock. Yi Chen also returned. Mom, I know what you just said. I'll consider it. You may not know. As far as the national chain of mother and baby brands 6-1 Baby is concerned, I can own 20% of the shares there. Ye's mom was also shocked this time. What did you say? That mother and baby brand chain store? I have watched the morning news recently. That's a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. You boys even have 20% of the shares? That brand is also up in the last 2 or 3 years. I guess it is also related to the livelihood policy. The country now promotes a 2-child policy, or even a 3-child policy in the future. So these enterprises start to develop rapidly. So in other words, that means you started investing 2 or 3 years ago, when you were just in college? Ye's mom was still shocked. 20% of the shares. That's a few $1 billion. Selling all of their family's properties. They don't even have billions. Yi Chen was also flustered in his heart at this time. He hadn't thought of this layer either. So a quick thought went through his head and he began to fight the tiger's eye. On the friends well. At the beginning there are just a few people. There is a person is thinking of opening a store, and then slowly made so big. At the beginning of a year earnings are quite good. Invested a few million. A year's time. In this province also opened a number of franchises. A year to collect franchise fees are collected nearly 100 million. And then everyone is very much in favor of such an expansion. Join well, this thing all have to buy goods from us here. And then land a few years of time, together to do so big. And then to now, more than 2 years of time, has developed into such a big, I also did not expect. I now have many hundreds of millions of dollars in dividends every year. Yi Chen also tried to make his words as vague as possible. And then he didn't care about the rest. Anyway, when it comes to doing business, it's all about luck. After all, now their hands do have 20% of the shares right in hand. So not afraid of Yi mother interrogation. The process is also just to fool the 2 on it. If then ask carefully, then have to say that he did not participate in, just a friend in the operation. Yi mother after listening to these Yi Chen's sophistry, is also suddenly realized, so it is so, then why do not you say it to the family? When the family is rich, not compared to now really began to go downhill. But it's also true, now the world is the world of young people. Our previous set is no longer useful. That's why your father is thinking of letting you take over the company. Yi Chen said, Mom, I have a fixed income now, so you don't have to worry about me not doing my job. I will bring up the child. As for Dad's company, didn't you say you want to move over here? If you encounter any problems though with money, just talk to me though. More is not available. Less tens of millions of dollars is still available. But I just bought a villa for Nana today. Ye's mom was shocked again. What? Bought again? Isn't this villa well lived in? Why did you buy a new villa again? Ye's mother really hadn't had a good chat with her son for too long, and she didn't even know that her son was so capable, buying villa after villa in this urban area. Yi Chen said, yes, that house is quite big. I was thinking that in the future, you and Dad, and Nana's parents will come to live together, and also by the time the children are grown up, mustn't they have a room each? That's why I went and bought a villa 5 times bigger than this one today, so it'll be big enough for our whole family to live together. Ye's mom stared straight. 5 times bigger than here? Isn't that 1,000 square feet? My goodness, I really didn't expect you to be so rich. Quickly tell Mom, where did you buy the villa? Yi Chen smiled cheekily. Royal Dragon Bay, Villa 6. Ye's mom was once again shocked. Dragon Bay. I've heard that it's a rich neighborhood and the villas there are counted in billions. Brat, why are you only telling mommy now when you've made so much money? Chapter 58, You're so rich. Yes, Mom also exclaimed. Yi Chen covered his ears. Mom, I have more than just this one to invest in. I have others. I'm just not comfortable telling you about them yet. What? There are others? Yes, Mom was also too surprised to speak. It was the first time that Yi Chen confessed his source of money in front of his family. There would be more in the future, and he didn't know what the system would reward. There are only a few tens of millions of dollars sitting in his own pocket right now, and there's still a bottom. Yi Chen said. Well, the specific words, or not to say. Anyway, you just need to know your son does not lack of money on the line. If dad needs to use money, I can still transfer money to you guys. Before your company's matter, did not explain to me? I also thought that you guys can take care of it. I did not think that the family lost so much money. Anyway, Yi Chen didn't dare to say that he had known that his family was short of money. After all, he also got this system most recently, so naturally he didn't dare to say such things. Yi mother is also gradually calmed down the mood. Only the tone is more surprised. Mom, this side can be completely their own to deal with. But you, as long as the source of money is clean, Mom will not ask carefully. Absolutely cannot do those illegal things to do. Know it? Yi mother's worry is not superfluous. After all of a sudden learned that his son has become a multi-billionaire. Although it is not to say that it is a big tycoon, but that also has a multi-billionaire's I know, Mom. Although I am hiding business from my family to make investments and buy stocks and whatnot, I definitely don't dare to do those illegal and illicit things. The fact that I can make so much money is entirely due to my good luck. Yi Chen, this sentence, my money is because of luck words, really said the truth. If he is bad luck, the system will not choose him, that he may now still rely on the family to raise 3 children, may later work hard just for that 1 month more than 10,000 yuan of wages, to support a large family, or go to dad's company to work. Just dad's company is also in the doldrums since a few years, still have to rely on their own hard work to earn money to support the family. Yi Chen thought so in his heart. Now that he has money and a house, it is really thanks to the system. Otherwise, he really couldn't afford to feed this family. Ye's mother got her son's response, and knowing that her son also has his own things to do, she didn't force him to come back to work in the company. Since you're the owner of a mom and pop brand, how come you don't buy stuff for your own kids at your own store? As the owner, there should be discounts and stuff, right? Then you can save a little bit on the milk powder these 3 kids are going to eat. You do not know. Now the child ate this Idwa Bao milk powder. Is imported. Several $100s a can. Quite expensive it. Your store has this brand of milk powder? You don't know. In these 10 days, these 3 children have to eat a can of milk powder a day. They've already eaten 2 boxes. Just now I only cared to talk to you, but now I remember. You're going to buy milk powder today, and the diapers need to be changed to larger sizes. Dabeo grows fast. Luckily the small sizes are used up. Now Erbao and little boy are using the medium sizes, and Dabeo can't use the medium sizes anymore, and is more than a pound bigger than those 2 small ones, and all this meat is growing on his tummy. Mother Ye's eyes literally squinted with laughter when she talked about her 3 little good grandchildren. Yi Chen also just came back, and now also just finished eating, is really tired, plus the night also have to get up to give the baby breastfeeding and so on. Would have liked to take a good nap, but once I heard that their children's milk powder is almost finished, diapers are also almost out of use, immediately decided to drive out to go. Just that, he suddenly remembered that the mom and pop store that he went to in that supermarket with his wife Louis before wasn't exactly 6-1 baby, and he himself spent a lot of money last time, and has long been into a platinum membership card. Chapter 59, Big Clients. That said, this platinum card also depends on how much money you spend and then the discounts. If you buy more, then the discounts will naturally be bigger. If you spend less, then naturally the discounts are based on the most basic discounts, which also saves you from haggling. For some of this, Yi Chen was quite fond of this kind of model. After all, this could increase sales and turnover. After all, it's also your own store, so you don't care about these discounts, and you're not short of that kind of money. So he hurriedly took his wallet out and found the business card the saleswoman had handed him on her way out. Sure enough, it can be useful. Now they do not want to go out. Find the phone to let her delivery is still quite convenient, and this is not far from her work there. Absolutely can be delivered in less than half an hour. So he made that call. The saleswoman received an unfamiliar phone call and immediately a sweet voice rang out. Hello, who are you looking for? Yi Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly said, hello, I am your customer before. I need home delivery service now. May I ask if it's convenient now? It's a little after 1 p.m. and there's not a lot of foot traffic, so delivery is perfectly fine. The saleswoman's side returned. Hello, yes it is possible. May I ask what you need to buy? Do you have the brand of Formula Idobo there? And the same brand of diapers? Hello, yes, how many do you want please? The saleswoman asked. Get me 4 cases of formula, and 2 packs of diapers medium and 5 packs of large. Yi Chen is thinking, the milk powder a day almost a can is only now not a full moon amount. The child also eat 180 milliliters once, if a little longer, estimated that more than a can a day are possible, so the milk powder to buy a little more. 4 boxes of milk powder, a total of 24 cans, such a quantity, it is estimated that the amount of 10 days, so that earn milk powder money this milk powder a can of several hundred, that a month shall not be more than 10,000, for the average family or quite expensive, although there are cheap milk powder, but how to more than 100 cans of it, or eat it is not safe so a lot of moms are still thinking about breastfeeding as much as they can, and saving money is still the main issue for them. As for the 2 packs of medium-sized diapers, 1, the second baby and little baby 2 are still in use, a pack of 48 pieces, each day 8 pieces of words, but also a week, the child grows fast, if a week after the large size can be used, so the large size to buy 5 packs, so that even if the big baby cannot be used, that the second baby and the little baby can continue to use the large size, since the birth of the child, even if it is not because of the lack of money. Yi Chen also began to be careful with the money. After all, money is also really money, that can also be saved, cannot be so wasteful of money and the saleswoman couldn't help but feel happy when she heard Yi Chen's words. That's a big client. Excuse me, where is this being sent, sir? No, 8, Imperial View Court. No, 8, Imperial Court, that's a villa. The saleswoman's eyes were glowing, and she thought to herself, this customer must be served well. So, she immediately answered, okay sir, I'll go to the warehouse to dispense the goods now, and I expect it to be delivered to your home within 30 minutes. May I ask sir, will your neighborhood be gated? I'm worried that when the delivery arrives in a while, it can't be delivered to your door. Yi Chen thought about it, and indeed, after all, the security of the neighborhood here is still quite good. So he said, I'll call the doorman in a while and talk to them. Just report my address directly when you arrive. Saleswoman, yes, sir. After hanging up the phone with the saleswoman, Yi Chen made a call to the doorman at the first opportunity, and after explaining the situation, Yi Chen went back to the second floor to see his wife and children. After all, it's been so long since I've been out there that it feels like I've been away for a day. I really miss my 4 babies too much. Chapter 60 gives you a great gift. After Yi Chen had done this, he eagerly went upstairs, for he had heard Daebo's loud voice howling. As soon as he went upstairs, the cry got a little louder again, and he hurried over to see that Lu Yaina was carrying Daebo back to her room, ready to breastfeed. Lu Yaina asked, you're back? Is everything done? Yi Chen hurriedly walked over and saw Daebo howling there with a big mouth open. So he said, well, it's done, the account is done. You feed the milk first, I have something to tell you. Lu Yaina, well, that's good. This Daebo is really an acute person, he can't even be late, so I'll breastfeed first, later. Ina Lu couldn't wait to get into the room, only it didn't close the door. Nowadays, Father Lu and Father Yi usually seldom come up to the second floor, just to avoid embarrassment, so the only person Lu Yaina has to guard against is Yi Chen. But now Yi Chen's relationship with himself has become so close that it's like an ordinary couple, and sometimes, if he should see it, he'll see it, so it's just as casual as it can be. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yaina walked into the room, but did not close the door, just turned his back to himself, slowly lifted up the clothes to feed the milk. The heart suddenly had a strange sentiment, as if slowly sprouting. Yi Chen helped Lu Yaina close the door and walked to the next room to see Bao and his little good boy go. Bao, little boy, Daddy's home. Did you miss Daddy? Little boy seemed to have heard that it was his father's voice, so he didn't drink the milk anymore, spitting the pacifier out, then grunted twice at Yi Chen before eating the pacifier and drinking the milk again, while Bao squinted his eyes at Yi Chen as he walked in. It instantly made sister-in-laws Auntie Li and Auntie Chen laugh. These two little nubs, they're really human. They've been smart since they were little. Yi Chen is also very happy. Directly on the battlefield left and right each whole A. Now the child is also a little older. They have also learned to grasp the bottle to drink milk, but the fine vary it. After feeding the milk, Yi Chen also held the two people to sleep for a while, and when his sister-in-law washed the bottles, Yi Chen then asked his sister-in-law to hold one of each to go back to sleep. Now the second baby and the little baby 2 at noon will still wake up to play for a while, as well as the afternoon bath time. The 2 on the time will still wake up. Such a break is still quite good. At least the night do not have to stay up with the baby. We do not have to work so hard. Yi Chen holding 2 6 or 7 pounds of baby. That is also beginning to feel some strain. After all, at the beginning of the time is also almost 5 pounds, but is 10 days past. These 2 little guy has grown almost 2 pounds. The newborn baby is really fast enough to grow. Right, didn't I say that babies need to take calcium supplements and so on? Ask the doctor at the time of the full-month physical examination to see whether to supplement, or how to supplement is good. After all, when the time to go to the physical examination, certainly want a full body examination, with the body's condition to add to the line, cannot blindly go to supplement. Lightly walking out of the baby's room, he was trying to open the door when he saw Lu Yana opening the door with the child in her arms. Yi Chen hurriedly helped her open the door, and after Lu Yana made a shushing gesture at him, she went back to the child's room in her arms and put the child into the baby bed. Only then did she step out, closing the door softly behind her. When he came out, he was surprised to still see Yi Chen standing at the door, so he asked, "Do you have something to tell me? Is it something important?" Yi Chen smiled and pulled Lu Yana into the room. "Let's go in and talk." After entering the room and closing the door, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much, just a big gift for you." Lu Yana smiled and asked, "What big gift is so mysterious? You have to close the door to say it?" Yi Chen said, "Just wanted to share it with you. You should be happy to hear it." Yi Chen was also sold at this time. He came to Lu Yana's ear and said, "I bought a villa and gave it to you. The house book is written in your name." Chapter 61, Do you like me like this? When she heard Yi Chen say that he had bought a villa for himself, and that he had only written his name, she was really shocked to the point that she couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? You bought a villa for me? Lu Yana asked with glaring eyes. Right, we'll move over there in the future, okay? Hubby will live in your house from now on, Yi Chen said with a smile. Is that villa even bigger than this place? Lu Yana was still shocked. Yeah, it's 5 times bigger than here, and the rooms are estimated to be as many as 10 same. Enough for our large family, Yi Chen said back, and when Louis heard this, his eyes widened even more. 5 times bigger than this place? That's 1,000 square meters? That's really a big house, isn't it? That villa is where in awe? Lu Yana that was so shocked that she couldn't even speak well. Yi Chen took another step closer again, forcing Lu Yana to the edge of the bed. In the center of the city, Royal Dragon Bay, Villa 6, the house book and the key, will be sent over tomorrow? At that time, I'll put it into your hands again, to prove that I'm not bragging. How could you, me suspect that you are lying to me? Lu Yana saw him approaching step by step. She also sat directly on the bed. Yi Chen is also directly bullying pressure up. Looking at the body of that little cute and shocked and happy look really feel cute. In fact, Yi Chen is only false pressure, and did not really pressure Lu Yana. Lu Yana at this time had not cared about the shock, being pressed by Yi Chen, instantly red on red. Yi Chen leaned over to Lu Yana's ear. I cannot be the same as other men. Love a person, will pay the action, will not draw a big cake for their women. This kind of me, do you like it? Lu Yana's ears came from Yi Chen's tantalizingly sexy and magnetic bass. That was heard all over the body. Lu Yana was also a voice control. When she liked Yi Chen, it was also because his voice was very special, and nowadays it was really a pleasure to hear this kind of low and magnetic voice. She closed her eyes and breathed heavily in Yi Chen's ear. I love it. I super love it. Then he climbed his hand onto Yi Chen's neck, and Yi Chen froze. He originally just wanted to tease Lu Yana, but now it seems that this is to get himself involved because there's a reaction. Nana. Yi Chen even messed up his breathing, grasping Lu Yana's hand and purring softly. Lu Yana hum a sound, but in the voice is unable to suppress the hoarse. Suddenly, he grabbed Lu Yana's hand that was placed on his neck, imprisoned both hands on Lu Yana's head, and kissed it very dominantly. Instead, Lu Yana was responding to Yi Chen's kisses with great vigor. The two kissed directly on the bed. Just as Yi Chen's hand reached out to Lu Yana, suddenly there was a knock on the door. The two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, were so frightened that they hurriedly bounced away, and the person who came in was none other than Ye's mother. Ye's mother looked at the two people who were blushing, and instantly she also saw it. She immediately said, I'm really sorry. She immediately exited the room. Originally she just wanted to serve some fruits to Nana as well, but now that she saw the young couple actually doing that, her whole body was bad. But this was something she had to take care of. After all, Lu Yana is also still in her monthly period right now, and the two of them just can't wait to want that. How can this work? It's not good for Ina Lu's health either. So yeah, Mama stepped in. After she walked downstairs, she immediately called Yi Chen and told him to hurry downstairs. The two of them, Lu Yana and Yi Chen, were still sitting on the bed, stunned. It's really scary. You really need to lock your doors from now on. Yi Chen was also thinking the same thing as Lu Yana. Yi Chen said somewhat awkwardly, Nana, my mom it's okay, I can understand, said Lu Yana immediately. Yi Chen didn't know what to say, and it was at this moment that the phone rang. It was Ye's mom calling. Yi Chen, oh, I know, I'll go down now. Turning her head, she said to Lu Yana, Nana, My mom asked me to come downstairs and said she wanted to talk to me about something, so don't think too much about it. After pacifying Lu Yana, Yi-chan went downstairs. Chapter 62, Can't Be in Such a Hurry. As soon as Yi-chan came down, she already saw her mom waiting for her at the corner of the stairs, and there seemed to be some urgency in her eyes. Mom, what is it? Yi-chan asked. Yi-mother immediately pulled Yi-chan to the side and chided in a low voice. What were you and Nana doing just now? Don't you know that Nana still has a month to go? You guys can't be in such a hurry. She just finished giving birth and her body hasn't recovered yet, especially with a C-section. If you're not careful how you do it, it's really hard on the body. It's going to take almost 2 months or so at the very least to do this. And you guys can make sure to take safety precautions now. It's going to be at least 1.5 years before you can get pregnant again after a C-section. What's more, Nana was born by C-section with triplets, and her uterus has to be repaired even more for that to happen. Otherwise, what if she gets pregnant again? The body can't handle it, so we'll have to abort the baby. And if we abort the baby, how hurtful it would be. You guys, you're just too young. Yi-mother on the side of the counting of Yi-chan. She also knows, his daughter-in-law Nana looks so beautiful. Yi-chan is inevitably some difficult to control. He said so much to him, just want to let Yi-chan think clearly about the pros and cons. Must not act recklessly. In fact, honestly, she kinda likes this daughter-in-law. Knows what's going on, has a good personality, and is pretty. It's really hard to find. Moreover, Lu Yana looks so beautiful. Yi-chan is not bad. The genes of the child in the future is not bad. At this time, Yi-chan was also crying out an injustice for himself. Mom, you hear blind worry what although I am. There is so a little that, but how I will be in Nana sitting in the month when she that. I am not a beast. For this matter, I still have a sense of proportion. After all, 10 months have endured. Is it I still cannot endure that 2 months? So mom, don't worry. I really won't do any of those stupid things. Anything that's bad for Nana. Yi-mother looked at Yi-chan's serious face, and finally believed him, but still asked him to guarantee again and again before letting him go. After all, she was also a person who had been there before, and she could still see things clearly, and she also believed that Yi-chan was not the kind of person who didn't know what was right in terms of his own son's character. At this time, Yi-chan's cell phone rang, and it was the saleswoman who called. Hey, hello Mr. Yi, I'm in front of your house now. I've already delivered the goods for you. Yi-chan, oh, good, I'll go out now. Yi-chan walked out of the gate, only to see the saleswoman looking at the villa in front of her with a surprised face. After all, if you can own such a villa in the city, you must be rich. The saleswoman saw Yi-chan come out and immediately moved forward. Mr. Yi, the goods have been pulled for you. Just see the female clerk hit a car. The goods are loaded in the rear of the car, is now open. And when Yi-chan came out, the female sales which moved down, the driver did not get off to help. Yi-chan moved the milk powder and diapers and so on to one side, before he said to the saleswoman, how much is the total? The saleswoman took out a book, while giving Yi-chan said, milk powder a box is 2,700 yuan. You bought 4 boxes, that is 10,800 yuan. Diapers in the size of 88 yuan a pack, a total of 2 packs of 176 yuan. Large size diapers 5 packs, 108 yuan a pack. 5 packs is 540 yuan. All of the goods add up to 10,976 yuan, and up to 10,000 yuan, then you can make a 10% discount, which means a total of 9,878 yuan. The saleswoman handed the book to Yi-chan's eyes. Yi-chan just swept a glance. How do I pay? The saleswoman immediately flashed her collection QR code. You can scan mine and just pay directly, and I'll enter you into the information when I go back to the store in a while. Yi-chan immediately scanned her QR code and transferred $10,000 directly to her. Oops, sir, you've transferred too much money, just $9,878. This is for your taxi money. Thank you. Yi-chan spoke to the saleswoman. The saleswoman that was grateful said, thank you Mr. Yi, I wish Mr. Yi a happy family. She is definitely grateful. After all, on this single, her commission is also 1 or 200, even after deducting a few dozen dollars of taxi fare, but she still earns. So for Yi-chan this action, but it makes her think, it's really a good person with a good heart, deserves you to be rich. Chapter 63, I won't tease you anymore. Waiting for the saleswoman to leave, Yi-chan moved things up the stairs, a one-time move of 2 boxes of milk powder. Not to mention, this milk powder is still quite heavy, add up to 12 pounds. Yi-chan is also moving some effort, because the hand is still holding 2 packages of diapers. Move 2 boxes first and put them on the second floor, and keep some diapers and formula and stuff on the first floor, just in case. One by one, all the things were moved into the house, and Yi-chan also went back to his room to check on his wife. Gently opening the door, He only saw that Lu Yina was sleeping, so he gently walked to the bedside and planted a kiss on her forehead. In fact, Lu Yina was only pretending to be asleep, and wasn't really asleep at all. The moment Yi Chen kissed her on the forehead, her heart was even more deer-like. Now that the two were as close as hot lovers could be, and it made her happy, she seemed to be quietly ready for something. Yi Chen's eyes burned as he looked down at the lovely girl underneath him with loose hair in her pajamas. At this time, Lu Yina's face became redder and redder as she knew that she had been stared at by Yi Chen without leaving. Suddenly, Lu Yina opened her eyes and smiled with a red face. "Why are you looking at me like that? I knew you didn't fall asleep. It's just a little while, there's no way you can sleep. He. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yina on the bed with a smile. "So, are you teasing me?" Lu Yina also asked with a smile. "No," Yi Chen asked back with a smile. "Hubby, thank you," Lu Yina suddenly said very affectionately to Yi Chen. Yi Chen touched Lu Yina's scattered hair and said with a smile, "Fool, say this to hubby. Hubby will definitely send you more than just one in the future. I want you to be the happiest woman in this world." While this was happening, the system suddenly beeped. The host cares for his wife. The system rewards $1 million. Yi Chen also came to his senses for a moment. It's true, wife is wealth, and a loss of wife will not bring in $100. As long as you are good to your wife, then the money won't come. Moreover, he himself was bound by the system because he had a child wife after deciding to be with Ana Lu. Sure enough, the ancients were true to their word. Lu Yina gave a sticky hum and pulled Yi Chen down to lie with her. Lu Yina is also very touched. Facing her husband, the two never went through a relationship and developed into a couple, but straight to the birth of a baby. In this relationship, Lu Yina is the one who takes the initiative, and she was also very afflicted before. After this half a year since she has been together, it also makes her feel a kind of falling in love. She feels that she is getting happier and happier, and at the same time, she is getting more and more dependent on her husband. Yi Chen was also startled by Lu Yina's move. "Nana, no." Yi Chen turned his head and looked at the smiling Lu Yina. Lu Yina smiled. "I know, just letting you lie down and rest. You didn't sleep much last night, and early this morning you got up and went out to run errands again, and now it's afternoon. You must be tired too. By the way, did mom just say something to you?" Lu Yina asked. "Not just. Let me not be so monkey. How can I wait until you are injured?" Yi Chen was also a little embarrassed. As soon as she talked about what had just happened, Yu Yina blushed again. "It's really so embarrassing to be seen by your own mother-in-law." Embarrassing out of the sky. Yi Chen knew that Lu Yina must be feeling embarrassed when he saw her blushing. Then comforted, "Nothing, my mom did not do anything. Just a reminder, so that we pay attention to point. My mom is also worried about your health, but just now I did almost go off." Yi Chen said somewhat thankfully. Yeah, if he really couldn't control himself just now, then he must have done something irreparable, and it did a lot of damage to Nana. Alas, who called their wives look so beautiful, now Lu Yina thin a little bit, such a slightly chubby body, the size of the previous chest, which men do not want, Lu Yina was so shy that she hurriedly buried her head into Yi Chen's arms and whispered, "I'm sorry, I won't tease you in the future either." Chapter 64, You can only flirt with me from now on. Yi Chen heard. That is under the heart of a shock. Couples on this interest, how can you say do not tease it? Lu Yina has such a realization. Such a good tradition must be preserved, but only tease him alone. That's what men do. It's better than the wood, isn't it? If there were more role-playing and seduction, it would be even better. Yi Chen felt great when he thought about it in his head. After all, the blockbusters have seen a lot. Naturally, these are also some of the fantasies. Yi Chen was instantly jumping up. "Hey, don't. Hubby likes you like this." Lu Yina laughed. "So men really like it when women take the initiative?" Lu Yina, but the internet searched a lot of love treasures it. The most important one is, women chasing men, a layer of veil. But one condition is that it must be a good-looking woman. She looks so beautiful, which man see not heart. Just her person is more traditional and conservative. In the case of not knowing Yi Chen, that is not dare to act rashly. As for that unforgettable night she had with Yi Chen, her guts at that time were really too big and crazy as well. Yi Chen looked at the gloating woman in his arms and directly held her tightly in his arms. "Still laughing? Are you not afraid that I will go off?" Lu Yina laughed even louder. "I'm not afraid. I'll shout for mom." Yi Chen was also unable to do anything with her, and after the two of them hugged and laughed together like this for a while, Yi Chen fell asleep from exhaustion. It was the first time that the two of them hugged so tightly and slept together. After all, before Lu Yina was pregnant with a huge belly, Yi Chen was not afraid to hug her. And the relationship between the two of them at that time was not as intimate as it is now. The relationship between the two has now progressed into getting along with a normal couple. Getting along so well that they no longer feel awkward even when they do something intimate to each other. Lu Yana also noticed these changes between the two and was secretly happy in her heart. Seeing that Ji Chen had fallen asleep in a daze, Lu Yana was also ready to take a good nap and feel the feeling of being held by her favorite person. While this was going on, there was a wah-wah from the next room. The baby's awake. The baby woke up, and it was time for Lu Yana to get up and breastfeed. Lu Yana sighed helplessly. Being a mother is like this. There is suffering and tiredness. Just this kind is also bitter before sweet. As long as it is good for the child, then she is willing to do it. Being a mom is bitter before it's sweet, too. So, Lu Yana gently rolled over and got out of bed, then gently opened and closed the door, and then went straight to breastfeeding in the child's room. Aunt Zhang was also in the child's room to help take care of the child. After all, the two sister-in-laws, they still have to watch the child at night, and during the day, they themselves try to help a little bit, so that they can also get some sleep. Ye's mother and Lu's mother is also there. These two sister-in-law to take this order is probably also should be their easiest order, because if you want to hire a sister-in-law, I guess the average person's family because there is no one to take care of the sister-in-law, so the sister-in-law will be hired it. And now in the Yi family, not only can you get a good night's sleep, but you also have someone to share the workload. Everyone saw Yu Ina walk in. Lu's mom said, "Nana, you're awake?" "Well, Mom, I'm awake." Lu Yana smiled back. At that moment, Ye's mom carried the second baby over. "Is it the second baby's turn to breastfeed this meal?" Ina Lu smiled and took the second baby. "Well, yes Mom, the second baby is quite good." Lu Yana carried over, but also did not cry like the big baby. The little good boy is like a little milk cat eating milk. After Lu Yana glanced at Debao and little boy, she moved a small stool and sat aside to feed the crowd behind her back. Mother Ye's face was stunned and she couldn't help but ask, "Is Ji Chen in his room?" Because usually Yu Ina carries her child to her room to breastfeed. She is also a bit dismayed that Yu Ina is breastfeeding here. Chapter 65, The Moon is Out of the Womb. Lu Yana smiled and said, "Well, he was so tired today that he fell asleep at once." Ye's mother nodded. "That's right. He went out early this morning to do some errands and didn't come back until after 1 o'clock. He must have been tired as well." Nana is really considerate. A daughter-in-law knows how to be considerate of her son, and the two families support each other, and that's the best thing for a mom to see. Yi mother smiled and looked at Lu Yana. The more she looked at this daughter-in-law, the better she looked at her. Although the contact with Lu Yana is not a very long time. On this month down also contact over 10 days. But Yi mother in the end is also in the shopping mall to fight. To see people is also to see quite accurate. When we met at the beginning, we thought the girl treated people well in all aspects, and we didn't even really spend time together. And when the in-laws family got in touch, this daughter-in-law was well taught, and mom and dad were reasonable and understanding. So yeah, she's getting more and more satisfied now. Nana is so sweet, Ye's mom praised with a smile. Lu Yana also blushed. "He's my husband. I definitely have to take care of him." The two of them, Lu's mom and Ye's mom, smiled at each other, and the family was happy. Lu's mother had only recently lived with Yi Chen's family, and after living for 10 days, we all pretty much understood each other. Lu's mother also thought that Yi Chen's parents did very well in terms of human affairs, and they were also very good to Nana, and did not exclude the two old guys from coming to live here. She only has one daughter left. In the future is not to hope that she can find a good family to marry. Now that her in-laws family was so good, she was relieved, and the more she looked at Yi Chen, her son-in-law, the more satisfied she became. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she becomes. After all, there weren't many men like Yi Chen who had a capable son-in-law and was so family-oriented. After all, there aren't many men out there who can manage to take care of their wives from pregnancy to childbirth, and even if there are, they are few and far between. Watching the young couple love each other so much, the two of them, Ye's mother and Lu's mother, were also very happy. The small life was so uneventful. After 10 days, soon it was also time for Lu Yana to get out of the moon. Just Yi Chen is also according to the book said. Let Lu Yana sat full almost 2 months time of the month. Let her well nourish the body. Just the sister-in-law is also to the time to go. 2 people sister-in-law go. That take the child's task also fell to the family's body to go. This day also happens to be the baby's 30th day. And according to the nurse at the maternity hospital, I have to take the baby for immunization today as well. Yi Chen had also prepared a luxury stroller for each of the 3 babies long ago, so that Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents, as well as Yi Chen and the others, could each push one of the babies there. It's just that Yi Chen was so busy taking care of his wife and child that he forgot to buy a nanny car. If you buy a nanny car, then the family can go to vaccinations in the same car, but today it's just 2 cars. Looks like getting a nanny car is still imminent. Yi father also under Yi mother's explanation. Also all know his good son is a major shareholder of a certain big group, so he is not surprised at what he has now. Lu Yana's parents were naturally satisfied to see their son-in-law so capable. Originally Yi Chen did not want Lu Yana to come out of this trip, after all, just out of the month, or would like her to stay in this have more better, but Lu Yana is partial to go. I don't want to miss a single moment of my children's lives. It's their first vaccination, so how can I, as a mom, not go? And I don't have a sore wound now, nothing's wrong, so let me wait at home, rather than go along and see the kids get their first vaccinations. Honey, just let me go. Lu Yana had pampered Yi Chen, and Yi Chen couldn't do anything with her. Looking at this lovely wife in front of him, he helplessly shook his head. You'd better wrap yourself up tightly. Don't blow your head off. Oh, or you'll easily fall into a menstrual disease. In the end it had to take her with it. Chapter 66, almost 50 and still giving birth. This trip was the biggest one since the little one was discharged from the hospital. Yi Chen drove a car. Ye's mother held a big baby, Lu's mother held the second baby, and Lu Yana held the little good boy all sitting in the back seat of the car. Papa Yi, on the other hand, drove his own car, driving Papa Lu and Auntie Zhang together to the community health center where the vaccinations were given. After the family had prepared all the things to be brought, they set off, and at the time of departure, Auntie Zhang made a point of checking that there was nothing missing before they set off. A large family is also early to get up, because Yi Chen also went online to ask about some of the things of the vaccination. Know the time of the vaccination. Certainly a lot of people must not choose Saturday, Sunday such a time to play, because that time of the day, people rest, will take their own children to play the vaccination. The general old people also do not know how to play the vaccination, and you have to make an appointment a day in advance. Yi Chen had also booked the 3 babies for a long time ago. It's just that the process is a little bit more complicated when you book 3 children at once. Yi Chen drove the car and quickly found the community service center point, but there were more cars here. It seems that today is also a day with a lot of people, so can only find a to be charged parking space parked the car after, the family this off. Yi Chen, Papa Yi, and Papa Lu, once they got off the bus, spread out the babies' strollers. The little ones had just been fed and changed when they left the house, and they were all sleeping soundly now. Slowly placing the little one in the stroller, he made his way to the service center. There are also various forms that need to be filled out at the service centers. This is all handled by Yi Chen, because the 3 babies' ID card, but he has all written down. On the day of the formalities for the household, after filling out all the forms, that nurse at the door then said to them, "The vaccinations are on the 3rd floor. Are you guys going to the 3rd floor here?" "Yes," Yi Chen said calmly. Only the female nurse's eyes were a bit strange. "There's an elevator here. You can take it up. It's just around the corner here." "Thanks." Yi Chen took the one he had just filled out, then took his family and babies inside with him. It was just that the female nurse's eyes, however, were still looking at Yi Chen and his party strangely as usual. I don't know what the hell was this female nurse thinking, but Yi Chen didn't want to care about her. All of them entered the elevator and pressed the 3rd floor. The elevator soon arrived. Once out is to handle the vaccination hall. The hall has long been a lot of people. All the seats have been filled with people, and there are even people with children walking around. In the vaccination room you can hear those children crying their hearts out. Once I saw this formation, I guess I was out a little late today too, because it's already past 10 o'clock. He had also searched, and it was best to be there around 9 o'clock or a lot of people would be waiting. Thus, Yi Chen hurriedly went to the numbering machine and pressed a numbering paper, and then met up with Lu Yana and the others. And at this point, there were still about 20 people in line in front of them, which luckily wasn't too many, so they should be done fighting soon. Because of the fact that you still have to stay there for about 30 minutes of observation time after the vaccination, there were quite a number of people who stayed here to observe the scene as well, and Yi Chen and their arrival instantly attracted the attention of those people, because Yi Chen and he were pushing 3 little babies. Naturally everywhere they went, they were noticeable, and the men were whispering. "I saw that woman just now call that man in the gray coat dad, and that dad was pushing a small child. The woman next to that man would be her mom, right? Really? Her own daughter had a child about the same age. And then she just gave her a whole second child?" It's true, although nowadays we advocate for 2 children, but look at those 2 men and women who are estimated to be in their 40s, almost 50 years old, actually still able to give birth to a. I really admire them. Chapter 67, not a family, not a door. Yeah, so did that young man, calling the other woman in the dark blue coat his mom, and he didn't give that young man a whole second child out just the same. I say, this family is really strange enough. Really isn't it a family that doesn't enter a family? Yes, if I'm in my 20s and I'm a dad and I find out that my mom and dad actually gave me a younger sibling, then I'm sure I'd be devastated too. Their murmurs were small, but it wasn't that big in this hall, so Yi Chen and the others naturally heard them, and were instantly infuriated. They are only about 48 years old, and even if they have a second child, it's just a response to the call of the state. How can these people even discriminate? And, can they get their facts straight before they talk about other people's business? Ye father is also angry to stare at them. Ye mother is to drag him. Do not care about these people. Really, what people have. You care about people to give birth to a few, and did not spend your family's money. Eat the rice you have. Really eaten nothing to do. Yeah, after all, they're not even 50 years old yet either, and they're already blessed to be grandparents. The two of them, Lou's mom and Lou's dad, were also highly educated, so naturally they wouldn't see eye to eye with them. The group then stood there, chatting while they waited. Yi-chen was also chatting with them about getting a nanny car at this time. Dad, Mom, do you guys think it's necessary for us to buy a nanny car or a small caravan or something? After all, our family is still quite large, and it's not very convenient if we travel, and I'm already thinking about it now, wondering which one would be better to buy. Yi father said, nanny car? I've only heard of Toyota's Alpha or something, but nanny vans aren't very big. They're not as affordable as a van, which can still seat a dozen or so people, and everyone can still sit nicely if you buy one of those. Ye's mother was also expressing her opinion. It's okay to buy a caravan. It's just that if you buy a caravan, I guess the car is too big. That's all that's bad. It's bigger than a van, but it's more comfortable than a van. You see, a lot of RVs, at least, will have a comfortable bed, so if you travel, then the kids can play on the bed too. So isn't that kind of convenient? You can buy some toys on it. I think RVs are good. At this time, Lou's mother also followed to say, in-laws, we are also considered to think of a piece. The caravan is really good and hot milk is also convenient to cook anything. Travel really preferred and now parking is also convenient. There is absolutely no is not able to park the car. Yeah, it's also a lot easier to play games and stuff with the kids on it too. Father Lou was also very much in agreement with both Mother Yi and Mother Lou. Father Yi was moved by the words of the two mothers. Well, it is indeed good. The caravan should be a little more stable than the van, but it is also expensive a bite. That's natural. Don't worry your old man. Son will take care of it. Yi mother shot a glance at Yi Chen. Right son? Yi Chen also laughed. So everyone's suggestion is to buy an RV? I was planning to be buying a nanny car. Nanny car is not as good as this car you have now. You see, if the little child grows up by then, sit in the car that is certainly not willing to sit properly. Sit in the safety seat is also to sit in the seat. You also do not feel at ease, right? This caravan is more than good, but also safe. Yi mother a strong drumming. Now that she knew that her son was so rich, she naturally wouldn't worry that this amount of money would affect her sons, so she was very relieved to go and buy what she wanted to buy. Yi Chen listened to the words of the two mothers. Also both nodded. It seems to be so reasonable. Since we all unanimously passed to buy a caravan words, then I can only change my mind. A few more days, to see the time to go together to look at the car, as soon as possible to buy a good. Next month will not have to be so troublesome. Chapter 68, Another Day of Crying. Ye father ye mother several people are very agreeable nodded, also good. In the future, every time you go out, like today's vaccination, you do not have to drive two cars so troublesome. Yeah, after all, everyone has a car these days, and parking spaces can be hard to find. Papa Lou said with approval. Then why don't we find some time to go and take a look after we finish the immunization for the baby? Yi Chen asked. I won't go. You guys just decide about buying a car. I still have to stay home to watch the baby. Yi mother said. Yes, now that the sister-in-law is gone, Lou's mom is not retired and still has to go back to work, and it's about time to go back after taking such a long vacation. Ye's mother has also long ago put her work focus on her family. Everything in the company has been handed over to Ye's father's hands, and she is now only concentrating on bringing up her grandchildren at home. Mother Lou also said, I'm not going either. We women don't know much about this car buying business. You few big lords will just decide. I'm not going to join in the fun either. Men are still enthusiastic about cars, but all men do not know a few cars, right? If you have money, a beautiful car, that is a man's dream. Yi Chen saw that both moms were not going, so he had to discuss the time to go with both dads. Today is Friday. I'm free of tomorrow. I don't know if my in-laws are free? Father Yi asked. Lou dad also came here a few days. For these little grandchildren, he is also enough to run, every now and then to the city of incense. Stay for 2 or 3 days and then go back. Papa Lou said. If it's tomorrow it's still okay, because I was planning to go back on Sunday day, and on Monday, there's a meeting at the company, so I have to go back for a bit. Yi Chen then said. Then in that case, it's settled and we'll go over to the car dealership tomorrow. Naturally, you have to go to a big car dealership to have a car. Now open a car dealership. It is also necessary to fight strength. A few more people made small talk and soon the baby's name was called. Please register 131 at registration desk 4. Yi Chen immediately took the 3 vaccine books and went to the registration desk number 4, handed the trio of books to the staff. The female staff looked at Yi Chen with surprised eyes, then took the book and opened it to see the birth year and month, and asked with great surprise, "Pretty boy, are these all your children?" It's really the first time she's seen them. "Triplets," Yi Chen just said indifferently. "Yes, these are all my children. Triplets." Her words made everyone in the neighborhood look at Yi Chen's family. After all this time, it turns out that they are triplets? The female staff member also laughed. "My goodness, you are really bullish. I can't believe you have triplets. Nowadays, in vitro is at most twins. Are you getting pregnant naturally?" Yi Chen didn't want to say anything more to her, and just gave her a soft hum as a response. After all, Yi Chen didn't want others to discuss his family matters too much. The staff smiled and took the book, then wrote something on it. Then one by one, they took it to the top of the printer, and after printing it, they smiled and said, "Now the shots are free. Each child has to take 2 shots. It's already registered. You guys go over there and wait in line for the baby's name to be called and you're done." Yi Chen took the vaccine book and said with a smile, "Thank you." Then, Yi Chen took the book and led the family to that waiting area to wait for their names to be called. Looking at the progress of the names called on this, it should be about half an hour or so, and at that moment, Big Baby woke up first, and started to cry as soon as he got up, probably because he saw that he had come to an unfamiliar environment and wasn't quite used to it. Papa Yi hurriedly picked him up. "Ouch!" Debeo woke up. Come on, Grandpa, give me a hug." And the second treasure and little good boy, they also woke up one after another. These 3 little treasure is strange to say. A few people together are such a routine. One woke up, the other 2 also followed the wake up. So there are good and bad. When there aren't enough hands, 1 or 2 people won't be able to hold 3 babies. And the nice thing is that the sleep is also 3 together. And it doesn't happen that one baby cries, then the other 2 sleep. And when this one is done crying, it's the next one's turn. And that can be a really easy meltdown. I'm sure babies who have had experience with twins, or triplets can understand this. Chapter 69, Finishing the Vaccination. This second baby heard the familiar cry of the first baby, and that followed with a loud cry. Mother Lu also very carefully picked up Erbo. "I-oh, my Erbao. Grandma hugs and grandma kisses oh." Only the little boy barked twice, as if he were calling out daddy. Yi Chen naturally had to protect his little good boy in his arms as well. "It's still my little good boy. Good boy. Daddy hug oh." The family's relationship with the child seemed to have been understood even with such a name for the 3, and those who had just been in private mouths were startled. "Triplets, huh?" Then they started a new round of arguments. "My goodness, I've seen twins, I've seen dragon and phoenix babies, I've really never seen triplets." "Yeah, and it's a baby of 2 boys and a girl. My goodness, it's really the first time I've seen that after half a lifetime." Those people were in a state of shock. After all, twins were already a striking presence wherever they went, not to mention, Yi Chen's were triplets. Therefore, they were also shocked by the fact that the 2 of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, had such powerful genes. And what about completely forgetting about the fact that they just took someone else's child to task? Yi Chen's family was also focused on pacifying the small child and didn't care what these people were saying. After all, life is your own. Let others say what they like. This Debeo just went out and just ate milk, so he shouldn't be crying from hunger, right? Mother Yi took over from Father Yi while calming Debeo, while speaking to everyone. At this time, Lu Yana, however, came over and said, "Mom, just now Debeo was fed by me. He didn't take breastfeeding seriously. He ate for a while and then slept through it. No matter how he screamed, he didn't wake up, and now he's probably hungry too, so I'll go and feed him." Only then did Ye's mother realize, "Oh, so it's because she didn't have enough to eat. Come on, you come and carry Debeo over there to feed him. There's a mother and baby room here." Yi Chen also said, "Yes, or else you won't be able to drink water and eat milk after the vaccination in a while. Do you want me to accompany you?" Yi Chen said as he hugged his little daughter. Lu Yana took a look at the mother and baby room over there. "What are you going to do? It's full of baby moms. You think one person a room, that's a bunch of people ah." Now it is also Yi Chen's turn to embarrassment. He just thought Lu Yana will be afraid to go alone. Naturally did not think that the mother and baby room are all baby moms in the breastfeeding law. Mother Yi said, "I'll accompany Ina. You stay here and wait for the name to be called." So, Ye's mom and Lu Yana went to the mother and baby room together holding the big baby. At that moment, the staff member who had just registered them happened to come back from the restroom and asked them, "You're 1-month-olds, aren't you? And have you had your medical checkups?" Yi Chen was very surprised. "Physical examination? Does this have anything to do with vaccinations?" Holding the child's mother Lu, Father Lu, they were likewise very surprised. Agree. The female staff looked at the crowd in front of them who were full of surprise, and also smiled. You are still newbies ah. This is a medical checkup. After the physical examination, if there is no problem, only then can we give you a vaccination ah." Usually parents will take their children to the maternity hospital to go to the physical examination, and then come over to play. You gave birth to a child when discharged from the hospital. The doctor gave you the book did not tell you this? Yi Chen also shook his head. I forgot. That now. My children are lined up. Father Yi was also very grateful and said, Gu, thank you so much. We really didn't know it until we were fans. Mama Lu and the others were a million times more grateful to her. The female staff also smiled and said, our community service center is to prevent the parents who forget the physical examination like you. So here is also equipped with a physical examination room. There is a call number paper at the entrance. You can go and press the queue on the line. 3 babies. Then you will press a number on the line. Yi Chen looked at the mother in baby room. The baby just went to nurse. Is this in time? That staff glanced at the medical examination room and then looked at the time. You guys have more than 20 people lined up here for immunization now. There are 2 rooms taking turns now. One room has more than 10 people. Each one takes about 4 minutes. That's more than 40 minutes, right? Chapter 70, Examination at the Hospital. The nurse thought for a moment and then added, for breastfeeding, it's about 20 minutes. There aren't many people in the medical examination room right now. The medical checkup is quick, but it's limited to a general checkup. You'll still have to make time to go over to the maternity hospital to get a regular checkup is better. Yi Chen also thanked him profusely. That's really too much thanks to you. Otherwise we would have had to come here for nothing today. The female staff said, actually, you can explain the situation to our staff and have the medical checkup done first so that you can have it later. These are all small things, but this 1-month medical checkup is very important. There are more things to be checked, and we are only looking at it here to see if your babies are suitable for the vaccine or not, so it's not going to be very detailed. I'll work first. If there's anything you don't understand you can go over and ask the medical examiner. Yi Chen was also very embarrassed as said, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for delaying you for so long, but I'm really very grateful to you for reminding me. The female staff member also waved her hand. It's fine. Then, it was time to walk back to work. After all, there were a lot of people waiting for her. Yi Chen was really too careless to forget about the child's physical examination. I don't know what to check for in a physical. However, it was also a good idea to ignore it for now, or wait until Lu Yana had finished feeding the baby. Then, buy a scheduling paper. I hope to be able to get my physical done and get my shots in time. At this time, Ye's father also said, you need a medical checkup to take a vaccination, right? This is quite a program. The older generation, where there is such a concept, but it is a rough birth of rough upbringing. Even if it is Yi Chen that will be a child, are Yi mother to take more? Yi father busy with work is not available to accompany, and sometimes still the school organization to play vaccination also have such a small child. Yi father that is completely inexperienced, even to hold the child, but also practiced for a long time before he dared to hold. Yi mother is also not assured to let him such a big old man to hold the child. Yi Chen also said, yeah, I forgot about it. In the future, you must turn on the skill of never forgetting about your baby. After all, your child's business is not a small matter, and you must pay attention to it. And that staff member just said that it's crucial to have a checkup in the first month of your child's life. Yi Chen also blamed himself a bit. Lu mother is comforting said, it's okay, now no is not too late. A moment to go to the maternity hospital to see if you can physical examination is the same, you do not have to worry too much. Father Yi also said, yeah, we all have time in the afternoon, or it's fine to go tomorrow morning. Won't you use that WhatsApp WeChat to make an appointment or something? That one can be booked in advance, so you won't have to rush so much then, right? Yi Chen also said, right but aren't we going to see the car tomorrow? Papa Lu said, we'll go for a medical checkup tomorrow morning. That should be enough time, right? We'll go look at the car in the afternoon. It won't get in the way. Buy it if you fancy it. I'll pay for it. Papa Lu also said atmospherically, as if it was his own gift to his daughter. After all, the in-laws side also bought a car. When their daughter got married, it would be a dowry. But now that the child is a full month old, it should be about time to buy a dowry. Yi Chen looked at Papa Lu and smiled. Thank you dad then. Although Yi Chen himself has money, but Lu Yina's father wants to send a gift to his daughter. How could he possibly block it? He will just send back the money he bought the car later on by slowly rationalizing it. The family decided on tomorrow's trip right away. After about 15 minutes or so, Lu Yina came back with Ye's mom. Yi Chen then said to Lu Yina, wife, the staff just said that we have to go for a physical examination before we can go for a vaccination injection. So we have to go and line up for a physical examination now. Lu Yina also nodded her head. Right it seems like when I was in the hospital, it was told to me, but it was forgotten by me. I really am a pregnant fool for 3 years. Yi Chen held little boy with one hand, freeing up one hand to stroke her head. You're my little fool. Lu Yina's face instantly reddened. looking at Yi Chen's parents and her own parents all looking at her with smiles on their faces, her face even redder to the roots of her ears. Lu Yana also glared at Yi Chen. What are you talking about? Mom and Dad are still here. She also knows shyness, after all, such love words. In the end, or the two of them in private to say it is good. Just now in front of so many people, she is really embarrassed. Chapter 71, Physical Examination Before Injections. Everyone covered their faces and laughed. We didn't see or hear anything. With a smile and a hug, he walked into the medical exam room. Yi Chen first went to the numbering paper and pressed it, and the numbering paper came out at once. There's no one in there, but the process is still there. As soon as I took the scheduling paper, the number was immediately called. And it was a godsend. A family holding the child walked into the medical examination room. The doctor also froze. You are. Who pressed the number? Anyone who carries one in would just freeze, right? No one would have expected triplets, right? Whoever presses the number comes in. The rest of you wait outside for your number to be called. The doctor said immediately. Yi Chen hurriedly explained to the doctor. I pressed it, but we're a family. The doctor was even more puzzled. It's a family? Mother Yi said. Yes, I am the child's grandmother. Mother Lu followed suit. I'm the child's grandmother. The doctor finally understood and his eyes were slightly shocked. You're triplets. Ha? Ye's mother immediately returned. Yes, doctor. The doctor was exclaiming. My goodness, I've never really seen triplets. I've seen more twins. Come on in, one by one. Yi Chen and the others hurriedly carried the child over, and the doctor signaled them to take turns putting the child on the scale. After tossing and turning for a while, I was finally weighed and measured. The doctor took a piece of paper and asked Ina Lu, who was at the side, to fill out the child's information before writing something on it. The child's limbs and mouth, etc., were examined again. After 10 minutes or so, the child was finally done with his physical exam, and by this point it was probably almost time for his vaccination at their house. The doctor took the paper, and then looked at the computer again and again, and only now said to Yi Chen and them, there's nothing wrong with the child, because it's a 1-month-old baby. You guys should still go to the women's nursery to do a detailed examination, to check the blood routine and whatnot, and to do a bone calcium test for these. Yi Chen immediately returned. Okay, thank you, doctor. Yi Chen took the 3 pieces of medical examination paper handed over by the doctor, while Lu's mother and the others hurriedly thanked the doctor. Yi Chen and the others also walked out of the physical examination room and returned to the hall where they were waiting for the vaccination. Seeing that there were still a few people waiting for their number to be called in front of them, and the whole hall was now gone with quite a few people. After all, it was also almost 11 o'clock now, and the community service center stopped lining up at 11:30, so it was already rather late for that. Yi Chen and the others also hurriedly found a seat. Wife, come over and take a rest. It's been hard work. Yi Chen hurriedly pressed Lu Yana on the seat. Then he said to the two of them, Mother Yi and Mother Lu, Mom, you guys quickly come over and sit down. You're tired of holding the child. Lu's mom said, well, then won't you sit down? There were only a few seats, and he had all the women of the house sit down while a few of the older men stood. Yi Chen returned to Lu's mother. It's okay, I'm young and strong. It's okay to stand for a bit, and my little good boy doesn't weigh much. Mom, you sit down. I'm not in the way. Mother Lu also smiled and sat down. Good, it's probably just about time to sit down for a little while, and I don't know if these little ones will cry by then. Ye's mother spoke. I remember the first time Chen Chen got his first vaccination. He cried so loudly and was so sad. Lu's mom also said, yes, then our Nana didn't. When she was little she was so well behaved that she only wailed and cried twice when she got her shots, and nothing happened afterward. Mother Yi, this Debao's temperament, is like Yi Chen, with a big temper. Mom Lu, then this little baby and second baby are a little more like Nana, well behaved. Mother Yi smiled and said, when you grow up in the future, you can't let big boy bully your younger siblings. Lu mother said, that certainly must be educated. When the big brother, must protect the younger siblings. Growing up is also bigger than the younger siblings. How can you bully the younger siblings again? Chapter 72 Finally, a shot. The family was there talking about Yi Chen and Lu Yana when they were both young, laughing when they were happy. Time passed quickly. 2. Please ask Yi Ruibo to go to clinic room 2 for inoculation. Now it's called by the name of Big Boy. Ye's mother hurriedly held Debao and walked in, and behind her, Yi Chen and his group followed into the clinic. The doctor looked at all the people coming in, so he said to them, come in only if you call your name, and everyone else who doesn't want to do it should wait up there. I'm the baby's father. I'm the baby's grandmother. I'm the baby's grandfather. I'm the baby's grandfather. I'm the baby mama. Only the nanny, Auntie Zhang, didn't follow her in, looking at the belongings and cart brought along from her seat outside. The doctor administering the vaccination looked at the hordes of 5 or 6 people and then looked at the babies in their hands. You guys are having 3 babies, huh? Yi Chen said. Yes. As the doctor straightened out the needles, he said, triplets, that's really quite surprising. Yi Chen and the others just laughed and didn't say much. Wake the child up. The child can't fall asleep when the injection is given, or he'll be easily startled. The doctor said. Oh, okay, this I really don't know yet. Lu's mom hurriedly said back. So it was whispered. Debo, wake up, it's time for the needle shot. Debo was obviously reluctant to wake up, and after a few grunts there, he went back to sleep. Instead, Yuina was the one who had been taking videos with her cell phone there, recording the scene of her child's first vaccination. The doctor was also helping by ruffling the child's ears, trying to wake him up, only to be surprised that he was still asleep after twisting his head a little. The doctor had no choice but to hit Debeo's hand, and Debeo woke up immediately, then cried out. Everyone watched and found it quite funny, and the doctor immediately brought the prepared needle over and told Ye's mother to expose the child's arm, one in each hand. Now the kids got something to cry about. As expected, Debeo's lung capacity is still quite good. A needle down, just hit the little hands of the cry has not stopped. This side of the needle to cry even louder, and even a little broken voice. Instead, the doctor said, it's okay, that's how vaccinations work. You press this side first, and then it's your turn to hit this side. The doctor was also good-natured, and when Big Boy's side stopped bleeding, he immediately started hitting the other side, and Big Boy's crying didn't stop. Yi mother holding the child. See the child crying so pitiful, that is also really heartbroken. Just she also expected. Vaccination are like this. Just held to the other small children are crying a lot, so also gently pacify Debeo, hurry to the second injection as well. After the 2 injections, Debeo's face was red from crying, and this was a lot of anger. But yeah, it should be rare for a small child to get a shot without crying. Behind Yi Chen's second baby and little good boy injection also cried, just not as big baby crying so much. The 2 little baby after 2 shots, grunt 2 sound then did not cry, and Debeo is also behind also cried for a while. This Debeo just love to cry. Temper also bigot. It was almost 11:30 when I finished my immunization. Sitting in the car, Yi Chen also asked Lu Yana, Nana, can you see if there's still time to book a children's physical examination in the afternoon? Lu Yana was immediately answered. I'll take a look first. Took out his cell phone, opened the public number of the maternal and child health hospital, opened the section of children's physical examination, clicked on it and found that there was no more number for that day. There's no number for today's, but there's more for tomorrow. What time is tomorrow's? Is there one in the morning? Yi Chen asked. Let's see. It's not until after 10:30 a.m. Tomorrow morning. It's all later. Do you need an appointment? Yi Chen thought for a moment. Make an appointment? It's a little late, but we definitely have to take the child for a physical examination tomorrow morning. Chapter 73, Monkeyishness. Then I'll make an appointment for 10:30? Ina Lu asked. Well, let's make a date for that. I'll have to go out early tomorrow. Yi Chen said. Okay, I'm about now. Yuina took her cell phone and pressed something on it. Well, it's a good appointment, so remember to bring your medical exam book tomorrow. Yi Chen smiled and said, got it. Then the brain went back to thinking. Nana, are you going back for a checkup after delivery? Ye's mom was also worried. No, this is for going back after 42 days postpartum, and only after that's clean. Ye's mom is also a person who has been there, so she naturally understands this. Lu's mom was also a bit worried as she asked, if it's not over yet, then buy some more ginger soup to drink. It'll go faster. That's what my sister-in-law told me at the time. Lu Yana, Mom, you guys don't have to worry. I'm done here. Just waiting to go back for a checkup after 42 days. Don't worry, I'm recovering well. Yi Chen was also finally relieved when he heard this. Mother Yi and Mother Lu both hurriedly nodded their heads as well and said, that's good, that's good. Soon after they returned home, the little treasures seemed to be a bit shocked by the injection. Sometimes people get scared when they are a bit louder, and Lu Yana was also a bit worried. Lu's mom, however, comforted. That's what happens to little kids when they get injections. If they cry, just give them more hugs and comfort them more. It's okay, you don't have to worry. Yi mother is also comforting. Yes, you see the little boy will be fine, quite calm. It is the big treasure will be a little more difficult to handle. More hugs to comfort a little bit will be good, to give him enough sense of security. Lu Yana also nodded her head and responded. The reasoning is understood by anyone, but looking at the child being scared, Lu Yana will also be heartbroken. So today has also been all about breastfeeding Big Boy and making him feel secure enough. At around 10:30 p.m., Lu Yana finished feeding her child, and after putting her child back, she walked back into her bedroom. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that Yi Chen was already waiting for himself on the bed. Lu Yana suddenly had a sudden jolt in her heart. She always felt that there was something wrong with Yi Chen tonight, but she just couldn't say anything, so she closed the door and went back to the bed to lie down. Yi Chen had his eyes closed at this time. In fact, he wasn't asleep, he was just resting his eyes. He had sensed it when Lu Yana opened the door. When Lu Yana quietly lay back on the bed, his heart was also shaken violently. A deep breath was exhaled. After lying down for a few minutes, he suddenly bullied his way up and pressed down on Ina Lu. Nana, Lu Yana this time is also finally understand today. Yi Chen asked himself 42 days to go back to the hospital to check the matter. This man, he's really mentioning monkey business. But also right, some men will take advantage of his wife's pregnancy in this period of time to go out to steal food, not to mention, but also to raise lovers, while Yi Chen is really waiting for their entire service pregnancy. And it was not easy to endure the entire pregnancy. Not even anything, all the cravings, all by myself. It's just that, now that I'm just out of the month and there's a little bit of those left, it's just not a good idea. Lu Yana wanted to break free from Yi Chen, but Yi Chen had already confined Lu Yana to the bed, so she couldn't even move. Lu Yana lowered her head and softly said with a red face, "What are you? What are you trying to do?" Yi Chen leaned down to look at the shy woman under his eyes, and suddenly came to Lu Yana's ear, his voice a little hoarse. "What do I want? Don't you know?" Lu Yana coughed lowly twice. She that really couldn't stand Yi Chen teasing herself like this, especially Yi Chen's magnetic base that would make people pregnant if they heard it. And Yi Chen obviously grasped that Lu Yana was eating this. Rubbing his nose against Lu Yana's ear while exhaling hot air, Lu Yana was ruffled all over, and said in a sticky voice, "But, I'm not done yet. We'd better wait for 42 days after giving birth and then that it." Yi Chen didn't stop in the slightest and smiled lowly in Lu Yana's ear. Fool. Chapter 74, Couples Go Deeper. Though the two have had skin-to-skin and babies as a result, it's just that the two just haven't had any more in-depth communication since that one night only, and before that, it was still Yu Ina who was the active party, so the relationship between the two was even more delicate. Although Lu Yana was also eager to have further development with Yi Chen, it was obvious that now was not the best time. And when Yi Chen said this, Lu Yana's heart resisted because her body didn't allow it. Yi Chen attached himself to Lu Yana's ear and laughed softly, and seemed to feel Lu Yana's face, but it was getting hotter and hotter, and her body was getting more and more stiff. Yi Chen laughed. "Fool, how could I possibly do something you don't want? After all, such a thing is only good if you love me, and now that your body hasn't recovered, I won't mess around, so don't worry about it." Lu Yana's heart was relieved now. No matter what, if Yi Chen came hard, then she couldn't resist. Lu Yana also closed her eyes in embarrassment, and Yi Chen laughed. "Just kidding, just relax." Yi Chen laid back down in his place, crossing his arms under his head. After a while, Yi Chen then asked, "That night, do you still remember?" "I really don't have any impression at all." Lu Yana's face turned even redder when she remembered that night, and she clasped her two hands in front of her chest, somewhat at a loss for words. That night, how could she not remember? Yi Chen as if he was venting something. It was just too crazy, and she was abused 1,000 times in general. By the next day, she was directly so sore that she could not stand up, and when she came out of the hotel, the streets were full of people looking at themselves strangely, and she rested for a few days at her best friend's house before she dared to go back to school. Otherwise, when she went back to school, she probably would have some bad rumors flying around the school about her by then. Lu Yana certainly does not dare to positively reply to Yi Chen. After all, now a man and a woman alone in a room, even discussing such a sensitive topic, undoubtedly is in the fire. Lu Yana, although not in love with Yi Chen before, about the man of those who are also listening to others to hear a lot, especially their own girlfriend Gu Yingying, talk to their own some of the relationship between men and women of, simply how revealing is how revealing. Yi Chen saw that Lu Yana was so nervous that she couldn't speak. One was then slowly enlightened her. "You don't have to be nervous, I also just want to reminisce about it. Look at my brother on that day. So just so." Of course these words Yi Chen himself has not said out loud. His petite wife is so shy, is to be taught step by step, cannot be anxious. From that day when he saw that red on the bedsheet, Yi Chen knew that the experience of the fragrant university schoolgirl was only this one, so he was very fortunate about this, and at the same time, his heart was also secretly surprised. As Yi Chen thought of this, he also held Lu Yana in his arms. "Don't be nervous, we are husband and wife, and we will definitely get to know each other on a deeper level in the future as well. And I get scared when you are like this." After saying that, Yi Chen also stopped talking. It was just that Yi Chen's best words were a reminder to Lu Yana. Lu Yana naturally also knows that the best communication between husband and wife is to communicate in depth. Without such a life, that the relationship between husband and wife is also increasingly thin. Lu Yana is love Yi Chen. surely do not want a two people's relationship as like a stranger like the existence of the two. She also wants to be like an ordinary couple with Yi Chen. Therefore, when he himself faced Yi Chen with that request in the future, he would definitely not be able to act like he did today. Otherwise, the man will be afraid. Afraid to contact you, afraid to communicate with you, and naturally, it will do no good for the relationship between the two. Lu Yana put her hand around Yi Chen's waist and softly said, I'm just not ready, and physically, it's not appropriate right now. Yi Chen also smiled and touched her head. Idiot, I'm just teasing you, don't take it to heart, but hubby is waiting for the day you agree, okay? Lu Yana snuggled tightly in Yi Chen's arms and gave a soft hum. The two fell asleep just cuddling. Chapter 75 Giving the baby a full month checkup. The next morning, the two of them also woke up early. Only Lu Yana was exhausted. Since the little one went for her vaccination yesterday, it seems that she was also a little spooked and a little fussy. Especially Debeo. A shock. Lu Yana is also the first time to become a mother. Naturally also worried. So last night also held Debeo sleep for a long time. Properly pacified Debeo. The two younger ones were a little better, not making much noise, and also had two moms and Auntie Zhang helping out. That's why, as others often say, there's a treasure in the family. Nowadays, there are 4 old men in the family. Those are really 4 babies. Of course, provided the old man is good. If he's bad, he won't even hold the baby for you, still waiting for you to serve them. So, a lot of it goes both ways as well. If you're nice to people, they'll be nice to you themselves, especially the new daughter-in-law into the door. Some old people always want to give people a downward spiral or what, but do not know. Others will be so you make a fuss. To you in the heart to go. Whenever you mention this past that is really said on a 3 days and 3 nights are not too much. Some old people, their own grandchildren out, not to mention hugging, not even look at a glance, and let alone wait for the daughter-in-law to sit on the moon. That people are the most difficult time. You do not help people. When to help, people will surely take this month's revenge to the death. So do people? We must speak of conscience. Have to pay will be rewarded. Right. So, they also unanimously decided to let Lu Yana have a good rest at home, and Lu's mom stayed behind to take care of her. Lu Yana had no choice but to let Yi Chen record more of the baby's movements and send them to her, so she could watch the baby's physical examination remotely at home. After taking care of everything and bringing everything they needed to take with them, the group set off. Yi Chen drove everyone along to the maternity hospital and had a physical examination for the babies. Only, what Yi Chen was thinking about at this time was to buy a big enough car as soon as possible, which was also really quite inconvenient right now. If you buy a caravan, it's very convenient if your baby needs a diaper change or a drink of water or something. By the time they got to the women's nursery, it was almost 10:30, so it was a pinch. By this time, there were already a lot of people waiting here. Some of them were babies over a year old, some of them were a few months old, some of them were also just about a month old, and some of them were still crying and wouldn't let the doctor touch them. And when they did, they made a lot of noise and cried, and it was just a mess anyway. Yi Chen took his family, found an empty seat and began to wait. He had already sent Jaya that called the number. His 3 children's names are already on it. A row down. 3R. As long as the doctor calls the name of a child, several children can be examined together, which is quite convenient. Yi Chen they also waited for 10 minutes before they arrived at them, just about the same time as the appointment. The next time to come to the physical examination is expected to be about the same time before they come. Soon walked into the doctor's office for consultation. The doctor saw Yi Chen and his party walking in with great vigor. He also froze, but because the hospital had already spread the word that someone had given birth to triplets, he quickly reacted. The triplets are here. The doctor also greeted Yi Chen and the others with a smile. Yi Chen also told the doctor, yes, we're here for a medical checkup this time, and it's just about a month old. Holding her eldest baby, Ye's mother placed the medical examination book on the countertop and said to the doctor, this is our medical examination book, and the one I'm holding is the eldest baby. The doctor then said, let's start with big boy then. The doctor greeted Ye's mother as she came over and sat down on the stool in front of her, while saying, your family's birth of triplets has long been spreading in our hospital. It's really too happy and lucky. Each baby is so healthy and weighs so much, and they don't need to stay in the incubator. It's really great. Ye's mother was also smiling happily. How could she not be happy to be praised so much for her own child? Chapter 76, Hard Work. However, here was still a lot of gratitude for Nana's dedication to their Yi family that led to the safe birth of these 3 little babies. I'll be sure to give Yi Chen a good lecture when I return, so that he can be nicer to Nana again. Yi Chen was also wronged, and suddenly received a scolding. Ye's mother smiled and said to the doctor, that's also because the child's mother is so great, and our family is grateful for her dedication. Doctor, that's also triplets can be really not easy and one of them grows so good. Young man, turn back can be sure to take the baby mother to do a good repair. These words really reminded Yi Chen. Otherwise he really didn't know that he would have to fix it for Lu Yana, who had been focusing on the child before. Yi Chen hurriedly answered, "Thank you, doctor, I definitely will." Yi Chen at this time has also quietly made a decision. Must bring Lu Yana to do repair. "So, doc, where's it done?" The doctor gestured to the nurse on the other side of the room, to help with the height and weight measurements. As she said, "Just hang a postpartum one at our hospital and you can ask the doctor who was there first, to find out what repairs need to be done." Yi Chen, "Oh, that's good, doctor." A few little ones quickly did a routine checkup. The doctor walked back to the computer there while talking. While typing, length, weight, head circumference, heartbeat and so on, these are no problem. Now we need to check the blood routine, and check the bone density, and a series of reactions and so on. I'll write a checklist now, and then go to the front desk to pay the fee. The nurse at the front desk will tell you to go to which room of it. Then after you've checked those, come back to me and I'll look over the data for you. So that's pretty much it. Yi Chen, "Okay, doctor." Yi mother and Aunt Zhang, 2 people, 1 person holding the big baby, 2 baby comforting. Just measured the head, seems to be scared. Fortunately the little good boy has always been very good. Yi Chen hugged back to the time. Just wooing twice. Yi Chen took the bill to the cashier at the front desk, and after paying the fee, he first went to the 3rd floor to do a blood routine for the 3 children, which would take 40 minutes before the report was available, and then came back to do the other items. All 3 children cried when they were poked in the finger. After all, they had to squeeze the blood out so hard that even the little munchkin resisted. It can't be helped. Nowadays children have to do all these for medical checkups, and they also want to see a detailed report to know what's missing in their bodies, and then prescribe the right medicine or something. After all the other items were done, 30 minutes had quickly passed, mainly because there were more newborns, so it took a little more time, but it was just the right amount of time. Father Yi took the elevator and went to the 1st floor to get the blood routine report, while Yi Chen and the others stayed on the 5th floor to wait for the other reports to come out. After getting all the reports, then together they walked into the doctor who had just been there, and the doctor took the examination report in Yi Chen's hand and said to them, "You guys sit here for a while, the 3 little kids are a bit slower to see." Yi Chen several people this only sat down. The hardest thinking, fortunately at home, has been for the child to change the diaper, and drink water, or really difficult to get. A little more than 10 o'clock came, now have almost 12 o'clock, time flies, can be really fast. The doctor looked at the children's indicators and compared a few of the children's. Probably the children don't have much of a problem, it's just that this bone density isn't very good, but you don't have to worry much, a lot of newborns come out faster, so this will happen, just make up the calcium and vitamin D. Then doctor, can all these be prescribed in the hospital? Yes, mom asked with concern. The hospital also only has vitamin D, no calcium. You can go to the drugstore and get a milk calcium or liquid calcium or something. Those are pretty easy to take. Yi Chen then answered. Then open a few boxes for me. I don't want to go running outside. Doc, I'll prescribe 2 boxes at most for 1 child. So I'll prescribe 2 boxes for you. And it's okay for the baby mama to supplement this and then breastfeed the baby as well. And the baby moms who have just given birth will also be advised to take a calcium supplement or something. Yi Chen hurriedly nodded his head. Good. Then open 2 boxes for each child. Then you can give them to mom as well, and buy the calcium tablets when the time comes. Chapter 77, Making Powdered Milk for the Baby. Yi Chen, okay doctor, I know. Yi Chen waited for the doctor to write the order, and after thanking the doctor, he left with his family. And just as he stepped out of the doctor's office, the system was the one that went off. Help your child with a medical checkup, and the system rewards you with $3 million. Yi Chen wasn't much surprised about the reward money anymore. After all, he already had tens of millions of dollars in his hand now, so it could be said that he wasn't short of money. By the time he got home, it was already past 12 o'clock, and Lu's mom had already cooked and waited for someone to come back. I don't know how to cook either, so I just made 2 random ones, and I was just thinking about frying 2 of them when you guys came back. Nana is still sleeping, and her dishes haven't been cooked yet either. Mom Lu spoke to the crowd. Yi Chen said, Mom, let me do it. I can cook quite well. If you guys are hungry, eat first. I'll just have the monthly meal with Nana later. In the past, it was sister-in-law and the girls who came to cook the meals for Lu Yana to eat. After sister-in-law left, it was Auntie Zhang who did it. And now if it hasn't been done yet, Yi Chen thought of making a monthly meal for his wife, even though it had already turned 30 days old. If it was an ordinary family, that would already be considered out of the month. Yi Chen still followed the monthly meal and made a rich one for Lu Yana and served it to her. Father Yi and the others had already eaten, and Yi Chen, who had only just cooked it, filled a bowl of rice for himself and Lu Yana each before bringing them up to the room together. When he arrived at the room, he saw that Lu Yana was still asleep, but Yi Chen was also a little bit reluctant to do so. After all, She was also really exhausted last night, and now the baby is still going for a physical examination today, so tonight will also be a sleepless night. As it stands, little boy and Erbwa they don't know if they'll make a scene tonight. After all, they cried a lot today. When he thought of this, Yichen hadn't decided whether or not to wake up Lu Yana when Lu Yana woke up at this moment. Lu Yana opened her hazy eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Hubby, you guys are back? You're awake?" Yichen was about to go over to help Lu Yana up when the child in the next baby room was crying. The two of them, Mama Lu and Auntie Zhang, were there, and Lu Yana quickly got up from the bed and rushed into the baby's room with Yichen. "Mom, what's wrong with the baby? Is it okay?" Lu Yana asked worriedly. It's fine. Maybe I'm just hungry. I went out early this morning, now it's almost 1 o'clock. Yichen, the child didn't eat in the hospital, right? Lu Mom asked. Didn't eat just came back with the child after doing the physical examination. Yichen returned truthfully. It's been almost 3 hours, counting the time I took a bottle when I went out, and then it's now 1 o'clock, so the boy must be hungry. Lu Yana hurriedly picked up Debeo, who was crying the most, and said to Yichen, "Yichen, you make milk powder for little boy and Erbao." Yichen also froze at this time, because in the past, it was always the other people who soaked the milk, and then he just fed it, and now that he was asked to soak it, he still didn't know how to soak this powdered milk. Alright, Yichen took on this daunting task. Lu Yana hugged the baby and went back to her room. Yichen turned his head and asked Lu's mom and Aunt Zhang, "How did you make this milk powder?" Auntie Zhang immediately said, Chen, you come and hold little boy. I'll make the milk powder. It looks like you don't know how to make it either. Yichen, however, insisted, "No, now I have the opportunity to learn it properly, otherwise I won't even be able to make milk powder in the future." Yichen is also thinking, soak milk powder. The system will certainly reward, and learn to soak milk powder, then that is a good thing. After all, after learning, can often give the child soak it. Well then, this milk powder is the first to add warm water. The water is warmed in that warming box. It's all about 45 degrees. Pour it directly into the bottle. This milk powder is to put 1 spoon of milk powder every 50 milliliters. Now the 2 little treasures to eat it is not too much. Usually I soak 150 milliliters. Now that I've been out for so long, I'll just soak 200 milliliters, and pour 4 scoops of milk powder into it. Chapter 78. This son-in-law is too good. Yichen nodded his head repeatedly and did as Auntie Zhang said, slowly pouring the water down. Also recognizing the straightness of putting the bottle on a flat surface and watching himself pouring 200 milliliters of milk. Then open the cap of the formula and pour it into the bottle 1 spoonful at a time. Mom Lu looked at how serious Yichen was, and immediately nodded her head in satisfaction. This son-in-law of his own really leaves nothing to be desired. It's really great. After Yichen poured the milk powder, he quickly picked it up and prepared to shake it. Aunt Zhang and Mother Lu spoke in unison to stop it. Wait, you can't rock this phase. Yichen was also baffled. I know how to shake cannot come out of the bubble. Don't worry, I have done enough homework. Only to see Yichen holding 2 milk bottles, slowly turning them around until the milk powder was completely dissolved. Then he handed it to the 2 of them. See, I sure know how to make milk powder. Yichen also proved himself with his practical actions. Lu's mother was relieved. Aha, that's okay. Took the formula and fed it. The 2 babies quickly finished the bottle of 200 milliliters of milk, ate and drank enough, and the 2 children slept through it. At this time, Yichen's system was yet again ringing. $100,000 for making powdered milk for your child. Yichen also just smiled. Making powdered milk for the child was supposed to be the right thing to do. So, after Yichen helped clean up the milk bottles, that's when he went back to his room. Seeing that Lu Yana was breastfeeding with her back to the main center door, Yichen walked to the side in front of the meal and said to Lu Yana, "Honey, are you hungry? If you're hungry, I'll feed you, okay?" Lu Yana was also a bit stunned. Yichen, this is because he didn't see me breastfeeding? If he fed me, wouldn't he have seen it? Lu Yana hurriedly said, I'm not hungry. Lu Yana took a look at the 2 bowls of rice out of that end pot and asked, "Have you not eaten yet? Otherwise, why did you fill 2 bowls of rice for me?" Lu Yana also understood that Yichen was aware that he couldn't eat that much, so if the other bowl of rice, it must have been for him to fill himself, that's why she asked him so. Yichen said, "Yes, I haven't eaten yet, I'm hungry. You're a breastfeeder, how can you not be hungry yet? I'll feed you some first, you can't be hungry." After Yichen finished speaking, he had already brought the rice over and very domineeringly sent a bowl of soup to Lu Yana's mouth. Naturally, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the grandeur of her chest. His heart also jumped suddenly, only he still pretended to look calm on his face. If she acted surprised herself as well, then Yu Ina would definitely be a bit overwhelmed as well, right? Yichen said, "Drink it quickly, don't be hungry." Lu Yina's face just turned red all of a sudden, and Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head at ruler True. What to do? Oh, what to do with your own little petite wife, who is such a shy person? Yi Chen fed Lu Yina a mouthful of soup first while pondering in his mind. Soon, half a bowl of soup was finished. At this time, Lu Yina, however, had a shocked face. Yi Chen hurriedly asked, Nana, what's wrong? Lu Yina said with some embarrassment, go look for that spillage pad in that bag. My side is leaking. Yi Chen took a deep breath and walked to one side of his bag and found the spillage-proof pads. Lu Yina instructed, take it apart and bring it to me. I'll just put it in myself. Yi Chen, I didn't say I was going to put it in for you either. After quickly taking it apart, Yi Chen handed it to Lu Yina. After Lu Yina took it, she held her son who was breastfeeding with one hand and gently tucked it into the other side. Lu Yina whispered, Yi Chen, eat first. Didn't you guys say you were going to go look at cars with Dad this afternoon? Yi Chen said, don't worry. Looking at the car is a small matter. The big deal is to look at it some days later. The key is that you can't starve you. Starving in the month, but it will starve your stomach. Oh, Lu Yina still insisted. I'm almost done feeding. You'd better eat first. I've had the soup. It's perfectly fine. Seeing that Lu Yi insisted, Yi Chen had no choice but to listen to her and ate on the side. Chapter 79, don't know if you don't see it, but you'll be surprised if you see it. Seeing that Lu Yina insisted, Yi Chen also ate his meal on the side. After all, Ina Lu was almost up to send the baby back to the baby's room. While this was happening, the system was ringing. The host triggers a special mission to feed his wife for dinner, rewarding the host with a whole set of diamond collection of You're the One, worth a total of $999 million. At this time, Yi Chen's hand suddenly had a super VIP membership card made of gold from the Diamond Family brand. Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked, so he asked the system, I'll go. Is this a wedding gift for me? Reporting to the host, here's the reward. Yi Chen also did not say anything more to it, holding the super VIP membership card made of gold in his hand. Looking at the weight, it had to cost half a gold bar. It's just a membership card. Is it really such a heavy price to pay? But also right, nearly $1 billion of money are spent. This a few $100,000 of membership card cannot afford to give up. Then also really do not understand. Yi Chen also roughly calculated. Recently, since this month, their own and the system's rewards have earned nearly 20 million. Counting the previous, there should also be almost 50 million in cash. Of course, that 6-1 baby shares have not been counted, because that is not cash unless it is to sell the shares. But now this mother and baby market development is so good celebration. It is certainly not worth selling shares after all, this 20% of the shares, a year down the dividend is estimated to have several hundred million right. Now do what business a year can earn several hundred million I also do not know this dividend. When will be divided it? A moment we'll have to ask the system to do Thinking of this, Yi Chen also picked up his chopsticks and waited for Lu Yina to come back to eat with him. Lu Yina came back and saw that Yi Chen actually looked at herself with a smile. She also looked at Yi Chen with a smile. What's wrong? What's so funny? Yi Chen laughed. Prepared a gift for you. Yi Chen handed the gold super VIP membership card of the Diamond Family to Lu Yina. When the time comes, we will go together to try on the band. And by the way, buy the hardware to be used for the wedding. And it's time for our wedding to be organized. I want you to be the happiest bride. Lu Yina didn't know that the card was made of gold, but the marriage, she kind of listened to it. So that's good. Wait for mom to be free, then we'll go together to see it. My mom should be free this Sunday. Lu Yina is thinking that her mother must also want to send gold as a dowry. So when the time comes to think of going together Yi Chen smiled and said, alright then. Lu Yina both sat down and slowly ate their meal now. At this time, Lu Yina but suddenly remembered something. Right, the baby's milk powder and diapers are almost out. We must buy them today. Yi Chen asked, then is it okay to be a little later today? I want to get the caravan thing settled quickly this afternoon, so it will be a lot easier for us to travel in the future. It can be later it's fine within these 2 days. Lu Yina said back. Yi Chen was relieved. He was thinking of asking the salesman to send the formula diapers, but he didn't want his family to pay for it, so he had to do it a little later. Yi Chen said, that's good. When we finish buying the car, then we can travel easily. Lu Yina looked at Yi Chen with a smile and suddenly picked up her chopsticks to give Yi Chen a carrot. Yi Chen also smiled and looked at Lu Yina. His entire mouth was on the chopsticks, and he even let out a barfing sound towards Lu Yina, as if he was just giving a kiss through the air. Lu Yina was also made to almost burst out laughing by him. Yi Chen also picked up a piece of meat and sent it to Lu Yina's mouth, who also bit the chopsticks gently with some shyness and took the meat in her mouth. Yi Chen and the two of them fed me and I fed you. And just like that, they finished a meal. While Yi Chen was cleaning up the dishes, his cell phone message ringtone rang. Yi Chen took the bowls and chopsticks without looking, and when he arrived downstairs, Aunt Zhang immediately took over the bowls and chopsticks and took them into the kitchen. Only then did Yichen pick it up to look at the information. Just don't look at it. Look at it to be shocked. Chapter 80, The Child Grows Up. Yichen looked at the message on his cell phone, and it was a direct stare. It turns out that this is the bank account information, and it also says that the person who transferred the money is the head office of 61 Baby. Yichen hurriedly counted. There are many zeros behind 1373. The total is more than $137 million. Oh, my God. The original 61 Baby is quarterly dividends, half a year, at the end of the year and the end of the year dividends. Their own 20% of the shares have more than 100 million dividends. See, this mother and baby market is really quite profitable. After all, now is also the era of 2 children. Everyone is thinking of giving the baby the best, milk powder diapers and so on, are to be the best to the baby, and a series of toys, tableware, and so on, all to be the best. Times have changed. Kids used to be raised loose. Now they are raised in honey. That's why more and more mom and pop stores have been opened over the years. Yichen took the cell phone and was so happy that he didn't know what Rest was doing. At this time, Father Yi walked over and saw Yichen giggling, so he asked, Chen, what are you laughing at? Yichen immediately handed his cell phone to Father Ye's eyes. Dad, look, this is the dividends from my shares. It's surprising that there's so much. This is for half a year, and there's the ultimate dividend at the end of the year. Father Yi also stared straight at the information in Yichen's cell phone, and couldn't help but let out a breath. I think your dad, my company is only worth a few $100 million, and you've split more than $100 million this time. Although before I heard your mom say what to buy stocks and shares, I also have always thought that you are just a small fight. Really did not expect, actually half a year to earn more than $100 million. Good for you. It's true that you're better than the blue. Father Yi heavily patted Yichen's shoulder. Looking at his son being able to be on his own and so capable, he was also very happy. And in the future, if he let Yichen take over his company, he could finally rest assured. Although his company is not big, before the scale is more than $1 billion, but recently the company out of the situation of poor management, so led to the body directly shrink half. So the outside world this will be rumored that he wants to go bankrupt. But now that I see my son so successful, I feel relieved in my heart. Father Yi was thinking that his son would be able to carry forward their Yi family's industry and create another glory. Yichen also said, Dad, give me the account number. I'll transfer you a sum of money. I've heard that the company is in dire need of money right now. Father Yi then waved his hands and said, No, you keep this money to raise your child. Father has the money. Although the words are so, but they even Yichen married, can only come up with a few million out, to change the previous. Come up with 1 or 200 million is not a problem. Yi father may not know that Yichen has already sent the house to. It is estimated that Yi mother has not yet given him the main into it. If he knew that his son even bought hundreds of millions of villas, it is estimated that he will be even more surprised. Because, in the previous words, they also have plans to buy 5 rooms and 2 halls of the big house to Yichen as a wedding room. Just the plan has not yet had time to realize. There will be a change of heart. If Yichen is not with them and said that they have already bought a good house, it is estimated that they borrow money will also be borrowed to get enough money to put together the down payment to buy a house for Yichen. Yichen also just smiled. Dad, this is a little bit of my son's intention. Just accept it. As you can see, right now, my son doesn't lack money at all. Finally, while the two were arguing, Ye's mother arrived. What are you two fathers doing? What's all the noise? It's disturbing my grandson's sleep. Mother Yi smiled and reprimanded the 2 fathers and sons. Yichen said, Mom, I want to give Dad money to spend, and Dad doesn't want it. Ye's mom also said, What? Did you get rich? Watching this father and son actually arguing about money, and it was the son who wanted to spend money on the old man, also couldn't help but be amused. In his heart, he was also sighing that his son had really grown up, and would make money on his own, as well as marrying a wife, having a child, and caring for his parents. Chapter 81, Come Back Tonight. Yichen took his cell phone and handed it over to Ye's mother, saying, Mom, look, I just received a dividend from the company, more than $100 million. You said that it's not too much for me to transfer $10 or $20 million to Dad, right? I can't use that much money to raise a child, can I? Ye's mom was also surprised when she looked at her cell phone. My God, son, you're so rich. Old man, if your son gives you money to spend, then you should take it well. It's a rare piece of filial piety from my son. Ye's mother learned that it was originally Yichen's company's dividend payout that came to give Ye's father money to spend, so she didn't refuse. Yichen said, Mom, I'll transfer $10 million to you. So Yichen picked up his cell phone and transferred $10 million to Ye's mother. Because in the past when I was studying, it was all Ye's mother who transferred money to Yichen, so there is a mother's account but not a father's account. If you transfer such a large sum of money on the phone's WeChat, you have to transfer it 10 times because WeChat can only transfer 1 million at a time. And if Ye's father doesn't accept it, it's not possible to do so. Yi Chen then asked Ye's mother for Ye's father's account number and transferred $10 million to Ye's father as well. Then, Yi Chen sent a message to Lu Yana, said to give the parents-in-law pocket money, and then a one-time transfer of 30 million to Lu Yana, said that there are 10 million is for her. Lu Yana looked at the message on her cell phone, and in less than 2 minutes, the message from her bank card was sent. Surprisingly, it really came to $30 million. Lu Yana that was directly petrified, so he immediately sent a message to Yi Chen, "Hubby, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me?" Yi Chen showed her a screenshot of his bank card's arrival, and sent another message over. "Wife, hubby made money, the company paid dividends." Only then did Lu Yana put her heart down. "Thank you, husband," Yi Chen returned. Wahahaha. Lu Yana also blushed and returned a kiss emoji. After receiving Lu Yana's response, Yi Chen then returned, "I want to really." Lu Yana's face was even more red. After a while, she returned, "Wait for the night." Yi Chen received Lu Yana's response and felt like his entire body was filled with energy. In fact, throughout the entirety of Lu Yana's pregnancy since, Yi Chen had been carefully caring for her, giving her enough love and care. After all, the two are genuinely in love, but the last line of defense, or have to be careful to be good, and do not want to let each other fall into the shadow of what is right. Anyway, it was all going in the right direction, and Yi Chen was naturally cheerful. Then, Yi Chen took his cell phone and made a call to the saleswoman of 61 Baby. "Hello, I need to order milk powder and diapers, but not for delivery now. Can you deliver them at night?" The saleswoman hurriedly said, "Yes, Mr. Yi, I don't get off work until 10:30 at night." "That's good. So do you have any milk calcium or anything like that there?" "The doctor said the baby is a little calcium deficient." Female sales, "Yes, Mr. Yi, it is the imported that milk calcium, in our place has been selling quite well." "How much?" Saleswoman, $156 for a bottle with 90 capsules in it. "Would you like a bottle?" "I'll take 5 bottles, besides the kids eating it. The wife needs some too." Saleswoman, "Okay sir, so how much formula do you want this time? What about other diapers and such?" "Yi Chen, let's ask for 2 more boxes of milk powder. The child is getting bigger and eating more. We need 6 boxes of milk powder, 3 packs of medium-sized diapers, and 5 packs of large-sized diapers. The small ones don't grow much, but the big ones grow faster. Children do grow faster, especially if they have a good appetite." While I was also thinking that if the 2 younger ones grew up they could still use their brother's larger size and his older one could buy a new one. The saleswoman also asked, "Sir, you're having triplets, 3 male babies, huh?" Female sales is also curious to ask, after all, like such a rich family, presumably thinking of having a son. Right, rich more than a few are not afraid. Anyway, will not be able to afford to raise. Chapter 82 for everyone. Yi Chen also smiled. 2 boys and a girl, a little girl. The saleswoman's surprised words rang in her ears. "My goodness, Mr. Yi, you are so lucky and happy. I've never really heard of triplets in my entire life." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Thank you." Then he asked, "Did you memorize what I just said?" The saleswoman got back into the swing of things in a second. 5 bottles of milk calcium, 6 cases of powdered milk, 3 packages of medium-sized diapers, 5 packages of large-sized diapers. Anything else? Yi Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Buy me a box of pacifiers too." Yi Chen is also thinking that in the future the child grows up is also going to use, when the time comes to grow teeth, will certainly gnaw on the pacifier. "Buy it first, then you do not have to find." The saleswoman seemed to be writing something on a piece of paper, then asked for another case of pacifiers. "There are 10 in a case and one is $20. Yi Chen, good. Then you can prepare it first and send it in the evening. I have to get busy first in a while." Saleswoman, "Yes sir." After talking to the saleswoman on the phone, Yi Chen looked for his dad and Lu's dad to go look at the RV with him, and at this time, Papa Lu was the one who found Yi Chen. "Egu, Yi Chen why did you transfer so much money to me? I can't do that." Papa Lu also directly grabbed Yi Chen's big hand and immediately said that he would return the money to Yi Chen for anything. Yi Chen, however, said, "My money is transferred to Nana. I'm transferring money to my own wife. If you want to return the money, just return it to Nana." Yi Chen also shrugged it off, saying that he wouldn't admit that he was the one who wanted to transfer the money to him. After all, people are daughters who want to be filial to their parents. That's right, it's none of Yi Chen's business. Lu's father also has no place to talk about it, and he said that he would transfer the money back. Yi Chen said, "Dad, your daughter gave you money to spend. Just take it. My dad and my mom have taken my pocket money. It's only good that you guys take it too." "What? You guys? You're transferring money to both of our couples?" Papa Lu that asked in surprise. To know that his company only earns the $10 million a year at the end of the year. And now Yi Chen actually transferred $10 million to himself as soon as he made a move, saying that it was pocket money. At this time, Lu's mother also checked the cell phone to the account information, also learned that it is Yi Chen to turn the money to himself. Immediately out of the down to find Yi Chen. Just in the living room found Lu's father is also talking to Yi Chen. What? Immediately is rushed over. Yi Chen, what's going on? Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Papa Lu immediately said. Not only did he transfer money to you, he also had Nana transfer money to me. Yi Chen couldn't do anything about them either. At this point, Father Yi stepped in. That kid got rich, so you guys just take it. Yi Chen, that kid's company sent dividends. Half a year's dividends have more than 130 million. You can rest assured. In addition to the two of you, my wife and I have received. It's okay, you just take it. This kid has a lot of money. In the future to spend money. Everyone let go of their hands. Everyone spends money is not all for Yi Chen's small family. Take it. Since Father Yi also said so, Father Lu and Mother Lu, who felt bad at first, also nodded and kept the money. Then, since the in-laws have said so, then we can't afford to push back anymore. We'll keep this money and give it to Nana to press the bottom of the box in the future. Yi Chen smiled and said, Dad, you old can never. In the future I have earned money here. Surely will filial piety to you. After all, you are also only a daughter of Nana. You are my other mom and dad. In the future the family will not be divided into you and me. I have money, surely everyone must have money too. Right, we as children, earn money, certainly also want to honor mom and dad. Is not it? In-laws, this son of yours has been taught really well. Too filial. Mother Lu was also praising profusely. Yi Chen was thinking in his heart, in a moment, he could give Aunt Zhang a raise and a bonus as well. Chapter 83. After all, Auntie Zhang was also tired enough. From the birth of the baby until now, she hadn't had a good rest, and had been working hard for her family. So, before Yi Chen set off to see the RV, he found Aunt Zhang and told her that starting next month, her salary would be increased by half, and he also gave her $100,000. Aunt Zhang said nothing at first, but when Yi Chen showed her the message that he had received over $130 million, she happily accepted it. Chen, you're a capable child. Aunt Zhang was also very pleased. After all, Yi Chen is also their own childhood. To see their own bring up the child is also so successful, then also feel happy for him. Originally, her salary was paid by Ye's mother, and it was only a little more than 10,000 a month, but now Yi Chen told her that in the future, the salary would be paid by him, and then the salary was $25,000, and there was also a year-end bonus and so on. After Yi Chen finished talking to Auntie Zhang, he called up Father Yi and Father Lu and drove to the Manhwa car dealership to look at cars. To the car dealership, before the reception of Yi Chen's mail sales, quickly walked to the door to meet Yi Chen. This is the car he sold, or he did the formalities. The license plate and so on, or he helped to do it. And naturally, it is also recognized at once. Hello, Mr. Yi. The male salesman immediately welcomed Yi Chen in. Why are you so free to come for tea today? Only to see the car and down two middle-aged men. They are very enthusiastic. To the two said, Io, this is the uncle also came. Quickly please come in. Yi Chen then introduced. This is my father. This is my old man. We are here to see the caravan today. The main thing is to buy it if it looks suitable. To be had. The male salesman very enthusiastically took the three in and then greeted the receptionist to make tea. I wonder if Mr. Yi has a budget or something? The male salesman asked tentatively. And no, it's just to take a look. And if you like it, you can buy it for any amount of money. Yi Chen also spoke in a very atmospheric manner. Yi father on the side has also said, yes, the key is to see is suitable for the words only. You here have a current car? The male salesman said, yes, I'll show you the current car right now. Go up and see the interior and stuff to get a feel for it. So the male salesman waited for them to take a sip of hot tea and then immediately took a few people to see the current car. Hello, several honored guests. We have several brands here. Geely, Ford, SAIC, Hyundai, as well as Mercedes-Benz, Datsun's, a total of a dozen brands. I wonder which ones people would like to see. Just take a look at SAIC's, and Geely's, and Hyundai's, and see how those are. Father Yi said, I'd like to see a Mercedes-Benz instead. Yi Chen said, after all, the car he was currently driving was this brand of car. The male salesman also brightened up when he heard this. Mr. Yi, the Mercedes-Benz brand, we only have one here, so if you all want to see it, I can take you to see it first, and then we'll go to the others. That's good. Papa Lu and Papa Yi nodded their heads at the same time and said. Several people walked together to the Mercedes-Benz area, and on the way there they saw many large RVs that were just as long, as tall, and as big as a bus. Although these caravans are good, but they are not practical. To the outside you still have to find a dedicated parking space. If it's too long, it's not good to park. Papa Lu said. Father Yi also seconded. Right, we are only traveling for convenience. If we get into so much trouble because of this car thing, there's really no need for it. Yi Chen also said. Yes, I see that these caravans can still be bought if the children grow up and want to drive to play by then. While for now, we still focus on practicality. After all, it's not like they drive out often. I also don't think it's necessary. That's when the male salesman said. You guys can start by showing you all the RVs we have at the dealership. Look at this front row here. All the more people choose to travel in an RV, the price is relatively affordable. Just about $300,000. And the size is also moderate. And there is still what should be inside. Some of them have beds 1, some fruit 2 beds, and seating for 4 and 6, depending on your choice. Father Yi said. Naturally the more seats the better. We're 4 old men, plus a couple of kids, so we definitely need more seats, right? Well, right. Papa Lu agreed. I think one as big as an ambulance would be fine. It's got to be comfortable mostly, right? Both men nodded. Yi Chen also followed the sales while looking at the RVs over here. Looking at the size of these caravans were all too big. After all, it's not like they can't afford it. It's just not practical. This way down. Yi Chen has also been almost all the caravans are looked at once. Did not see a satisfactory one model, either oddly shaped, or too long and too high. There is really no one is satisfied. And Father Lu has Yi Chen turned pocket money. How much money on these cars do not care much, as long as the right to buy. Anyway, for the sake of this family, this money is also to spend. Over here is Geely's new energy RV, but the length of the vehicle has usually exceeded the normal parking space. So if you are looking for street parking, this is a no-brainer. But the average RV model is still pretty long, so you don't have a lot of options to choose from. Like this Ford T-type caravan, the body type have been relatively small one, but the length of the car have also been over 5 meters long. The general parking space are 5 meters long distance, but it is not to say that it cannot be put. To be put if it is also a little more compact. I wonder if a few of you have considered buying a commercial vehicle. The male salesman asked tentatively. Just be able to stop. A business car is out of the question. Papa Lu spoke. If it is a caravan, then the child to eat milk, put milk powder and so on, are more convenient so every time you travel, do not have to take a big bag, put it on. Obviously, the two of them, Yi Chen and Father Yi, thought the same thing and nodded their heads. So the Fords over here, do you guys want to look at them first? Or do you want to go straight to the Mercedes? The male salesman asked. Let's watch it together then. There's quite a lot of time anyway. Father Yi said. Do you all have current cars here? Straightforward to pick up? Papa Lu asked. Yes, uncle. We can all pay and drive away directly here. The male salesman smiled back. Last time, Yi Chen also paid a few $1 million directly to take 3 cars. And last month he was the sales champion of the whole team. The thought of today and can sell a luxury car. This caravan is less than hundreds of thousands of dollars. And on their frame, even if you look at this Ford or Hyundai caravan now, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars to hit the bottom it. What's more, but also look at the Mercedes-Benz. How also have to fool around to buy the most expensive bar. Chapter 84 finally got the RV bought. Also, we have Model B RVs here that people can check out as well. At this time, Father Yi and Father Lu both whispered. Actually, this car is about the same. I think it's about right if we want the most expensive one, right? Yes, it's not that bad. Of course it's the best if it's the most expensive. I still want to go back to see my little grandchildren. After all, I still have to rush back to the company. And then I won't be here for a few days. Not really, I'm going back to the office tomorrow too. I miss the little ones. Papa Lu also said with some unhappiness. Yi Chen naturally also heard the two conversations. Also know that they do not want to continue to shop. At first he thought his father and father-in-law will be careful to try the car once, and then slowly discuss it. Did not expect these two people are because of a few small grandchildren and so bold but this is also true. This caravan a whole row down, are lined up more than a dozen. Here is probably also a 50 or 60 cars. This boss is also strong Surprisingly, the current car are dozens of so many. And the male salesman heard what the two old men said and was having a good time. Yi Chen looked at these two old men who were eagerly thinking of their grandchildren. So he said to the male salesman, which is the most expensive and best car you have here that suits our requirements? Let's go and look at that car directly. I'm in a hurry. Yes, 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 please follow me this way. It's the Mercedes-Benz C-Caravan Expanded that you want to see. The male salesman rushed up to lead the way and turned around twice before finding it. The male salesman brought Yi Chen and the others too, then immediately went forward and pushed open the car door while introducing. Everyone who wants a high-class C-type motorhome is undoubtedly the Mercedes-Benz Spin motorhome. The Spin C chassis, a luxury motorhome chassis for business and family, with its honorable and atmospheric appearance, surging and excellent power, and solid and reliable performance, shows Mercedes-Benz cars' relentless pursuit of the perfect model. At the same time also meets the requirements of all of you. You see this fiberglass one-piece model carriages, Germany imported Mercedes-Benz chassis, before the body highlights the aristocratic color scheme, as well as the body of the hegemony. All represent the extraordinary status of the owner. Please get in and feel the fit of the car properly. The male salesman hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and asked Yi Chen's three to get on the car together. As you can see, this is a deluxe door for RVs, which has a mosquito-proof door. Oh, and a motorized dual-stage step. As an upscale business C-type motorhome, the comfort and luxury of the interior of the famed Rika Mercedes-Benz expansion needs no introduction. Creamy white leather upholstery, leather deck sofas, yacht-grade wood floors, and quality living complete with appliances, for your most relaxing enjoyment on the road. The leather design of the card base is thick and full, fine texture, soft and breathable, electric lift desktop. This area can be flatly made into a bed of 1,700 mm long * 900 mm wide, only to see both Papa Yi and Papa Lu nodding their heads repeatedly, while Yi Chen was looking at the interiors of the place, and they were all very satisfied as well. Look at the charging port here. You can charge it or use induction to heat up the milk. And the striking 190L refrigerator from Domtic at the back of the bay here. This big appliance looks big, but in fact it's only 12V, power-saving and packable. The sanitizer behind the sofa, which combines sanitizing, storage, and cleaning in one unit, saves space accordingly. The salesman also talked a lot there, and finally went to the driver's side. The wide driving space brings a wide driving view. The cab is dominated by black and white, accented by burgundy and mahogany on the center console and steering wheel, highlighting the deep atmosphere. Lu's father was also on the sidelines and said in a very common-sense manner, "You're a nice young man." Father Yi also said, "Well, it just sounds professional." The male salesman was also humble and said, "It's my job. Thank you for the compliment." The two of them, Father Yi and Father Lu, also smiled at each other. "Yi Chen, what do you think of this car?" Father Yi asked. "I think it's okay. The interior and stuff is quite atmospheric." Yi Chen said back, "I just love it here." Father Yi sat on that seat opposite the card table. "Look at me. I'm sitting here now. And then by putting that card table across the room I can just drop it down and let your mom and your in-laws mother play or sleep or whatever with their 3 little grandchildren up there. And my in-laws father and I can sit here and look at them while taking pictures or whatever. How nice." Papa Lu also said, "Yeah, this is pretty good. I don't know about the other cars, but this one has it, so that's good." Papa Lu that was looking full of joy. Yi Chen heard his two dads say that this car is good. Then he said atmospherically, "Then buy it. This car I also think it's quite good. Do you want to send a photo to the two moms and Nana to ask them? Come on, take pictures, send them to the group and ask the 3 moms to see if they like it." Father Yi immediately became the photographer, taking pictures and recording videos. Lu's father is also sent a voice to say where he likes where. The families Lu Yana and the 2 moms also saw it, so the family chatted among the family group. The family was pretty happy with the car overall, so they booked it on the spot. All discounted. That's only $1.59 million. The formalities and so on quickly got well also signed. All get well after. Ye father they are also on the side of drinking tea while waiting. After waiting for several minutes, the two of them, Father Lu and Father Yi, couldn't sit still. "Yi Chen, you're going to drive home in a while anyway. Why don't I go back with my in-laws first, and you stay here, and just drive the car back in a while?" Yi Chen saw that the two of them were eager to think about their grandchildren and didn't stop them. "Okay, you guys go home. I'll drive back when I'm done here." After the two of them, Father Yi and Father Lu, took the car keys, they immediately drove off. Yi Chen stayed here and waited, but also called the male salesman to teach him how to operate the car. The male salesman is also very enthusiastic, holding the manual to explain to Yi Chen one by one. After all the operations in the car were cooked, this time the system was ringing. Congratulations to the host for the baby to take the initiative to learn to drive a caravan, triggering a special reward. The system rewards a piece of land of 2,000 square meters in the second ring of the city. This place is located next to the national highway, and the surrounding supporting facilities are very perfect. Yi Chen was shocked and couldn't help but ask the system, "My God, 2,000 square meters of land in the second ring. Are you fooling me? Are all your system rewards randomly selected? So unreliable?" "Hello, host, the special system rewards are randomized." Yi Chen that was directly stunned. "It's still really random. No wonder." Chapter 85 My ass. It's a gold card. And by the time Yi Chen drove home full of joy, it was already past 5, almost 6 in the afternoon. After Yi Chen drove the car back, the family all hurriedly walked out to go up and try it out. Yi Chen pulled up Lu Yina's hand and whispered in her ear, "You said it, come back tonight." Lu Yina was also red-faced and glared at Yi Chen. Nasty. Yi Chen that was listening to a wave of inner swirling now. Everyone had a tour of the new car and was happy with it. Before arriving at dinner, Yi Chen gave the saleswoman a call. "Hello, is it possible to send it over around 7 o'clock in a while?" The saleswoman's side also hurriedly answered, "Yes sir, I'll be sure to deliver it by 7. After Yi Chen finished his dinner, the saleswoman delivered everything, but this time, the saleswoman brought 3 walkers to Yi Chen. "Hello Mr. Yi, this is a gift from our company to you. Thank you for your support." When Yi Chen came out, the saleswoman had already started to move the several cardboard boxes in the car down one by one, and the driver also got off the car to help move it up. Yi Chen said, "Then this is really thank you, just leave it here, I'll move it in later." Yi Chen also didn't want others to come in the house, so he let them put the things on the side of the villa's main entrance and put them there, and he would move them back himself in a while. The saleswoman also nodded hurriedly, so she called out to the driver to help move it. "Hubby, you move the milk powder, I'll do the rest." It turns out that this man is his husband. Also right. Big night, the husband should also be worried, so come over to help delivery. Yi Chen also smiled and didn't say anything. When everything was done, Yi Chen also transferred an extra $200 to her just like last time. The saleswoman thanked Yi Chen repeatedly before going back in her husband's car. When Yi Chen saw that they were gone, he began to carry his things back upstairs. Papa Yi and Papa Lu they were all in the baby's room teasing the baby as they had to go back to the office in a while. After Yi Chen moved the things into the house, he then returned to the room and said to Lu Yina, "Wife, come with me to a place tonight, I have a gift for you." "What? Didn't you just give away the villa? Why are you giving gifts again? Just change your clothes and follow me. It's not much, just some small gifts. You remember to bring that gold card." Yi Chen also didn't really know what was in that whole set of diamond jewelry sent by the Diamond family, so he could only say it was a small gift. Well then, luckily I've slept exceptionally well today and I'm not sleepy right now, so I'll just change later and go with you. Lu Yina hurriedly got up and went into the check room to change her clothes. As it turns out, none of my old clothes fit anymore, so I had to find some early pregnancy clothes to wear. Yi Chen saw that Lu Yina hadn't changed in such a long time, so he inquired outside the door, "Wife, what's wrong? Is it still not ready after so long?" Lu Yina also said with some embarrassment, "I can't wear any of my previous clothes anymore, so I can only find clothes from the early stages of pregnancy to wear out, almost 20 pounds bigger than before, and I can't even wear them on my calves." Iona Lu was also launched into a sadness when she faced the time when she used to be more than 90 pounds. "I'm sorry, it's hubby who didn't think to be so thoughtful. Let's stop by and buy some clothes in a while. Hubby hasn't gone to the mall with you yet. Buy whatever you want then, got it?" Lu Yina let out a him inside and quickly changed her clothes before walking out. How to say, the previous Lu Yina that is the devil body, angel face 168 height, only 95 pounds up and down, there are front and back, and now, not only had the size of the chest increased, but even the butt and the whole body had a lot more flesh. Geez, if I'm going to go out there, I'll have to milk it or it's going to be very milky. Now about a month or so later, Iona Lu also has a lot of milk already, and every time after feeding the baby, she can still feed another baby. If the babies are full, she can only milk out the milk, and it had only been an hour and a half since she had breastfed just before dinner, but Iona Lu had to express her milk, because if she didn't empty it out for more than 4 hours, it would have to rise unbearably. Milk is what your baby gets the more he eats, and milk is what goes away slowly after it rises. Lu Yina didn't want her milk to rise back up, so she hurriedly took the breast pump, went into the check room and milked. Yi Chen was also looking at his wife with some amusement. There was no way. Lu Yina was a competent mother, doing everything herself. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, Lu Yina sucked out more than 100 milliliters of milk, and she didn't have time to fill them up, so she just left them like this and said to Yi Chen, "Let's go. I'll have Auntie Chang wash my breast pump." Lu Yina was naturally aware that she had delayed a bit when she was busy like this. Yi Chen said, "Well okay, if Auntie Zhang isn't available, it's okay if we come back and wash it again." So the two of them drove out together after saying hello to their families. Mother Yi and Mother Lu both looked at each other and smiled, and the two of them proceeded to take their grandchildren. The two children can love each other and the family is in harmony, which is also what the elderly would like to see. Yi Chen drove the car and talked with Lu Yina in the car about how the child had changed over the days. Came to the biggest shopping mall in Xiangcheng, Da Mingfa. On the first floor of the place, found the counter of the Diamond family. At this time, a very pretty female salesperson also came up and said to Yi Chen and the two of them, "Hello, what do you two want to see?" For this type of young men and women, it is just that they want to buy 10 000 or several $1,000s of diamonds or gold as a gift, and they are not considered to be rich, nor are they high-spending people. So the saleswoman didn't entertain the two with much enthusiasm at this time, until she saw Yi-chan signaling Lu Yana to take out that gold card. Her eyes really stared straight. Yi-chan placed the gold card in front of the saleswoman's heel. "I've come to get the jewelry I ordered." This really scared the saleswoman, and she hurriedly took the gold card in Yi-chan's hand and said, "Yes sir, I'll tell the manager right now." You know, she had been working here for almost 5 years, and no one had ever taken the gold card, which was only given away by the company to big customers who spent more than $500 million. Oh, my god, $500 million. She couldn't earn a fraction of what someone else spends in a lifetime of work. That one card alone had completely blown her away. Immediately, he went into the inner sanctum and asked for the manager. Chapter 86, Don't Save Your Husband Money. Manager Lu was immediately startled as he watched the clerk walk in with a gold card. You know, can people who can afford to spend more than $500 million be ordinary people? How can you have billions or tens of billions of dollars or more to have this man's capital? It's only natural that quality clients like these are maintained. That manager Lu also rushed out in a hurry. After tidying up his instrument, he smiled at Yi-chan and the two of them and said, "Hello, Miss Sir, how may I help you?" Yi-chan said, "I came to get something." Manager Lu asked, "Excuse me, sir, what's your name?" "My name is Yi-chan. I ordered a whole diamond collection of You're the One here not long ago. Now it's here to pick up the goods." Manager Lu also looked very shocked, as he had only been summoned to the headquarters last night for a meeting about the You're the One series being ordered, and the name mentioned in the meeting was Yi-chan. And then with this gold card in Yi-chan's hand, Manager Lu had basically determined Yi-chan's true identity. "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for not recognizing you in our first meeting." "Yi-chan, it's okay. Thank you Mr. Yi for your understanding." Manager Lu smiled and said, "Regarding if you want to pick up the entire series of diamond jewelry of You're My One and Only in our store today, since we are just a branch here, we have to go to the headquarters site to pick it up. It may take a little time, about half an hour or so. It's really troublesome for you and this young lady to wait here for a while," Manager Lu said with a very respectful face. Yi-chan, however, said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Let's stroll over here for a while. Just give me a call when we arrive. It's just the right time to take Lu Yana here to do a little shopping and buy some clothes and bags and such." Manager Lu was also relieved. She had been thinking about how to explain to the guests, but she didn't expect Yi-chan to be so forthcoming. Yi-chan with them indeed, good time good. The gold card back, with Lu Yana together out of the Diamond family, walked to the side of the clothing store to pick up the clothes came. This is a fragrance city, a very famous local designer's design out of the clothing. Lu Yana saw the design of this clothing is very like, because these clothes are not the kind of bad street. In here to buy handmade customized clothes, can be guaranteed never second piece. The other clothes in the store are also very unique in design. It is because of this uniqueness that this brand is therefore also famous in the city of incense, no less than the major brands. And this one clothing brand is called Eli Lilly, named after the designer, Li Li Yu. Yi-chan saw that Lu Yana liked it, so he simply helped Lu Yana pick it up. Instead, Lu Yana took the tag and looked at it. "I'll go. This tee actually costs more than $3,000. This is too expensive. A t-shirt costs $3,000. So you can imagine that other things are even more expensive. It's tens of thousands of dollars." Although Lu Yana had more than $10 million in her hand from Yi-chan, after all, she was not the kind of woman who spent money like water. Despite the fact that Iona Lu's family conditions are regardless poor, but she is not the kind of woman who only loves brand names. You know, she usually wore clothes that were bought for dozens of $100s, and it was only when she slightly attended a grand party or something that she would wear the Lord's clothes that were a little more expensive. Girls, naturally, also like to compare, but Lu Yana is not so. Even though she was pretty, she didn't really like to compare herself to those at school or get together with them. So, a lot of times there are people who think she's more alternative, or even think she's high-strung. Lu Yana looked at this t-shirt in her hand, and although she liked it, she didn't feel the need to buy such expensive clothes. This brand of clothing, Lu Yana does not know. Just think it is not what Chanel and so on, the big brand, should not be very expensive. At best, it is about $200 a t-shirt. I did not think that this a t-shirt will have to $3,000. Although she knew that Yi-chan was rich now, and she herself had money, she still felt that there was still no need to buy a t-shirt that was over $3,000. It was too expensive. Yi-chan also saw the fondness in Lu Yana's eyes at first, but when she saw the tag, the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed. "Is it because you think it's too expensive to buy?" So, Yi-chan was telling Lu Yana, "Wife, this is also our first time shopping. If we see what we like, let's buy it, okay? Don't worry, hubby has money." Lu Yana blinked. "But, I just don't think it's worth it. A t-shirt costs $3,000. Yi-chan hurriedly said, Wife, as long as you like, we will buy. 1,000 gold can't buy your heart. Whatever you like. Husband, all for you to buy. Lu Yana was touched and looked at Yi Chen. Thank you, husband. I won't be polite then. Originally, she was trying to save money, but Yi Chen had already said that this was the first time they went shopping together, so she would just relax and buy. Yi Chen's point about Lu Yana was also a point that he appreciated. After all, some women shopping with their boyfriends and husbands, they want to buy expensive. Not at all their boyfriends and husbands think. Usually shopping once down the street, the man may have to spend several months of wages, or several years of savings, and even more so, it is also very likely that they have to pay back the credit card. And the saleswoman on one side heard the conversation between the two and thought to herself, we haven't even opened a bill yet today. It seems that this pair has a chance. Do not spend 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. You do not want to walk out of my store. For her to come here and spend tens of thousands of dollars, that's just average spending. Because, she also met some people here who didn't know what their brand was and came in by mistake. So for some people who came in just to look around and didn't buy, she didn't really entertain them. Obviously, looking at that look on Lu Yina's face, she should be the customer who doesn't know her brand, because those who do know, don't pick up the hang tag of the clothes to look at the price. But when she heard Yi Chen say to let the female buy, this order was sure to be a success. The saleswoman looked at the two with a smile and said, wow, this lady, your boyfriend is really good to you. Yi Chen immediately corrected, we are licensed husband and wife. At first, the female sales looked at the two so young, but also thought it was a man and woman friends called husband and wife, but also did not expect to have been married. She was a little shocked, but she reacted immediately. Oh, then I'm really sorry. Sir, you're so lucky to have such a beautiful and virtuous wife. Chapter 87. Swipe my card. The saleswoman was also sincere in her praise. After all, she had seen many beautiful women like Lu Yana, and many of the ones who came here came with their boyfriends and spent money without looking at the price. And the pair in front of us are actually married and actually saving money for their husbands yet. Seeing that Yi Chen had actually told others that he was his wife in public, there was still some small joy in his heart. Red-faced, he said to the clerk, thank you. Yi Chen also just smiled at the saleswoman and didn't say anything. The saleswoman was also smiling as she introduced the goods in the store for Lu Yana, and she also praised Lu Yana for being able to find a husband and finding such a husband who loves his wife. Lu Yana that was blushing the whole time, although she thought so, but now that she was being praised by others, she still blushed. Yi Chen is now only concerned about his own daughter-in-law, like what kind of clothes, what color, what bag. For the other, he is not concerned. After all, it was also the first time he brought Lu Yana out alone to buy clothes and jewelry and bags, whereas in the past it was all about shopping at the mom and pop store or following mom and dad. So, he's going to make a good job of keeping track of all his daughter-in-law's interests. Lu Yana picked up a skirt and asked Yi Chen, hubby, does this skirt look good? Yi Chen glanced at it and smiled. Why don't you try it? If you don't try, how do you know if it fits? Lu Yana glanced at the saleswoman's eager eyes, then at Yi Chen, then, okay. The saleswoman immediately took Lu Yana to the fitting room and thoughtfully closed the door for her, and Yi Chen had already picked out a lot of clothes for Lu Yana, but they were all plus sizes. Lu Yana called out from inside, hubby, come in for a moment. Ha, fitting room, let me in for a second? Yi Chen was also confused, and at that moment the door had opened. Yi Chen also had to take a pile of clothes followed in, but fortunately inside is very spacious, probably can stand down 5 people have no problem. There are 2 stools inside, there is also a drying rod. And at this time, Lu Yana turned her back to Yi Chen. Hubby, you closed the door first. I can't zipper up this zipper. So help me out. Yi Chen took in the clothes that Lu Yana had just seen, and the clothes that he felt good about, and put these things to one side of the stool, and hurried over to help her zipper. After pulling it off, Lu Yana turned to Yi Chen with a smile and said, hubby, this dress is just right. Originally I was thinking of trying a medium size, but I ended up taking a large size, and I didn't expect it to fit. She also sighed a bit, thinking back to when I used to wear small and medium sizes. Ah, how slim that body was. Yi Chen didn't say anything either, and directly held Lu Yana tightly in his arms. You are not fat now. Such a figure is a bit fleshy. Just right, no matter what you become. Hubby doesn't care. If you really want to restore your figure, then how about hubby goes to help you formulate a slimming plan in the beauty store, and a postpartum restoration program. Yi Chen paused and glanced at the shy woman in his arms. The doctor also told me before that it's best for a woman to do postpartum restoration after giving birth. Otherwise it's harmful to the body, and I think we should all listen to the doctor. Lu Yana gently laid her head in Yi Chen's arms and softly said, okay, I'll listen to everything you say. Yi Chen continued, buy all the clothes you need to want today, and buy whatever you want. Ina Lu also whispered, good, Yi Chen was satisfied with this, pointing to the pile of clothes on the bench and said, "Try on all of these clothes today, although there will be a bit of a delay, so let's let the people on the Diamond family's side wait for us." Lu Yana nodded obediently and kissed Yi Chen on the cheek. "Hubby, you're so nice." "Fool, if your husband is not good to you, then who is he good to?" Yi Chen's right hand directly pressed Lu Yina's head down and kissed her domineeringly. The two were like that, kissing in the fitting room for several minutes. Lu Yina was really out of breath, and after pushing Yi Chen away, she took a big gulp of fresh air. I can't breathe. There are people waiting outside." Lu Yina gasped for air as she spoke. Yi Chen hurriedly helped her to smooth out her breath. Fine, take your time. Next time I'll kiss for a shorter period of time, and you won't feel so bad." In fact, Yi Chen was also a little breathless, just that he still wanted to continue to kiss. Lu Yina's body seemed to have a kind of magic attracting himself. Just did not think that Lu Yina could not stand it. It was his negligence. Yi Chen obviously also knew that he had gone too far, so he hurriedly made Lu Yina sit to the side to rest, helped her smooth out her breath, and when he saw that her face wasn't so red, he said, "Are we going out now?" "Definitely get out. We've been in here for almost 10 minutes now." "Right, so it's going to be misunderstood." Lu Yina's face was red again. "Presumably, you've heard all about that story on the internet about being in the fitting room, so if you really stayed that long, you'd be sure to get the wrong idea." After the two of them straightened their clothes, they opened the door and went out, and instead of guarding the door, the saleswoman walked over to the cashier. At this point, Lu Yina was celebrating in her heart. Luckily, after all, it was a public place now, and it was better to keep your words and behavior in check. After Lu Yina walked out, she pretended to be calm and walked to the floor mirror, looking at it, while Yi Chen also walked out at this time and stood with her. Yi Chen looked at the two of them in the mirror and said, "Why don't we buy couples clothes together again? This brand of clothes is quite nice. I looked at that t-shirt just now that has couples clothes." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman immediately introduced all the couples clothing in the store to them one by one. Yi Chen also encouraged Lu Yina to go in and try on all the clothes. Even when the jewelry store side called, Yi Chen just told them to wait. Lu Yina was also very happy, and the two of them tried on all those of the couple's outfit, as if they were a pair of lovers in the heat of the moment. The two of them also tried here for about 40 minutes or so. Yi Chen took the ones that didn't look too good, and took them to one side, and then said to the saleswoman, "Other than these, I'll take all the others." Lu Yina hurriedly said, This can't be worn so much. It's going to be a few sets of just fine. There's no need to buy so many." Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, one set a day is fine." Lu Yina was also unable to take him, so she had to let the saleswoman wrap up the dozen or so sets. After the saleswoman calculated the price, she said to Yi Chen and the others, "Hello sir, after the discount, the total is $230,000. Naturally, it's a credit card. You don't have to ask. Who's going to run down the street with hundreds of thousands of dollars?" Yi Chen took out his card very skillfully. Swipe it. Chapter 88, Uninvited Guests. The saleswoman immediately took the bank card and picked up the swipe machine and did some maneuvering. The swipe worked. That's $230,000. Don't even use a credit card. Now that's a real rich man. Packing everything, the saleswoman escorted Yi Chen and the two of them all the way out of the store, and then watched the two of them walk into the jewelry store together. Envious and jealous eyes are beyond description. The saleswoman beamed. "When will I meet such a nice man?" After saying that, he walked back to the store resentfully. While this was happening, the system was calling out, "Congratulations to the host, coaxing the baby's mom to be happy. Rewarded with a ticket to a charity gala." "What? A charity gala? What's that?" Yi Chen was a bit puzzled in his heart. Why would the system reward such a thing? Is Yu Ina supposed to wear that set of diamonds to the charity gala? Well, in a moment, it's better to check out the tuxedos. Think about it. Yi Chen carried a dozen shopping bags and walked into the Diamond family with Lu Yina. In the store, in addition to the manager, there was the general manager of the headquarters who came along, and there were several more security guards in the store. After all, they had nearly $1 billion worth of jewelry on their hands. Can you not panic? Seeing that the buyer had returned, a group of a dozen people quickly greeted him. "Hello Mr. Yi, we can finally wait until you come back. The diamond jewelry of the series, you are the one that you bought. We have already delivered it for you. Now please check receipt." Yi Chen, good. The manager led Yi Chen to the store lounge, which was for those who came to clean the jewelry to sit and rest. Of course the other clerks in the store dispersed and the security guards stood by. While this was going on, there was an unexpected visitor over at the front of the store, and this person was none other than Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend, Ivy Lee, only to see that Ivy Lee was walking into the jewelry store on the hand of a young man. The store clerk looked at the scantily clad Lee Ai Wei too, and naturally greeted them very warmly. "Hello." Lee Ivy just glanced at the shopgirl, then took out her own finger and looked at it, not even looking at her squarely. "Bring out the diamond rings you have here that are above 1 carat. Instead, the man kept looking at his cell phone, seemingly uninterested in it, and with her sharp eyes, Ivy Lee had already noticed that Yi Chen was there, and there were so many people there walking over around him, seemingly wanting to do something, so she whispered something in the ear of the man beside her, and he laughed softly. "Che, even before his family went bankrupt, it's still not as good as my family." This man was none other than one of the school's most popular figures, named Guo Ming. The family is also considered to have $1 billion or $2 billion in assets. Just here in Shangcheng, it is only counted as a third-rate family, and Yi Chen's family was similar to Guo Ming's family before the situation, and at this time, Guo Ming naturally knew what had happened to Yi Chen's family, so he was even more disdainful of Yi Chen. However, Guo Ming was the one who discovered that the one sitting with Yi Chen was their school beauty, Lu Yaina. This made Guo Ming a bit upset, because Guo Ming was also one of Lu Yaina's suitors, pursuing Lu Yaina since her freshman year. It's just that in these few years, he also didn't keep his body for Lu Yaina and rode a steady state of the ox, and when he went in and out with other women, Lu Yaina had seen it several times, so naturally she didn't have a good feeling about it. Ivy Lee had obviously noticed something wrong with her boyfriend as well and asked, "What's wrong?" Guo Ming snorted coldly, "Humph, what bad luck today. The woman sitting with Yi Chen is Lu Yaina." Li Aiwei was not surprised at all. "I heard that they took a break from school to go back to have a baby. I don't know when they got together. It's been less than a year since I broke up with him. They even have a baby." Guo Ming was also on fire now. After all, he had also been chasing Lu Yaina for a few years, but he didn't even get the chance to have a meal together. But he had been screwed by Yi Chen in one go. How could he not be angry? So, he led Ivy Lee right up to Yi Chen and the others. Now, Ivy Lee's ploy had worked. "Yi Chen, long time no see." Ivy Lee smiled and greeted Yi Chen, but did not look squarely at Lu Yaina. Yi Chen, however, swept a glance at the two, but did not pay any attention to them. The general manager was immediately alert when he saw the visitor, and the surrounding security guards all quickly went on alert. However, Lu Yaina spoke back beforehand. "Ha, Guo Ming, how come it's you?" When Yi Chen heard that Lu Yaina actually recognized Li Ivy's boyfriend, he was instantly in the spirit as well. Lu Yaina whispered in Yi Chen's ear and explained, "Guo Ming is the one who has been chasing me for 3 years, and it's only in these 2 months that he hasn't sent me any messages, so he should just be with Li Ivy." Yi Chen nodded. "That's right, Ivy Lee's previous boyfriend has been dumped by her. This time it's Guo Ming. It's just that, seeing how close the two are, they're probably in the heat of the moment too." When Yi Chen was with Ivy Lee wasn't that sharp. After all, when they were freshmen, the two of them also still genuinely loved each other, only to grow up and naturally learn some of the bad things in society. Later, Li Aiwei also from time to time let Yi Chen to send her designer bags, and jewelry and so on. Yi Chen also feel quite normal. After all, his family did have this strength at that time. A month of more than 100,000 pocket money, basically all spent on Li Aiwei's body. Even the tens of thousands of dollars of bags that Li Ivy was carrying now were all given to her by Yi Chen. It is a pity that Ivy Lee chose to break up with Yi Chen when the Yi family entered an economic crisis, because at that time Yi Chen's family did not transfer money to him, and thus also cut off the economic resources, and at that time also heard others say that Yi Chen's family bankruptcy into the negative news reached Li Ivy's ears. So Li Ivy resolutely want to break up with Yi Chen, and even in front of the face of the Yi Chen, sat in another man's car. The two of them, Li Ivy and Guo Ming, however, ignored the gazes of the other people and walked directly into the rest area. "What a surprise, Yi Chen. You actually dare to come here to spend money? Your family is on the verge of not being able to support itself, and you still dare to come here to spend money, ah?" Li Aiwei's contemptuous eyes spoke for themselves. Chapter 89, Then let them see it. And the general manager and the store manager looked at Yi Chen and they were acquainted with each other. Naturally, it was not good to stop them from communicating. They silently closed that exquisite safe. "It's $1 billion worth of jewelry. Naturally, it has to be in a safe." The general manager had this thought in his heart. These two people really didn't show up at the right time. Seeing how they mocked the buyer's behavior so much, these two are no good. I have to get this general manager is also the old man elite. See, people are really accurate, ah. Seeing that the goddess asked about herself, Guo Ming smiled. "Yes, my girlfriend came over to buy something." Seeing that Yi Chen was ignoring her, Ivy Lee talked to herself on the side. "Yeah, Guo Xiao is the one who brought me here to buy a big diamond ring. Unlike someone who has been in a relationship for more than 2 years and hasn't even given me a ring." Yi Chen just gently said, "Yeah, I didn't send a big diamond ring to you, but this bag you're carrying right now, that's all from me, more than $100,000. Li Aiwei, however, was so exasperated by Yi Chen's sentence that she couldn't speak. What are you talking about? I bought this bag myself. Oomph. Yi Chen snorted coldly and did not speak again. This Ivy Lee's parents were nothing more than a fruit seller. There was no way they could buy such an expensive bag. Only, Yi Chen didn't want to argue with her any further. Good men don't fight women. However, Li Aiwei did not intend to let Yi Chen off the hook. I'm not like some people who know that their family is broke and have no money, but still drag others out to pretend to be a big spender. You want to buy a big diamond ring for the schoolgirl? Can you afford it? Ivy Lee finished and similarly snorted coldly. But Lu Yana couldn't help it. She couldn't stand this hypocritical woman Li Ivy anymore. Ms. Lee, our couple's business has nothing to do with you. If you want to buy your big diamond ring, please just go and buy it. Don't get in our way here. Get in your way? Che. Ivy Lee was even more amused. I don't know what big deal you guys are up to. Guoming was silent at the side. He was about to see what tricks Yi Chen and the two of them were trying to pull. Yi Chen, however, hurriedly pulled back Lu Yana. He didn't like his woman to get involved. After all, the person that Li Ivy wanted to target was him. In fact, the main thing that Ivy Lee couldn't see was that Lu Yana, who was prettier than herself, would choose what she didn't want, and that was the reason why she was angry. At this point, the general manager finally heard something, so it was the ex-girlfriend who came to screw up. So, the general manager immediately said to Li Aiwei, "This young lady, if you really don't intend to spend money in our store, then please leave our store and don't get in the way of our big customers here." Ivy Lee looked at the general manager and said coldly, "And who are you that you dare to drive away the guests?" "Excuse me, I'm sent by the Diamond family headquarters, as well as the general manager of the headquarters, and I came over this time to make a delivery to Mr. Yi." The general manager stood up and said, "Oh." Li Ivy was also slightly surprised in her tone, and at the same time, she began to survey the general manager and the others, as well as the safe that was placed on the countertop. "This young lady, may I ask if you intend to spend money, or?" As the general manager said this, he gave a wink to the security guards on both sides. Yi Chen was speaking at this time. "They're all friends, since they want to stay, it's good to let them see it." The GM nodded repeatedly. "Nonsense, people's big bosses have spoken out. What can they say?" Naturally, they also obeyed. All of a sudden, those security guards who had just gathered around also took a few steps back. Ivy Lee also sneered. "I would like to know what you bought that you would let a general manager deliver it to you." Anyway, Ivy Lee would never believe that Yi Chen would have the money to buy jewelry. After all, Yi Chen's family has long been rumored all over the school, because the parents of other students in the school have been dealing with Yi Chen's family, so this matter is a true thing. Yi Chen, however, no longer paid attention to the two men and signaled the general manager. "Hurry up and open it and take a look. I'm in a hurry to go home to see my child." Now, all eyes were on that safe. Yi Chen was similarly looking forward to it, and he had never seen diamond jewelry worth $1 billion before. The GM slowly put on his gloves and carefully opened the safe, removing from it a square, crimson, silk-fronted, very high-class box, pushed it in front of Yi Chen and helped him remove the lid of the box on top. What was on display was a dazzling, colorful necklace studded with diamonds. At this time, the general manager was doing a voiceover to introduce. This whole set of diamonds was designed by the world's top jewelry designer, Mr. Aman Sun. The components of this necklace are very high-end and it has a chain part that is made up of many diamonds joined together. The diamonds are round in appearance and of approximately the same size, and they are put together to give the necklace a very shapely look. The construction of this necklace gives the chain a certain width, which makes it very presentable around the neck. The center of the necklace is also embellished with a heart-shaped purple and pink diamond, which is a very rare purple and pink diamond and looks very eye-catching. The total value of this necklace is $360 million, and by far the most expensive necklace ever made. Without waiting for the manager to finish, Ivy Lee and the others, along with Ana Lu, also stared straight on the spot. "Oh, my god, for just one necklace, it's $360 million. That's more expensive than all the jewelry in the room right now." Before the crowd could recover, the general manager took out another box from the safe. It was opened together and pushed to the eyes of both Yi Chen and Lu Yana. This is the same ring. The main diamond is also a purple-pink diamond. This is a diamond weighing 16.3 grams, worth $240 million. In today's world, that's also unique. After saying that, the general manager hurriedly took out the matching diamond earrings from the safe, as well as the bracelet. The general manager helped Yi Chen open them one by one, and introduced the purity of these diamonds to Yi Chen. The last thing that was said. This whole set of jewelry from the diamond series, the total value is 990 million yuan. "Mr. Yi, please check." So, the general manager propped up the necklace and handed it to Yi Chen's hand. Li Aiwei looked at the scene in front of her. It is not that she did not think in her heart, this is Yi Chen conspired with the other manager to do a good show in front of himself, but on second thought, the other manager did not have so much free time to cooperate with you to play a drama here. It was just that, in her heart, she couldn't find a better reason to convince herself that Yi Chen could even come up with $1 billion. Chapter 90 Bankruptcy can get $1 billion. After the general manager finished speaking, he also just squinted at the two of them, Ivy Lee and Guo Ming. I can't believe they're saying that their gold card holding super member is broke. Just ask, which bankrupt can afford to spend $1 billion on jewelry, and the only purple and pink diamond in the world? This whole set of you are my only diamond jewelry, but not everyone can buy. Not a few $100 million of wealth can buy. Therefore, General Manager Yen also looked at the two Li Wei with more or less disdain in his eyes, although the two people in front of him were the guests of the store, but compared with such an honorable guest as Yi Chen, what were they? Even if they bought 10 big diamond rings here, that wouldn't be worth any of the diamonds in here. You should know that this whole set of diamonds is made with the best purity and nearly no impurities. When the two of them, Ivy Lee and Guo Ming, saw this, that also furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with incredulity. They definitely did not believe that Yi Chen could afford $1 billion of jewelry. Only Yi Chen picked up the pigeon egg and gently put it on for Lu Yana. Not too big and not too small, just right. Lu Yana stared blankly at Yi Chen putting on the several $100 million diamond ring for herself, and for a moment, she had not reacted, hurriedly thinking of taking the ring off. This is too expensive. How can this work? Only, it was held down by Yi Chen. It's rare for my husband to buy you jewelry. How can I say no? Give me to wear. Lu Yana was also anxious. You've already sent villas to me before, and you just sent hundreds of thousands of dollars of clothes. Every gift you send is too expensive. Really? Yi Chen, however, waved his hand. I'm your husband. You're my wife. Our relationship. There's no need to be so polite in giving gifts. This is all what hubby is willing to give you. Lu Yana was also a bit flattered that she was now saying all this out loud. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had already given himself over $1 billion. The speaker doesn't mean it, but the listener does. Li Ivy listened to Lu Yana's words and heard Yi Chen giving Lu Yana a villa, as well as a pile of shopping bags on the ground, plus this one big diamond ring, enough to make her regret if she hadn't broken up with Yi Chen, then the person who married Yi Chen would be herself, and then everything Yi Chen gave away would be her own, and the boyfriend in front of her, at most, promised to give herself a diamond ring for tens of thousands of dollars, just like today. Thinking of all the good and accommodating things that Yi Chen had done for herself in the past, Li Wei had long since regretted it at this point. However, she couldn't show it because she had already lost Yi Chen, but she couldn't afford to lose the big fish Guo Ming again. Seeing this, although Ivy Lee felt remorse in her heart, she had to bow her head. Guo Ming was also there at this time being exasperated by Yi Chen. We'll see. Let's go. Straight away, he pulled Ivy Lee away. Ivy Lee only felt that today was really unlucky. Not only met Yi Chen this ex-boyfriend, but also was shown a face. The most important thing is, originally today can get a big diamond ring. In the end nothing to get. General Manager Yen saw the two men slink away, but there was a soft cold snort from his nose. Lu Yana looked at the pink and purple diamond on her hand. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Then, thank you husband. Yi Chen ignored the two of them, Ivy Lee, and said with a smile, well, that's right. Lu Yana looked up in the direction of the store door at this time and whispered to Yi Chen, hubby, they're gone, aren't they? Yi Chen touched Lu Yana's head and said, well, it's already gone. What's wrong? Lu Yana smiled and said, actually, don't you feel embarrassed? Yi Chen just smiled and confessed, seriously, in the beginning, I would also be sad and upset because of the breakup, but now I have you, and the children, these things no longer have the ability to touch me. Moreover, I now also see the person of Li Wei. I believe that, you also see, I won't say anything else. Anyway, you only need to know that in my heart as you can be. Lu Yana smiled and jumped into Yi Chen's arms. To be honest, she was really quite worried at first. After all, she had only had a relationship with Yi Chen on the day that the two of them broke up. She was also afraid that Yi Chen still had feelings for Li Ivy. Now, seeing that Yi Chen was actually able to face Li Wei so openly proved that he had completely let go. This would be the best ending for Ana Lu. It was just that, in Ivy Lee's opinion, Yi Chen was just quickly looking for a substitute to replace himself, especially today, when he saw that Yi Chen was unexpectedly so rich, a villa, hundreds of thousands of clothes, and $1 billion of jewelry. How could that not make her jealous and hateful? It originally belonged to her. The two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, quickly packed the diamond jewelry, and General Manager Yen thought of giving the safe to Yi Chen along with it, so that Yi Chen could take it home with him. Only Yi Chen was reluctant because he thought the safe was too heavy. Simply put the whole set of jewelry back in the box and then put it in a gift bag from the store and just carried it in my hand. General Manager Yan and the manager, as well as a group of store employees and security guards all stood at the entrance to see off Yi Chen and the two of them. Yi Chen carried a dozen shopping bags and hid the bags of diamond whirls in his clothes. After all, it's a little safer to not show your wealth. Then, Lu Yana held Yi Chen's arm as she walked, and suddenly asked Yi Chen, "Next, shouldn't we go home? It's almost 9 o'clock now, and I miss the baby at home." Yi Chen hadn't had the chance to understand in detail about the invitation to the charity gala that he had just gotten. Only that he knew that if he went to any charity gala, he would definitely have to need to ask for a dress, and his own words were simple, just a suit would do, whereas if he took Yu Ina out, he'd definitely have to look good in a nice formal dress to do so. Originally, Yi Chen also did not want to go, because he also had not participated, and did not know if there was anything to pay attention to inside, or what rules and so on. However, on second thought, most of the people who could go to the charity gala were the dignitaries of Fragrant City, and if he wanted to develop in Fragrant City in the future, the more people he knew, the better it would definitely be. After thinking about it, Yi Chen was instantly determined that he would make a trip. So, he said to Lu Yana, "There's a charity gala in a few days that I've been invited to, and I want to take you with me. Do you want to go?" Lu Yana pursed her lips for a moment and thought for a moment. "If you want to go, then I'll accompany you." After all, she also saw Yi Chen's achievements, and could send her more than $1 billion of gifts. That also shows that Yi Chen will accept such invitations in the future will also increase. Then in the future he will also have to attend as Yi Chen's wife. Chapter 91, Deciding to attend a charity gala. After deciding to attend the charity gala, Yi Chen took Lu Yana and followed the directions of the mall to find the only place that sold dresses here. As soon as he entered the store, he found that the two of them, Ivy Lee and Guo Ming, were actually there. It's so wrong. Of course, the two of them, Ivy Lee, were thinking the same thing in their hearts. Just now, Ivy Lee had only coaxed Guo Ming into agreeing to buy a good dress before going to buy a diamond ring, but now she had bumped into Yi Chen and the two of them here. The face pulled down for a moment. The four people's gazes were once again relative, but Yi Chen didn't look at them squarely, just walked to the side to pick up a dress for Lu Yana under the salesman's leadership. The two of them, Li Aiwei and Guo Ming, were naturally a bit angry, so Li Aiwei pulled Guo Ming and said, "Let's go pick out a diamond ring first, and I hope that certain people won't follow us anymore." Even though the two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, had heard it, they still didn't look at them. However, the female clerk who received Li Aiwei and Guo Ming had a dark face. After all, the two Ivy Lees were the ones who took the order from her. Now it's all gone to hell. I don't know if they'll ever come back. After the two of them, Ivy Lee left, Yi Chen and Lu Yana were led by the salesman to visit the gowns here. It was just that Yi Chen and Lu Yana were both running out of time, and they must go home to see the babies by 10 o'clock. So, to the saleswoman, she said, "Bring out some of the most expensive gowns you have here, both male and female, all of them. For the rest, I won't look at them." After all, Yi Chen thought that there was a reason why it was expensive, and if it was more expensive, naturally the materials and fabrics as well as the design aspects would be the best, so Yi Chen just looked at the most expensive ones straight away. Yi Chen said to the saleswoman, "We are going to a charity gala. See which ones are suitable for such an occasion." The clothes worn by the female salesperson are different from the work clothes that just received Ivy Lee. It is obvious that this female salesperson is the store manager or some other position here, and Yi Chen is also able to see that this female salesperson's position in the store. Yi Chen thought correctly, this saleswoman was the store manager of this IV Rewards. The store manager smiled and instructed the other clerks. One by one, they pushed out a few of the most expensive dresses in the store, including a few men's suits, and the store manager was very enthusiastic in introducing them. "What's your name, Mr. Miss?" The store manager asked the two Yi Chen with a smile. "Yi Chen, my last name is Yi. This is my wife." "Hello Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, it's a pleasure to serve you," the store manager said with a smile, gesturing for the two to look at the gowns. The first, a white trailing gown, the second red, the third pink, and the fourth a short white dress. The store manager gave the two of them a start on the first piece, and then talked about which designer had created it, and what brand it was. It was only that Yi Chen fell in love with the last one at a glance. The short white dress, the white design of the dress, the skirt is trimmed with lace in the shape of a peacock, which is both elegant and looks like a person's innocence. Yi Chen directly pointed at the last one. "Let's go with this one. Simple but not too flashy. Honey, what do you think?" Lu Yana also took a glance at that one, and when she saw that her husband was in agreement with her, she was also very happy. So she said, "Yes, I also took a glance at this one, and I think I like the design of this one." The store manager smiled and said to the two of them, "The two of you really have a good eye. This gown was designed by the senior domestic designer Lee Jinan, which was the first place he won in an international competition, and there are only 10 pieces of this gown in the world, because they are all made by hand and the process is very tedious, so the production is not high. Yi Chen and Lu Yana looked at each other and smiled. They actually didn't care about this, but after all, the people who went to the banquet were not rich. Naturally, they also wanted to buy a dress that they could hold. Well, there it is. Yi Chen spoke atmospherically. The store manager was also a bit surprised, thinking that this customer even bought it directly without even asking the price. In fact, Yi Chen just felt that, coming here to such a high-class place, you can't say that you want a bargain or something like that to drop the price, right? And at that moment, Yi Chen also picked out a suit for himself, an Armani brand. There was also Lu Yana who picked out a tie for Yi Chen and then a pair of high heels for herself. Needless to say, it had everything, even the most intimate of boot patches and the like. After finishing, Yuina had also tried on the dress and walked out. Lu Yana wearing this short, pretty slimming small dress, even if it is vegetarian, that is also very good looking. After all, is the school flower? This point can still carry. At the same time also because it is just after the birth is still breastfeeding. The size of the chest is also very grand. Face full of collagen. Down white peacock lace design lined her very elegant. At the same time the waist is also girded with exquisite. That a pair of 110 centimeters of long legs exposed 2/3. Let a person look at and pure and desire. Even when Yi Chen looked at it, he couldn't take his eyes off of it anymore. And all the clerks as well as the store manager looked directly dumbfounded. Such vegetarian face can still be so stunning guests. They are rarely met, even if it is a star. They only dare to bring makeup out. Lu Yana, however, took small steps to Yi Chen's side and asked, "Hubby, does this look good?" Yi Chen looked at her and said dully, "Wife is so pretty." Lu Yana was also really happy in her heart when she was praised so much by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, said to Lu Yana, "Luckily, the exposure is not too much. It's all wrapped up here. Otherwise, I wouldn't want you to wear it for so many people to see." Lu Yana hammered Yi Chen's chest. "Nasty." At this moment, the store manager said, "Mrs. Yi, do you need our makeup artist to help you with your makeup trial? It will save time when you attend the party." Lu Yana, however, refused. "Sorry, we're in a hurry to go home, so we won't try the makeup." Yi Chen also said, "Well, wife, I'll listen to you." Lu Yana also smiled and walked into the fitting room, ready to change into her own clothes. She, too, hadn't expected the gown to fit as well as it did. Do not say she. Even the store manager is also very surprised. After all, many times, if it is the other guests, it is estimated that the chest there will have to be changed to a smaller 2 yards, but Lu Yana is so magnificent. Originally, she was thinking of letting Mrs. Yi try on a makeup, then take a picture and release it for a promotional photo or something, but now that the couple is in a hurry, she has to give up. After all, this was the first time since she started her career that she had encountered such a high-value couple, especially Mrs. Yi. After all, in their line of work, many rich men are average-looking, but the female companion around them is very beautiful, but usually this is not the original match. The girls are used to seeing a lot about this kind of thing. Chapter 92, There's so much money you can't spend it all. To the checkout time, Yi Chen realized that this one skirt, the opening price is 480,000. Men's suits are 130,000, plus shoes and bags. Altogether is the consumption of 800,000 yuan. No bargaining here either, because this store is on a membership system, one bite at a time. As she was about to leave, that female store manager took out a card and said to the two Yi Chen, "Hello you two. You are already considered members here at R4, so you also enjoy our member services. If anything happens on the way to the party, or if there's an impromptu party or something, you can call us and we'll send out a nanny car, which will be carefully prepared for you with a dress as well as a makeup artist and so on. We'll also send a car over if you get your dress dirty in the process of attending the party, and you don't have to worry. Our makeup artists as well as our service are top-notch." Yi Chen approached the store manager's name tag and nodded to her. "Okay, thanks. Then can I leave this gown with you guys for now too? Don't let anyone else touch this dress and clean this dress well. And when I attend the charity gala, I'll call you guys to deliver it. Is that okay?" "Sir, it's no problem. Just call me when you get there and make an appointment ahead of time." Yi Chen said, "I'll make an appointment now, just for the 28th of this month. I want to book a whole set of services. I want your best makeup artist, no matter how much it costs." "Okay, Mr. Yi, this side for you to book our side of the highest level of service team. One time out of the car fee is 200,000 yuan. Mr. Yi has no problem with it." "Yi Chen, no problem. Is it to pay the full amount now?" "No sir, just pay half of the deposit to set the slot down." The other half will be given after the service is done. The store manager quickly waved his hand. Yi Chen immediately took out his bank card again and swiped another 100,000. For all of these, Lu Yina was happy to accept. After all, $1 billion of jewelry she had already received. Where would she care about this 1 million hundreds of thousands of dollars spent? Moreover, she had to learn to take these as habits now, because she still had the $10 million that Yi Chen had transferred on her card now, which was $10 million, not $1,000. I don't know when she'll be able to spend the money if she's spending like this. With her kind of spending, the $10 million would probably still be there in her 70s. She has also figured out now, Yi Chen's consumption nowadays. Some things are naturally the most expensive and the best. The things that fill the scene still have to be there. While some places, if it is not necessary, it is still better to save some money. When Yi Chen finished swiping the last amount of money, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for completing a special order. Rewarding the host with the skill of wise eyes. This skill can only be turned on when in use. The rest of the time it is turned off. Yi Chen at this time is also a little confused. Usually are rewarded money and so on, but now is rewarded such a skill? In here, is there some kind of conspiracy? Plus, rewarding me with an invitation to a charity gala right off the bat is something to think about. Although Yi Chen thought so, but without definite evidence, he had to not think that much. Instead, Lu Yina said to Yi Chen, "Hubby, we'd better go home first, the gown and jewelry are all there." Then Lu Yina came over to Yi Chen's side and whispered, "I've been out for more than 3 hours, and now it's almost 9 o'clock, and I'm rising milk." When he finished, his face flushed red. Looking at his shy wife in front of him, he had no choice but to go along with her. "Alright then, let's go home right now." The two of them, Ivy Lee and Guo Ming, who were picking out a diamond ring on the first floor, had also bought a 1-carat diamond ring at this time, probably costing more than $100,000. Li Wei couldn't help but mutter, "Yi Chen and the others should have left. Today is really bad luck. I can meet them everywhere. Just how did they come to buy a gown too?" Guo Ming, who knows? Hurry up and go up and take a look. It's been more than half an hour. I guess they're just here to take a look. Who has nothing to do with picking out a dress there. Ivy Lee also let out a light laugh. That's right, not everyone can get an invitation to the Vespa charity gala. Carrying a gift bag from Diamond House, the two headed to IV Rewards together. As soon as I walked in the door of the store, I heard the clerks all discussing, "That couple just now is a really good match. Yeah, that Mr. Yi is really a real-life version of a domineering president. He's also too spoiled for Mrs. Yi." The man pulled out his bank card and said to us, "That's a pretty cool pose when you swipe your card. As long as other people spend money here, they all think others are handsome, don't you?" Just now that Mr. Yi bought himself only a 130,000 suit, but for Mrs. Yi, he bought almost $1 million to go to the party. Just that gown is almost $500,000. My God, do you think that they are also attending that charity gala of some kind? Quite a lot of people have been coming to buy dresses lately too, and they're all talking about attending the gala. It's better to keep your nose out of society's business. You don't get to participate in it either. You can be careful to take care of it. In case you mess up someone's gown, you can't afford to pay for a $500,000 gown. That staff member hurriedly rehung and reorganized the gowns that Lu Yina had tried on. "I'll have to take it to the cleaners later. Just waiting for you Ina to attend the party." And naturally, Ivy Lee knew who Mr. and Mrs. Yi were that they were discussing, and saw that they were pushing the gown that Ina Lu had her eye on into a room. Jealousy in his eyes, that could no longer be suppressed, was about to spurt out. It was a lie to say that he didn't regret it, and he didn't know which asshole had put out the rumor that Yi Chen's family had gone bankrupt. It caused her to lose such a quality and rich man like Yi Chen. Li Wei glanced at the man beside her. Although he had about the same assets as Yi Chen's family in the past, but he still had a big brother above him. Moreover, his elder brother had also taken up the position of general manager in his family's company a long time ago, while Guo Ming, like a playboy, only knew how to spend money. Li Ivy How also with Yi Chen more than 2 years fast 3 years, but also know Yi Chen family on his son, and Yi Chen is a capable person. On the feelings is not like other playboy. With such a comparison, Ivy Lee only felt remorseful as to why she couldn't have held out a little longer. It's just that there are no pills for regret in this world. One has to pay for the choices one makes, the price one pays. Chapter 93, A Plan in Mind. But, just now, I heard those sales clerks say that Yi Chen and Lu Yina and the others were also going to the party? For that charity gala? How could you be invited without a few $1 billion? Could it be that Yi Chen's family has billions of dollars? But what I inquired about before, Yi Chen's family is only $1 billion or so at most. What was going on with Yi Chen's family? Is the news he received even false? But it can't be. Even Guo Ming's family has already received the news. Yi Chen's family is really not working now. What went wrong? But it's not like just anyone can receive a charity gala. Only, just now, Yi Ivy had just seen it. Yi Chen had actually bought $1 billion of jewelry to give to Lu Yina. And this $1 billion of diamond jewelry, that was also bought by Yi Chen with real money. Although she admitted that Lu Yina was prettier than herself, she used to be Yi Chen's girlfriend. That means that Yi Chen has himself in his heart. And he didn't bother to scold himself just now. Doesn't that show that he still has feelings for himself? No way. No matter what, Yi Chen must be snatched back. Yi Chen belongs to me, Ivy Lee. After thinking about it, Ivy Lee glanced at Guoming and couldn't help but have a plan. She knew that Guoming had been chasing Lu Yina for a long time, just has not been able to get. Then if at that time, they help him a hand. However, Guoming did not think so. This time the party, his family just gave $1 million in expenses. For him alone, $1 million is enough to buy a new outfit, but now is to add a Lee Ivy. Not only have to buy more than 100,000 large diamond ring, but also have to buy more than 100,000 dresses, shoes, bags, etc. Just a few of these things, have to spend that $1 million. Although there was some reluctance in Guoming's heart, but in the end, Li Aiwei was still a department flower, so naturally there was something that made him willingly spend money. Although Ivy Lee is not as beautiful as Ana Lu, but one enchanting, one pure, that flavor is not the same. Obviously, Li Ivy is not as oily as Lu Yina. As long as you are worth spending money on, then she will definitely also look at you more. And now he is in Li Ivy's body. Together with today's consumption, there are probably more than $1 million. Under his bravado ground attack, Ivy Lee that was a straight-up takedown. Guoming naturally also knew that Yi Chen and Lu Yina were also going to participate in the party. Although he was puzzled by the fact that Yi Chen had been invited, he didn't think too much in this direction. After all, some families had some hidden assets that might not be possible. In the case of his Guo family, he definitely had some. And at that moment, the two men, each with something on their minds, were picking out their dresses. Lu Yina and Yi Chen both had also returned home. A few babies at home were making noise, the crying of Debeo that resounded throughout the villa. As soon as Lu Yina got off the bus, she dashed upstairs and went to hold the baby. After all, it was just too much for her to have her milk rise. Yi Chen, however, looked at his beloved wife's running back and smiled dotingly. Yi Chen moved all the things back to the check room on the second floor, and although he saw Lu Yina breastfeeding, the two of them had also gotten used to each other's presence long ago and didn't feel much embarrassment. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yina breastfeeding with her back to herself at this time, so he voiced out, "Wife, today I was planning to go to the beauty salon with you, to see the postpartum restoration they have there. Only today I was delayed by so many things." Lu Yina slowly said, "It's fine, let's go next time, just so I can understand. I just really endured too hard when I was trying on the gowns. The flesh on that stomach, it really doesn't bear to be seen." Lu Yina was also spitting out her figure. It couldn't be helped that she had in fact really fattened up a lot too, and now that she had given birth instead, she felt very uncomfortable. After all, when I was pregnant, it was acceptable to have a baby in my belly, but now that I've given birth to a child, it's hard to look at the fat in my belly. She has always been very strict about her figure, so all this fat, she is not allowed to exist. Be sure to lose it. She had to tighten up her tummy right away or she would have a hard time if it came time to attend the party. The gala is on the evening of the 28th, which is 9 days away, so if I go see it tomorrow, then I can do the restoration that day, and in a week's time, I should be able to collect a little bit of it in, so it won't be such a chore then. That's what Ina Lu thought in her heart. Yi Chen thought that Lu Yina's figure was just right now, not fat or thin, and it was very touching to hold it. Yi Chen also comforted Lu Yina. "It's fine, just as long as hubby likes it." Lu Yina smiled. "If you could only watch it alone, it would be fine, but that's a charity party. Many people will definitely be there by then. If others know that Yi Chen has a huge fat wife, then you won't have any face, right?" Yi Chen, however, was indifferent. "Whatever they say, it's me who lives with you, not them. It's okay if hubby thinks you're okay." Lu Yina, "No, I'm going tomorrow. Just when I was shopping, I've already seen a beauty parlor on the first floor of that mall. I've heard Ying say that the service there is very good and the skin care effect is good. I'll go there to try it out. I should be able to do the postpartum restoration as well." "Yi Chen, as you wish then. I'll drive with you tomorrow." Lu Yina picked up her son and switched to the other side for the child. Okay. Only then did Yi Chen take his pajamas and walk into the shower. By 11 o'clock both had showered and were lying in bed resting. Yi Chen asked Lu Yina, "Nana, why don't you hire another nanny for Aunt Zhang? Or hire two? Look, in case my mom or your mom is unavailable when the time comes, I don't want you to work hard, and by then Auntie Zhang alone. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle the 3 little ones." Lu Yina also said, "Let's hire 2 more. Or ask those two sister-in-laws from before. I see that the babies like them quite a bit, and I don't know if they're willing to do it? Yi-chen, then why don't I call them tomorrow and ask them? Sister-in-law's salary for a month is about the same as Auntie Zhang's, so I guess they will consider this. Auntie Zhang is the patriarch of our family, so naturally the salary will have to be a bit higher for the two of them. Yuina also said. Well, this is true. Yi-chen, then let's do it. Tomorrow after lunch at home, I'll drive you over to the mall, and in the morning just have a good sleep. Ina Lu, well. Yi-chen directly fell asleep holding Lu Yina together. Chapter 94 Repairing for the Wife. Early the next morning, Yi-chen slept until 10 o'clock, in which Lu Yina quietly woke up to go to the little baby. He did not know it, is really too tired, so sleep extraordinarily fragrant. The last few days have really been quite exhausting as well, but thankfully things are pretty much done now. Now all that's left to do is to fix it up for Ina Lu. Luckily, the day before going to the gala is the day that Ina Lu goes to the hospital for her 42-day postpartum checkup, and when she's done with that, she'll be able to go to the charity gala. Everything was developing very smoothly, and Yi-chen loved such a simple, happy and ordinary life. See, Lu Yina is still asleep. Yi-chen did not wake her, quietly wash up after going downstairs to eat casually, learned that Lu Yina did not eat breakfast, and then look at the time is now almost 11 o'clock, then thought to prepare lunch is also about the same time, so they prepared a fine lunch for Lu Yina. Now that the two sister-in-laws have been back for more than a week, there are only mom and Auntie Zhang watching the baby at home, day and night. That must be very tiring. Or decided to give the sister-in-laws a call to ask to see if they have any intention of coming back to continue to work as nannies. Yi-chen also gave them the salary of a sister-in-law, 20,000 a month, so they also agreed to come back, just to rest at home for one more week before coming back. The conditions and other things have been negotiated, with the salary of a sister-in-law to do the work of a nanny. The main thing is to take care of the three little babies. Yi-chen also simply invited the two back together. 3 aunts, taking care of 3 babies, even if none of the family is available, that's enough. At the same time, it was also to save Lu Yina and her own mother from being so tired that they couldn't rest during the day and night. After making this call, Yi-chen prepared lunch for Lu Yina and her family. Just as soon as it was done and ready to be served upstairs, Lu Yina came downstairs. I guess I was also hungry, and I had some late-night snacks when I got up last night before I went back to sleep. The babies were also better behaved throughout the night, getting up like once or twice at most, which is considered better. Lu Yina smiled and said to Yi-chen, "Hubby, good morning." Yi-chen smiled and said, "Good morning, wife. Is mom still not up yet?" Auntie Zhang was already preparing the meal, so she said, "I'll go ask Sister May to eat. She didn't sleep well last night either, and she just fed the baby and slept a little more after 9, so I didn't have time to get up and cook yet." Yi-chen sniffed and felt that he had just made the right decision to invite those two aunts back again. So, when everyone was gathered for dinner, they also told their mom and Auntie Zhang about hiring 2 monthly sisters-in-law to come back as nannies. With 2 more people, it's nice to take a breather from taking care of the kids and give the adults a good break as well. Split up the labor. Have someone work the night shift. Have someone take care of the grocery shopping and cooking and cleaning during the day, etc. Ye's mother and Aunt Zhang, both of them raised their hands in favor of this decision of Yi-chen, because it is too tired, and there is no private space at all. Every day is only children. Even rest is sleeping. If they had been invited back more, then they could have been the same as before, or at least not so tired. After having lunch, Lu Yana still fed the baby once before letting Yi-chen drive to the Daming Fat Mall that she went to yesterday. After arriving at the mall, the first thing she did was drag Yi-chen to the beauty salon called E-Beauty. This beauty salon is also her good sister Gu Ying introduced it. She is also very relieved about this. Good sister introduced nature is also good. As soon as she walked in, those front desk ladies immediately greeted her with a smile. "Hello, sir and beauty, how may I help you?" Lu Yana got straight to the point, just a little shy in her tone. I want to do the postpartum restoration." Although she is already a married and childbearing mom, for her, she has not yet fully adjusted to this new status, especially in front of the public that she is the mother of her child. That female sales clerk looked at both Lu Yana and Yi-chen. She couldn't help but smile. "This madam, you don't need to be in a hurry. We have a very complete set of postpartum restoration program here. You sit here for a while and have a cup of tea. I will prepare the information for you." Yu Yana nodded. Okay. Yi-chen did not say anything from this to the end, just sitting quietly on the side. After all, it was a woman's business, and it wasn't good for him, a man, to get involved, right? He just has to be responsible for paying for it. Lu Yana drank a cup of tea before the shopgirl sat across from them with a leaflet. "Beauty, this is your husband, right?" the shopgirl asked politely. "Ana Lu, yes, this is my husband, surname Yi." When she said this, her face also flushed red. because this was the first time she had admitted that Yi Chen was her husband in front of others. "Oh, hello Mr. Yi." The female sales clerk greeted Yi Chen with the same politeness. "Mrs. Yi, you are really blessed. If you come over for postnatal care, you are even brought by your husband. Such a situation is really rare. You are really too happy." Yi Chen also smiled. It was to make Lu Yana the happiest person in this world. Lu Yana's face turned even redder this time. She smiled, full of happiness. "Thank you. My husband is really a good husband." The female sales clerk also smiled. "Mrs. Yi, how long are you postpartum now?" "Lu, there's about a week to go before it's almost time to go back to the hospital for the 42-day checkup." "Oh, then it's almost time for you to come over and do the restoration. Is yours clean?" the shop girl asked. "Well, it's been clean for a long time." Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen before she returned. "Then you can now come to see this leaflet of ours, which is for the professional restoration of the postpartum period, although it is also available in the hospital, but it takes a long time to queue up. But we are different here. As long as you call us half an hour in advance, we will immediately arrange for manpower to give you service." The female clerk continued. "You also don't look at us here as not a hospital, but we are medical beauty partnership. All the personnel have relevant professional assessment. All the instruments are synchronized with the hospital, or even more advanced. The effect aspect is also very remarkable. So regarding the qualification, you are totally free to worry. We will give you a more comprehensive and comfortable service. You can read it first to get an idea." Lu Yana and Yi Chen both looked at this publicity leaflet together, and when she saw certain words, Lu Yana's face was even hotter. There are some words that are just too blunt. Chapter 95, all that female restoration stuff. After all, these are all about some of the intimate things women do, with explanations of private parts and so on. The female sales clerk was also unaware of the real situation of both Yi Chen and Lu Yana, and naturally received them as if they were an ordinary couple. "How heavy is the little child you're carrying?" the shop girl asked. Lu Yana was a bit puzzled. "Does this have anything to do with it?" "Of course it's relevant. If a small child is too big, the damage to the rectus abdominis muscles from pulling can be significant," the shop girl explained. Only then did Lu Yana understand and returned. "I'm pregnant with triplets, and all 3 children are over 4 pounds. At those words, the female sales clerk also looked at Lu Yana with a shocked expression. "Oh my god, you're actually carrying triplets? And each fetus is so big, then how big must your stomach hold up? You really suffered when you were pregnant." The shopgirl then couldn't imagine how big the triplets' bellies had been stretched. Lu Yana also nodded. "When I was pregnant it was still quite hard. It's just that after giving birth, this stomach has never been repaired. In addition to being a lot of fat, it feels like the skin on it is too loose." Originally, these were not too much to talk about, but these Yi Chen had already seen when he was helping her with her wounds, so there was nothing bad to say. The female shopkeeper is also positive. "That is natural. If the fetus is too large, the propped open belly, that is not going to restore the prototype at once. But I think the most important thing you need to do now is to repair the rectus abdominis muscle. And those you mentioned are not all fat. Most likely are the internal organs and intestines of these, because the rectus abdominis is what protects our tummies. And nowadays you must have been stretched almost to the limit carrying a triplet, so there's really too much damage to the rectus abdominis." The female clerk was carefully explaining to both Lu Yana and Yi Chen on one side, and Yi Chen was also looking at it and nodding his head. For all these, Yi Chen also already knew. That's why he was in such a hurry to bring Lu Yana over to do postpartum restoration. After all, Lu Yana cared so much about her figure. He would definitely follow along and pay attention to it as well. The shop girl said, "The first order of business is to fix the rectus abdominis, and after that it's time to tighten up down there as well, or there's going to be some problems in that area of life as well. But this has to be done in conjunction with the pelvis. Your triplet's surely also a C-section. Just don't think that a C-section does not affect that aspect of life. A woman is pregnant. All of the body will follow along with the change. In addition to hold up the rectus abdominis muscle, the pelvis as well as the following these will change. Of course did not go through the pubic bone bout, as opposed to the other home birth, will also be better, a little tighter." The female clerk that really does not take Yi Chen as an outsider even in front of Yi Chen's face, said those as a matter of course. Fortunately, the female sales clerk did not know about the situation between Yi Chen and Lu Yana, or else it would really be embarrassing, especially about that aspect, and something about tightening up a little bit down there. These words really made Lu Yana blush to her ears. Yi Chen, on the contrary, appeared calm and immediately said, "Then is there a slot today? I'll place my order now." The shopgirl smiled and said, Yes, you can do it right away now, but you need to do it for about half an hour." "That's okay, right?" Yi Chen said. "It's fine. Do you have any other skin care or anything like that? I want to get a card for my wife." The shopgirl was all of a sudden overjoyed. Yes, look. So, on one side, he picked up another promotional leaflet and said to Yi Chen and the two of them, "This is our company's latest skincare program. You can take a look at it." Good. Yi Chen brought the leaflet over and looked at it with Lu Yina. Lu Yina whispered, "Hubby, you're so nice." Yi Chen just touched her head and smiled. "You're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well?" Lu Yina was also laughing away. The female sales clerk on the side was also watching, and in her heart, she had already been envious and jealous, and the surrounding shopkeepers all looked at the two Yi Chen like they were dinosaurs. How come everyone else's husband is so nice? Yi Chen pointed to the highest package here and said, "Let's go with this one." After thinking about it, she said, "Do you have walk-ins here?" The female clerk immediately replied back, "Yes, but it's only for super members." "How do I become a super member?" "As long as you recharge $200,000 in our store, you can become a super member right away. What package you buy and what items you do will be deducted directly from the balance on your card after I sign it. Our estheticians go out on assignments only for skincare. If you want to do restoration, because you need to use instruments, so we don't take outgoing orders for the time being." Yi Chen said, "Well, then I'll charge $500,000. Open 2 packages for the postpartum restoration to see how the recovery is going, and then these better skincare programs are done for me." The shopgirl was so happy she almost jumped up and down. "Oh, my God, it's the first time I've met a guest who's so generous. It used to be that the most you could charge was $200,000 at once, but even that was few and far between, and it's still a husband filling up for his wife. That's really rare in the world. I admit, I'm really sour. Although I was able to make money, my heart was just sour somehow." Lu Yina was also touched by Yi Chen's atmosphere. After all, some men in society now, for women to repair those things feel irrelevant, really did not expect Yi Chen will be so important to themselves. It almost moved Lu Yina to cry on the spot. Yi Chen was also aware of Lu Yina's mood swings, and on the spot was hugging Lu Yina and calming her down. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a large crowd, he would have taken Lu Yina in his arms. So, very quickly, the female store clerk created a file for them, saved Lu Yina's information into the computer, and opened a super membership card on the spot. The shopgirl asked, "Hello sir, that's $500,000 in total, please." Yi Chen took out his bank card. "Swipe it." Tick. The swipe was successful. While this was happening, the system was ringing. Congratulations to the host for completing a special order, rewarding the host with a commercial building in the city center called Huachang Mansion, with a total area of about 10,000 square meters and a floor area of about 3,000 square meters. This really shocked Yi Chen to the point where his eyes grew wide. "Oh, my God, this reward can be really awesome. It's more awesome than any of the rewards. This Huachang Mansion, that's the biggest mansion in Fragrant City, and he's actually become the owner. The system is really bloodthirsty this time. This kind of mansion worth tens of billions of dollars. Just give it away." It was just that Yi Chen had also finally discovered the system's series of reward patterns. Chapter 96, feeling surprisingly excited about this. Anything done for Ina Lu will most likely trigger a special order. Is it because it's not directly manifested in the baby? And now it's helping Ina Lu do the restoration. So they came out of Ina Lu's belly, helped them fix the cradle, and then accidentally triggered a special order? Yi Chen thought this in his head and smiled in his heart. Probably. This is the law. This system was also bound by the system because of the child's appearance. And I decided to be with Lu Yina, so that's why I was bound by the system. Then it's not hard to imagine that everything done, as long as it's about their mothers, will trigger a reward. And what about this system upgrade? Regarding the last question, Yi Chen also didn't figure it out, but just muttered in his heart. Could it be that he had to fulfill certain special orders, and that's why he would be upgraded? Aha! It's highly likely. The shopgirl saw Yi Chen suddenly fall into a deep thought and didn't take the card she handed over, frightening her into thinking that Yi Chen was going to back out. Hands are shaking a little too. Yi Chen suddenly snapped back from his thoughts, and then he saw the female sales clerk frowning at himself, and immediately smiled and took back his card. The shopgirl was also finally loosening her frown now, but it scared the hell out of her. The shopgirl said, "Mrs. Yi, I've made arrangements for you. Please follow me this way. Mr. Yi can have tea here, or you can go to the nearby shopping mall. It's probably about half an hour or so. Skincare these, remember to do it together." Yi Chen handed over. Shopgirl, "Yes, we will." Lu Yina said to Yi Chen, "If you're bored, you can wander around the neighborhood for a while. I'll send you a message when I'm almost done." Yi Chen nodded. "You hurry up and go. Don't worry about me." Lu Yina smiled and waved with Yi Chen before following the shopgirl. After all, beauty these basically do women's business. Men naturally also do, but the two sides are separate. After the shopgirl left, the service lady at the front desk immediately brought Yi Chen magazines, as well as a fruit platter, snacks, and tea. It was convenient for Yi Chen to spend his time here, but Yi Chen was the one who walked out of the beauty store after greeting the receptionist. Actually, Yi Chen had gone to buy a bag for Lu Yana. After all, if you go to the charity gala, you will need a bag that you can hold, or people will say that you are incapable of hurting your wife or something like that. As the saying goes, the way to see how successful a man is to look at the women around him. Originally, those who love their wives would be willing to spend money on their wives, so it's a 2-for-1 deal. Daming fat mall, but a big mall, in which there must be a lot of big brands stationed. What Hermes, Chanel, Dior, LV, etc. These are all there, but it should be on the 3rd floor. Yi Chen according to the mall's instructions to the mall on the 3rd floor of the mall. When Yi Chen went to the 3rd floor, it could really be said to be a paradise for luxury goods, or should I say a shopping paradise for women. All the luxuries are here. Bags, clothes, watches, shoes, everything. When he saw the famous watch, Yi Chen also had a heartbeat. It seemed that neither he nor Lu Yana had a decent watch yet. Give yourself one. Yi Chen looked at the most conspicuous store in front of him. Budapest. It is a man should know this name. This one is one of the top 10 watches in the world. As soon as she walked in, one of the saleswomen immediately came up and asked Yi Chen, "Hello sir, may I ask which type of watch you would like to see?" Yi Chen said, "I'll take a look first." The saleswoman just smiled and said, "Okay sir, these are the sporty watches you're looking at now. This side is the casual ones, and the innermost ones are the business ones. You can look at them first, and if you fancy them you can let me bring them to you to try on." Yi Chen smiled. "Thanks, I know." In fact, the saleswoman was still thinking that Yi Chen was just here to hang out, so she didn't put much stock in it. After all, there were quite a few people who came here to hang out throughout the day, and she had gotten used to it. Yi Chen nodded his head while looking at Shuang. After about 10 minutes or so of shopping, he had a choice in mind. When the time comes, I'll wait to come over with Ina Lu to check it out, see if she likes it, and buy one for each of them. Nana would have liked it better if there was a couple's watch. Ha ha! Yi Chen smiled slightly as he thought about it in his mind, then walked out of the store, and when he turned the corner, he came across a lingerie brand store. Maison Clothes. The brand is a young one, created just 15 years ago, and it's a brand that always insists on creating clothes that make women look voluptuous and sexy. With this concept, the brand was awarded the Lingerie Brand of the Year last year, just a few years after it was created. Maison Clothes, a brand with a unique charm, has already swept the fashion and art scene as soon as it appeared. Many photographers, stylists and fashion representatives are Maison Clothes customers, and the prices are very plebeian, basically in the 3-figure range, so the vast majority of people are able to afford them. Anyway, it didn't matter if it was money or not. The most crucial thing now was that Yi Chen had been attracted by a sexy lingerie in the display cabinet at this time. Now, the little bit of mind in Yi Chen's heart couldn't help but be gradually amplified. The desire within him at that moment was however stirring. Only, instead, he was around the corner, watching for a couple of minutes before he noticed a man walk in. So he, too, let go of his guts and strutted into the Maison Clothes store. Oh, my god, it's so fascinating and beautiful to see what's inside. Even for a big man like Yi Chen, his face brushed red as he watched. A big man walks into a women's lingerie store, more or less feel a little embarrassed. It was also the first time for Yi Chen, but the feeling inside was surprisingly this exciting. After staying inside for about a few minutes, Yi Chen was also as fast as he could, picking out a few pieces, and after saying his height and weight, he immediately paid the bill and left. And at this point it had already been 25 minutes. Yi Chen wrapped a few pieces of underwear and then put them into a bag, ready to take them out and give them to Lu Yana this evening. Only, he also does not know if Lu Yana will wear a. As for the other bags and so on, it is better to go with Lu Yana again. After all, when he used to be with Ivy Lee, he basically came once or twice a month, and a lot of the cabinet ladies knew him. Chapter 97 The Thrill of Triple Reimbursement. Quickly fleeing the store with the bag, she returned to the salon, and at this time, Lu Yana is not yet ready. After all, to do 2 projects, may also be a little late in time. Seeing Yi Chen return, the receptionist also immediately moved forward to greet him. After Yi Chen returned to the beauty parlor, he put on the appearance of a serious man and sat on the edge of the sofa. After putting the bag aside, he put on a calm demeanor again, lifting the teacup at his heels and taking a gentle sip, which slowly calmed him down. After about 15 minutes, Lu Yana then walked out from the compartment inside. "Honey," Lu Yana shouted excitedly. Yi Chen immediately greeted him, watching the state of Lu Yana after doing her skin care. Well, it was still quite satisfactory. At least it felt like her skin was much whiter. And Lu Yana also saw the shopping bag sitting on the sofa and asked with a smile, "Hubby, did you just go out and buy something?" It's nothing, it's just some clothes." Yi Chen's heart was shocked. He was also worried that Lu Yana would take out her underwear to see it in public. If that were true, it would probably be socially dead. Luckily, Ina Lu just said, yours or mine? Yi Chen hurriedly said, just bought some underwear and such. It was only then that Lu Yina reacted. Fortunately she didn't take it out without getting on it. Surprisingly Yi Chen had bought some close-fitting clothes. Yu Ina said, oh, that's fine. Now that I'm done, are we going back? Or do you want to hang out some more? Yi Chen said, I just went out to shop. I fancy a watch. It is the Botta Ferrari. Looking at me quite like it. Yu Ina, then why don't we go together? As long as hubby likes it. After Lu Yina signed her name on the book, Yi Chen took Lu Yina up to the third floor of the Budapest. The saleswoman obviously froze. She really didn't expect Yi Chen to really bring his wife back. The saleswoman immediately stepped forward. Hello sir, miss. Yu Ina politely returned. Hello, Yi Chen said. I've spotted a couple's watch over there. I don't know if you like it. Let's go over there and take a look. Yi Chen directly led Lu Yina to the couple's side and pointed to a watch on it. This one, do you like it? Yi Chen asked. Yu Ina looked seriously at the watch above her, looking left and right. The saleswoman was so shocked at the sight that she almost didn't react. It's an automatic mechanical movement watch, and the two watches for men and women combined are worth more than $2 million. The men's model is $1, 109, 114 while the women's model is $1, 329, 229. Both watches have round dials, automatic movements, rubber straps, ring buckles, hands, dials, and screw-down crowns. The men's version will be relatively simpler, while the women's version is a bit more expensive as it is topped with a few crushed diamonds. The couple's watch is also a new model for Valentine's Day this year, so naturally this price is slightly higher. At present, the couple's watch has only sold out 10 pairs in Shangcheng, and even if they are worn out, the signs of clashing are rare. The saleswoman immediately moved forward and said, hello, may I ask if you are interested in our new couple watches this year? If it's something you really intend to have, we can take it out for the two of you to try on. These two watches are also newly opened and haven't been tried on by anyone, because the people who tried it on bought it, the saleswoman said confidently. She was also selling this couple's watch that she had already sold 2 pairs, and if she added Yi Chen and their pair, it would be 3 pairs. Therefore, at this time, when he seriously saw the expressions of Lu Yina as well as Yi Chen and the two of them, he knew that this single could definitely be accomplished. Lu Yina saw the price tag on it. It was shocked. A watch has to start from $1 million. It is really quite expensive, but this amount of money for Yi Chen, naturally, is not money. Lu Yina just felt that these 2 days spending money like running water. All of a sudden spent $1 billion, now buy 2 watches, and have to spend almost $2.5 million. If I hadn't been with Yi Chen, I probably wouldn't have spent so much in my life. Just thinking about this warmed Lu Yina's heart, and at this time, Yi Chen had already asked the saleswoman to take the watch out and try it on. Yi Chen gently held Lu Yina's hand and put on that lady's watch for her. Seeing that Lu Yina suddenly smiled, Yi Chen asked, do you like it? Ina Lu smiled and said, well, like it. What her husband likes, she naturally likes. Yi Chen then said to the saleswoman, wrap it up for me. The saleswoman thought she had heard wrong at first and immediately asked again. First, sir, do you really want to wrap it up? Yi Chen said, naturally, it's true. Lu Yina also looked at the saleswoman with a smile and didn't say anything. A little flustered, the saleswoman rushed to get the box out of the cabinet and took the label off of it and walked over to the front desk to count the money and check out. A while later, the saleswoman returned with a gift bag from the store, a piece of paper and a pen and a credit card machine. The female sales said to Yi Chen's 2 people, hello sir, please let me do a platinum membership card for you here. If you spend money here, there will be a 10% discount. Now I've already finished the discount for you. A pair of couples watches. A total of 2,433,833,433 yuan, 243,8343 yuan. After the discount is $2,199,004,500, $2. 194, 500. Yi Chen said atmospherically, swipe your card. The saleswoman's heart was running wild, and she immediately moved forward to take the bank card in Yi Chen's hand. Tick, the swipe worked. While this was happening, the system was ringing. Congratulations host. The purchase for his wife was successful. The system returns 3 times the purchase price. The message ringtone of the cell phone rang again. Yi Chen picked it up and looked at it. 6,583,500 yuan. Not a penny less. Yi Chen had a moment where he wanted to ask the saleswoman not to give him a discount and forget about it. After all, such a discount. Yi Chen that is directly less hundreds of thousands of it. However, as far as the money he has now is in the bank, that generates interest that is no worse. The saleswoman respectfully handed the bank card back to Yi Chen with both hands, and handed the packed watch along with both hands. Yi Chen took the card and shopping bag and held Lu Yina's hand as he walked out of this famous watch store. While walking, Lu Yana asked, "Hubby, are we, now, going somewhere?" Yichen smiled and said, "Naturally, I'm buying what I need to buy." Holding Lu Yina's hand, she walked into various designer stores and spent several more millions on bags, shoes, clothes, and so on. Yichen put them back into the car in batches and went back to spending. The system is giving triple reimbursement for all of them. Not to mention, the system is pretty cool. Chapter 98 is recovering very well. Back at home, Lu Yana divided everything up, because they had gone out this time and bought a lot of things for the family. Lu Yana took the 2 bags she bought and some warm underwear, as well as the coat and scarf, to Ye's mother. Ye's mom was also smiling from ear to ear, praising Lu Yana one after another. "Aya, Nana is really filial. You don't know, Yichen is so old and hasn't bought me anything yet. Egu, I'm really blessed." Lu Yana smiled and said, "Mom, you are my husband's mom. Naturally you are also my mom." Yi mother said with a smile, Good. Having such a well-behaved daughter like you is really a blessing that we, Yichen, have cultivated in our 8 lifetimes." Yichen also interjected from the side, "Mom, you also don't say I didn't buy you anything ah. I bought you snacks ah." Ye's mom also buried Yichen. "Snacks? Don't you eat them all yourself? And you said you'd buy it for me. I don't even really like snacks." Yichen was also talking about his mom. "Then when I bought it back, didn't you take a big bite of my chili fries?" Yichen is also aware of his mother used to love snacks, just recently may also be older, to maintain health, for snacks have also quit. Yi mother just humph a sound, holding Lu Yana bought her things walked back to her room. In fact, she is also aware of, these things must also be Yichen paid, but is Lu Yana for their own pick, is also considered to be Lu Yana for their own purchase. The old man well, happy is so simple. Yichen and Lu Yana watched as Ye's mother went upstairs, and they hurriedly carried the things they had bought back to their room, and some of the things that were bought for Ye's father, and Lu Yana's parents, were placed in a pile in the utility room downstairs. The 2 of them, Lu Yana and Yichen, went back to their room. When the babies woke up from their nap, Lu Yana still went over to hold the child at the first time, leaving Yichen alone to organize here. Yichen unpacked everything and put them away one by one. Finally, having unwrapped the pieces of sexy lingerie, Yichen hung these up on the side of his pajamas. Yichen's heart is thinking, now the weather is a bit cold. It doesn't seem to be very suitable to wear ah. Holding the underwear in her hand was thinking here. Suddenly Lu Yana opened the door and came in. Seeing the transparent underwear in Yichen's hand, she was instantly blushing. It turned out that Yichen had run off to buy this while she was doing the restoration. And that shopping bag, surprisingly, he didn't buy it for himself, he bought it for me. Lu Yana stood in the doorway somewhat awkwardly, while Yichen was even more awkward than Lu Yana. At first Yichen was thinking that he should wait for Lu Yana to find out herself, but he didn't expect that he would be caught in public, and he was still seen by Lu Yana when he was admiring himself with a lewd face. Oh, my god, literally died on the spot socially. Yichen somewhat awkwardly put the underwear into the closet, and said to Lu Yana, I finished unpacking everything for you, and I've already put the bag away for you. There are still some clothes that I haven't had time to put in yet. Why don't you do it yourself? Lu Yana also didn't make a sound, but just walked to Yichen's side. Hubby, do you like that kind? Yichen froze, originally expecting it to be awkwardly, but now that he asked, he was even more embarrassed. Yichen laughed twice. That's just looking like pretty good looking. Lu Yana snickered. I'll wear it to you when I have the chance, but I haven't worn it. I don't know if it looks good or not. Yichen immediately said, definitely good looking, absolutely 100% good looking. Seemingly realizing something, Yichen hurriedly covered his mouth. Lu Yana laughed twice. Hubby, we are husband and wife. There is nothing to be embarrassed about these. You don't have to be like this. Lu Yana has also figured out now. In the end is still a husband and wife. Everything is said and done. Everyone will not be embarrassed, although the initiative at the beginning is her, but she still has a woman's reserve in. Seeing Yichen's manly behavior, Lu Yana also felt a little funny. It's good to know how to have a little fun. Yichen grinned and held Lu Yana in his arms, gently whispering in Lu Yana's ear. Men, that's all they love. Whenever you can, wear it for hubby to see. Lu Yana instantly blushed. Aha, the two of them just cuddled and got tired of each other. Soon it was time to go to the hospital for my 42-day postpartum checkup. Yichen got up early this day, and Lu Yana had made an early appointment for the 10 o'clock in the morning and the evening. I got up just after 9, and it was pretty hard to get up at this hour. After all, I had to nurse the baby at night, and after getting up twice in the night, I wanted to sleep a little more in the morning. No, sitting in the car, Lu Yana fell asleep while sitting with her clothes in her arms. Yichen also shook his head helplessly. There was no way out. Breastfeeding moms were just this hard. It was also almost 10 o'clock when we arrived at the hospital. but we had to wait for half an hour, so it was clear that even if we had an appointment, it was still uncertain, because there are too many of them. Yi-chen hurriedly woke up Lu Yana in his arms and led her into the doctor's department. The doctor looked at the Lu Yana file and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You're the mom who gave birth to triplets. That's so great. Each of your babies came out of the cesarean section at over 4 pounds. That's a great pregnancy." Ina Lu smiled. "Thank you, doctor." The doctor turned his head to the computer. "You have this rectus abdominis and also the pelvis. These are the most important to rest." Ina Lu, "Yes, doctor. I'm already starting the restoration." "Well, that's good. But now the postpartum checkup is still necessary, so after you pay this bill, come back over here and our nurse will set you up now. You don't have to hold your pee for this ultrasound." Ina Lu, "Okay, thank you, doctor." Yi-chen also hurriedly thanked the doctor before taking the slip to pay the bill. After coming back and handing over the list to the nurse, Lu Yana was pulled away by the nurse. It was about an hour or so before Lu Yana walked out with the results. Pulling Yi-chen, he said, "Let's go back to the doctor now. Just now when I did the ultrasound, the doctor said that I recovered very well." Lu Yana pulled Yi-chen into the doctor's department that she had just been in and sent the results to the doctor. The doctor took the list and looked at it for a while. "Well, the body is recovering very well in all aspects, and there is no anemia. You were also bleeding 200 milliliters from the cesarean section at that time, and at the time of hospitalization the hemoglobin cells and all of these weren't quite normal, but all of them have recovered now. It's just that although the data is like this, you still need to replenish your blood more when you go back, so that the whole of your chi and blood are toned up, so that your bodily functions are fully restored before you can do so, and that is, this rectus abdominis function of yours is really too bad. You've seen it before and felt a bunch of fat in your stomach, but a lot of this is your body's organs, and this rectus abdominis muscle is what protects our internal organs. Luckily you have done the repair. The data that you are doing now, it's much better than before. Keep it up. You can't stop until you get it completely repaired." Chapter 99, "A billion or so is only a small fortune." Yi-chen took the doctor's words sort of in, so he said to the doctor, "Well, we will." After walking out of the doctor's department, Yi-chen dragged Lu Yana to the pharmacy and bought a lot of supplements, which also included several pounds of bird's nests, as well as some things to replenish chi and blood after childbirth. Of course, all of these supplements are to be the best, probably also spend more than $200,000. The system are all triple back, for things that could be bought with money. Yi-chen also didn't even blink an eye. Yi-chen said to Lu Yana, "Now that the 2 nannies are also back, then in the future, let them stew a pot of bird's nest every night. You drink it when you get up at night, and a cup of tonic before you go to bed at night. There is a writing on how to cook it, so just give it to them. I'll be supervising you every day." Not one of them. Lu Yana that was a million times more horrified. "No way. I happen to be trying to lose weight. What's with the weight loss? Your husband loves it when you're like this. But, if I feed me like you do, I'm going to continue to get fat." Lu Yana retorted in a small voice. "The rebuttal is invalid. This time you have to listen to me. The weight loss thing can be done anytime. When the time comes, I'll get a nutritionist for you to give you a nutritious meal, and try to reduce the energy intake from your daily diet. But this tonic, you have to drink it," Yi-chen said in a domineering manner. Lu Yana was also at her wit's end with him, so she had to go along with him. Then, okay, while this was happening, the system was ringing. Tick, take your wife for a postpartum checkup. The system rewards the skills of a senior nutritionist. Yi-chen praised in his heart. The system is really monitoring me every day. Otherwise how could it even prepare this for me? When I get home, I'll write a recipe out. Have the babysitter follow it. Yi-chen thought this in his heart. Another car drove Lu Yana to the beauty salon. Today or do a full set of restoration, as well as the whole body care, and also gave Lu Yana opened a set of maintenance of the body of the mugwort set. Yi-chen waited for an hour and a half at the beauty parlor and was overdue for lunch. When Lu Yana came out, it was already 1:30. And Yi-chen insisted on waiting for Lu Yana to come out before he would go to lunch. After all, tomorrow was the time to go to the charity gala, and Yi-chen naturally hoped that Lu Yana could be in her best condition. And just now, Yi-chen had also called the staff over at IV Courtesy long ago to confirm the matter of sending someone to the house tomorrow afternoon. As soon as Lu Yana walked out, she hurriedly hugged Yi-chen and said, "The milk just rose, so I had them milk it for me." Yi-chen smiled and said, "That's good. I was worried about you. Just now I've already called home and said that we're not going back for dinner, so let's go eat together." Lu Yana nodded. "Well, I'm also really hungry. I ate a bowl of porridge in the morning, and now I'm about to be starved, and I just asked them for a snack." Yi-chen hugged Lu Yana. "Then let's hurry up and go eat. It doesn't matter if we delay a little. The most important thing is that all the projects are done. Are you going to make an appointment for them to come to your house tomorrow?" Yu Yana thought for a moment. "Well, it's best, do a skincare treatment and then you can put on your makeup. Yi Chen immediately made an appointment at the front desk for tomorrow's door-to-door skincare program, and then took Lu Yana up to the 5th floor of the mall to look for food. By the time they got home, it was about 4 in the afternoon. When it was time for dinner, Yi Chen instructed Auntie Zhang to leave them dinner for later. It's just that the 3 little ones are missing their mommy, and they haven't seen their babies for almost a whole day. The first thing Iona Lu did when she came back was to see the baby. Yi mother pulled Yi Chen aside and asked, Chen, how was Nana's checkup? Is there anything to pay attention to? Yi Chen also told the truth. The doctor said to give her more tonic. Mom, if you're not doing anything in the future, just give Nana a soup or something. Yi Chen lifted up the several pounds of bird's nest. You can stew this when you have time too. I bought the whole family's amount, so you can follow suit. After putting the bird's nest down, Yi Chen then lifted up a bunch of herbs again and said to Mother Yi, in the past, my son didn't have any money and didn't know how to buy these for you. He just knew that you like to eat snacks, so he bought snacks for you. Now that my son knows how to care about you, these are all bought for you. Nana and mother-in-law, you all need to make up for it. Ye's mother was also very pleased, sighing that her son had really grown up after becoming a father. And yes, starting a family comes first. Yi mother also said to Yi Chen in a deep tone, Chen you've really grown up you know how to care for your daughter-in-law and others. Mom is really pleased. However, one of my main concerns right now is that even though you have so many shares or there are other shares, Mom still wants you to be able to do something on your own, to be able to take care of the family while also having a career of your own. Your father and I are also old. We are over 50 years old, but we are both still struggling now. Being a man is to learn to live to a ripe old age. When your father has taken care of everything, I still want you to be able to inherit your father's company. Yi mother said so much in one breath. Yi Chen also understood that he could not escape this time. Yi Chen took a deep breath and returned. Mom, I know, when the time comes, I will take over Dad's company, but I hope to open it in the center of Fragrant City. Mother Yi, I've already told you before. Your father has this intention to move the company's headquarters back here. Then has he found a suitable place to move over? Yi Chen asked. Not yet. You know those office buildings in the city center are too sought after, and the expensive ones can't afford to rent, and it's definitely not worth it to give the rent down at the end of the year. Ye's mom also sighed. Yi Chen said, how big of an office do you want? Or have you considered getting a branch downtown or something? Ye's mother shook her head. If the company headquarters, surely it's just a few hundred square feet on the line. You say open a branch, there is no 1 or 2,000 square feet or more. Then how can you open Yi Chen said, if you guys really want to open a branch or something, tell me. I'll see if those friends of mine have a way to help you ask. If the company headquarters, I'll make a call tomorrow to ask. Yes mom, alright then. We can only mobilize our friends in this matter. Otherwise there's really nothing we can do. And we don't know many people in the city. Although Yi Chen's parents' previous wealth also has so many billions. But in the city of incense at most even a small rich, not many people recognize, so do not know people is normal. More than $1 billion in the eyes of some big shots, but also is a small hit. Chapter 100 Persuading Parents to Retire. After Yi Chen had talked to his mom, he remembered the reward he had just gotten. Huachang Mansion. This largest commercial center building in the city center. The total area is more than 10,000 square meters, and the floor area alone is already more than 3,000 square meters. So, he immediately approached the system and asked it for the phone number of the general manager of the property. Yi Chen immediately made a call to the property general manager of Huachang Mansion, and the call was quickly connected. Obviously, Yi Chen's phone number had already been stored in the phone book by the property manager. The first time the property manager picked up the phone was, hello, Mr. Yi, I am the manager of the property management company of Huachang Mansion. My name is Lu Quanzhang. You can call me Xiao Lu. I don't know if Mr. Yi is calling over. Is there anything that I am able to help with? Yi Chen said in a light tone. I want to know if there are any in my building that haven't been rented out. Lu Quanzhang immediately returned to Yi Chen, and it was obvious that he knew the building situation very well. Reporting to Mr. Yi, the first floor and the same place on the second floor of our building each have 1,000 square meters unleased. The building is 30 floors high in total, and there are 18 unused offices. Each office is about 200 to 300 square meters or so. I wonder what Mr. Yi wants to use it for? Lu Quanzhang asked cautiously. Yi Chen spoke. Is there any adjacent 2 offices that I'd be useful for? If the downstairs one wants to be rented out, call and ask me first. Because his own family has not yet decided whether to come to the city to open a branch. But this headquarters office, then, is definitely used, and Lu Quanzhang also heard the meaning of the words. Even if it was asked, that must be Mr. Yi has a use for it, so he also took this matter to heart. Lu Quanzhang immediately replied back. Okay, Mr. There are 2 rooms there on the 13th floor that are connected, so I'll leave them for Mr. Yi Chen. Aha, Lu Quan is saying on the other end of the phone. It is now the end of June, and the building's half-yearly rent is almost finished, so after our finance deducts the half-yearly property fee, we will transfer it to you. Mr. Yi Chen asked, how many are there in total this time? Lu Quanzhang immediately replied back, after deducting the property fee, there is about 300 million. Around July 1st or 2nd will be collected. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi Chen. Well, then, please, Lu Quanzhang, no trouble, this is all what we should do. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. When Lu Quanzhang received Yi Chen's call at first, it was a frightening heart. He thought that Yi Chen was calling to ask him for rent and chastise him for not collecting the rent so late, because normally it would have been transferred at the end of June as well. But this time because a company was having money problems and they had been pushing for payment for days, ordering them to transfer it to the property company's account by the 1st or get the hell out of there. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually just asked if there were any spare offices. It startled him. He doesn't want to lose such a cash cow. This Huachang mansion brings the company a year of profit. Every month there are more than 1 million. A year down that is up to more than 10 million. So, he had to stabilize Yi Chen anyways. And as soon as Yi Chen hung up the phone, his inner self was even more ecstatic, when he realized that he could receive more than $300 million for half a year just from rent collection. His whole heart jumped up. Nothing to do. Huachang building plus 6-1 baby share dividends. That is to say, how he has more than $1 billion a year income. As the saying goes, you don't have to worry about breaking your legs. After he slowly calmed down, he found Ye's mother. Mom, I've already taken care of the office matter for you. If you want to open a branch in the city center, is 2,000 square meters enough? Yi Chen's family is to open a food company, but also open a large supermarket, just with others have some shares. Ye's mom said, I don't know yet. I'll ask your dad first and see what he says. Just now I also talked to him. He wants to sell his shares and then retire over here and forget about it. As you know, those people aren't that easy to get along with, and the last time something happened, it just pissed your dad off. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said atmospherically, if he wants to quit, I'll support him, let it go. Yi mother also laughed, when do you raise your father put the shares of a sale, how also have 100 million and a half million it, enough for us to retire. Now the most critical still, you and Nana's schooling intends to do? What are you going to do about your wedding? Nana can't just get a license with you and call it a day, can she? When a woman gets married, she wants a dreamy, perfect wedding, just thinking that she has no regrets in life. Yi mother said this, seemed to think of something, come to think of it, when your mom and I got married with your dad, we didn't even have a wedding photo. Thinking about it, I feel that it's a loss. Yi Chen, I'm also thinking about how I'm going to get it done, but this is something I still have to talk to Nana and Nana's parents about, how it's going to be done on her side and how it's going to be done on our side. Ye's mother nodded, that's right, this matter still needs to be discussed with the in-laws side. That said, did your kid propose or something like that? Nowadays, girls like romance. You have to coax our baby daughter-in-law well. Yi Chen immediately said, Mom, don't worry about this, we proposed the moment we got our license. Humph, I thought you learned that from your father. Think about me back in the day. Your dad had nothing. I just followed your dad. And now, you don't know to buy a ring or something for me. Thinking about it really makes me feel so angry. Ye's mom hummed and said with some complaints. Yi Chen also snickered and said, it's better for me to mention dad. The two mothers and sons chatted there for a while before the meeting broke up. After Yi Chen returned upstairs, Lu Yana had also laid down and fallen asleep. Instead, the 3 little babies refused to go to sleep after eating their milk and were allowed to be held and played with. Yi Chen also sighed. The few little babies were also growing up very quickly, literally one day at a time. Yi Chen has been busy with things for the past few days and did not hold the children, and now that the infusion is holding the 3 children, he feels that they have changed too much. Moreover, the 3 babies were all very resourceful, and when they saw their father coming, they all wanted Yi Chen to hold them, especially little boy, who was especially sticky to him. It's amazing how a little baby, almost 2 months old, wants to learn to talk. He chatted with Yi Chen in an agu-agu manner. Yi Chen is also very much enjoying this kind of parent-child time, thinking that in the future, if he really wants to start his career, it is estimated that he will have less and less time to spend with his baby, so he has to cherish the time he has now. It was at this point that the system went off. Tick. Intimate interaction with the baby. The system rewards $1 million. Yi Chen also smiled, probably because this was the first time Little Treasure had spoken. So the system actually rewarded $1 million so much this time, because usually when you make milk powder or something, it is rewarded around 100,000. Chapter 101, Tricked. The next day, Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the people from the beauty salon came and gave Lu Yina a full body facial. Yina was enjoying herself as she slept. It was a little after 3 o'clock when they were done, and right after that the IV courtesy people arrived in a nanny van, a store clerk, a makeup artist, a dressmaker, plus a driver. They would follow Ina Lu to the party, always ready to touch up their makeup or change their gowns. And now, Ina's gown they brought, and under the matching of the dress stylist, Ina put on the You're the One, a complete set of diamond jewelry. This party, Lu Yina was destined to be the center of attention. Her jewelry alone is shocking enough. Weisha Charity Gala. This is a very famous charity gala in China. First-class social celebrities, stars of the third tier and above, will all meet here. Arriving here, 100-meter-long red carpet, surrounded by people wearing exquisite makeup, wearing the most appropriate dresses, one by one, brightly competing with each other than the beautiful. Because this time the party was held in Fragrance City, and Yi Chen, such a person with a $10 billion fortune in Fragrance City, would naturally be one of those who would be invited. Not to mention, he had taken the lead in the system to get the invitation. Yi Chen and Lu Yina walked into the red carpet, both arm in arm. Yi Chen was in a gray suit, and Lu Yina was wearing a white dress that she had bought that day. Yi Chen's hand was wearing a couple $1 million watch, while Lu Yina was wearing a necklace and diamond ring worth several $100 million. It had to be said that the whole set of slim-fitting little dresses that Ina Lu was wearing, coupled with a face that was slightly powdered with light makeup and a bit of baby fat, the collagen on her face was about to lift up and overflow. This gown took in her entire elegance and tiny waist. The most important thing is that Lu Yina is currently still breastfeeding, and the size of her chest that is so big that people can't take their eyes off of it. At this time, Ivy Lee, who was wearing a black open front evening gown, was deadpan staring at Ina Lu from afar, so jealous that her eyes were about to fall out. Li Ivy was thinking about things there, but Guoming on the side was urging Li Ivy to walk in. After walking down the aisle, Ivy Lee took the opportunity to say she had to go to the bathroom for a quick makeup break and called aside someone she had prepared early on. And at this time, Yi Chen also happened to be strolling over here, because he just seemed to have seen his roommate, so he told Lu Yina to go and look for it, and unexpectedly, he would hear something that he shouldn't have heard here. Only in some hidden corner, Ivy Lee was asking a woman, "Well, is everything okay?" That woman was none other than Ivy Lee's best friend. "Ivy, I'll do the job. You give me 100%. Everything is ready. All we need is the east wind." "Good. Well done. It's not worth all the trouble I went through to bring you here." Ivy Lee took out a bottle of something unknown from the bag in her hand and said sinisterly, "In a moment, you help me call Lu Yina into the pairing room. Just say that Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend has something to say to her. I'm sure she'll come. With this foolproof thing, I don't believe that she won't be obedient." As he spoke, he also weighed the bottle in his hand. Ivy Lee handed it to her best friend, who took the bottle and then locked eyes with Ivy Lee, seeing the sinister in the other's eyes. At that time, Yi Chen will definitely leave Lu Yina and return to my side. Li Ivy let out a cold laugh. "Lu Yina, don't think that just because you've given birth to a few children, you can bind Yi Chen. When the time comes, I really want to see if Yi Chen wants you or not. Well, when it's done, I'll transfer the $100,000 I promised you to your bank card. So go ahead." The BFF nodded, turned and walked away. In fact, Li Ivy's best friend has her own little mind. She is thinking of fishing for a golden turtle here, so she agreed to help Li Ivy to do this kind of thing. Li Iwei, however, looked at her best friends departing back and smiled grimly. "Guoming there, I've already given him drugs beforehand. This time, I'll see where you can escape. If Yi Chen sees you stealing food with his own eyes, I don't know if Yi Chen will still want you." When she thought of this, Ivy Lee let out a sneer, turned around and left. Yi Chen hid in the shadows, listening to what Ivy Lee said, his face looking grim. "How dare you touch my wife?" Suddenly, two men came sneaking up again. "Man A, did you get the filing done for the expropriation of that section of Expo Street in the Dongping district?" Man B said, "The top is still working on the plan. I guess another meeting will finalize it. It's probably just a month or so, and there's still information to be gathered and all that." "Well, that's good then." Yi Chen, however, did not care, because although he was angry at this time, the most important thing now was to find Lu Yina, so that she would not leave his side at all times. So Yi Chen quickly left the place and went back to look for Lu Yina. At this time, Lu Yina has been brought by Ivy Lee's best friend to one of the backstage script matching rooms. These script matching rooms are used to play the movie and so on. With those MCs in front of the call, let play which one will play which one. At this time, Lu Yina was unaware of the danger she was in. Yi Chen's phone call came in, and Lu Yina immediately answered it. "Hey husband." Yi Chen's tone was anxious. "Where are you now?" Lu Yina honestly said, "Just now Li Ivy's best friend told me that girl I've seen her with Li Ivy when I was at school. Li Ivy has something to talk to me about. It's about you." Then I came over to take a look and see what she really wants to talk to me about. I'm now waiting for her in the innermost one of the pair of draft rooms. Yi-chan couldn't help but feel anxious. Don't you care what she's going to say to you? You hurry back. I'll go over to you now. You walk out of the pairing room now. Head this way to the hall. Yi-chan was also in a hurry. There is still a great distance from the pair of scripts room, and this venue is very much crowded. Want to run faster cannot be done. Only, as soon as Lu Yana tried to open the door and leave, Ivy Lee's best friend came back, with Guo Ming behind her. At this time, Guo Ming was wearing a white suit. His face was a little red, probably because the medicine was starting to take effect, and Guo Ming was also snubbed by Ivy Lee, saying that she wanted to fulfill one of his dreams, a dream of being able to have schoolgirl Lu Yana. Seeing that she was really standing in front of his eyes, Guo Ming that was excitedly striding to Lu Yana's front. I could just see his breathing start to go haywire and his face was getting redder and redder. It's working, those drugs. Once they take effect, it won't take more than a few hours. And Lu Yana also felt a little dizzy at this time, and her body started to heat up. Apparently, there was something wrong with the candles lit in this pair of scriptoriums. At first, Lu Yana didn't notice, but now she smelled that something was wrong with the flavor. She was now feeling more and more like she couldn't poop the strength out of her body. Chapter 102, Trick 2. At that moment, Guo Ming was saying with an excited face, Nana. He hurriedly took big steps to walk next to Lu Yana and spoke fondly. Nana, as you know, I've always liked you. I really missed you. You are really beautiful today. Today's Yu Ina is really beautiful. With that, he tried to reach over and hold Lu Yana in his arms. Lu Yana looked at the disgusting person in front of her and pushed him with all her strength. Guo Ming was also pushed to the ground by Lu Yana, but he wasn't angry about it. Now it seems that this Ivy Lee is also very good at what she does. Looking at this Lu Yana, she probably let herself do whatever she wanted as well. And at this time, Li Ivy's best friend looked at the scene in front of her, and immediately said, You guys slowly catch up here. I have already brought the keys to the pair of draft rooms. Just unlock it. Absolutely. No one to disturb. With that, he thought to exit. And at the door, Yi Chen arrived, just in time to hear the words spoken by Li Ivy's best friend. Yi Chen's entire body blocked the doorway, stopping Li Ivy's best friend. Eyes looking behind her. When Yi Chen saw that his wife had a hard look on her face while Guo Ming was looking at his wife with a lewd face, he was completely enraged and was filled with a chilling aura. Instead, Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen powerlessly. Without saying a word, Yi Chen grabbed the key in the hand of Li Ivy's best friend and directly pushed her inward to the ground, shattering the cell phone in her hand. Then Yi Chen punched Guo Ming's head, directly sending Guo Ming backward several steps covering his face. Yi Chen quickly pulled Lu Yana back into his embrace, realizing that Lu Yana was hot as hell at the moment. Quickly, she took Ina Lu out of the pairing room and closed the door behind her, locking Ivy Lee's best friend and Guo Ming inside. Li Ivy's best friend also reacted at this time, quickly picked up the cell phone on the ground, wanting to call Li Ivy for help. Only the phone screen was shattered. No way. And at this point, Guo Ming was already somewhat beyond his control. To make matters worse, Ivy Lee's BFF had also inhaled the odor emanating from the candles earlier, and now she had been here for several minutes, so something seemed to be wrong with her now too. In her heart, she suddenly thought, I can't resist anyway. I came here this time because I want to fish for a long-term meal ticket. Looking at Li Iwei's recent consumption, this Guo Ming's family should be quite rich, right? Or I'll just submit to him. Although Ivy Lee's best friend, not as beautiful as Ivy Lee herself, but that face is also a few points of beauty. Although Guo Ming didn't have his eyes on her, he couldn't pick and choose nowadays. Before long, ambiguous voices were heard in the pairing room. Only, behind the scenes, there is something that is not known to be happening. Ivy Lee also just asked her best friend to help her and tricked Ana Lu and Guo Ming into a room. But behind this, she had another plot. In this pair of script rooms, there are monitoring equipment connected to the stage screen, and these monitors are also connected to the mainframe, and usually no one to check the time. Ivy Lee had paid off the backstage staff early on and got the key without any problems. It was only at this time that she arrived late and stood at the doorway of the manuscript pairing room, listening to the charming sounds coming from inside. She couldn't help but sneer. Oomph, playing quite high. So, she went into the other pairing room and did what the staff had taught her and pulled up the surveillance of the pairing room over there. She was slowly enjoying the interaction between the man and woman inside. Suddenly, under the light of the candles, she realized that the woman entwined with Guo Ming was actually her own best friend. Angry, she instantly yelled, Gu Yutong, how dare you do such a thing with your back to me? In a fit of pique, he flung away the cell phone he was recording on, dashing across the room like a madman. He looked at the key still hanging from the handle and quickly unlocked the door. With that, she ripped a handful of the entwined man and woman away. Ivy Lee's mouth cursed, seemingly forgetting that the candle essential oil lamp was still lit on the side. The three of them pulled at it for several minutes before Ivy Lee felt something was wrong. Only, it's already too late. Guoming had already pushed Ivy Lee down by now, and Gu Yutong, Li Aiwei's best friend, watched Guoming push Li Aiwei down, and slowly moved to the edge of the doorway, took the top key off, and unlocked the door after closing it. Li Ivy looked at Gu Yutong and yelled, "Gu Yutong, I won't let you go." And the other side, Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana and got a room in this hotel. Get the most expensive room, please. Today, a charity party was being held here, and there were many people who were drunk, so it was normal for everyone to get a room in the hotel. It was just that when the front desk of the hotel saw Yi Chen's look of anxiety as well as Lu Yana's unusual appearance, she couldn't help but look at Yi Chen one more time. Yi Chen let out a low cough. "She's my wife. We're licensed." This time the hotel receptionist lady didn't dare to look at it anymore and quickly opened the best room in the hotel for Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also speechless. He also did not expect to open a room but also to prove his innocence. He immediately thought of the scene when Lu Yana helped herself into the hotel room at that time. It couldn't be so amusing, right? Yi Chen got the room card, and without looking back, he carried Lu Yana to the elevator, and only after entering the room did Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this Thai party. I can't believe Iona Lu was set up." Yi Chen's face was filled with gloom. "This pair of dogs, I won't let you go." He hurriedly took out his cell phone and called the IV courtesy staff member who had followed him, telling them to go back first. Called Ye's mom again and said that there was a situation over here and there was a possibility that she wouldn't be coming home tonight. Ye's mom was also a person who had been there before, so she naturally understood. So they told them not to worry and go play. She had everything at home. Yi Chen also heatedly smiled, and hung up the phone. Over here, Lu Yina's face became even more abnormal. Chapter 103, the whole room is full of ambiguity. Over here, Lu Yina's mouth said, "Hubby, quickly help me take a shower." Yi Chen had no choice but to carry Lu Yana into the bathroom and put her into the bathtub. Yi Chen was also aware that Lu Yana was already unconscious at this point. To be honest, it had come to this point, and Ina Lu seemed to have let go a lot. Even if she took it off in front of Yi Chen, she only felt a little shy, but not like before. She feebly shouted at Yi Chen, "Hubby, come over here." The sound of that breath, weak and feeble, was more like the sound of a sticky pout. Still a bloody young man after all. It was about 2 meals later that this went silent in the bathroom. Yi Chen walked out of the bathroom holding the exhausted Lu Yana, with ambiguous scent remaining on both of their bodies. It's just that some things, once touched, are addictive. As it is, I'm obviously full, but I can't stop the addiction. When Yi Chen covered Lu Yana with the quilt and looked at the size of Lu Yana's chest, he again did not hold back. Directly to Lu Yana's small mouth kissed up, followed by a large pancake scene. By the next morning, Lu Yana opened her eyes and saw Yi Chen staring at her. She quickly clenched her legs, and then gave Yi Chen a kick with some annoyance. "You've had enough." Just as soon as she raised her foot, she felt that her leg was sore, and even if she kicked at Yi Chen's body, the force was not enough to knock him down. Yu Yana pulled the covers over her body and covered herself, pressing her legs with a frown on her face. Last night's madness was even wilder than the first. Yi Chen gently pulled Lu Yana's feet over and placed them on his hands, heartily massaging them for her. "Are your legs sore?" Lu Yana puffed up her cheeks and said with some annoyance, "It's not all because of you." Don't look at Yi Chen, who usually looked like a decent man, but a man's nature was not covered. After all, it's been over a year since I've touched it, too, and this time around, I'm really even talking dirty. In the past, when Yi Chen was with Li Aiwei, she always hung on to him, and there weren't even a few times a year, and now it seems that Yi Chen feels that he has a high probability of being green. Seeing that Lu Yana no longer spoke, Yi Chen's magic claws slowly pressed the mojo to Lu Yana, and slowly this hand went up to the waist. "Look at the fleshy feel of this one. It feels especially good in your hand." Yi Chen thought in his heart, this kind of flesh can be really comfortable enough. It is better not to be too thin. It seemed that Yi Chen really super liked the feeling of flesh, as long as he remembered when he interacted with Lu Yana together. That softness, it was really too memorable and reminiscent. While Yi Chen was reminiscing in his head, the movements of his hands were going a little deeper. Exhaling deeply, he tried to kiss Ina Lu again. It was just that Lu Yana was hurriedly raising her hand to push Yi Chen's head, while shouting in shame, "It's already past 9 o'clock, and we're almost ready to go home. If you keep this up, I'll tell my mom." Yi Chen was also stunned by Lu Yana's words and let out a laugh. "Honey, are you sure you want to tell your mom about us as a couple?" Lu Yana was also looking at Yi Chen pitifully at this time. "Hubby, people are really tired. I want to sleep for a while, and I won't be so haggard when I go home in a while. I really don't have the strength." Yi Chen was also laughing. "Don't worry, your husband, I'm not that beastly. I just want to kiss you. Besides, you're my wife. Isn't it only right to have desire for your wife? As soon as I see you, I want to have that with you. The bossy kind." Yi Chen finished and hooked his lips. Lu Yana just felt that her life in the future is probably not good. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana, who was silent again. So he asked, "Are you really tired? Hubby will help you with a massage. Promise not to mess around anymore." Lu Yana stretched her waist, only to realize that her entire body was falling apart and she couldn't even straighten her waist. Yi Chen rolled Lu Yana over, turned her back to himself, and slowly massaged her. It's just that when Lu Yana thought about last night, the crazy thing between the two of them, but her face brushed red, then slowly reddened all over her body. Yi Chen watched the shy little lady underneath suddenly blush, so he teased, "Think of what shyness." After saying that, Yi Chen gave a bad smile. "Looks like you still have energy." Chapter 104, Looks like you still have energy. Looks like you still have energy. Lu Yana shivered at the sound of this. Ignoring the soreness in her body, she quickly rolled over and pushed away Yi Chen, who was massaging herself, although she was currently wearing Yi Chen's shirt, but inside she was wearing nothing. Then, with a roll, she snatched up all the covers and covered herself. Yi Chen hadn't even reacted before her set of moves was complete. Yi Chen hooked his lips, spread out in a big shape on this 2200 cm big bed, looked at Lu Yana, who was wrapped in the quilt, only revealing a head. Tisk after a sound. Some ambiguous said, "In looking at your set of movements, quite sharp. Physical strength should have recovered more or less, right?" "Well, honey, why don't we take a shower before going back?" Yi Chen suddenly asked. Lu Yana had originally wanted to wrap the quilt to hide her body's sudden blush. Only as soon as she heard Yi Chen say this, she immediately wrapped the quilt even tighter. "Of course, I'll go by myself in a while. You go and wash it first." Yi Chen smiled deviously. "Wife, why are you wrapped so tightly? What else is inside that I haven't seen before? Even if you wear a big cotton jacket, I know everything about you. I didn't say I'd go in and wash them together. And why do I get the feeling, when you say that you're nakedly baiting me? Where am I?" Lu Yana was furious. "What the hell? Didn't I just tell you to wash yourself? When did it become me seducing you? Hubby, don't you dare try to bully me again. Isn't it normal for husbands to bully their wives?" Yi Chen, when he talked about dirty jokes, it was shameless. Yet Lu Yana couldn't stand him anymore and quickly stumbled into the bathroom wrapped in the quilt and locked the door. Yi Chen had already soaked and washed the important clothes last night and hung them in the dryer to dry them. A good hotel is good. The supporting facilities are quite complete. Listening to the rustling sound of water coming from inside, Yi Chen shouted at the inside, "Honey, the bathroom is huge. It's totally possible for two people to wash it together. It saves time." Only Lu Yana's voice came out, "No need. I'll be quick. Hubby, hurry up and put on a towel. You're so undressed. Shame on you." Yi Chen looked downward at his current appearance, but didn't feel a problem about his lack of clothes. "Is there a problem with me not wearing clothes in front of my own wife?" Seeing that Lu Yana no longer returned to herself, and Yi Chen wasn't in the habit of peeping into other people's baths, she quickly jumped back onto the bed and closed her eyes again. "I guess I've been holding it in for too long, and last night was indeed a little too hard." But luckily Lu Yana was still able to hold it together. Not long after, Lu Yana had also come out of the bathroom. Wrapped in her bathrobe and clutching the quilt, she came out from inside and saw that Yi Chen seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, so she quickly jumped onto the bed. "By the time I've washed my wife, why don't I make a phone call back? Let's not go home this morning. You sleep well here, and then go back in the afternoon, or else if you breastfeed, you surely won't be able to rest well either." Lu Yana thought about it, and rightly so. If she went back, she would have to feed once every 3 or 4 hours, so it was indeed not a good night's sleep. "But I'm kind of hungry now." Yi Chen laughed. "The hotel can order food. If you don't like what's in the wine store, you might order takeout." Lu Yana, "Well then, have the hotel send a breakfast up. I'm so hungry I don't even want to move." Yi Chen, "Okay, I'll ask the hotel staff to deliver a breakfast first, then I'll call my family." Lu Yana nodded. "Then I'll take a nap first. I'm too sleepy." Yi Chen helped her cover the quilt, a smile on his lips. "Eat well, sleep well, and recover on." Hey, it had to be said that Yi Chen was really too beastly. Yi Chen to the front desk after the call, and then gave his mother a phone call. The phone that end of Ye's mother is pouncing on. Yi Chen scolded, "Good boy, cannot restrain a little bit? In case of Nana tired out of what disease it?" Yi Chen was a little aggrieved. Your son I have been holding back for more than a year, now is not tired. Want to let her sleep for a while and then go back." Yi mother, you yourself know the difference is good." Ye's mom couldn't say anything more. After all, this was Yi Chen and his wife's business. She was just reminding them. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen glanced at Lu Yana, who had already fallen asleep, turned around, and headed for the bathroom. Breakfast was served not long after he came out of the bathroom. Yi Chen pushed breakfast in, so he woke up Lu Yana. "Wife, get up and eat breakfast. Eat before you sleep." Yi Chen also heard her say that she was hungry. so she woke her up. Otherwise, what if she was really hungry and flat? Lu Yana sat up, and after drinking a bowl of porridge in a daze, she fell back to sleep. Fortunately, she had already milked her breasts just now in the shower. Otherwise she would have died of a rising pain. Yi Chen also burrowed into Lu Yina's comforter, and Lu Yana was shocked. What for? I'm so tired. Yi Chen said pitifully, I'm cold if I don't sleep under the covers. Lu Yana gave him a look and warned him, no messing around. Only then did Yi Chen smile. Okay wife, one in a robe, one naked, just cuddled up and slapped. It wasn't long before Lu Yana suddenly wooed in her sleep. No way, even sleeping thinking about interacting with Yi Chen in? Just woke up and suddenly realized something was very wrong. Yi Chen, who was holding her in his arms as she slept, was making a move on her at the moment. No wonder. Honey, how can you be like this? Lu Yana was also a bit angry. Yi Chen kissed her at her neck. It's been almost 4 hours now. I see you. It was only then that Lu Yana realized that her breasts had started to rise again. As soon as he pushed Yi Chen away, he walked into the bathroom to milk the cow. When he came back, Yi Chen seemed to have fallen asleep, but in Lu Yana's place, he was an untimely bomb that could explode at any time. Just the fact is also true. Yi Chen while selling misery, saying that he did not touch for more than a year or so and so on. Lu Yana also softened her heart, and was again tempted by Yi Chen to have a sound fight with him. Afterward, the two ate at the hotel again. As Yi Chen was getting his lunch, the two delivery workers were talking as they walked away. Hey, you know what? There was a three-way fight in our draft room last night. I know, that's a lot of words in there. I heard that one of the women ran away early. Hey, can we get the hotel surveillance and watch an adult fight? I don't know, asked the security side. Yi Chen just snorted coldly and closed the door. Chapter 105, The Road is a Little Sour. After Yi Chen and Lu Yana both ate lunch, they went back to sleep. It was only after sleeping until after 3 in the afternoon that Lu Yana felt a little better. Lu Yana couldn't help but complain a little about Yi Chen, blaming him for his lack of moderation, and if he went home, he would really be humiliated. Instead, Yi Chen was using the excuse that the two hadn't been in a battle for a long time and needed to practice and practice more so that they could live in harmony in the future. Lu Yana also kind of listened to it. After all, the two are husband and wife, and in the future, they will also spend the rest of their lives hand in hand, so it's hard to avoid all of this. Lu Yana also had no choice but to raise her mouth and grunt, so she stopped paying attention to Yi Chen. Before leaving, the two had a big fight. More than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two drove back home. Lu Yana's two legs cannot walk well, but can only hold on strongly. Yi Chen was also able to see Lu Yana's embarrassment, but fortunately, Yi mother and the others had all taken their children for a nap, and there wasn't much of a crowd. Yi Chen then held Lu Yana in his arms as he gently entered the house, and saw Aunt Zhang at the corner, who also looked at the two Yi Chen and shook her head. Presumably, the matter of the two Yi Chens had already spread around the house. Lu Yana on the spot was so shy that her face turned red and she directly buried her head into Yi Chen's arms, no longer able to lift it up. Yi Chen was fine. Aunt Zhang was also a person who had been there before, so she would naturally understand. It was just that his little petite wife was really too easy to blush, but it's good, nothing to tease her about. Ha ha. As soon as she returned to her room, Lu Yana quickly changed back into her own civilian clothes, hung up the hundreds of thousands of dollars dress, as well as locking the jewelry worth $1 billion into the safe. It's now 4:30 p.m. and it's an unusually sunny day. The aunts washed the baby's thick clothes and hung them out to dry in the sun. While in the kitchen there was a sudden sound of Papa Lu's voice. Papa Lu and Mama Lu also came this time and bought a lot of food for the family. It's just that Papa Lu said that there was something he wanted to talk to the two of them, Lu Yana and Yi Chen. So now Papa Lu is cooking a big meal. After Lu Yana changed her clothes, she didn't go to sleep, but came down to see her parents. And at that moment, the laughter of Papa Lu and Mama Lu resounded there in the kitchen. Lu Yana walked into the kitchen, only to see Father Lu grabbing the spatula while talking to Mother Lu about something. Lu Yana smiled and said to her own parents, Dad, Mom, what's so happy? Lu's mother said to Lu Yana, your father. He said that he's ready to open the headquarters over in his hometown to this side of Fragrant City, and that the preparations are almost complete. Papa Lu was also very spirited. I want my own daughter to have a banquet in my own restaurant, and when the time comes, I'll invite all my relatives from my hometown side over here. I'm working on a new dish right now, just so I can use it when you get married. Papa Lu exhaled heavily. I'm telling you, I'm looking at 23 Expo Street in Dongping District. I've already had a survey company look into it, and the foot traffic there is very good, but there's someone who's competing with us right now, and they're a local caterer, and I'm worried that the landlord won't rent it to us yet. Lu Yana said, Dad, it's good that you've taken care of it, so you won't have to run both ways when the time comes. Lu's mother also chimed in. Yes, I'm also preparing for early retirement this year, although my pension is much less, but now I'm not short of money. And the most important thing is that I have 3 little grandchildren. I really can't leave them for a day. Now the children are growing up day by day. I just tease them. They will laugh with you. Will talk to you. Goo. It's almost vacation. And after that I can watch my 3 little grandchildren every day. Lu Yana, early retirement is good. Or else when dad comes over, you'll still be at home and it won't be safe for you to be alone. Then I can live with mom and dad in the future. Lu's mom also lamented. Yes, it's also thanks to the in-laws who don't mind. And Yi Chen's good skills. Lu Yana hurriedly stopped Papa Lu. Papa, let me do it. You? Papa Lu glanced at Lu Yana. Why do I remember you didn't like to enter the kitchen before? Why are you so active now? Lu Yana also blushed. Isn't it true that people are now married and have husbands? Our family is in the restaurant business. If I don't even know how to fry a dish, won't I become a joke in other people's mouths? Papa Lu was also powerless to retort. That's right. To capture a man's heart, you have to capture a man's stomach. Come here for you, Papa, to teach you the secret recipe of my Lu family's stir-fry. Lu Yana really did pick it up, while trying very hard to turn the spoon upside down. Just a little bit not strong enough, and almost dropped it. Lu's mom hurriedly stopped it. Such a heavy pot. You'd better not turn it up. Just fry it. Your dad is a big old man. This is not difficult for him. But if you, forget it. Lu Yana also smiled. Yes, Mother Superior. Lu's mother then smiled and said, in fact, women or have to have a career of their own. Do not rely on a man for everything to be good. Look at mom. Although your father is a businessman, but mom is still a teacher now. This summer vacation is coming up. So let's see if we can get the reception done during the summer. Even if it's not in our own restaurant. Your dad was just talking off the top of his head. Once this wedding is done, everything is done. And it's time for you to go back and finish your unfinished studies. And then dad's restaurant will probably just open a hotel by then, and is already looking for investors. Dad meant to think, Yi Chen, to see if he can get into the shares. The hotel is supposed to be left to you and Yi Chen in the future. So in a moment I want to talk to Yi Chen. I'll talk to you over here first now. Lu Yana nodded. I know. Yi Chen also meant to think of having the weddings first, and then we'll go to school together. Lu's mom also nodded and said, well, it's about time to mention this wedding to the in-laws. And also your dad's desire to open a hotel is not known to be a success. This matter still needs to be talked about with Yi Chen, or else he can just open a restaurant. Lu Yana, I'm also not sure, but if you say the funds aren't enough, Yi Chen, he'll definitely have the money to give you guys. Mother Lu nodded. I also know that Yi Chen is good at what he does, so let's talk to him later. Lu's father also interjected. Hey, it's all your young people's world from now on. We're all old. Lu Yana mischievously gave Papa Lu a blank look. Dad, what are you talking about? Look, Dad, am I frying it right? It should be almost cooked, right? Papa Lu didn't continue what he just said. Let's cook it for a little longer. 1 minute, no more, no less. Ina Lu laughed. Are you asking me to flip 60 down? Papa Lu laughed. It's okay for you to interpret it that way. Okay. In fact, Lu Yana really didn't want to stand for 1 more minute now. She had just been holding on strongly for quite a while. Hey, these feet are so sore. Chapter 106, Discussing Life Matters. On this side, Lu Yana was learning how to cook from her father. But on the other side, Yi Chen was pulled aside for interrogation by Ye's mother. Yi Chen, didn't I tell you to be more moderate? Look at Nana's this walking today. Don't you know how to feel sorry for your daughter-in-law? Yi Chen is also pretending to be innocent. Mom, where there is well. You see now is not also quite good. Just more than a year. He. Yi mother gave him a blank look. Don't do that again. Otherwise, there will be a good time for you. Yi Chen also hemmed and hawed twice. Yi mother thought about it and said to Yi Chen, let's ignore your father's side for now and see if he wants to come back over here or if he wants to sell his shares in the company and come back for retirement. Yi Chen nodded. Alright then. Yi Chen also didn't tell them about his building. After all, this building wasn't something he could afford right now. In a few days, one's bank account will receive the first 6 months of rent, and there will be more than $300 million by then. When the time comes, it's okay if his dad wants to come out on his own and go solo. After chatting with Ye's mother for a while, Yi Chen went downstairs because his in-laws were here. When they went downstairs, in the kitchen, they heard Lu Yana happily chatting with her parents. When Lu Mom and Lu Dad both saw Yi Chen come over, they immediately smiled and said to Yi Chen, come and taste. This is Nana's cooking. Let's see if it's good. Yi Chen immediately smiled and walked over. Really? Then we really need to taste it. Walking over and picking up the chopsticks handed over by Lu's mom, he picked up a piece of meat and tasted it, and couldn't help but praise it. It's too delicious. This meat is not firewood at all, and it is very tender. It feels very crispy and soft. As soon as I bite down, I already feel that the whole meat and even the juice is going to burst open. It makes you want to eat it again. Anyway, I'm running out of words, and in a word, it's so good to eat. At this time, Ye's mom also came. This is what Nana made. Ha, that I have to taste it too before I can. Ye's mom hurriedly took her chopsticks and picked up a piece, immediately praising, sure is tasty. Lu's mom nonchalantly praised. This is a new dish created by Nana's dad after studying the Lu family's recipes, so it's naturally delicious. Seeing everyone praising her delicious cooking, Lu Yina's face also blushed. Ye's mother said at this time, in-laws, in a moment, when Zhang Sun, Yi Chen's father, comes back, we'll have a family meeting and we'll talk about the two children, okay, Mrs. Lu also said back, good. It just so happens that I also have something to tell everyone, so let's talk about it after dinner. The two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yina, looked a little excited when they heard that they were going to talk about the two of them. After all, both are the only son and daughter, and now the wedding of the two is also very important to the adults of both families, so to be able to get the blessing of their parents, the two hearts are also very happy. This dinner was cooked by the Lu family's parents, while Lu Yina was kicked out of the kitchen and told to take the kids, and Ye's mom came to give them a hand and make some small talk. It was exactly 7 o'clock when Ye's father arrived home. Papa Lu's chef is almost done with this great meal and ready to serve. The family had a nice casual dinner, and the 3 little kids don't sleep when they're full of milk, so they let the babysitter carry them down, put them in the stroller, and watch everyone eating. All 3 kids are yipping and yelling and just about ready to talk. After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room and the nanny cut up fruit for everyone on the coffee table. The family was also chatting away, and the conversation got to the point. Yi mother first said, 2 in-laws, now that Nana is also out of the month. This wedding, let's discuss what to do. Lu mother said, I also thought to mention this matter to you. After all, the marriage of the 2 children is a big deal. We too just want to see what the 2 in-laws intend to do, and what are the 2 children going to do. The dowry and the others were discussed before, but it's better to renegotiate them now. Before, because I didn't know about Yi Chen, the dowry given was the usual dowry over here, and now I'm thinking that it's better to let Yi Chen himself decide how much the dowry will be. The 2 of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yina, looked at each other's parents and also looked at each other and smiled. Yi Chen said, it's just that I don't know what requests you have, father-in-law and mother-in-law, so let's finish your requests first. Lu's mother also laughed. In fact, there is nothing. You also know that Lu Yina is our only daughter. We 2 couples certainly do not want to separate from the child, just want to get married and Nana live together. Of course, we're not obligated to, and if you really don't want to live together, that's fine, we can buy a house in the neighborhood. Ye's mother hurriedly said, in-laws, you're out of line. Our family each and definitely won't let you 2 couples go out to live alone, and if you 2 couples live with us, that's also convenient. It's convenient for them to take care of you and be filial to you. Yi father said, yes, we are okay. The crowd is lively. The future of a few small children is also more people love it. Mother Lu smiled and said, that's good. Yi Chen is a good child. First of all she has to be taught by her in-laws. So I've taken early retirement. I'll help Nana watch the kids. It's also convenient for her to do what she likes. Yi Chen also hurriedly said, probably Nana didn't tell you and Dad. I bought a villa for Nana before. It's in Villa 6 of the Royal Dragon Bay. There's a total of 1,000 square feet there. 5 times bigger than here. I'm thinking that we'll move there when we get married. So that's convenient for us to get married as well. Lu's mom and Lu's dad were shocked at the same time. What? A 1,000 square meter villa? When did you buy it? Just for Nana? Yi Chen said, well, it's written in her name. And in the future, even if you guys live in it, you'll still be living in Nana's house. And it's big there. Enough for us to have 3 generations living together. Lu's mom was also very excited. Goo, how can this be? Since we can live together then there's nothing else we can ask for. Papa Lu said at this moment. But, our Lu family's cooking skills can be inherited by someone. So I don't want Nana to become a housewife. I've already planned to open a restaurant of our Lu family. In Fragrant City. Originally, I was planning to talk to you about opening a hotel. But since it takes too long to open a hotel, I can't wait. So I'll take our Lu family's century-old name, the traditional name of Lu Fuji, and open a store. Yi Chen, what do you think? Papa Lu was planning to let both Yi Chen and Lu Yina come together to run the business, and then he could stay home with his little grandchildren in peace. After all, Yi Chen now also do not have a real thing to do. Those shares and so on, also do not have to manage. Then let them couple properly their Lu family's century-old business. After all, Lu Yina is his only daughter, and he doesn't know who to pass on his career to if not to his daughter's generation. Even if Yi Chen didn't want to do it together, then Lu Yina could do it. Run the old Lu family business properly. Chapter 107. Yi Chen felt that he now had the advanced cooking skill rewarded by the system, so if he wanted to learn cooking, it would be simple for him. So she said, "Don't worry, in the future, Nana can do whatever she wants to do with confidence and boldness, and if the money isn't enough, she can tell me, and I'll fully support her. I can also work together with her," Papa Lu said with some excitement. Good, that's good. In fact, the couple had already predicted the outcome. After all, the two in-laws were so good that Yi Chen was naturally not bad either. Lu's mom was still immersed in the fact that Lu Yana had gotten Yi Chen's 1,000 square foot large villa. Before this, Yi Chen had also given them two old guys $10 million each, and this amount of money was also enough for them to retire. It's just that there are also 3 young grandchildren in front of them, so no matter what, they'll work a little harder to pass down the old name, and the 3 young grandchildren will be able to live a carefree life. Even if they don't study well in the future, then they can run the restaurant together and survive as well. After all, if the previous generation didn't work hard, then the next generation would have to suffer, and without a legacy, that future generation won't have a good life either. It may be that they are thinking a little far ahead, but their life experiences have taught them that they are right to think that way. Lu mother is also excitedly said, "Yi Chen this, marriage, what are you going to do She was speechless now. What else could they say when even the bridal chamber was ready and the thought of their 2 old men coming along to live in it was on their minds? Such a son-in-law, really let them can't pick fault. Even if the 2 youngsters quarrel in the future, it's because their own daughter doesn't know any better." Yi Chen also smiled. "I still have to see what Nana wants to do." "Nana, what are you going to do about our wedding?" Lu Yana also smiled. "I just want to wear a wedding dress and take my vows to you and I. Other than that, I don't have any special requests." Ye's mother and father asked, "Then is there a requirement for the bride price and the banquet?" Father Lu suddenly said, "I have an old mother over there in my hometown. She's old and it's inconvenient for her to take the car. So I was thinking, can I bring the 3 little grandchildren back, so that her old man can take a look at it, and over there in our side, and also invite the relatives and friends to have a meal, and also celebrate it." Father Yi thought for a moment. "In-laws, your side is just a few hours drive from us. Why don't the woman's family also set up 100 or so rounds, and invite all the relatives to celebrate, so that your side is also bustling with activity and make it a bit more festive?" Yi mother is also said, "Right count him round trip as 5 hours then we can get up at 4 or 5 a.m. ready to leave. To your home then, at most 10 o'clock, and then snatch the bride to engage in an hour. Everyone into a tea or something, 11 o'clock to go to the hotel compliments of the hotel, about 1 o'clock or so to eat, 2 o'clock or so can leave to come back home, pick up Nana and go home, stay a while, then go to the hotel." Lu Dad disagreed. "That's too much of a rush. I think it's better this way. I'm looking for a free day to invite the relatives to have a meal, so that the old man will also be lively. To the man's home and then a banquet. The day of the banquet, our relatives on this side of the relatives also invited a few more close to come over. The old man will not be invited, because if time is too tight, a lot of things will be left undone, and I don't want my daughter to have regrets about her wedding." Father Yi nodded. "Well, the in-laws have a point, so let's do as the in-laws do, and when a few little ones turn 100 days old, we'll bring them over to mom's side to walk around the relatives, and then come back over here to set up a banquet." Lu's mom said, "Well, that's best. Don't be in too much of a hurry. That's too tiring." Mother Yi, then that's how it's going to be. "What about the in-laws on the bride price?" Lu mother said, "The matter of the dowry. You like to give as much as you like. We do not have much to ask. You guys just watch and give. As for the dowry, we can buy Nana a car or a house and see which one she wants." Papa Lu interjected, "Or a store would be fine," probably thinking that the Yi family has everything. So for the caravan these are not much to talk about. Lu's mom glared at him. "The store is definitely needed. After all, it's going to be reserved for Nana as well." Papa Lu quickly responded, Yes, this is a must. It can't be counted as dowry." Mrs. Lu then asked, "Yi Chen, is the villa decorated? Have you bought all the home appliances and stuff? If it's not decorated, let's pay for it." Yi Chen quickly said, "Mom, you don't have to worry about this. It's all taken care of. When the time comes, I will take you guys to take a look first, see where you want to live, and then buy whatever is missing." Mother Lu nodded. That's good. Turning her head to Lu Yana, "Nana, what do you want?" Lu Yana looked at the crowd and said somewhat helplessly, "It seems like I don't lack anything." She also really can't think of what to ask for. Money, she has, and Yi Chen also every month have to give her pocket money. Less than $1 million, more than 10 million. She also did not go out shopping or something. Where to spend so much money? Yi Chen family house bought, and write her name. The car is also, are written in her name. On the money in her hand now are enough to buy a large house in full in the city of incense. Money is not lacking, she also really cannot think out. Yi Chen said, I have a suggestion. When Nana was buying a car before, she just chose a car that was a few $100,000. She probably couldn't afford to spend her husband's money. Lu's mom said, well, let's just give away a car, and we all won't have to get so hung up on it. Lu Yana was immediately refuted. Yi Chen, what's the matter? Hundreds of thousands of cars have been quite good. I drove on good. In fact, Yi Chen would give Lu Yana his own car that was over $3 million to drive, just that he didn't have the chance yet. Yi Chen said, it's good. I'm just giving a suggestion. After all, if you buy a house, it's a big expense for Lu's parents who still have to work on the restaurant, while if you buy a car, the $20 million that you gave them before is enough to buy a good car. That's why Yi Chen had asked Lu's parents to buy a nice car for Lu Yana. Papa Lu said, Nana, you don't want to play small, so let's buy you a car. By then your husband and wives are indistinguishable from each other. Whoever drives it is still the same. Yuina also beamed. Okay, she is to think that it does not matter. The car is just a means of transportation. There is really no need to buy more than $1 million. Just a few 100,000 cars are not bad. And Yi Chen was thinking that if everyone couldn't come up with a good solution, then he would be the only one to come up with a suggestion. After all, before buying a car, Lu Yana chose a few 100,000. The wedding dowry has to have a good car, and her parents certainly will not treat their daughter badly. Chapter 108, Inheriting the Family Business. Negotiate on the dowry first, then to the bride money. Yi Chen is also aware of his father-in-law and mother-in-law certainly will not ask for money, so also all understand, if they do not take the initiative to say how much, it is estimated that they certainly will not ask. So, when they finished talking about the dowry to be given, Yi Chen took the initiative and said, for the dowry, I'll give 5,200,000, 131,000, 144, 520, 013, $314. Do you guys think that's enough? Mother Lu smiled and said, this is no problem. After all, this money is also a meaning. Young people, is to engage in such a romantic. Moreover, for Yi Chen, who could give $20 million at once to them as pocket money, these few million were considered small, probably because they don't want people to say they are selling their daughters. But even if it's more than $5 million, it's already considered very high compared to the bride price on their side. So, for the matter of the 5 million plus dowry, Lu's mother didn't object to Yi Chen. Then let's say it's a good deal. Everything about the wedding banquet will be organized by our male side, including all those that invite relatives and friends for dinner at the hostess's house. All of them will be organized by our male side. Father Yi immediately said. Mother Lu and Father Lu nodded. Well, good. The whole family has agreed. Buy the woman's family dowry a car, the man's family dowry money more than 520,000, and cover all the banquet money, but also includes the money to buy hardware. For hardware, go shopping as a family when you have time. In fact, Ye's mother had already bought the dragon and phoenix bracelets, probably more than 20 pairs, which cost more than $1 million, but she just hadn't told Yi Chen and Lu Yana about them yet. She has only one son. How can she not shed some blood when her own son is getting married? However, since Yi father's business was affected, her money was also shrunk most of the time. If not for Yi Chen gave her 10 million, she had the courage to buy more than 1 million gold dragon and phoenix bracelets at once. The marriage of the two children will be almost ready, and then we will go to the woman's side, see the old man, and then make a big feast in the local area to celebrate the festivities. Everyone chatted a bit more. Father Lu suddenly asked Yi Chen, just now I have told you about wanting to open a branch over here. I have also examined this side of the stores. I was looking at the store at 23, Expo Street, Dongping District, where there is a two-story. The first floor is 200 square feet of store. The second floor is nearly 1,500 square feet. Quite good, and the rent is also appropriate. But, now Dad encountered a problem. On your now a local do catering. Also want to rent this store? I worry that I am a foreign, cannot compete with a local, so I thought to ask you to see if there is no this landlord, so it is also good to talk a little. Only, when Yi Chen heard Dongping District's Expo Street, he was suddenly reminded of something. Isn't the East Flat District the next street over? Although it's very close to this side of the district. Across an 8th Avenue Street is another district. That side is slightly older, but at least it's the former downtown, the old city center. And when Yi Chen was at the charity party, he overheard the two men at the corner seat talking about the Exposition Street in Dongping District to be expropriated, and it was estimated that the result would be available in 10 or 20 days. If his own in-laws were to dish it out there now, not only would there be no money for compensation, but he would more than likely be out hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in renovation funds. You mean, from Expo Street in the East Peace District? And who are the people who do the catering in competition with you? Yi Chen was also thinking of knowing his enemy and knowing himself in order to prescribe the right medicine. After all, to be able to have the money to rent such a large store in such a prosperous place, there were only a few of them in Fragrance City, and among them was Guo Ming and his family. To say that this Guo Ming is also a very like to publicize the person. In the school of people know what his family is doing, all know his family a little money, but Guo Ming's family is more like a mob, a new restaurant on the rise. So, it's understandable that Papa Lu thinks he won't be able to compete. Papa Lu thought for a moment and said, "It's a local restaurant called Hanlin Eatery." What? Hanlin Eatery? Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. I can't believe it's really the restaurant owned by Guo Ming's family. This Fragrance City is really small. Yi Chen hadn't yet found a chance to properly retaliate against Guo Ming and Ivy Li. The pair of dogs dare to lay hands on Lu Yana. Yi Chen that really wanted to tear them apart with his own hands. Seeing that Yi Chen would be so surprised, Papa Lu couldn't help but ask, "What? This Hanlin Eatery, do you recognize it?" Yi Chen smiled. "It's not really a recognition. It's a classmate's family opening, but their family is doing quite a big job." Papa Lu also let out an alas. "Then are we unable to compete with others?" Yi Chen asked. "Dad, didn't you say you had people do a survey? Don't you know that it's going to be demolished over there?" Lu father also returned. "There is that side said that the demolition have been more than 10 years, have not been demolished into. Many people think that side is no way to demolish, so I will look at the flow of people over there." "What? Is there a problem?" Yi Chen also didn't dare to tell him about what he heard at the charity gala. 99% of what those two men said at the gala was likely to be true. Therefore, Yi Chen also had a plan in mind at this time. Turned his head to persuade Lu father, "I also heard that side to be demolished, so will be so asked. Or tomorrow I accompany you to go there to see. I can give some advice. And my friend there in this side of the district also has a place for rent. Is the Huachang building over there? The whole building is his. I can take you to take a look by the way. You can do a comparison." There is a comparison. Naturally there is more than one choice. Papa Lu nodded. "Fair enough, let's do as you wish. Then, go tomorrow morning. I want to get this thing finalized early, and I'm getting a headache from thinking about the site selection." Yi Chen said. "Okay, in a moment I'll give my friend a call over and make an appointment to go over and talk to him tomorrow." Papa Lu said. "Good." Ye's mother was also flirting. Chen, really didn't expect you still know a landlord in Fragrance City surprisingly, you have such a big mansion for rent Yi Chen some embarrassment, is doing business with some friends well, on the store before that. Yes, is the 6-1 baby to choose the store? And then I do not know how to recognize, but also nothing, and he is also considered to have played dealings. Should we talk about it or talk about it? Lu's father said, "See, this is going out to rely on friends it's good to have more friends." Good job Yi Chen. Yi Chen also laughed twice. He wouldn't dare to tell everyone that the owner of this mansion is your son. Me. Chapter 109, Boomerang. And the most important thing now was to find out what was going on that night first. Only then could he properly retaliate back. So, after talking to his family, he called his roommate, Lee Reed, who was the gossip recycling bin in the dorm. He often attends school events and knows a lot of people, making friends and having a very large network. So if you want to know what's going on at school, just ask him. Yi Chen called Lee Reed's phone. "How has Mr. Lee been doing lately?" Lily Gigi laughed. "Of course it's not as cozy as you are. You have a wife and child. When are you going to invite everyone out for a meal? Your child didn't have a full moon wine?" Yi Chen said. "This one hasn't really been messed with Yi Chen was also reminded by his words. His own child full moon, have not set full moon wine. Father-in-law and mother-in-law did not mention. Their parents are also estimated to be the first time when the grandparents also did not think of this pile. And he and Lu Yana is even more novice parents, so it really missed it. No, we'll talk about this in the family group later." Lili Jichi laughed. "Your kid is so rich that he even saved the full moon wine?" Yi Chen said. "The main thing is that I didn't think about the full moon wine. I'm also a new father, but I really thank you for reminding me." Lee Reed laughed. "Okay, also know what kind of nature you kid. We are all ready to graduate. You kid is taking a break from school to stay at home with the child is still quite right Calling me would not be what care right?" Yi Chen hurriedly asked. "I can't say that I care. It's like this. As for me, I want to know how that Guanming guy is doing lately." Lee Reed couldn't help but wonder. "What? You kid wouldn't be eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, right? Who in the entire school now doesn't know that your ex-girlfriend is Guanming's girlfriend?" Indeed, with such flamboyant natures as Ivy Lee and Guanming, they certainly won't hide it and will definitely show off their love. Yi Chen said in a cold tone. "Because they messed with me. Messing with me is fine, but the key is also messing with my wife. This I can't tolerate." Lili Jichi now realized that it was a wife protector. "Okay, you're so defensive of your daughter-in-law. What on earth could have made you so angry? Let me hear it." Yi Chen, it's a long story, but I'm not going to tell you right now. I just want you to tell me how they're doing these days. Lee Reed said, nothing on the surface, just recently we are also ready to graduate well. After the examination, a matter occurred, on that day 28th or 29th. It seems to be, I'm not too clear. Anyway, it is the end of June. Guoming and Lee Ivy seems to be a messy breakup, and there's a banned movie about Ivy Lee and Manhwa, and Ivy Lee's BFF, the three of them, circulating online. Do you want to watch it? Oh my god, it's really amazing. It's only a couple hours long, but I'm guessing there's a lot of cuts before that, and after that, the kind that makes you want to get your hands dirty just watching it. TSK. Yi Chen also snorted coldly, and it was more than enough that he had unlocked the door so that you guys could see such a wonderful scene, while Lee Reed was continuing. Hey, it's a pity that no lights were turned on, only a few candles were lit, and the faces couldn't be seen very clearly, and I really wanted to turn on the lights for them to have a high definition and no code. Reed Lee looked back while saying, I'll send it over to you in a while to see if you can tell it's Ivy Lee. Yi Chen hurriedly refused. I don't want to see this disgusting woman. I meant to ask you, is Guoming's family planning to open a branch? Yi Chen didn't have the time to care about these disgusting people. Lee Reed thought back for a moment and said, let me think for a moment. When I was bragging with someone before, it seems that I heard that his family was trying to open a large branch. That Guoming in school but said that their family will give him a store to manage once Guoming graduates. Their family seems to be called Hanlin Eatery. Right, and then this one store is also the largest branch of their family in Xianqing City, ready to invest several millions. When Guoming said that, all the students around him were envious. And that store is still his own choice, but at present has not been rented down. Do not know what happened it. That side of the flow of people really can be and from the school hospital these are very close, to really let him disc down. That is certainly earn a lot of money. Yi Chen asked, is this all? No others? Lee Reed, what do you want to know? Now classmates are very anxious after all, once you graduate, you are unemployed, unlike your kid's family has a little money. Yi Chen said, Mr. Lee, your family has more money than mine. Why don't you talk about yourself? Lee Reed laughed, less nonsense. Wait for your full moon wine and the wedding. Before did not say that after the birth of the child on the banquet? Hey, really have to say, you kid is also really capable. Even with the schoolgirl got hitched, also gave you a few children. My god, people in the school, including me are jealous of you. Li Jiji was also a smart person. Every time he talked about something on his own, he would change the topic. Yi Chen was also aware of his low-key person, so he went along with his words. Yi Chen, the wedding words are also coming soon. If the little children want to set up wine, it's also before the wedding, so you'll just wait for the banquet. Li Ji haha smile, I can give you a suggestion. Now a lot of people are born after the child before the wedding. Sometimes even the child's full moon wine, 100 days or something together. Or your family is also the same. I tell you that my suggestion is absolutely good, but also to save the need to do it twice. Yi Chen thought about it. Also think this is a good suggestion. After all, the wedding will also have the female family relatives in the wedding, and then everyone can be lively at that time. But if you want to do it together, the child can only do 100 days. Yi Chen immediately said, it's a good suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Lee Reed. Hey, we're all brothers. Don't talk about that. Yi Chen and Lee Reed both chatted on the phone for several more minutes before hanging up, and through Lee Reed's dictation, they also learned a lot about what was happening in the school. It was just that what Yi Chen didn't expect was that the clip of Lee Ivy and the three of them had been transmitted to the internet. But that's the bad karma that evil people deserve. It's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. However, when Yi Chen knew that branch on Expo Street in Dongping district was opened by the Guo family for Guoming, Yi Chen could not help but sneer. Want to open a branch? Then I'll have to bleed you dry. Chapter 110, How can you get married without taking wedding photos? Yi Chen plotted in his heart, Dongping district Expo Street to be demolished, although it has not been determined. But listen to the tone of those two men. It is not far from 8 or 9. Then how to make Guoming in this time and the loss of the biggest it. Suddenly Yi Chen was struck by an idea and thought of a brilliantly good solution. One's old man should know that landlord's contact information. A moment with one's old man to ask for the landlord's phone number. And then, when Yi Chen thought of this, he settled on this idea. So he pulled out his phone and tapped into the family group. Yi Chen, say, it seems like the 3 children in our family haven't had a full moon wine yet. I was just chatting with a friend and this is when I realized this. We're probably all so excited about the 3 kids that we actually forgot about it. Lu Yana, just now I also chatted with Ying. She also asked me when my child set up a full moon wine it. I also forgot. Mother Yi, Agu, look at my memory. How could I forget such an important thing? Papa Yi, hurry up and do it. Lu's mom, in-laws, I also forgot. Papa Lu, then when is the best time to do it? Let's discuss it. I don't have much experience yet. Don't say Papa Lu is inexperienced. Who else here has experience? It's their first time. Yi Chen said. How about this? Why don't we simply have a 100-day for little treasure? The full moon has also been over 40 days, so why don't we just do it together with our wedding? Yi mother, just let a master calculate. Now in June, there is no good day. No one in the summertime to engage in a wedding, oh? At the earliest there will be a good day in September. Yi Chen, wouldn't that be just right? We'll have 3 little babies turning 3 months old around September, so we can take them over to their mom's side to recognize their relatives, and treat everyone to a meal on the side. Then it's back for the wedding. And 100 days is about right. That's just about the right time. 2. Yi mother, what you just said seems to be about right. I'll see which day is better to set the date. And I've just been chatting with that master. I'll tell you all about it in a bit, haha. Lu's mom, Lu's dad, okay. Yi Chen and Lu Yana, aha. Turning his head, Yi Chen remembered again that he was going to take Papa Lu to see the store tomorrow. So a call was made over to the property manager of the Huachang building. Property manager Lu Chuanjing's cell phone just rang for a moment before it went through. Hello Mr. Yi, what are your orders? Yi Chen said. Tomorrow I'm going to bring someone over to look at the store. So just rent it to him at the lowest rent on the grounds that it's urgent. Property manager Lu Quanjing immediately understood that this must be more or less related to the owner. Fruity. Yi Chen's next sentence was, he's my father-in-law. You know what to do, right? Property manager Lu Quanjing instantly understood. Yes. Mr. Yi, I understand what to do. Yi Chen, well then, tomorrow around 10:30, I'll drive over, and you can show us around. Property manager Lu Quanjing, okay Mr. Yi. Originally, the small matter of bringing guests was not something he had to do, but now that his own rice banner master had already opened his mouth and said that he wanted to bring them, then there was no reason for him to refuse Yi Chen. So, the two of them then set a time to see the venue, and Yi Chen simply hung up the phone. So Yi Chen sent another WeChat to his father-in-law. Dad, tomorrow morning at 9:30 we'll first go over to the side of Expo Street in Dongping District to take a look at the venue you want to rent, and then you'll make an appointment with the landlord and say that we're renting it in good faith. Then I'll take you over to Huachang Mansion to take a look. There's more than 2,000 square feet of space available for rent over there. I've already greeted my friend. Someone will take us to see the venue tomorrow. Papa Lu was also still awake at this time. Oh, that's good. It's just that I don't understand why we have to talk to the landlord tomorrow and look at other venues. Yi Chen laughed and returned. Whether or not we can talk about it is still another issue. I believe you would like to take a look at another good place that will definitely satisfy you. Papa Lu, that's fine. I'll listen to you. So the two of them made an appointment to meet the landlord at the venue at 9:30 to talk about it. And then they went to the Huachang building around 10:30 to check it out. At this time, after Yi Chen had taken care of everything, he went back to see his 3 little naughty boys. It's been a busy few days and I haven't had time to talk to his little ones. As for the baby's room, Yi mother and the 2 aunts were each holding a small baby in their hands. So Yi Chen walked over and carried his little lover over. Little boy, did you miss daddy? Yi Chen hugged little boy and gently held her head. A little over a month-old baby, now cannot raise his head. The baby's whole body bones are soft and flimsy, so you have to be especially careful when you hold, especially lumbar and cervical vertebrae, these major parts, to focus on the protection of good. The little good boy also pouted his mouth, seemingly a little angry, and held his face red, with tears in his eyes, as if to say, Stinky daddy, hasn't hugged me all day. Humph, I don't want to care about you. Yi Chen also hurriedly coaxed her. Daddy didn't mean to ignore you. Daddy has something to go and get busy. Don't be angry. Daddy is going to be heartbroken. The little good boy also saw the good things, although beaming, but in the eyes is already a little smile. Also disappeared tears in the eyes. Yi Chen also coaxed the little boy in a good voice, and then proceeded to hug the other 2 little babies, which were okay and not as angry as the little boy. At this time, Yi Chen's system rang. The host holds the baby for 20 minutes, and the system rewards the host with a universal card. Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder, system, what is the universal card? Reporting to the host, the usage of the universal card, anything can be used to exchange, no matter a company, as long as it's something the host wants to get, it can be exchanged with the universal card, but the condition here is that it's something related to the baby. Yi Chen couldn't help but nod. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Chen also really couldn't think of anything he wanted that was baby related, so it's just a matter of putting the MasterCard away for a while until I think of it later. Yi's mother took the child and said to Yi Chen, it's good for you to spend more time with the child. How can the child be less accompanied by his father? Yi Chen nodded and said, okay mom, I know. I'll stay with the child every day from now on. Mother Yi said, I was talking to master about the date of the banquet about you and Nana. You and Nana should go and take a wedding photo first, right? How can you get married without taking wedding photos? Chapter 111, Unable to Control Impulses. It was only now that Yi Chen was reminded by Ye's mother's words. Yeah, he's been married to Ina Lu for over a year now, and not only has the child's full moon wine not been set up, but there's not even a wedding. And worst of all, there's not even a wedding photo. Now, he felt that he owed Lu Yina even more. Lu Yina just got a license with herself and married herself, and she didn't even give her a decent ceremony. It was really too much. Mom, thanks for reminding me, otherwise I really would have forgotten. Yi Chen said thankfully. Late is late, but not too late for now. Ye's mother also slapped Yi Chen's head. You brat! Yi Chen quickly went back to his room after talking to his mom, and at that moment, Yu Ina was taking a bath. Listening to the rustling sound of water coming from the shower, Yi Chen smiled. Knocking on the door, he said, Honey, can I come in? Lu Yina suddenly gave a start and was almost startled. Don't you come in, I'll be done soon. Not that it scared her. The first time she saw Yi Chen now, her legs clenched, just about shivering all over. After all, she had really been tortured enough today. At night, she just wanted to get some rest and really didn't want to come back. Only, it was obvious that Yi Chen didn't think so. He didn't know why, but now that he was looking at Lu Yina, Yi Chen had an uncontrollable urge to do something about it. Yi Chen had to say with a lack of interest, alright then. It was just that when Lu Yina heard Yi Chen's lost tone, her heart was also a little empty. She was also aware that Yi Chen had been restraining himself during the 10 months of her pregnancy and the time she gave birth to her child, and hadn't gone out to screw around like other men. So, now that she thought about it, it was easy to understand Yi Chen having such a crazy reaction. After all, it's also true that very few men can actually hold off on doing that for a year and never even do it themselves. Thinking about it, Lu Yina felt that Yi Chen was still quite pitiful. It's just that she's also really tired. After taking a shower and coming out, looking at Yi Chen sitting pathetically on the side, his heart became a little bad. Hubby, I'm done washing. It's your turn. Lu Yina softly called out to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked up at her. Good. Then, it was time to walk in and take a shower. Yi Chen was actually quite tired. After all, that was also a crazy night, but it was really hard for him to control his impulses. It's a damn rush. While taking a shower, his mind kept going back to it, and the urge rose again. Simply change the bath water to cold water and clear your head properly. It was only when the cold water was sprinkled into his body that Yi Chen slowly calmed down. It's just that it's like a bomb that could ignite at any moment. When he came back from the shower, Yi Chen saw that Lu Yina was already lying on the bed sleeping over. He was also aware that he had really gone too crazy today, so he wasn't going to do anything more. Lightly, she lay down beside Lu Yina, lying on her back with her eyes closed. Though the cold shower he'd just taken had pretty much scrubbed that urge away. However, when lying beside Lu Yina, smelling the quilt filled with her body scent, and feeling the milky fragrance from her body, as well as the soft warmth coming from her body, that impulse once again broke through the dike. It was as hot as a boiled shrimp. It's really too hard to bear. How can this lion who has eaten meat bear not to eat meat? Lu Yina let out a nice wailing sound even in her sleep. Yi Chen's breathing became heavier as he listened, and so, it moved. It was probably because Lu Yina was too tired. She also just felt that in the middle of a half-sleep, something choked her, and she didn't know that she was experiencing too much during the daytime, and she couldn't tell whether it was in her dream or in reality anymore. It had been 3 hours later. She realized because she had to get up to feed her baby that she was again being fed by Yi Chen from behind. It was only then that I realized I wasn't dreaming. It turned out to be true. Lu Yina looked at the sleeping Yi Chen and also felt good and funny, rushing to the bathroom to briefly wash up before going over to the baby. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up at 8 o'clock. Men are impulsive in the morning, so he did the same old thing to Ina Lu, but of course he was mindful of taking safety measures. Only, that time in the morning, Lu Yina was awake, because she had just finished breastfeeding her baby, and only just laid down. Probably noisy Yi Chen when she laid down, only she still kept pretending to be asleep. If she woke up, she probably wouldn't be able to handle a flapjack without a flapjack. She really didn't want to move. After Yi Chen finished everything, it was almost 9 o'clock, so he hurriedly got up and brushed his teeth and washed his face. He's got a date with his old man today. He's going to have a tough fight. When he went downstairs, Papa Lu was already eating breakfast, and it seemed to be about the same wake-up time as Yi Chen. Yi Chen also had a breakfast together and then drove his own car to take his father-in-law to 23 Expo Street in Dongping District to meet with that landlord. The landlord hadn't shown up when we arrived. I waited in the car for about 15 minutes or so before that landlord showed up. Father Lu introduced Yi Chen to the landlord and said, "Hello landlord, this is my son-in-law, Yi Chen." Turning to Yi Chen, he said, "This is the landlord, Mr. Hong." "Hello, Mr. Yi." "Hello, Mr. Hong." Mr. Hong, the landlord, said. I won't say anything else. If you are sincere, 200,000 yuan a month is no less. If it's not suitable, there are still a lot of people renting my place. If you want to hurry up, I'll wait for one more day. I'll charge one less day's rent for the store. Yi-Chen just smiled and said, what you're talking about? Is it someone from the Hanlin Eatery? Landlord Mr. Hong said, since you already know, then I'll tell you the truth. People Hanlin restaurants also want to rent, and offered 210,000 a month. This is the second son of the owner of the other people to talk to me. Only he can't make the main, to go back to discuss with his family. If you don't sign the contract today, then I'll wait for him. He said he'd give me an answer today. Yi-Chen smiled and came over to the landlord, Mr. Hong, and handed the information on his phone to his eyes and said, take a good look at this. What do you think? How much can you rent here? Chapter 112, Even blood brothers have fights. And it was at this time that Guoming happened to bring his dad and brother over to look at the venue. And it just so happened that he also saw Yi-Chen and the others there as well. It's just that before the person arrives, the voice is ringing out. Mr. Hong, what a coincidence. This is. Guoming walked over and asked directly. He naturally recognized Yi-Chen, but he didn't really know what Yi-Chen actually wanted. Yi-Chen's hand holding the cell phone also paused, and then he withdrew it. The landlord, Mr. Hong, immediately said, these two are here to look at the store. This time Guoming finally realized that he was actually here to steal the store from him. He turned toward his father and brother and said, Dad, brother, you've seen it. I told you, this place is booming. There are people rushing to see the store. After saying that, Guoming also immediately took a step forward and said to Yi-Chen, Yi-Chen, what do you want to do after you take the store down? Guoming, he wasn't afraid, so Yi-Chen straightened his back. Naturally, it's the same as what you want to do. Guoming also saw the middle-aged man beside Yi-Chen at this time. Yo, you found yourself a gold master? I know your family isn't in the restaurant business, right? At this time, Father Lu stood out. Yi-Chen is my son-in-law. Guoming also saw clearly. It turned out that this middle-aged man was actually Lu Yina's father. But so what if it was Lu Yina's father? He wouldn't be merciful if he wanted to steal the store from himself. So, he pulled his dad and elder brother to one side. Dad, brother, you also see, we have to hurry up, or else if they really want to rob it, then what should I do? The location here is so good. I am looking at graduation, and if you invest here, it is a sure thing. Dad, don't worry, I will never let you down. The most important thing is that he has blown water with others. Surely he has to get the store up as soon as possible. Otherwise, if his classmates knew about it, how embarrassing it would be. Gui Hanlin nodded. I hope you won't let me down. I've given you a budget of $10 million for this store. If you earn back the $5 million for me in a year, then you can enter our company's internal management. Although the Hanlin Eatery was owned by the Guo family, but the Guo family had also sought financing, and the Guo family was the largest shareholder, which also had other people's shares. If Guoming wanted to enter the company's management, he naturally had to go through the shareholders' meeting as well. So, opening a store is no problem. It's still a matter of having the ability to get inside the company. Just like his oldest son, he is the same for his oldest son as well as his youngest son, Guoming, both of whom he hopes will excel. Guoming was also filled with anticipation and once again assured his father and brother, Dad, don't worry, I will definitely not fail you. This time, I will definitely do a good job. He is also convinced that the old city, all the supporting facilities have matured, and densely populated. This flow of people is absolutely not a problem. So, this one store, he must take it down. He continued, Dad, so if it's a monthly rent of around $250,000, that's okay, right? At this time, Guoming's elder brother also opened his mouth to help him. Dad, we've already looked for the relevant people and have done our research, saying that our site selection and operation plan here are good, and there won't be any problems. Gui Hanlin glanced around, then at Guoming, and nodded in response. After Guoming received his dad's response, he hurriedly ran back towards Yi-Chen and their side. However, through Guoming's figure, Yi-Chen was able to see Guoming's big brother, with a few unnoticeable smiles at the corners of his mouth. If you didn't look closely, you probably wouldn't even be able to tell. There's something wrong with this Guoming brother. It's hard to. After thinking about it, Yi-Chen also thought of the wise eye recognition skill that he had placed in the system. This skill, haven't used it before? I wonder how it works. Reporting to master, just say to that person to use the wise eye recognition skill. Yi-Chen also came to a realization. Oh, so that's what it is. It's really good to have this skill. You should be able to tell if you're a good guy or a bad guy, right? Thus, he stared at big brother Guoming with both eyes, and silently recited in his heart, activate the wisdom eyes to recognize people's skill. System, the Wise Eye skill is now enabled. Please wait. After about 2 seconds or so, the system had already given an answer. This person is treacherous and insidious, with a scheming mind, good at strategizing, and should not be made deep friends with. Yi Chen pondered carefully in his mind, good at strategizing. As soon as he thought about the treacherous smile he had just seen him with and the words he had just heard Guoming and the others say, Yi Chen also couldn't help but think a little bit more. Could it be that, now this bureau, was done by Guoming's big brother? Even his own blood brother. Yi Chen thought like this, but it was actually not impossible. In a luxurious family, even if they are blood brothers, there are a lot of open battles for the family fortune and for the company. And I just heard that if Guoming does well this time, it is possible that he will enter the company's management. At that time, if you really let Guoming enter the company, it would be detrimental to the interests of Guoming's big brother. Instead of letting Guoming enter the company, it would be better to directly portray him as a playboy as well as a strawman, so that the company's people would all be on their side, and then Guoming's big brother would be able to hold the entire company securely in his own hands. At that point, the entire company would have to listen to themselves. This Guoming's big brother has played a good game. How dare he even count on his own brother? It's just that, after all, this is someone else's family business, so it's not good for him to meddle in it. Ha ha! Originally, he just wanted to let the landlord Mr. Hong know to demolish and relocate, and then let them sign the contract as soon as possible, and then let him not be able to open up the ingredient store. Just the development of this matter, but let Yi Chen have the mindset of watching a good show. Now it seems that you are really being redundant. In that case, I wouldn't mind giving you a hand. Yi Chen also shook his head. This Guoming was really pitiful. I don't know how ugly his face should look if he learns that this place is going to be demolished after he has just finished decorating the store. Probably had a death wish. And that banned movie incident, did the family know about it? If they really let Guoming's family know about the scandalous things he did outside, plus this outlet incident, he probably had no place in the Guo family, right? This time, let's see you die. If you hadn't pissed me off, probably I would have told you the truth about what happened out of classmate affection. Only now, the door is not even open. Chapter 113, Signing of Contracts. Guoming ran to the landlord Mr. Hong here, immediately atmospheric commitment. Mr. Hong, we Hanlin Food House you are also aware of, with our strength and financial strength, absolutely will not be like some no-name store. Do a few months or 1 or 2 years will not do it, so on the aspect of the lease, you can give me peace of mind, and I can give you 220,000 yuan a month. Today you can sign the contract. Lu father heard this, heart immediately upset. His Lu Fuji of this but has nearly 100 years of history, now in the mouth of this brat, but has become a nameless small store. At once angry face red. Yi Chen, however, pulled Papa Lu over and whispered, Papa, take it easy for now. Papa Lu could only exhale slowly to calm himself. The landlord, Mr. Hong, also laughed in his heart, and naturally rented to whoever paid more money. The landlord, Mr. Hong, was seen to be silent. Guoming turned his head to look at Yi Chen and the others and immediately spoke loudly. I'll give you 250,000 a month, and I don't need you to waive the rent during the renovation period. Hearing this, the landlord, Mr. Hong, immediately said, okay, I'll rent it to you, and I'll go back to sign the contract in a moment. The landlord is also aware that with his current location, being able to rent for $250,000 is already considered a lot. Guoming smiled smugly towards the two Yi Chens with a victorious stance. Yi Chen glanced at him and also smiled, and without saying anything more, he said to the landlord, Mr. Hong, since you've already found a tenant, we won't bother you anymore and will leave first. The landlord, Mr. Hong, smiled politely at Yi Chen and the others. Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry this time. Yi Chen said, it's fine, the highest bidder gets it. We are all in business and naturally understand these things. After saying that, Yi Chen left with Papa Lu. At this point, Papa Lu was still secretly sighing and muttering in a low voice. Ouch, such a good location. Once it's open for business, it can definitely make money. It's a pity. Yi Chen didn't say anything, but just took Lu's father in his car and drove over to Huachang Mansion to look at the store. It was only 10 o'clock now, earlier than the expected time, when Yi Chen and the others arrived. Lu Quanzheng, the manager of Huachang Mansion, was already waiting there at the entrance of the building, with a male and a female assistant by his side. Manager Lu Quanzheng, hello Mr. Yi, I am the property manager of the building. Lu Quanzheng, you can call me Xiao Lu. Then he pointed to Papa Lu and asked, may I ask what this gentleman's name is? Yi Chen said, this is my father-in-law, surnamed Lu. Lu Quanzheng immediately said, hello Mr. Lu, hurrying forward to shake hands with both Yi Chen and Papa Lu. Male assistant, hello Mr. Yi, hello Mr. Lu. Female assistant, hello Mr. Yi, hello Mr. Lu. The two assistants also greeted Yi Chen. Yi Chen spoke indifferently. Hello guys, take us to see the store first. Before Papa Lu could say anything, Lu Quanzhang had already said very respectfully, yes, Mr. Yi. Immediately, he walked in the front to lead the journey, while a male and a female assistant followed behind Yi Chen and Papa Lu. Papa Lu pulled Yi Chen's sleeve. Yi Chen, why do I feel that this property manager seems to be afraid of you, and treats you with respect, as if you are his superior? Yi Chen hurriedly fooled, the owner of this building is my friend, then he naturally does not dare to treat me very poorly, right? In case I sued my friend there, then this job is gone. When Lu Quanzhang, who was walking in front, heard Yi Chen's words, he could not help but tremble. You're the big man and you say so. Papa Lu also nodded. Well, that's the reasoning. After a few minutes of walking, they had reached a storefront on the right side of the building. Lu Quanzhang looked up at this store of more than 1,000 square meters and turned his head to the two of them. Mr. Yi Chen and Papa Lu. Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu, you see, this is the upper and lower levels of the store. The upper level is a bit bigger, about 1,500 square meters, and the lower level is also a bit more than 1,000 square meters. The flow of people here is very high. There are 1 to 2,000 staff members in the entire building alone. I wonder what Mr. Lu is trying to do? Papa Lu hurriedly said to the Lord. I mainly do catering, and hearing you say that, this place is indeed good. Papa Lu hurriedly pulled Yi Chen and whispered, Yi Chen, this place has such a good location and is so big, how can it cost 500,000 to 600,000 dollars a month in rent? This is several times better than the one I just looked at. This is the new district of Fragrant City. The commercial center is basically concentrated on this side, and there are several more properties on this side, so it will be more prosperous in the future. Papa Lu is also worried about whether he, a foreign branded catering restaurant, can take root and survive here. If you sign a contract to rent it, you must also sign it for at least 3 years, and he has his own concerns. Lu Quan is looking at Yi Chen. Two people are talking quietly. The heart also cannot help but feel, just the day before yesterday, Hanlin restaurant talent to call over to ask him, here to rent or not. This rent has been given to 700,000 a month. If not Yi Chen before instructed him, he also really put this store to rent out it. At this time, Yi Chen gave Lu Quanzhang a wink, and Lu Quanzhang immediately understood. Taking a step forward, he walked up to Papa Lu. Mr. Lu, as you can see, we are such a big store. Many people think that the rent here is high, which it is. So many people don't dare to come and ask easily, and we've been in use here for a few months now. So our owner is also trying to stop people from seeing this place as vacant. So he has already said that he'll rent this place out for as little as around 200,000 to rent it out. Papa Lu couldn't help but light up when he heard this. Oh, my God, such a prosperous building, such a large storefront, for only $200,000. It's like pie in the sky. Lu Quanzhang saw that Lu's father didn't say anything, so he put his heart in the right place. Minimum 150,000 yuan. Think about it. We sign the contract today. Lu's father immediately cut Lu Quanzhang's word short. Nonsense, he'd sign for $200,000, not to mention $150,000. Lu Quanzhang glanced at Yi Chen, and when he saw that Yi Chen had no objections, he added, first of all, I have to make a statement here first. Our contract will be signed for a minimum of 5 years. Papa Lu also smiled. Success. No problem. This storefront thing is kind of a done deal. It's only 150,000 a month. How much a year? Even if he lost money, he could afford to lose money. Yi Chen coughed lowly and said, then let's go to the office to sign the contract. Papa Lu smiled with joy. Good. Hurry up and sign the contract, or else you'll be cut off like just now. And that would be bad. Half an hour later, Papa Lu was smiling from ear to ear as he held the signed contract. Yi Chen, you've done a good job with this lot, but then I chose that land is too much better. Goo, I have this matter of the heart is also over. Now just find a decoration company to decorate. And, on top of that, they're waiving rent for 3 months for us to renovate. Sheesh, great. Seeing his father-in-law so satisfied, Yi Chen was also satisfied, and Guoming's side was very quick to sign a 3-year contract. The first time Guoming got the contract, he was so happy that he was about to fly. He that was oblivious to the fact that there was a huge conspiracy waiting for him. Chapter 114 Know Your Enemy. After all this was done, Yi Chen proposed to go to Hanlin Eatery to taste the flavor, to see how theirs was made dishes, and the service grade, etc. Papa Lu was also very agreeable to this proposal from Yi Chen. so the two of them called home and informed their family that they would not be coming home for lunch. Yi-chen took Papa Lu to the nearest Hanlin eatery. As soon as we arrived at the door of the Hanlin eatery, the waiter greeted us warmly and felt that the service attitude was good. As soon as I walked inside, I just felt that the decoration inside was very modern, making it feel like a relatively new design as well. Although it is now lunchtime, but the empty seats here are almost all full. Yi-chen when they came, just when there is a table is no one, and is still in the toilet side. Although there are cubicles blocked, but give a person the sense of experience is still not very good. On the other hand, on the Hua Chong side, all the toilets in the building are in a uniform place, and there will not be such a situation where guests are allowed to eat by the toilets. So, that experience went down immediately. Of course, it's possible that you're late and not sitting in a very good spot. Seeing that there were no more seats, both Yi-chen and Lu's father had no choice but to reluctantly sit down. Their purpose this time was to try the specialties of this place. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. Yi-chen hurriedly picked up the menu and started ordering. Taking one of the signatures of the place, the waiter looked at Yi-chen and Father Lu, both of whom were also a bit puzzled, and asked, "Excuse me, can the two of you finish your food after ordering so much?" Yi-chen said indifferently, "My father-in-law is not a local, so he came here this time just to come here to try the local food of Shangcheng." At this, the waiter then realized, oh, so that's how it is. It's just that there are more guests now, and the kitchen is busy, so for some dishes, the wait may be a little longer. Yi-chen also nodded and looked at the menu. "Then let's make us a cup of nourishing tea first." The waiter nodded hurriedly. "Yes sir. It's not bad that there's even health tea to drink here. Anything to replenish qi and blood, get rid of dampness and so on." "Dad, let's have an expectorant tea?" Yi-chen asked Papa Lu. Papa Lu nodded. "Well, good." Yi-chen was also remembering that he was going to formulate a nutritious meal for Lu Yana. As soon as he thought of this, Yi-chen silently circled this matter emphatically in his heart, and he must study it properly when he returned home after eating in a while. Yi-chen was drinking tea with Papa Lu while waiting for the food to be served. At this time, the other side of the partition was a male voice. "Mr. Hua, you don't really intend to let Guoming come into the company, do you? Although he does not seem to be able to do much, but your father's meaning, you should understand. It seems to also want to vigorously cultivate him. At that time, if he is really by your father to discover the potential out of the words, then you." At that moment, another male voice was interrupting the words of the man who had just spoken. "How do you think I climbed to this position? That I would let him have access to the inner workings of the company?" Hearing this voice so familiar, it was none other than Guoming's elder brother Guosu. Guosu sneered and continued, "I've gotten inside information. That area will probably be demolished in less than a month, and that location is still something I had someone unintentionally reveal to him, casually digging a hole. I didn't expect him to actually jump. As long as he can't make the grade this time, then I won't let him have the chance to make it in the back," he said, and grunted again. The other man immediately understood. "Mr. Hua, a brilliant move. The walls have ears. It's better not to say anything." Guosu also took a very wary look around, and led the people up another staircase. Yi-chen looked at Guosu's back and couldn't help but shake his head. He really didn't expect that the truth of the matter was the same as what he thought. Papa Lu just heard that speech as well, and patted his chest and said, "My God, it's a good thing I didn't sign there, or else there really wouldn't even be a place to cry." Yi-chen smiled and said, "This is called a blessing due to a disaster." Papa Lu let out a breath. Well, that's true. If it wasn't for you, I probably would have grabbed it from him too. Now that I'm renting such a nice place, it really surprises me too much." Papa Lu was so happy. Just as Lu's father was having second thoughts, these dishes from Hanlin restaurant came up one after another. Both Yi-chen and Papa Lu had tasted them one by one, and both felt that the flavor was okay, but not to the point of being amazing. Although there is a Chinese menu, the place is still dominated by Western food. Lu Dad ate is not much feeling. After all, he is doing Chinese food. For these Western food is also young people like. However, there was one thing that he had thought about, so he told Yi-chen, "Yi-chen, our family is still mainly focused on cooking Chinese food, and the people over here are relatively more young. Do you think we should hire some Western food chefs?" Yi-chen also thought about it and said, "Chinese food has the characteristics of Chinese food. Since we are doing Chinese food as our main focus, it is still the main thing to develop Chinese food as the main line, while Western food is also as a secondary is also possible. After all, a restaurant also can give different people a variety of choices." Papa Lu also nodded. Their family is also to keep up with the changes of the times and change. It is not wrong to add a little element appropriately. It's just that, as far as how it's run, that's something that has to be planned for. Papa Lu nodded his head while teaching Yi-chen how to run a restaurant. Time flew by. and the two of them just chatted over a cup of tea and some dinner until after 2 p.m. It was time to go home. Papa Lu was also thinking about the 3 little grandchildren at home. Yi Chen was also thinking at this time. He had helped Lu's father to fix the store so that he could live over here without worrying and not have to go back and forth so often. That way the wife doesn't have to worry so much. After Yi Chen finished settling the bill, he hurriedly drove back to see his wife and children. Now that the kids are taking it one day at a time, it really does feel like one day at a time. And in the rush to get out today, I haven't really had a chance to look at the baby yet. Chapter 115, My dog is more valuable than your child. Yi Chen took Lu's father back home quickly, and packed some snacks and desserts for his family. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was the first to rush back to the room, and when he saw that Lu Yana was sleeping, he retreated again and walked to the next room to watch the child. The children had just finished their milk and were playing. Mother Yi and Mother Lu were each holding a little baby while Big Baby was being held by Auntie Zhang, and the 3 little ones were babbling with the adults. By this time, Father Lu had also come up and said to Mother Lu, "Give me the child. I've bought afternoon tea for everyone." In-laws, and Aunt Zhang, quickly put the child down and go eat first. Leave some for a few ants later. Lu's mom said, "Well then, burp first, just finished eating not more than a few minutes ago." Ye's mom also smiled and handed little boy into Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen picked up the little boy. The little boy smiled happily, that eyes are about to lose sight of it. Mother Yi and Mother Lu both looked at the two with a smile as well, and slowly exited the room. Auntie Zhang, however, said, "I'd better stay here for a while before going to eat. You 2 big old men are also careless." Yi Chen and Papa Lu both laughed as well. When Debao and Erbao saw Yi Chen hugging little boy and not them, they all babbled and wanted Yi Chen to hug them. Papa Lu, however, smiled. "Is Grandpa uncomfortable to hold? Or do you think Grandpa is strange? Don't worry, Grandpa will soon be able to see you guys every day." Seeing Erbao in his arms smiling, he happily said again, "Erbao, you're happy to know that, aren't you? Ha ha, I can see that Papa Lu is really happy." So that night, he was again cooking a big meal for the guys to celebrate the happy day. For this reason, Yi Chen also opened a bottle of 82 years of Lafite to celebrate it. Just everyone just a small drink, a small cup. So expensive red wine, that is used to slowly appreciate. Not for the sea drink, naturally, you Ina can't drink. After the meal was full and the 3 little ones had woken up from their nap, the family all planned to take a walk around the neighborhood and then dissipate the alcohol. Putting the 3 little ones in the stroller and pushing out the front door of the villa, Yi Chen hadn't really taken a serious stroll around the place since he moved to this villa, and he took the opportunity to relax a little bit. After walking for not long, at a corner, 2 dogs suddenly leaped out. While those 2 dogs were directly pouncing on little boy and Debao's cart, everyone was taken aback by the 2 large unleashed dogs. Yi Chen quickly ran up and kicked the 2 big dogs out when it was too late. Those 2 big dogs were kicked by Yi Chen and rolled on the ground a few times before croaking there. All 3 little babies wailed and cried at the sudden big dog. Families rushed to hold the 3 little ones in the stroller in their comforting arms. Ye's mom was even soothing while loudly scolding, "Who raised it without a leash?" Really scared the hell out of people. Before Ye's mother could finish her words, a couple suddenly walked out from around the corner, speaking in a very arrogant tone. "We raised it. It's not like we scared you to death. You old fool. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yi mother saw the visitor cursing as soon as they met, and all of a sudden she was also infuriated. "Your dog. Right. Nowadays, we are all advocating civilized dog ownership. Why is your dog not on a leash?" The sound of several people arguing quickly drew the attention of the surrounding residents, who all stopped to see what was going on. The woman in heavy makeup snorted, "Why do I need a leash? Why should I walk my dog in front of my house on a leash?" Lu's mother also said to the woman in a slightly calmer tone, "Just now your 2 dogs almost pounced on our small children. If there are small children in the neighborhood, it is estimated that they will also be pounced on by your dogs, or even pounced on and bitten by your dogs. And your 2 dogs are still large dogs. In case there is a small child who is really bitten by your dogs, then it is really too dangerous." The man said dismissively, "My dog is much more golden than your children." The men simultaneously shouted, "You kicked my dog, and we haven't gotten to you yet." While this was happening, the system was ringing. Congratulations to the host for triggering a special reward for protecting a child. The system rewards 51% of the shares of the Poly Security Company. From now on, you are the first shareholder of the Poly Security Company. Detecting that the host is now in danger, the system can help you activate the emergency call device of the Poly Security Company, and the security personnel of the Poly Security Company will quickly arrive at the scene within 5 minutes. "May I ask the host to activate it?" Yi Chen looked at the 2 men. Although they were a bit arrogant, but they were not in any danger to themselves, were they? In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, how did the system detect that I was in danger? Glancing at the 2 large dogs that were baring their teeth at them, he couldn't help but figure out that it was 2 unleashed dogs. No, it should be 4, and 2 talking dogs. Yi Chen replied without hesitation. Please activate it immediately. The system has received the command and is now activated for you. In 5 minutes the security personnel will settle for the host. Yi Chen also let out a breath, watching this man be so arrogant as to say that his dog was more golden. This time, Lu's mom and Ye's mom didn't hold back. They cursed with this man and woman on the spot. What did you say? You said your dog is more golden than my kid. Where did you get that face? Now it's your dogs that are scaring our children. How dare you say something like that? Are you still human? Only, because there was still a little baby in her arms. So Ye's mom and the girls didn't dare to be too loud. The pair of dogs on the opposite side, however, thought that Yi Chen and the others were good bullies, and also began to argue with Mother Yi and the others. What's wrong with dogs? Dogs are children too. Dogs are hairy children too. Right, my dog is our family's baby. Our family? What's wrong? What's the problem? What's a leash for our own kids to walk in front of our house? There's something wrong with you guys. The woman was also full of disdain, and at that moment, the people around were talking. This couple is notoriously wild in our neighborhood. Yeah, this family probably won't be able to get away with it with their mouths on it. It's not true. Their dog often pounces on small children and adults in the neighborhood. Fortunately it didn't bite anyone. Look at these 3 children of theirs who are not long born. In case they pounce on the car, it's very dangerous. That's not true. We usually dare to pass by here only when we see that the door of their house is not open. Otherwise how can we be bitten by these 2 dogs? With the neighbors talking, Yi Chen's family was also aware of what this couple was. And just as Ye's mother was still thinking of saying something, a burst of neat footsteps suddenly came from behind the crowd. Chapter 116, Going to the Police in Trouble. Suddenly there was a very neat and loud footstep behind him. Everyone looked behind them, only to see a dozen or so tall and strong men dressed in black suits were quickly rushing this way, and behind them, there were a few police uncles. The first thing that happened when a dozen men in black suits rushed up was that they surrounded Yi Chen's family. Ye's mother, Lu's mother, Ye's father, and Lu Yana, as well as the surrounding all looked at these people with a dumbfounded face, and only Yi Chen had a calm look on his face, as if he had already expected it. Don't worry, this is my new security detail, specialized in keeping the family safe. Yi Chen spoke indifferently. It was only then that all of them breathed a sigh of relief, so frightened that they thought it was the dog couple who had called in the men. The 3 children were also still crying loudly. Lu Yana they rushed to pacify the children first, and couldn't care less about the rest so much. Instead, the dog couple was being questioned by 5 police officers who had rushed up. We received a call from the people that there is a vicious dog hurting people here. Is this your family's dog? The taller police captain leading the way asked with a serious look. The 2 couples faced the sudden arrival of the man in the black suit, as well as the police, but also not the slightest fear. It is my dog, so what? Where has hurt people? We are just walking in front of our house. When did we hurt anyone? The captain's face remained serious. Once a dog is out in public in Fragrant City, it must be on a leash. Don't you know this common sense? Also, does your dog have a license? At that moment, a nearby neighbor who was watching came over with his own cell phone. Uncle Policeman, I've got a video here of what just happened. It might help you. The captain immediately said. Then please play this video. The neighbor who was watching immediately released the video he had just captured, in which the whole process of Yi Chen's family's quarrel with the dog couple, until the police came here, was captured. Although there is no shot of Yi Chen's heroic stance to kick the dog 2 feet away, but the surrounding neighbors have come forward to say that they can give Yi Chen to testify that it is the dog couple's dog first pounced on the child's stroller. In the face of so many people's accusations, the captain also said indifferently to this arrogant dog couple, in the video, I have seen you abusing the elderly. Do you know what crime you have committed? For verbal abuse and harassment, the victim can call the police for assistance, and the police will criticize and educate the aggressor and impose administrative penalties. The penalty is detention for less than 5 days or a fine of less than $500, if the circumstances are more serious. The penalty is detention for more than 5 days or less than 10 days, and may also be fined less than $500. And I just watched. The 2 of you are in a very bad situation, as well as, your dog is not on a leash. In addition, may I ask your family, amount of dogs have a dog license? The dog couple didn't seem to realize their mistake. What's it any of your business if there's a dog license or not? According to the Fragrant City dog breeding regulations, your behavior of walking your dog without a leash has already violated Article 23, Paragraph 1, Clause 2, of these regulations, going out with your dog without a leash. In addition to verbal education, you will have to impose a fine of more than 500 yuan and less than 2,000 yuan on the dog breeder. If the situation is a little more serious, it is possible that your dog breeder's qualification certificate will have to be revoked. In addition, If there is no dog without a legal dog breeder's license, then your 2 dogs will have to be seized as stray dogs. And the dog couple still does what they do. Seeing this, the captain immediately shot a glance at a few members behind him. 4 police officers quickly stepped forward and tried to hold the 2 down. But their 2 vicious dogs roared loudly toward the 4 officers, protecting Yi Chen left and right of several men, quickly in the pocket to put out some kind of like anti-wolf electric shock type of items. Towards the 2 big dogs rushed over to give a blow. The 2 big dogs instantly fell to the ground, cannot move, fainted dead in the past. After electrocuting the dog, the men then backed off and returned the scene to the police. The captain's face remained serious as he ordered his subordinates, hurry up and bring the relevant people back to the station and add another offense of obstructing law enforcement to them, and take their dogs back as well, and find out if they've gotten a good dog license. Only the couple was still relentlessly tugging at the police and yelling, "Do you know who I am? Who told you to move me at will? I'm telling you, you're in trouble." The captain snorted coldly, "It doesn't matter who you are, what matters is that you're really in a mess now." He is the most iron-faced, impartial, not afraid of the power of the captain of the city of incense. All the suspects into his hands, but none of them have a favor to tell. This dog couple really had a bad day. At that moment, 2 police cars drove up quickly and a police rescue team arrived. 5 or 6 people rushed down from the law enforcement car at once. "Captain, we're late." "Captain, do it, take them all back." The 2 big dogs, along with the dog couple, were dragged by the police onto a police car and given a pair of silver bracelets each. The dog couple being hauled into the police car also sat with their heads hanging down, while their fur child was placed in the pickup truck compartment. Maybe it was too much power and both dogs are still awake now. People can't help but feel a great sense of joy when they see such a situation. This hateful dog couple is finally getting cleaned up. After the captain had taken care of everything, he then walked over to Yi Chen's family. "I'm really sorry for causing your family so much trouble." At this time, Yi Chen's 3 children had all been pacified and were all asleep in the arms of their families. Yi Chen stepped forward and said, "We also have to thank the police comrades for showing up in time to clean up this pair of evildoers." And as the surrounding neighbors came forward to thank the police captain, the captain smiled and said to everyone, "In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to look for us police officers. We still have things to take care of, so everyone should disperse for now." It wasn't until he saw the captain's car go far away that the people around him dispersed, and Yi Chen also asked his family to take the little babies home first. At this time, the captain of the team of security personnel sent by the Prodigy Security Company stood out and said to Yi Chen very respectfully, "Mr. Yi Chen, I've given you a fright. I'm the captain of the security team sent by Proteus Security. My surname is Wang. My name is Wang Lin, and from now on, the safety and security of Mr. Ye's family will be under my full responsibility." Yi Chen smiled in a pretense of composure and said, "Very well, but now I'm going home now, so you guys go back first too." Captain Wang Lin arched his hand and said, "Yes, Mr. Yi Chen, my contact information. The company has sent it to your phone. Any problems to be done, you can also contact me at any time." Chapter 117, This reward is awesome. Yi Chen still hadn't figured out what the system rewarded Baldwin Security Company was for now. So, he had to find out first what this company actually did and why it could get to him in such a short period of time. And this all happened so suddenly that Yi Chen was somewhat caught off guard. He is now to figure out what is the nature of this Baldwin Security Company before. So in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he first let his family and this Wang Lin captain they withdrew first. Poly Security, is that all it is? A security company? Yi Chen found a roadside bench and sat down. And in the face of such a company name that he had never heard of, Yi Chen had no choice but to take out his cell phone and open up Donyang. And when Yi Chen saw the content on top of the cell phone, it was so shocked that he suddenly bounced up from the bench. The above is also a very detailed description of Baldwin Security. Portcullis is a large company that combines high technology and military management for security, escort, and Portcullis Security has a global presence, albeit in remote countries. That's why Portcullis Security also has a global information network, which is the first to incorporate information on current events and politics, both domestic and foreign. Therefore, Poly has the most perfect investigation mechanism. At the same time, the state also gives a certain degree of support. Poly has a lot of privileges in the country, so it can also investigate some other companies cannot be investigated out of the news. And the registered capital of the Bordelais Security Company is around 100 billion in the country, but the headquarters has more than 1,000 special forces retired police elite, and all of these people, all of them are at the mouth of the gun to survive. In other words, what other security firms are afraid to take on, Procter & Gamble Security is afraid to take on, whether at home or abroad, as long as there is a Baudelaire. Even if you are a professional assassin, then you have to see if you have the ability to fight against Baudelaire, and what Yi Chen valued the most was because of the fact that Proteus Security Company was under the maintenance of the state, under the special rights of the state to survive. Then this point has been with the General Security Company to pull away from the General Security Company a distance of the earth. Also, the most important thing is that shares in this company are not available to anyone with money. If you want to own shares of Proteus Security, then you have to have a powerful system like Yi Chen, right? However, these messages on the doujinshi really shocked Yi Chen too much. This prodigy security company could be considered one of the heaviest rewards Yi Chen had gotten in such a long time. Yi Chen was also convinced that with such a strength of the Baudelaire Security Company, this information on top of the doom was nothing more than one-sided news, and the company's internal strength would surely astonish everyone here. Now, Yi Chen has become the first major shareholder of Prodigy Security Company. This identity is not just because of how rich he is, but this new identity represents that Yi Chen has a very unusual status in Xiangqing, as well as at home and abroad in Huaxia. Compared to other rich people, Yi Chen's status is much higher. After all, we all have money, but identity and social status can't be bought with money. Just like now, Yi Chen owned a $10 billion building, billions of shares as well, but he was just a nobody in the fragrant city or the country of China. I really didn't realize that I could get such a fierce company because I kicked those two evil dogs. I could use a couple more kicks. System Lao. However, what made Yi Chen worth being happy about was that his family was protected by Proteus Security, and would definitely not be harmed by other people. And just now, because of the two big dogs, a special mission from the system was accidentally triggered. It was just that Yi Chen, as a father, it was his duty to protect his family. Thinking of this, Yi Chen also made a call to Wang Lin, the head of security that Proteus Security had arranged for himself. Hello Mr. Yi Chen, what can I do for you? Yi Chen was also straightforward. You guys are protecting me and my family 24/7? Wang Lin, yes Mr. Yi Chen, but we are going to be in the shadows and won't disturb you and your family. Yi Chen, well, that's good. It was nothing. Yi Chen just wanted to make sure because he was really excited right now. Wang Lin continued. If Mr. Yi Chen encounters anything that he can't solve, or if he wants to investigate someone and so on and so forth, all of these, you can call me, and I'll handle it all for you. Yi Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Only in front of Wang Lin, his own tone wasn't good enough to show too much astonishment, and after secretly exhaling a breath, he said, good. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen was too happy to describe. After calming down outside, it was a slow walk home. Seeing that Yi Chen had returned, Yi Ma and the others hurriedly gathered around. Yi Chen was also concerned and asked, Mom, Dad, Nana, are the three little ones okay? Didn't get scared, did they? Lu's mother returned. The big baby is a little better. It's the little good boy who was startled. The female baby's guts are still a little smaller, so we have to be careful to pacify. Now the ants have taken the little ones to bed, so I guess it's not a big problem. Lu Yana also moved forward and gently took Yi Chen's hand, pulling him to one side of the sofa and sat down, and everyone also sat in a circle around Yi Chen. Ye's mom asked, who were those people in black suits just now? Just now. I was also concerned about taking care of the little baby, so I didn't even have time to ask Yi Chen for a proper understanding. Yi Chen smiled and said to Ye's mom, that was an order I placed with a security company. This security company is quite good. It arrived in a few minutes, quite efficient. Only then did Ye's mother understand. Oh, so that's how it is? I didn't have time to ask you in detail just now. Why did you suddenly invite these people? Yi Chen, Mom, you also know that there are no bad guys in society nowadays, and we still have 3 kids with us, so when the kids grow up a bit, if they go to a park or any crowded public place, it's better to hire a bodyguard or something to keep an eye on them. Mother Yi seemed to listen in and nodded. That's also true. It's indeed a bit dangerous in the future if children run around. As soon as Yi Chen opened his cell phone, the owners group was buzzing. Yi Mother stared at Yi Chen's cell phone. What is it? Why does it look like we're discussing that thing we just had? Yi Chen, yeah, everyone sent the video they just took to the owners group. Ye's mother also hurriedly took out her own cell phone and looked at it. All of a sudden, there was a Mr. Wang, the owner of Building 14, 708, who came out and said something. Chapter 118, a true man is one who loves his wife and children. At this time, there was an owner of Building 14, 708, Mr. Wang, who came out and said something. Ha, my cousin is a subordinate of that captain. I can ask him to see if this case is done. This made the group even more lively, urging him to ask. What? Your cousin is a cop. Ha, hurry up and let him go and see how that pair of dogs are doing? Yeah, this couple is usually really too arrogant. I've seen them long ago. The most annoying thing is that they keep their dogs off leash. I'm afraid of dogs, especially these big dogs. What kind of dog is that? It looks pretty mean to me. The group suddenly painted a different picture and started working on the dog. Yi Chen put his cell phone down, intending to see what was going on in a while. The most important thing now was to see his 3 little babies go. When she arrived upstairs, Lu Yana was holding little boy in her arms as she slept, gently caressing him as she did so. Yi Chen smiled softly at her, and Lu Yana also smiled at him. Yi Chen reached out and took the little good boy in Lu Yana's hand, and said softly, "Go and take a rest. Leave this place to hubby." Lu Yana softly said, "Good. Little good girl will suddenly wake up when she sleeps. If she is startled, hurry up and grab her hand, otherwise she will be scared." Yi Chen smiled. "Got it, wife. Hurry up and take a shower and rest." Lu Yana nodded and gently exited the baby's room. Yi Chen also looked at his little boy with a heartbroken face. "Little boy, don't be afraid. Daddy is here." Daddy kicked the big dog away. "Don't be afraid. Bad people get punished. Little boy, don't be afraid. Daddy is here," Yi Chen said gently, holding the little good boy completely in his arms to soothe him. Tick. The system rang. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task of caring for the little baby. The system rewards $1 million. The phone vibrated. The message came, and with it the money. Yi Chen didn't have much of an up and down mood about all of this. As a father, he truly loved his children, and would not intentionally touch them because he could get a systematic reward for being in contact with them. Yi Chen truly loved his children. He also won't be like other men who don't care about anything and lie there playing with their cell phones. Love is given to each other, and it's a real man who loves his wife and children. After about half an hour or so, Lu's mom came upstairs to replace Yi Chen. Both of them whispered without speaking, and Lu's mother reached over to take the child in silence, and said softly, "Cinnabar, you've been busy all day today as well. Hurry up and go rest. Leave this place to us. Young people have young things to do, and there's only so much they can do to help." Yi Chen nodded and went back to his room, but he still had one more important thing to do tonight, and that was to spend some time designing Lu Yana's dietary nutritious meals to help Lu Yana's get her body in good shape. When she returned to her room, Lu Yana had already fallen asleep. Yi Chen moved gently and slowly closed the door. After getting out of the shower, he went into the check room and quietly closed the door, using the soft breeze to dry his hair. Sitting in front of his desk, Yi Chen took out his cell phone to see that it was already 10:30 p.m. Open WeChat to see. The owners group has more than 1,000 chat records. Yi Chen also opened it and looked at it, and found that everyone was still talking about the dog couple. After the incident, the first thing the group owner did was already kick the couple out of the group. These messages are accompanied by pictures to look at inside, and among them is the official message released by the police. At present, Lu Moyong and Li Momei for public insults to others, has been Xiangqing police according to law to impose administrative detention for 5 days of punishment. 2 people for carrying the dog is not in accordance with the provisions of the leash as well as not in accordance with the provisions of the dog license. The dog has been detained in accordance with the law and fined 200 yuan of punishment. Here to remind a word of caution. Blatant insults to others is an illegal behavior. The general public should strictly abide by the legal bottom line and social and moral bottom line. At the same time, keeping pets should be loved and abide by the relevant regulations. When he saw this, Yi Chen also felt great joy. Looking at the photos of them at the police station, they seem to have been educated by the police in a clear-cut manner. It's time to educate yourself with such an arrogant and bossy attitude. Yi Chen was in a very good mood after reading it, and after putting his cell phone aside, he took the laptop on one side, and then according to his cooking knowledge, he tailored a nutritious meal for Lu Yana. After about 40 minutes or so, Yi Chen had created a very perfect nutritional meal. In addition to tonic soups, there are also programs that do not grow fat nor lose fat, and there is also a slow fat loss program, because he is afraid that his wife is too thin. So this fat loss program for her is a slower program, and once he finds that the figure is almost restored, he will have to change it. Yi Chen looked at the proposal he had written all over several sheets, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Finally it is done and I am going to show this to my aunt first thing in the morning. How to cook it had been clearly written on it, so he didn't have to worry about that. Yi Chen stretched and gently lay back on the bed, glanced at Lu Yana's gentle face and smiled, then gently placed his hand on her waist and closed his eyes in preparation for sleep. Early the next morning, after Father Lu saw Yi Chen coming downstairs, he pulled Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, now that the store has been rented, I have to hurry up and decorate it." He is thinking of hurrying to open up the store. He does not want to so crash again. The old side of the home he has basically trained a group of manpower to take over, and now he is still the main focus on this side of the city, where his daughter, where he went. Even if the old side of the home all closed down also does not matter. Yi Chen also knew that Lu's father was anxious, so he said, "Don't worry, my classmate is a decorator. This should be solved by looking for him." Papa Lu was immediately relieved. "That's good. You hurry to make a phone call to ask your classmate. You also know that Nana's mom will be done with her retirement in 10 days or so, and my old family side is also done. So now this is the only thing left to do. This store, besides being my own, it's what I left for Nana. Originally, he was thinking of Lu Yana after graduating from college, back home to find a boyfriend, and then stayed in the hometown. But this is all just his idea, and now he has also thought about the development of the city of incense. He wants to be his daughter's most solid backing. Yi-chen smiled. Okay, I'll give my friend a call in a moment. Don't worry, we'll definitely help you get this done. Picking up his cell phone, Yi-chen called his roommate Chen Xiuan in front of Lu's father. Chapter 119, Preparing for the Renovation. Yi-chen picked up his cell phone, ready to give his college roommate, and Master Chen Xiuan made a phone call. That kid's family in Xiangqing is open decoration company, only a modest store. It didn't take long for the call to go through and Chen Xiuan picked up. Hey, Mr. Yi, what's the matter? You don't need to accompany your wife and child, but you have time to call me? Yi-chen also laughed. Can I talk to you if there's nothing else to do? Chen Xiuan, you kid is really a rare guest. These months in the group did not sound at all. Now actually take the initiative to call me? Do you think there is a demon in the matter? Yi-chen coughed lowly twice. He admitted that he had only cared for his wife and child in the past few months, and really didn't have time to worry about anything else, so he hurriedly changed the subject. Did you boys get your diploma? Worrying about someone else here? Chen Xiuan, I can get my license after the exam. Everyone is very busy now. With my grades I can definitely get it. At this time, Chen Xiuan was holding a copy of English 4 Pass in front of her, only she hadn't opened it yet. Yi-chen teased with a smile. Come on you, haven't you always wanted to go home and inherit the family business? I really have something I want to ask you for. Chen Xiuan, inherit the family business. These 4 words in my body is not appropriate, but you kid is not home to inherit the family business? Is there any plan to get rich to take care of me? Yi-chen smiled. It's not my business, it's my wife's business. My old husband wants to open a restaurant in Xiangqing. The storefront was found yesterday, just over there in Huachang Mansion. Now it's left to be decorated. Isn't your family engaged in decoration? Let's see if you can take it over? Chen Xiuan that was straight up from his chair. What? Doing restaurant renovations? Ha? Answer it. Why don't you? I'm answering it on behalf of my dad. Yi-chen laughed. Don't promise so quickly first. Our restaurant is over 2,000 square feet. Are you sure you can take it? Chen Xiuan that was shocked to the core. He originally thought that the restaurant was only 300 or 400 square feet, but he didn't think that it was more than 2,000 square feet. I'll go. You kid is really lucky, isn't he? Surprisingly, you married a rich white woman. Although your family is also rich, but your family plus Lu Yina's family, the two of you don't have to struggle in this life. Chen Xiuan's tone was full of envy. Yi-chen just laughed. As the saying goes, it's hard to start a business, but it's even harder to keep it. Now there is a restaurant, but this business style and so on, Lu Yana and I both will not. So to keep the family business, really difficult. Oh, Chen Xiuan thinks that Yi-chen is thinking too much. You don't have to think so long term, if they leave enough property for you to eat for several lifetimes. Yi-chen, however, just laughed and shook his head, and asked, let's not talk about that. You should ask your family first. I'm the first one to think of you when something good happens. Chen Xiuan let out a breath. Okay, then I'll call and ask my dad first. Although the family is doing renovation, but this project, he also had to ask his dad. In case there is now a project in the works, there is certainly no manpower to do Yi-chen this single. Yi-chen, that's fine. I'll wait for your call. After the two hung up the phone, Yi-chen turned his head and said to Papa Lu, Dad, my friend will come back to inform me later. Papa Lu nodded. That's fine. Let's eat breakfast first. After a few minutes, Chen Xiuan's call came through. Chen Xiuan asked excitedly, my dad's engineering team hasn't had any work recently, and said they could take it. Do you want to go out for a meal or something to chat together? Yi-chen said, no, just go straight to your company. Papa Lu chimed in, yes, we'll talk about the details when we meet. So, the two parties agreed to meet at Chen Xiuan's dad's company at 10:30 in the morning. Yi-chen first gave Auntie Zhang the nutritious meal he had formulated last night, and made the first nutritious meal for Lu Yana with his own hands. After doing so, it was already 10 o'clock, and when it was brought to the room, Lu Yana just happened to get up. Yi-chen put the nutritious meal to one side and said to Lu Yana, in the future, every day, what you eat is carefully designed for you by your husband, and the portions are all, so you can eat enough. If you eat more, you won't get fat afterward. You just feel free to eat it. While this was happening, the system was ringing. Tick, host cares for his wife, rewarded with $100,000. Yi-chen was also used to this and didn't even look at his cell phone. Lu Yana also smiled happily. Thank you husband, you hurry up and eat. I'm going to drive dad to look at the restaurant renovation today. Yi-chen said. Well, you go ahead. I'll eat. Lu Yana urged. After Yi-chen left, Lu Yana looked at the nutritious meal that Yi Chen had personally made for herself in front of her, and her heart burst with joy. Yi Chen drove Papa Lu to the decoration company of Chen Xiuan's house Yi Xing Decoration. Chen Xiuan was waiting for Yi Chen at the door when suddenly a Mercedes-AMG GT drove by the door. It was a shock at the time, and when he saw that the person who came down from the car was actually Yi Chen, those two eyes were about to be glazed over by him. Chen Xiuan immediately rushed to Yi Chen's side, then looked around Yi Chen's car again and again. "I'll go. I'm going. You kid is really rich." Seeing that Yi Chen was actually driving a good car like the Mercedes-AMG GT, he really couldn't envy it. Yi Chen also smiled. "This is Ina's father, surnamed Lu." Then to Lu's father, he said, "This is my classmate, Chen Xiuan." Chen Xiuan immediately resumed her serious appearance. Mr. Lu, hello there." Papa Lu smiled. "Hello, student Chen Xiuan." Chen Xiuan hurriedly led the way for them. "Let's go up and talk first. My dad he just took a worker to work. I guess he'll be back in a while. It's the worker's first time there. He doesn't know the way, so he's just leading the way." Chen Xiuan naturally didn't dare to slow down Yi Chen and the others, and hurriedly took them to the tea room, passed the pre-brewed tea again, and poured a cup for each of the two of them, Yi Chen and Lu's father. Chen Xiuan also chatted with Yi Chen and Papa Lu about their family, and after about 10 minutes, Chen Xiuan's father, Chen Yixing, came back. The first thing that came back was to keep apologizing. "I'm really sorry. I made you guys wait for so long. Those two workers just didn't know the way. I drove them there." Papa Lu hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter. Your son received us as well. Let's sit down and chat slowly first." Chen Xiuan hurriedly poured a cup of tea for her dad as well. Chen Yixing hurriedly introduced himself to everyone. "I am Chen Xiaoan's father, Chen Yixing, and also the owner of this store. Xiaoan also talked to me. I think you are Xiaoan's classmate Yi Chen. And this is Mr. Lu." Yi Chen, "Yes. Hello, Papa Lu." Hello. After both sides have been introduced, the next step is to get down to business. Chapter 120, With Children Comes Bondage. Chen Yixing said very sincerely, "Yi Chen, you and Uncle have met a few times. Uncle's house you have come a few times. Uncle is also very thankful that you believe in Uncle. Really thank you too much." Yi Chen said, "It's nothing. If there is a good thing, surely it is also the first to think of their own people. Right, now my wife's father wants to engage in a restaurant over here. I am also to help a little help. This is exactly how to do it. Then I do not understand." Lu Dad also from the bag to pull out a stack of documents. There are also some photos. These are some of our restaurant's very distinctive decoration. We are retained. Some other details of the various aspects are in these documents. Probably the specific size, or you have to go to the site survey measurements. I also trust Yi Chen and believe in you guys. That's why I gave this project to you guys. Moreover, it has to be completed within 2 months. Do you guys think it's okay? Chen Xiuan also looked at his dad expectantly. Chen Yixing immediately said, "This is not a problem. Recently my store there is not much order. If you take this single, then my whole team will only do you this single. Guaranteed to get it done within 2 months. Then the cost of this decoration is?" Yi Chen asked tentatively. Chen Yixing, "Generally do the decoration. Our first deposit, behind the completion of the project, then pay the final payment." Yi Chen asked, "Then this deposit, how much are you giving here?" Chen Yixing thought for a moment. "For this 2,000 square foot lot of yours, a conservative estimate would be more than $1 million in renovation costs." Yi Chen immediately said, "Then it's done. I'll give you an advance of $1 million first, and the rest will all be given at that time." Chen Yixing hurriedly said, "That's a deal. Sign the contract today and you can work tomorrow." Papa Lu nodded, then signed the contract. The parties quickly agreed and then signed a contract. Yi Chen directly paid the deposit of $1 million. Lu father also thought of paying himself, but finally could not survive Yi Chen. Papa Lu asked Chen Yixing, "Can I visit the construction site every day? This won't get in the way of your work, right?" Chen Yixing hurriedly waved his hands. No, don't worry and come boldly. You are more than welcome to supervise us." Papa Lu spoke. "That's good." At the end of the day, the two of them, Chen Xiuan and Chen Yixing, together sent the two of them, Yi Chen and Lu's father, out of the entrance of the store. Renovation of the matter finally come to an end. The last is to properly supervise the implementation can be. The aftermath is the real busy stuff. With the opening ceremonies and how to run a restaurant, there's so much to learn. How could Yi Chen let his wife's father so crash wave it? And now the center of gravity is back on the Shangqing side is good. Initially, the idea of using one's job search to trigger special quests was really quite naive. And now everything that's happened is really too surprising. It was just that now that he was able to be rich while also being able to keep his wife and children by his family's side, it was really great for Yi Chen. Getting my father-in-law's restaurant up and running would be a career. Next, He's coming up with a challenge. Follow her father-in-law to learn how to run a restaurant properly. And if she had her own participation, then Lu Yana wouldn't have to work so hard in the future. The two of them, Yi Chen and Papa Lu, finished their business and drove home. By the time we got back to the house, the family was already preparing lunch. Papa Lu went straight to the bedroom, intending to change into a comfortable civilian clothes before going to carry the child to play. Mother Yi and Mother Lu, they were all in the baby's room teasing their 3 little grandchildren. Lu Yana was at this time, but she was already busy in the kitchen. She was making lunch for Yi Chen. Yi Chen also saw Lu Yana and suddenly smiled badly. He quietly walked behind Lu Yana and his head went towards Lu Yana's ear. And Lu Yana noticed the difference and quickly turned her head in the direction of the noise. Just as a small mouth kissed Yi Chen's mouth, Yi Chen softly called out, "Yo, if you want to kiss your husband, just say so." Then he gave a small peck on Yuna's cheek. Lu Yana blushed and said in a small voice, "You didn't even shout when you came back." Yi Chen, who had tasted the sweetness, smiled cheekily. "I'm not seeing you cooking so seriously, so I don't want to disturb you." Lu Yana pushed Yi Chen with her elbow. Sweet mouth and slippery tongue. Yi Chen also heatedly smiled. "You're my wife. Who am I not sweet-talking you to?" Looking at the food that Louie was making, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "Wife, what are you making? It smells so good. My stomach is starting to growl." Ina Lu smiled. "It's just a home-cooked dish. Pork ribs and black bean sauce." Yi Chen complimented. "So fragrant. It must be delicious." Yu Ina proudly said, "That's a must." Yi Chen also praised, "Wow, the wife is really virtuous." With that, he also took the opportunity to kiss Yu Ina's cheeks. Lu Yana pouted at him. The big court. "By the way, how did the errand with Dad go today?" Yi Chen immediately said, "Don't worry wife, everything is done." Lu Yana suddenly became serious in her tone and asked, "Hubby, if my father's restaurant successfully opens in Fragrant City, then there's a possibility that I'll be able to take over his restaurant, and when that time comes, will you be willing to do me a favor?" Yi Chen also replied seriously, "Wife, from now on, your business is my husband's business, so don't worry and leave it to me. If you don't like being in the restaurant, then hubby will also replace you and help you manage the restaurant, so you don't have to worry about that." Lu Yana was in a much better mood after hearing Yi Chen's affirmative answer. "Hubby, thank you. Originally, my parents only have me as a daughter, so they also put a lot of expectations on me, and I was worried that I wouldn't do well and make them sad. But now that I have you to encourage me and help me, I'm really happy and relaxed at the same time. Thank you, hubby." "Fool, you're not allowed to say thank you to your husband in the future." Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana behind her. Lu Yana hurriedly struggled slightly. What for was seen how embarrassed Yi Chen didn't want to let go of Lu Yana. No one is there right now. They're all upstairs watching the kids. Lu Yana hurriedly broke away from Yi Chen. "Auntie Zhang will be coming down in a while. Let go of my hand." Yi Chen was also aggravated. "I now feel that it's not good for a bunch of people to live together. There's no two-person world at all." Lu Yana glared at Yi Chen and fished out the dishes. "That can't be helped. Hurry up and tell mom and dad to come down for dinner." In fact, Lu Yana's heart is also so think. Originally they are not after a relationship, directly married and have children, more or less still hope to have personal space, more time to the two alone to enhance the feelings. But now, the two did not go through the stage of love, directly a large family to live together, usually chatting and behavior are afraid to be too intimate, but also only in the room. There is their private space, is indeed also quite aggrieved, but it's not up to them to choose now, because with 3 little ones, there's a tie. Chapter 121, Hurry up and give me grandchildren to bring to me. After dinner, Ye's mom called everyone together for a little family meeting. I looked for a master to give Yi Chen and Nana both a date. It's set on the day of August 25th. There are still about 2 months from now. It should be ready. Does everyone have any objections? Everyone had no objections and raised their hands in favor. And when the time came after the wedding, Yi Chen and Lu Yana had to go back to school. But fortunately, the second semester of the 4th year of college was not busy. As long as the exams passed, it was usually no problem. So when are we going to go over to Nana's house and take the baby back to recognize the relatives? The baby isn't even 2 months old yet either. Papa Yi thought about it, but he still got the words out. Ye's mother took her phone out and looked at the time. Let's do it around August 15th then. The baby will be almost 3 months old by then, so there should be no problem. Yi Chen also nodded. This is also possible. Yi mother looked at everyone and slowly said, when the time comes, our family is going to Nana's house to propose marriage. I have also prepared the things for the big ceremony, and then call a few relatives to go over together. You guys see if this is okay? Father Lu said at this time. My old mother's birthday is on August 18th. I was also originally thinking of bringing Yi Chen and Nana and the others back together, and since the in-laws have decided to go back on August 15th, I think we should be able to celebrate my mother's birthday there before going back as well. Ye's mom was also surprised. I didn't know that either. Then if that's really the case, let's set this day. Set the engagement banquet for both Yi-chan and Nana at the woman's house. And then when they get married, set it at the man's house. That's good. When the time comes, I'll have to have some people from my mother's side come as well, so it'll be a bit more lively. Then on the woman's side, I'll trouble the in-laws to make the arrangements. Lu's mom was also very happy. Don't worry, we'll leave the arrangements to us over there. You guys just come, we'll make all the arrangements for you. Mom and Dad Yi and Yi-chen and the rest of them nodded. Although Lu Yana gave birth to a child to their family, just this wedding of the wedding ceremony is also to do enough. Cannot let people think, married even a wedding is not organized. Nothing, so that others will also look down on Lu Yana. In their Yi family, they absolutely do not allow such things to happen. And to do it, they have to do it in a big way and make it beautiful. To let others know that their Yi family's daughter-in-law is their family's golden goose. Precious as hell. Yi-chen mother these days is also busy off these things. But also with the Yi family and the mother's side of the relatives talked to the Yi family's uncles also came a few. The mother's side of the family came a few uncles and a few aunts also said that they want to come. They all have a car. Originally, I wanted to take the train to go, but because the child is small, in the moving car if you cry is also expected to cause unnecessary trouble. So now a family meeting is also decided to drive to go. In Fragrance City to Cloud City, if you don't get stuck in traffic and drive a little slower, it's at most a 3-hour drive to get there. And if you go faster it's only 2.5 hours, so it's not too far, and it's easier to have an RV at home. That's all it took to talk the marriage down. Dad Lu has been running to his store every day for the past few days, while Mom Lu has gone back to Cloud City to discuss things with their relatives over there. Yi father and Yi mother also began to busy invite relatives to come, but also with a piece of them went out to eat a meal to discuss what to do with Yi-chan's marriage. Yi-chan and Lu Yana with the child also went together. However, these things were left to the parents to do, as Yi-chen didn't understand these customs and such. On the evening of the day after the meal, Yi-chen's family's second uncle, Yi Zhengmin, went back and directly threw Yi-chen's cousin, Yi Hui, out, and said, "Don't you kids ever live at home again?" Yi Hui was shocked. "Dad, I haven't done anything wrong lately? Why are you kicking me out?" Yi Zhengmin, "I'll give you 20,000 yuan of pocket money every month from now on, so you can go out and rent a house to live by yourself. Hurry up and find me a daughter-in-law. I want to hold a grandson too." Cousin Yi-chun could not help but laugh. "The money can be given to me, but the daughter-in-law is not. Anyway, I still want to play for 2 more years. Yi Hui held back his laughter. "Dad, I haven't seen you so generous since I grew up." "Ha, you said this daughter-in-law. How can you just say you have it?" Yi Zhengmin was also furious. "You didn't see your cousin Yi-chen, but he even has a wife and child. Your cousin hasn't even graduated from college yet, and he already has 3 children. And your eldest uncle got 3 grandchildren at once. You don't learn from others. Triplets you don't have. You give old me a whole hug also, okay? Your old man watches the videos your great uncle posts on the group every day, and seeing his adorable 3 little grandchildren, and then seeing you looking like a hangdog, it makes me angry. Yi Hui, you say the whole thing. Your son I still do not have a girlfriend." Yi Zhengmin was also furious. "Then go and look for it. If not, go on a blind date. If you give birth to a child, Dad will raise it for you. You just have to give birth." Yi Hui is also helpless. "Dad, now it's not whether to give birth or not. There has to be a woman willing to give birth to me. You see, chasing after women doesn't cost anything. If you buy a brand name bag and a ring, tens of thousands of dollars will be gone. And you give me $20,000? I'll use it to pay rent and eat 3 meals a day. How much is left? It's not enough to buy a better bag for a girl. You don't have to support her if you get her? You don't have to support her? Do you treat people as grass and give them surprises from time to time after you've caught them? Girls nowadays, do not all like romantic, like traveling and so on? Do you stay with you just for a day trip to Xianqingou? Yi Zhengmin also made a blood sacrifice. It's a success. I'll give you $100,000 a month for the next 6 months. If you don't find me a girlfriend, I'll break your legs. Yi Hui couldn't stop laughing in his heart as well. From $10,000 a month in pocket money, it went straight up to $100,000 a month. Now you have your favorite console in your hands. It's fun as hell to think about. Brother, brother, you're really something. By the time half a year has passed, casually go to find a woman to pretend to be a girlfriend or something. Then every month Dad may also add some pocket money. And then after a few months to pretend to break up or something. The thought of these, Yi Hui and his heart to their own dad arranged in a clear way. Yi Chen's second uncle Yi Zhengmin is also doing business, just not as big as Yi Chen's father did. 100 million tens of millions of dollars of the family is still there. So a month to give Yi Chen's cousin 100,000 is still able to take out. Yi Hui understood this very thing, so he thought of blowing some money on his dad to spend. Chapter 122 Out to Eat with Your Best Sisters. Lu Yana was also a bit worried about Gu Yingying because she hadn't heard from her lately, and she hadn't had the time to send her a message because she had been busy with her own affairs lately. So Lu Yana directly asked Gu Yingying, "Yingying, no news lately? What are you busy with?" Gu Yingying quickly returned the message. "Nana, sister, I have to make a living. I'm not like you who has such a good husband to support you, but I feel like I'm going to starve to death if I don't work for a day." Lu Yana looked at the message on her cell phone and directly burst out laughing. "Isn't your family in business? Why don't you go back to help your family?" Gu Yingying quickly sent a message back. "My dad said that he wants to let me go out to hone my skills, and I'm also thinking of breaking out into my own world without relying on my family, but it's really too hard." Gu Yingying, like Lu Yana, is from the art department. Fortunately, Gu Yingying also took design as a minor, so she is very familiar with all these about design software, and she is now working in the design company. Gu Yingying's whining soon sent over. "I tell you, our boss is really perverted. Work time to put your cell phone or put away, and then off duty before you can get back to their own cell phones. I want to brush a little video. Back to the message are not available. It's really depressing. I really don't want to do it, but this job has a salary of more than 20,000 yuan. Think about it or can endure a little. I'm working on this side of Daming Fat now, so I'm also renting this side, and I've also rented an apartment on this side for convenience, and it's going to be $5,000 or $6,000 for just that 30 square feet. If I change to another job, I guess it's just a little over $10,000 a month. After rent, there's still those few $1,000s left for a meal." Yuina looked at the pile of whining that her best friend had sent out, but realized that Yuina was now on Dominga's side, so she asked, "Where did you say you were now?" "Gu Yingying, Domingfa. What's wrong?" Lu Yana remembered that she hadn't gone for a restoration for a few days, so she thought of going over there to find her best friend to do a little beauty treatment and restoration together. "Are you free now? I'll meet you and we'll go to the beauty parlor together?" A second after the message was sent, Gu Yingying's message returned. Yeah, you don't know. I've been so busy working lately that I only have 2 or 3 days off a month, and if I have to work overtime, I really don't even have a day off. I've spent the last 2 months falling back to sleep when I get back to my apartment. No time for skincare. I'm exhausted. By the way, is there a massage parlor over there? I'd love to get a full body massage." Lu Yana looked at her cell phone and smiled. There is. You went and gave you a full body facial all over." Gu Yingying, "Good. Hurry up and come over. I'll be waiting for you at Domingfa." "Ina Lu, well, I'll see you at 2 in the afternoon." Gu Yingying, "Kiss, why don't we go out for a meal? It's a rare day off for me. Treat me to a big meal." Originally, she had planned to eat lunch at home before going out. After all, Yi Chen had formulated a nutritious meal for her. "Ina Lu, I have to ask my husband first." Gu Yingying, "Lu Yana, you've changed. Have you become a husband slave? You even have to ask your husband for such a small thing as going out to eat." Lu Yana explained. "No, that's because he formulated a series of nutritious meals for me that he said would nourish my body, so I had to ask him." Gu Yingying directly threw a blank stare at Lu Yana. In fact, she is still quite envious of Lu Yana, now that her husband and children have, and her in-laws are so good, and the key is that her husband's family and mother's family are both powerful, and they are all so rich. It's really a big winner in life. Although her family had some money, she still had to earn her own money to support herself now. She didn't know when this life would end. She really wanted to go back to the old life where she could live without worrying about money. It's true that once you graduate, you lose your freedom, and you really can't help it if you work part-time now. At this moment, she immediately put away her agonizing mood and hurriedly got up to wash her face and prepare for her date with Lu Yana. Lu Yana also found Yi Chen, who was teasing the child at this time. "Hubby, come over here for a moment. I have something to say to you." Yi Chen allowed Lu Yana to pull herself towards the room, and the child was left in the care of the aunts. When Lu Yana pulled Yi Chen into her room, she whispered to Yi Chen, "Hubby, I'm meeting Yingying for lunch today. Can I not eat at home at noon?" Yi Chen looked at the eye also twisted appearance, differently got up the desire to tease her. "If you give me a kiss, then I'll promise you," Yi Chen said with a smile. Lu Yana blushed and stood on her tiptoes to give Yi Chen a kiss on the cheek. Yi Chen backhanded the door and locked it, and as soon as he picked up Lu Yana, he directly kissed her. After eating a full meal, Yi Chen licked his lips and said somewhat treacherously, "The things outside are very fatty, and I don't know what kind of oil they use for frying the food, so I have to do enough exercise before I can do it. After I go eat and come back today, I still have to do some exercise before I can do it." Lu Yana exclaimed, "Don't, you big pervert." Yi Chen played dirty. "I'm just horny to my own wife. It's not like I'm horny to anyone else." Lu Yana couldn't say anything to him and directly walked into the check room, never wanting to care about Yi Chen again. Yi Chen also smiled and asked, "Honey, do you want me to drive you?" I'm free all afternoon. Lu Yana loudly replied back inside. No need. I'll go for a beauty treatment after Ing and I finish our meal. It's not too good for you to listen on the sidelines while we chat amongst the girls, is it? Yi-chan smiled. Alright then, you guys just have fun. If you encounter anything, remember to call your husband Lu. Lu Yana returned. Got it, hubby. Lu Yana changed her clothes well and hurriedly called and said to Gu Ying, I'm ready to go out. You wait for me at the main entrance of Demingfa. Gu Ying, I was ready a long time ago. I knew Yi-chan wasn't the type to hold you back. Lu Yana couldn't help but hum in her heart. This opportunity is something I put back together. After meeting with her little sister, Gu Ying immediately took Lu Yana to spell hot pot. Ina Lu sat down and whispered off. You know, I'm breastfeeding. I can't eat spicy food. Gu Ying took the menu and said, Don't worry, there are Mandarin duck pots here. I'll just order a spicy one, and you can have an old fire and soup. Ina Lu nodded. Before long, Gu Ying ordered more than 20 servings of food to the table. It didn't fit on the table anymore, and the store gave them 2 carts to sort of put it all away. Lu Yana looked at her best friend in front of her, seemingly a bit in disbelief. Kiss, even if I'm the one treating today, you don't have to be so fierce, right? We're just 2, said, spreading her hands and looking at all these things that Gu Ying ordered. Why did you order so much? Can we eat it all? Gu Ying also cried, they're all out of work, really cannot feed themselves. What do not dare to buy? Even to eat have to save a little, although I now have a salary of more than 20,000 a little, but this rent paid $6,000 a month to go to the beauty salon. Do not dare to go to a time I can want to die in the past days. Chapter 123. Nana is depressed. Listening to her good sister's various complaints, Lu Yana also felt funny. You still think I don't have troubles? My troubles are all from the child. Gu Ying also felt a little puzzled. In her eyes, anything that can be solved by money is not a matter. Moreover, Lu Yana's family already had 3 aunts helping with the children, so she didn't have to do anything. Could she still be troubled? Lu Yana also sighed. It's also possible that it's my first time being a mom. I'm still a bit too nervous about the baby. Gu Ying looked at her best friend in such a low mood and couldn't help but frown. You're not suffering from postpartum depression, are you? You can't be. You have such a good husband, such a well-behaved baby, and such good in-laws, parents. Yi-chan listens to you in everything, and the child is slowly growing up now. What else do you have to worry about? I don't know how much I envy you. Lu Yana lowered her head and said, You haven't given birth to a child. You don't understand. And I also know that this situation is probably getting postpartum depression, but the symptoms aren't really serious yet, and I also just feel a little bit too tense about the child, and I'm also losing my hair too badly. Gu Ying watched her friend become like this, and couldn't help but take out her cell phone and ask for a doohickey. It's possible that postpartum depression is caused by hormones falling off a cliff after birth. Nana, I think you should get out more. Are you still breastfeeding? Ina Lu nodded. Then do you want to try quitting breastfeeding? Gu Ying asked. Ina Lu, however, was very resistant. No, I don't want to quit breastfeeding because I feel that the only time I feel like I'm a mom is when I'm breastfeeding. Gu Ying didn't dare to say anything. Then don't quit breastfeeding. Breastfeeding is also good for the baby. How could she come up with such a stupid method of telling you Ina to quit breastfeeding? You know, now that Lu Yana has just given birth to a child, her concern for the child is naturally the highest, and she is nervous about the baby, so naturally she can't say that she is quitting breastfeeding or anything. Although Gu Ying is also want to understand. Lu Yana now want what have what. Also do not lack of anything. Why like her superior conditions, will still get depressed? If it's the others who don't have conditions like you Ina, or another in-laws with bad relationship and bad husband, then it's really unimaginable. As Gu Ying thought about this, she couldn't help but start worrying about Lu Yana. The only thing one could do now was to comfort her and tell her to relax and not be so nervous. Gu Ying hurriedly comforted her friend. You mustn't be too nervous now. Do what you like to do, where you feel unhappy. Remember to find Yi-chan to say, or find me to talk. Don't repress it in your own heart. No? Lu Yana nodded, so she began to talk to Gu Ying while eating. Just last time, my child was scared by 2 big dogs. Then I was also scared by the child. After the child came home, it took a few days for him to get well. The big baby and the second baby were better, but the little boy was so scared that he had to be carried to bed at night and during the day, and I couldn't sleep for a few days, worrying that something would go wrong. Although my mother-in-law and aunt said that the little baby was scared, so it is normal, but I was also worried to death. As he spoke, the tears in his eyes kept welling up, as if he wanted to cry out. Gu Ying hurriedly patted Lu Yana's back and soothed. Cry, it'll be better if you cry out. Why don't we turn to the private room and eat slowly, so you can cry without worrying about other people's strange eyes? Lu Yana also nodded. The 2 called for a waiter and switched to a private room. It was probably about an hour and a half or so later while eating and talking to each other. Only then did Lu Yana say to Gu Ying, after talking to you, I feel much better. I still need to come out and play with you more often in the future. Gu Ying laughed. Of course, waiting for your next big meal. After eating the hot pot, the two of them went to the beauty salon for a facial together. Nana, it's really been a long time since I came for a beauty treatment. My face is cracking. Gu Ying flattened herself to let the beautician help massage her while comfortably shouting at Lu Yana who was at the side. Lu Yana said, then you can come often in the future. Gu Ying, however, said, hey, the work needs, for the sake of the investigation, first turn positive before. There are still half a month. However, even if I am converted, I don't have so much money to spend here. In the past, when she was studying, the money given by her family was almost the same as what she earned, but at least she didn't have to pay the rent, and the food at school wasn't too expensive. But now that she was out to work, it felt like everything was half as expensive. So, she doesn't have so much free money. Maybe once a month is still okay. After all, it's got to be $1, 000 or $2, 000 less to do a cheap one here. Lu Yana turned her head and asked the staff, hello, I would like to ask, is it possible for your good friends to spend money here? That is, I want my good sister to come and use my card. Is that okay? The staff immediately replied politely, Mrs. Yi, this is not a problem. We can open a BFF card here. That is, in your case, you can also set a limit. Lu Yana hurriedly said to the staff, then give me an unlimited one for this young lady to spend. The staff nodded. Then in a moment, after Mrs. Yi and Miss Gu have their beauty treatments, please go to the front desk. I will greet the receptionist. You can just fill out the information directly. Ina Lu, well, good. Gu Ying on the side then exclaimed, ah, Nana, it's true that we are good sisters, sharing the same blessings. When Lu Yana saw her good sister smiling so happily, she followed suit. Then if you're free in the future, you can come and do your own beauty treatments too. Gu Ying said excitedly, good. Nana, I really love you. Lu Yana looked at Gu Ying who was so excited. She also laughed along with her, as if her depressed mood was much better. Originally, Lu Yana was thinking of sending Gu Ying back, but Gu Ying said that she was in the neighborhood, so she drove off. After Lu Yana left, Gu Ying sent a Weibo message to Yichen. Nana seems to be depressed. You should care more about her. See if there's anything wrong with her normally. Yichen's side quickly received the message, and when he opened it, his entire body was bad. Yichen hurriedly pursued, what did she say to you? How did you get depressed? Gu Ying's side also quickly replied with a message. She's just saying that she's too nervous about the child, so it's better if you tell her to relax a little. Yichen was also out of his mind as he looked at the message on his cell phone. At home, no matter if it was herself or other people were obedient to her. Originally Yichen thought that she wouldn't have such a problem, but unexpectedly, the most feared problem still happened. However, after all, Yuina is also a first-time mom and is understandably nervous about her child. Yichen hurriedly looked up information on the internet, and then combined with the mother's postpartum care and so on, which he had learned before, to do a good job of coping first. Chapter 124 Yichen's Blame. Yichen was also thinking about the reasons why Lu Yana might have recently experienced postpartum depression. Aside from the last time her child was scared by a dog and Lu Yana acted a little nervous, Yichen couldn't really find out why she was suddenly depressed. Maybe it's true that he cares too little about her. He must care more about his wife in the future. On the other hand, after Gu Ying said goodbye to Lu Yana, she went straight home, although she had a rare day off. But now she just wanted to stay at home, brush up on dramas and videos and stuff. She didn't want to go out. When she turned on her cell phone, a person in the college student support group suddenly sent out a message. Who is free to play my girlfriend? Nothing to do. Heavy pay. A lot of this group was supposed to be blowing off steam, and today there's one playing boyfriend? So, Gu Ying opened it up and looked at it. When Gu Ying saw that avatar, my god, it's pretty cool. Gu Ying clicked add friend without even thinking about it. This way, Lu Yana also drove back to the front door of her house at this time, and after parking her car, she found that Yichen had already been waiting for her in front of the gate. The first time he saw Lu Yana, Yichen directly went up and hugged her. Nana, I'm sorry, it's because I didn't care enough about you. Gu Ying already told me about you. Remember, from now on, if you're unhappy about anything, tell me, don't keep it inside, okay? Since Yichen was afraid that everyone would be worried, he didn't say anything about the fact that Lu Yana was mildly depressed. Lu Yana buried her head into Yichen's arms. I know husband. The two walked into the house together, and when they arrived upstairs, Aunt Zhang said to Yichen, Chen, Debeo, this child seems to have a week without pulling. What massage exhaust and so on are done. But, This child just does not pull. This is what is going on. Aunt Chen said on the side, this 2 or 3 months of small children is sometimes save the stomach, but also because the child to eat milk powder more or less a little bit of fire. I think we should give the child to feed a little 7-star tea or probiotics. The general situation is that this is how to regulate the intestinal tract, so that the child smooth laxative. Lu Yana was also acting a little nervous. Is this really okay? I also googled it before, and it said that you can use corkscrew to help him pass his poop first, or else the poop will turn into a pellet. Auntie Chen, well, that's fine, but it's still a good idea to take some of these 7-star tea and probiotics if you have them. It's easy for a child to catch fire on formula. Lu Yana said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, hurry up and go buy Kai Sei Nu and those probiotic 7-star tea back. I'm really worried after not pulling for a week. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana and then remembered Gu Yingying's words about being too nervous about the child. So he softly said to her, Nana, you don't need to be nervous, I'll go and buy these things. The child can eat and sleep now. So maybe it's really saving up her stomach as Aunt Chen said? So, you just need to relax now. Lu Yana exhaled deeply. I also don't understand. I only know that if adults don't go to the toilet for a few days it's hard to die, let alone a child. Yi Chen carefully said, adults and children are not the same. Adults eat our carbohydrates and fiber, and children just drink milk. After absorbing the nutrients, 2 urine is estimated to have no. Now the child can eat and sleep. So healthy, is not to worry so much. No? Lu Yana thought about it. It seems to be true. Children drink milk every day. What excrement can there be? Auntie Chen also said at this time beside this. Right. If it's really saving the stomach, it proves that the child is also absorbing it well. At this time, Yi Chen also made a call to that 6-1 baby salesman. Hello Mr. Yi. The salesman on the other end quickly answered the phone. Yi Chen, may I ask if you have any 7-star tea, probiotics, and corkscrews there? Saleswoman, yes, please, do you want it now? Yi Chen, yes, can you deliver it now? Saleswoman, yes Mr. Yi. Yi Chen turned his head and asked Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen, how many boxes of milk powder are left? Auntie Chen, there's another box. Yi Chen, hey, I've got the usual rules here. I want a couple cases of powdered milk, and lactocalcium for those. The saleswoman had also made many deliveries with Yi Chen, so she was familiar with all of them. Okay Mr. Yi, it will be delivered in 20 minutes, so please keep an eye on the phone. Yi Chen finished the call and took Lu Yana's hand and asked, it will be delivered soon, so you don't have to worry about it. Lu Yana's eyes reddened and she nodded. Although she knew that Yi Chen was fond of herself, what she didn't expect was that Yi Chen was such an attentive person, taking such good care of some of her little emotions. All of a sudden, Dabo suddenly wailed, then looked like he was taking a dump. His face held red, staring, holding his mouth up as if he were exerting himself. Auntie Chen was giving the baby a massage when she sniffed the little baby's diaper and immediately said excitedly, look, the baby is pooping. Yi Chen and Lu Yana and the others followed along and became excited. Looking at Lu Yana, Yi Chen said, wife, see, I've said there's no need to be nervous. It'll pull itself now. Lu Yana nodded heavily. Aha, it's good that it pooped. I was worried that the little baby wouldn't poop on its own if it used too much corkscrew. I even searched it before and was shocked, so I was worried. Yi Chen patted her back while saying, fool, it's okay to use it once or twice. You're really too nervous about kids. Don't worry, there's still us for everything. Yi Chen gently embraced Lu Yana directly in front of the crowd, and Lu Yana's face brushed red. Auntie Chen and the girls also smiled heartily. Aunt Chen also said, during these few days, I also fed more water to Big Baby. In addition, the same goes for second baby and little boy, because the weather is getting hotter and hotter, and it's easy for babies to catch fire when they lack water. Yi Chen, thank you, Auntie Chen. Yi Chen thought in his heart. Fortunately, there was such an experienced childcare worker like Auntie Chen here to watch over the situation, so he hadn't hired the wrong person. Lu Yana after Yi Chen and Gu Yingying's enlightenment, the mood is also eased, but raising children, where there is no worry, and now they are also because of excessive tension children and lead to some depression. In the future, or try not to be too nervous, all the problems can be solved. It was just that, after the vicious dog incident, Yi Chen was also firm about moving to the big villa at an early date, because there are hundreds of square feet of garden over there. You don't have to worry about any vicious dogs running in at all, and it's all a lot easier to go for a walk. And it's also a lot more dangerous to be here if the little one grows up and runs around in the future. Although there were green areas and places for children to play, Yi Chen felt it was safer to have his own yard, and he would also build more recreational facilities for the children in the future. Chapter 125, Enlightening the Wife. Yi Chen looked at Debeo who was pooping hard and hurriedly walked up to cheer him on. Go baby, make it hard. Pull out all the poop you haven't had in days. Auntie Chen and Auntie Zhang. They were also cheering for Debao, while Erbao and Little Boy, they seemed to know that their big brother was pooping, and the two little brats were babbling as if they were cheering for their big brother. Lu Yana looked at the crowd being so funny and then looked at a few of her own children and laughed out loud at once. Yi Chen saw that Lu Yana's frowning eyebrows were finally stretching, and his heart was happier, while he also increased his voice. Suddenly, pft goes the stinky fart, pooped out. Auntie Chen that was seeing Debao poop had squirted out and his entire back was covered in poop. I can't help but cover my nose. Debao, you this, can't believe any of the farts. Yi Chen smiled cheekily. Let daddy see how much you brats have saved up in a week's time, making your mom worry about you so much. Lu Yana followed suit and laughed, walking over to Yi Chen's side, wanting to take a look as well. Auntie Chen, on the other hand, said, don't look, he'd better take a shower now, because he's got all over his back. Yi Chen, on the other hand, shook his head. Debao, you can just poop. Why do you have to get poop all over your body? Instead, Lu Yana moved forward and picked up Debao, and at a glance, Debao's back was literally covered in golden colored. The crowd that is a face of disgust. Ouch. This sour smell. It was just that Lu Yana didn't put down Debao. Aunt Chen, you go and put the water on first. Yi Chen, go and find Debao's clothes. I'm going to give Debao a bath. It's so full of poop. You have to wash it all off your body before you can take a bath. Lu Yana was also really surprised that Debao was really saving his stomach and not pooping for 7 days. If it was the next time, she would know what she would do, and she wouldn't be overly nervous like she is now. The crowd rushed to get things ready on their hands and knees and rushed to rinse the poop off of Debao, and that's when the saleswoman from 61 Baby called. Yi Chen hurried downstairs to get his things, bringing everything in. This time the saleswoman sent 3 walkers to Yi Chen, 2 blue and 1 pink. Yi Chen took the probiotics, 7-star tea, and the Kessel run upstairs. When Lu Yana was feeding the babies water, Auntie Chen also chimed in. It's too hot for this July weather right now, so it's only fair to feed more water. Yi Chen, come on probiotics. This is a packet a day. It's usually drunk in the morning. Leave it for tomorrow. The 7-star tea is in brewed form. Sweet. Now the little babies are not yet 2 months old. Feeding about half a packet will be fine. It was at this moment that Yi Chen's system rang. Tick. The host cares for the child. The system rewards $1 million. Aunt Chen took the things in Yi Chen's hand, looked these things left and right, was familiarizing herself with them, and then did as Yi Chen said, and brewed 7-star tea for all the babies. At this time, Mother Yi and Mother Lu also came back, holding a lot of shopping bags and dragging a trolley of triplets. This little stroller is very well designed. 1 seat in front and 2 at the back, which largely saves space position and can be pushed by 1 person, while Lu's mom and Ye's mom are also very fond of this little push. In the family group, they had also sent out photos early in the morning. Only Yi Chen and Louie were too busy for them to look at them. At that moment, Lu's mom and the others came up the stairs pushing a cart with shopping bags hanging on top of it. Ye's mom yelled at the room, come and take a look. Look at the battle between me and my in-laws today. Yi Chen and Lu Yana, both of whom were holding a child each, walked to a small living room on the 2nd floor and looked at what the 2 of them had in their hands and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Whoa, Mom, big shopping trip today? Buying so many things? Yi Chen said. Seeing that everyone had come out, Ye's mother hurriedly took down everything in the trolley, while Lu's mother was also helping her organize it piece by piece. After the trolley was sorted out, Ye's mom pointed at this trolley and said, see, isn't this trolley so cool? When the little babies are about a year old they can use it. Originally I didn't want to buy it. I had already walked out of that store, but then thinking about it, my heart was always tugging at it, so I returned to buy it. Mother Lu continued with Mother Ye's words. Yes, I also like this stroller. I don't need to push 3 strollers to go out in the future. This triplet's also hard to buy in the physical store. You know, we don't know how to go online to buy. We shopped in 2 big malls. We only saw 1 store that sells it. Yi Chen also smiled and said, well, it's good. It's really practical for our family. We can wash and seal the cart first, and then take it out if we want to use it when the time comes. Lu Yana is also followed by saying, yes, this car looks quite convenient. It did not buy the wrong. Seeing that Yi Chen and Lu Yana they both liked the 2 of them's trophies so much, Ye's mother and Lu's mother were also happy in their hearts. Lu Yana was also talking to both of Lu's mothers. Mom, Debao he pooped today. Just finished cleaning it up for him. At this point, Big Boy also yipped and yapped twice, as if responding to his mom's words. Lu's mother looked at Debao and hurriedly reached over to hug the child. Let grandma hug her. Look at this little naughty boy. Lu Yana placed Debao in the hands of Lu's mother and looked at the pile of shopping bags and asked, Mom, what did you 2 go and buy together? Why are there so many? Lu mother hugged the child for a while and then returned Debao to Lu Yana. Io, look at me. I didn't even wash my hands before I hugged Debeo. Mom didn't buy all the children's things. Now the children's things are so expensive. I'll go and wash my hands first. Ye's mother said while organizing. In-laws, hurry up and remove the hang tags of these clothes and put them into the washing machine to clean them better. The sun is so bright now. I think when the weather is good, just sunbathe them for a few hours and they will be completely dry. Mrs. Lu stopped in her tracks. Good. If you wash it now, you can't take it out to the sun tomorrow morning. Wash it now and sunbathe in the sun tomorrow. It smells great. The two moms did what they said they were going to do and opened all the shopping bags on the spot and showed the clothes to the crowd. Yi Chen was still more concerned about Lu Yana, and when he saw Lu Yana smiling happily, he let go of his heart. It is probably because the babies are in a situation, so Lu Yana will be overly nervous. If the babies are safe and sound, then the anxiety in Lu Yana's heart will naturally be relieved. In a word, Yi Chen must always keep an eye on Lu Yana. Even though her symptoms were mild, she couldn't be left alone by herself, or else it would be really easy for her to suddenly think the wrong way on her own. Chapter 126 Helping Your Wife Out of Depression. Ever since Yi Chen had learned that Lu Yana had emotional problems, he had not allowed Lu Yana to take half a step out of his field of vision, following her everywhere she went. Yi Chen's dissimilarity was still and was discovered by Ye's mother and Lu's mother and the girls. After Lu Yana went to sleep, the two moms pulled Yi Chen downstairs and interrogated him. Chen, what's going on here? Is there something wrong with Nana? Lu's mom was also a bit nervous. Yeah, I've seen you looking at Nana more closely than before. This won't be anything, right? In fact, from Yi Chen's recent behavior, she had already guessed 9 times out of 10. She just hadn't gotten Yi Chen's verification yet. Yi Chen also whispered to the two moms. Mom, I just think I should care more about Nana. Isn't it easy to get that depression after giving birth? That's why I'm worried that she might accidentally suffer from it. A few days ago, after Nana went to meet her good sister Guangying sent me a message telling me that she thought Nana might be depressed. That's why I was so nervous about her. And after observing her over the past few days, it feels like Nana is in a good state. Lu's mom also hurriedly pursued. Then why exactly is she depressed? Yi Chen thought for a while and said, this should have something to do with the baby. After all of us have been so good to her. It should be her first time to be a mom. She's a bit overly nervous about the baby, so even if it's a small thing, it's enough for her to think about it a lot. Yi mother also nodded. Well, I also think that, just like the last time the little good boy was scared by the dog, that night the little good boy just wanted to be held to sleep. She came over to breastfeeding at night also held for a long time, or I urged her to go back to sleep she only willing to go. No wonder. In the future, it is better to let her try to be less a little worry about the child now. Mother Lu also said softly, well, this child Nana is just too sensitive with her nerves, but after giving birth then, she can't help but overthink things and can't control it. All of us can only care for her more and not let her worry too much. Yi Chen and Ye's mother also nodded. They also only thought that they would bring up the child well in the future, and just try to let Lu Yana worry less about the child, and care more about her on weekdays. When you're a mom, who doesn't feel sorry for your child? That's all you can do to help. But, thankfully, Yu Ina is also only mildly depressed, which means it's just starting, and thankfully it was caught in time. Under the care of Yi Chen and his family, Lu Yana gradually got better, and her sleep was much better in the past few days. Lu Yana lay on the bed, quietly looking at Yi Chen's sleeping face, and softly said, hubby, you're so nice. Suddenly, the system in Yi Chen's head butted in. Tick, the host cares for his wife, triggering a special order, rewarding the host with a Tang Li hotel. Yi Chen was awakened by the system and jerked his eyes open, only to see Lu Yana looking at him with a gentle face, and his eyes softened at once, carrying Lu Yana into her arms. Wife, what are you looking at hubby for? Woken up by hubby's handsomeness? Lu Yana laughed and whacked Yi Chen. Nasty. Yi Chen rested his chin on top of Lu Yana's head and grounded. Where do I hate it? I love you the most. Lu Yana broke free from Yi Chen's embrace and gave Yi Chen a kiss on the cheek. Yi Chen exhaled deeply and smiled evilly. Woman, you are playing with fire. During this period of time, Yi Chen hadn't even had any in-depth communication with Lu Yana in order to take care of her feelings, so at this moment, he really didn't hold back. The next morning, Yi Chen went downstairs in high spirits and saw that Father Lu was also having breakfast. Then he asked Papa Lu, Dad, how is the process of renovating the restaurant going these days? Papa Lu was all smiles and said excitedly to Yi Chen, Not bad, not bad. Now all the plumbing and electricity have been taken care of. I think it should be finished around the 20th, just until I come back from Cloud City. And that classmate of yours, Zai, is especially diligent, and is willing to learn after his father. This kid is good. It would be good if I had another daughter. Yi Chen is also sweating. Luckily I started early, Papa Lu said as he ate his breakfast. Yi Chen, Are you interested in taking over Papa's restaurant? Yi Chen also smiled cheekily. Dad, look at what you're saying. If your restaurant encounters any problems, how could I possibly not care? Besides, Nana is also my wife. Her business is my business, right? Yi Chen also did not want outsiders to think that he married someone's daughter and took over their family property. What should be Lu Yina's is Lu Yina's, and he only helped manage it. Lu's father probably also understood the meaning of Yi Chen's words, so it is good to have someone to help Lu Yina with management. If Lu Yina heart is not in the restaurant, then there is Yi Chen to help. On this day, Yi Chen was breastfeeding his child when he received a call from his roommate, Li Reed. Oh my god, Yi Chen, does that Guoming still remember? Didn't you pry into him with me before? His family was going to open a branch for him, and then guess what? Yi Chen was naturally aware of what happened to Guoming, so he wasn't overly surprised. What happened to him? Li Reed seemed to be very excited. Didn't our classmates envy him quite a bit before? It's really quite saddening to hear about him now. On his just renovated not long, should be opened probably also a week it, even received to be demolished notice. You are also aware of. There said demolition or said almost 10 years it. Really did not expect actually in his just renovated not long on. Ha ha, really laugh people. His family that restaurant I've been there. The decoration to any other branch to luxury it. And also more than 1,000 square feet so much. Estimated that there is no 2 or 3 million is not able to. Probably the most tragic thing is that he is going to be demolished before he can start his business. And that landlord of his is also shrewd, and did not write in the demolition of these contingencies. This time, he really lost a lot of money, Li Reed said while smiling. Yi Chen smiled. He deserved it. Let's not talk about him. Have you found a job yet? Guoming that matter. He had also expected, and even if it is not this matter, his sophisticated big brother, there are still backstops waiting for him. On the contrary, it was Li Reed who Yi Chen still asked with concern. Li Jiji was also stunned by Yi Chen's question. Didn't you want to know about that Guoming guy before? I also called to tell you the first time I received the news. After a pause, he said, I'm getting my diploma with flying colors, but let's hold off on the job for a while. Yi Chen, oh, then you're on your own. I'm breastfeeding the baby right now. Let's talk sometime. Li Reed laughed over the phone. You've really become a wife and child slave? Yi Chen just smiled. You'll know when you have a wife and child. Li Reed also gave a TSK. I'm a single dog. Why do I think so much? Hang up. You have a good time milking the baby. Yi Chen just smiled and looked at Debeo in his arms who was breastfeeding himself with a bottle. Such a cute little baby, I really want to give him a kiss. Chapter 127 Old Mrs. Lu's birthday. Soon it will be the day of August 15th, and several aunts had packed up and put their things in the RV last night. Papa Lu drove the car with his 2 aunts. Yi Chen drove the caravan with Lu Yina and Ye's mom. Lu's mom and Auntie Zhang and the others. Yi father, on the other hand, went to carry his own several uncles. The second uncle also brought a few close relatives together. Yi mother's family of several aunts and uncles' cousins have a car. A vast dozen cars set off together. Mother Lu looked at the people on her in-laws' side who took it so seriously, and her heart was also very joyful and relieved. A big family, the key also depends on the group is not united. Unity of the big family can go farther, even if the current is not so rich, but a person hair, the whole family can also follow the light. Obviously, this big family of Yi Chen's was a big collective, very united. After a few hours of driving, a dozen or so cars had arrived at Papa Lu's largest Lu Fuji collection in Yunqing City about half an hour before and after. At the entrance of Lu Fuji, a group of relatives of the Lu family had already gathered. A few of Lu Yina's uncles were standing at the door, warmly greeting the Yi family's relatives. Gu, it's been a long run, everyone. Hard work. Yi Chen's second uncle, Yi Zhengmin, hurriedly waved his hand. Everyone has worked hard. Yi Hui, however, was holding his cell phone and chatting while following his own father, Yi Zhengmin, into the restaurant. The whole restaurant is decorated, although it cannot be said to be luxurious, but it is also atmospheric, mainly because the place is very large, a total of 3 floors. The first floor of the floor area has almost 1,000 square meters. The first floor is half kitchen and half dining table. The second floor is used for banquets, and the third floor is a private room. Yi Chen's family got out of the car holding their 3 little babies, and the 3 aunts carried down the carts and wagons that the little children were sleeping in. Ye's mom sighed as soon as she got out of the car. This place is pretty big. It would cost a lot of money to rent it, right? Lu's mother smiled and said, it's nothing. They're all their own landlords. They don't have to work for the landlord. All of the properties in Papa Lu's Cloud City name were built on his own land. Ye's mom was also surprised to hear this from Lu's mom. My god, there's probably 1,000 square feet here too, right? That's a lot of money to spend. Mother Lu smiled. It's not much. Quickly go inside and eat. Everyone should be hungry. One after another, a group of more than 40 people walked into Lu Fuji. This time the hospitality also only came to the Lu family of a dozen uncles. Other relatives did not come, but also set up 7 or 8 rounds of banquets. After the reception banquet, Lu's mother arranged for the Yi family's relatives to stay in the only 5-star hotel in the area, while Yi Chen and the others stayed in the Lu family's villa. Lu's old lady is living with Lu Yina's eldest uncle, originally following the 2 sons in turn. Now Lu's father has gone to Xiangcheng. The old man is naturally not willing to go to other cities with so much effort. When it came to the birthday of Lu's old lady, it was also held at Lu's father's restaurant. The whole restaurant is covered with festive longevity characters. From the doorway in is all the way through the red congratulatory couplets. Colorful chandeliers are affixed with big red longevity characters. Very hilarious. Lu's old lady has been widowed. There are 2 sons. She now follows the eldest son to live. But unfortunately the oldest Lu Jiangwo is only thinking about being a doctor. These know nothing about business. Only the youngest son, Lu Yimin, after taking over the restaurant in her hands, the restaurant in the Yunqing catering industry to break through the Hall of Fame. And even the Lu family has become a well-known prestige family in Yunqing. So the restaurant was full of guests, but they all came for the sake of Lu Yina's father, Mrs. Lu, dressed in a large red cheongsam, dignified atmosphere. Although the age has been more than 70, but well maintained. Still bright-eyed, walking still very spiritual, looks just more than 60 points, and at that moment, she was surrounded by friends and family congratulating and complimenting her, and she responded with a smile while still looking over at her youngest son and nodding her head with great satisfaction. Without her youngest son Lu Yimin's words, she wouldn't have been able to afford such a large birthday banquet today. Lu Yiwei, Lu Yina's cousin, was wearing a pink dress with a high ponytail on her head and some heavy makeup on her face. At this moment, she looked at her nesting mom and dad with a sad face, and she was really angry inside. Obviously his own father was the eldest son of the Lu family. Why should he let the second uncle take over the family restaurant? Now, Lu Yina even brought back a rich husband. She has heard that her brother-in-law, that is, Yi Chen, is worth billions of dollars. Even her in-law's family is also a rich man in the city, and her family still lives in a big villa and drives a luxury car. If her own father had been more competitive, then the Lu family's restaurant would have been hers, and the limelight today would have been hers alone. Lu Yiwei. In fact, Lu Yiwei's family is not a poor family. Lu Yiwei's father is at least a doctor. The family's conditions are richer than the average family. The family is not living in the villa area, but also live in the rich neighborhood. Lu Yiwei looked up and saw her grandmother, Mrs. Lu Lao, holding Lu Yina's child with a joyful face again, and was infuriated. Huffing and puffing, she ran out of the restaurant. When she walked to the main entrance, she saw the entrance of the restaurant again, and Lu Yiwei saw the rich people of the upper-class circle in Yunqing City, one by one, well-dressed, carrying congratulatory gifts in both hands as they were signing autographs. The jealousy on his face, that could no longer be concealed. It was said that the Lu family had a big young lady, Lu Yina, who looked sweet and was a complete beauty, but who knew that the Lu family still had her? Lu Yiwei, as a young lady? She was so angry her face was crooked. As she was turning around, she bumped into a magnificent figure, and her expression management, even if she did it properly, let the other person see it. The man was walking towards the restaurant. Lu Yiwei only felt that his pair of legs were long and slender, just like those comic book heroes, and under the clean and short hair, his handsome features were permeated with an aristocratic look. It was her cousin's husband, Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face frowned slightly when he saw Lu Yiwei. This woman, he knew, was the daughter of Lu Yina's eldest uncle. Only, why was her expression such a grim one? Therefore, Yi Chen immediately activated that discerning eye skill on her. The results were indeed, white lotus, gold digging, green tea, and Lu Yiwei froze when she saw her brother-in-law. She also did not think that she would meet her brother-in-law here, and was thinking about what to do when a scheme suddenly flashed in her mind. Chapter 128, Lu Yiwei's ambition. In fact, Lu Yiwei and Lu Yina have the same birthday year. Lu Yiwei is only 2 months younger than Lu Yina. Just go to the university is not the same. She is studying dance. She is most proud of her water snake-like thin soft waist. She is also very precious to her waist. In addition to the necessary daily practice, other than nothing else to do, and the diet is very conscientious. There are private fitness trainer, and special cooking meals, to ensure that the day will not take in excessive calories. And Lu Yina is also once openly indicated that the most envious is her waist, so she has always been very loving, must not let herself become fat. Look at the whole Cloud City. There is no she. Lu Yiwei, look at the eye of the man. Otherwise, with her looks so beautiful, chasing her people can surround the Cloud City rose several laps, and the corners of her mouth ticked gently as the ploy crossed her mind. She twisted her waist and walked quickly in front of Yi Chen, blocking his path. Yi Chen was also blocked by her, so he stopped and stared at her with a frown. Lu Yiwei felt a bit suffocated by his look. and she didn't dare to breathe. She also didn't dare to look directly at Yi Chen anymore. At this time, she was also certain that she had been attracted by Yi Chen's handsomeness. "Are you from the Lu family here for the birthday banquet?" Yi Chen asked with a suppressed voice. It was just his damn magnetic voice that filled Louis Wei's eardrums, causing Louis Wei to also involuntarily swallow a bit of saliva and somewhat excitedly return. "Yes." Yi Chen sized her up, and since Yi Chen had already used his wise eyes on her just now, it was safe to say that he didn't have much of a crush on her now. It was just that Louis Wei saw Yi Chen surveying herself from bottom to top without speaking, thinking that Yi Chen was interested in herself. Louis Wei was very surprised to look at Yi Chen. One of her hearts was beating frantically. The two of them just stared at each other for a while before Louis Wei let out a breath. "I'm Lu Yina's cousin. She's my sister. How did you also come out here to breathe?" Yi Chen shook the bottle in his hand. "I didn't come out for air. I just came out to get the bottle. The baby's hungry. He's back in the RV getting a bottle." Louis Wei looked at the milk bottle in Yi Chen's hand and also froze. "Oh, so that's how it is. Shall we go in together then?" Louis Wei moved forward and wanted to take the milk bottle in Yi Chen's hand, but Yi Chen lifted it up with one hand. "This kind of small matter. I can do it myself." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he didn't care about her and directly crossed over to walk into the restaurant. Louis Wei was also not shy and followed straight behind Yi Chen, playfully going in with him. During this period of time, Louis Wei had tried to take the milk bottle from Yi Chen's hand, only to be blocked by Yi Chen. Along the way, there were also quite a few people who didn't recognize the two who were attracted to them, and all of them were talking. "Who are these two? The man is quite handsome, and the woman is? This woman is Mrs. Lu's eldest son's daughter. Louis Wei. Ah, this guy is not recognizable. Is this her boyfriend? What? Ah, that's Louis means son-in-law. That's the husband of our Yun Cheng's great beauty Lu Yina. Oh, to say that this great beauty Lu Yina is really powerful. She's got triplets at once, so she's really good for her husband and her son. That's right. I've heard that her husband gave Lu Yina a car and a villa when she gave birth, and he also gave her $1 billion in jewelry. This big villa is 1,000 square feet, and it's all written in Lu Yina's name alone. Oh my god, that $1 billion jewelry alone is enough. This man's family is too rich. If you ask me, this man is really too happy. You don't look at our Cloud City's great beauty Lu Yina, who is so good looking and well built. I take it you mean happiness?" Hearing all this, Louis Wei, that was even more crazy with jealousy. Yi Chen also felt the envious eyes of the people around him, and the look on his face just smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. Took the bottle and walked to Lu Yina's side, sent the bottle to her own mother's hand, gently hugged Lu Yina's waist, and whispered in Ina Lu's ear, "Are you going to breastfeed in the booth?" Ina blushed. Aha! It was just that all of this was heard by Louis Wei behind her. "Wei Wei is here?" Old Mrs. Lu stared at Louis Wei and asked. Lu Yina then reacted to what she was here for, and straightened her expression, smilingly said to elderly Mrs. Lu, "Grandma, happy birthday to you." Mrs. Lu smiled. "Well, good. Sit down." Mama Lu was holding the second baby, Mama Yi was holding the big baby, and Lu Yina was holding the little good boy. They were all holding milk bottles, and before they left, Mama Lu smiled and said to elderly Mrs. Lu, "Mom, then we'll go feed the children first, or else the little babies will cry later." Old Mrs. Lu smiled kindly. Good. Hurry up and go. The little baby is going to be hungry. There are so many people here with me, so you can rest assured." At this moment, Father Yi and Father Lu were busy entertaining the guests together, and there were also guests who came to wish Mrs. Lu a happy birthday, so a few of their party went to the private room to feed the child in their arms. Louis Wei also said to old Mrs. Lu, "Grandma, I want to go too. I haven't seen this little baby yet." Mrs. Lu smiled. "Go ahead. It's good for you to give me a grandchild to hug sooner too." When she heard about giving birth to a child, Louis Wei's face was red. Somewhat shyly, she said to Mrs. Lu, "Grandma, what are you talking about?" After saying that, he followed Yi Chen and walked away, and old Mrs. Lu just happily watched their figures. On this side, Yi Chen brought Lu mother and her party into the private room, but unexpectedly, Louis Wei even followed along. Although there was some reluctance, probably because Yi Chen had already recognized what Louis Wei was, so he didn't really like her either. But in the end, she was still Lu Yina's sister, and didn't dare to do anything to her. Yi Chen escorted Lu Yina aside. Because everyone is a woman, there are not so many taboos. Ready to let Lu Yina breastfeed on this side. Lu Yiwei, on the other hand, was teasing the two little babies on Lu's mom's side. Lu's mother also smiled and asked Louis Wei, "Wei, you also find a boyfriend early. When the time comes to give birth to one for grandma to hold, we can't come back often. Her old man also likes to be lively. It depends on you." Louis Wei's eyes are dark. "Yes, your whole family went to the big city. Naturally do not want us to go to the big city like you to develop. I will have to stay in this small city for the rest of my life. No, Yvette Lu, will never. Thinking of this, Lu Wei smiled. I still want to follow my sister to go to the big city to see the outside world. I also want to be like my sister and find a man as good as my brother-in-law. Lu's mother's expression also froze, probably also did not expect Lu Wei will be like this back to himself. The general public will only reply what I'm still small. I still do not have a boyfriend and so on. While Lu Wei's words are full of her heart's desire, Lu's mom didn't say anything more. Young people should go out more. In her heart, Lu Wei was very contemptuous. Why don't you say let your daughter and son-in-law help me? Humph. Still selfish. Chapter 129 Mrs. Lu's Golden Show Peach. After about 20 minutes or so, the babies had finished their milk and were asleep. So I asked the aunts to keep watch and let the babies sleep for a while. The little babies were exhausted from following them all these days, so it was better to let them have a good sleep here. Returning to Mrs. Lu's side, she sat back down at the main table that could seat 20 people. Mrs. Lu asked Mrs. Lu, who was sitting beside her, the babies didn't come back? Are they asleep? Lu's mom smiled and said, yeah, they're all sleepy, so let them take a nap. Mrs. Lu also smiled and nodded. When they come out in a while, you have to remind me to give each of them a big red packet. Lu's mom smiled. Okay, Mom, I remember everything. Seeing that Mrs. Lu liked her 3 little grandchildren so much, her heart was happy. Almost to noon, and this more than 1,000 square set up 100 around the banquet hall, has long been filled with people. This time on the hall above the chairman's seat, a large birthday word of the lamp is suspended in the upper red light through, obviously extraordinarily dazzling. The whole scene looked very spectacular, lively and extraordinary, although the entire venue didn't look too luxurious. The people who came were all the rich people of Yunchang invited by the Lu family. Lu Yina's father, Lu Yimin, had always been averse to bustling, and his eyes were now filled with his 3 young grandchildren. Maybe in the past, he would get in good with these people and socialize for the sake of business, but now that his focus is on his family, it's time for him to let go and let the youngsters get on. And he had left his stores in Cloud City to be managed by a few of his closest relatives, and for the past few months, he had been grooming the next generation that could do him a favor. The Xiangqing side is handed over to his daughter Lu Yina and son-in-law Yi Chen Tu to take care of. No matter how many restaurants they open are considered their own, and the first in Xiangqing is his wedding gift to the two. And at this time, a relative at the table was the one who started discussing, how come I don't see Lu Yina's husband's family giving gifts? Who knows? Maybe people send them secretly? Didn't I say that Lu Yina's husband's family are all worth billions of dollars? How could they not know these manners? Yi father is also a little anxious. Just now he has let Yi Chen call to urge. Yesterday night the 2 fathers and sons went to the gold store to see, also bought to the heart of the gift. The reason why they do not dare to bring the gift back first, is worried about the Lu family's parents say that they spend money indiscriminately and so on. So in the store only today to send it. Father Yi hurriedly asked Yi Chen to rush again. Yi Chen, what's going on here? Why haven't the people from the gold store come yet? Yi Chen said in a small voice. When I just went out to get the bottle, I had already called them, and they said that they had to wait for the security guards from their side to come over and deliver it together, and none of them had ever delivered something so valuable out of the house yet either. Father Yi had to exhale. These people are really something. Didn't they say it would be delivered by 12 o'clock? Now it's already 12 o'clock. It's almost time for people to start eating. They can't be waiting for us to finish eating before delivering it. Father Yi is also worried. After all, his granddaughter-in-law's first birthday, not even a decent gift. I'm afraid of being gossiped about. Although Ye's mother had also already sent some bird's nest tea and tonic and so on, it was also sent when they first went to meet at Mrs. Lu's house, and it wasn't considered a birthday gift. At this moment, the elevator door opened. A small 120 cm high safe was pushed out from inside by 6 bodyguards. Then one of them asked the foreman at the door to go and help to find someone. While everyone in the hall saw them, all of them looked at them very puzzled, and at the same time, they were also talking a lot. Isn't that Manager Hong from the Six Gods jewelry store? Our biggest local gold store? Yeah, what's he doing here? Can it be that we have someone here who wants to give a big gift to Mrs. Lu? Right, look at the way the safe is protected. This is a super gift. Cloud City of these rich people. Money is naturally also buy gold to preserve the value of the Six Gods jewelry store is also the largest local gold sales store. But open that store boss is not a local person. Go back to the head office where there is no travel to this side, so no one knows what this big gift is. Father Yi kept an eye on the elevator door, and the first thing he saw was the manager of the gold store that he had seen last night. He then brought Yi Chen along. Manager Hong, we're here. Manager Hong of the gold store immediately smiled and went forward to shake hands with both Father Yi and Yi Chen. Sorry, we're late. Father Yi hurriedly nodded his head. It's a good thing you guys didn't come after the opening of the table, or else I really would have complained about you. The manager of the gold store, Hong, apologized repeatedly and hurriedly pushed the safe in front of both his father and Yi Chen. The golden birthday peach has been delivered. Please sign for it. As an apology, this safe of ours is for you. It's a few $1 million of golden birthday peaches. What's a gift of a safe? Yi Chen also nodded and wrote his name on the sheet. After the gift was delivered and manager Hong zeroed out the safe's combination, he took the elevator with 6 bodyguards and left. Under the crowd's discussion, Yi Chen pushed the safe directly to the chairman's seat side, beside Mrs. Liu, and said to Mrs. Liu, "Grandma, I wish you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. This is the first birthday gift from my late grandson-in-law to you, and I also hope that you will like it." Mrs. Liu looked at this granddaughter-in-law in front of her that was repeatedly nodded. "Well, good. What you send grandma like? It's a favorite from the heart." Yi Chen slowly opened the safe and showed the more than 20 pounds of pure gold longevity peaches inside to Mrs. Liu as well as the people present. The crowd looked at that golden birthday peach, differently shocked, because that golden birthday peach they knew was the biggest pure golden birthday peach in their Cloud City. There are 23 pounds of golden show peach, and the total value is nearly $4 million. And today, it was surprising that Yi Chen had bought it and given it to Mrs. Liu. This time, everyone was certain that Yi Chen's family was indeed really rich, and Louis Wei's angry eyes were even more on the verge of overflowing. All of a sudden even a few $1 million of gifts were given out like this. Just how rich is the Yi family? Elderly Mrs. Liu looked, with a big smile, at the golden show towel in front of her, which was packed in a safe. Egu, Yi Chen ah, in-laws ah, you guys are too polite. You've already given me a lot of expensive gifts, and you've also given me a big red packet. This is really too polite. I'm going to break your backs. Yi Chen also smiled and said to elderly Mrs. Liu, "You're welcome. Those of us who are juniors should properly honor your old man." Mrs. Liu quickly said, "That's really thank you so much." Ye's mother and Lu's mother were also surprised, not thinking that Yi Chen and the others still had this hand today. Chapter 130. Elderly Mrs. Liu received Yi Chen's gift and let Lu Yina's eldest uncle, Lu Jiangwo, push the safe to the private room reserved for her to put the gift in first. And just to be cautious, Mrs. Liu went along as she had to reset her password. By the time she returned, it was about 12:30 p.m. At this time, Lu Yina's eldest uncle, Lu Jiangwo, smiled and said, "Mom, it's almost time for dinner now, so let the Lu family's juniors write down the longevity characters for you to wish you a happy birthday." It's a custom on this side of Cloud City for juniors to show their filial piety by writing longevity characters at the birthday banquet. The more characters of longevity, the more descendants it proves to have. And Mrs. Liu smiled and nodded. Mrs. Liu has only 2 granddaughters, Lu Yina and Louis Wei, but her relatives have a bunch of filial children and grandchildren. So the people who came up to sign on the stage stood on a whole stage. Elderly Mrs. Liu was sitting on the chairman's seat, looking at the children and grandchildren who filled a stage and the rich people of Yuncheng, feeling honored. Lu Yina is from the art department. Naturally, she also designed a very nice longevity character for Mrs. Liu. Lu Yina's 3 youngsters also helped each of them to write a longevity character, and also pressed handprints on it, and presented it to Mrs. Liu, making her very happy. Mrs. Liu gave each come up to dedicate the word of the younger generation are ready to prepare a big red bag, and to Lu Yina's 3 little indeed each person to give an extra one, but also said with a smile, in the past 2 years to bring and then bring younger siblings to awe. These words caused Lu Yina to blush, and Ye's mom instead said back, will do. In fact, it doesn't matter now if you have a second child or not. It's up to the 2 young people now, and if they say they're having a baby, then she'll help bring it up. While this was happening, Yi Chen's system was ringing. Tick, happy birthday to the baby's taiyaki. The system rewards the host with 3 times the total amount of the birthday gift back. Yi Chen that was not expecting that buying birthday gifts for the old man could also be rewarded. This was really an unexpected pleasure. After writing the xiaozhou, it's now time to eat. It was a birthday dinner that lasted until almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon when he returned to the Liu family villa. At this time, Yi Chen also received a phone call. Hey, oh, where have you arrived? Okay, well, you guys position yourselves directly over to the Jing'an neighborhood. We'll be out looking for you in a bit. Turning her head, she said to Lu Yina, Nana, come out with me to meet some people in a while. Lu Yina asked with some confusion. What's wrong? Do you have any more friends coming over? Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. Sort of, you'll know when you go with me. Lu Yina is also half believing. After feeding the little baby, Lu Yina began to clean up their own. After all, is to go out to meet friends. Naturally, it is also necessary to put on a light makeup or something to go out to meet people is better. in order to show respect for Yi Chen's friends. After packing up everything, Lu Yana asked Yi Chen, "Hubby, are your friends arriving soon?" Yi Chen looked at the time. "It's probably fast, there's still about 10 minutes to go. Their place is a bit far from here." Yu Yana nodded. "Well, okay." With that, he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Gu Yingying. "Yingying, you must take the 25th of this month off to come. I've even asked a few of my dormitory mates to come along as little bridesmaids." Gu Yingying sighed, quickly messaged back, "No problem. I'll definitely do what I promised you." Lu Yana sent a kiss emoji back to Gu Yingying. Gu Yingying was chatting with a person named Stuffed Oil Bottle, only to see a message from the other side. "Are you really not free to come on the 25th? My brother is getting married that day, and I want to bring you back to meet my parents." Gu Yingying replied back, "That day is a great day. My sister is also getting married that day. I'm going to be a bridesmaid. I really don't have time. Let's make another date." Stuffed Oil Bottle, "Well then, let's make a date next time. I've already shown your pictures to my parents and they're both very happy with you, so don't you dare cheat and not come out then. My parents will come at me with a knife." Gu Yingying, on the other hand, sent a bad smile emoji and said, "As long as you have the money in place, anything is fine. Just this one playing a girlfriend, and playing a gold digger at that, that's her forte, and she doesn't have to do anything to be paid heavily for it, which is kind of a fun part of her job. Maybe, if the two of them talked, they could gain a love for themselves too. As it is, the boyfriend is pretty solid." No, he also sent her a 520 red packet at the end of the back, and Gu Yingying smiled and took it. The netizen called Stuffed Oil Bottle is the man he met in a college student support group, and Gu Yingying was hired to be his girlfriend to deal with her family, and the boring oil bottle every time after sending messages. The money will be sent to his dad's screenshot, and his dad knows he found a girlfriend, and then gave him a 200,000 card, and also behind the back of the deep sigh, "Really have money, really good thing." Just as soon as their son increased pocket money, the same month to find a girlfriend. Fortunately the family a little money, otherwise it really cannot even find a daughter-in-law. On the other hand, after Lu Yana finished chatting with Gu Yingying, Yi Chen received a call saying that he had already arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Yi Chen drove out of the entrance of the neighborhood and saw an RV parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. After Yi Chen and the others arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, he directly brought them into the neighborhood. Lu Yana looked at their hands holding a variety of photographic tools off the car, and then saw a woman on the waist across a makeup bag. 3 men and a woman from the car down, behind the driver also down. With a shocked face, Lu Yana asked Yi Chen, who was at the side, "This is, wife, this is the surprise I prepared for you." Yi Chen was also moved. "For our wedding photos, I want to take them in the city where you have lived. When we're old and reminiscing, you can talk to me gushingly about your childhood, and of course now you can do it while shooting." Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with an excited expression on her face, and for a moment, she did not know what to say. How could she not expect that Yi Chen had given himself such a big surprise? Yi Chen smiled and said, "Honey, I hope you like it." "Love it, I really like it. This is just too much of a surprise." Lu Yana excitedly hugged Yi Chen. "I love you, husband." At first, Lu Yana thought that Yi Chen had forgotten. After all, the wedding was still about a week away from now, and it would probably be too late to wait if she shot it now. Of course, this is Yi Chen spent more than 200,000 to invite the professional team. Even if the printing of wedding photos, these can be added money to do. So the day shoot, after 2 days can receive. It's good to have money. Chapter 131, things are almost done. At this time, a few people from the camera team laughed as they looked at the two people, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, who were tightly embracing each other. Because of time constraints, the makeup artist saw that the two were almost done hugging, so she tentatively asked, "Is this us to try the makeup first now?" Yi Chen and Lu Yana both separated from each other. Yi Chen nodded. "Let's begin." Several photography staff moved down all the things in the caravan. In the open space in front of the villa, set up a simple dressing room, but also brought the wedding dresses and clothing photographed all hung into it. Instead, the makeup artist took Lu Yana to the RV and prepared her makeup. There are only a few sets of clothes that the boys use to change into, and the girls have a relatively larger selection of clothes. Yi Chen looked at these clothes and also shook his head, saying to Lu Yana, "Nana, do you like all of these? I'll ask them to buy new ones for all of them, and then we'll leave them in the store after we're done shooting, because the clothes in the bridal store are all dirty and have been worn by people for I don't know how many times. I just can't look at them anymore." Lu Yana said, "This, isn't it? Did you buy all these?" Lu Yana also did not expect just to take wedding photos, but also deliberately bought so many new clothes, and only wear once. Do not. This is really a little too wasteful. Just, Yi Chen is not so think. Take wedding photos, that is the first time in life. How also have to be dry it. Yi Chen has gone there to see the clothes in the wedding store. A piece of white wedding dresses are black stains. also do not know how many people have been through, and also a sour smell. After these wedding dresses were worn by others, the staff of the store just spray disinfectant water even if it will not be washed at all. A year will not be washed once, especially in the summer when the wedding photos. The smell of the clothes can be smoked to death and it just so happens that it's summer. However, buying these clothes for the photoshoot didn't cost much, and by the time Lu Yana went back to Fragrance City, Yi Chen had already made an appointment in advance for the IV courtesy to come and bring the dresses and wedding gowns to the house. The wedding dresses will be the heavy hitters then, and right now it's just a photo shoot. It only cost maybe a few tens of thousands of dollars to buy these clothes. From wedding dresses to red gowns, Yuana topped off her face with a face of delicate makeup and carefully selected the wedding dress she would use for the photo shoot. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was on the side, watching with Lu Yana to see which suit fit that wedding dress and so on. Yi Chen suddenly hugged Lu Yana, and the makeup artist on the side hurriedly exited the simple dressing room. Lu Yana pushed Yi Chen and beamed. "What are you doing? There are still people around." Yi Chen, however, whispered softly in Lu Yana's ear. "Aren't they all gone? Wife, you're so beautiful." Ina Lu laughed. "I've always been beautiful." Yi Chen kissed Lu Yana. "Why don't we shoot all of these?" Lu Yana, however, frowned, "But time doesn't allow it, right? I think we only have about 2 days left, and our family is still waiting for us to move." Yes, Mom has set a date with the master. The move will be on the 22nd. It's now the 19th, and she has to be home by the 22nd, so time is running out. Yi Chen also sighed. "Alright then, let's just pick a few sets out that we don't like, and shoot everything else." Lu Yana was also unable to do anything with him. This should be Yi Chen's biggest concession. Ina Lu first took them to the park where they used to come and play as children, where there was a playground. Although it is old and worn out, but Ina as a child but loved to come here to play. The two sat on that Ina sat on the ladder, hand in hand together to walk through the path Ina walked, running together, lying together in that piece of green grass, and also went to Ina's elementary school and middle school many places together. Lu Yana was filming while reminiscing with Yi Chen about the joys of her childhood, which allowed Yi Chen to learn more about Lu Yana as well. During the 2 days of filming, both of them cherished the opportunity and were very excited about the finished product. On the day of the 20th, Yi Chen's family and Lu Yana's relatives had another banquet, explained to them about the marriage, and then drove back to Xiangqing in the afternoon. On the 21st, the whole family was packing up. Yi Chen was also helping Lu Yana to clean up the check room. The room on the Royal Dragon Bay side is twice as big as the one here now, and this check room is as big as this room. So, Yi Chen felt that it was better to go and buy some things and come back to fill up the check room. As for the moving, the Yi family didn't invite everyone to dinner because the 25th was Yi Chen's wedding, so they didn't bother with these details. On the day of the 22nd, in one morning's time, the Yi family had already moved their home. Just about the whole afternoon was spent organizing things, while Yi Chen was the one who had made an appointment with IV courtesy to take the wedding dress and dress to this side of the villa, so that Lu Yana, Lu's parents, and his own parents were picking out the dress together. Ina Lu picks her wedding dress first, and everyone helps to look at it, as she works to wear it for a wedding photo in her big villa. At this time, Lu's mother was also asking Lu's father, "You said you wanted to arrange your daughter's wedding. How are the preparations over at the new store?" Lu dad is also laughed. "I do. You rest assured. The new store as early as 10 days ago has been done. Done formaldehyde check. No problem. Manpower has also been early ready. Fortunately, Huachang building side to the 3-month renovation period, and Yi Chen student's father is also working overtime to give me renovation. This renovation can be completed so quickly." He paused and continued, "I haven't told you before. Huachang Mansion also gave me the 3rd floor, about 1,000 square feet. I made all those rooms into private rooms. As a restaurant, how can there be no elegant rooms? So I rented this more than 1,000 square feet. The manager only charged an extra 70,000 yuan a month rent. You see me more than 200,000 yuan. In the Huachang Mansion this side of the rent more than 3,000 square feet. It is cheap enough. Lu's father is still complacent, thinking that he is really lucky this time to rent such a cheap place with a good location. Papa Lu was very excited and said, "Tonight, let's go to a restaurant as a family to try out the dishes for the banquet. Everything is ready on my end. Just waiting for Nana's wedding." Yes, Mom said, Okay, let's go and taste it together." After a pause, Ye's mother turned her head to look at Yi Chen. Chen, the one you found to shoot the wedding dress. Did it say that it packages to do all these things for the wedding? What do we have to prepare?" Yi Chen immediately said, "Mom, no, they'll take care of it. The stage for the wedding and the dress up of the other cars, they all have packages. And they also sent a set of family photos to us on their side. If we finish the wedding, we can go and take a family photo." Chapter 132, The Wedding. What family portrait? Ye's mom was also a bit stunned. So why not shoot it now? It would be so nice to put it out at the wedding, too. And you can shoot the 3 little grandchildren too. Yi Chen also did not expect. Right, oh. 3 little baby 100 days photo. We can also shoot, oh. Let me see what time it is. It's already 3 in the afternoon. I don't know if they're available to shoot. I'll give them a call now. After all, it was also too rushed, so it wasn't clear if there were any available shots. Yi Chen immediately called the person in charge of the wedding shoot. Luckily, there are photographers who are free right now, and they can be expedited as long as they add money. So Yi Chen added several tens of thousands of dollars to the expedited fee, and asked the best photographers as well as makeup artists to dress up the family, and the 3 little ones naturally brought them along as well. Ina Yu also happened to be wearing the wedding dress and gown she just bought from IV Courtesy to get a few more levels of photos. Everything was rushed and the photographer worked through the night to fix the pictures of Yi Chen's family. Printing out began immediately the next day, and the entire process was expedited. It was really the day before the wedding that Yi Chen got his wedding license. Smelling the strong smell of ink in his hand, Yi Chen also had some mixed feelings. He said somewhat guiltily to Lu Yana, "Nana, I'm really sorry for not giving you the best. Everything was rushed." So, Lu Yana also gently held Yi Chen's big hand. "Hubby, you've done a great job. I'm really happy to be able to marry you. Even if there's no wedding, I'm still willing. After all, the wedding is just a passing phase, but happiness is something you can feel." Yi Chen looked at the woman in front of him who was going to accompany him for the rest of his life with eyes full of favor, and his eyes also moistened. The two of them, Lu Yana and Yi Chen, hugged each other tightly. In the past, when they were together, they would always feel disconnected, but after they had intimate contact, it was more like a normal unusual couple. So it is said that the maintenance of gender relations or rely on intimate contact. Wedding photos and family portraits are all taken care of. On the wedding day, Yi Chen did not want the wedding photos those who sent the makeup artist, but to IV courtesy of the side of the people followed Lu Yana throughout. Gu Ying and the other sisters also came early in the morning to gather at the Tingli 5-star hotel where Lu Yana was staying, and Lu Yina's cousin Lu Wei also came. Originally Lu Yina did not let Lu Wei as a sister, just Lu Wei wanted to come over to join in the fun, so she herself wore a different dress from the bridesmaids and came to Lu Yina's room. Lu Yana also can't help it. Originally was thinking that Lu Wei and herself is not too sisterly relationship, so she didn't call her, but now she came uninvited. But she is not good at putting down her cousin's face, she can only let her. The whole wedding, did not want Lu Yana to bother. All the things are in accordance with her preferences to set up, while Lu Yana just need to be at ease as a bride. Yi Chen also woke up early in the morning. The 3 little ones may know that today mom and dad held a wedding are very excited. Yi Chen had also asked his cousin to be his best man, and a few of his dormitory brothers had come to be best men as well. The brothers came to Yi Chen's house, and when they saw the large villa of more than 1,000 square feet in Yi Chen's house, their eyes were simply. The brothers all teased, "Brother, you're getting married and changing houses pretty hard." Yi Chen also just smiled. "Work hard and have everything. You guys can do it too." Yi Hui also did not expect his cousin's family actually replaced such a large one. Before also said that the company has a crisis of it. His father has also borrowed a lot of money to Yi Chen family, and then do not know why. Yi Chen father soon returned the money, but Yi Hui also did not think much. Probably no Yi Chen family was originally rich. Originally, they wanted to arrange for Yu Ina to get married in the previous 200 square feet villa, but due to the need to take care of the relatives, and also due to the fact that they had moved and were not set up over there, so they simply got married in a hotel. A group of people drove a dozen cars and went to the Tingli Hotel. Yi Chen also picked up the relatives coming from the Lu family side to Xiangqing and arranged for them to stay at the Tingli Hotel. The hotel manager knew that today was the wedding of his own president and waited at the front door of the hotel early, and the whole hotel is plastered with happy words and little colorful flags. Yi Chen looked at the scene in front of him and kept nodding his head, smiling at the hotel manager. The hotel manager's heart rejoiced, knowing that Yi Chen was taking his conscience with bitterness into account. The procession to receive the bride was followed by many friends and family members, in addition to a few brothers and the best man. Among them were Yi Chen's second uncle and second aunt, as well as several uncles. The dowry these have also long been transferred to the parents of the Lu family. Lu father also a long time ago to Lu Yana ready dowry, is a Cullinan. Yi Chen was also full of excitement as he stood in front of the hotel room door and knocked on the door. "Wife, I've come to pick you up." A few brothers were also coaxing. "Sister-in-law, we're here, open the door." The brothers were civilized enough to just be banging on the door one at a time. A couple of little bridesmaids were inside yelling, "Bring the red envelope. You won't open the door until you give it." It's just that there's really no way to stuff a red envelope because of the hotel's main doorway. Yi Hui also rushed inside and shouted, "This red envelope can't be stuffed in Why don't you guys open a doorway for us to stuff the red envelope in? After saying that, his eyes slyly looked at the brothers on both sides. With the shape of his mouth he said silently, "Ready, charge." The bridesmaids had no choice but to use the chain inside the door to lock it, and then gently open a crack in the door, thinking to bring the red envelope in before they said anything, only it wasn't to be. The moment they opened the door, the brothers and the best man had quickly rushed in, breaking that chain, and rushing ahead was none other than Yi Hui, the best man, and the sister inside was none other than Gu Yingying guarding the gate. When the few brothers outside rushed in, it scared Gu Yingying's sisters so much that they fell backward and were tackled to the ground. Yi Hui rushed in too, pounced into a soft embrace, and by the time he reacted, his face had already been slapped with a loud and large slap. "Hooligans!" A clear, strong voice sounded beneath himself. As he fixed his eyes on the figure, he suddenly felt that the figure was a bit familiar, and the woman beneath him sized him up at the same time. Suddenly, the two men spoke in unison. Stuffy, fireflies, the two of them, Yi Hui and Gu Yingying, had naturally gone out for dinner and had a brief understanding of each other. After all, if Yi Hui let someone pretend to be his girlfriend, naturally, he also had to briefly get to know her, and it was impossible to bring someone to his parents without the two of them having gotten to know each other. Although the two of them had spoken each other's screen names, Yi Chen and the others were also busy receiving the bride, and they both crossed over to the two of them and came directly to the bride's face, leaving both of them behind. Looking at Gu Yingying who was pressed against him, Yi Hui hurriedly pulled her up and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" After Gu Yingying got up from the ground, she used her shawl to block the size of her chest. "Didn't I say that today is my good sister's wedding?" When he finished, both men froze. "Is the bride your sister? Your cousin is Yi Chen?" At this time, one of the sisters behind her also came forward and asked Gu Yingying, "Yingying, is everything alright?" Looking at the two with suspicious eyes, Gu Yingying hurriedly pulled a great distance away from Yi Hui. Chapter 133 Yi Chen is a good man. Gu Yingying hurriedly replied back, "No, it's fine, just happened to know each other." The good sisters didn't think much of it, and after glancing at the two, they hurriedly pulled Gu Yingying and ran to the bride's side. Yi Hui's parents followed behind and naturally saw Gu Yingying. While they just looked familiar, they must have also seen Gu Yingying's photo, only now the photo was more or less still added beauty ingredients. Naturally, only 7 or 8 points like just, so did not recognize. Yi Hui's parents pushed Yi Hui to Yi Chen's side. At this time Yi Chen and usually dressed in casual Yi Chen is not the same. Now he is wearing a black suit, hair straightened meticulously. Natural self-born nobility in a group of groomsmen is also very prominent. Chest tied with a groom's corsage, one knee in front of Lu Yana wearing a white wedding dress with exquisite makeup. "Honey, I'm coming to get you." Lu Yana held a large red fan in her hand and hid a smile. Yi Chen hurriedly signaled Yi Hui. "Yi Hui, take out all the red envelopes and give them to all of Nana's good sisters." Red packets are also Yi Chen packaged. Red packets of 100, 200 to 1000 have packaged almost 100 it. Yi Hui pulled out all the red envelopes contained in his bag and placed them in Gu Yingying's hand. Gu Yingying took the red packet in Yi Hui's hand and held it up. "Don't grab it, everyone, we'll all share it equally later." The rule for receiving a bride in Xiangqing City is that the red envelopes received by the bridesmaids are to be opened and divided equally among the sisters. Gu Yingying went on, "Now, we're going to bring out the big tricks we've prepared. Don't let the groom hold the beauty so easily." Yi Chen also hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Gu, my auntie, it's not easy for me to marry a daughter-in-law. Just spare me." Gu Yingying also shouted, "It's fine if you want us to let you go. $100,000 each and you'll pass the first hurdle." When Yi Chen heard that, what can be solved with money is naturally not a problem. So, without saying a word, Yi Chen directly sent $500,000 over to Gu Yingying. Gu Yingying's eyes dropped in shock. Originally, when she said this, she was just scaring Yi Chen, but she really didn't expect it. This Yi Chen actually transferred $100,000 to each person without saying a word in order to get a wife. Gu Yingying looked at the arrival information on her cell phone and said excitedly, Okay, this first level can be passed with money, but not the second level. How can I leave some fun?" When the bridesmaids saw Yi Chen being so generous, they naturally let Yi Chen off the hook next, letting them pass easily. And naturally, Louis Wei took all of this in Yi Chen's eyes and became even more certain of her plan. Sometimes, certain movements were intentionally close to Yi Chen. However, all of this was for Gu Yingying to see in her eyes, and she paid more attention to Lu Yana, her cousin. As a cousin, she dared to covet her cousin's husband when she was newly married. That's not even close. Even if it's not at a wedding, it shouldn't be. You know, this is your own cousin's husband. And because Yi Chen knew that Louis Wei was a green tea, he naturally didn't have much good feelings towards her, and he was also very disgusted by her intention to approach him. So when she tried to get close to her, Yi Chen leaned over to Yi Hui's side to keep her from getting next to her, while avoiding contact with her. When Gu Yingying saw Yi Chen's actions, she couldn't help but praise Yi Chen, surprisingly unmoved in the face of beauty. What a good man! And at the same time, as the best man, Yi Hui, naturally, is also an object of embarrassment by the sisters. One of them seems to be interested in Yi Hui. Only Yi Hui, a straight man, is not interested in her, and only finds her a bit annoying. And all of this was likewise seen by Gu Yingying. Don't look at Gu Yingying, who was usually big-headed, but her observation skills were better than everyone here. And when Gu Yingying saw that her sister Liao Mini was trying to get closer to Yi Hui intentionally or unintentionally, she couldn't help but be jealous. In fact, she was not sure why she cared so much about Yi Hui, but when she saw Yi Hui being teased by other girls, she just couldn't look away. Therefore, she also walked to Yi Hui's side and said softly to him, "Please pay attention to your words and behavior." Yi Hui is also to her front whispered, "We are what relations are not, oh, how I also do not need you to, but, is it, you are jealous?" Gu Yingying was also infuriated by him, and after glaring at him, she huffed and walked away. And Yi Chen also successfully hugged the beauty and drove the relatives from Lu's side of the family back home together. At the gate of the villa, Yi family's parents and a group of relatives were also waiting for Yi Chen and the others to come home. A salute was set off in front of the villa, along with balloon firecrackers. I can't help it, they don't allow firecrackers anymore, so I have to create some balloon firecrackers for the occasion. Lu Yana slowly got out of the car with Yi Chen's assistance. The two of them, hand in hand, with Yi Chen still holding the umbrella, walked together on the large red carpet and slowly walked into the Yi family mansion. Along the way, there was a steady stream of applause and balloon firecrackers, and the salutes all went off, walked through the salute and into the grand villa. At this point, the receiving ceremony is complete. Lu Wei also followed the receiving party to the front of Yi Chen's family's large villa. She looked at the large 1,000 square foot villa in front of her, and the fighting spirit in her heart grew even stronger. Gu Yingying naturally didn't see it either. If she had seen Lu Wei like this, she probably would have thrown Lu Wei 3 big mouths in a row. The one thing she hates is a third party. After Lu Wei got off the bus, the first thing she did was to come and get close to Yi Chen's mom. Lu Wei smiled and said, "Auntie, how are you? I'm Lu Yina's cousin, Lu Wei." Ye's mom also smiled. "It's Nana's cousin." "Ha, I know, I've seen you when I was in Cloud City." Lu Wei was also very happy that Yi Chen's mom had an impression of her, so she thought about chatting with Ye's mom again. Only Ye's mother didn't give her a chance. "I'm busy with you right now. Just walk around here as if you were in your own home. I'm going over there to greet Nana's other relatives." "Ha, excuse me." When Lu Wei saw that Ye's mother had left, she made a fool of herself and walked away. And Yi Hui is being pestered by Lu Yina's best sister, Liao Mini. Liao Mini is also an art student like Lu Yina, so she is a roommate with Lu Yina. Liao Mini sat with Yi Hui and came to his front and said, "I just heard your brothers say that you are good at playing King of Kings. I also like to play it. When do you have time to take me?" Yi Hui was playing with his cell phone. "Ah, no, right. I just play occasionally. Don't listen to them. I play average. Women play games?" He never played games with women because it was too pitiful. If Gu Yingying heard that this was what he was thinking inside, she probably came to fight him on the spot. Chapter 134. What does this woman want? Yi Hui hurriedly followed the team and slipped into the villa. Ina Lu was led into the master bedroom and the large group followed. It is customary in the city of fragrance to keep all jewelry on the man's side of the family, except for the wedding ring, which is worn when the bride is received. A large round table in the master bedroom, filled with nearly 50 pairs of gold bracelets. It is estimated that there is not a dozen pounds also have 10 pounds 8 pounds. I'm sure Ina would feel heavy if she wore all of it. In addition to the 30 or so pairs of these gold bracelets that Ye's mother had bought, there were also aunts and uncles from Yi Chen's side of the family that had bought them. And at this time, Ye's mother also walked in, and then with the help of a few aunts, strung up these gold bracelets, and all of them let Lu Yina wear them. Yi mother also took out a pair of emerald bracelets for Lu Yina to put on. Lu Yina stretched out her hand and smiled to Yi mother and said, "Thank you, Mom." Ye's mother also smiled. "From now on, Yi Chen and this family will be in your hands." Lu Yina smiled and lowered her head. "Thanks, Mom." Ye's mother handed over some of the jewelry she had bought to Lu Yina, and since she couldn't wear so much, she put these into the safe, and took the big diamond ring from the safe and wore it on her own hand. And when Lu Wei saw Lu Yina's large pink diamond, this time she was completely shocked. "Isn't this the big pink diamond from You're the One? That whole set of diamond jewelry is worth nearly $1 billion. I can't believe it's in Ina Lu's hand. It's impossible." It was just that the facts were right in front of her, and even if Lu Wei convinced herself not to believe it, it was already a fact, right under the shock of Lu Wei as well as the crowd. Lu Yina put on this pigeon egg that Yi Chen had bought for her. Gu Yingying couldn't help but come over to Lu Yina's front. "My God, Nana, Isn't this the diamond ring from the You're the One series? That's a whole set to buy. That whole set is worth $1 billion. When did you buy it? When did you buy it? Originally, Gu Ying used Lu Yina's beauty card. Her heart was still more or less embarrassed, but now she saw that Lu Yina even wore a diamond collection worth $1 billion. Now she didn't need to be polite with Lu Yina. Lu Yina smiled and whispered, Yi Chen gave it to me when I just gave birth, and this house was also given to me by Yi Chen. Gu Ying was once again shocked. Nana, you're hiding it too deeply. This villa that you are living in now is estimated to be 1,000 square feet, and it's also within the first ring road of Xiangcheng. It must be several $100 million. My God, after giving birth, Yi Chen directly gave you more than $1 billion. He's so rich. Yuna shushed her, telling her to keep her voice down. However, the conversation between the two was letting Lui Wei, who was on the sidelines, listen to it. Originally, Yi Chen family is actually this rich. After the birth of the child directly sent more than $1 billion. Moreover, on this bride price money, she is also aware of, gave more than $5 million, and also gave their second uncle and second aunt each $10 million pocket money. How can this not make her jealous? Only, looking at it now, one situation was indeed awkward. First one had to figure out Yi Chen's preferences, and then attack him step by step. Nowadays, Lui Wei is close to crazy, even her own cousin's husband to steal, really ruining things. The two of them, Lu Yina and Gu Ying, were whispering, and Yi Chen walked in at that moment with people holding soup dumplings. The custom in Xiangcheng is to eat soup dumplings on the day of the wedding, symbolizing the reunion of the family, except that it's a bowl of raw and a bowl of cooked. Shiba brought a bowl, came to Lu Yina's bedside, brought a raw dumpling to Lu Yina's mouth, and shouted, "Is it raw?" Naturally, Lu Yina also knew the custom over here from Ye's mom and said with a smile, "Born." Everyone followed suit, "Keep having babies." Then everyone burst out laughing. Everyone in the room knew each other and got to know each other as a result of this wedding cry, so they all shouted in perfect unison. Follow that up with 2 or 3 more children and a whole soccer team. Yi Chen, however, laughed and scolded them. "Don't make trouble." Yi mother also laughed and stopped the crowd. "Let them stop making noise. After all, the bride Lu Yina's thin skin cannot withstand their so much noise." After saying that, he picked up a bowl of cooked soup dumplings and sat beside Lu Yina. "Let's eat together." The two of them fed each other. "You took a bite. I took a bite and finished the whole bowl of dumplings." Yi Chen said softly, "Wife has worked hard. These gold ornaments are a bit heavy. If you don't want to wear them, just put them away for now." Only, Lu Yina is thinking, Yi mother even put these gold ornaments on their own body, which naturally also represents the face of the Yi family. After all, who is now married? The in-laws do not send 3 gold hardware. Their own tired a little is nothing. If you don't wear a bit of gold on yourself, I guess people will say your in-laws don't know any better. And these Lu Yina also do not want to see. After all, married only once in a lifetime. She tired is no matter. Ina Lu is still a rather traditional person, which is also related to her family education. Lu Yina then returned to Yi Chen. "It's okay, I don't feel tired. When I sit, I can still support myself. It doesn't matter." Lu Yina was thinking that after walking through the wedding site in a while, when it came to the toast, she put these gold ornaments down. She was now thinking about whether to bring the safe there as well. After all, the restaurant was more complicated with more people. Yi Chen also seemed to see her concerns, so he said to Lu Yina, "Don't worry, when you're at Dad's restaurant in a while, I'll let the security company send someone to watch over these valuables, and I'll also prepare a safe, so you can just put it away when you're there, and it definitely won't be touched by anyone else." Lu Yina smiled and said, "Hubby, how come you know me so well? You even know what's in my heart?" Yi Chen also smiled and embraced Lu Yina into his arms. "That's natural. You're my wife. Can I not understand?" The two just embraced in front of the crowd, and everyone dispersed, not bothering the two to make love. And as Lui Wei watched the two of them being so close, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. "With me around, I'll see how good you guys can be." At this moment, however, Yi Chen took in the change in Lui Wei's facial expression, and the bottom of his eyes could not help but sink. What does this woman want? Chapter 135, How do you know if you don't try? Yi Chen had already seen this woman reveal this unwilling expression 3 or 4 times, and he was also unable to figure out what this woman actually wanted to do. Lui Wei is Lu Yina's cousin. It is reasonably unlikely that she will do anything, but prevention is not an option. This woman still need to be guarded. When he thought of this, Yi Chen made a mental note in his heart. The wedding followers invited the bride and groom to join them outside to take pictures. They had charged Yi Chen to follow the entire wedding process, and its 8 camera positions, all around shooting. And now it's time to shoot the exterior. And Yi Chen's villa is so big, there's a lot to shoot. While patting, Auntie Zhang came and whispered in Lu Yina's ear, "The baby needs to be fed. See if you want to." Lu Yina nodded. Okay, I'll go later. I'll talk to Yi Chen. Walking over to Yi Chen's side, she said softly, Yi Chen, the baby is hungry. I'm going to breastfeed. Yi Chen nodded. Right. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen the babies. Once I see them I must give them a good hug. If babies could run, they'd have 3 little ones as their flower girls. Yi Chen smiled as he thought about it. Brothers and sisters are uproarious. Yi Chen, one can be as successful as you are. You have a wife and child, and you don't have to struggle to have a house and a big villa. We are so envious of you. Right, even if you don't have a house or a car, can you pass on a lesson on how to chase a pretty girl like Nana-chan? Aren't you talking nonsense? Try not having a house or a car and see which woman wants to be with you. Yi Chen had yet to speak. Guangying disagreed. What are you talking about? Our Nana is not a gold-digging woman. Even if Yi Chen doesn't have a house or a car, her family does. The most important thing is that Yi Chen is a good man, and send room and send car. You see now this big villa can be written in our family Nana's name. Can you do it? A sentence is illustrated. People Lu Yina family is originally a rich family. Do not care about these money or not money problems. The important thing is to look at the person. Moreover, people Yi Chen buy cars and houses are written in the name of Lu Yina. With those who buy houses do not want to write the name of the woman's man is too good. Now everyone stopped talking. Yi Hui stepped forward at this time and said, that's natural. This is the tradition of our Yi family. Our Yi family is famous for being good men. Yi Hui seemed to be very proud of this, and these words were what made Guangying look at him a few more times. Originally, she was a little disdainful of Yi Hui's looking for foreign aid to pretend to be his girlfriend, but after hearing this, she also changed her opinion of him, probably because his family was pressing him hard and he didn't want to settle for anything else, so he looked for someone to pretend to be him. It's just that this Yi Hui hasn't even graduated from college yet and his family is urging him to find a girlfriend? But when she saw Yi Chen, she also figured it out, probably seeing that Yi Chen's family had grandchildren to hold. His parents also wanted to hold grandchildren. At this time, one of Lu Yina's good sisters, Liao Min-yi, walked up to Yi Hui and said with a smile, really? I've always wanted to find a good man to have a relationship with. Yi Hui skimmed her and hurriedly escaped. I have to pee. Go to the toilet. Ran off in a puff of smoke, leaving Liao Min-yi alone in the same place, stamping her feet in anger. Yi Hui, what are you running for? Come back to me. Everyone couldn't help but laugh like crazy. Yi Chen, this cousin of yours has some fierce wild bees and butterflies. Missy, you can consider me I'm also available. Yi Chen's brother, Delu Lu Ming, laughed. Liao Min-yi, however, laughed. None of us are on the same channel. We don't fit. Delu, however, smiled cheekily. If you don't try it, how do you know it's not suitable? Liao Min-yi, however, blushed. Try your ass. After saying that, he walked away in anger, but in his heart, he was cursing. Rogue. Delu was full of puzzlement to ask the others. I also did not say anything. Not together to try words. How do you know? We are not suitable it? The other brothers, however, laughed heartily. Probably, she's thinking the wrong way, isn't she? Said the man, glancing down into his pants. Dalu was hurriedly blocked. Go. I'm not that perverted yet. Are all women so colorful nowadays? Lili Gigi, however, laughed. You are too simple. Look at your lewd appearance. It's really the same as if you have never touched a woman. Dalu was aggrieved. Lousy just hasn't touched a woman. I but swear. In addition to my mom and my sister's hands touched, other female hands have not touched it. The brothers on the side were up in arms. My goodness, your kid actually kept such a precious thing. Hey, should we go find one to try? Dalu, however, squirmed. No, I want to save it for my girlfriend. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but the tradition in his bones wouldn't allow him to be so reckless. Chen Zioan and Master but smiled. This is good. I'm afraid that once you are in contact, I guess you will think about it day and night. Everyone laughed out loud. Yi Chen hurriedly drank everyone. Well, you guys don't laugh at others. Delu. How many kilograms you yourselves? You know, but also laugh at others. In the two of you, there are people like Delu. Don't think I don't know it. Master and hurriedly waved his hand. This person is definitely not me. After saying that, shocked eyes looked at Lee Reed. Lee Reed, you kid is also. Really did not see Usually say yellow jokes say so slippery. Also thought that your kid has that. Hidden also quite deep Before Lee Reed had a chance to speak, Yi Chen was the one who came out to round off the conversation. Yi Chen, alright, I'm going to go see a few of my children now, so keep your voices down. Don't scare away a few of my wife's sisters. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the several big men however looked at Lu Yina's several sisters together. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he followed behind Lu Yina and went to see the child together, and Lui Wei didn't greet the others. She directly followed behind Yi Chen and went to see the child together. For her, She didn't put the others in her eyes at all. Only Yi Chen could get into her eyes now. Gu Ying also looked at Lui Wei, who left without a word with some coldness in her eyes. This woman is not simple. The goal is clear. Find an opportunity to have a good chat with Nana before she can. She will not allow anyone to destroy the marriage of her good sister and best friend. And after she told the others that she was going to see the baby, she followed Lui Wei. It was at that moment that her cell phone rang. It was from Yi Hui. Hey, my parents just asked me. They said they think you look like my girlfriend. But seeing that I didn't recognize you, they don't dare to recognize you either. Why don't we just show our cards? Because that person named Liao Mini is too annoying. Gu Ying took the phone and immediately replied. Didn't you kids say that your Yi family are all good men? How come you're so casual about finding someone on the internet with a fake girlfriend to lie to your parents? Isn't it good to have someone woman chasing you now? Yi Hui's side also took a while before reviewing the Ying message. Chapter 136. All Yi family men are good men. Yi Hui's side was silent for a while without reviewing Ying's message. Gu Ying didn't really care about him either. And after sending the message, she directly followed Yi Chen as he prepared to go upstairs. Instead, in the corner of the wall, Yi Hui's mom was heard pulling Yi Hui and talking about something. Yi Hui, the girl you sent to me and your dad to look at last time. Why do your dad and I look so much like the bride's sisters? This camera used beauty face. I don't dare to recognize it. Yi Hui's mother hurriedly took out her cell phone and opened the photo that Gu Ying had sent to Yi Hui earlier. Looking at it again and again. Look at this hair, it's the same color. And the length of this hair. It's just that this photo is wearing glasses. And also the face on this photo is a bit pointier. And the eyes are bigger. Yi Hui, if it's really her, don't hide it from me and your dad. Yi Hui also didn't say anything and was still looking at his cell phone, seemingly typing away. Yi Hui's mom hurriedly pushed him. What are you doing? Mom is talking to you. You're such a rude kid. Yi Hui was also a bit annoyed by his mom's pestering, but just had to go back to his mom again. Go mom. I'm chatting with my girlfriend. You let me go back first. Yi Hui's mom was also interested. Really? Let mom see what she said? Do you want to send a picture of me and your dad for other girls to see? Maybe we might even run into each other walking down the street. Yi Hui was a bit speechless. Mom, can those streets you shop in be the same as the streets other little girls shop in? Yi Hui's mom also directly slapped the back of Yi Hui's head. Brat, how to talk to mom? Your mom, I also often shop at the mall. You think I'm going to the food market? Yi Hui touched his brain and was a bit aggravated. Mom, people and I have just started. Don't be so hasty, okay? What if you scare others away? Yi Hui's mom thought about it and nodded in agreement. Well, that's right. At the beginning, both of your feelings are not so deep yet. What if there is really that eventuality? Yi Hui also followed her words. Yes, yes, yes. First, to cultivate a good relationship well. Do not tell people that a relationship to bring home. People have not yet with your son in-depth exchanges it. Bring people home. You also know that the girls now. I do not know if there is no put your son in the heart of it. Yi Hui's mom also sighed. Now the girl is also not how to think of it. According to reason, our family Yi Hui looks so handsome. How to find a girlfriend so difficult it. Turning his head to the side of Yi Hui, and slapped him on the back of the head. Is it that you this brat do not understand romance? The little girl ran away? Yi Hui also called out unjustly. Which is true. I often send red envelopes from time to time. How can it be? Yes, mom slapped his brain again. People are talking to you about heart. You give people money. You have to care more about people. See what they need, what you give. If it's a gold-digging woman, she'll probably stick to you, and she'll naturally want to find a wife like your mom. A woman who's thrifty and has a positive outlook on life. The most important thing is character, don't you think? Yi Hui touched his brain and was also afraid. Mom, hit your son again is to become a little cute. I'm not going to be able to find a wife. Do not say find a wife. Then no one with your son. Our family will be extinct. Yes, mom raised her palm to slap again, but just thought and said, angry you old mother. Remember, in a while, buy your girlfriend a gift of whatever. Send it over. I want to see the purchase record, and the ticket of her receiving the gift. I can't even force you to do it. It can't be helped. The two of them are still waiting for their grandchildren. Looking at Gu Ying's picture, she was also a good girl, and her smile was quite nice, and they were satisfied with the girlfriend Yi Hui had found this time. And Yi Hui is also seeing Gu Ying this. He knows his parents like what kind of woman as a daughter-in-law. So when he first saw Gu Ying, he has determined to let Gu Ying to be his fake girlfriend. First stabilize his parents. Get some more pocket money. It was at this moment that Liao Mini came face to face towards Yi Hui's mom. While Yi Hui's mom was lecturing Yi Hui, Liao Mini walked up to the two of them and said with a smile, Yi mom, Yi Hui, how are you guys? Yi Hui's mother looked at Liao Mini with a puzzled face, then at Yi Hui, then at the cell phone, and then her face froze. Yi Hui's mom asked, and you are? Liao Mini quickly stepped forward and held Yi Hui's hand and said, I am Yi Hui's female, sex friend. And Gu Ying, who was hiding in the corner, also froze, thinking, this Liao Mini really doesn't give up, knowing that Yi Hui has already rejected it so obviously, but she still has the face to get in front of others. It's really shameless. When Yi Hui's mom heard this, she had some warm anger on her face and asked Yi Hui, what's going on here? Yi Hui has long been Liao Mini this move scared to death, to know that his mother is the most hate is the third party, and now he has a girlfriend, but also go out to dabble in flowers and weeds, then, will certainly be his mother to break his legs. He hurriedly shook off Liao Mini's hand and ran to his mother's side to explain. Mom, I only met her today, she's my sister-in-law's sister, I don't even know her name. Liao Minyi's eyes darkened and said, you, how can you be like this? Didn't people already tell you that my name is Liao Mini? Yi Hui's mom stepped forward at this time and said, didn't he tell you that he already has a girlfriend? When Liao Mini heard this, she was also stiff, and her tone was a little embarrassed. This, you have a girlfriend, how not to say it earlier? Ah, really? With that, he stomped his foot and walked away with a grunt of exasperation. When Yi Hui's mom saw this, she immediately pulled Yi Hui's ears up. You brat, how dare you mess around outside behind Ying's back? Right. Yi Hui ate the pain and hurriedly begged for mercy. Mom, I'm in pain. Gently. How did I know she was interested in me? She just said she wanted to play games with me. Gu Ying saw Yi Hui being taught a lesson by his mom, and her heart was also a lot more comfortable. Just here, she was also aware that Yi Hui's mom was at least a reasonable one, and not the kind of person with an incorrect outlook. After all, some old people see their own son by the woman like, then think it is their own son charisma, but will be proud of it. Such a person is the one who ruins the three views. At that time, Yi Hui's mother also put Yi Hui's ears down. Her heart is also like a mirror. His own stupid son for men and women is also like an idiot, for this time suddenly have a girlfriend. They two old people are all ready to worship their ancestors, so Yi Hui said is not impossible. She also believes that his son is not the kind of people who messed up, just also a moment of anger on the heart. After Yi Hui's mom exhaled a breath, she said, anyway, you must not say that those stinky men are messing around outside. None of the men in our Yi family are like that. If you mess around, you get out of here. Our family's property will not leave a single son to you. Yi Hui was also wronged. Got it, Mom. Chapter 137, Don't I Want to Lose Face? After Yi Hui's mom finished teaching him a lesson and saw that Yi Hui had a good attitude, she was satisfied and left. Yi Hui looked at his mother's back, touched his ears and head, and whispered a couple of words, getting beaten up for no reason. What bad luck! Gu Ying saw this side of Yi Hui, in addition to feeling that the family style of the Yi family is good, but also feel that Yi Hui is more or less a bit of a mama's boy, a man who is afraid of his mother, basically a mama's boy real hammer. Only, on second thought, if he was really a mommy's boy, then Yi Hui wouldn't have made a fake girlfriend to fool his parents. So, obviously, it's not valid. I wonder what reason Ye Hui had for doing such a thing. Yefei, what other reason can I have? It's just that I want to have more pocket money to buy my favorite game console. Yi Hui sat on a stool and tapped something on his cell phone, and Gu Ying, after seeing Yi Hui's mom leave, quickly detoured to find Lu Yaina. It wasn't long before Gu Ying received a message from Yi Hui. As of right now, I just don't want to spend time in a relationship. It's just that my dad said he's going to kick me out the door if I don't find a girlfriend, and won't give me an allowance. But after having you as a fake girlfriend, my dad did give me an apartment in the city center to live in, and even gave me a few extra tens of thousands of pocket money a month, and said that I could live with my girlfriend when it came time for me to move in together. Gu Ying immediately replied, I'll go. You don't want me to pretend to live with you again, do you? I won't do such a thing. What if you do something to me? When Yi Hui received these words from Gu Ying, he couldn't help but froze and immediately replied, yes. Oh, why didn't I think of this? Forget it, let's talk about it when the time comes. It's just starting now. How can we say cohabitation again after half a year? Maybe then we'll have a breakup scene, so we don't have to cohabitate. Gu Ying immediately returned, dead scum. Yi Hui received Gu Ying's message, scratched his head and replied, what the hell? I'm a good man, I just don't want to mess around, and also with my face value. Isn't it easy to find a girlfriend? But without feelings, I don't want to screw people either. When Gu Ying saw this sentence, her eyes also changed. Also right, oh, this Yi Hui is not bad looking. Just now Liao Mini was also desperately trying to tease him. He did not even accept it. It seems that he is really not a casual person. Never mind, I'll just pretend to be his girlfriend for the time being and help him out. Gu Ying immediately changed the topic. A few tens of thousands of pocket money a month. Yi Hui immediately sent another 520 red packet to Gu Ying. Don't worry, you won't get less in a month. Gu Ying smiled and accepted the red packet, still counting on you to be sensible. If you can help people and make money for yourself, Forget it. It's just that she's not one to just mess around with helping scumbags. Yi Hui's side was also relieved. After all, his own parents have sort of seen Gu Yingying's photos, and he can't just say that he's going to change it or he'll be slapped to death by his mom. Yi Hui said and opened the game again. It's still early in the evening, and the photo shoot is done, so it's a whole 2 innings anyhow. At this time, Li Liji also found Yi Hui. So you're hiding here. Let's go. Let's go find Yi Chen together. There's nothing to do here. Yi Hui took his cell phone. Brother is not available right now. This has just started a game. Go enjoy the scenery here. The river view here is good. That's right. Yi Chen's place is a river view room, and after moving here for so long, Yi Chen's family hasn't even had a chance to enjoy the beauty of the place yet. They've been busy with the wedding. Li Reed couldn't help but sit down with him. Kid, how can you play a game without calling me? I'm a professional wild king. Yi Hui pushed him with his elbow. Get the hell out of here. I'm all wild king. Li Reed skimmed him. No wonder your kid can't find a girlfriend. Playing games to hide and play by yourself. So many girls here. Even if you don't play with the girls. Yi Hui glanced in Liao Minyi's direction and let out a laugh. Playing games with women? Are you trying to drop stars? Li Jiji could not help but tisk. Continued, you never play games with girls? This can enhance the relationship with girls. Don't you know? Maybe they'll fall in love with your wild king skills and rush to be your girlfriend. Yi Hui couldn't help but look at him. Then why don't you see you have a girlfriend? Aren't you still a single dog like me? Li Liji instantly have been exasperated. Deeply exhaled a breath. Line. Now I want you to take us to play the game cannot be right. Then I go. After saying that, Li Reed walked straight away. Yi Hui glanced at the direction he had gone and laughed. While playing the game, he suddenly split the screen and sent a message to Gu Yingying. Playing a game? Probably he also knew that Gu Yingying was bored right now. So he thought of sending a message to Gu Yingying inviting to play the game together. Gu Yingying was teasing the baby, and even when the message rang, she didn't care. Now that the baby is done with the milk, he seems to be excited too. After all, they hadn't seen so many of them in months, and they were all beautiful. The little babies just didn't stop talking to them. They were all babbling. Gu Yingying smiled happily and said to Dabeo in her arms, Dabeo, is godmother beautiful? Dabeo, amused by Ying, beamed and babbled in reply. Gu Yingying carried the baby to Lu Yina's side. Look, Dabeo says I'm beautiful. Lu Yina was also amused by her childish scene. Look at you. Gu Yingying also laughed. These 3 babies of yours are just too cute. It makes me want to give birth. Lu Yina was also laughing at her. You have to have someone to give birth with you to make it work. Gu Yingying, maybe I'll be like you someday and suddenly get married and have kids. Lu Yina also laughed. It's not that I'm talking about you either. Although I see that you're usually big-headed, but with the you I know, you would never do something this crazy. Gu Yingying thought for a moment. Everything is an exception, depending on who the target is. Didn't you also look at Yi Chen to be so crazy? Seeing Gu Yingying talking about herself, Lu Yina's face reddened. Okay, stop it. There are so many people here. Don't I want to lose face? Gu Yingying also glanced at the people around her and continued to tease the child. Chapter 138, I'm a little nervous. Lu Yina didn't care about her anymore and took out her cell phone to send a message to Yi Chen. Hubby, what are you doing? When Yi Chen saw the message, he immediately replied, just separated. You miss me so soon? I just met a relative, so I chatted for a few moments. Yi Chen didn't go to breastfeed the child. Because of today's big wedding, there were more relatives coming. Many people came to chat with Yi Chen, the groom, to congratulate him. There were also quite a few people who entered the wedding room to see the children, and everyone was very interested in Yi Chen and Lu Yina's triplets. Lu Yina looked at the message sent by Yi Chen and also pursed her lips and smiled. Yeah, it's been a quarter of an hour now since I've seen you. Yi Chen received Lu Yina's message. His face was delighted, and he immediately came to find Lu Yina. It was the first time the two had ever said they missed each other. Yi Chen trotted to the second floor and returned to his room. A few young ladies were teasing the little baby, taking pictures with the little baby to send circles and whatnot. Everyone was playing, only Lu Yina was there holding her cell phone and laughing. Yi Chen suddenly appeared next to Lu Yina and gently embraced her into his arms. With the current relationship between the two, there was no need to hide it anymore, and no one would say much if they could hug each other openly and honestly. A few sisters saw Yi Chen and Lu Yina embracing each other, and couldn't help but discuss in whispers, why don't we go out? We have a lot of people here. It doesn't seem good to be an electric cannon bubble. I also wonder if the two have something to say. Why don't we take the little baby out to play then? It's just been fed, so I guess we can play for a little while longer. Gu Yingying also nodded and said. So a couple of young ladies went out with the three kids in their arms, leaving the two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yina, in the room. Gu Yingying even thoughtfully closed the door for them. Only the scene was seen by Lu Wei, who was standing outside the door. Her right hand was tightly clenched into a fist, and the veins on her hand were bulging. Gu Ying took in her tiny movements as she turned around. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of enmity did this green tea girl have with Nana? Why does she hate Nana so much? Why is it that every time she looked at Nana, she couldn't wait for Nana to die? Moreover, looking at her demeanor before, she seemed to be related to Yi Chen. This woman was really too scary. She also couldn't figure it out because Lu Yina would rarely tell her about her family either. And she didn't even know about Lu Yina having a cousin. Just this is not to blame Lu Yina, because Lu Yina has been, are very few with Louis Wei to deal with, although the two are read in the special class. But in art, a dance, a move, a quiet, there is nothing in common, and at most it is in the family party has seen a few times. And Louis Wei is also lively character. Lu Yina's temperament is relatively quiet. The two simply cannot play a piece of Go. Yi Chen glanced in the direction of the door and felt that it was not safe to walk over and lock the door again. Only then did he walk over to Lu Yina's side with peace of mind and hugged and kissed Lu Yina. He asked Lu Yina with concern, "What's wrong? Are you getting anxious again?" Yi Chen was also aware that Lu Yina must have had a problem to find him as well. Lu Yina nestled in Yi Chen's arms for a while before she slowly said, "I am a little anxious. I don't know why. It could also be nervousness. Yes, it's nerve-wracking. So cuddle." Of course, Ina Lu didn't say these words out loud. Yi Chen also smiled and hugged Lu Yina tightly again. "No need to be nervous. There's hubby here. Whatever what, leave it to hubby to solve." Lu Yina slowly said, "Because I'm having a wedding with you. So, I'm nervous." Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. There is no way. His wife is so shy. Even if the two have been honest with each other, but just can't cure his wife's introverted nature. Just his own, quite like Lu Yina, such a quiet and worldly character. Thinking that, he hugged Lu Yina tighter again. And outside, looking at Louis Wei's far away back, Gu Ying hugged her child, and without further thought, she walked to the side to tease her child. During this time, I met Ye's mother and Lu's mother, both of whom were asking, "Why don't you go into the room? There are a lot of people out here." Gu Ying then explained, "Yi Chen and Lu Yina are inside. We saw the child playing, so we brought the child out to save them from being disturbed." Yi mother and Lu mother both heard it, then nodded. "That's good. The child is given to us. This little child should sleep. Early in the morning followed us up. Have not slept much. Now while there is time, we first coaxed them to sleep for a while. You a few little sisters in the villa to play for a while. Now there are still a few hours from the time of the banquet. There is no rush." Gu Ying and a few other sisters then handed over the child in their arms to Ye's mother and the others, and went to the living room to chat and eat snacks. At this time, Gu Ying picked up her cell phone and looked at it. Surprisingly, there were a few messages, which were sent by Yi Hui. "Kiddo, I see you're not online. You play games, right? My goodness, over 10,000 in the field, and it's still in Starburst. Ha, how vegetable are you? Come on, call out to your brother, and Brother Wild King will take you flying? Yo, you're looking down on me, aren't you? Don't worry, Brother Wild King will take you to the king today, and you'll be online in 5 minutes. Gu Ying couldn't help but be exasperated by his sentence. More than 10,000 matches and still in the starry night. This is how much of a vegetable. Although, but she really wasn't a dish, but a teammate dish alright. Moreover, she had always been a single rower, never liking to double row with anyone, or someone who wanted someone to take her flying. And now, this Yi Hui actually dared to call her a vegetable. It's fine to say that she didn't get to the king as many times as she played, but to say that she's a dish, that's something she'd disagree with in a million ways. How could she bear it? And when Gu Ying saw that the last received message was 5 minutes ago, she immediately replied, "Wait for me, I'll be online now." Yi Hui's message also came quickly. "Hey, no coincidence. I just started a game." Not 5 seconds later, Yi Hui sent another message. "But you can reopen it. Wait for me online. That's just like you to take a shower and wait for me." Gu Ying was a bit displeased when she saw this, but it was only the anger within her that already made her not care so much. Then let you take a good look at the strength and skill of my Wanchang mage. Chapter 139. This is the right way to call for a retreat. When Gu Ying came online, Yi Hui hadn't reopened it yet. Looking at Yi Hui's avatar, Gu Ying became angry. "I can't believe you called me a vegetable. I'd like to see how wild you are." Gu Ying had already opened a game room and waited for Yi Hui, and as soon as Yi Hui came out, she directly invited. Gu Ying directly opened her mic. "Where are you?" Yi Hui was unsure. "I'm downstairs in the corridor there." "What's wrong?" Gu Ying huffed. "I'm going to find you now. I'm too lazy to turn on the mic to save some power for my phone." In fact, she just wanted to get a kick out of cursing. However, this time it was indeed Gu Ying who had underestimated Yi Hui. Yi Hui is indeed quite good at playing king, and used to bring Yi Chen and the others together when they were in the dormitory. He is the Wild King, big brother of this team, and it's up to him to take the flyer. This time, The internet addicts are probably going to cry for their dads. Gu Ying found Yi Hui who was sitting on the bench, so in a fit of pique, she squeezed Yi Hui away. Yi Hui held his mouth. Really overbearing. Women who are overbearing like you are going to be unable to get married. Gu Ying also snorted coldly. Humph. It's up to you. It's none of your business if you can get married or not. Yi Hui saw that Gu Ying seemed to be angry, but he didn't know why she was angry, so he simply stopped talking, so that he wouldn't say anything wrong to provoke her to storm off. Angry women can't be messed with, just like his mom, they hit when they get angry. Scary as hell. Yi Hui is only about 5 stars of the king. In fact, he is not really a fan of the game of the king, only sometimes more free time to play a game or two of the king. After all, cell phone to play the game is still quite convenient, and his favorite is still the end game of the game. Without further ado, Gu Ying had also started the game, and the two of them had been matched with the roadies in less than a second. Gu Ying was in the 4th floor counter-stabbing position, while Yi Hui was on the 1st floor. Then he said to Yi Hui, "Grab a mage seat for me in a while." Hear that? The only thing I can do is mage. Yi Hui squinted at him. No problem only, after banning the hero, the 2nd floor pre-selected the hero Sable Cicada. Yi Hui glanced at Gu Ying, but Gu Ying was cursing. Hey, what bad luck. The first game gave me such a show, then I can only shooters. In fact, her heart had already been sold out. If I wasn't playing with Yi Hui, I really wanted 2 mages to forget about it. While Gu Ying's mages had to be played a bit more skillfully, the shooters were barely able to play, and could still be played if they were well coordinated. So, Gu Ying immediately pre-selected a Marco. Yi Hui is playing with Lan Lingwang, the first time a little bit of the opposite side of the small Luban to catch dead once. Gu Ying is also a change of opinion on him. At least play a playing field or will catch people to bring the rhythm of the game. It is not bad. She also encountered some playing field is really in the field do not catch people. Let the opposite shooter development, and then the whole game cannot play. After playing for almost 10 minutes, Yi Hui said to Gu Ying, "What's going on with your lower road? I've helped you catch the little halibut a few times. Why haven't you pushed yet?" Gu Ying replied back, "Don't you know that the opposite mage is also here to capture me? Why don't you capture the opposite mage first?" Yi Hui also shook his head. "Sis, I can only capture one at a time. She only came after I finished capturing her every time. I was bloodied by then. I can't do anything about it." Yi Hui sent out a voice text. "Middle road, can you please suppress the opposite mage? Let the lower road push first." Sable typed an OK and sent it out. Only, Sable Cicada had already used purification in the one group she played on the upper road, so she didn't dare venture up this time. Sable signaled a retreat once and marked a spot down the road. Only, Gu Ying also just grabbed the little halogen egg with Yi Hui, but unfortunately it didn't catch it, and Gu Ying's Marco dropped half a tube of blood instead. Yi Hui also realized the seriousness of the problem at this time, and said to Gu Ying, "The middle reminds you to retreat. You hurry to withdraw. To the 2nd tower back to the city cannot?" Gu Ying, "I don't. Isn't it enough to go back to the city under the tower? Why bother?" Yi Hui was playing red at the moment, so he sent a sentence in the game. "Shooter to get red." Gu Ying's heart was delighted, but her tone was very flat as she said, "Okay." Gu Ying immediately came over to the red zone to look for Yi Hui. When Gu Ying's Marco's second skill went away, the opposite side's mage Daji was directly flashing her skills. Gu Ying couldn't help but be taken aback. "Oh, my god, it's a good thing I walked fast or I'd have gotten caught again." This opening, her Marco had died twice already, with only 3 assists. There's really enough to be ashamed of. Yi Hui, however, laughed on the sidelines and directly punished the attack to take the red. "Haha, it's still my way." So, Yi Hui sent another voice text inside the game. "Learn from this, this is an effective retreat." Sable immediately returned. "Yes, Brother Wild King." Yi Hui was pleasured by this sentence, "Brother Wild King," and couldn't help but think in his heart, is this the fun of bringing up a sister? It feels pretty good. Only, he completely ignored Gu Ying's eyes on the side that would kill. "Good for you Yi Hui, how dare you openly flirt with another girls in front of me? I'm your fake girlfriend, although it's only fake, and how dare you lie to me about getting me red?" Gu Ying was directly exasperated and wanted to give a knife to Yi Hui, but this game is very critical. She is always stuck in the last star of Starburst, one cannot go to the king, and now it's just short of this star, so, can only hold back. Then, Auxiliary Sunbin came back with, "That's because the fielder saw Marco's greed." With that, a few of his teammates let out a chorus of ha 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 subtitles. Gu Ying was also there to be exasperated. She also typed on the public screen, "The batter is my boyfriend." Sable shut up. Yi Hui also didn't dare to make a sound. It was obvious that Gu Ying was already angry. Presumably, he's also figuring it out from his own mom. Women should never be messed with when they're angry. Gu Ying immediately felt better when she saw that Yi Hui didn't deny it. I'm glad you know what you're doing. Otherwise, let's see how I'll fix you. Either way, it was a good way to save face in front of others. The teammates also no longer flirt with the two. After all, the two families play tricks. They outsiders do not rise to meddle in other people's business. And Sable Cicada didn't dare to call Yi Hui's Wild King brother anymore. It's hard to play wild. The rest of the team posted hard work on the field. Yi Hui didn't care about them and didn't dare to make a sound. Throughout the game, Yi Hui just did his part by playing the field and catching people at the same time. The game was naturally won in the end. But this whole game, this red was given to Gu Yingying to take it. Alas, it is true that women are not to be trifled with. Chapter 140. Gu Yingying also rightfully went up to King 1 star. But seeing that Yi Hui surprisingly didn't refute himself about him being his boyfriend, he couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart. In fact, what Yi Hui's heart was thinking was that it was better for the tigress to be messed with less, or else he would definitely end up getting beaten up himself. Nowadays, it seems that Yi Hui that is very conscious. After the two of them played 2 games very harmoniously, a few of Yi Chen's brothers found their way over. Yo, who's this? 2 people playing a game together? That's not true. How dare you not bring your brother to bring your sister? What a bigot. Yeah, although we've only met a few times, but how have we been playing the game together for more than a year? You're even hiding here to bring your sister, not caring about us, your close friends? Li Reed, Lu Ming and Chen Xiuan couldn't help but flirt with the two. They didn't really want Yi Hui to play the game either. They were just bored and wanted to tease the two. However, the two of them, Yi Hui and Gu Yingying, were indeed a bit suspicious for hiding here and playing games. Yi Hui laughed and said, "Don't you scare the little girl, she just played 10,000 games without getting on king, that's why she asked me to bring it." What? 10,000 matches? Li Reed and the 3 of them were all a bit shocked. Gu Yingying's face was however a bit unsettled, actually revealing her field. Can't help but argue for myself, I used to just play entertainment. Entertainment, understand? It's just to play a little. Practicing heroes, not a ranked field. Although it's true that you've played 2,000 or 3,000 recreation, but that's still playing 7,000 or 8,000 qualifying matches. Sometimes when you play ranked, it is also because your teammates will not cooperate, will not play, so you will lose. The more you lose is also the more you want to play. Just play a few more games. Li Liji couldn't help but laugh. Then if you know Yi Hui, you won't have to worry about losing if you play with him in the future. Lu Ming also spoke. Right. When we used to be on the rank and file team with him, he used to take the whole field flying. Gu Yingying also looked at Yi Hui with a suspicious face. Although but she has always preferred single row because if she loses, she can scold her teammates without any fear, so she does not like to group with her friends, whether it is their own pits or their friends' pits. They have to maintain their good image. Although Gu Yingying felt that Yi Hui was indeed having a good time, but on her lips she said, "Just having an okay time. Do you guys want to play together?" "Right, let's play together. We're together now. Exactly 5 of us. Let's play 5-player ranked." Yi Hui hurriedly issued an invitation. Yi Hui naturally wanted his best friend to come along and play, and even if Gu Yingying lost her temper, it wasn't just to herself. Li Reed couldn't help but shake his head. Although he had never been in love, he wasn't straight either. A straight man of steel like Yi Hui is probably hopeless. It's just that the 3 of them brothers are also really bored right now. Yi Chen went to take care of his wife and children. They also had to sneak around Yi Chen's house, and there are still more than 2 hours left for dinner. Thinking of this, they also immediately joined Yi Hui and Gu Yingying's camp and started the 5-player row. They also assumed that Gu Yingying had a crush on Yi Hui because they didn't know the relationship between the two of them. Yi Hui's nature, after knowing him for more than a year, they also knew, would never take the initiative to say to other girls that they want to play games together. But the truth is, they thought wrong. Yi Hui first initiative. Just Yi Hui think is not these love affairs. Just think Gu Yingying played 10,000 games, still only in the starlight, the game even a trace of the king's seal, then think she is a little funny. So just think of taking her on the king. That's about it. So there's no doubt that Yi Hui is a straight man of steel. Some of the 5 people were squatting, some were standing, and the 2 of them, Yi Hui and Gu Yingying, were sitting side by side on a stool. 5 people also played several games one after another. Through the game, a few people also found out that Gu Yingying's mages really play as good, and also very good with teammates. It seems that just Gu Yingying said those words are not unreasonable. It should be the teammates are too pitted the sake of it. Just sometimes she will be in the spirit of the matter. A few people were having fun playing games here when Yi Hui's mom found her way here. "Why are you guys still here? It's already 5:30. You guys hurry up and go to the hotel piece by piece. Get ready for the banquet." When Yi Hui's mom saw that her son was actually sitting on a stool with a girl, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times, and the more she looked at him, the more skeptical she became. Yi Hui and the others also hurriedly said, "Auntie, we've just started a game. How much longer to go?" If there was a 10 or so minutes, they could still play a game and push the high ground quickly. Just, Yi Hui's mom said, "It's too late. We're all ready to get on the car. You kids, this playfulness is really big. Hiding here and playing games don't even know the time." Yi Hui said to Gu Ying and them, "Then there's no way to play. I still have to drive to pick up my sister-in-law's mother's side of the family to go to the banquet in a little while. Why don't we split the vote 6 ways?" Everyone nodded. After all, the game wasn't the most important thing today. Yi Hui and the others played around for another 2 minutes while Yi Hui's mom looked on for 2 minutes. In the end, Li Reed and the others left, while Yi Hui's mom was pulling Yi Hui backward to walk with herself. "Yi Hui, you kid, tell me, is it this girl?" Yi Hui also thought about it. He had been thinking of bringing Gu Ying to see his parents. So he answered, "Yes, but you first do not voice people. Girls do not want to go public so quickly. You cannot go around with people that this is your son's girlfriend. If you are scared, people may want to break up with your son." Yi Hui's mom also hurriedly nodded her head. Yes. You guys have only been together for a few days. Mom knows what to do. Don't worry." Yi Hui's mother was happy to see her daughter-in-law, even if she couldn't chat with her future daughter-in-law from the beginning, but being able to take a look from afar was already satisfying, and the first thing she wanted to do now was to share it with her husband. She hurriedly scattered Yi Hui's arm and took a few quick steps forward, looking back at Gu Ying, who was flustered by Yi Hui's mother's look, but luckily, Yi Hui's mom also took one look and left with a smile. Gu Ying couldn't help but turn around and look at Yi Hui. Yi Hui's eyes were slightly evasive, just under Gu Ying's scrutinizing eyes. He immediately confessed and whispered, "We know the relationship between us ourselves, but my parents, they have seen your picture. I am also going to take you back to see my parents later on, and that is definitely something that can't be hidden from them either. So I will just admit it. You are my girlfriend now." Gu Ying also exhaled. "I say, being your fake girlfriend won't be life-threatening, right? I saw the way your mom just looked at me, like she wanted to eat me." Yi Hui also laughed. "How come? They are doting eyes. You know, you are now enjoying the treatment of our Yi family's future daughter-in-law. Just look at my sister-in-law and you'll know how happy she is. Don't worry, they don't mean any harm, so you don't have to worry." Gu Ying also asked, "Then what kind of gold-digging woman did you kid ask me to pretend to be?" Yi Hui looked around and whispered, "That's just because I don't want my parents to like you too much. In case you're too good, my parents can't afford to let you go. So what if I meet someone I like in the future?" Gu Ying let out a hum and nodded her head, as if there was some truth to it. Chapter 141, Don't Scare My Girlfriend Away. Yi Hui hurriedly pulled Gu Ying's arm and said while walking, "This is not the time to discuss these things. Let's hurry over. I still have to be busy picking up my sister-in-law's relatives, so if you have any questions, ask them tonight when you're free." Gu Ying felt the warmth coming from Yi Hui's hand and suddenly felt a trace of abnormality rise in her heart, but it was captured by her sensitive heart. She felt that she was attracted to Yi Hui, to Yi Hui's family. However, it was only a little bit of a good feeling. The group was concentrated, and Yi Chen also waited for the brothers to go to his father-in-law's restaurant in one piece. Yi Chen's wedding is more traditional, not like other rich people in what 7-star hotels feast. One is also a little humane. Two can also help their father-in-law to promote the newly opened restaurant. Is also considered to help their own father-in-law to do a free advertisement. Can let the restaurant in the city to open the popularity, and at the same time, it can also satisfy the father-in-law's hope of wanting to help his own daughter to have a banquet in his own restaurant. After all, people only have a baby daughter, and Lu Yana is not opposed to it. So this method is also a triple whammy. Although the banquet was held in the restaurant, but this row is also quite big. Yi Chen in the wedding company there is also in accordance with the highest price to do the arrangement. Lu Dad from the initial want to do the restaurant, has been transformed to do the restaurant, even if it did not do the hotel, but the look of the restaurant is still made. The first floor is the kitchen and dine hall, the second floor is the lobby, the third floor is the elegant room. The whole restaurant is a total of more than 3,000 square, in this building, but only as long as 200,000 rent, which is for him, is the proverbial pick up a big bargain. The whole restaurant of Lu Fuqi was dressed up in a very festive way by the wedding company, and the upstairs and downstairs were arranged properly, which saved a lot of preparations for the opening of the restaurant. And the building's property manager also knows very well that all other foreign cars can only be parked in the indoor one-story parking lot, and the outside parking lot is only reserved for Yi Chen's relatives' cars to be parked, and there are also the 2 underground parking lots inside if they are full. Yi Chen's banquet was also set up 100 rounds. The building is full of cars. One by one all prepared congratulatory gifts to attend the banquet. After Yi Hui picked up Lu Yina's relatives who had come from Cloud City to attend the wedding to the restaurant, He also went there at the main entrance to greet the guests together with Yi Chen, Lu Yina, and Gu Engying, the bridesmaid, Yi mom and Yi dad, and as Yi Chen's second uncle and aunt, Yi Hui's mom and dad were also together at the door to welcome the guests, and sometimes it was necessary for the second uncle and aunt to bring seats for the guests. However, Yi Hui's mother was looking at Gu Engying, who was standing by the side, but the more she looked at her, the more satisfied she became. Things come together, and only people with the same three views can play together. And since Gu Engying was able to become a good sister to Lu Yina, she was naturally just as good as Lu Yina's. She has seen the daughter-in-law of the eldest uncle's family many times, and also heard Ye's mother talk about how good Lu Yina is. Then Gu Engying, even if she is not as good as Lu Yina, on the character of the same good words, then she has been very satisfied. After all, nowadays, whether it's a man or a woman, if the person is good in terms of character in 3 points of view, then this person is not bad. This aspect of the family Yi Hui mother is also not considered. Even if people are lazy, it does not matter. The family can hire ants. So now not only Yi Hui's mom, but Yi Hui's dad, driven by Yi Hui's mom, was also looking at Gu Engying with two glowing eyes. Gu Engying looked at Yi Hui's parents who were smiling and looking at themselves, and her heart was flustered, afraid that it was under so many relatives and friends that she could no longer pretend. Yi Hui looked at the situation and hurriedly pulled Gu Engying to his other side, using his own body to block his parents' crazy eyes. Yi Hui pulled his parents to the side and whispered, "Mom and Dad, what are you doing? If my girlfriend is scared away by you, I'll be relying on you." Yi Hui's parents were then somewhat restrained. Fine, we'll pretend we don't know. You'll have to bring her home when the time comes. Mom and Dad are also very happy with her. Yi Hui's parents were also smiling happily. It seemed that they were 100% satisfied with Gu Engying. Yi Hui also came to Gu Engying's side and whispered, "In a moment, you say hello to my parents." We all said it explicitly, and it's not good to pretend that we don't know each other. Saying that, Yi Hui waved the cell phone in his hand, signaling Gu Engying to look at it. Gu Engying pulled out her cell phone and saw that the account had arrived on WeChat. Looking at the 200 yuan displayed on the cell phone, Gu Engying that was very surprised to look at Yi Hui. "Nice guy, it's 10 days pay once it's out." Gu Engying smiled and whispered, "Alright then." Saying that, she then crossed over Yi Hui, squeezed Yi Hui to one side, and came to Yi mother's side and said, "Auntie, are you and uncle tired? If you're tired, then go inside first and rest a bit." And now there are fewer people, and it is estimated that the guests are also almost here. Yi Hui's parents were stunned by Gu Engying's initiative and immediately returned. Well, I'll go back later. I'm not tired yet. Joke, there is a future daughter-in-law in the waiting with their own, where she would not want to go back to dry sitting. Even if it is a little tired is also happy. There was a steady stream of visitors at the door, and the seats inside were filled with high rollers. There was a lively discussion among all. The relatives of both families had the most heated discussions. "Hey Gu, I heard that the Yi family's kid Yi Chen has already given birth, right?" "Yeah, don't you know? It's just been a couple months since I gave birth, I think." "Yeah, it's just about the baby's 100th day today, too. I heard there were triplets." "Triplets? Huh? The most recent triplets in Fragrant City turned out to be the Yi Chen kids? You guys are really insular. It's that Yi Chen kids yet. That bride is Yi Chen kid's college classmate. I heard that not long after they got together they got pregnant. Isn't it normal for men and women to fall in love and live together these days?" "Yeah, it's only abnormal if you don't get pregnant, right? If the woman is infertile then it's over. Che, you don't let it be a man's problem? Prefer to say that women don't get to have babies. It's commonplace for women to beat their children nowadays. And naturally there are more women than can be born." "Not really, even if you don't get to have a baby, that's half for each gender. After all, men don't love sports nowadays, and a lot of them don't have tadpoles." With that said, this discussion has gone sideways. Also more and more people came in. There are many friends of Yi Chen's parents in business. Yi Chen's parents have many friends in the city of Incense, although it is not considered to be a rich man, but there are many people who know them. Chapter 142, The Wedding Scene. And someone also asked Lu Yina's relatives on her mother's side, "Ouch, is there a good woman like the bride to introduce? My brat graduated from college this year, and I haven't seen him bring a girlfriend back. He's got a girlfriend out there that he hasn't brought home, right? It's impossible to be out of college and not be in love, right? I've asked him. He said no, and also said that there are suitable ones that can also go on a blind date. So I really want to ask you guys to do it. After this is accomplished, this matchmaker's big red packet I won't be able to shortchange you." That said, all the other aunts joined in the matchmaker bonus. "I'll give you 10,000 for the bonus. I'll give $20,000 if I succeed in finding one for my son. 30,000 for me. 40,000. 50,000. That price really adds up too. I think I have a divorced one with a kid here. Want an introduction? At that moment, there was also a sudden pause in the crowd, and no one spoke again. My son is also recently divorced, but has no children, and if this woman has had a child, that proves that she can have one. It's just that if she's carrying a girl, that's something to think about. After all, this society is still very realistic and not everyone likes to be happy to be a father. The wedding site was also crowded, joyous and lively. When the guests had all arrived, Yi Chen's parents and Yi Hui's parents as well as Yi Hui and Guingying, they returned to sit on the chair and waited for Lu Yana to make up her makeup in a private room on the third floor. In the private room, there were also bodyguards from Proteus Security that Yi Chen had called to guard the safe. Lu Yana put the dozen pounds of gold bracelet after putting it away. And then the "You Are My Only" the whole series of with the wedding dress together with the matching to wear up. The whole person's temperament, from graceful and noble became more noble. Yi Chen personally put it on for Lu Yana. Standing in front of the floor mirror, Yi Chen gently hugged her from behind. Honey, you really look beautiful today. Lu Yana smiled and said, Humph, am I not usually beautiful? Yi Chen hurriedly replied, beautiful. It's just that today is really especially beautiful, more beautiful than any other moment in the past. Lu Yana smiled happily and blissfully, but the corners of her eyes were glistening with tears. At this time, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was Ye's mom downstairs who called. Yi Chen, are you ready? The MC said, you can come down now. You guys hurry up, or else you'll miss the auspicious time. Yi Chen said, Mom, don't worry, I'm coming down now. You guys get ready. Saying that, he helped Lu Yana put her veil on, and when he opened the door, the makeup artist and the bridesmaids as well as the bodyguards were waiting. They rushed forward to help Lu Yana organize her wedding dress, rearranging the veil and the trailing end of her wedding dress. Yi Chen, you go down first. Yi Chen nodded. Then you guys be careful. Yi Chen left after saying that. Guingying also held Lu Yana's hand tightly. Nana, you have to take good care of me in a while. I want the bouquet in your hand. Ina Lu also laughed. She was also able to see that Guingying was also very envious of herself, and said with a smile, I'll send the bouquet directly to you in a little while, so you have to catch it. And the sisters on the side said, don't worry, we won't eyeball you for it. The bouquet is yours. Guingying was also a bit touched. In fact, it's not that she's in a hurry to get married or anything, it's just that because she's been in college for a few years now and hasn't had a relationship, not only is she in a hurry, but even her parents are in a hurry for her. So after releasing her to fend for herself, she was also put on the condition that she find a boyfriend. Then she could go home and lay down and get back to her old life. Otherwise, she'd be stuck with a job she didn't even like, as she was now. At this point, the wedding site, Yi Chen and Lu Yana's wedding had begun, and the wedding march was playing. Yi Chen and a few of his brothers stood on the stage, while there was a small pavilion there at the entrance to the lobby, where the staff of the wedding company had Lu Yana stand while the few sisters behind her were the ones helping her to drag the trailing tail of her long wedding dress, and behind the bridesmaids, 3 sisters pushed 3 tiny floats, in which lay Yi Chen's 3 little babies, and 3 aunts followed along all the way, ready to go. Obviously, Yi Chen and Lu Yana's 3 children were here to be flower girls. At this time, Lu father came out, put Lu Yana's hand on his arm support, slowly bring Lu Yana walked to the stage, Yi Chen's heel. In the enthusiasm of the master of ceremonies guidance, Lu father Lu Yana's hand, heavily placed in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen, my baby girl is in your hands. I hope you won't fail our Nana. Yi Chen also nodded solemnly. Dad, don't worry, I definitely won't. At this time, Yi Chen took Lu Yana's hand and faced the lobby of more than 1,000 people at the scene. After the officiant had said so many blessings to the crowd, the next step was to enter the height of the wedding's enthusiasm. Next, it's time for the bride and groom to take their vows. The MC said to the bride, Iona Lu, Miss Iona Lu, do you wish to become legally married to Mr. Yi Chen? In sickness and in health, or for any other reason, to love him, to care for him, to honor him, to accept him, and to remain faithful to him forever until the end of your life? Ina Lu exhaled and calmed herself by answering, I do. The MC said to the groom, Yi Chen, Mr. Yi Chen, are you not? Yi Chen didn't think twice and didn't wait for the MC to finish his sentence before snatching the answer. I do. The MC also smiled and said, it seems that our groom is very monkey-minded and can't wait for the bridal chamber. All the guests present burst into laughter. Chapter 143 has a boyfriend. Everyone's laughter drowned out the wedding march. Instead, Lu Yana was so ashamed by the MC's words that she lowered her head, only to have a happy and sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. With this smile, Lu Yana made everyone in the room marvel. My goodness, this is too beautiful for the bride, isn't it? How can it not be beautiful? The bride is the school flower of our fragrant university, who has been on the list for several years. I hear the bride and groom both haven't graduated yet. Oh, It's normal to take a break from school when you're pregnant. Can't you see the triplets? It's exhausting to carry triplets. The bride is really something. Yeah, I guess when the bride goes back to school, the current school beauty will have to give way. Yes, even though the bride is married, she feels even more beautiful, with a little more maternal tenderness. But then I saw how hard it is to carry triplets. It's nice, but it's really not easy for the bride. Suffer wants to fulfill all your wishes. I'm willing to work hard. Yeah. Dressed in long white slippers, Ainayu and her 3 children quickly became the center of attention, and the 3 little babies were picked up by the ants. The 3 little babies were only 100 days old, but they were looking at their mommy and daddy with their eyes wide open, and they seemed to be seriously witnessing their mom and dad's wedding. Daddy's so handsome, mom is so beautiful. On the wedding stage, Yi-chen had already exchanged rings with Lu Yina with each other. Lu Yina looked seriously at Yi-chen through her veil and slowly lifted the veil for herself. Yi-chen fondly embraced Lu Yina, and the two kissed each other in front of the entire audience of over 1,000 people. The two finished kissing and embraced deeply again. At this point the MC went on to speak. Hey, bride and groom, you guys really don't treat us as outsiders. You have to hold back. It was only then that Yi-chen parted from Lu Yina reluctantly. Lu Yina blushed and looked at the people present. Looking at my mom and dad, my friends and family, my sisters, and my baby, the tears in my eyes were slowly slipping down. Yi-chen was also a little excited, his eyes containing tears. He gently took the tissue from his sister on the side, wiped Lu Yina's tears, and said tenderly, "Wife." There were just no words of comfort to be said, only a soft whimper. After a while, "Next, let's have our bride throw the hand bouquet to our best man and maid of honor. Let's see who is the next lucky winner." The MC immediately mobilized the entire room. Speaking excitedly, Lu Yina had also gathered her emotions by now and smiled happily. Looking at Gu Yingying, she said, "Yingying, you asked for it, so I'll pass my good fortune on to you. Are you ready?" Gu Yingying immediately took her position and said to Lu Yina, "Hurry up, don't anyone grab it from me." The other sisters, however, refused. "No, whoever grabs it is the one who gets it." The best man looked at a group of bridesmaids fighting to grab the bouquet there, and immediately stepped back. "You guys grab it, we men won't get into this." With so many less competitors at once, the bridesmaids were naturally happy, although they have just graduated not long ago. But like Yi-chen, such as a man of his choice, they are willing to give up their careers for him, and go home to get married and have children. Ainalu looked at her sisters with a smile and happily turned her back. All the sisters are ready. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yina closed her eyes and threw the bouquet in her hand. But this bouquet was thrown crookedly, only to see Yi Hui looking at everyone with a confused face holding the bouquet. "Ah, it's not that I'm going to rob it, it's that the flower ran into my hands by itself." Everyone laughed, and the brothers beside Yi Hui also came forward to congratulate. "Brother, God's will is hard to resist. The next wedding wine will definitely be yours." Yi Hui hurriedly shoved the bouquet in his hand into Gu Yingying's hand. "I don't want to get married so soon. Here you go." Gu Yingying was also furious. "If I didn't grab it, it's not mine. Give it back." Yi Hui, however, killed himself. Instead, the MC invited Gu Yingying onto the stage. "Congratulations to this young lady. Please go up to the wedding stage first." Gu Yingying couldn't help it. It was her sister's wedding and she was too embarrassed to mess things up. So, one had to dutifully take the bouquet to the stage. Yi Hui's parents on the stage were happy to see their future daughter-in-law receive the bouquet. They were also hoping that the next wedding reception would be their own son. That way, they can have grandchildren sooner. "Miss looks so pretty. Then I'll ask you a question on behalf of all the single boys on the spot," the MC said and glanced at the boys on the stage. "I wonder, is Missy single now?" The boys in the room came to their senses and looked up at the wedding stage. Although Gu Yingying didn't look as beautiful as Lu Yina, she wasn't bad either. It was just that Gu Yingying was clearly frozen by the MC's question. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Lu Yina shook Gu Yingying. "Come on, aren't you single?" Gu Yingying was also torn in her heart. Yi Hui's parents already knew that she was Yi Hui's girlfriend, but a lot of people didn't know. If she said that she had a boyfriend, wouldn't that block her back way? "I'll go. If I had known that today would come, I wouldn't have agreed to be Yi Hui's fake girlfriend." It's really a case of picking up the pieces and losing the pieces. Pissed off. In the end, she didn't let Yi Hui and also Yi Hui's parents down, gritted her teeth and nodded. "I have a boyfriend. Just die. Maybe my positive karma isn't here." Lu Yina seemed shocked by Gu Yingying's answer. "Yingying, you have a boyfriend? How dare you hide it so deeply?" Gu Yingying whispered in Lu Yina's ear. "I'll explain it to you later." Lu Yina just looked at Gu Yingying with a face full of curiosity. But she would still be happy for her sister if she did have a boyfriend. And Yi Hui's parents on the stage nodded their heads in satisfaction. This was sort of indirectly recognizing their son's status. Yefei, I'm not bad for your son, am I? Why do you think so badly of me? Gu Yingying's words caused the men present to lose their heads a bit, but not including Yi Hui, who looked at Gu Yingying with more than a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He was still grateful that Gu Yingying didn't reveal his old self and admit to having a boyfriend. The MC immediately said, "How come you have a boyfriend? Young lady, you're letting the boys down." There was a sigh of relief from all the boys in the room at this. Alright, the other young miss already has a master, so let's not beat up the lovebirds. Let's wish Missy an early marriage. The MC could only speak with regret as well. Come back and ask me to officiate your wedding then, huh? After that everyone burst out laughing and the whole wedding was filled with laughter. So next, let's cut the cake and pop the champagne. Chapter 144, Wedding Completion. As soon as the MC's words were finished, the staff pushed out the cake and champagne. Lu Yana had to let Gu Yingying go for now. The two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, opened the champagne after cutting the large 6-layer high cake under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and the 3 little babies were carried back to the booth by the 3 aunts to be breastfed. The wedding is sort of done. Led by the staff, Lu Yana got off the wedding stage. Yi Chen, on the other hand, sat back down on the chairman's seat, and now he could serve the food and eat the banquet. Yi Chen's parents also hurriedly left dishes for Lu Yana, fearing that there would be no dishes when she came back after changing her dress. The bridesmaids and groomsmen sat at the same table, while Gu Yingying and Yi Hui both sat together. With Yi Hui's straight nature, he naturally cared about eating his own. Gu Yingying also didn't pay attention to Yi Hui, but Yi Hui's mom on the side was in a hurry. She also knows her own son's nature, probably not yet enlightened, and does not know what it means to be gentle and considerate. Yi Hui's mom was deciding at that moment, when she went home, she must teach Yi Hui a good lesson. Let him know what is meant by considerate. After a few dishes, this time the master of ceremonies is standing on the wedding stage, holding a microphone, said, "Today is really a very happy day, is a wedding, but also the main family of the 3 little babies' 100 days, and today at the same time is our Lu Fuji restaurant's first day of opening, and Lu Fuji is more of our bride's family's industry. The bride's father is also in order for his daughters. The father of the bride has also been preparing for his daughter's banquet for more than 20 years, and this table full of dishes contains a father's expectation and favor for his daughter. Lao Fuk Ki is famous for its marinade, but it is also a multifaceted restaurant. When you come here you can also have dishes that combine Chinese and Western food, like today's banquet is a good example. I hope you can savor it with all your heart. Thank you all for coming." These are the same words that Yi Chen told the MC to say. Papa Lu was also grateful for what Yi Chen had done for him and nodded at Yi Chen to show his appreciation. Yi Chen also smiled and nodded with Papa Lu. The words of the MC, however, caused the guests present to murmur. "I go, so the woman's family is so rich? Yeah, it's really quite powerful to be able to rent a few thousand square feet in Huacheng Mansion. Yeah, look at this hall, it's over 1,500 square feet too, and there are 3 floors. I just saw someone go up to the 3rd floor when I came here. It's what you see. The woman's father has rented 3 floors here and opened a restaurant just to come to Shanqing to develop. Yes, I just heard the relatives on the woman's side say that the woman's father is one of the richest men in Cloud City, and the bride is an only child. My goodness, this is really too rich. It's about $2 million a month to rent this place. Be confident and switch left and right to above. The man's family is also quite rich, right? I heard from the woman's side that she gave her parents-in-law $10 million each in pocket money, and the bride price money is more than $5 million. Probably also because 520-1314 sounds better. Didn't the other woman marry off a Cullinan? I saw it all outside just now. Sure enough, I really don't understand the world of the rich. The guests in the audience were also chatting away. Lu Yana had also changed into a set of subdresses and returned by now. Pulling all the hair up makes the whole face look cleaner and prettier. Slowly, he walked in from over the gate and sat down in the chair. Yi Chen hurriedly went over and picked her up, and Ye's mom brought the dishes to her. Lu Yana said sweetly, "Thanks mom." Yi mother smiled and nodded. "Hurry up and eat. You'll have to go make a toast after you finish eating in a while." The guests present were all captivated by Lu Yana, while Louis Wei, who was sitting on the seat watching the whole thing, lowered her head and tried to hide her face of incomparable jealousy. When she looked up again, her face had been replaced with a determined look. She pouted to her mother, who was sitting beside her. "Mom, I'm going to come to Fragrant City too, and find a good man like my brother-in-law." Louis Wei's mother was reluctant. Wei, but mom doesn't want to leave Cloud City. If you're in Cloud City, mom can still help out a bit. Let's just stay in Cloud City, okay? Louis Wei is also her only daughter. Her father is a doctor. The policy at that time did not allow a second child. If you can have a second child, it is estimated that Louis Wei will have a brother or sister. Just Louis Wei is also insisting on their own. I do not. Even the big city have not come out to break through. I am not willing to stay in the Cloud City, that small county for life. And in the Cloud City, I also do not see the boys. Do you want me to end up alone? Louis Wei's mother is also worried. She also does not want her daughter away from her too far away. Although to Xiangqing is only a few hours drive. If you take the high-speed rail is only about an hour. That is not too far away. I don't know what kind of man Louis Wei will find as a husband. If you don't want to live with your in-laws, they can't afford to buy a house in Xiangqing to live in Louis Wei's neighborhood. After all, it's not like anyone has the ability to afford to buy a big villa like Yichen. Mom, I just came over here to break in too. I wanted to be here to help my eldest. Louis Wei's mom couldn't help but be surprised. You're a dance student. How can you think of coming here to help your eldest uncle? Louis Wei, although I'm a dancer, I'm still interested in cooking too, and I'm also quite talented. Besides, isn't it good to learn one more thing? Learning to cook well. Even if I get married and have children in the future, it will be good for me, right? Louis Wei's mom thought about it and felt that what she said had some truth to it. Well then, I'll talk to your eldest uncle and ask him to make arrangements for you here in Fragrant City. Louis Wei nodded in satisfaction now. One's purpose has been served. Because she was in the firm belief that after this restaurant opened, Yichen would definitely come here to help out as well. Because she had already heard their discussion when she was in Cloud City, and was planning to hand over the restaurant on this side of Fragrant City to the two of them to run it, and her eldest uncle would be ready to retire. And if she entered the tavern ahead of time and mapped out the place first, then this would be relatively favorable to the plans she wanted to carry out later. So she lowered her head and smiled sinisterly. Chapter 145, I don't want this kind of fate. And over here, Yi Hui looked at his cell phone and pushed Gu Yingying with his hand. My mom said for us to go over to her table for dinner. Do you want to go? Gu Yingying looked at Yi Hui's parents who were looking at their side with a passionate face, and her face was a bit embarrassed. This is not good, is it? Yi Hui, what's wrong with that? It's not like my parents will eat you. Gu Yingying started to lose her temper. Isn't that indirectly letting so many people know that my boyfriend is you? I'm not going. You go. When I said I'd be your fake girlfriend, I didn't say I'd admit it in front of so many people. Yi Hui was also in trouble. Forget it, if you don't go then I won't go either. So, a message was sent to his mom and dad. Mom, Yingying doesn't want to go. There are too many people. Yi Hui's mom looked at the message on her cell phone and thought for a second. But it's also true that she just admitted that she has a boyfriend. And this side followed Yi Hui to sit over to her side. So it's the same as telling everyone that her boyfriend is Yi Hui? It's normal for this little girl to be shy. It's better to wait until their relationship is better. There's a real possibility that you'll scare off this future daughter-in-law if you're too pushy. It was an outcome that she didn't want either. So, she gave her son the okay sign. Yi Hui continued to whisper to Gu Yingying. See, my parents still understand things quite well. Gu Yingying also glanced at Yi Hui's parents. In fact, she still felt that Yi Hui's parents were good. At least they were still reasonable people, and they wouldn't say that they were forcing others. And they weren't strong people either. Only, Gu Yingying did have the feeling that she had become Yi Hui's real girlfriend. Gu Yingying immediately TUO'd in her mind and admonished herself. You're just playing the role of Yi Hui's girlfriend. Don't think anything. You're a fake girlfriend. Thinking of this, Gu Yingying also sobered up a bit and continued to bury her head to eat. Yi Chen's side is also always concerned about his wife and child. See, his wife does not like to eat greasy. Immediately help her to clean, as well as feed her. Seeing that the dishes were almost served, and there were still the last of the greens and steamed buns left, Ye's mother called on Yi Chen and the others. Yi Chen, we're going to make a toast. Call the best man and maid of honor to join us. Yi Chen's two couples, Yi Chen's parents, Yi Hui's parents, and Lu Yina's parents, plus Yi Hui and Gu Yingying, a line of people set out to make a toast, with the best man and maid of honor in charge of bringing wine and tea, and Yi Hui's parents in charge of handing out the red envelopes. Divide and conquer and off we go. Hand out red envelopes as you toast. Everyone gave their sincere blessings to the golden couple, Lu Yina and Yi Chen, and praised the meals at Papa Lu's restaurant, in our Fragrant City. Since your family's restaurant opened, that's the best marinade in Fragrant City. Yeah, look at this marinated pigeon. This is too tender and flavorful. It's the first time I've had it in Fragrant City. Boss, do you have an elegant room here? Papa Lu was happy to see the crowd praising his meal. He raised his hand and said to everyone seriously, don't worry, we have elegant rooms on the third floor that can be set up for a 4-round, 10-round family or company potluck-style banquet. Moreover, everyone is a friend or relative of our family. All of them give you 88% discount. Good. The boss is atmospheric. Yi Chen was very satisfied with the effect, and when Lu Yina saw her dad so happy, she was also happy for her dad. It probably took almost an hour to toast them all. Yi Hui was also filled with a lot of wine. Already red-faced state. The bride is naturally no one dares to fill the wine. During the period there are also people who want to fill Gu Yingying drink. All were Yi Hui one by one blocked. This time Gu Yingying's eyes changed as she looked at Yi Hui. She also didn't expect that this Yi Hui had such a manly side as well. Everyone else was getting the bridesmaids drunk so that they could take advantage of the opportunity to eat tofu. Yi Hui could actually do it to such an extent. She was also warmed inside. Yi Hui's mom and dad were happy to see this. There's drama. After the toast came back, Yi Chen and Lu Yana and the others hurriedly picked up a couple of mouthfuls before quickly walking downstairs to the door to send the guests off. That's the thing about being married. It's really exhausting. But then again, the exhaustion is worth it. After all, there is only one day in a person's life. So tired is just a little bit tired. And in the meantime, Lu Yana also went to breastfeed. Gu Yingying also followed. But Yi Hui has been dunked unconscious, went to the private room to rest, and Yi Hui's parents sent him home after sending the guests. Lu Yana and Gu Yingying were in another private room. Lu Yana smiled and asked her good sister, Yingying, you honestly entertain. Who is the boyfriend? Hello, you've got a boyfriend and you're asking me to hide it from you. Are we good sisters and girlfriends or not? Gu Yingying was also anxious. Nana, listen to me. Things are not what you think. I'll be honest with you. I don't actually have a boyfriend. Aina Lu looked at her in disbelief. So what was going on with you just now? Gu Yingying, I promised Yi Hui to be his fake girlfriend and lied to his family. Lu Yana stared. No way? How do you two know each other? How come I haven't heard you mention it before? For the sake of her sisters, Gu Yingying also went out on a limb. Didn't I join a group called College Student Support Group before? I added Yi Hui there. At that time I was unaware of Yi Hui's relationship with Yi Chen. Just today I realized it. I swear, I'm not lying. Aina Lu, you go on. Gu Yingying, when Yi Hui arrived, he sent a message in the group saying he was looking for a girl to pretend to be his girlfriend. So I added him. That's how we both met. Lu Yana also felt magical. This is really fate. Gu Yingying, however, was not impressed. Fate my ass. I don't care about it. I don't want this kind of fate. I was shocked when I saw him at the hotel. I really didn't expect him to be Yi Chen's brother. What a surprise. Lu Yana, however, laughed. Then why do I feel that your peach blossoms are coming? Don't ever. I don't feel much for him either. Gu Yingying said somewhat sheepishly. Lu Yana looked like she saw through Gu Yingying. See, you hesitated. But anything you hesitate about, then this thing could be true. So there's a real chance you two could still make it. Chapter 146, Holding the Hand of Your Son and Growing Old with Him. Gu Yingying was also unsure of her attitude towards Yi Hui, and at the time, she just thought it was fun to try. Moreover, it might also be possible to bring about a flirtatious encounter for herself or something. Just for the time being, she and Yi Hui hadn't had anything substantial happen yet, and Yi Hui didn't have a reason to make her move. She's generally pretty sensible when it comes to relationships, so she doesn't just fall in love with anyone. Yefei, then I'll go for it. Lu Yana shook her head and looked at her best sister with a smile, and stopped talking. The thing about relationships is that they come and go, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop them. Whether or not the two will make it is up to them. However, Lu Yana had a strong premonition that the two would definitely create a good story yet. After Yi Chen's mom and dad finished sending off the guests, they drove back to their new residence. Back home when already more than 9 o'clock, everyone is busy with their own, and Yi Chen and Lu Yana, two people today big wedding, naturally do not have to do anything else. The family also came to other relatives. The small child was also picked up to go home, ready to take a bath to feed the milk to sleep. Adults are gathered in the living room chatting. Yi Chen and Lu Yana, two people back to the room when organized, and then down to give all the relatives tea. All the relatives have also long been ready to change the name of the red envelope. First, of course, was to offer tea to Yi Chen's parents. Yi Chen's parents sat on two side-by-side stools. Auntie Zhang on the side poured tea and brought it over. Yi Chen stood in front of them with Lu Yana. Lu Yana took the tea handed over by Auntie Zhang and bowed, shouting at Ye's father. Dad, please drink tea. Papa Yi smiled and took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yana. Good. After receiving the tea in Lu Yana's hand and taking a sip of it, she put it back on Auntie Zhang's tray. Lu Yana took the tea from Auntie Zhang's hand again and shouted at Ye's mother. Mom, please have some tea. Ye's mom also took out a red envelope and handed it to Lu Yana. Good. In the future, this family will be handed over to you and Yi Chen. Lu Yana took the red packet from Ye's mother's hand and put it into Yi Chen's hand and said, Thank you, Mom. Yi mother smiled happily. She was 100% satisfied with Lu Yana. Next, tea was offered to Yi Hui's parents and some of his 7 great aunts. After the tea was toasted and the name change red packets were collected, Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents sent the relatives away, and they also quickly went back to take a bath, and went to take over the aunts to take care of the baby in a while. The kids have all been playing with the adults all day today, and since it was their first time seeing so many people, they were also more excited, slept less, and slept a little on the way home. The aunts did decide to breastfeed after the bath or they would spit up. Fortunately, The bathroom in the new villa is now larger, with almost 20 square feet of bathroom, so the 3 children can take a bath at the same time, which saves a lot of time. Yi Chen, on the other hand, carried Lu Yana back to her room. At this time, Yi Chen's system woke up at this time. Congratulations to the host for completing a single special task. The system rewards the host with a national chain of shopping malls in Demingfa. Yi Chen's hand holding Lu Yana paused. Oh, my god. National mall chain. Damien Hare. It actually became mine. I'll go. This shocked Yi Chen once again. DMF is probably worth a few tens of billions, right? I also wonder what the market value is. It was at this moment that Lu Yana smiled mysteriously at Yi Chen and said, hubby, there is something that we need to accomplish together. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana and quickly pinned her against the wall, coming up with a wallop. Wife, you're in such a hurry to. Lu Yana pushed Yi Chen away and laughed. Hubby, don't get the wrong idea. I do have one thing to do with you, but it's not the one you have in your head. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana suspiciously. Lu Yana covered her mouth and laughed there, shaking her head helplessly. She turned and walked to the check room, coming out with a stack of A4 paper and a bag of brushes and paints. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana with uncertainty and asked, Wife, what do you want? It can't be that you want to draw a shirtless me, right? Lu Yana snapped at him. Go, see how beautiful you think. Lu Yana put everything on the table, put the paper flat, took out the palette, squeezed out a few brighter colors on it, took out the paintbrush and blended a few colors into a few favorite warm colors, straightening the paper once more. He then said to Yi Chen, who was full of doubts, Husband, give me your hand. Yi Chen obediently put his big hand over, and Lu Yana picked up the paintbrush and painted the blended powder blue color on Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen was even more confused about her actions. Wife, what exactly do you want? Yi Chen finally asked as Lu Yana was about to paint her hand. Lu Yana smiled. You'll know in a moment. After painting Yi Chen's hand all over the paint, he moved Yi Chen's hand to the top of the A4 paper and pressed it down heavily. Taking Yi Chen's hand up, he picked up another paint that was a bit darker and painted on it, haloing the powder blue paint on his hand into other colors, and putting a handprint on another piece of paper. Only after continuously printing several palm prints of different colors did Lu Yana let Yi Chen go and wash his hands. Honey, why don't you go ahead and wash your hands? And when you come out in a little while, you can see your wife's masterpiece of mine. Yi Chen also had no choice but to listen to Lu Yana's words and walked into the bathroom with both hands up. Lu Yana saw Yi Chen went in, and picked up another brush to apply paint on her own hand, and after applying the paint, she then printed her own hand with Yi Chen's, connecting to print the remaining several ones one by one on her own hand. Yi Chen walked out of the bathroom and at the same time saw the finished products that were laid out on the table. He hugged Lu Yana tightly from her back. Wife, Lu Yana smiled and rubbed her face against Yi Chen's. Hubby, does it look good? Yi Chen kissed Lu Yana. Good looking. Hold your hand and grow old together. Nana, I will not fail you in this life. Lu Yana was happy in her heart. She knew that Yi Chen must be able to understand the meaning of her painting. Two people with the same channel can go on forever. She believed that what Yi Chen said, she can also do it. Honey, I believe you. Yi Chen hugged and kissed Lu Yana. After a passionate kiss, Lu Yana pushed Yi Chen. I'll go take a shower first. My hands are dirty. Yi Chen exhaled deeply. Let me help you wash it. This pigment is too difficult to wash. Saying that, Yi Chen took Lu Yana's hand that was full of pigment and looked at her with eyes full of favor as they walked into the bathroom together. Hold your hand and grow old with it. Chapter 147 Supporting Your Wife's Dreams. Early the next morning, Lu Yana got up from the bed holding her waist while patting Yi Chen to wake him up. Hubby, get up. Yi Chen sleepily opened his eyes. Wife, why are you up so early? Lu Yana only had to patiently say, today is the first day of the wedding, and in the morning it's to pour tea for mom and dad. Yi Chen rolled on the bed twice. Okay. The two woke up together, brushed their teeth and washed their faces together. Looking at the newlywed couple's scrubs for the two of them, Ina Lu felt that she was really too happy. Yi Chen knocked Lu Yana's head who was in the middle of brushing her teeth. Little fool, what are you gawking at again? Lu Yana glared at Yi Chen in mock anger. Good. Bullying your wife on your first day of marriage. I'll tell mom and dad. See how they'll clean you up. Yi Chen also said with a bad smile. Do you want me to tell them in detail how I bullied you? Lu Yana glared at him. Nasty. After saying that, he no longer cared about Yi Chen, brushed his teeth, sprayed his head, which was not washed last night, with a few sprays of dry cleaning spray, and tidied himself up so that he could go and change his clothes. Yi father and Yi mother also got up early in the morning, and Auntie Zhang had already finished brushing the little baby's teeth with the other two aunts, fed him, and went downstairs to bask in the sun. The little child, perhaps too tired from playing along with the adults yesterday, hardly didn't wake up once for milk last night, slept until 8 o'clock the next day, and has now followed the ants around the several hundred square meters of the yard. This child also grows very fast in these 2 months. Now the big baby height has been more than 70 centimeters, and weighs 20 pounds, compared to the 2 younger siblings are growing stronger. Sometimes it was Yi-chan who felt heavy even when he was holding him. Yi-chan and Lu Yana, 2 people, went downstairs together. This home they also moved to 2 days ago, and did not look at it seriously, are busy with the wedding. A bunch of things put in these days to complete. Feel the time is also rush. Aunt Zhang smiled and said to Yi-chan and Lu Yana, Chen, Nana, you're up. Good morning. Yi-chan and Lu Yana similarly greeted Auntie Zhang with a smile. Good morning, Auntie Zhang. Lu Yana asked, Auntie Zhang, where are mom and dad? Auntie Zhang, you mean Yi-chan's parents? They went to sunbathe outside with the little baby. Lu Yana asked Aunt Zhang in a low voice. Then should we pour tea for mom and dad this morning? Aunt Zhang said cheerfully. Gu, those are the rules of the past. Now these customs are simplified. Just now Yi-chan's mom just told me, after worshipping the gods in the morning even, everything else is not necessary. So Nana, Yi-chan's mom told me to tell you that you can go back to sleep again, and we'll call you up again when we eat at noon. Before Lu Yana could speak, Aunt Zhang continued. Oh yes, the little babies have already had their milk, and none of them got up last night. That's why we didn't go over to disturb you last night. Now it seems that these 3 little babies really know what they're doing. Knowing that his mom and dad were newly married, he slept through the night. Well, it's not like I'm hurting you guys for nothing. Yi-chen thought this in his heart. Lu Yana also smiled. Then I'll go for a walk too. Moved here and haven't seriously looked around the place yet. After smiling and greeting Aunt Zhang, he pulled Yi-chen out of the villa with him. Yi-chen smiled and said, Nana, do you think you should quit breastfeeding? Lu Yana was reluctant. The babies are just over 3 months old. How can they be fed until 6 months before quitting milk? Breast milk is good for the resistance of small babies. Yi-chan, I was just thinking that in another week or so, we'll be going back to school to attend school. So I guess it'll be inconvenient then. You're taking classes like this to milk the cows and stuff, too. Lu Yana also thought about it. This problem is a problem. After Yi-chen knew his wife's thoughts, he also tried his best to find a way to help Lu Yana solve the problem. Yi-chen suddenly said, why don't we utilize that caravan? After a pause, he continued, isn't there a refrigerator in that RV? You can milk in the car, which is also a little more comfortable. And then you can put the milked milk in the refrigerator to chill. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Yana exclaimed, hubby, you are so smart. Yi-chen smiled cheekily. Besides, if both of us are unavailable, we can still go on a date in the car. When Lu Yana heard Yi-chen's words, she couldn't help but blush. What are you doing? That's a school. Don't mess around. Yi-chen, what are you thinking? You don't want so many people to see us kissing, do you? I know Lu, however, beamed, but wouldn't it be easier for people to misunderstand in an RV? Yi-chen put his arm around Lu Yana. We're certified, so what can we do even if we misunderstand? Let them talk. Lu Yana was also unable to do anything with him, just silently thinking in her heart that she couldn't let Yi-chen mess up when the time came. Together, the 2 of them found Mother Yi and Mother Lu who were strolling around the yard. Yi Mother smiled and said to Yi-chen and Lu Yana, you guys are up? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Yi-chen said, I got up when I woke up, enjoying some parent-child time. It's been a long time since I've gotten up this early. Yeah, no need to be bothered by anyone else. No, that would be, having your own yard is different. Ye's mother asked with concern. Chen, Nana, you 2 will be going back to school in a few days. Do you have everything ready? Yi-chen said, Nana and I will go back to the school again tomorrow and just go through the formalities. Ye's mom and Lu's mom also nodded. Well, that's good. The child has us, so you can rest assured. Finish your studies early and then come back to help Nana's father. Yi-chen is no way out. Lu father is thinking of retiring. In the Cloud City side, are more real estate. On the Lu Fuji in the Cloud City of more than a dozen stores, he has also found a person to take over. It is just earn less. The profit is divided into their own people to let them manage. And he went back to the recipe every month to match it can be. There are masters in the kitchen. These are not a problem. Instead, Lu Yana stepped aside and said, Mom, we will. However, Lu Yana didn't think much of it. She didn't want to go straight to her own father's house to help out as soon as she graduated. She was thinking of developing her own career. Afterward, she asked Yi-chen in her room, Honey, do you want to go to my dad's restaurant too? Yi-chen said, It's not impossible. After all, I don't have much to do, and I can learn how to run a business or something by following Dad. Lu Yana also put her heart down. As long as you weren't forced into it, then I'm relieved. I studied art really because I like it, so I don't want to graduate and work directly in my dad's restaurant. I want to fulfill my dream of opening my own painting exhibition at an international pavilion. Yi-chen for these, in fact, he is not much pursuit. He thinks that as long as he can earn money is good. For this kind of pursuit, he naturally also supports his wife. Thinking of this, Yi Chen then promised Lu Yina, Nana, don't worry, Dad has my help there, so you can rest assured and boldly pursue your dreams, no matter what difficulties you encounter. When you need your husband, he will absolutely stand by your side without hesitation. Lu Yina couldn't help but hug Yi Chen tightly. Hubby, thank you for supporting my dream. At this moment, Lu Yina only felt that she was really too lucky. Chapter 148, Returning to School. While this was happening, Yi Chen's system was ringing. Congratulations to the host and his wife for completing the mission and rewarding them with 25% of the shares of the new single national supermarket. I'll go. Another shopping mall? Just now, Damien Hare didn't get it, and now he's giving away another supermarket? It is reasonable to say that there is also a Daming Fat supermarket in this Daming Fat shopping mall. So what is the meaning of this? Yi Chen really couldn't figure it out and simply didn't want to. Yi Chen drove his car early the next morning and took Lu Yina back to Xiangda and went through all the formalities. Walking on the campus road, Yi Chen was also full of thoughts. I really didn't expect to enjoy falling in love on campus again after getting married. Yi Chen is to think. He and Lu Yina too love his first marriage. Now the child was born. The marriage is also married. The two can still return to the campus to continue to hold hands and fall in love. Yi Chen held Lu Yina's hand and strolled around the campus. Walking through the school paths they hadn't walked together. Walking through every corner of the campus, leaving their precious footprints. Lu Yina also said with great emotion, I wonder, when we are old and come back to walk on the school road again, what kind of a scene will it be? Yi Chen was also longing. Probably. It's a very beautiful picture, isn't it? Lu Yina nodded, and when she got home in a while, she would definitely draw such a picture. Two gray-haired old men, holding each other's hands, growing old together. The two ate together in the school's dining hall, and in the military training of college students early in the morning has been in the playground to see Lu Yina and Yi Chen two people, and at this time in the dining hall again saw the two people, cannot help but talk about a lot. My god, isn't that the Tianxian sister we just saw on the playground? Yeah, this sister is really good looking too. Wow, are all the school sisters here this pretty? And don't you guys look, she has a boyfriend. So what if you have a boyfriend? Even if you're married, come on you, don't even look at yourself in the mirror. If someone else gets married, you can't think like that. I'm just saying, I have to say, this guy is really trippy. Thinking of prying after someone else is married. Everyone despised him greatly. Yi Chen had naturally vaguely heard the gossip of these people, and after finishing his lunch with Lu Yina, he quickly left the dining hall. When Yi Chen was in the car, he said to Lu Yina solemnly, in the future, when you're done with your classes and don't have any classes, make sure you go back to the caravan, and I'll come over and look for you when I'm done with my classes. Lu Yina apparently also heard the words of those people and nodded her head very obediently and said, good. It was already past 1 in the afternoon when Yi Chen and Lu Yina returned home. Yi mother was just about to call Yi Chen when she saw that the two were back, so she said to Yi Chen, De Bao seems to have a bit of diarrhea. I see that his stool is a bit abnormal today, milky and petal-like. See if you need to go to the doctor or something? Lu's mother also said, the three little babies have not been to the physical examination and vaccination for more than a month. If you are free in the afternoon, you will take them to see the physical examination, and go to the vaccination tomorrow. Now they are all cell phone appointments, and we are too old to know how to do it, so it is better that you take care of the babies before you go to school. Yi Chen hurriedly nodded. Yes, it's our negligence. Yeah. All these days since I've been so busy with moving and getting married that I've forgotten about the baby. Yi Chen asked with concern, what's going on with the baby? Yes mom, you go and take a look at the baby's poop. I don't look too normal, and it's also pooped 2 or 3 times this day, and I've looked it up on the internet, and it says that it's normal not to poop more than 5 times a day, and that De Bao doesn't feel uncomfortable anywhere. He just has a bit of anorexia today, and he doesn't eat a lot, and I was looking at my older baby's poop and it was kind of milky and greenish, so I thought, shouldn't I take it to the doctor? Yi Chen nodded. Then let's take it for a look this afternoon. Nana, hurry up and register the baby, and take the 3 little treasures for a physical examination on the way. Lu Yina answered. At the same time took out her cell phone to make an appointment for her little baby. It's only a little after 1 o'clock now, and the doctor doesn't go to work until 2:30, so it's not very urgent. By the afternoon, go wait in line. The procedure for the physical exam is pretty much the same. When you get to the doctor, Yi Chen hurriedly carried the big baby up, and also took out his cell phone to open the baby's photo taken at home to show the doctor. Doctor, this baby looks a little diarrhea on the photo. Is it a little indigestion? Let's see what we need to do about it. The doctor looked at the picture in Yi Chen's hand, and then asked Yi Chen to reveal De Bao's stomach and knocked it with his hand. That's when the doctor said, it's a little indigestion and it's a little bloated, but it's not a big problem, and for a kid that young, a little probiotic would be good. Pay attention in feeding as well. Don't let him eat too much. What the old people always say, 7 parts full and 3 parts hungry is reasonable, so that the child is not easy to get sick. If it turns into an accumulation of food, then the child will get sick. And on one side, yes, mom said, but he always just has to eat a lot or he'll cry. The doctor continued to popularize, let the child stomach it. At first there is only a glass ball this size. Just later eat more was open. And feed a little less. If he is eating 240 milliliters, then you soak 220 milliliters so on good. Did not say that let you starve him, just feed a little less. If you can't decide how much your baby is eating, then you can just feed him the same amount as the other 2 little ones. Or you can just add a little bit more on top of the 2 little ones' meals. Just don't let him get too stretched out. Yes, mom nodded her head and said, oh, so that's how it is. Okay doctor, I understand. In the past, she saw that big boy was still fussing after 240 milliliters, so she made another 240 milliliters for him to drink. And this time, after listening to the doctor's words, if he was still fussing after 240 milliliters, she would just make another 30 milliliters for him. The doctor prescribed probiotics for the eldest baby and said to Yi-chan and the others, these mamas, your other 2 little ones can drink them, if they are constipated or otherwise. Yi-chan and Lu Yana they hurriedly nodded. Okay, thank you doctor. Then may I ask, if I want to bring my baby for a vaccination tomorrow, can the big baby get it? Doc, it's best if you don't. Let's wait until the baby is better and then we'll hit it in a couple days. Oh, okay, thank you doctor. The other 2 little treasures were fine, so after Yi-chan and the others took the probiotics prescribed by the doctor, they went home. That night, after taking the probiotics, big boy didn't have diarrhea. It seems that when raising small children, you have to feed them scientifically. Chapter 149 Erbao will roll over. And just as Yi-chan returned to his room upstairs, the system rang at that moment. Congratulations to the host for taking the little baby for a physical examination and caring for the baby's health. The system rewards $1 million. Tick, the money arrived. The next day when they woke up, seeing Yi-chan and Lu Yana both waking up, Ye's mother and Lu's mother, however, looked as if they had discovered a new continent. Nana, Chen, you guys come and see. Yi-chan and Lu Yana were both instantly attracted to the 2 of them. What's wrong mom? What happened? Yi mother that was shouting. Something big has happened. Lu's mom also said. Right, you 2 better hurry over and take a look. Yi-chan and Lu Yana saw how excited and thrilled the 2 of them were, and in confusion, they followed Mom Lu and Mom Yi as they walked into the baby's rooms. Aunt Zhang was holding Erbao, and Mother Yi hurriedly said, Aunt Zhang, hurry up and put Erbao down, so Nana and the 2 of them can take a look at Erbao. Erbao is about to roll over. Yi-chan and Lu Yana were also shocked when they heard Ye's mother's words. Lu Yana said excitedly, really? Auntie Zhang, hurry up and put Erbao on the bed and take a look. Aunt Zhang sniffed and immediately put Erbao down. Mother Yi and Mother Lu they immediately leaned down and said to Erbao, go Erbao, you can do it, go for it. Erbao spit out a mouthful of bubbles with a pft. The crowd laughed at this. Yi-chan and Lu Yana joined them. Go baby, baby is the best, baby is so awesome. Everyone was encouraging Erbao. And Erbao laughed, and suddenly his legs kicked up and his hands flipped over, which really made him give a flip. Whoa, hubby, Erbao can really turn over. Lu Yana covered her mouth and said excitedly to Yi-chan. Yi-chan also put his arm around Lu Yana's shoulder. Yeah, Erbao is awesome. Mom Lu and Mom Yi and the girls were also very excited to give Erbao a round of applause. Lu Yana couldn't help but look at Debao on the side and asked, is it true that Debao has gained some weight and her body is a bit bulky, so she can't roll over yet? And little boy, her bones all over her body feel a bit soft, not much strength. Yi-chan, it should be, but one day they will also be like the second baby to roll over, sit up, and walk. Think about it, or feel quite amazing it, watching their children grow step by step. Very emotional. Lu Yana is likewise looking forward to the future. I didn't know before, but now I finally understand the meaning of life inheritance. Yi-chan nodded. Lu Yana suddenly pulled Yi-chan and said, hubby, our handprint paintings have already air-dried. Find a frame to frame them and hang them in a while. When the little babies are a little older, then we'll put their footprints and handprints on them. Yi-chan smiled and nodded. By noon, Papa Lu came back from the restaurant side on a rare occasion. Just looking at the frown on his face, he seemed to have encountered something. So Yi-chan asked, Dad, what's wrong? Did something happen in the restaurant? Lu Dad, because the restaurant just opened a few days, so very busy. Often busy greeting people, sometimes even meals are not on, and also have to look at these new employees. Do not let them make mistakes. About a month or so, and so the new employees are almost dry. He was assured that they are given to their own good to go back to enjoy the blessings, only to see Lu's father sigh. He came back this time originally wanting to find Yi-chan to discuss something, So he said, AI, the problem I've encountered isn't really a small problem. Shaking his head, just my big brother's daughter. Didn't she graduate a while ago? Then maybe when Nana got married, she came to see that tavern of mine, and as a result, last night, my big brother called me and said that his daughter Wei Wei decided that she wanted to learn things in that tavern of mine. Originally, I told you, she's a dance student. Why would she be interested in working in a restaurant? Not good to go dancing to me this restaurant for what? Really can't figure it out. But my big brother said, let me arrange it. Give her a free position. Let her do whatever she wants. If she adds to the chaos, then kick her out of the restaurant. You say how dare I drive her away? When the time comes she loves to go by herself. Moreover, she'll be coming to this side of Xiangqing in the afternoon, and I'll have to pick her up at that time. Papa Lu was there to whine, just his own big brother's daughter. He could not say anything. Since the person is here, let's receive her well. It's possible that she won't be able to take it anymore and leave on her own by then. Yi Chen didn't know what to say, so he asked Lu's father, so has she made any arrangements on where to stay? Papa Lu said, I was planning to put her in a hotel. I can't let her stay in the house. In fact, if this is not the Yi family, it is estimated that it will also arrange for Louis Wei to live in the villa. But this is not a place where he can make a decision, even if this house is written in Lu Yina's name. But he does not want Louis Wei to live in as an outsider. Only, Louis Wei thought that Father Lu would arrange for her to live in the Yi family, and this almighty calculator of hers had finally missed this point. Yi Chen also nodded at Lu's father's arrangement. Well, I'll see if I can make arrangements for her to stay near the Huachang mansion, so that it's also convenient for her to go to the restaurant. Papa Lu also nodded. Then are you free around 5:30 p.m.? If you're free, go pick her up and find her a hotel or something to stay in first. I guess I'll be busy in the afternoon as well. The restaurant can't leave me yet. There's a lot of people coming for afternoon tea. Yi Chen hurriedly answered the matter. Yes, I have no problem. Dad, send me her contact information. I'll pick her up in the afternoon. As soon as Father Lu sent a phone call to Yi Chen, he was anxious to go. I came back this time just to discuss this matter with you. You remember to pick her up in the afternoon. Just arrange a good hotel for her. It's very busy in the restaurant now. I'll go back first. Yi Chen hurriedly stopped him. Dad, it's almost dinner time at home. Why don't you eat before you go? Papa Lu, however, said, no need. I'll go to the restaurant and pick up a couple of bites to eat and forget about it. Yi Chen couldn't do anything about him, so he only had to exhort. Then Dad, you remember to eat on time. Papa Lu nodded, waved his hand towards Yi Chen, and drove off again. Yi Chen looked at the phone number on his cell phone and immediately remembered the property manager of Huachang Mansion. He immediately made a call to the property manager Lu. Chapter 150, wanting to enter the company is also a matter of words. Yi Chen hurriedly took out his phone and made a call to the property manager of Huachang Mansion. Mr. Lu, and the call was quickly answered on the other end of the line as well. Hello, how are you Mr. Yi, how may I help you? Manager Lu's respectful tone came from the phone. Are there still apartments in our building? Yi Chen also didn't say what use he was going to make of it, but only asked in a talkative tone. Manager Lu naturally wouldn't be so talkative as to ask Yi Chen, and immediately replied, Mr. Yi, we still have apartments that have been renovated before they were hotel apartments, and now they have been taken back by our building, so as long as it's cleaned, you can move in right away. Yi Chen, then clean one out for me this afternoon. I'll bring a relative over. Manager Lu replied back. Okay Mr. Yi, I'll arrange for someone to clean it now. After Yi Chen hung up the phone, he added Louis Wei's friend. At this time in the cloud city of Louis Wei is packing their own luggage. Looking at the message on the cell phone, the heart of the stolen joy but can no longer hold back. It was all going according to her plan, and when she lived in the Yi family home, her plan was really taking off. I have to say, this Louis Wei is really quite scheming. Only, she probably didn't count on it even after 1,000 calculations. But Papa Lu actually didn't let her live in the Yi families. And the other side, after Gu Yingying was a bridesmaid, her family also received a video of Gu Yingying admitting she had a boyfriend in public among her relatives and friends. It turned out that in Yi Chen's wedding banquet, Gu Yingying's parents also had people they knew who went to the wedding banquet. So they took a video of Gu Yingying's section where she grabbed the bouquet, and sent it directly to her parents' cell phones. And she was invited home by her mom and dad, both of whom took turns pressing the issue. Ying, who is that boy? Do mom and dad know him? Have you seen him before? Gu Yingying looked at this formation, and was confused at the moment. You, don't come over This looks just like it did back when she had an early crush in middle school, and both her parents are very interested in her boyfriend. And I don't know if they're against her early crush or what, but they're just more concerned about her romance anyway. It's just that, after that first love ended without a trace, she didn't have the heart for a relationship anymore. So, through the air, One could feel how excited and thrilled her parents were at this moment, probably wanting her to get married earlier. There was no way Gu Ying would tell her parents that she was Yi Hui's fake girlfriend, so she had to say, "It's just that, I just have feelings for people, and I don't know how other people treat me." Now, Gu Ying's parents immediately sat over. "No? So has there been a meal together?" Gu Ying shook her head when she recalled that one and only solo meeting over a cup of milk tea. "Just one date together, I guess. No dinner." Gu Ying's mother said, "Daughter, Mom and Dad are also concerned about you. Since you lost your love that time in junior high school, you haven't been looking for a boyfriend again. Mom and Dad are also worried about you, worried that you won't be able to marry." Gu Ying, however, said indifferently, "What do I care? Your daughter, I look so beautiful, how could no one want me?" Gu Ying also seems to understand her parents' use of bitterness. To put it bluntly, she just wants to find a good man for herself. Then you should take the initiative. You have to know that a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Papa Gu also spoke in a deep tone. Gu's mom also said, "Right, I was the one who chased after your father when he and I were at that time, and haven't we been together for almost 30 years now? So, you have to take the initiative." Gu Ying also paralyzed on the sofa at once and said tiredly, "Move the hell. Having to go to work now is exhausting me to death. Working overtime every day. I don't even have a cell phone to play with, so what's the point of taking the initiative? You don't know, that company of ours is really perverted. Cell phones are collected during working hours, and you're not even allowed to look at a WeChat to reply. I really want to quit, but if I do, I won't be able to support myself." Gu Ying then grabbed the opportunity and complained to her mom and dad, hoping that they would listen and understand her situation. Gu Ying's parents also frowned as they listened, and the two of them glanced at each other before nodding again. Papa Gu said, Ying, why don't you come to Papa's friend's company?" After a pause, he said, "It's not that it's not okay to come to Dad's company, but everyone in the company knows you. You won't be able to learn anything in Dad's company. It's different when you go to Dad's friend's company. Do you think that's okay?" Gu Ying raised her eyebrows and glanced at her father, then at her mother, thinking to herself, "Look at these two old foxes. After knowing that they have a sweetheart, they are so nervous. It seems that between Yi Hui and I, we can still use each other. Ha ha, but what Dad just said is also true. If I go to my own company, I really can't learn any experience and so on, and it's also very likely that I will be provided by the staff, and I don't have to do anything, so I really can't learn anything." She also instantly capitalized on this weakness of her parents' concern for her romance. Ying Gu, that salary aspect. Dad Gu, Dad pay your salary. Absolutely no mistakes. A month's salary, according to your current company to pay, not a penny less. If you can go to work tomorrow. The company of Gu's father's friend, although he wasn't the major shareholder, he was also the second shareholder, so if Gu Ying wanted to enter the company, it would be a matter of his word. Gu Ying probably didn't expect to be blessed by the disaster, and she herself successfully changed jobs. Probably Gu's father is also heartbroken about his own daughter, saying that he is letting her go out to exercise, but in fact, he wants her to find a man who is not interested in her family history, and who genuinely loves each other. Gu Ying's parents also used to let her go on blind dates, but Gu Ying didn't take it seriously. Not once have they cooperated and said something about free love or something about them being old-fashioned. This time, Gu's father actually had a selfish motive in arranging to go to his friend's place. Gu Ying suddenly asked, "So Dad, do I have to go to work tomorrow?" Gu father and Gu mother too glanced at each other. "You'd better take a break for a while lately. Take some time to ask other boys to play. You have to take the initiative. Don't always stay at home motionless lying in bed and playing games. Gu Ying muttered under her breath, "We usually just play games to communicate. He's very six in games." Papa Gu couldn't help but be surprised. "What did you say? Playing games?" Gu's mother looked at Gu's father with the same incredulous expression and couldn't help but ask, "Did you meet them on the game?" Gu Ying didn't dare to say how she and Yi Hui knew each other, but only laughed twice. Yes. Is there a problem? Now young people do not all like to play games? I think it is completely okay. There is no problem at all. The two of them, Gu's father and mother, also just thought that if they knew each other from the game, then the other person's character and so on would definitely not be looked at so seriously, which is why they reacted so strongly. Chapter 151, Green Tea Woman. Papa Gu and Mama Gu were also worried that their daughter had been tricked, which was why they reacted so strongly. Gu's mother slowed down before saying, "This man, how long have you known him? What's his character like, and what are his friends like around him? Do you know everything?" Gu Ying had no choice but to tell the truth about Yi Hui. "He is my friend's husband's cousin, and it just so happened that I attended my friend's wedding with him that day, and it was only there that I realized that my friend had become his cousin's wife. Only then did Gu's mother and father put their hearts down." "Oh, that's good if you know each other. Otherwise a confused person like you would not even know if you were cheated. Dad Gu thought for a moment. You're living over at Deming FA right now, so you'll continue to live over there. My friend's company is just upstairs at Deming FA, so it'll be easy to commute to and from work at that time as well, so you'll rest for a while before you go over there. And Dad won't stop you from contacting that boy. And I'll ask you to go over there to work again once you've rested for almost as long as you want. Guangying was in the middle of her inner joy at this time. She had not wanted to go to work, and now that her family had arranged everything, she was even more not wanting to move. Otherwise, where do you think she got her 10,000 plus games of King? She's just an extremely crazy internet addict, and she still plays gun games if she runs out of King. After having dinner at home and returning to his apartment, he opened WeChat and sent a message to Yi Hui. Yi Hui, you probably can't imagine that my parents already know about your existence. Finished. This time both ends have to be cheated. You might have to come and deal with my mom's side in the future. Yi Hui was playing a game at the moment, so he answered back. Oh, a game? Guanyin came to God at once when she heard about playing the game. After all, last night she played and lost 12 games in a row. So angry that she almost deleted the game. Guanyin immediately replied, where did you go last night? I lost a dozen games in a row, and now I've dropped Starburst. Yi Hui, you're such a vegetable, who can bring you around? In fact, Yi Hui is only flirting with Guanyin for a couple of sentences, not really saying that she is a dish. She can play mage, just sometimes bad temper and lose. But the speaker didn't mean to listen, and Guanyin sort of listened in, so angry that she hurriedly opened the game. The game comes to war. As soon as Guanyin got on the game, Yi Hui had invited her in, and when Guanyin came in and was about to open her mic to scold Yi Hui, she found that Yi Hui was actually lining up with other girls. Guanyin immediately typed, yo, is this bringing in the girls? Yi Hui, just ranked, in order to come out earlier to fight with you, so I clicked surrender. This is just met in single row. She always chased me to let me return her 2 stars. I can't do anything else, so I can only take her. Guanyin held her hand and let out a tisk. Score whore. The girl, on the other hand, opened the mic, and a nice voice immediately came from the cell phone. Sister, I'm sorry, just now it was this brother who caused me to lose a point, although he didn't do it on purpose, but in the end, I just had that sound for the promotion match, so I had to just go with it. And you also know that, now that I'm on the king, it's really too hard. Guanyin couldn't stand her voice anymore and sent, start, but can you not turn on the mic? The girl immediately turned off her mic. Okay sis. Guanyin, sister? Sis your sister. Guanyin had been exasperated. Don't call me sister, we're not very familiar. Now, the girl was silent. It's also in the game at this point and is banning heroes. Yi Hui, the straight man, however, popped out. People call you a sis just out of politeness. Guanyin this was almost half dead from Yi Hui's anger, but Guanyin didn't say anything else at this point, swallowing her anger in her stomach. Let's get to the king first. For the sake of the game, this was all she could endure. While in the game, that green tea woman saw Yi Hui take a Li Bai, so she followed and asked for a Di Xiao, while Guanyin had already first picked a Xiao Xiao to play as a mid laner at this point. For some reason, Guanyin just didn't see eye to eye with that green tea lady. Halfway through the fight, the woman sends a text. Brother Fielder, come over here and I'll take you home. At this time, Li Bai was left with only 1 drop of blood after fighting a group battle and walked up to Di Xiao. Throughout the game, Guanying's mind is echoing, hit wild brother, you're awesome, hit wild brother you're awesome, and Guanying, who was holding the cell phone, actually inexplicably felt a pang of heartache. Maybe she herself didn't know what was going on, she just didn't want to play with them, so, she's pissed. She died the most throughout the game, but they'd only barely managed to steal home and win under the pace Yi Hui had brought. Guanying directly exited the room, not entering no matter how much Yi Hui invited her. Yi Hui sent a WeChat to Guanying, what are you smoking again? Guanying took a deep breath. Go play with your auxiliary sister, I'll be soloing by myself. Yi Hui surprisingly replied back, when I help her get another star, I'll come back and double row with you, is that okay? Guanying didn't reply to him, but just in her heart, she was so angry that she cursed. You can play with others if you want to, I don't give a. You're not the only one who's a wild king. So, she made a broadcast in the game channel, branch CP Tic Tac, Wild King with Fly Preferred. All of a sudden, hundreds of people added her. See, as soon as I sent it out, I got so many people to add me. Guanying couldn't help but snort as she carefully looked at these people's messages, and when she saw the number of a man called Falling Leaves No Autumn letter, she clicked on the picture to see a picture of a man who looked like Daniel Wu, and was instantly captivated. Oh, my god, this is too handsome. So immediately, he agreed to his friend request and quickly invited him. Dude, is that your avatar in person? Falling Leaves Knowing Autumn letter also returned Gu Ying. Miss, is your avatar also in person? Apparently, Gu Ying also used a picture of herself for her avatar. Naturally, it's me. I'm so confident in my beauty. Gu Ying finished typing the text and was already happy in her heart. Falling Leaves Knowing Autumn letter also replied, mine is also in person. Want to play 2 games together before getting a CP? Gu Ying, yes, yes, yes. Immediately, I clicked start game. Oh, my god. You can't just lose your temper when playing games with such a handsome guy. As soon as he entered the game, Falling Leaves Knowing Autumn, Shin made his first pick, Ah Zhao Yun, and Gu Ying also quickly chose a sable cicada, and after taking it, she even mentally rubbed her hands in secret. My brother Zilong. In the game anyway, there's no real ones, so if this is really a real-life picture of him, that's good. If not, then associate the heroes he always plays with. The game is not a sentence like this, Wild King Big Brother as long as the real photo does not burst. The hero what kind of you what kind? Gu Ying had just looked at that Falling Leaves Knowing Autumn letter's avatar, and had already deeply believed in his words. Chapter 152, The Anti-Green Tea Lady. Watching Falling Leaves Jichio Xian play the field no worse than Yi Hui, Gu Ying's heart became even happier at this time. Falling Leaves No Autumn, what do I call you? Gu Ying asked. At that moment, the Falling Leaves Jichio was playing the field and didn't seem to be paying attention to Gu Ying. When he had finished typing a read, that was when he stopped typing by hand, I think, and returned. Just call me Shin. Gu Ying covered her mouth and smiled. Hey, the name is quite nice. She quickly returned the favor. Shin, you can call me Ying. Shin's fielder's movements seemed to pause as well, and he said again in voice-translated text, you're special. Gu Ying was unsure. What's special? I don't feel special. Shin, other girls will call me brother Shin and you. Gu Ying's hand paused. Probably she also did not think of this problem. She has always been very little with other boys to play games together, so on these naturally also do not understand. You let her call someone else's brothers. I guess she that is really cannot shout out. Just the thought of the green tea girl she had just been with made her a little angry as well. Gu Ying couldn't help but reply back. Do all you guys like people calling you brother? Brother? Shin seemed to be a little won't by Gu Ying's words, and just didn't reply to her for several minutes. He answered only after finally fighting a group battle and returning to the city. It's not really like that. It's just that it inspires a normal man to be protective. But, well, a straight man of steel is even. But I'm not a straight man of steel. Gu Ying didn't want to say anything more to him. I usually don't call other boys I don't know my brother. Shin didn't get back to her after this was sent. Shin didn't get back to her until he had played the entire game. When they came out of the game, Yi Hui was the one to invite Gu Ying, who first greeted Xin with, return a WeChat. Okay. Gu Ying opened WeChat and sent a message to Yi Hui. What? Didn't play with the other fairies anymore? What's the point of inviting me? Yi Hui's message also came quickly. Sis, want to play together? Yi Hui obviously this is avoiding the question because just now that was directly pitched a game. If you do not help her to rise a game, it is estimated that this whole day will have to play with her. So, that green tea lady was deliberately pitched? At least that's what Gu Ying thought in her heart. And with Yi Hui's steel straight man's heart was not expecting it. Sis, she's too pitiful. I'll hurry up and help her finish her score. I'll never play with her again. Gu Ying poo-pooed in her heart. You brat also had a day of being pitted. Seeing you being called brother by others, I thought you were enjoying yourself quite a bit. Just for a moment, it came back to what Shin had just told her, that normal men get lost in the sound of a woman's voice calling that of a brother, except for straight men of steel. Now, Gu Ying couldn't help but suspect that this Yi Hui was the legendary straight man of steel just here, but there is no time for Gu Ying to think more. Gu Ying immediately returned. I have someone else here. I can't play together. Yi Hui was also in a hurry. He that really didn't want to play with people who pitched teammates. How about 5 rows? I'll find a friend to join me. Gu Ying, then I'll have to ask my friend and see if he's willing to join us in 5 rows. What? Him? I thought you said you were only double teaming with me. Gu Ying, you're only allowed to have sweet double rows with other girls, but not me with my friends? What the hell kind of reasoning is that? She was also infuriated by Yi Hui's words. Wait, I'll ask my friend. In fact, Yi Hui only found it novel and nothing else. In fact, with Yi Hui's steel straight man, how could he possibly think of this? Gu Ying immediately returned to the game and said to Xin, I have a friend who wants to rank together. Can we have 5 rows? Shin was still there at this point and replied back. It's okay. Gu Ying, then come out and I'll open a 5 row. After coming out, he immediately opened a room with 5 rows, and pulled Shin and Yi Hui both together. And Yi Hui also pulled Green Tea Woman and Li Ri together. Li Ji didn't know what was going on, and as soon as he came in, he saw Yi Hui and Gu Ying, as well as Xin and the Green Tea Girl. In his heart, He had already acquiesced to the fact that Shin and Green Tea Woman were a pair, while Yi Hui and Gu Yingying were the other pair, and he was the only single dog yet. It was just that when that Green Tea Woman spoke, it confused him. The Green Tea Girl typed a text while choosing her hero. Oh my god, having 3 little brothers with us 2 girls is really so happy. Gu Yingying was also smothered by her so teary words. Reed Lee on the other end of the phone seemed to sense something, but he didn't say anything. He'd seen a lot of girls like that, girls who went around flirting with people, even if it was whichever fish took the bait. Apparently, none of the 3 boys in the room were hitting on the Green Tea Girl, and surprisingly, the Green Tea Lady wasn't discouraged by this. She just didn't speak again either. Yi Hui Di came to the game first preference as Li Bai, and the second floor of the Green Tea also immediately selected a big Chow auxiliary, and said, brothers and sisters, I'll just be assisting, so go for it. Gu Yingying was furious. Again sister. Sister your sister oh. While she wasn't averse to being called sister, it just wasn't okay for a Green Tea Lady like that. Gu Yingying also chose a Sable Cicada to play the middle, while Xin chose Li Xin and Li Reed chose Sun Shangxiang. After Shin finished his selection, he said, let me show you my native hero, Li Xin. Gu Yingying immediately followed that Green Tea Lady's tone and said, brother Xin takes me flying. So awesome. Li Lizzie and Yi Hui instantly had the thunder. I'm going. Call out to brother Fai. Gu Yingying didn't pay any attention to them, while Shin on the other side just replied with a love emoji. Less than a minute into the game, Li Xin in the lower road is already in the opposite blue zone. Against the face of the blue, Li Xin pressed the mage to take the blue signal. Gu Yingying returned. Thank you brother Li Xin. Gu Yingying was immediately pleased, and her heart felt more favorable towards Li Xin. After successfully taking out the opposite side's blue, Li Xin also went back to his lower road to develop. On the lower road, Li Xin returned. My real name is still really Li Xin. Li Ji also interjected at this moment. Li Xin can play surprisingly, he can oppose the field This game is stable. Green Tea Girl also said. Wow, brother Li Shin is really such a gentleman. When people call me brother, you have to call me brother too. Chapter 153 Louis Wei has arrived. Although the opening took a blue feel happy, but in the next minute, the opposite side is always teamed up to catch Gu Yingying. The record also became 0-3, because Gu Yingying first picked a Sable Cicada. The opposite side also picked a Zhang Liang to guard the middle accordingly, and luckily banned Dongguang Tai, or else they would have lost this game for sure. They were in 5 rows, then the opposite side must have been in 5 rows as well, so the coordination aspect was still in place. In less than 5 minutes, Gu Yingying lost the middle of the road. The Green Tea Woman is secretly clicked a obscene development do not wave reminder. Gu Yingying was directly exasperated. You auxiliary do not help me in the middle of the road in the early stage. What do you do after the field? Obviously, everyone else could see that Gu Yingying was infuriated. Only everyone didn't say anything. Gu Yingying also felt like making a fool of herself and continued to develop again. At this moment, Li Xin said, follow me. Gu Yingying bumbled along. After being a follower for a while, suddenly there was a voice in the mic, followed by a bass magnetic male voice. You'd better put out half meat. When the time comes, help me block Zhang Liang's big move. I'll help you get revenge. At this time, Gu Yingying was so shocked by this voice of Li Xin that she even emptied her skills and directly froze in the middle of the lower road halfway. Oh, my god. This voice, why does it sound so good? It's over. It's over. I seem to be in love with this Li Shin guy. And the Green Tea Lady mic'd up. And that weak, unable to care for itself voice came out of her ears once again. Wow. Brother Li Shin's voice is so beautiful. Gu Yingying immediately couldn't take it anymore and banned her. And Li Shin's voice came through. Shut up. Gu Yingying also knew that Li Xin was scolding that Green Tea Woman. And sure enough, that Green Tea Woman's mind immediately darkened. Only one sentence was sent out in text. Ooh, brother Li Shin is so mean. Only Gu Yingying was secretly delighted in her heart. My god, is even cursing so nice? At this moment, Gu Yingying had already put Yi Hui behind her. Yi Hui took the cell phone and watched and listened. His heart is also very bad taste. How to say that Gu Yingying is also his own fake girlfriend although it is only fake not real. Even if Yi Hui, a big straight man, was no better than a straight man, he would still feel the sensation of his territory being violated. Li Reed was sandwiched in the middle and vaguely felt the very strong smell of gunpowder as well. He didn't know why he felt that way, but he just felt uncomfortable all over anyway. This game was naturally won under the leadership of 2 great gods, Li Xin and Yi Hui. However, Gu Yingying's record was not so good anymore. She also listened to Li Xion's words and went straight to half meat, and her output was just 2, and she ended up with a February 8, 13 record. And that Green Tea Lady, as a support, always hid behind her and didn't die once. Even Li Reed felt that. As a support, you don't go up to block skills, but hide behind the output, which is excessive. So, after 2 more games, no one played in teams anymore, and after Yi Hui helped Green Tea Woman rise 2 stars, he stopped leveling teams with her, and was already cursing in his heart. Woman, it's really the pits, not as good as Gu Ying's play. So, Yi Hui decided that he wouldn't even pull any other women for fun in the future. Letting that Green Tea Woman press the rotten add friend button, Yi Hui was unmoved. Well, there are advantages to being straight. On Gu Ying's side, she also clicked on Li Xin's homepage and took a look, and found that Li Xin was really poor. No wonder his heroes didn't have skins, and the ones that did were also game gifts. Gu Ying is an internet-addicted girl. At the same time, she spends quite a lot of money in the game. In the King, except for some skins for events she doesn't have, all the other things she can spend money on, she has all of them, so she is now a V10, but she hides the nobleman logo. The reason why she has very few skins from events is because she feels that the ones she can buy with her money are handfuls, so she only uses skins that she pays for. She backhandedly gifted Li Xin with several skins, including Li Xin's and Zhao Yun's. Anyway, the few heroes that Li Xin had just played, Gu Ying had given away. Li Xin, who received the gift reminder, immediately took it and sent a message to her. Thank you for the gift. Thank you, rich woman. Gu Ying was also infuriated by him. Don't call me a rich woman. I'm not a rich woman. Li Xin, a few skins in one shot, not a rich woman yet. Gu Ying, I've been online for a long time, and I have things to do, so I'll stop playing for now. You play. Although Gu Ying didn't have to go to work right now, her manager had just sent her a Weibo message asking her to go back and hand over her work, so she had to go back to the company now and pack up all her things. Originally, after Gu Ying sent her resignation letter with her manager, she thought that she would go and get it done tomorrow, but now her manager is letting her go back in advance to hand over the job, so there's nothing she can do about it. After Gu Ying finished speaking, she hurried offline and rushed back to the company to deal with it. And the other side, Lui Wei had already packed her luggage and sat on the high-speed train to Xiangcheng. At this time it was also already 5 o'clock, and Yi Chen also started to move to pick up Lui Wei. At around 5:20, Yi Chen had already arrived outside the high-speed train station and waited, and before that, Yi Chen had already sent a message over to Lui Wei. Lui Wei also gave Yi Chen a sentence back. Okay, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law, Mamma Mia. Yi Chen did not return to Lui Wei. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lu Yana finally came out from the entrance of the high-speed train station. Yi Chen stood in front of the passenger side of the Big Ben and leaned in. Lui Wei saw the Big Ben parked on the right side of the high-speed train station as well as Yi Chen at a glance. A few million Big Ben. Not everyone has, and most of the waiting in front of the entrance of the high-speed rail is also more cabs. So in this crowd of cars, Yi Chen's Big Ben is particularly prominent. Lui Wei jumped and walked to Yi Chen's side, her voice clear and crisp as she shouted towards Yi Chen. Brother-in-law. Yi Chen just lightly glanced at her and gave a soft After helping her carry her luggage into the trunk, she sat back in the driver's seat, while at this time Lui Wei had already gotten into the passenger seat. After seeing Yi Chen get in the car, he sweetly said, brother-in-law, let's go home. That's saying something, even if it's like they're really going home together. Chapter 154. Lui Wei was confused. Yi Chen didn't reply to her, just silently acting as a driver on the side. Only Lui Wei didn't think so, and was still talking one way or the other. When Lui Wei asked about the child, Yi Chen then answered a few sentences. In the end, Yi Chen was near helpless to say, I'm sorry I was driving. Only then did this Lui Wei shut her mouth and picked up her cell phone to play in boredom. Gu, brother-in-law, I haven't had time to buy gifts for everyone yet. I'm really sorry to see you in a while. When I'm free, I'll definitely make up for buying gifts for everyone, especially for a few of the little ones. Yi Chen, there's no need to buy it. I'll take you to one of my friend's apartments in a while. There's everything there, so you can stay there first. When Lui Wei heard Yi Chen's words, she was instantly confused. Brother-in-law, aren't we going back to your house? Yi Chen didn't even give her a proper look. No, I don't think it's too convenient. When he finished, he didn't say another word. The atmosphere at this time was also awkward to the extreme, and neither of them spoke again. Originally, Lui Wei thought that Yi Chen would do the landlord's way, to receive her to live at home, but did not think that Yi Chen a sentence is not convenient as directly rejected her, directly let her have nothing to say. What else could Lui Wei say? The host family had already said it was inconvenient. Did she have to lick her face and go to someone's home? Moreover, Yi Chen had also arranged for her to move into the apartment long ago, and such an arrangement could be said to be very reasonable. Yi Chen spoke up at this time. Don't worry, the apartment has everything. Didn't you say you want to come to my father-in-law's restaurant to learn something? That apartment is in that building. It's very convenient, and you don't have to worry about the rent. Brother-in-law has already paid it for you. Yi Chen also opened his mouth to explain in a rare manner. In fact, it was also for the sake of Louis Wei not having any worries and not having any excuses to reject his arrangement. That's not true. You don't even have to pay the rent, and this location is upstairs. What other excuse can you come up with? Louis Wei at this time but with a somewhat oral tone said. But, people are afraid. Alone. Yi Chen, you don't have to worry about that. The property manager of the building is a friend of mine, and the security guards there patrol the building every once in a while, so you don't have to worry about that. The security conditions of that odd building are very good. However, Louis Wei's meaning was not this, and Yi Chen naturally knew it. Was it nothing more than wanting Yi Chen to accompany her or take her to stay at Ye's house? Don't even think about it. Yi Chen's heart was like this. He didn't want Louis Wei to disturb his family, because he knew that Louis Wei's motives were impure, so he resolutely didn't allow her to live in his home. The journey was silent for both of them. Soon, Yi Chen drove to the parking lot in front of the main entrance of the Lu Fuji restaurant. Yi Chen directly parked in the parking lot in front of the door, took the luggage down from the car, and brought Louis Wei directly into the restaurant to find an empty seat and sat down. And at that moment, Papa Lu was busy greeting customers in the store. Ever since that wedding of Yi Chen, everyone in the fragrant city knew about the reputation of Lu Fuji, so everyone came to try it out. Almost from morning tea to midnight snacks, everyone was busy. Papa Lu hurriedly walked over and greeted both Yi Chen and Louis Wei. Wei Wei is here? Louis Wei politely returned. I'm coming, second uncle. Papa Lu nodded. I've already handed you over to your brother-in-law Yi Chen. In a moment you'll just follow Yi Chen. If there's any problem you'll just ask your brother-in-law directly as well. He's familiar with Fragrant City. Turning to Yi Chen, he said, Yi Chen, Vivi is in your hands. Yi Chen, got it dad. I've already found an apartment for her. It's right upstairs here. And you know I know the property manager of this building, so I can find it with a phone call. Papa Lu also nodded in satisfaction. It's still better to know people. Louis Wei's face however showed a hint of impatience and dislike. If it wasn't for the sake of getting close to Yi Chen, she wouldn't have come to such a restaurant to help. You know, she's a year-round dancer. Yi Chen squinted at the small movement on Louis Wei's face and couldn't help but despise it in his heart. I don't know what she wants. Why she even comes over here when she's so disgusted. Whether it was for the sake of Lu Yana or for herself, Yi Chen couldn't figure out what the hell she was doing it for, and only knew that her motives were impure. Yi Chen immediately made a call to the property manager Lu. Hey, Manager Lu, we've arrived at Lu Fuji. Can you come over for a moment? Manager Lu was naturally very happy to do so. Okay, 5 minutes to. After 5 minutes or so, Manager Lu did show up at Lu Fuji, only to gasp and rest for 10 seconds while he was at the door. It was only then that he pretended to be calm and walked into Lu Fuji with his chest puffed out to find Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Louis Wei looked at the manager Lu in front of her that she was so respectful to Yi Chen and could not help but become suspicious. It was true that people with heavy hearts thought about things differently, but she had immediately grasped the point of what the others hadn't realized. Yi Chen nodded. This is Ms. Lu, she's the one who's going to live here. Lead the way. Manager Lu didn't say anything more. Mr. Yi, Miss Lu, please, walked through the lobby of the building, took the internal elevator and pressed the 20th floor. Walk out of the elevator and turn right a few meters and stop in front of an apartment door. Number 2018. Mr. Yi, Miss Lu, this is the place. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yi Chen said. I still have to go buy diapers for my child. If you have anything to say, you come and talk to Ms. Lu, I'll leave first. Yi Chen didn't want to stay in one place with Louis Wei and sought a reason to leave. Sister, brother-in-law. Before Louis Wei could finish her words, Yi Chen had already turned the corner and slipped away. Looking to stay here Lu manager, his face instantly sank. Manager Lu was also an old man. Seeing her like this, he naturally understood. However, the person in front of him was also requested by Mr. Yi to receive him, and he didn't dare to be slack, knowing that she was a relative of Mr. Yi, in case she told Mr. Yi about her bad joke, it would not be good. Therefore, he also had to receive it even if he was hard-headed. So, he took out his business card. Ms. Lu, this is my business card. If you have any problems in the future, remember to call me. I can help you out as much as I can. Louis Wei didn't even look at him squarely, and naturally she didn't take the business card that Manager Lu handed over. Manager Lu's hands hung there awkwardly, and he didn't know whether to put them down or not, so he could only say one more sentence. Don't worry, you're a relative of our owner, Mr. Yi, and we on the property side naturally value you as well. What? Chapter 155. Yi Chen is a building owner. Yvonne Lu seemed unable to believe what she was hearing. That property manager just said that Yi Chen is the owner of the building. How come she'd never heard from her cousin, Ina Lu's family? What the hell is going on here? While Louis Wei was in a daze, Manager Lu's business card was handed over again, instantly pulling her thoughts back. She immediately took Manager Lu's business card, looked at it again, and asked more. You said that my brother-in-law is the owner of the building? Manager Lu was stunned by her words. Could it be that Mr. Ye's relatives didn't know? Sure enough, rich people are also low profile. Will Mr. Ye blame himself for his big mouth and betray him? It's just that he saw that Louis Wei came over with her luggage, so it should also be because she had less contact, so she didn't know about it. However, after this incident with Louis Wei, he also knows how to avoid suspicion, and knows that he can't disclose the owner's information like this in the future. Manager Lu didn't pick up her words, but changed the topic. Mr. Yi gave you to us, we will naturally treat you well. If you are missing anything here, or need anything, you can tell me. I will help you with whatever I can do, and I can also be an errand boy for you. I'm a property manager of a building and I'm working as an errand boy for a woman. Is it easy for me? Isn't it all about survival? I've got an old man and a young man, and I'm on my own salary. Can I not work hard? Manager Lu was also crying in his heart. Louis Wei just heard something else. This property manager was avoiding her question. So his own brother-in-law must be the owner of this building without a doubt. Just wondering if it's the only owner, or if there are multiple owners? But something like that, just ask around. The only thing that was certain now was that his brother-in-law was the owner of the building. Solid. You know how rich it really is to own a building in Fragrant City. And it's still the commercial center of the city. Land prices are naturally not cheap. One building alone is worth a lot of money. It's not tens of billions, it's several billions. In the past, I only knew that Yi Chen was relying on the stock market to start, saying that he had 2 to 3 billion shares of any mother and child company, and had several $100 million of income every year. But I didn't know that Yi Chen was actually still the owner of the building. Probably Lu Yina's mom and dad don't know either. Or else how come they didn't get any wind of it? It seems that this brother-in-law is hiding quite a bit. I can't believe I'm so rich. Louis Wei's heart is thrilling. It is really a shoot. This made Louis Wei even more moved. Entered the apartment, took a look around and was quite pleased with the place and how clean it was. Manager Lu received Yi Chen's call. The first time to do the job. These bedding are the first time to buy new. Add money to dry cleaning it. Louis Wei said to Manager Lu, it's not bad here. You can go now. Hearing that, Manager Lu hurriedly slipped away. He was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, there would be one more point of danger. It would be the end of the line if she got some unnecessary information out of her. However, Louis Wei did not put the property manager Lu in her eyes. In her eyes, people who have no use value, simply do not care to interact. After Yi Chen walked out of the building, he came back to sit in his father-in-law's restaurant to help greet the guests. And now it's also more than 6 o'clock, and there are more guests coming to eat. And Lu's father also sent a message to Louis Wei to come down for dinner. Yi Chen saw this and immediately walked away. He didn't want too much contact with a woman like Louis Wei. Yi Chen had told his father-in-law that he wanted to go home for dinner. So naturally, Papa Lu couldn't stop Yi Chen. Returning home, Yi Chen realized that the family hadn't eaten yet. Mother Lu asked Yi Chen, why are you back so late? Did you get Wei Wei's matter done? Yi Chen replied back, Mom, you don't have to worry. I've already found her an apartment. It's right above Lu Fuji. It's much easier for her to go to Lu Fuji. Mother Lu was also satisfied. That's good. That's good. After all, if this was her own place, she would probably let Louis Wei live in it. But this was her daughter and son-in-law's home. So naturally it wasn't her turn to make decisions. For Yi Chen's arrangement, Lu's mom was also very satisfied. Hurry upstairs and tell Nana to come down for dinner. It's all cooked. Yi Chen, good. When he arrived upstairs, Yi Chen pushed open the door to his room, only to see Lu Yina on the floor of her room busy framing the painting from her wedding day. And now, Ina Lu was arranging them, one by one. When she heard the sound of the door opening behind her, she turned around and saw Yi Chen open the door and came in, so she said in surprise, Hubby, you're back? Yi Chen also smiled and walked over to Lu Yina's side. Well, what are you doing? As you can see, look at our earlier paintings. They've air-dried now and I'm busy hanging them up. Lu Yina happily said back, Yi Chen, let's eat first. My husband will come and help you later. Lu Yina hugged Yi Chen. Good. After dinner, Yi Chen went to tease the baby. The ants have already put the water on and are ready to bathe the baby. Yi Chen held his little cotton-padded baby boy, intending to give the baby a bath. But once he thought that he was the father and baby boy was a baby girl, he carried her to Mother Yi and went to bathe big baby himself. Dabeo's little arms and legs are so strong. He shouldn't still not be able to roll over, right? Yi Chen was also depressed and asked, could it be because he's too lazy to move? Yi mother also laughed, it's also possible. Oh, little boy, this little arms and legs, soft, surely it is still will not roll over. This Dabeo so strong. I also think so. Debeo that is lazy. Yi Chen let out a bad smile, then encouraged Debeo in a while. Let him roll over and have a look. Everyone laughed along. In fact, this little baby may also be too lazy. Sometimes if it is the winter where too many clothes may not be able to turn over, but now it is already summer. There is no such problem. So, the consensus is that Big Boy is too lazy to roll over. After taking a bath and helping Debeo get dressed, Yi Chen naturally received a cash reward from the system. Yi Chen put Debeo flat on the bed. Only Debeo was eating his chubby little hands at this time. Baring his hands, eating right away. Yi Chen smiled and said to Debeo, Debeo, are the hands delicious? Is the hand good or milk good? When Debeo heard milk, his eyes immediately gazed at Yi Chen, and the movements of his mouth stopped. At this time, Aunt Zhang handed Yi Chen a bottle of milk. Yi Chen picked it up and placed it in front of Debeo's heel and shook it. Debeo reached towards Yi Chen with his drool-covered hand, trying to grab the bottle. The milk bottle was jerked back by Yi Chen all of a sudden. When Debeo saw this, his eyes immediately became aggrieved and pitifully helpless. Chapter 156 Encouraging Debo to turn over. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately shushed with his finger. Debeo, no crying. If you cry, you won't get to eat. Oh. Debeo's tears were on the verge of falling, but he was stifled by Yi Chen's words, and his face instantly turned red. When Yi Chen and the people present saw Debeo's aggrieved look, they thought he was funny and pitiful. Debeo turned his head to Mother Yi, who smiled and shook her head. Debeo looked again at Lu's mom, who was breastfeeding her sister. Auntie Zhang, on the other hand, was holding Erbao and waiting for Lu Yina to come and breastfeed Erbao. When Debeo saw that Erbao had milk to drink and he didn't, his little mouth instantly deflated and he was about to cry, but he didn't dare to cry. He seemed to have understood Yi Chen's words. Daddy's so bad, he won't give me milk. With helpless little eyes, Yi Chen's heart melted. Yi Chen once again said, well Debeo, you are as a big brother now, you can't be so lazy. You have to set a good example for your younger siblings. Oh. At this time, Lu Yina also came in the room, and when she heard Yi Chen's words, she couldn't help but smile and came to Yi Chen and Debeo, followed by Yi Chen to encourage Debeo. Debeo good boy oh, if you can roll over, mom feed you milk oh. The second baby on the side seems to have heard Lu Yina's words, babbling and resisting, seemingly saying, Mom, it's my turn to eat mom's milk, not for my brother to eat. Everyone laughed along with them. The image was really too cozy. Big Boy's decidedly resigned little eyes immediately became determined when he saw his mom say she was going to breastfeed him. Just two hands clenched in little fists, feet raised high in the air, a sidestep, one foot hiked up to the other side, and a babbling cry escaped his lips. Yi Chen and everyone else was cheering him on. Almost there. Come on Debeo. Mommy belongs to you now. Erbao also stopped screaming and squinted at his big brother. Lu Yina couldn't help but laugh out loud as she listened to the crowd. But seeing that Debeo is trying, she is also happy for Debeo and shouts, Debeo, it's still a little bit short oh. Yi Chen also immediately took out his cell phone and captured the scene, only to see Debeo's hand go up to his head, and with a push from his little fat waist, he actually let him go over. Debo also accomplished the first flip of his life. Wow, good job Debo. Sure enough, it's still mommy who gives strength. Hearing mommy give milk, Debeo that's full of strength ah. That's not true, that's mom. Mom's the biggest. Big Boy rolled over and quickly shook his limbs like a turtle on the bed and babbled as if celebrating himself. Yi Chen looked at the video in his cell phone and suddenly remembered that the video of Erbao's rollover before had not been filmed yet. Erbao's rollover video has not been filmed yet. You can film it in a while. It's good to keep a memory. Lu Yina hurriedly picked up the second baby in her arms, but as soon as the big baby saw his mother actually picked up the second baby, it was not willing to immediately babble. Small eyes pitifully toward Lu Yina reached out her hand. Lu Yina that was angry and laughed. Debeo, mommy just wants to hold the second baby over to turn over for mommy as well. Don't worry, mommy feeds you. It turned out that he was worried that his mom wouldn't give him milk. The little eyes were really aggravated enough. That's not true. He's turned over. Mom promised to feed him. Lu Yina similarly placed Erbao on the bed and said to Erbao, Erbao, you also roll over for mommy so that daddy can take a video, okay? Erbao's eyes lit up as he looked at his mom, and his entire eye was on Ina Lu. Seemingly understanding Lu Yina's words, she grunted twice before rolling over numbly. Luckily, Yi Chen was on the side with the camera on, or else he wouldn't have been able to record Erbao rolling over. It was at this point that the system went off. Congratulations to the host. For interacting intimately with the little baby, the system rewards $1 million. Another wave of cash rewards has arrived. Cool. Seeing that Yi Chen had finished shooting the video, Lu Yina picked up the eldest baby and said to the second baby, Mommy promised her brother. It's your turn next time oh. Okay. Erbao was also very reasonable and reached out to Auntie Zhang for a hug. Everyone laughed. Debeo, on the other hand, was snuggled up in Lu Yina's arms and wouldn't let go. Lu Yina held Dabeo and turned her back to the crowd to breastfeed. Everyone's laughter also caught Father Ye's attention, but he didn't go into the baby's room very often, because Lu Yina would be breastfeeding there, so he called Mother Ye's place. What's wrong? What happened? I heard you guys laughing really loud. Ye's mom smiled and said, hubby, Dabeo can roll over. I'll have Chen Shen send you a video in a while, so take a good look. After saying a few words, Yi Dad was waiting downstairs with his cell phone. Soon, Yi Chen's video was sent to the family group. Father Yi didn't block the family group, so the first time Yi Chen sent it, his phone rang. Father Yi immediately opened his cell phone and looked at the video of Big Baby and Second Baby rolling over on his cell phone, and there seemed to be tears glistening in his old eyes as well. The heart is full of emotion. Your own grandchildren are awesome. Yi Chen returned to the bedroom, where Lu Yina had already arranged the paintings, and it was just a matter of framing them. Therefore, the first thing Yi Chen did when he returned to his room was to frame the paintings that Lu Yina had arranged with her hands. When Lu Yina returned to her room, Yi Chen had already framed 3 paintings. Lu Yina walked to Yi Chen's side, gently hugged Yi Chen from behind him, and leaned her head on Yi Chen's back. Honey, Yi Chen backhanded Lu Yina into his arms. You go take a bath first. Leave these rough jobs to hubby. Lu Yina kissed Yi Chen. Hubby worked hard. Yi Chen also kissed Lu Yina and let her into the bathroom. I'll help you find the clothes. Lu Yina was also relieved to go in, and the door was left open. Honey, why did you only bring me a bathrobe? You wear it first. Yi Chen smiled badly. Later anyway. He. Yi Chen had already finished all the paintings and washed his hands waiting for Lu Yina to come out. Yu Yina was very uncomfortable about wearing only a bathrobe. Waiting for Lu Yina to come out, Yi Chen flashed to push Lu Yina into the bathroom. Chapter 157. Guang Ying moved her things back to her apartment at the company and ran to Daming Fats to buy a lot of dry food, intending to lie down at home for a few days and live a drunken life for a few days. I came back from buying snacks, took a shower and fell asleep, only to be awakened by the ringing of his cell phone after half an hour's sleep. Hazily, she saw Yufei sending her a life-grabbing call. Ying, what's going on? Get on the line. You're missing in 5 rows. Hurry, get on the line. A dozen tweets were sent to her while doing so. I was just woken up in my sleep and I'm pissed off. Sent a message to Yi Hui. Unemployed. Not in the mood. Yi Hui also froze when he received the message. He was still in college, and although he knew that graduation was tantamount to unemployment, he had never experienced the pain of unemployment, so he didn't share the same feelings. Unemployment is not love lost. What are you afraid of? Get on the line. Guang Ying glanced at the message and instantly rolled her eyes. This Shang Yihui is really said that he was not in the mood, but also came to find himself to play games. Why don't you get your what's her name sister? Guang Ying casually posted. You mean the one who ranked with us? I didn't even add her. She's that good. How could I add her? Probably won't have the chance to rank together again. Guang Ying's eyes also lit up when she saw the message from Yi Hui. No way. I can't believe you didn't add that green tea. I don't think so. Could it be that Yi Hui was the kind of straight man of steel that Li Xian said he was? As soon as she talked about Li Xian, Guang Ying remembered him. Guang Ying still didn't want to play. I said I don't want to play. I'm sleeping. I'll play when I wake up. Oh, well then. Yi Hui was too embarrassed to force Guang Ying to accompany him in 5 rows, so he could only find someone else. After Guang Ying saw that there were no more messages sent from WeChat, she rolled over in bed and had no more sleep, and all she could think about was this mysterious person Li Xian. For this person, Li Xian, Guang Ying also only knows the name, and his damn bass voice really has a feeling that listening to it makes people pregnant. Very nostalgic. Guang Ying shook her head, picked up her phone, and silently opened the game. In the game interface, Yi Hui was seen to be in the game while Li Xian was not online. Guang Ying opened Li Xian's game page and looked at it in boredom. When she clicked on Li Xian's personal homepage, Guang Ying had looked at his homepage before and knew that Li Xian was very poor and didn't have any other skins except for a few skins she had given away that cost money. So Guang Ying is thinking that whether the technology is good or not, it really doesn't have much to do with the skin. So, Guang Ying directly gifted all the skins to Li Xian. Guang Ying is not the kind of lack of money. She used to still have savings. Just the money cannot earn back. She will not spend. She together feel that the money has to be spent on the sharp edge. As now, some people are worth spending such money. After all, the family has been cut off from the economy. She can only spend their own earned. Crying. After delivering the skin, Guang Ying's heart was followed by relief. Immediately, he opened the takeout app and ordered himself a dinner. Not a moment later, Li Xian also came online. Guang Ying naturally saw Li Xian online. Li Xian probably also saw the skin sent by Guang Ying and sent another station message over. Thank you rich lady for your skin. Thank you rich bitch. Guang Ying, want to form a CP? Li Xin recalled Ying after a while. No need for now, I guess. I'm going to take my sister to play now. Do you want to join me? When Guang Ying saw that Li Xin unexpectedly didn't want to form a CP with her mood was gone. No, I haven't eaten my dinner yet. I'll get a head start later. Guang Ying really hadn't eaten yet, and it was about time for this takeout to be delivered. That's fine. I'll play with my sister and then I'll double team with you later. After Li Xin said this, he disappeared to go platoon with his sister. Sister? Is it a real sister? Or is it some other sister? Guang Ying could be described as Sherlock Holmes. Immediately opened Li Xin's intimacy and found that Li Xin had hidden this, but saw that there was a name Deep Autumn. CHO there for his disciples. Fallen leaves no autumn? Late fall. Cho, is there a connection? The key is the word fall? Is it his sister? But it shouldn't be. If it's his sister, why use the fall together? Could it be? Is that his girlfriend? To be true, that yourself. It's over. Down the pit. Guang Ying immediately opened her friend to watch the battle, but fortunately, she could still watch the battle. Li Xin is probably going to regret turning on the friend watch as well, but it's possible his girlfriend asked to open it, so Guang Ying immediately opened Li Xin's watch. In the beginning there showed that Shamji, CHO and Li Xin were really a couple's relationship, although Li Xin's was off, but that Shamji, CHO's was on. Solid hammer. Li Xin has a girlfriend. Scumbag. At this time, Guang Ying was only heartbroken about her money. She had just given away thousands of dollars in skin out there, but now that she saw the results, she was just heartbroken for her money. Now she finally understood her parents saying that only those who know their roots won't cheat, and those online who haven't met each other are afraid that they'll be cheated by someone they don't know. As expected, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll lose out. Now think about it. Yi Hui at that time also just promised that green tea woman to help her on the score, and people Yi Hui also did not add that green tea woman. Although Yi Hui is not understanding some, but at least not the kind of men who go around flirting with girls. Although, Guang Ying is now regretful, but in the end is also a girl. Cannot put this face. As for Li Xin, she just thought she was blind, so when Yi Hui came out of the game and saw that Guang Ying was online, he exited ranked and sent a message to Guang Ying. Didn't we say sleep? Guang Ying didn't really want to pay attention to him right now. I was woken up by you and couldn't sleep, so I got up to eat. Yi Hui, no way, it's so late to eat now. It's so late. I'm going to Chen Xiuan's store to play games with him after dinner. Chen Xiuan has graduated and is helping out with work in his own home. No more chatting, takeout is here. Guang Ying tossed her phone aside after posting this to calm herself down and go. Yi Hui froze with his cell phone and said, "What the hell is this Guang Ying doing? It's been feeling like she doesn't want to pay attention to me today." Chen Xiuan also flirted. "I heard Li Ji say today, when you guys were in the afternoon, did you platoon with a girl?" And then Guang Ying also pulled a guy to platoon with her, and played the game well? Yi Hui, yeah, that guy is pretty good. I was thinking of asking her to pull that guy along to rank up again. Chen Xiuan, you. He was also speechless. This Yi Hui was really straight. Chapter 158, You're lucky to have a peach blossom. Although he had never been in love, he understood this male and female thing. He asked Yi Hui, "Yi Hui, how do you feel about Guang Ying?" Yi Hui thought about it and said, "The game is quite good. Good partner for scoring. And the people are good. Anyway, the character is quite good." Inside Chen Xiuan, it's useless to ask. Dead straight man. Chen Xiuan, you dragged that woman here first, didn't you? Yi Hui did not think twice. Yes, at the beginning of the female pestered to let me take her on the score, because the last game I messed around, wanting to come out quickly to take Guang Ying's, and then was pestered by the female. Guang Ying may not want to be pit, so with her row again do not want to play with me, and then I do not know where to go to find a male to play with her, and then later, I pulled Li read together in 5 rows, but let me tell you, not that I'm talking about that woman, she's a real pit. If it wasn't for the 4 of us, I guess the game wouldn't even be wanted. Chen Xiuan analyzed, is there this possibility that Guang Ying just didn't want you to row with that woman, and then deliberately pulled a guy to piss you off, and as a result, you didn't react, so now she doesn't want to care about you? Could she be interested in you? Yi Hui was stunned by Chen Xiuan's words, then laughed out loud. How is this possible? Yeah, how is that possible? How is this possible? Knowing that my relationship with Guang Ying is only a fake man-woman relationship? Is Guang Ying addicted to pretending? She really thinks she's my girlfriend? However, I did feel a little bad about this when I saw her double-teaming with another guy earlier. Chen Xiuan that was analyzing like an emotional counselor. Think about it, when you platoon with a female, and she goes and finds a male back, what is she not angry with you? So I think, she is definitely interested in you. Yi Hui also shook his head as he listened, but just in his heart, he also had to think more. Although he was a straight man, he was not a brainless person. What with the TV shows and all, he did watch them, he just had so much on his mind too. Now that Chen Xiaoan had said this, he also kept an extra eye out. Yi Hui, oops, whatever. Chen Xiaoan also gently patted Yi Hui's shoulder and said in a deep tone, "Kid, your peach blossom luck is coming." Yi Hui rolled his eyes at Chen Xiaoan. "I'm still in college, so I won't think about that for now. And just now Gu Ying told me that she's unemployed today, so that's why she doesn't want to care about me." Chen Xiaoan also shook his head. Yi Hui waited for Gu Ying online for about 30 minutes and sent her another message. "Have you finished eating yet? Come and score. Score points. Score points." The only thing on his mind is scoring dead straight men. Gu Ying was infuriated by Yi Hui's line of upscoring. Perhaps it was because she had just learned about Li Xin, but now Gu Ying couldn't be interested in anything. "It's okay for us to double row and not row with anyone else, right?" Yi Hui walked out of the door of Chen Zhao's store and sent a sentence to Gu Ying. When Gu Ying saw this sentence, she couldn't help but think in her heart, could it be that this dead straight man has gotten the hang of it? Although she felt that she was getting a little bit of a crush on Li Xin, she wasn't much hurt because she was just heartbroken about her money too. It's like watching a live broadcast, facing her favorite type of male anchor, only to find out after rewarding him that the other party is a dead scumbag. She's just heartbroken about the money. However, she felt differently about Yi Hui, and seeing him in a double row with a green tea girl also made her inexplicably uneasy and angry. Never mind, seeing as he kept taking his life and urging him to score. "So let's do it, there's nothing to do anyway." "Okay," Gu Ying replied back to Yi Hui and went back online. "When I went online, I saw that Li Xin was still playing a game with his sister." Yi Hui quickly pulled Gu Ying along with him to rank up and sent a line. "Ha, your friend named Li Xin isn't online? Pull him along to score." Gu Ying took a deep breath. It really was a case of which pot is which. He's hanging out with his girlfriend. Gu Ying returned without thinking. Yi Hui here mouth muttered. "So there is a girlfriend, ah." This was heard by Chen Xiaoan, who walked out of the doorway and came close. "What? Who has a girlfriend?" Yi Hui probably didn't know that he had a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth as he said, "It's the guy who lined up with Gu Ying last time." Chen Xiaoan couldn't help but laugh at his happy look. "People have girlfriends? What are you happy about? It's not like you have a girlfriend." Yi Hui froze. He didn't even realize he was smiling on his face. "Could it be that I really have feelings for Gu Ying?" Yi Hui didn't have time to think about it and pushed Chen Xiaoan with his elbow. So he walked back to the store and found a spot to play a game with Gu Ying. In the game, after Yi Hui got to level 4, he gave up all his blues to Gu Ying, and he also helped Gu Ying block skills several times, and helped Gu Ying take revenge. After a few fights, it straight up amused Gu Ying to no end. Unbeknownst to him, on the other end of the cell phone, it was all Chen Xiaoan who was egging Yi Hui on. Only, Yi Hui also felt that this felt good too. At least Gu Ying would call him Brother Wild King in the game now. I don't know why. Yi Hui didn't have any emotional fluctuations when he was called Brother Wild King by the green tea girl before, but when Gu Ying called herself, his face was unconsciously hanging a few unchecked smiles. And all of this, Chen Xiaoan, who was an onlooker, was watching the interaction between the two of them clearly. Yet, "Yi Hui, I think you two have a chance." Yi Hui also just perfunctorily said, "Good talk." Chen Xiaoan said, "Why don't you try forming a CP with her? See if she agrees? If she says yes, it proves that she has feelings for you too, right?" Yi Hui glanced at him. "Alright then, I'll try." After a game, Yi Hui sent a message to Gu Ying. "Ying, why don't we form a CP?" Gu Ying also froze when she saw the message. Although Yi Hui plays the game well, but the group CP is a very careful thing. Before she sent the message on the public screen, but just want to find a wild king to bring a little bit of their own but also can be angry a little bit of Yi Hui's, completely did not really put this matter on the heart. I guess Li Xin he didn't think about forming a CP with himself. After all, he already had one too. While at this moment, Gu Ying was receiving an invitation from Li Xin. This really irritated Gu Ying. Gu Ying immediately gave Yi Hui back. Good. Now group. Chapter 159 Louis Wei's first step plan. Gu Ying ignored Li Xin's invitation and quit to form a CP with Yi Hui. After opening a room, he invited Yi Hui and also invited Li Xin to come along. Li Xin immediately returned. Ying, what took you so long to invite me?" Gu Ying, "No, just taking care of some things." Gu Ying naturally wouldn't tell him that she had gone to form a CP with Yi Hui. The three of them quickly chose their heroes, and when they entered the game page, Li Xin naturally saw the couple logo level 1 of both Gu Ying and Yi Hui. Throughout the entire game, Li Xin didn't say a word. Yi Hui, driven by Chen Xiaoan, naturally played the role of a dutiful and good boyfriend. After playing a handful of games, Li Xin got out of the game, citing that he had something to do. Yi Hui was on the other end of the cell phone, holding it and grinning. "Chen Xiaoan, I just feel that. Right now. My heart is so cool. It's really you. Chen Xiaoan shook his head. Look at you, kid. This look, and you still say you have no interest in Guiying? Yi Hui laughed. Maybe, but it's still quite refreshing to see Li Xian get pissed off. Chen Xiaoan let out a hey and went about her business. It's a blessing in disguise. It's up to you, kid, to capitalize on this peachy luck. Guiying, however, did not take this matter to heart. After all, the relationship between the two is also unspoken. And to be able to save a trace of face in front of Li Xian, the money is gone even if it is just a few $1,000s. In fact, in the heart of Yi Hui is thinking, nonsense, of course I want to please Guiying La. After all, my parents that has recognized her as their girlfriend. There is no money depends on her La. This kid, that's oblivious to the situation he's in. Guiying finished the last hand and went offline. At this time, Yi Hui's WeChat sent, are you unemployed? Guiying returned, so what if it is? Yi Hui, so you're free to meet with my parents, right? Isn't it idle to be unemployed? Ying Gu. Yi Hui, how about meeting once for 10,000 and buying whatever you want? Guiying came to her senses this time as well. Although she didn't lack money, she hadn't reached the point where she could buy whatever she wanted like Yuina. Anything? Guiying sent excitedly. Yi Hui also froze. Probably not more than 1 million is possible. But his parents told him to double the gifts he bought for his girlfriend. Yi Hui parents are also well-intentioned, because they know their son too well, not to use this way to stimulate a little. Estimated that Yi Hui million years will not give a gift, and the girls well, naturally also like surprises. Guiying heart happy. They like a brand name bag for a long time. More than 100,000 it, has not been willing to buy. Would have wanted to fool her father to go together to buy, but if Yi Hui said he wanted to send his own words, it is not impossible to go to see his parents. Ah, Guiying immediately excitedly replied, Shang, I'm free tomorrow. Yi Hui probably didn't expect Guiying to agree so quickly, and took his cell phone and replied back, then I'll ask my parents out tomorrow, and have a meal together at noon tomorrow. The two just made an appointment, and Yi Chen sighed, honey, we should be able to go to the immunization with the little treasures tomorrow, right? I see that big boy is already fine too. Didn't the doctor say that as long as he doesn't poop, he can go for his vaccination? Yi Chen asked Lu Yana. Lu Yana, yeah, I'll book the babies for tomorrow morning now. We're going back to school in a couple days. It's kinda tight, and we'll probably have to go buy some school supplies and stuff tomorrow. Success! Then tomorrow after you go with the babies for their medical checkups, let's go together. Yi Chen said. Good. After Lu Yana finished speaking, she also took out her cell phone and made reservations for the little babies. Early the next morning, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, along with their families, took a few little babies along to get vaccinated. Every time they traveled, Yi Chen and his group were the focus of the crowd. A couple of the little babies were also the prettiest boys in the crowd. And when it came time for the community, there was naturally a lot of talk among those present. Oh my god, are these triplets? Who's so awesome to have triplets? Look at the dress. This family is either rich or noble. That's natural. I can't afford to raise 3 kids without some money. Look at this family. And they've hired a couple of nanny aunts to take the little ones. Sure enough, casting is a skillful job. Only, Yi Chen's family didn't pay any attention to other people's gossip and waited on the sidelines. When it came time for the vaccination, they were also asked to come back after they had experienced the room first. After the experience, the 3 little ones were also crying during their vaccinations, and it took a long time of cuddling and persuasion to keep them from crying. Probably grown up and afraid of needles too. After Yi Chen brought a few little babies to finish their vaccinations. Accordingly, Yi Chen received a cash reward from the system. A couple of the little ones were asleep in the car on the way home, probably tired from crying for so long. There is a caravan is not bad, but driving in the city, from time to time also have to brake sharply. Yi Chen naturally will not let the little baby in the car to sleep. I'll let the adults hold them to sleep, so it will also be a little safer. Instead, he drove as slowly as he could to avoid greater inertia from hard braking. On the other hand, Louis Wei had also arrived at the restaurant early in the morning and waited. Her mind was also very clear. First of all, the first time to grasp everything in the restaurant, whether it was people or things. The first thing she wanted to gain was the trust of Lu's father, to let him know that he was not here to have fun, when she had everything in the restaurant under her control, so that everyone in the restaurant would listen to her. And when Yi Chen saw her ability and had a good impression of her, then all this would be fine. And if Yi Chen's side failed, then she would destroy the restaurant. What she couldn't get, no one could get. Louis Wei is really a tough guy. In theory, Lu Yana and Lu Yina's family didn't offend her, and it was her own father who didn't want to take over Lu Fuji and had nothing to do with Lu's father. Lu Fuji can have today's scale. That is also the father of Lu's step-by-step efforts to get, to blame her father, and Lu Yana family has nothing to do with. Moreover, When Louis Wei said that she wanted to come here to participate in helping out, Lu's father let her come without saying a word, and although he was a bit disgruntled, he let her come after all. Lu's father's heart is thinking, one more person to help his daughter's favor is also a good thing. Did not expect Louis Wei is this heart. Not only did he target his heart's blood, but even his son-in-law, Ivy Lu, had her eye on him. However, Louis Wei was only looking at the money in Yi Chen's pocket, especially after knowing that Yi Chen was the owner of Huachang Mansion. The desire in his heart became even stronger. Among the people she knew, there was simply no one richer than Yi Chen. When she stood on the lobby of Lu Fuji, she secretly decided in her heart, must take the rights of the entire restaurant over. The old side of the home, Lu Dad has basically been decentralized to the relatives to take charge of it. Then even if she cannot manage that side, but also to control the entire restaurant on the side of the Xiangqing, it was the first step in her plan. Chapter 160, Encountering Old Classmates. Yi Chen and Lu Yana both went to buy school supplies together. Lu Yana followed Yi Chen to the Huachang mansion. While in front of the door of the mansion, it was a strange yet familiar two people that she encountered. The woman's name is Hu Qingrong and the man's name is Bai Yuhao. Hu Qingrong is a classmate of Lu Yina's from the same department, and she has been looking at Lu Yana because she looks prettier than herself when she was in school, and the man was also the same school that chased after Ina Lu. It was only after being rejected by Lu Yana several times that the man went to study abroad, and now he ran into him here, which means that the man is returning from his studies, right? Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao's family is quite rich, and I don't know why the two will come together. Lu Yana looked at the two men and shrunk towards Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen came out today driving the several $100,000 Mercedes-Benz that Lu Yana had bought before her wedding, while Bai Yuhao was driving a $1 million Porsche. Yi Chen also noticed that something was wrong with Lu Yana, so he asked, "Honey, what's wrong?" Lu Yana whispered to Yi Chen about the relationship between the two men and her. Yi Chen heard, instantly understood. These two people obviously have a problem with Lu Yana. As a husband, naturally also help his wife to solve the problem. Hu Qingrong didn't take Yi Chen seriously when she saw him driving a car that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The two walked hand in hand to Yi Chen and Lu Yana's front, greeting Yi Chen and the others with a somewhat disdainful tone. "Yo, isn't this the school beauty of Xiangde, Lu Yana?" Lu Yana was also a bit embarrassed as she returned. "Hu Qingrong, I didn't expect to meet you here. I heard about your marriage on the school news list, and I thought it was fake news from someone." In fact, she has long seen Lu Yana's wedding scene, in her eyes, not in the 7-star above the banquet, are poor, and now see Yi Chen hundreds of thousands of cars. That is more solid. Ina Lu's husband is a poor man with two small fortunes. Lu Yana hurriedly introduced to the two. "This is my husband, Yi Chen. He is also from our school. I don't know if you guys have seen him in school." Hu Qingrong, however, didn't give face to it and directly said back, "Sorry, I really haven't seen it." She proudly pulled Bai Yuhao up a step and introduced him. "This is my boyfriend, Bai Yuhao. Probably you've all met him, right?" As she said this, Hu Qingrong's words were directed towards Lu Yana, and Bai Yuhao's eyes stayed on Lu Yana's body, never moving away. After Lu Yana gave birth to a child, the size of her chest was naturally much larger, and Bai Yuhao's eyes were even more blatantly looking at Lu Yana, completely having forgotten that Lu Yana was already in the position of someone else's wife. And as Yi Chen looked at the man in front of him who was looking at his wife with such a lewd look, he couldn't help but protect Lu Yana behind himself. And naturally, Hu Qingrong also noticed her boyfriend's abnormality, which directly pissed her off. She also pulled Baekwuhu back hard and shook off his Baekwuhu's hand fiercely. Bai Yuhao this time came to his senses. In his eyes, Lu Yana is his favorite woman, and Hu Qingrong is just his own family arranged a blind date to meet. He is also not much feeling for her, but it is just an antidote to loneliness. Yi Chen naturally saw the love in Bai Yuhao's eyes for Lu Yana, and the anger in his eyes increased. "How dare you covet my Yi Chen's wife? See if I don't screw you." Although he knew that Lu Yana wouldn't betray himself, and this was a point of confidence that Yi Chen had, however, he wouldn't allow others to look at his wife with such lewd eyes, and in front of his face, so blatantly, didn't take him seriously at all. Hu Qingrong quickly put her expression in order and said to Lu Yana with a smile on her face, "Tonight, we're organizing a party. It's all from our department. Did Gu Yingying notify you? If not, then let me officially notify you now. At that time the location of the party will depend on the number of people to determine the venue. You have to bring your husband with you." Lu Yana is a little embarrassed. She was already a little introverted, and even some social fear. For these party things, she that cannot participate in as far as possible not to participate. Hu Qingrong took a look at Yi Chen's hundreds of thousands of dollars car, and then took a look at Lu Yana's hesitant expression. So she gave a sarcastic cry, "Don't tell me you're not coming. Even if you didn't graduate with us, but at least you were a fellow student for 3 years. If you, the school flower of Fragrant University, doesn't show up, then this party of ours is obviously meaningless. Hu Qingrong spoke in that sharp, thin voice in a strange manner. Marriage did not invite us, these old classmates. This party cannot not come. The husband will have to bring out a good, let everyone know it. Hu Qingrong finished and gave Bai Yuhao a smug look. Although Bai Yuhao has Lu Yaina in his heart, he is still on Hu Qingrong's side at this time. After all, Lu Yaina is married with children. Lu Yaina seemed a bit overwhelmed. But, I have children to take care of at home. You guys have fun. Only, Hu Qingrong but did not intend to let go of Lu Yaina. Oh, I heard rumors that your family how rich. The husband bought many hundreds of millions of dollars of jewelry to give you it. It turns out that all are false. If you really don't have any money and your husband can't bring it up, then just tell people. Why put out these rumors to mislead people? Yi Chen's voice said coldly at this moment. We'll be there for the party. We're not free right now, so please make yourself at home. He that is a minute do not want to pull with this thing again, said he. Dead poor, loaded with money, what kind of can? But said his wife cannot. Tonight, he was going to show these properly. He, Ina Lu's husband, Yi Chen, not a big pretender with money, dead poor. Yi Chen pulled Lu Yaina and just walked away. Hu Qingrong looked at Yi Chen and Lu Yaina's backs as they hurriedly left, only feeling that the two were just unable to stand their words and fled. Let's see what kind of opening you guys can turn up at the party tonight. I'll show you. A sinister look appeared on Hu Qingrong's face as he turned his eyes to Bai Yuhao, who was on the side, and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Don't let me see you looking at Yuina with that dazed look in your eyes again. I'm breaking up with you. Bai Yuhao naturally didn't dare to offend her, because she was now his big gold master. In fact, Bai Yuhao's family is also in vain. The inside has been hollowed out, and now with Hu Qingrong, but also got her family's financing, the company has been able to survive. Bai Yuhao opened the car door for Hu Qingrong and invited her to get into the car before getting into the driver's seat himself, acting as her chauffeur. Chapter 161. Yi Chen pulled Lu Yaina to the mall, in which there was a new single big mall. This was a property gifted by the system, and Yi Chen was the second shareholder in the new list. Yi Chen also came here to look around and buy school supplies on the way because he hadn't been here before. But at the moment, it looks like it's time to buy not only school supplies, but also things to go to the party. Lu Yaina was walking while being hugged by Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen's side face, Lu Yaina's heart was filled with a sense of security. My own husband is really too manly. Ina Lu found herself admiring her husband more and more. Yi Chen pulled Lu Yaina to a resting place in the building and the two of them sat down. Lu Yaina's face flushed red as she said, "Actually, we don't need to go. I'm not very familiar with them either. It's just that I don't know why. But this Hu Qingrong is always looking for trouble with me, and it's been like this since freshman year." Yi Chen also laughed. He was laughing at Lu Yaina for being too simple. She's doing it out of jealousy. You're so much better looking than her. She's not convinced, so she goes around picking on you. Lu Yaina also nodded. She is also aware of her own beauty, but just cannot figure it out. He did not offend Hu Qingrong, and even with her did not say a few words. Jealousy even let a woman's face become so ugly. She is still the first time to see. Suddenly, Lu Yaina thought of something and exclaimed, "Right, that Hu Qingrong just said that she also invited Ying Ying's. I don't know what happened to Ying Ying's side. If she received the news, the first time she would definitely call me, but now it's already noon, and she still hasn't called me. I don't know what happened to her," Lu Yaina said, hurriedly pulling out her cell phone and making a call to Gu Ying. Luckily Gu Ying didn't turn off her phone before she went to bed, or else Lu Yaina would have been looking for her. "Hey, who is it?" A lazy voice came over the phone. Lu Yaina naturally heard that Gu Ying was still sleeping. He was also exasperated and could not help but say loudly, Ying, why are you still sleeping? Don't you have to go to work?" Gu Ying's sleeper was instantly awakened. "What? What's wrong? What happened? If I was still at work, I guess I wouldn't have gotten your call." Lu Yaina continued. "Hu Qingrong, do you remember?" Gu Ying returned. "Hu Qingrong, do you know? What's that up to again?" Obviously, Gu Ying was also aware of Hu Qingrong's style. "Ana Lu, didn't you read WeChat?" Gu Ying rubbed her eyes. "Sister, I've only just woken up now. Where do I have time to read the news? What the hell is she up to again?" Gu Ying asked directly to forget about it, and didn't even bother to read the message. Lu Yaina sighed. "Tonight, she threw a party. It's people from our former same department, inviting us to go together. Just now I bumped into her at the Huachang mansion, along with Bai Yuhao. That Bai Yuhao is now her boyfriend. You are also aware of Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao's relationship with me. So when Yi Chen and I were there at the entrance, we had a bit of a disagreement with them, and Yi Chen was also infuriated by them, so he helped me agree to go to the party. Now, I don't care. You have to go along too." No way. These two extremes have come together? My goodness. This is truly a strange story in the world. Only, what makes Gu Ying's head spinning now is, my god Old lady hates is going to these parties. This night is going to go to attend a party. I don't even have a battle suit. I'm going crazy. Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen, who instantly understood, and shouted over the phone, Ing, we're at the new single grand mall in Huachang Mansion. Come over, buy whatever you fancy. I'll pay. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Gu Ying was instantly energized, her eyes glowing brightly. Really? Seriously? As long as it's fancy, I'll pay for it. Yi Chen said so. Yi Chen promised. Wait for me. Be there in 15 minutes. Gu Ying said and immediately hung up the phone. 15 minutes later, Gu Ying gasped for air and appeared at the entrance of the new single. My god. No more. No less. Exactly 15 minutes. She hadn't even put on any makeup, but she had come straight out of her suit. Anyway, in a moment, she was going to let loose and buy. After all, she was also aware of the fact that Yi Chen was a man who could afford to buy even $1 billion of jewelry, so naturally she didn't need to be polite to Yi Chen about anything, and she would only spend $100 or $2 million on Yi Chen at most. This amount of money, for Yi Chen, was nothing more than a bone thrown from his teeth. Lu Yana looked at Gu Ying, who was gasping for air, and it was a direct laugh. Ying, you don't have to work so hard, do you? Gu Ying that was waving her hand. Don't talk, start buying. I'm afraid that Yi Chen will back out in a while. Yi Chen said. Don't worry, I won't back out. Have you eaten yet? Gu Ying covered her stomach and said, this is really not there? I say Yi Chen, you're really thoughtful. You even thought of the fact that I didn't eat. No wonder Nana married you. Nana, I really envy you. You found such a good husband. Lu Yana smiled and said, you are going to find someone who loves you in the future as well. Let's go eat something first. Why don't we go to my dad's place? I don't think you've eaten at his place yet. Looking at his wife having a good sister and cooling himself off to the side, Yi Chen just laughed. He was genuinely happy for his wife. Being able to have a good friend who could speak from the heart, without so much hooking up, and who could treat her genuinely as a really good friend. Surprisingly, it was his wife's good sister, so Yi Chen naturally wouldn't treat her poorly. Love the house. That's probably what it means. Gu Ying heard Lu Yina's words. That was decided. Well then, let's go to your father's restaurant for dinner. The two of them were holding hands, and had really left Yi Chen out to dry. Chapter 162. Scared out of his wits. The three of them went to Lu Yina's father's restaurant together to have a meal. When they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, they bumped into Lu Wei standing at the front desk. The two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, were fine, while Gu Ying was puzzled. Why is this woman here? Shouldn't she be in Cloud City? What the hell? It's not like you're trying to make a scene, is it? Previously, when he was at Nana's wedding, he had already seen that this Lu Wei wanted to plot against Yi Chen. Could it be that this was going to start acting? No, there was absolutely no way I was going to let this man's shady woman ruin my best sister's marriage. After thinking about it, Gu Ying's eyes towards Lu Wei were very unkind. Yi Chen was fine. Although he knew that this woman was not simple, he did not realize that this woman was looking at him. And Papa Lu's restaurant. Lu Wei cordially walked up from the front desk and said to Yi Chen with a big smile, brother-in-law, what brings you here? For the other people she didn't put in her eyes. Gu Ying wanted to vomit when she saw how she couldn't wait to court Yi Chen. Sure is Yi Chen just said indifferently, I'm here shopping with your sister and Ying, passing by here to bring Ying over for a meal, to taste how the taste of the homegrown restaurant is. Hearing this, Lu Wei then looked at the two of them. Lu Yana and Gu Ying, the two elder sisters are also here. Gu Ying, again called old lady sister, Nana and I but a beginning of the year, the end of the year, I have heard Nana said, you are also only 2 months younger than Nana. Who is older and who is smaller than a comparison will know. Called sister called so smooth. Although Gu Ying didn't care much about the name calling, she was 10,000 times more upset when she heard these green teas called. Lu Yana also enthusiastically moved forward and introduced Lu Wei. This is my cousin, Lu Wei, who is also just one word apart from me. After saying that, she looked at Gu Ying again. This is my good sister Gu Ying. You guys should have known each other at my wedding, right? Gu Ying snorted inwardly and returned. Yes, we've known each other since the wedding, and Nana has mentioned her cousin to me before. Hello. Lu Wei also smiled and returned Gu Ying's sentence. Hello, nice to meet you Sister Ying. You guys came over to eat right. Let me arrange an elegant room for us. There's another one on the 3rd floor. Second uncle he went out and isn't here. Lu Yana smiled and said, my father actually went out? Then I'll trouble my sister. Lu Yana, who was still thinking about which her father to greet, could only give up after hearing Lu Wei's words. Lu Wei asked the store's waiter to take Yi Chen's trio to the elegant room on the 3rd floor, while she continued to stay here to receive customers. This receptionist position, but also her own to Lu Dad. Lu Dad originally also just let her own in the store casually, so did not stop her. Lu Yana and Yi Chen they also quickly ordered and ate. Gu Ying even burped after eating it. Wow, Nana, the flavor of your restaurant can be oh. At that, Lu Yina's face is also very proud. That is natural. My family do catering but there is more than 100 years of history. Has been progressing. Together with the improvement, the flavor of these meals, as well as dishes that can be after 100 years of improvement, the taste is naturally not ordinary. And, now that some expat chefs have been brought in too, my dad is supposedly trying to diversify the restaurant. Gu Ying nodded, then thought it's also possible to eat Western food here? Ina Lu, yes, but the main focus is on Chinese food, because there are many foreigners here. Gu Ying nodded, that's also true, after all, it's also a metropolis, and diversity is good. Ina Lu, yes, even if there is a signature dish, the way a restaurant is run is also important. Gu Ying shook her head, let's not talk about this, I don't understand it anyway. It's you. Your father only has you as a daughter. Won't the restaurant be handed over to you in the future? You have to learn from Uncle Lu. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with a smile. My husband said he would help me. He told me to fulfill my dream properly. Gu Ying also followed Lu Yana's eyes to Yi Chen, and couldn't help but praise him greatly. It's true that he's a 24 filial husband. Even the family business is taken care of for you. Yi Chen said, wife wants to do what she wants to do. Shouldn't be delayed by the things at home. As a husband of me, wife has a dream then. How can I not help her? Lu Yina's face reddened and said, it's after 1 o'clock now. We'd better hurry up and go shopping. I don't know when the party is going to start. It'll probably be around 6 or 7 o'clock as well. And I want to go home to see the 3 little babies before that. Yi Chen said, then, let's go now. The 3 of them came here to eat, and it was natural that they didn't have to pay when their own family came to eat. When he was at the door, he also saw Louis Wei. Yi Chen's trio also greeted Louis Wei as they passed by the front desk. Lu Yana also asked politely, we're going to the mall in a while, do you want to go? Louis Wei was also quick to return. Yes. The faces of both Yi Chen and Gu Ying froze. Even Lu Yana also paused. She had only asked politely and had no intention of going to the mall with Louis Wei. Gu Ying pushed Lu Yana. Just didn't say anything. As for Louis Wei, at this time, she also felt that she answered a bit hastily, and at the same time, she also sensed the displeasure on the faces of the 3 Lu Yana. So she laughed and said, I'm messing with you guys. I still have things to do here, so I won't be hanging out with you guys, and I'll make an appointment for you guys again when I'm free. Nonsense, we don't want to go to the mall with you. After all, we don't know you well. Wouldn't it be awkward if we were forced to go together? Gu Ying's heart was like this. If she really followed her, she would be 10,000 times more reluctant. It's a good thing she didn't follow. She's a good girl. Louis Wei laughed as she looked at the backs of the 3 departing, and the veins on her hands flared up. She also likes to go to the mall and buy whatever she wants without looking at the price list, but now she is unable to do anything. Watching her cousin, doing what she wanted to do. On what grounds? She's going to be here smiling and welcoming guests while Ina gets to live the life she wants to live without a care in the world. Thinking of this, Louis Wei's eyes were filled with sinister, and at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly turned around and looked over. It scared her into a cold sweat. She immediately raised a trademark smile. Only, the scene just now, although brief, was this captured by Yi Chen? Although the system's discerning eye skill could detect that Louis Wei was not a good person, it did not detect what was in her heart. Therefore, Yi Chen also muttered in his heart, what's this scheming girl up to now? Chapter 163, doing all the facade work. For Louis Wei, a woman with a heart of gold, she must turn around and have someone from the Baldwin Security Company keep an eye on her. Definitely can't have her messing around here. Yi Chen's trio went back to the new single big mall from before. This big mall covered several floors of the building, and it had all the brands you wanted. And Yi Chen 3 people also went directly to the 5th floor clothing area, first buy clothes, and then buy the other. Yi Chen also has decided that today is a day of sweeping, also already ready to pay the bill for Lu Yana and Gu Ying. Only, on the verge of having one foot already stepped into the entrance of the mall, Gu Ying suddenly thought of something. Right, when we go to the party, won't you guys be in pairs? Many of us in the department are in pairs. Will I be a light bulb for you then? Lu Yana laughed. So what else can I do? Who let you immodestly find a boyfriend? If you have a boyfriend, you can also bring it. Gu Ying grunted. You're just bullying me. A single dog, aren't you? Then the others must be looking down on me as well. To say the least, I'm not bad looking, so why does no one look at me? Lu Yana was also laughed at by her. Some people look at you just you put people to scare away it. Before there is not a boy asked you out? As a result, you bring people to the counter there to see tens of thousands of dollars of bags. There are tens of thousands of jewelry at. People a university has not graduated. Where's so much money to buy tens of thousands of gifts to you? Gu Ying admitted that there was indeed a boy who had asked her out in the past, but this boy wasn't her favorite type either. so she just took that boy to scare him and let him know that he was just going to back off. But I can't believe that boy told someone that he was a gold digger or something. At that time, she also felt funny. Tens of thousands of dollars of bags. Her father still afforded her. What the hell, worship gold? Her family was already rich. Need to worship your gold? So at the time she didn't really explain this much to people because she didn't care to. And then later on, she became what she is now. Unattended. After all, people talk. 1 passes it on. 10 passes it on. Gu Ying didn't want to talk about the past anymore, and took out her cell phone to look at it. Hu Qingrong sent a message to the group, saying that it's gathering at 7 in the evening at the Tingli Hotel. Hotel Tenli? Isn't that my hotel? Yi Chen thought silently in his heart. Gu Ying continued, have you forgotten? I still have a spare boyfriend? The matter between Yi Hui and Gu Ying. Lu Yana hadn't told Yi Chen yet, and even after hearing this, Yi Chen only frowned. Spare boyfriend? Are all women so good at this nowadays? Boyfriend and a spare? However, Yi Chen did not believe that Gu Ying was that kind of fun-loving woman. Instead, Lu Yana said, I haven't told Yi Chen about you and Yi Hui. I wonder how you've developed with him. Gu Ying just laughed. I thought you had already told Yi Chen. So to speak, Yi Chen, you can never tell your uncle and aunt Yi Hui in order to set the family's money. And then under the coincidence, I became his fake girlfriend, just in front of his parents to pretend that the rest of what do not have to do. And of course there is a pay for that kind of thing. You can never tell you mustn't tell your uncle and aunt, or Yi Hui will shovel me to death. Although Gu Ying was worried that something would happen, she still chose to believe in Yi Chen's character. Lu Yana but at this time said, you do not listen to Ying here nonsense. I just think that Ying and Yi Hui, 2 people together, quite good. We set up the 2 of them is also good. And Ying to Yi Hui also has a good feeling about it. Said that the fake girlfriend? But I was watching you and Yi Hui together to play the game. When you look at Yi Hui with the eyes and look at the eyes of the other men is not the same. Yi Chen also shook his head. Yi Hui, that boy is a straight man. Oh, we are also considered to have grown up together since childhood. If you are interested in him, surely you have to say it first. Otherwise he may not know what you have in mind. Seeing that the 2 of them talked about themselves as if they were not Yi Hui, Gu Ying said, where is it? I'm just like that to him. He is just a good game to play. The other, say it again. It is not to say that there is no good feeling, but to be a boyfriend, or missing something. Lu Yana is also unable to take her. In the past, men chased her. She did not want. Now it is good to take the initiative. Who let herself packaged herself as if she was a woman and became like a man insulator. But feelings of things, she cannot force. To see how the 2 of them actually think. After all, the strong twisted melon is not sweet. Lu Yana could only let the 2 get in touch and spend more time together and see. Why don't you ask Yi Hui to come? Ina Lu asked tentatively. In fact, Gu Ying's words of bringing up Yi Hui also had this meaning. Then tell him to see if he's coming. I don't know if he's available yet. Gu Ying was muttering again under her breath while holding her cell phone and sending something. Soon, Yi Hui received a message from Gu Ying. Yi Hui, there's a class reunion tonight. Are you free to come? Yi Chen and your sister-in-law will be there too. Why don't you come and pretend to be my boyfriend? Yi Hui sent a sentence over. Am I not your royal boyfriend? By the way, didn't you say you wanted to meet my parents? Luckily I forgot to ask my parents out. Gu Ying had indeed forgotten all about it, but she refused to admit that she had forgotten. Who told you not to call me? And you have the nerve to talk about me, when it's obvious you forgot. Forget it, you're free for a few days, right? Gu Ying, yeah, you remember to tell me in advance about where to meet. I'll just go straight there. That's always fine, right? Yi Hui, that's fine. You come to meet my parents and I'll meet your classmates. So it's fair. Seeing that Yi Hui had agreed to her request, Gu Ying told both Lu Yana and Yi Chen, Yi Hui has agreed to come. I'll send him the address in a moment and tell him to arrive at 7. Well, does he need to get some clothes ready or something? Ina Lu asked. Right, oh, going to this kind of class reunion, naturally you can't dress too poorly. Hurry up and let him come over and buy it. Gu Ying naturally understands what this Hu Qingrong party is all about. Nothing more than wanting to take the opportunity to proclaim how rich her family is. So there's a lot of work to be done on the facade. Chapter 164, Take it and spend it. Gu Ying sent another WeChat to Yi Hui. I'm now with your big brother and they're on the 5th floor of Huachang Mansion's new single grand mall. Shopping for something, so come along. Gu Ying later thought about it and added, your big brother Yi Chen said he'll pay for the whole place today. Upon reading these words, Yi Hui instantly jumped up from the bed. 20 minutes. No, 15 minutes. Wait for me. I'll be right there. You guys hang out for a while. Yi Hui was also thinking some bad thoughts in his own mind yet. As expected, around 15 minutes later, Yi Hui arrived. Brother, sister-in-law, Ying. Yi Hui greeted everyone one by one. At this moment, Yi Chen and the others were picking out clothes in a branded store. they were quickly joined by Yi Hui's arrival. They have not begun to consume at this time. They are all trying on the clothes here. Men and women have clothes and bags and accessories and all of these, so you can match a little bit here and take your time to pick. It was at this moment that a dozen men in formal wear walked in and went in front of Yi Chen and the others, and also directly began to introduce themselves. Hello, I'm the general manager of the new single Grand Mall, Li Yang Mao. May I ask if you're Mr. Yi Chen? Yi Chen naturally knows what he is here for. After all, he has shares in the new single big shopping mall. It is also estimated that the manager of Huachang building has greeted Li Yang Mao and said that he is here, so he came to the door. It was just that he didn't want his family to know that this was his property right now, so Yi Chen gave him a wink. Li Yang Mao glanced at Yi Chen, then at Lu Yana and the girls, and his mind quickly began to work. Oh, yes, we've been doing raids at our mall lately to surprise consumers as well. And you, as our mall's 99th customer today, are getting everything you spend in our mall free, and no limit. Gu Ying also heard the point at once from the side. What? No limit free? Yes, today is the last day. You guys are really lucky. Gu Ying naturally understands what it means to be free without limits, even if it means moving the entire mall back home. But you can't go too far as a human being, or you will be easily offended, so you have to stop at the right moment. At first, Gu Ying just wanted to buy a few things for the party here and that was it, but this time she got such a lucky good opportunity. How could she miss it? Thank you so much then, General Manager Li. You're welcome, it's just your luck. We're here to let you know. Here's my business card. In a moment when you check out, just take out your business card and you'll be free. Yi Chen looked at the general manager in front of him and couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction with his approach. Neither Yi Chen nor Lu Yana showed too much surprise or excitement about the waiver, and Yi Chen only felt that the manager in front of him was good, has an eye for things. Seeing his superior's satisfied eyes, Li Yangmao naturally knew that he had done the right thing by doing so. The group of mall executives standing behind Li Yangmao naturally didn't dare to be impulsive without instructions from the manager. Seeing that his purpose had also been achieved, Li Yangmao said, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first, and won't disturb your pleasure. Yi Chen, oh okay, thank you General Manager Li. You're welcome, we'll go first. Led by Li Yangmao, a dozen men in formal attire followed. In fact, behind the scenes, Li Yangmao's palms were also pinched with sweat. Fortunately he reacted quickly enough, or else he would not want this hat on his head. As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Who knows what the thoughts of the higher powers around you are like, so you are always reminded to think twice about what you say. No matter what you do or say, you always think twice before you act. After manager Li Yangmao left, Gu Ying excitedly took the clothes she had just spotted and said to the saleswoman, this one, all of them should be in the middle size. No need to try, all of them are wrapped up for me. Gu Ying doesn't care if you're free or what, and it's true that you don't have to spend money to buy things now, so don't even think about it, just take it if you like it. From head to toe, it's all about buying. Gu Ying is now completely free of worries. See what she likes, let the salesman pack. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Hui already had more than 20 shopping bags in his hands. Arguably, this one was the craziest shopping spree of her life so far, while Lu Yana is much more cautious, even if it is her favorite. But she has to try it to see if it looks good or else she will buy it back to fill the closet and won't wear it out. She's preferring the best to the worst, and each piece is carefully selected so it's all fine. She was also advising Gu Ying not to mess around like this. However, Gu Ying felt that it is not spending her own money. It does not hurt. If she tries it on later and it does not fit, maybe her mom fits. Anyway, she also believes that her vision will not be bad. In this way, when several people turned around on the 5th floor, Yi Hui was already holding 50 to 60 shopping bags in his hands, while Yi Chen's hands were only a dozen. A huge difference between the two. But in these 50 to 60 shopping bags, of course there was a share of Yi Hui. At least 10 of them belonged to Yi Hui, right? Yi Hui was also startled by Gu Ying. Gu Ying, have you had enough? All of these add up to over 1 million. And you're still coming? Gu Ying, however, wasn't impressed. 1 million isn't much, is it? A shopping mall can't even give away 1 million. How can it be possible? Right Yi Chen? Yi Chen smiled. Don't worry to buy. Today is to buy painfully. The mall does not give a free bill. I will also give you a bill. Don't worry to buy is. What about women who go out shopping and dream of buying things without looking at the price list? And now, General Manager Li Yangmao is letting Lu Yana and the two women experience it. What I have to say is that this Li Yangmao really knows how to behave. Gu Ying heard Yi Chen's words and raised her head and hummed. Hear that? Yi Hui's original intention was also just to remind Gu Ying not to go too far. It was just that his own big brother Yi Chen had said so he couldn't say anything more. However, at the same time, it also let Yi Hui see clearly that once Gu Ying, this woman is crazy. It cannot be controlled. If I go out shopping with her in the future, do I have to prepare more money? This idea suddenly appeared in his head and immediately stunned Yihui. Finished. How did I get that idea? Yihui hurriedly stopped the thoughts in his mind, took out his cell phone, took a picture of all the shopping lists, and then took a selfie of his pathetic appearance holding 50 or 60 shopping bags. After sending all these photos to the family group, Yihui just wanted to type over to his parents to tell them that he had encountered lucky things today. Just halfway through the word, I suddenly received the arrival message. Open it. Nice guy. 2 million. Then quickly returned to the family group, where his dad sent a screenshot of the transfer with the following message. Take it and spend it. Fine dad if you don't have enough money. Yihui hurriedly deleted all the half-typed words and quickly replied back. Roger. Thanks dad. At the beginning, he is intended to be so dry. Was also just thinking of buying clothes, not just 100,000 to get things done. Just did not expect to meet the shopping mall to engage in a surprise or something. All of a sudden on the bill free of charge of almost $1 million. And now, his own dad, who had transferred $2 million straight away. Bullying. Chapter 165 Reward Bank Black Card. With the most direct support from his own father, Yihui was happy to do so even if he was acting as a human shopping cart. Together, the four of them wandered the entire 5th floor, putting some bags back in the car in the meantime. Only when Yihui's car was almost too big to fit in, did Gu Yingying call it quits. It could be said that today was the best shopping she had ever done in her 20 years of living. It was soon after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and several people had been wandering around for nearly 5 hours. Lu Yana said to everyone, everyone is almost done. Look at this mall has also given us a waiver of nearly 3 million. Fortunately we did not buy jewelry and the like, otherwise close to 10 million may also have Gu Yingying said, the mall is so nice, we can't be so unkind. Right? It's not bad to be able to waive a few $1 million. Right, we can't go so overboard. Lu Yana also very much agreed. Yichen couldn't help but smile as he looked at his wife and her good sister. It's true that only people with the same 3 views can get together and become good friends. The millions, of course, are just peanuts to a new single major shopping mall that makes $10 billion a year. Lu Yana was also anxious to go home to see her child, and quietly said to Yichen, Yichen, I think I have to go back to feed the child. Although she had just milked her breasts during the meal in Lufuji, but now that another almost 5 hours had passed, Lu Yana had already started to rise long ago. Yichen then said to the two of them, we'll go home first, you guys also hurry home to get ready. This party is also just a gathering between friends, so you don't need to dress too formally, just be casual. Let's gather at the Tingli Hotel in a while. Yi Hui and Gu Yingying both nodded. It was now almost 5 o'clock. It was indeed time to go back, take a shower and put on some makeup. And it would be about time. The four parted ways right outside the building in the parking lot and went their separate ways home. And while he was driving, Yi Chen's system was ringing. Tick. Congratulations to the host for completing a special mission, rewarding the host with a black card from the parallel bank with $1 billion in cash. At this point, the host has completed 10 special orders. As long as one more special order is triggered, the system can be upgraded smoothly and the rewards will be upgraded as well. Go host. Yi Chen was driving his car. And when he heard the words, he was also shocked by the system's voice. Upgrading the system? $1 billion? A one-time award of $1 billion? That's really unprecedented. Previously, it had always been 100,000 million, 10 million, of course, in addition to some fixed assets. This time the cash reward can really be the most. After returning home, Yi Chen also hurriedly took out his cell phone to check the balance on his parallel bank card. It really is $1 billion. In his excitement, Yi Chen transferred $100 million to Lu Yana, and $10 million to each of his own parents as well as Lu Yana's parents. And when he transferred the money out, he was surprised to receive a reward from the system. The host has completed a quest. The people who had received Yi Chen's transfer had sent him a big question mark in the family group. Yi Chen, what's going on? Why did you transfer money to us again? Yeah, I haven't spent that $10 million from last time? Lu Yana walked back from the baby's room and couldn't help but ask Yi Chen, hubby, how come you transferred me $100 million? Yi Chen also smiled. Making money is to spend Moreover, the husband earns money to his wife to spend that should be. Moreover, I transfer to you these money, is only a small part of the money I earn. You do not worry about the husband does not have money to spend. If you fancy what to say to your husband has money. Lu Yana looked at such a confident and domineering man in front of her and felt that she was really too happy and her heart was warm. She walked forward and hugged Yi Chen tightly. The two of them came out of the shower together, and Lu Yana wrapped her bathrobe around her and went into the check room. Yi Chen picked up the cell phone on the desktop and replied to his parents, every month in the future, all of you will receive the pocket money that I transfer to you, so you don't have to be too surprised. Lu father even if busy, but also the first time to reply. Just think a month 10 million. That year is 120 million. Genius is too much. In that case, he could just retire. Because his entire Lufuji net profit is only about 200 million. Sometimes business is poor that year. Only a little more than 100 million. And now, he doesn't have to do anything. And he's making $10 million a month. Others have come out and spoken out as well. Lu's mom, Yi-chan, if you have money of your own, save it yourself. We're old and don't have much to buy. So don't transfer the money to us. Mother Yi, right. $10 million a month is really too much. Your kids are still young. Keep the money for the kids. We have money for ourselves. Papa Yi, what kind of fortune did you make? Yi-chan smiled and replied to the crowd. Just suddenly made $1 billion fortune. Look. So, a screenshot of the phone's banking information was shown to the crowd. Everyone froze when they saw the picture as well. Papa Yi, the kids got it made. Yes mom, what's with the $1 billion? You're not doing something bad, are you? Yi-chan didn't do anything bad. Invested in other things, all normal proceeds. Yi-chan also did not explain to everyone where the money came from. Just that people do not need to worry. The money is formally obtained. Seeing that Yi-chan was not willing to say, everyone did not ask any more detailed questions. After all, their own children are successful, and that's what they all want to see as parents. Everyone readily accepted Yi-chan's $10 million of pocket money every month. In the end, Lu's father still posted with great emotion. Good son-in-law, you're transferring pocket money to me like this, but I don't even have the motivation to work anymore. Yi-chan also smiled and replied to Lu's father. Dad, do it if you like. I'll help you if you don't want to. Papa Lu looked at Yi-chan's reply to his message and was quite moved in his heart. When I was in my hometown, other people used to scoff at the fact that they only had an only child, and that when their daughters got married, they would have no one to raise them or something, saying that they were extinct or something. However, he didn't care much about the never 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 thing, but he still cared about whether his daughter was doing well, and about his own old age. Now, seeing that his daughter married so well and his son-in-law is so capable, his heart, has finally been put down. Who says you have to have a son to have someone to support you? Look at yourself. Isn't having a daughter better than having a few sons? Chapter 166, Jealousy. After chatting with his family, Yi-chan walked into the check room. After about 40 minutes or so, the two men came out of it. Lu Yana blushed and straightened her clothes. Hubby, we're going to be late. Yi-chan didn't think it mattered. The protagonist is always the last to make an appearance. There's no need to rush inside to find a casual suit to wear up. Yi-chan is that the reunion is not necessary to wear a formal evening dress so seriously. So wear a more casual a little bit. But said casual is not very casual. On this set of casual wear, that is a few tens of thousands of dollars it. Just now Lu Yana also thought of wearing a bustier dress to go, was held down by Yi-chan took off, and now changed into a very conservative with Yi-chan the same color casual dress. Let a person feel as wearing a couple's clothes like, even if Aina Lu was dressed conservatively, her proud size was something that could not be hidden. Yi-chan was also chagrined. He did not want his wife to be stared at by others. He also wondered if it was too late to regret. He didn't want to bring his wife to the party to be looked at by others, because among their classmates, there must be a lot of people who were fond of their wives. Alas, who let his wife be the school flower? It was close to 7 o'clock after the two of them had gotten everything done, and it would probably take 10 minutes to drive there now. Lu Yana was a very punctual person, and seeing that they were going to be late, she muttered under her breath, "Hey, it shouldn't matter if you're a few minutes late, right?" Yi-chan also smiled. "Wife, don't be so nervous, a few minutes is definitely no problem." It was also the first time for Lu Yana to participate in such a team gathering, so naturally she would be a bit nervous. Yi-chan drove his car and carried Lu Yana to the front door of the Tingli 5-star hotel at 7:08. Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao both came only now. They took the first step to arrive 1 minute earlier than Yi-chan, both of them, and directly disliked the car in front of the hotel entrance. After both of them parked the car, the two of them walked into Tingli Hotel hand in hand. While this was happening, the entrance to the hotel drew a gasp of astonishment, while Hu Qingrong and Folding Yuwash were both attracted to it, and turned to look at the entrance to the hotel. Just a Cullinan parked at the front door of the hotel, and the car was none other than Yi-chan's and theirs. Lu Yana got out of the car from the passenger seat and shouted towards the driver's seat, "Hubby, I'll wait for you here." Yi-chan returned, "There's still a parking space here. Let's park here." The security guard at the door saw a several $1 million luxury car coming, immediately commanded him to park the car at the door. How dare he offend such a dirt cheap car owner? His whole life probably can't earn the money for this one car. The two of them, Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao, were also startled by the scene before them. Instead, Bai Yuhao's eyes were directly fixed on Lu Yana's body. At this time, she had half of her hair coiled up and was wearing a decent suit, looking like a lady and a good wife, and glanced at his side Hu Qingrong. A face of high-tech. Although not ugly, but this plastic surgery face is also very displeasing to people. And Hu Qingrong, who was on the side, immediately noticed a hint of dislike in Bai Yuhao's eyes as he looked at himself, so she pushed him with her hand and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Yuhao then came back to his senses. The disappointment in his eyes was palpable. "What a shame. Why couldn't you have tried harder in the first place? I had heard that the school beauty was a rich white girl. If he had pushed himself a little harder, maybe the school beauty's husband would be him." After all, he had already seen the post on the campus network that the schoolgirl's dowry this time was this Cullinan. It was just that Hu Qingrong didn't know about it, which was why he was so surprised when he saw Yi Chen driving a Cullinan now. After parking the car, Yi Chen also walked down from the car, wearing a casual dress. Yi Chen instantly also add a lot of points, even if he is not the most handsome, but then Bai Yuhao is still handsome and sunny some. This caused Hu Qingrong, who was beside Bai Yuhao, to look at him in disbelief. She had seen a lot of handsome men, but it was still rare to see a purely natural big handsome man like Yi Chen, and those handsome men who picked up girls in nightclubs were basically all plastic. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that when Bai Yuhao was beside himself, his eyes were full of disdain. If it wasn't for her family's arrangement, she probably wouldn't have gotten together with Bai Yuhao, and luckily Bai Yuhao was still considerate and attentive to herself, or else she would have kicked him out a long time ago, and she was satisfied with what Lu Yana was wearing today. It was good that Lu Yana was the school flower, but she was the protagonist today, so she wouldn't allow others to dress prettier than herself. Hu Qingrong, who was wearing a tight pink dress, twisted her waist and smiled contemptuously at the corner of her mouth. Only, in the eyes of outsiders, even if your waist is thin, so what? Without the two groups of meat in front of the chest, it cannot attract people's attention. What's more, Hu Qingrong was wearing tight clothes, and was instantly outclassed by Lu Yana. Hu Qingrong, who had no self-awareness, twisted her waist and walked forward, provokingly saying, "Lu Yana, what a surprise, you actually came." Hu Qingrong was originally a rather difficult person to deal with, and it wasn't like she was jealous of Lu Yana for a day or two. And when she saw the size of the chest of Lu Yana, who had turned around, the cell phone in her hand was about to be pinched by her. It's really going to be a gas. I can't believe I lost so completely. Although Lu Yana looks a little fat now, but her body is very well proportioned, plus there is a front and a back. Even if she is a little fat, it is still reminiscent of Hu Qingrong was also angry. She did understand how men thought. No wonder Bai Yuhao looked at them without blinking. Lu Yana took Yi Chen's hand and came to her, smiling politely. "I also didn't expect that you also came just now. According to this, we are quite destined to be together." Hu Qingrong is directly undisguised at Lu Yana rolled her eyes. "This car is not rented. Today C is not this car. Hu Qingrong also remembered in the Huachang building, saw Yi Chen driving but hundreds of thousands of cars only, and now even directly to a whole Cullinan to come. 1,000 on a few dozen grades. This is not scientific. So, naturally, the car was borrowed." Bai Yuhao exclaimed in his heart, "Oh no, this Hu Qingrong is really no one. Even if you don't read the post yourself, even in front of so many people are about to make a fool of themselves." And he also hurriedly pulled Hu Qingrong back and whispered in her ear, "That car of hers is a gift from her father, who is a big tycoon in Xiangcheng, with more than $1 billion. Hu Qingrong's face was also very ugly after hearing Bai Yuhao's words. Lu Yana, however, smiled and said, "Bai Yuhao should have said it to you as well, so I won't say any more nonsense. I'm here for the party, not to hear you check out the family here." With that, pulling Yi Chen, he walked into the hotel, pressed the elevator, and walked in. Throughout the entire process, Hu Qingrong also did not say another word and watched Yi Chen and Lu Yana walk away in front of her. Exasperated, she stomped her foot. She was red-eyed. She was jealous. It turns out that Ina Lu is not only beautiful, but her family is also so rich. Chapter 167, Unraveling Lu Yina's True Face. Hu Qingrong glanced at Lu Yina's dowry that was also parked in front of the hotel, but in her heart, she was thinking off another matter. What's the big deal about having money in the family? Look at the husband you found for yourself. He's a softie. Let's see how I'm going to make your husband look bad at the party. I'll make you lose face in front of all your classmates. Thinking of this, she hooked a sinister smile and pulled Bai Yuhao's arm. Let's go too. Bai Yuhao was naturally unaware of Hu Qingrong's thoughts at this time, and just by seeing that sinister smile on her face, he knew that what Hu Qingrong was thinking in her heart was naturally nothing good. Hu Qingrong forcefully pulled Bai Yuhao's hand and walked away. Bai Yuhao was also very reluctantly dragged away by her, but Hu Qingrong's mouth was saying, "I really didn't see it. This Lu Yina's husband is still a soft rice man. In my opinion, Lu Yina's husband is a hobo. You'll have to cooperate with me to tear them down later." But Bai Yuhao is in the mouth of others to inquire about some news. Said Yi Chen family or a little money. and then married Lu Yina is also received Yi family more than 5 million dowry and so on. Just these are heard just, and not exactly certified. Can't be, but I've heard that Yi Chen's family is also in business, and his family is quite rich, right? Bai Yuhao reminded somewhat. Hu Qingrong's eyes were full of disdain. I now suspect that this is all news put out by Lu Yina. Before Yi Chen's family wasn't rumored that the company was going bankrupt? Then, Lu Yina is the school flower of our school. How could she admit that her husband's family has no money? Isn't this a slap in her face? Bai Yuhao thought for a moment and said, there are a few points to be made, although I have heard some news, but in the end, I still haven't seen it with my own eyes. Hu Qingrong's eyes were filled with gloom. When the time comes, I'll definitely dismantle her true colors in front of so many students. Hu Qingrong stopped talking nonsense with Bai Yuhao and directly pulled him towards another elevator. The location of the party was on the roof of the hotel, where there was a venue that could hold 1,000 people. Except that the place Hu Qingrong had booked was just on the other side of the room. A small venue for 100 people. This small venue had a glass sunroom with maybe 50 or 60 people square or so in it, and it was already set up with 10 rounds of banquets. There were only less than 60 people in Lu Yina's department, but it was also expected that her classmates would bring their partners, so she just ordered 10 rounds. But this time the party was buffet style, and the other side of the room was filled with buffet tableware as well as dish samples. All can choose according to their taste and take whatever they like. This is actually the best, because if it's really time to eat, you don't know what to order when ordering, and in this case, it satisfies a lot of people. In this regard, Hu Qingrong is still doing well. Here Lu Yina's classmates, almost all of them had already arrived, and Gu Yingying also followed Yi Hui to arrive. When Lu Yina slowly walked in holding Yi Chen's hand, she instantly became the center of attention for the entire crowd. In the end, she was still the schoolgirl, and even if she was dressed in ordinary clothes, she could still attract the attention of the entire crowd. And the two of them, Lu Yina and Yi Chen, handsome men and beautiful women. There were exclamations and praises from all those present. And among these people, there were naturally people who had crushes on Ina Lu. My goodness, is this the husband of our school beauty? He looks quite handsome. That's natural. Don't you see that the woman standing beside him is the school beauty of our Shanghai University? I heard that the schoolgirl's husband is also in the same grade in our school, and they took a break from school to go back and have a baby. Doesn't everyone know about this? You wouldn't have just found out about it now, would you? People's children are a few months old, and the wedding was held just a few days ago, but we didn't invite anyone from our department, just Gu Yingying alone. No way. So mysterious? What does her husband do? You know, the schoolgirl's husband has to be a rich man anyways, right? That's unknown. I heard that the other schoolgirl's family is quite rich, and for her daughter's sake, she has opened a restaurant in our fragrant city. I know. I've even been to her family's restaurant for dinner. It's in the Washanda building, 3 floors and over 3,000 square feet. I think it's a big place. The food there is also delicious. It's worth every penny. I've been there too. The fried eggs there, I've had them and I want them again. Everyone talks about the food aspect. And when Gu Yingying saw Lu Yina and Yi Chen, she hurriedly waved her hand towards them. The two of them, Lu Yina and Yi Chen, also walked to their table, during which there were also a few students who greeted them. Gu Yingying ate while organizing the seats around her that she had hijacked with her clothes. Quickly sit over here. I hogged the spot for you guys. Lu Yina sat down and looked at the way Gu Yingying was trying to dry her rice. She couldn't help but laugh at her. Don't eat. If you eat again Yi Hui won't be able to hold you. Gu Yingying couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who let him hug? Humph. Yi Hui looked at Gu Yingying who was just eating on the side. I won't even hug you if you beg me to. Lu Yina couldn't help but shake her head as she looked at the two people in front of her who looked down on no one. Yi Chen said to Lu Yina, honey, what do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you. Just sit down. Lu Yina laughed. Good. Then I'll trouble my husband to order spaghetti for me. And steak. I want to eat it. Yi Chen glanced at the people lined up on the side of the steak and whispered, there are a lot of people lined up here, so they may need to wait. I'll see if I can order another meal in the hotel and order one better than these for you, so it's a bit faster. Beefsteak. There is indeed also a lot of people in line. Just Yi Chen simply feel that this kind of beefsteak is naturally also not delicious, so he found a waiter aside, to be in the hotel's restaurant in addition to order the best beefsteak here to Lu Yina. Gu Yingying was offended at this time. Yi Chen, you can't be so biased. I want one too. Yi Chen laughed. Alright, then it'll be 2. There's no way around it. It's natural to take care of your wife's best sister when she commands it. Yi Chen said to Lu Yina, let me get you some snacks first, so you don't get hungry. So he walked straight over to the snack side and brought a few back for Lu Yina before going to the waiter to place his order. Chapter 168, Destroy What You Can't Get. While Yi Chen and the others made this move, it caught Hu Qingrong's attention. When Yi Chen finished placing his order, Hu Qingrong was the one who directly intercepted the hotel attendant. Seeing the order placed by Yi Chen, his face immediately turned green. How dare you order the most expensive steak here at the hotel? That's over $2,000 a copy. And Yi Chen ordered 2 at once. Although she was rich, the food she was eating at this party she was throwing was not cheap. The whole party down, without 100,000 or so cannot get, and she, in order to show that her family has money, naturally, will not let the classmates out of pocket. Looking at Lu Yana and the others, Hu Qingrong couldn't help but sneer. I'm sure you're from a small city. You've never seen the world. You have to rub your nose in even a few $1,000s worth of steak here. In this regard, Lu Yana and the others were completely unaware. Yi Chen told the waiter, this list he is another buy. A moment to let the waiter take the code machine over to scan the code. It was just that Hu Qingrong just glanced at the consumption list and didn't even ask. At this time, Gu Ying was whispering to Lu Yana, Nana, the one who was chasing me before is also here. It's so damn embarrassing. Yi Hui seemed to have heard it as well, and listened quietly from the sidelines with his ears perked up. This Gu Ying has someone chasing after her too? This is amazing news. The two of them, Gu Ying and Lu Yana, came together and Lu Yana whispered, no, Gu Ying, really, I even saw him bring his girlfriend. Ina Lu, where is it? I haven't seen him a couple times either. I don't even remember him. Beauty Lu's own suitors don't always remember it, even if it was someone from her own lineage, but she had no memory of anyone she wasn't interested in. Yi Chen is not the same. She arrived at the school. She saw him help female classmates to carry luggage. Enthusiastic and helpful behavior, and handsome not to mention, naturally left a good impression in the heart of the big Beauty Lu. Among so many people, Lu Damien only to Yi Chen one is so attached. This is probably what others' mouth said. Look at your first look. I even think of the child's name. Gu Ying continued at this point, just behind me at the next table. His girlfriend was wearing a white dress, and she was getting all mushy with him. Lu Yana snuck a glance. It's okay, he finally did find a girlfriend. Yeah, it's still okay to get a girlfriend right after graduation. Gu Ying, I heard someone say that he became an official employee directly after he finished his internship in a certain design company. So he earns 20,000 to 30,000 a month, which is already pretty good for a freshly graduated college student. Gu Ying, I also wish him well. At least he was someone who liked me. Ina Lu, so you don't hold it against him for embarrassing your reputation? He didn't say a lot of bad things about you in school. Gu Ying, however, didn't think so. I also thanked him for helping me block so many peach blossoms. I also didn't want to be in a relationship at all. Since the first love that time I talked about it, I think it's just like that. For her last love that ended without any problems, although she was a little puzzled in her heart, but it was so much in the past that she naturally got over it. Lu Yana laughed. Is it that you don't want to fall in love and want to get married straight away? Saying this, Lu Yana suddenly looked up at Yi Hui and saw that Yi Hui was leaning this way to eavesdrop on them, and also smiled at Yi Hui. Yi Hui was almost scared to death by Lu Yana and hurriedly sat his leaning body straight. With Lu Yana's intuition, it is impossible for Yi Hui to have no feelings for Gu Ying at all. Even if the two are contractual lovers, it is possible that they have feelings in the process of getting along with each other. Gu Ying, however, was exasperated and laughed at Lu Yana's words, and following Lu Yana's eyes, she also turned her head to look at Yi Hui's silly appearance as he was sitting upright. You're not saying you want me to marry Yi Hui, are you? Lu Yana, why not? I see that Yi Hui is also good. I have already asked you. Yi Chen's second uncle and aunt are quite good character, and Yi Hui is also good although younger than you, but look at his appearance should not be the kind of person who will go out to steal food. Gu Ying was so different that she pushed Lu Yana. What are you talking about? Ouch. No more, he said and played with his cell phone. Since there were still people who hadn't arrived, they ate first, before the climactic part had begun. In fact, behind Gu Ying, the man who had chased after Gu Ying was called Zhang Jiaxing. He noticed Gu Ying's every move a long time ago, and for the woman he couldn't chase, how could he put it down so easily? What he couldn't have, he wanted to destroy, or at least that's what he'd done in the past. And the woman beside him is his co-worker. One of them is a regular worker and the other is an intern. And it was the woman who initiated it first. The woman is not considered to be beautiful, but it is also considered to be a showy, takeout will not feel lost face kind. The most important thing is that the body is very good, to have a front to have a back. The woman had moved in with him on their first day together, and it had been the most comfortable few days he'd ever had. Meals are cooked, hygiene is cleaned, and most of all, the women are fit and comforted at night. After graduation, Zhang Jiaxing then felt the pleasure of money. You know, his girlfriend also moved in with him to save on rent, at least in his mind. However, he did not think that after the girl became a full-time worker, the salary is also similar to his. It completely did not think that the girl fell in love with him, It was probably also because Zhang Jiaxing had been wanting to show himself in front of Gu Yingying, so he came here early to reveal his information. And when Gu Yingying came, his news naturally reached her ears. But he probably didn't think that Gu Yingying didn't even have him in her sights, and didn't look down on his tens of thousands of dollars in salary, because Gu Yingying's own salary wasn't bad, and her family had money. In that case, it was fortunate that Gu Yingying didn't leak out her family's situation, otherwise Zhang Jiaxing would have been after her. While looking coldly at Gu Yingying, he glanced at his girlfriend beside him. Although his girlfriend had a good figure, her appearance was still not as good looking as Gu Yingying's in the end. So, as he stood up, he spoke to his girlfriend. I'm going to meet my classmates, so sit here and wait for me. Zhang Jiaxing's girlfriend nodded. I don't know any of your classmates here, so hurry back and ask for a dessert for me when you come back. Zhang Jiaxing agreed and walked directly towards Gu Yingying's side. Chapter 169 Yi Chen is not a soft rice king. As Zhang Jiaxing walked over, Hu Qingrong also pulled by Yu Hao towards Lu Yina and the others. There are still 2 empty seats opposite Lu Yina. After all, not everyone dares to share the same table with the school flower. This is the position that attracts the focus of the whole room. Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao sat directly across from Lu Yina. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Jiaxing walked over to Gu Yingying's heel and tapped Gu Yingying's shoulder. Gu Yingying immediately turned her head, and a familiar and unfamiliar face came into view. Frightened, she almost choked. Yi Hui hurriedly took a tissue and handed it to her to help her wipe her mouth. Zhang Jiaxing looked at the young man in front of him and couldn't help but start looking up and down. Yi Hui also disliked directly. I'm Ming Ying's boyfriend. What's wrong? Sizing people up with such eyes, don't you know that's rude? Zhang Jiaxing naturally felt that he was a bit rude, so he politely apologized. I'm sorry, I'm Ming Ying's classmate, and I came over to say hello to her. Yi Hui, however, had just overheard Gu Yingying's words with Lu Yina, and naturally knew that the man in front of him was the one who had chased after Gu Yingying before, and had also ruined Gu Yingying's reputation. So he instantly lost his goodwill towards the courteous man in front of him. Even if you have a decent look, but that's not a good character is not a good character. Yi Hui patted Gu Yingying's back while he did so, and only then did Gu Yingying slow down. He coughed lowly twice before turning his head to Zhang Jiaxing. What's wrong? Looking for me for something? Zhang Jiaxing said with some apologies on his face. I came to apologize to you face to face. I was wrong in the past. I shouldn't really be sorry. I hope you may forgive me. Gu Yingying quickly waved her hand and said, it's okay, I didn't even keep it in mind. You don't have to feel so guilty. Zhang Jiaxing was somewhat delighted in his heart and asked, then can you refriend me on WeChat? The movements of Yi Hui's hands also froze, and Lu Yina and Yi Chen similarly looked over. Gu Yingying also did not expect that Zhang Jiaxing came over just to add his WeChat friend. In front of so many people, Gu Yingying was embarrassed to make it seem like she was being careful, so she said, just add me in the group. I'll go through it. Zhang Jiaxing smiled and said, I knew that you, Ying, are generous and won't take it personally. Thank you. Yi Hui at this time is not dry. Gu Yingying, in front of the boyfriend to add other men's WeChat. You do good like this? Zhang Jiaxing, however, grabbed. We're just classmates, and I already have a girlfriend, so I won't bother you guys. It's just a girlfriend, not a wife. At least that's what Zhang Jiaxing had in mind. Gu Yingying also came out to round up the conversation at this point. Yeah, it's normal to friend people between classmates, right, boyfriend? Yi Hui glanced at Gu Yingying, twisted his body, and stopped talking. Add it. Let you guys add it. It's not like it's a real boyfriend anyway. I couldn't care less about you, but why is the heart just so upset? Lu Yana glanced at the sulking Yi Hui, and then at the indifferent Gu Yingying. She couldn't help but feel amused. These two living treasures, probably neither of them knew what the other was thinking. After that, it's a good idea to help them out. While Gu Yingying and Zhang Jiaxing were busy adding friends, Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao, who were on the opposite side of the room, were taking it all in. For Zhang Jiaxing, she is also aware of Zhang Jiaxing's bottom, only one person wage earner only, not enough to worry about. Nowadays, everyone is just getting out into the world, and many people have found jobs for themselves in their senior year of college, so it's not like they're unemployed as soon as they graduate. Hu Qingrong waited for Zhang Jiaxing to leave, then she asked Lu Yana loudly, Lu Yana student, we also know that among the students present, you're probably the only one who hasn't graduated from university yet, right? And your husband is also the same as you, right? Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen, then returned, yeah, we're planning to go back to school as soon as the school year starts, to get a diploma. I still want to further my education. I won't give up on my studies. Oh, I did hear you had triplets. How can your husband afford to raise a family when he hasn't even graduated from college? After a pause, he continued, everyone has heard that Yi Chen's family has gone bankrupt, so it's not like you're relying on your mother's family to support Yi Chen and his several children, right? As soon as everyone heard it, they had already heard it and understood that the meaning of the words was not to say that Yi Chen was a soft eater. Lu Yina naturally couldn't listen to others denigrating her husband, so she also loudly said back, "Not really, on the contrary, it's still Yi Chen he's helping my dad together. My husband made a lot of money in the stock market when he was studying, and he also made other investments." Hu Qingrong, however, snorted, "Investment? What investment? You said those stocks and so on. This is too unreal, right? Like these can't see and touch things. We won't believe it. In my opinion, your husband is a soft rice king who eats your soft rice." Bai Yuhao also chimed in. "Yes, hearing you say that, it's also a real hammer." Yi Hui naturally couldn't hear it anymore, saying that the men of their Yi family ate soft kings? This was absolutely impossible. He could believe that the men of the Yi family were afraid of their wives, but he doesn't believe in relying on his wife. Yi Hui immediately disliked back. "You two are really quite excessive. To say that others are relying on their wives and eating soft food without distinguishing between the two of you, and with no proof, that's really enough." After saying that, his voice was a bit louder. "Then I'm telling you, the men of our Yi family are absolutely impossible to eat soft rice. My big brother Yi Chen has a 20% stake in 6-1 Baby. You've heard of 6-1 Baby, right? The mid-year dividend is $1 to $200 million. Upon hearing this, the people around immediately took out their cell phones and checked the market value of 6-1 Baby. Nice guy. It's a shock not to find out. Surprisingly, the market capitalization is $30 billion. This mom and pop brand store is also a recent newcomer, so people aren't familiar with it. According to Yi Hui's words, 20% of the shares. Wouldn't that be about $6 billion? Oh, my god. While others were busy with work matters as soon as they graduated, Yi Chen had long been a multi-billionaire boss. No wonder our schoolgirl married Yi Chen. This time, everyone figured it out too. I told you, how could our school beauty marry a good-for-nothing loser? Yeah, so her husband is so rich. Does that mean the billion-dollar jewelry her husband bought her is real? No way. Her husband gave her $1 billion in jewelry? Didn't you guys see the pink pigeon egg on Ina Lu's hand? It's the only one of its kind in the world. It's not something you can buy just because you want to. Nonsense. This is a ring of several $100 million. You people shouldn't even think about it in your lifetime. As soon as Yi Hui finished his words, the people present were already talking. Chapter 170, The Suspicion of the Crowd. And at the same time sitting behind Gu Yingying and Zhang Jiaxing was also stunned. He thought that his tens of thousands of a month's salary in front of his classmates is also considered a high-income people. Did not think that in the same sector of the students, there are people who have already become a boss, and a multi-billion-dollar veteran. And what is one's tens of thousands of dollars in salary in the eyes of others? Who is Gu Yingying's boyfriend to Iona Lu's husband? Calling him Brother Yi Chen? Is it the brother of Yu Ina's husband? You don't think so? Then if Lu Yina's husband Yi Chen has billions of dollars, wouldn't that be Gu Yingying's boyfriend? No way. It's absolutely impossible. The same was just graduated from the university. How could Yi Chen become a multi-billionaire all of a sudden? Moreover, he had previously heard that Yi Chen's family had gone bankrupt, so how could Yi Chen have a multi-billion-dollar fortune? Therefore, Zhang Jiaxing then did not believe Yi Hui's words 10,000 times. The people who also didn't believe Yi Hui were Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao and the others. Hu Qingrong looked at Yi Hui with a disbelieving face. What kind of person are you? How dare you tell lies here? Yi Hui was also a little angry. I am Yi Chen's cousin. How is it that what happened to his own brother? As a younger brother, don't I still know? Zhang Jiaxing was also stunned by what he heard. Cousin? Not his own brother? Bai Yuhao also looked at both Yi Hui and Yi Chen with scorn. I really didn't expect it either. Yi Chen, right? Everyone is the same as a person who just graduated not long ago. You actually already have a multi-billion-dollar family. We are also envious and jealous of you as well as admiring you. If you can buy the bill for our party tonight, then we'll believe you. Hu Qingrong snorted coldly. A person who came to rub his nose in a beefsteak for more than $2,000. She would not believe that Yi Chen was some multi-billion-dollar person. Yi Chen similarly looked at the two Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao with cold eyes. It's fine. Everyone can order whatever they want to eat to their heart's content. I'll be the one to pay for it tonight. Lu Yina pulled Yi Chen, but Yi Chen took Lu Yina's hand and comforted her. Don't worry. Your classmates are your husband's classmates. It doesn't matter. Yi Chen's words immediately shocked everyone present. To say, this time the party is in a 5-star hotel, although not as expensive as the 7-star, but also consumption is not low and Yi Chen also let them let go to eat. Not a few $100,000 is down to the table Seriously, Yi Chen is an alumnus of the same class as them and hasn't graduated yet. Even if he is allowed to take a year off from school and come out to work for a year, it's not possible to have billions of dollars all of a sudden. After all, there is quite a bit of competition in society nowadays, and money is getting harder and harder to make. That's why they were so shocked right now. Bai Yuhao also immediately applauded for Yi Chen. Not bad. Today I am really eye-opening. Even if I come out of society a little earlier than you, after their own efforts are barely inherited the family's several hundred million business, and you and my age is about the same. There have been billions of family. I say, you will not be in front of us to swell your face, right? Bai Yuhao's meaning was also very clear. He meant nothing more than to say that Yi Chen was a person who relied on women. Even if the whole place was paid for, it was still Lu Yina's money that was spent. And all the students present have questioned whether Yi Chen really has billions of dollars, and also whether Yi Chen has eaten the soft rice of the school flour or not. It's just that Bai Yuhao is also a person who loves to pretend to be X. Other people can definitely hear it from those words he just said. Although the students questioned whether Yi Chen had billions of dollars, they were still convinced that Bai Yuhao had several $100 million, because their classmate Hu Qingrong's family is also someone who is worth more than $1 billion, and the person who can be with Hu Qingrong must also be non-rich. So, a lot of the students are also in active currying mode. I'll go. You're Hu Qingrong's boyfriend, right? That's really unexpected. You're actually a person with several $100 million. Right, Qingrong. I really didn't expect that. Your family is so rich, and the boyfriend you have is also this rich. Yeah, out of all the students, you're the one with the most to offer. I see. You're Bai Yuhao. It's our last senior. I remember. There was just one more sentence that followed, but that student didn't say it. Because Baekwu who was chasing after you Yuna. All of this is known to everyone, and this caused a big stir at the time. Only, everyone was unspoken, because now Hu Qingrong was Bai Yuhao's current girlfriend. Naturally, she would also restrain herself and pay attention to her words. It's natural that you wouldn't pierce that window. As far as I know, Bai Yuhao's family is still quite rich. Yeah, I've heard about it before when I was studying, but even if people have a few $100 million, it's not like some people are bragging about having billions of dollars here. No, that makes you think about it, doesn't it? And at this time, Hu Qingrong was also very anxious. That's right, just now I have seen. Lu Yina's husband is still here to rub the steak to eat. Eating is also the most expensive steak here. After saying that, he looked at Yi Chen and the others with some disdain in his eyes. And you have the face to say that you're worth billions of dollars, and you can't even give that few $1,000s. She and Bai Yuhao, two people, that is determined to in front of so many students to demolish Lu Yina, to under Lu Yina's face. Let Lu Yina two people disgrace. Lu Yina was also a bit flustered, even though she knew that this gathering would encounter such a situation, and at the same time, she also knew deep down that the two of them, Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao, would not let themselves off the hook so easily. She really hadn't imagined that these two would be so aggressive. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Yi Chen's big hand and look towards him, all of a sudden not knowing how to hit back at the two. However, Yi Chen smiled at her, his face not flustered in the slightest, and smiled faintly. It was at this moment that the waiter who had just taken the order to place the order came back, also holding a credit card machine in his hand, and walked over to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, the order you just placed is a total of 13,789 yuan. After the discount it's 13,500 yuan. Yi Chen pulled out the black card of the parallel bank he had just gotten from his pocket and handed it to the waiter's hand, saying with a calm face, "Swipe the card." It was at this moment that everyone saw the black card in Yi Chen's hand. Their faces were suddenly shocked. Oh, my god, it's a black card from a parallel bank. Chapter 171, No Cooperation in Private Time. Maybe most people don't know what this black card means, but students who work in the financial or banking world are staring in amazement. My god, in the past few months since I came out to work, I've only seen that bank's black card on the computer. I really didn't expect to see a real black card for me today. No, does this black card mean anything? Some of the less knowledgeable people asked with some embarrassment. And those people were also giving out science. You've got long hair and short knowledge. The person who owns this black card must have a daily income of $10 million within these 3 months, and have more than $1 billion of cash deposited in his bank card. It's cash. Get it? Not fixed assets. Only those who fulfill these two conditions will be issued such a black card by the parallel bank. Holy, $10 million a day in less than 3 months? I can't do it in my whole life with $10 million in assets. $10 million a day? A billion? So there's a good chance that there's more than $1 billion in cash on this card? Even Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao were equally shocked. Although Hu Qingrong's family has more than $1 billion, but that are real estate and market value to calculate. Liquidity has a few $100 million that has been considered good, and Bai Yuhao's family, not to mention, are now looking for external financing, so that their family to come up with $100 million are more difficult. But now, the other Yi Chen already had $1 billion in one card. The two of them, Guang Ying and Yi Hui, had also heard the words of the people around them talking, and both of them looked at Yi Chen with surprised eyes. Yi Chen explained, I only got my hands on this card today, so I'm not quite sure. That's just a bit Versailles in the eyes of others. What do you mean you're not sure? According to you, I am not at all clear about the fact that I have $1 billion. $1 billion? That's not 100,000. $10. The waiter glanced at the black card in Yi Chen's hand, and somewhat nervously took it in his hand and swiped the money out. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your support of our hotel. Yi Chen took the card in the waiter's hand and said to the waiter, tonight's consumption, also by me to pay the bill. A moment after the end of the list, hand me the list, and, here's the beefsteak for me on the best. For the here open a few bottles of 82 years of Lafite. After that, he said to so many alumni present, everyone doesn't need to be polite with me. Nana's classmates are also my classmates. So everyone spend as much as you want. Now, everyone present also shut their mouths and stopped talking. Yi Chen glanced at all the people who were in this venue, and almost everyone had a shocked look on their faces. There were just a few people who had disbelief and skepticism written all over their faces. Indeed, Yi Chen was about the same age as them, and it was indeed quite hard to admit that others were better than them. People, on the other hand, just can't see that others are better than they are and have a better life than they do. If she was still as nothing as she was before, it was estimated that Lu Yina would have been bullied into the mud by them by now. Only, Yi Chen was not the kind of person who liked to show off, even if this Tingli hotel was his own, but he did not say so. At that moment, the staircase on the other side of the venue opened, and from it rushed out a few men dressed in formal attire and a woman dressed as a secretary in a uniform with high heels, and they rushed towards the party venue at a fast pace. Hu Qingrong naturally also recognized the man walking in front. This man was none other than the general manager of Tingli Hotel, General Manager Zhu Chuanzhou Zhu. This General Manager Zhu was also one of their Hu family's collaborators, which was why Hu Qingrong had arranged this gathering here. Although Hu Qingrong didn't know why General Manager Zhu was in such a hurry, she immediately walked in front respectfully, intending to greet General Manager Zhu. Just unexpectedly, General Manager Zhu ignored her and directly crossed over to Yi Chen. As soon as he saw Yi Chen, the smile on General Manager Zhu's face cracked up to his ears. Ouch! Mr. Yi Chen, hello, I am the General Manager of Tingli Hotel, Shu Chuanzhou. Why didn't you inform us when you came, so that we could greet you? This was said in such a way that everyone present, even Lu Yina and Gu Yingying as well as Yi Hui, were dumbfounded. Yi Chen instead said indifferently, it's nothing, I'm a person who likes to keep a low profile. General Manager Zhu glanced at the list in Yi Chen's hand, which also scared him. Gu, Mr. Yi Chen, this can't be allowed. As the owner of our hotel, you don't need to pay for spending money in our hotel. He hurriedly asked the waiter to come over and return the order that Yi Chen had just paid for. Moreover, he had silently made a decision in his heart that he must train these waiters properly, or else they wouldn't even recognize their own boss and would dare to take money from him. They were really tired of living. However, the words that General Manager Zhu had just said had shocked those present once again. Yi Chen, the owner of the hotel here? You know Tangli Hotel, that is a 5-star hotel, although it is not a national chain so strong that there are dozens of them, and has a large share in the market. The market value is at least a few $1 billion or more. Oh, my God. From what he knew from Yi Hui's mouth, Yi Chen already had a 20% stake in 6-1 Baby, and from General Manager Zhu's mouth, he learned that Yi Chen was the owner of the hotel. Those two together are estimated to be almost $10 billion. No wonder people even have black cards from parallel banks. It turned out that Yi Chen was really rich, and Hu Qingrong, who had learned all of this from General Manager Zhu's mouth, held her face red. One has actually offended a big person in an invisible way. Moreover, the Tingli Hotel was in partnership with her family's cleaning company, and the Tingli Hotel was the biggest partner of her family's cleaning company now. But now, Hu Qingrong had offended the other boss, so wouldn't her family's business be spoiled for her? Moreover, the cooperation between the Hu family's cleaning company and the Tingli Hotel was about to expire, and his own father was talking to General Manager Zhu about the cooperation. Now that's add up. Hu Qingrong licked his face and walked up to Yi Chen and General Manager Zhu, saying, Mr. Yi Chen, I'm really sorry, just now, if I did anything wrong, please forgive me with a great deal of generosity. I didn't do it on purpose. If she didn't apologize right now, her dad would shovel her to death if he found out later. General Manager Zhu looked at Hu Qingrong, and then looked at Yi Chen, and the reaction of the people present, then also understood. He hurriedly explained to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi Chen, this Miss Hu's family is talking about cooperation with our hotel. With our hotel contract is also about to expire. I did not think that you guys know each other. So it seems that. Yi Chen just said lightly, it's private time now. I'm attending a class reunion with my wife, not talking about work. The meaning was also clear, and General Manager Zhu naturally understood what to do. Yes, Mr. Yi Chen, I understand. Chapter 172. There are people beyond the people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. General Manager Zhu returned to Yi Chen very respectfully. Yes, Mr. Yi Chen, we understand. We will not disturb Mr. Yes party. We will retire first. If you have any questions you can directly page me. I wish Mr. Yi Chen and Mrs. Yi a pleasant meal. Saying that, General Manager Zhu didn't even give Hu Qingrong a proper look, and turned around after greeting Yi Chen with his secretary and his team. Hu Qingrong chased 2 steps behind. Uncle Zhu, only, Shu Chuanzhou only left her with a back. After the group got on the elevator, Shu Chuanzhou said in a cold voice to the female secretary behind him, cancel all cooperation with the Hu family, and no longer have any partnership with the Hu family in the future. When the female secretary received the order, she immediately returned, yes, Mr. Zhu, and this just made everyone in the room afraid to speak. Yi Chen was actually a big shot with a fortune of almost $10 billion. Even if it's 100 million, it's still a height they can't reach as wage earners. Lu Yina, however, pulled Yi Chen back and interrogated, hubby, what's going on here? When did you become the owner of Tangli Hotel? Just when I was married in a hotel before. Was the lobby manager of that hotel so nice to me because of you? Yi Chen smiled and said, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you about this matter. This Tangli Hotel is indeed my property. Yi Chen thought that Lu Yina would ask after him, but he just didn't expect that Lu Yina didn't ask in detail, but just looked at Yi Chen with a face full of admiration. Hubby, how come you're so powerful? Guangying looked at the two of them who were being mushy in front of her and also shook her head. I really can't stand you guys. Forcing dog food. It was just that Yi Chen and Lu Yina were both oblivious to the others, and were still in the middle of their love affair, and everyone else had also called the waiter to come and give themselves additional meals. This time the buffet. They must also eat enough. After all, it wasn't always such a good opportunity for them to spend as much as they wanted in a 5-star hotel. After about 5 minutes or so, General Manager Zhu had the best chef in the hotel come up to serve Yi Chen and the others, bringing up all the best ingredients in the hotel. The students also went over to Lu Yina and Yi Chen, Guangying and Yi Hui to curry favor. This kind of tens of billions of dollars worth of magnates, they were not able to see any time, anywhere, and now that they had seen it, they naturally wanted to leave a good impression in front of Yi Chen and the others. Wallflowers fall on both sides of the wall. That's what they say. When there are benefits, they curry favor with you. When you're down and out, there's no one to comfort you. 10 minutes later, Hu Qingrong, who was sitting paralyzed in her chair, received a phone call from her dad, and on the phone, her dad's voice was shaking with anger. Hu Qingrong, you've done a good job. You're not doing anything to stir up trouble for me all day long. After gasping out a mouthful of rough air, she continued, I'm telling you, just now General Manager Zhu's secretary called me. They're going to end their contract with our family cleaning company early. You loser girl is really going to piss me off. You know that half of our cleaning company's income depends on Tangli Hotel. Do you know what this contract means to our family? What a hell of a party to have a good time. How dare you offend the owner of another hotel? I can tell you, in Fragrant City, there are many people who are more powerful than your father. Never look down on anyone. In other people's eyes, you are at best a stir. I'm really pissed off. Business has been tough all these years, and the competition is so much greater than before. Now without the Tangli Hotel contract, our company will be eating the northwest wind. Don't look at Dad's other companies, but actually the most profitable one in our family is this cleaning company. We're screwed. After cursing, Hu Qingrong's father also hung up the phone fiercely. Hu Qingrong also did not expect things to develop to such a point. If she had known that Yi Chen was the owner of the hotel, then she definitely did not dare to offend him. And sitting in a state of deep thought as Bai Yuhao listened to Hu Qingrong's conversation with her dad. It's true that there are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. Now, don't even know how it's going to end. Even though he didn't have any cooperation with Yi Chen's company, he felt that there was no point in staying here. While this was going on, a few more men in formal attire walked into the party venue, and the man walking in front, Bai Yuhao recognized. It's none other than the general manager of the fragrant district of the new single mega mall, Li Yang Mao. How did he get here? Is it because he saw himself? Before Bai Yuhao had time to think about it in detail, he couldn't care less about Hu Qingrong, and a man stepped forward, greeting Li Yang Mao with a respectful smile. Hello, Manager Li. What a coincidence. Are you here for dinner as well? It was just that Li Yang Mao was in a daze, looking at the man in front of him who was smiling a bit foolishly. After watching for about 2 or 3 minutes as well, Li Yang Mao gave a somewhat awkward grin and asked, Excuse me, which one of you? Bai Yuhao's heart fell to the bottom at once, but his face still maintained that trademark smile. Manager Li, you're really a busy man. I even asked your assistant to help me make an appointment 2 days ago to see when I'm free to have a meal together. Only no one has been able to make an appointment. I'm Bai Yuhao. You probably don't remember. Li Yang Mao was stupefied by him, and as he looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting down to eat in the distance. There was some impatience in the bottom of his eyes. After thinking about it, he said, "Recently, there are just too many people asking for dinner dates as well, and I don't seem to have heard of any friends with the surname Bai. It seems like," after a pause, Li Yangmao seemed to remember something. "It seems like there's a young man surnamed Bai. It's you, isn't it? After getting my phone number, he always called over to ask me to have dinner, saying something about giving your food company a chance to be our mall supplier or something." In fact, Li Yangmao was quite annoyed with Bai Yuhao, so after answering one of Bai Yuhao's phone calls, Li Yangmao was close to throwing him into a small dark room, and the conversation between the two was loud enough for the people around them to hear. And this person in front of him, called Manager Li, turned out to be the person Bai Yuhao had asked for. Bai Yuhao, who was worth several $100 million, had even begged him, so his social status was naturally higher than Bai Yuhao's. However, it seemed that this man, who was honored as Manager Li, didn't seem to be that familiar with Bai Yuhao. Besides, they didn't even remember him, did they? Chapter 173, People Not on the Same Level. However, no matter if other people couldn't remember him or not, but that couldn't stop the fact that Li Yangmao was a higher status than him, and Bai Yuhao was still introducing himself one way or another, seemingly not noticing the wave of impatience on Li Yangmao's face. "Bai Yuhao, General Manager Li, our company is." It was just that Li Yangmao was the one who said to Bai Yuhao, "I'm sorry, I have things to do right now, so I'll talk to you when I'm free." Bai Yuhao's entire body froze in place even after hearing these words. Now, Bai Yuhao was still more or less embarrassed. In front of so many people, General Manager Li even directly interrupted his words, which was too much of a loss of face. But even if they don't give you face, others just have the strength to do so, leaving you powerless to refute and speechless. That's just the way it is in this world. The people who are more capable and powerful than you have the right to speak. And after Li Yangmao said this, he directly crossed over and came straight to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the Li Yangmao in front of him with a confused face, and for a moment he couldn't remember who Li Yangmao was. Li Yangmao for Yi Chen's expression but did not care too much. In front of his own family president, where he dared to say some inexplicable it. Looking at Yi Chen's bewildered face in front of him, Li Yangmao naturally knew that Yi Chen couldn't remember himself. Li Yangmao hurriedly arched his hand towards Yi Chen and said, "Chairman Yi Chen, hello, I'm Li Yangmao, the general manager of the Fragrant City district of our new single grand mall." Li Yangmao's tone was very deferential. "It's great to meet Chairman Yi here." Yi Chen thought for a moment. The new single big mall. Well, seems to be their own mall. This general manager is so familiar. Seems to be before meeting one side. Should be him? However, when the people present heard Chairman Yi Chen coming out of Li Yangmao's mouth, everyone's eyes changed. No way. Yi Chen is the chairman of the new single big shopping mall? This now led to another discussion. Yi Chen, however, was unimpressed by all of this, gently holding over his wife, Lu Yina's hand, and said indifferently, "Hello, Mr. Li, why are you here? We're the only ones having a party on this floor. It shouldn't be a coincidence, right?" Li Yangmao answered truthfully, "I just met the manager here and his secretary when I was at the stairway. I'm close friends with the manager of the hotel, so I got to know about Chairman Ye's party here." Moreover, he also knew that the two people, Bai Yuhao and Hu Qingrong, had offended Yi Chen yet. Bai Yuhao had actually offended the chairman of their family, and it was impossible to talk about cooperation in this lifetime. Yi Chen let out a hum in response to Li Yangmao. Li Yangmao continued respectfully, "Tomorrow, our new single grand mall is going to hold a board meeting in Fragrant City, and the board would like you to attend." Li Yangmao's voice was not too loud and not too small, but the people at the scene didn't dare to utter a single breath, so naturally they heard Li Yangmao's words. Yi Chen glanced at Bai Yuhao behind Li Yangmao as well as Hu Qingrong for a moment before glancing at Li Yangmao. "This person, you do recognize him?" Li Yangmao said on the spot. "Mr. Yi Chen, this Mr. I was trying to talk about cooperation with our mall, but it hasn't come to fruition yet. There was also an appointment for me to have dinner, but I didn't make it due to my work schedule not allowing it." Those present were also listening. Bai Yuhao mattered to turn to Li Yangmao, and Li Yangmao's boss is Yi Chen. That is to say, Bai Yuhao, this is a request to Yi Chen. After all, people, Yi Chen is the chairman of the board in the mouth of Li Yangmao. This is the right to decide all the things of the company. So it was also clear that Yi Chen's status was much higher than Bai Yuhao's and Hu Qingrong's, and even higher than their father's status. Yi Chen was not even on the same level as their family. Li Yangmao at least is also in the shopping mall to roll and climb for more than 20 years. From the mouth of their own friends just heard Bai Yuhao to their own chairman of some bad things. Early in his mind automatically blocked Bai Yuhao. He immediately continued again on the spot. "Chairman Yi, in fact, I've always felt that the Bai family's company didn't have much strength before, so I didn't feel the need to cooperate with him." Yi Chen took another look at Bai Yuhao and Hu Qingrong, who were looking horrified, and said, These things, you decide for yourself. You know that you are the general manager. And I don't care about this little thing. Yes, Chairman Yi Chen, I know what to do. And Yi Chen just smiled and didn't say anything else. At this time, the entire party venue also became a bit weird. Ina Lu, Ying Gu, and to all who came to the party, Yi Chen looked at the dumbfounded Lu Yina, held Lu Yina's hand tightly, and said softly, I'll explain it to you slowly at home. Yi Chen was also very self-conscious at this time. As his wife, Lu Yina unexpectedly did not know the industry he owned. Yi Chen decided at that moment, after going back, he must make a good confession to his wife. Ina Lu whispered, well, hubby, I think you're awesome. That's not true. Her husband had not even graduated from college yet and could already earn money that many people could not earn in their whole life. Lu Yina was happy for Yi Chen, and at the same time, her heart was also stealing joy. Yi Chen instantly sat up straight when he heard Lu Yina's words of praise for himself. Li Yanmao was also sensible. Seeing that Yi Chen was attending a party, he naturally didn't want to disturb too much. Then Chairman Yi, are you going to come to the board meeting tomorrow? Yi Chen said, I don't have time. If you guys want to drive, go ahead. I have to stay home and take care of the kids. Li Yanmao hurriedly said, alright Mr. Yi Chen, if you don't have any other orders, then we'll leave first. Then, the few people behind him immediately bid farewell towards Yi Chen. Chairman Yi, excuse me, Li Yanmao led the way and then left the venue straight away. Those present, oh, my god, is this the big guy? The one that doesn't even go to the board of directors of his own company? Gu Ying also pulled Ji Hui to the side and quietly asked, I go. Your family's big brother Tong is so bullish? Surprisingly, he's the chairman of the new single big shopping mall. Yi Hui was also a bit confused. I don't know I also only know that my brother has shares worth billions of dollars in mom and pop stores. I've never heard that he's also the chairman of the new single big mall. Gu Ying gave him a blank look. Don't forget, Yi Chen is still the owner of the hotel here. Hurry up and start eating. Gu Ying that is happy for their own sister actually found a shoot more gold and affectionate. This is how many girls dream of a husband Yi Hui looked at Gu Ying who was drying her rice and rolled his eyes. Eat. All you do is eat all day long. Chapter 174, The Pushin' Man. And the people in the room all started buzzing about it. I'll go. Is this Lu Yina's husband so bullish? Yeah, owning billions of shares of 6-1 baby is even enough. I'm afraid I can't even earn a year's worth of dividends from him. Did you forget about that one black card from someone else? That's $1 billion that we can't earn in a lifetime without eating or drinking. And people still own this 5-star hotel. Even the new single big mall is his. I also wonder if this Yi Chen has any other properties? It's possible for these rich people to take out a few $100 million to invest in a project once in a while. It's not strange, is it? Alas, the same person has a different life. He hasn't even graduated from college yet. And he already has money that we can't even earn in our lifetime. People are still a person with a fruitful career and family. Wife and child have. And Lu Yina gave birth to triplets 2 sons and a daughter. Immediately after giving birth, the mother will have a son. This is what many people want. Say no more. Have a couple more glasses of 82 Lafite. After all, opportunities like this don't come around very often. Go back and have a good dream tonight. You'll have everything in your dreams. Just as everyone was talking, Bai Yuhao's cell phone rang. Bai Yuhao looked at the cell phone, but it was his own father called. Trembling, picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, but he did not dare to put in his own ears to listen to because he knew that his own father is the possession of a lion's roar like a big voice. As expected, from the cell phone came the voice of Bai Yuhao's father ranting, which could be heard by anyone sitting near Bai Yuhao. You brat, you give you some money and then you give me trouble outside. Right, do you know that you've pissed off the chairman of the new single shopping center? Originally with General Manager Li to talk about a good project, was your kid to spoil? I'm really angry with your father. Then the sound of Bai Yuhao's own father coughing strongly came from the other end of the phone. Frightened, Bai Yuhao directly hung up the call, and it was at this time that Hu Qingrong's cell phone rang. Likewise came the voice of her own father yelling, Fine, Hu Qingrong, you and Bai Yuhao are really enough. It's not even if you offend the owner of the Tingli Hotel. Surprisingly, you offended the chairman of the new single grand mall as well. My plans with Bai Yuhao's father have been ruined by you two brats. You've really cut off our family's back. Hu Qingrong also weakly said, the hotel owner is the same person as the chairman of the new single grand mall. What do you mean? Only the sound of something hard falling came over the phone. Hu Qingrong shouted towards the phone. Dad, are you alright? Hu Qingrong pulled Bai Yuhao straight away. Not even a hello. And what a show for the students in attendance. By the sound of it, I guess the two men's own dads are pissed off too. The students are also talking about it. I heard Hu Qingrong before. They Hu family to engage in a what company with Bai Yuhao's family. and also invested almost more than 200 million it. Now it seems that this first step of cooperation has been yellow. Go back to certainly have them good to suffer. No way. More than $200 million. It's probably all going to go down the drain now. Hey, how can we care about other people's business? Just mind your own 10,000 or so $1,000 salary. My paycheck hasn't been paid yet. It's the end of the month. I have to pay the rent. And in the crowd, Zhang Jiaxing naturally heard everyone's discussion. When he knew that Gu Yingying's boyfriend was not Yi Chen's real brother, his heart was secretly happy, because if Yi Hui was Yi Chen's real brother, then their family's financial strength that was not weak. He naturally couldn't pry this corner, and he looked at Yi Hui's age should also be younger than them, so it was likely that he was just a little brother who hadn't even graduated from college yet. Where could he get such a successful person like himself? This Zhang Jiaxing dude is a real-life version of the Pushin man, no doubt. Does he really think he can turn over a few tens of thousands of dollars in salary? Yi Hui pulled Gu Yingying. Don't eat it. Look at all your fat. Who dares to take you? Gu Yingying glared at him angrily. Did I eat your family's rice? I'll eat it if I like. What's wrong with that? Yi Hui also can't do anything with her. He only ate a plate of fried rice from the beginning until now to be full. He is not that much of a food lover. But in front of him is for Gu Yingying to serve full of food. Other people thought it was him who wanted to eat it. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I don't know anyone here except my own big brother. Yi Hui somewhat awkwardly took out his cell phone and opened the game page. If a person is bored, they will have to turn on the game to break the awkwardness. Lu Yana was feeding Yi Chen a steak, and was so in love that she was really envious of the others. With Yi Chen being so rich, Lu Yana naturally became the envy of the entire crowd. Many students came forward to greet Yi Chen, as if they wanted to leave an impression in front of the big boss, so that they might not be able to meet him in the future. And behind them, a group of female students were talking. If only I could meet such a nice boyfriend. People, that's the husband. The husband earns half of what Yuina earns. Previously also heard, Lu Yana husband to buy her $1 billion jewelry. Send a few $100 million large villa. I thought it was blowing water. Really did not think it is true. Ah, that's natural. You think it's really empty? Hey, it turns out that the reality of a domineering president who loves his wife alone really exists. So want to fall in love. That's natural. Novels are inspired by life. I saw that. Is that the $1 billion pink diamond that Yuina is wearing on her hand right now? As if? It's the uninitiated like us who make a fuss here. And I've never really seen a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg before. Ha ha, you don't think that's a 9 package toy from someone else, do you? It's so big, it really looks like a fake. Go eat your food. Should we say hi to Ina Lu or something later? She's a billionaire's young grandma. Where would she have this free time to greet you here? No way. Lu Yana, she has a good personality. Surely she won't be that kind of person. Only, the two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, smiled back at the students who came to greet them, and they naturally did not take the initiative. Instead, Gu Yingying was playing a game with Yi Hui. Chapter 175, The Schoolflower is Just a False Name. Gu Yingying, who was playing the game, suddenly received a WeChat from Zhang Jiaxing. Yingying, what are you doing? Gu Yingying returned, playing games. Zhang Jiaxing looked at the two of them, Gu Yingying and Yi Hui, who were crookedly playing a game together, and his face was so angry that it was crooked. At this moment, his girlfriend, who was sitting beside Zhang Jiaxing, suddenly asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you always looking over there? What's the relationship between that woman and you?" Only then did Zhang Jiaxing come back to his senses and immediately explained, "Just a friend. Used to play quite well. Now people have boyfriends. Don't think too much." After her girlfriend heard Zhang Jiaxing's words, she followed his line of sight and had also seen the two of them, Gu Yingying and Yi Hui, playing with each other. Gu Yingying even slapped Yi Hui. "Give me this blue. You go get the blue on the opposite side." Yi Hui laughed. "You still have the nerve to take my blue with a record like that." Zhang Jiaxing's girlfriend withdrew her eyes and didn't say anything else after glancing at Zhang Jiaxing. In fact, in his heart, he was thinking, men and women nowadays can't be easily trusted even if they are already married. Yi Hui quietly whispered in Gu Yingying's ear at this time. "How is it? This fake boyfriend of mine is powerful, right? Helped you get rid of all these rotten peach blossoms." Gu Yingying squinted in Zhang Jiaxing's direction, but in her eyes, she said with some disdain, "A man like him who eats from the bowl and stares out of the bowl. Do you think I'll fall for it?" Yi Hui, however, said, "Anyway, I helped you this time." Gu Yingying naturally wouldn't fall for it so easily. Not before, and even more so now. Even if she was with this brat Yi Hui, she wouldn't be with Zhang Jiaxing. After thinking about it, Gu Yingying glanced at the smug Yi Hui and cursed in her heart. Brat! Although Gu Yingying herself didn't know why she scolded Yi Hui for this, she just wanted to. The whole party had probably cost almost $2 million, and 5 or 6 bottles of Lafite alone had been opened, as well as other famous wines and whiskeys and whatnot. Yi Chen and Yi Hui didn't drink either because they had to drive. Drive without drinking, drink without driving. It's become the consensus of the dinner party that some people who have been drinking are also waiting for a chauffeur. Both Yi Chen's and Yi Hui's cars were parked there at the entrance in front of the hotel. Zhang Jiaxing came down just in time to see Yi Hui driving a 100,000 car carrying Guinging away. His eyes were filled with disdain. Heck, doesn't the family even have a nice car? Then it seems the family doesn't have much money, does it? You can take a car for over $100,000? However, this is also blamed on Yi Hui's father, because he thinks that Yi Hui is just a student. There is no need to buy a good car. So when Yi Hui got his driver's license, he also only bought a substitute car only. Yi Hui, his father, thinks a student does not need to engage in these climbing things, and Yi Hui himself is indifferent. Have a car to drive on it. Thus, Yi Hui was thus despised by Zhang Jiaxing. Yi Chen drove Cullinan, carried Lu Yina, and carried a few female classmates who were a little bit better with Lu Yina and left. While in the car, a few of Lu Yina's female classmates were the ones who were praising Yi Chen and Lu Yina. Nana, we really envy you in real name. Having such a good husband. Yeah, we probably wouldn't even dream of such a dream. Nana, you're just fine. You're beautiful. Your husband is rich, and he loves you so much. Nana, you didn't even call us when you got married. Lu Yina was also feeling a bit embarrassed and explained to them, because the wedding was rushed. I didn't have time to notify everyone. I'll invite you all again if there's time. Or if you're free, you can also make an appointment and I'll treat you all to a big meal. I'm really sorry. The female classmates also said, it's okay. We just feel a bit sorry that we didn't attend your wedding. You're the school flower, and we feel honored to be in the same department as you. Right. But, if we have a big meal, we've remembered it. When the time comes, we'll pick the most expensive ones to eat. Lu Yina smiled. You can. I'll just depend on your time. I'll be all at home with the kids right now, so you can call me when you have an appointment. Nana, you know what? Max is going back home in a few days. Suddenly a female student said, my CC is also their classmate in the same department, but before because of a man's problem and Lu Yina had a fight. She also publicly scolded Lu Yina is only later cannot withstand the pressure to go abroad to study. The family also has a few money, so she is also a very savage and capricious woman. Lu Yina was also a bit embarrassed. I haven't contacted her for a long time as well, and I don't know how she's been doing lately, but, this is her missing today's party. I also heard from someone else. She also came back to our school to read it, and you are going back to school this semester. I guess it will also be in the same department with her, and I don't know she. After glancing at Yi Chen who was driving, that girl also paused. Lu Yina looked at Yi Chen and said to the female classmate, it's okay, go ahead. The female classmate then went on to say, originally, after arguing with you before because of her ex-boyfriend, she had already studied abroad. She was supposed to wait for you to graduate, and then come back, but she shouldn't have known about your taking a year off from school, so she came back to study this semester. And when she did, she was afraid of blowing up when she saw you. As the female student spoke, there was a hint of a snicker in her tone. Yes, before it told us that she is the school flower of Xiangqing University, saying that the boys in Xiangqing City are all blind. Now if she knows that you still continue to study in Xiangqing City University, then her school flower's name has been taken away by you again when it really. The other female classmate covered her mouth and laughed as she spoke. Lu Yina helplessly smiled. School, not school flower. This is just a false name. Good-looking people are many. Maybe the new session of schoolgirls have assessed the school flower. In fact, I have always only felt that it can only be considered to be a good-looking standard, and not too beautiful. The female classmates also shook their heads. You're a woman that even us girls would be jealous of. How can you not be too beautiful? You're being too modest. Yi Chen also knew some insider information from the mouths of these gossiping female classmates. Probably the woman called Maxis, who was also considered good-looking, was jealous of Lu Yina. However, there was no need to question that Lu Yina was the recognized school beauty among their boys. Yi Chen drove the car and leisurely said, wife, you are the most beautiful in my eyes. Now all the female students booed. Wow, see your husband loves you to the bone. Throughout the ride, Yi Chen had also heard quite a bit about Lu Yina being chased wildly. After driving all the female classmates back home, Yi Chen sat in the car and sighed. Finally, we're done delivering them. Ina Lu smiled. Why, are you tired? Yi Chen, I'm not tired. I just want to hit someone. Lu Yina pulled up Yi Chen's hand. What's wrong? She naturally knew why her husband wanted to hit someone, so she consoled. Actually, it's just freshman year, and then I wasn't also labeled as the high and mighty school flower. Since then, not many men have been chasing after me, but I don't care about that. What I like is you. In fact, There was a question that had been in Yi Chen's heart for a long time, but he hadn't asked it. Chapter 176, Knowing the Game. Yi Chen's heart had always had a doubt, especially after he had just heard what his wife's female classmate had set up. Lu Yana laughed and said, "You could have just asked me. Silly." Yi Chen also scratched his head. "I'm not afraid of you getting angry. Yuina, I'm only mad if you don't ask me." Yi Chen let out a breath before saying, "I asked and said I wouldn't get angry." Ina Lu smiled and nodded. Yi Chen asked, "I knew before that you were secretly in love with me, and I didn't ask you in detail at that time. Why me?" Lu Yana knew he would ask something like this and touched the side of Yi Chen's face. "Although you're not the most handsome one, but you're the one with the best character among men. At that time we were not freshman enrollment. I found you in the crowd to help classmates to help luggage. At that time, I also just think you are very nice, and kind of handsome and sunny looking, with a good personality. Just in those years that I've been observing you, I do know that you're very nice and devoted, and you don't follow the trend. Ivy Lee really doesn't know how to cherish you too well." Yi Chen finally understood. "So it's like this, honey, you started paying attention to me so early." Lu Yana was a bit shy. "Just one more look at you. Some people, just because of one more glance in a crowd, are for life." Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana. "Wife, I will make you the happiest woman in this world. Ina Lu, to be able to marry you and have children. I already feel like I'm the happiest in the world." When they finished, the two of them hugged each other tightly again. Yi Hui also drove Gu Ying back downstairs. Gu Ying asked tentatively, "Aren't you going to send me back home?" Yi Hui glanced at his watch. "Say, no need, right? Such a big man. I've already sent it downstairs. Go up by yourself. I have a date with a friend in a while." Gu Ying made a fool of herself. She also just wanted Yi Hui to know where her home was, or else she wouldn't be able to say where her girlfriend lived if she met his parents next time. Before Yi Hui could say goodbye to Gu Ying, he just drove off. Gu Ying stood on the side of the road covering her nose and mouth, already cursing in her heart. "Pisses me off." In fact, the reason why Yi Hui was in such a hurry to leave was because Yi Chen's best friend, Lu Ming, had been waiting for him in front of his house for 30 minutes, which was why he was in such a hurry to leave. Lu Ming and Yi Hui have been playing the game for so long, and have become good friends with a brotherly relationship, and this time it was also because Lu Ming hadn't found a job yet, so he came here to join Yi Hui. Among so many of Lu Ming's brothers, it was only Yi Hui who lived by himself. The others either lived at home, shared a room with someone, or lived with their girlfriends, so they could only trouble Yi Hui. When Yi Hui returned home, Lu Ming that was sitting directly in front of his apartment. Lu Ming saw that Yi Hui was back and immediately stood up. "Brother, you're finally back. Is there anything to eat? I haven't eaten yet for dinner." Yi Hui was also speechless. "Brother, there is a restaurant downstairs. Why don't you go down to eat?" Lu Ming laughed and said, "I'm not afraid that you won't be able to find me when you come back. Yi Hui, you can tell me. It's okay for me to come back home and wait for you." Lu Ming laughed. "Hey, let's not talk about these. Let's go in first." Yi Hui opened the door while saying, "There are instant noodles in the kitchen cabinet, so make your own." The first time Lu Ming entered the door, he threw his luggage on the floor and went straight to the kitchen. Yi Hui looked at the big brother in front of him also froze. "This is really hungry. Help me make one too." Yi Hui shouted at the kitchen. Lu Ming's voice came out from the kitchen. "Didn't you kid go to the party? Why are you still coming back hungry?" Yi Hui said, "I've never been a fan of overeating, and when I was done, I didn't eat again, and now I feel hungry after the break." Lu Ming came out with 2 soaking noodles. "Hey, why did you kid follow Gu Ying to the party?" Yi Hui was also helpless. "My sister-in-law also went. I was there to fill up the scene for Gu Ying, as her boyfriend, so as not to make other students laugh at her. It's not going to be true when it's true, is it? I've seen you guys playing games together a lot?" Yi Hui shook his head. "I don't think so. I didn't think in that direction. I'm just trying to get money now." That said, Yi Hui also got more than 2 million from the hands of his father. The game machine has long been enough money to buy, but he now do not know why not much interest in the game machine. "But I did ask her to come and pose as my girlfriend to gag my parents. And as you know, my parents are annoyed with me about my big brother Yi Chen." Lu Ming looked at the bubbly noodles while saying, "Then let nature take its course. In case you're taken by Gu Ying, it might actually work out." Yi Hui said thoughtfully, "She, fancy me? No way." While thinking about it, he recalled what had just happened. "Yao, she just asked me to give her a ride to the house." Lu Ming bit into his bubble noodles and glared. "Then how did you kid come back? Shouldn't you be at her house and—" Yi Hui poo-pooed at him. "What are you thinking about? Maybe she was just scared and let me send her home. At that time, it was also because you sent a message over saying that you've been waiting there in front of my house for 30 minutes, so I let her go back by herself for your sake." Lu Ming also had a look of pity on his face. "Brother, I'm really sorry. I'm the one who dragged you down." Yi Hui, however, said, "No way. I have swiped the video. Maybe let me go upstairs to fix her plumbing, lights, computers and other rough work. Fortunately you let me back." Lu Ming patted Yi Hui's shoulder. "Brother, good brother. I'm the one who dragged you down. Don't worry. I'll help you." Yi Hui was unsure. Help what help? Eat your noodles. Obviously, Yi Hui didn't take this matter to heart, and it was clear that Lu Ming had taken this matter to heart as well. And the worst part is that the female lead, Gu Yingying, doesn't mean it. As soon as Gu Yingying came back to the house, she took a shower and was now paralyzed on the sofa. She had eaten too much today and felt a little bit of food accumulation yet. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. It was a message from Yi Hui. "Coming to score. Games. Just know the game." Gu Yingying glanced at the time. It was now almost 10 o'clock. "Never mind. I'll play 2 games and go to bed." Chapter 177, Straight Men Getting the Hang of It. After finishing the 2 games, it was already past 11 in the evening, and Gu Yingying was also a bit sleepy, so she was ready to go offline after saying hello to Yi Hui. At this moment, Falling Leaves No Autumn letter Li Xin sent a message to Gu Yingying in the game. "Yingying, how come you haven't been playing games with me lately? Aren't we going to form a CP?" Gu Yingying poo-pooed it in her heart. Having a girlfriend and still coming up to tease people. What a scum. After letting out a deep breath, it came back to him with, "Sorry, I already have CP." It took a dozen seconds for Li Xin to reply. "Yeah." Gu Yingying de Yao also didn't want to dwell too much with others, so she directly said, "Just the boy who was in the 3rd row with us before. He's my boyfriend now." It took a while for Li Xin to reply. "Oh, then you can play the game together even if you don't form a CP, right?" Gu Yingying really couldn't stand him anymore, and directly showed her cards to him. "Don't you have a CP? Why do you still come up to look for CP? I have seen. That day you said you play the game with your sister. You are playing with that CP or girlfriend of yours, right?" "Li Xin, how did you know?" Gu Yingying couldn't help but snort in her heart. "Want to raise fish? Don't even look at what kind of person sis is. Will she be someone else's fish?" Gu Yingying directly turned off the game and stopped talking to him. On WeChat, Gu Yingying sent a message to Yi Hui. "Why are you always dragging me into games?" Yi Hui, who had received the message, was talking to Lu Ming about the game. Picking up his cell phone and glancing at it, Yi Hui looked at it and disturbed his head, and for a while he didn't know how to answer Gu Yingying. Lu Ming glanced at the message and exclaimed, "Gu Yingying sent you a message? Why don't you reply?" Yi Hui simply told him about the relationship between the two of them, him and Gu Yingying. After hearing this, Lu Ming was even more shocked. "My god, you guys are also too destined for each other, aren't you? You guys can meet even like this." Finished, and then thought, then what do you really think? When a woman asks this question, she probably has already started to mean more or less to you, right? Or good feeling is definitely there? You will not still be like a log. No indication, right? Yi Hui also don't know exactly what he thought in his heart. "I was thinking to get some money from my parents first. You see now I'm not out to live on my own? Then every month pocket money is also doubled. Just last time to go to the mall, my dad also directly hit 2 million over. I take this money can buy what they want to buy, but also can start their own business or whatever can be." Lu Ming, then you don't have any special thoughts about her? After all, you also have an understanding of each other. And now that Gu Yingying is asking you this, she probably wants to understand what kind of attitude you have towards her, right? Didn't you used to say that playing games with women was the pits? Now that you often play games together, I don't see you saying anything? And just now you even let the blue buff go to a mage of hers. This could never have happened in any of your games. Yi Hui's eyes turned. "I'm on her right. Get along so long. The feeling is still there. Sometimes see other boys to her attentive words. The heart is also a little uncomfortable." "Probably so, but I did not think more to the feelings of this aspect to I was thinking that it was probably because she was acting as my fake girlfriend, so I was more or less uncomfortable in my heart if she had another man close to her. So I didn't think much of it." Yi Hui finished and grabbed a handful of hair, and at this time, on the other end of the cell phone, Gu Yingying was also waiting a bit anxiously. Another message was sent to Yi Hui. "Don't drag me into games in the future." Yi Hui looked at the message on his cell phone and handed it to Lu Ming and asked, "Look, she's not at all what you think she is, and now she's asking me not to pull her along with the game in the future. Humph, woman." Lu Ming laughed maniacally. "You pig, you don't even know when a woman is angry. She should be angry that you replied too slowly and then misunderstood you, right? You'd better hurry up and reply to her. She might actually delete her friend later." Lu Ming laughed in anger at Yi Hui's brain circuits. "Although she's older than you, a woman is still a woman. It's scary when you're angry." Yi Hui couldn't help but ask, "I say Lu Ming, you've never been in love either. How do you know so much about women?" "I don't know if she's really angry, but I also really haven't thought about how to answer her." Lu Ming laughed. "Although I'm a single dog, but although I've never seen a pig run, I've also eaten pork." "You hurry back to her. Yi Hui scratched his hair. What should I do back? Lu Ming, say what's on your mind. Yi Hui rolled on the sofa twice and typed a line and sent it out. It's just that I think it's quite comfortable to play the game with you. I curse when I want to, and sometimes I don't blame anyone when we win or lose the game. I continue to the next game, so I like to play the game with you. Sorry, just wasn't thinking about how to answer you. Guing Ying looked at the message from Yi Hui on her cell phone and smiled. Humph, that's natural. Otherwise I can't even get to the king after playing over 10,000 games? It's all been worn down my fighting spirit. Games are just entertainment. So, the mind is very stable now, and doesn't lose its temper or anything like that because it lost the game. It's just that I didn't expect that these would be considered advantages by Yi Hui, combined with that green tea girl from last time. Guing Ying couldn't help but think, could it be that in Yi Hui's eyes, most of the girls playing the game were pits? Yi Hui saw no reply from Guing Ying's side and couldn't help but ask Lu Ming, did I say something wrong? Lu Ming glanced at the message sent by Yi Hui. No, I don't think there's anything. You give me your cell phone. Lu Ming suddenly smiled and said to Yi Hui. Yi Hui didn't think much about it and directly handed his cell phone to Lu Ming. Lu Ming snapped a line on his cell phone and sent it over. Yi Hui couldn't help but come up to him and asked curiously, what did you send over? Lu Ming didn't intend to show it to Yi Hui right now and kept covering his cell phone. When Guing Ying received Lu Ming's message, she was blinded on the spot. What's with this straight guy all of a sudden? What am I supposed to say to him? Guing Ying immediately called a video to Lu Yaina. Only Lu Yaina didn't answer Guing Ying's video. After a minute or so, Lu Yaina then dialed back the voiceover. What happened to Ying Ying? Just by the sound of her voice, Yu Yaina seemed a little out of breath, but Guing Ying didn't care too much about it. She asked Lu Yaina with some urgency. Nana, Yi Hui just sent a message over to me saying that he wants to date me. How should I reply to him? Ina Lu exhaled and asked, did he really say that? Then how do you feel about him? Guing Ying, it just feels pretty good. Sometimes if you see him playing games with other girls, you'll feel a little upset. Lu Yaina turned her head to Yi Chen, who was on the side, and asked. Yi Hui confessed to Ying Ying. What do you think? Yi Chen leaned to the side, eyes closed. My brother, he's quite good-natured, and he's never been in love, so if he takes the initiative this time, it's probably because he really likes it. Lu Yaina said to the other end of the phone. Ying Ying, you heard it too, right? Guing Ying said with some petulance. Ouch. What should I do? Aside from the platonic relationship that preceded it, she hadn't been in a relationship in a long time. For a moment, she didn't know how to make a decision. Chapter 178, got a girlfriend? On the one hand, she was also afraid that Yi Hui wasn't serious about herself and that she would meet a scumbag. Lu Yaina naturally knows what is in her sister's heart. I think if really two people are genuinely like words, you can try just like me and Yi Chen. You also know what is between us. If not try, how to know? I think, you should be brave once. As Lu Yaina said this, she looked at Yi Chen, who was resting on the side, with a face full of tenderness. Yes, like her and Yi Chen. Is it a love that many people can't envy? Guing Ying listened to Lu Yaina's words, and her eyes gradually firmed up. Okay, let's give it a try. But he's a younger brother. Lu Yaina Guing Ying this last sentence to the whole laugh. Guing Ying, you are only a few years older Yi Hui. Only about a year older. Now not all popular sibling love? And even if you fall in love with your brother, you have nothing to lose, right? Guing Ying was also a bit hesitant. But, Lu Yaina, don't but, just say yes. A relationship should be with the person you like, right? And Yahuwei's family is still okay. Guing Ying thought about it and finally said, then, just try it. If Lu Yaina wasn't of such a nature, I guess she and Yi Chen wouldn't even have a chance to be together now. Guing Ying thought in her heart, forget it, a brother is a brother. Yi Hui this little fresh meat is also not bad. The man is man enough, although sometimes very straight man, but good character. 3 views are also positive. His parents seem to be a good with. When Guing Ying thought of this, she immediately covered her face. Ouch, what's wrong with me? I'm not just in love. How come I'm thinking so far ahead? Nana is right. How do you know if you don't try it? Although Yi Hui was straight, he wasn't stupid, so he quickly realized something was wrong and immediately pounced over, pinning Lu Ming down and snatching the phone. Just don't look at it. Only saw a line typed on it, but it scared Yi Hui out of a cold sweat. Yi Hui was scared out of his wits when he looked at the message on his cell phone. All I saw was a line posted on my cell phone. I think I like you. Try being my girlfriend? Yi Hui shouted. I'll go. Why did you send such a message over? Lu Ming hurriedly grabbed his cell phone. Aren't you a bit interested in others? I think that girl is also a bit interested in you, so I sent it over, so you can see how she responded first. Yi Hui, still in shock, snatched the cell phone from Lu Ming's hand and mumbled to himself there. No, I have to explain to her that I didn't send this. Lu Ming looked at the flustered Yi Hui with a cheeky grin. Why don't you see how she gets back to you first? That's not what I sent over. It's... Yi Hui was snapping and typing when Gu Ying's message came over. Looking at the message sent by Gu Ying on his cell phone, Yi Hui's hand movements were frozen. That's... she said. Well, Yi Hui held the cell phone with a confused face. Lu Ming jumped over as well. No, I just pulled a prank too. So it seems that Gu Ying is a bit interested in you, right? After Gu Ying sent it over, she was still very happy in her heart, and she just felt like a bit of a teenage girl in love. Yi Hui froze as he looked at his cell phone, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. Am I counting this as having a girlfriend? Lu Ming was also happy for his brother. Ah, congratulations brother, finally a girlfriend. Yi Hui froze as he stared at his cell phone and asked Lu Ming, then how should I chat with her next? What am I going to say? For a moment, he, too, was still in the role of boyfriend. Lu Ming also has never had a girlfriend, although for the matter of love some understanding, but after all, it is also not practiced. Ah, a beggar like him probably won't get a chance to fall in love in his life. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Hey, I haven't talked to anyone in love. Ah, you guys usually how to chat just chat, ask me what for. Yi Hui glared at Lu Ming. Ouch, it's over, I don't know what I should say. Yi Hui thought about it and finally sent a message to Gu Ying. Tomorrow, let's meet. Gu Ying looked at her cell phone and happily placed it on her chest, and rolled a few times on the bed. Finished. Has it been too long since I've been in love? It feels like everything he says is so sweet. Gu Ying hugged the quilt and returned. Good. After replying to Yi Hui, Gu Ying sent another message to Lu Yana. Nana, thank you for giving me courage. Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen, who was driving, and said with a smile, it would be great if Yi Hui and Ying really became a thing. Yi Chen said as he drove, all the men in our Yi family are very devoted. Whether it will work out or not depends on the two of them. Lu Yana smiled and recalled Ying. As a sister, I also hope that you can meet your other half who cherishes you. Yi Hui is also considered someone we know, and we are clear about him. You can rest assured that we are also assured. It was already around 12 o'clock in the evening when Yi Chen and Lu Yana returned home. As soon as they stepped into the house, they heard the baby's cries, and they didn't need to hear it to know that it was the cry of the big baby. Louis was also nervous now. Why was the child crying? Immediately, she ran up to the second floor without even putting her bag down. After Yi Chen parked the car, he also quickly went upstairs, still holding the milk that Lu Yana had milked in his hand. But this milk is not for feeding the baby. It's the breast milk soap that Ina Lu said she's going to use to make breast milk soap for the little ones to bathe in, so that they can smell their milky little babies every day. When she walked upstairs, Lu Yana was already holding Debeo in comfort. Yi mother asked Yi Chen in a low voice, why are you guys home so late? The babies miss you guys. Ye's mom didn't dare to ask Lu Yana for fear that she would misunderstand. Yi Chen also whispered, just encountered a bit of a situation. Mom, don't ask. Seeing Yi Chen stammering, he then glanced at Lu Yana and glared at Yi Chen. Ye's mom naturally knew what her son had gotten up to, but she couldn't say anything in front of so many people. Yuina comforted while her face was embarrassed. Lu's mom didn't say anything, soothing the little boy. The second baby was playing with his aunts on the bed. That's the thing about little babies. If one doesn't sleep, they all don't sleep. But luckily it was just one that cried. The other two didn't. They were just woken up. Originally Yi Chen wanted to go over and tease Erbo, but he was called back by Ye's mother. You hurry up and go take a bath. Come back later. Let Nana go take a bath and go to bed as well. Ye's mom is seeing Debeo being held by Lu Yana and not crying. It seems like she misses her mom. That's why he'd let Yi Chen take a shower first. Yi Chen looked at the obedient few little babies, nodded, and exited the baby room. Chapter 179, Confess to Your Wife. Yi Chen finished his shower and came out, and when he walked into the baby's room, Lu Yana happened to come out of it. Yi Chen asked in a small voice, Wife, how are the babies? Lu Yana pushed Yi Chen out. The babies have all gone to bed. Only Auntie is there now. Mommy is asleep. We'll go back to our room to sleep too. Lu Yana took Yi Chen's hand and gently walked back into the room. Returning to the room, Yi Chen said, Wife, I've already put the water on for you, so you can just go and take a bath. Lu Yana smiled and said to Yi Chen, Thank you, husband. Standing on her tiptoes, she kissed Yi Chen on the cheek. Yi Chen let out a bad smile. Wife, do you want to? Lu Yana hurriedly pushed him away. No, I'll wash myself. After saying that, he ran into the bathroom as if he was escaping. Looking at his little petite wife's escape, Yi Chen smiled. After Lu Yana finished her shower and blow-dried her hair, she simply laid down on the bed, muttering under his breath, the baby shouldn't be waking up, right? Ouch. I'm so tired today. It turns out that going to a party is so tiring. My back is sore from sitting. Yi Chen lay on his side beside her and smiled badly. Isn't it because hubby is too capable? Lu Yana paused. Humph. You still have the nerve to say that. It's really going to wear me out. Yi Chen introduced himself. Wife, do you want me to give you a massage? Ina Lu got down self-consciously. Gently, Yi Chen asked Lu Yina as he massaged her. Wife, there is something I want to confess to you. It's about my estate. Lu Yina enjoyed herself while listening and didn't say anything. Yi Chen saw that Lu Yina didn't say anything and continued. Those industries are real, and I have other industries. Saying them out might scare you. Lu Yina smiled and said, as long as we don't steal or rob anything that we got formally, no matter what, we have to be a good citizen who follows the law. As for the rest, I won't care about you. Lu Yina was of the opinion that as long as it was something that was legally obtained it would be fine, and she wouldn't ask for some kind of premarital marital property notarization or anything like the other women. Lu Yina thought that all of this did not matter. How much money Yi Chen had, it was all by his own efforts to get it, and she had little to do with it. She was now Yi Chen's wife, and she accepted everything about Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, Wife, do you really not want to know what industries your husband and I have? Lu Yina closed her eyes and said, if you're willing to say it, you can say it. If not, I won't force you. And, I'm also shocked by today's events, and I'm so proud that my husband is a man with such a successful career. Hubby, you're really good. Yi Chen was touched by Lu Yina's words. Wife, thank you. Then he said, Huachong Mansion is mine. Yu Yina popped right up this time as well. What did you say? Huachang Mansion is yours. Yi Chen probably expected Lu Yina to be so agitated. Yes, you mustn't be agitated. Lu Yina stared at Yi Chen with glaring eyes. No wonder my dad rented there for such a low monthly rent. So this is yours. This is so exciting for me too. How much is this rent collected in a year? Ha, really shocked. Do your parents know? Yi Chen smiled back. I don't know yet. I don't know what to tell them either. This next sentence of Yi Chen's even made Lu Yina unable to sleep this night. There's also Baldwin Security which has my share. Probably around 51%. There's also some malls, and land, and that's about it. Lu Yina was so excited at this point that she didn't know what to say. Hubby, stop it. If you're like this, I might become a loser in the future. Yi Chen also laughed at her reaction. By whatever you see, the money that hubby earns is for you to spend. So don't save hubby any money in the future. Take this black card and use it. I transferred another $500 million in it. Lu Yina stared at the black card in Yi Chen's hand and shook her head. Hubby, you mustn't be so this way. I'm really afraid I can't control myself. She had read quite a few dramas and novels about overbearing presidents, but for a moment she didn't know how to pick up the plot when such a plot would happen to her. Hubby, I love you so much. After Lu Yina finished speaking, she hugged Yi Chen tightly. Yi Chen also hugged Lu Yina. In the future, only you are allowed to be my Yi Chen's loser alone. Lu Yina thought in her heart, other people can't give me the chance to lose my money. Who takes out more than $1 billion of cards at once? Thinking about this, Lu Yina would probably be too excited to sleep tonight. Only, she did not doubt the source of Yi Chen's industry in the slightest, because she believed in Yi Chen, believed that what Yi Chen said was true, and also believed that Yi Chen would not do illegal and illicit behavior. That's enough. While this was happening, Yi Chen's system was ringing. Congratulations to the host. A special mission has been triggered, and the system is now being upgraded. Countdown. 1%, 2%, 100%. Reporting to the host, the system upgrade is complete. Rewarding the host with one system unlimited credit card 1. This card only has 10 chances and can only be used on family members. Report over. Yi Chen, who was holding Lu Yina, was also baffled at this time. The universal card, and this system unlimited credit card. These are all system rewards, but he is not using them now. The system rewards these. Surely there is also a system of reasoning, just like the Huachong Mansion before, and Tang Lai Hotel and all these, as well as the June 1st baby, all of which were useful one after another later on. It was only for everything that happened behind him that it made Yi Chen feel weird. It felt that the trajectory of his life was under the control of the system in general, all following the steps of the system. But after thinking about it later, if life could be a winner in life like it is now, and you got everything you wanted and everything you wanted, even if you followed the steps of the system, so what? Systems are emotionless, while people are emotional, and as long as it's family members who are all safe and healthy and together, nothing else matters so much. Chapter 180, in the midst of trials and tribulations, probably knowing that Lu Yina and Yi Chen they are going back to school. A few little babies are sticking to them for the past 2 days, going everywhere babbling and asking Lu Yina and Yi Chen to hold them. Sticking to mom is normal, because their 3 little ones are still breastfeeding it, but even Yi Chen, the father, is also sticking to these 3 little ones that really can't afford to let mom and dad go to school it. But there is no way. The book is to be read. The diploma must be obtained. Lu Yina still have their own dreams to pursue it. I can only ask the 2 moms and the aunts to take care of the little one. The two of them, Yi Hui and Gu Ying, were also bonding, but they hadn't gotten to the point of cohabitation yet, and Yi Hui really thought that Gu Ying was just an ordinary person who was now unemployed, so he felt that he had to take care of her. This straight guy also had already googled a lot of relationship tips and stuff on the day we got together, to run with it on the fly. As for Lu Ming, who lived with Yi Hui, he was 10,000 times more regretful. He shouldn't have been so cheap as to send these messages for Yi Hui. If Yi Hui and Gu Ying both lived together, then he would have to vacate his position, and he would not be able to keep his place on the living room sofa. But his own brother took off, and he gave his blessing with tears in his eyes. The two of them, Yi Hui and Gu Ying, had met and were also cozy playing ranked together. What makes Gu Ying feel most touched is that on the first day of their meeting, Yi Hui saw that Gu Ying didn't have a job, so he directly transferred 52,000 to her. Other than that, there didn't seem to be any substantial progress, and Lu Yana had gone to school in the past 2 days. Although there wasn't much class, Gu Ying had guessed that Lu Yana was busy. To the day of the opening of the school, Yi Chen drove the caravan to the school, and after finding a more remote parking space and parked it, the two men held hands and walked towards the school building. And not far away, there were quite a few students who saw Yi Chen and the others. In addition to the freshmen in the school, the sophomores and juniors of those schoolmates know the great name of the schoolflower Lu Yana. I'm going. See that? Our schoolgirl is back with her husband. See that car? It's a Mercedes-Benz saloon. It must be over $100, right? I've seen the schoolgirl and her husband confessing to each other on the school's post. Marrying a beautiful wife like the schoolgirl is really a blessing. If you ask me, it's only happy to be able to marry a husband like Yi Chen, right? If you want money, you have money. If you want looks, you have looks. And the key is that you still love your wife. That's why these two together are so enviable among us. Yi Chen looked at the distant, pointing at them, seemed to be saying something. Holding Lu Yana's hand, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. The two were from different departments, and after Yi Chen sent Lu Yana to her classroom, he went back to his own classroom. During this time, he would also send messages to Ina Lu, concerned about whether she was thirsty, hungry, and wanted to eat snacks. Lu Yana was sweet in her heart and smiled as she replied to Yi Chen. Came to the same classroom. Just around the students is different. Also very few people like Lu Yana. In order to get married and have children to suspend school. In fact, if Ina Lu wasn't pregnant with triplets, I guess she wouldn't have taken a break from school. Even if people had some gossip about her, she wasn't afraid. There's just no way around it. Late triplets are just too much of a toss-up. Luckily, she now had Yi Chen to accompany her back to campus, and she was able to continue pursuing her dreams. Although every one of the current classmates don't know each other, but Lu Yana doesn't know them, but they know Lu Yana. For the fragrant university schoolgirl, they were also happy to communicate with her, except that Maxi is back too. But she came back with the idea of getting a diploma from Xiangda University, because the study abroad she talked to others about was nothing more than a stroll out of the country because her English was not good enough, which meant that she took a break from her studies. Just like Lu Yana, this person who competed with Lu Yana for the name of schoolflower and lost, thus avoiding overseas, now looked at Lu Yana sitting in front of her, but the malice in her eyes was no longer hidden. Because of her arrogant and domineering character, she has no friends in school. Even if it's a party, no one came to invite her. So for the matter of Lu Yana taking a break from school, no one told her. Of course, she didn't tell others about her break from school, she just told others that she went to study abroad, went back to school, for good enrollment only from other people's mouth. No, Lu Yana also suspends school, and still because of the marriage and child thing and suspends school. For a moment she, in addition to celebrate, Lu Yana has not graduated on the marriage and child thing, and she also at the same time also in the gas, why they have been suspended for a year, but also with Lu Yana to go to school together. And even if Lu Yana got married and had a child, the name of Xiangda University schoolflower is how it is not possible to take their turn. Instead, she had learned from the mouths of other students that Lu Yana was married to Yi Chen, a rich second-generation student at the same school, just before she had heard about Yi Chen's family about to go bankrupt. And Lu Yana's family also has a bit of money, so she also thought that Yi Chen's family is not working, relying on Lu Yana's mother's family. Although my CC did mention Lu Yana to her classmates and asked about Lu Yana's husband, Yi Chen, but because her classmates didn't have a good feeling about her, they didn't go into detail with her and said that she was a rich man, because Maxi's family is also a businessman, or a bit of money, or else they would not have gone abroad to study. She felt that she was from the big city and had always looked down on Lu Yana who came out of the small city, and also felt that the bankruptcy of Yi Chen's family was not an empty rumor, so she still looked down on Yi Chen just the same. No matter how superior she felt right now or not, she still had to be in the same department as Ina Lu right now. This is also an irrevocable fact. Lu Yana smiled after replying to Yi Chen. A side of the schoolgirls also came over here to chat with Lu Yana. probably is to see Lu Yana possesses a friendly expression. In fact, the schoolgirls are also happy to play with Lu Yana. The only time Lu Yana would put on a foul face is when she is facing those who are chasing after her and stalking her. After all, she also has a temper, and relative to Maxi often put a face of disdain. Stranger do not approach the stinking face, not to mention the boys, even the girls do not want to sit with her in the same, everyone away from her far away, and she is only one person sitting in the back of the classroom. Chapter 181, The First Day of School. In the first period of the school year, the new students introduced themselves individually, and when Maxi got up to introduce herself, Aina Lu turned to look at her. Lu Yana naturally knew her well, and when their eyes met, Yuina smiled at her. However, Maxi's didn't seem to give face to it, and blanked Lu Yana in front of so many people. Lu Yana didn't care about her either, and directly turned her head, no longer looking at her, and now everyone seemed to know that the two were not on good terms. The elementary school girl on the side asked Lu Yana, "Sister Nana, what's wrong with this student?" Lu Yana just smiled. "It's nothing, she's my former classmate. Just like me, she also took a break from school," the elementary school girl said with a sudden realization. "Oh, is that so? Is she taking a break from school to go back and get married and have kids, too?" The schoolmate's words instantly embarrassed Lu Yana to the extreme. Aina Lu smiled. "I don't know." Next, the elementary school sister's words even made Lu Yana even more embarrassed. "Sister Nana, I really envy you. You gave birth to triplets at once, 2 sons and a daughter, all at once, and you won't have to suffer this kind of sin in the future. How can I conceive triplets?" Lu Yana closed the book in her hand. In fact, triplets are even harder than giving birth one by one, because the stomach is too heavy. Hey, you know how hard it is when you're pregnant with one, not to mention that it's 3 at once. You don't understand now, but if you get married in the future, you will understand. After the schoolmate saw Lu Yana's action, she knew that she had asked a bit too much, so she stopped talking about the topic. Although Yuina herself is already married and has children, she doesn't want to talk too much about her pregnancy and childbirth to others, because these are her personal private matters. After the class, Lu Yana took her book and walked into the parking lot. Halfway there, a man's voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Nana, is that you?" A hint of surprise was evident in the man's voice. Lu Yana turned her head at the sound of the voice and saw the man standing behind her. Surprisingly, her former neighbor's eldest brother. "Brother Siyu, why are you here?" The first time Lu Yana saw the man, she already recognized him. When Siyu was still smiling gently, "I was also surprised when I saw you. It's just that I've been working here as an English teacher since last year." Lu Yana quickly walked up to him. "Brother Siyu, it's really unseen. You actually became a college teacher. I'm really surprised that I can bump into you here." When Siyu had some unknown emotions in his eyes. "Me too. I originally thought that I would meet you here last year, but I didn't think that you would get married and have children so soon." Lu Yana also laughed. "Gu, brother, don't laugh at me. I actually got married earlier than you. I didn't expect it." When Siyu looked around and asked, "I heard about it. Your husband is also from the same school as you. Why didn't he come to you?" Lu Yana let out a silly laugh. "He's waiting for me in the car. By the way, I haven't heard from you since you moved out. Where did you go?" When Siyu's complexion darkened, "My family emigrated, and I went over with them, but now, I'm back." Lu Yana also smiled. "But you did leave in a hurry back then, and we didn't leave a contact or anything." When Siyu was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by a man's voice. "Honey, so you're here." Lu Yana heard the voice and smiled as she turned her head towards Yichen and ran. "Hubby, why did you run to pick me up?" Yichen smiled and graciously took Lu Yana's hand. "Hubby, I saw that you didn't see anyone even after class, so I looked for you." Yichen glanced at Wen Siyu behind Lu Yana and asked, "And this is?" Lu Yana excitedly introduced herself to Yichen. "This is my former neighbor's big brother in Cloud City, surnamed One, called Siyu, brother Siyu. This is my husband, Yichen." Lu Yana introduced both Wen Siyu and Yichen to each other. Both Yichen and Wen Siyu extended their right hands, and the two shook hands in greeting. "Hello, hello." Lu Yana smiled and said, "Now that brother Siyu has become a teacher in our school, I'll have to address him as Mr. When I see him from now on." After saying that, Lu Yana also looked at the two with a smile. Wen Siyu, however, said, "Nana, you can always call me brother Siyu." At those words, Yichen couldn't help but look at Wen Siyu one more time, and couldn't help but think more in his heart. It seems that this Wen Siyu is also his own wife's crazy bee. You know, one of the reasons why he chose to take a break from school at the same time as Lu Yana was also because Lu Yana was too attractive looking, so he followed her to school together. He's going to take good care of his wife, and at the same time cut off other men. Seeing Yichen looking at himself with scrutinizing eyes, Wen Siyu felt a hint of unnaturalness. He said to Lu Yana, "Since your husband is here, I'll leave you alone and go first. After saying that, Wen Siyu left alone and forlornly, at least in his heart. Yi Chen looked at Wen Siyu's back and pulled Lu Yina away as well. Lu Yina whispered to Yi Chen, "Hubby, will you not like me calling him brother?" Yi Chen pretended to be a bit angry and said, "Of course I don't like it. In the future, you'd better call him Mr. Wife. It's good to piss him off." Anyway, Yi Chen just didn't like his wife calling another man brother. Yi Chen said in Lu Yina's ear, "How come I don't see you calling me brother Chen? Calling brother Siyu is so smooth. Call a brother Chen to hear?" Lu Yina hammered Yi Chen's chest. "People that as a child called used to it. Then I will call him when teacher. Or when big brother good?" Yi Chen shook his head. "No, just call teacher one. Come on, call brother Chen to hear it." Yi Chen kissed Lu Yina. Lu Yina looked around. Luckily the building here was relatively isolated and no one saw it. "Brother Chen." Lu Yina also kissed Yi Chen on the cheek. Yi Chen stuck his face over. "Call brother Chen 2 more times, or else." Lu Yina was also unable to do anything with him. "Brother Chen." Changing his voice again, "Brother Tatsu." Yi Chen put his arm around Lu Yina's shoulders and whispered in her ear, "Don't play with fire." Frightened, Lu Yina hurriedly shut her mouth. She was also convinced that Yi Chen could do anything. Back in the small caravan, Yi Chen took out the breast pump and handed it to Lu Yina and said, "Want some help?" Lu Yina took it and smiled. "Of course you want to, but I'm sorry, no need." Yi Chen thought that he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so it was better to go back home early. Chapter 182, Other people's husbands are so nice. "Honey, are you okay this afternoon? It's the first day of college." "I'm fine in the afternoon." Lu Yina turned her back and squeezed as she said, "I'm fine too. Why don't we just go home?" Yi Chen, however, said, "It's a rare day out today, so why don't we go out for a meal and then go shopping or something before going home?" Lu Yina thought for a moment, nodded, and continued milking. In fact, Yi Chen also saw that Lu Yina's hand unexpectedly did not wear a wedding ring, so now he just couldn't resist. "Honey, why don't you put your wedding ring on?" The movement of Lu Yina's hand also paused, smiled and said, "Hubby, I didn't mean not to wear it. I just think that wedding ring that diamond is too big. If I wear it for school, it doesn't seem to be good." Yi Chen didn't say anything even after hearing this. After thinking about it, he said, "Fair enough, so let's get a smaller one later after dinner." Lu Yina also seemed to have heard some unhappiness in Yi Chen's tone, so she agreed. Yi Chen waited for Lu Yina to put the milk in the refrigerator before driving her over to Financial Street. There is a diamond brand store of Hair Winston there. I heard that it is good there. So Yi Chen decided to take Lu Yina to take a look over there and buy it if it is suitable. After finishing his meal, he brought Lu Yina to the store. The store's sales were also very welcoming to the two. "Hello sir, may I ask what services you need to come over here and take a look? We pick diamonds here with colorless grades, and rare diamonds with nearly flawless clarity grades, so you can come over here and look at these diamond rings." The saleswoman guessed that she looked at the two young people coming in and also wanted to buy a wedding ring, so she marketed this side of the diamond ring to Yi Chen and Lu Yina. Yi Chen said, "I want to buy the best diamond ring for my wife. Bring out the best you have here, but not too big, because it's not convenient to wear it on a normal day-to-day basis. It's too ostentatious." The saleswoman's eyes immediately lit up. Having received more than a few rich people, she naturally knew what she was doing, so he went inside, called the manager, and brought out the best diamond ring in the store. "Please see, sir, this diamond ring is at F clarity." Yi Chen had just searched, and the F grade wasn't the best, waving his hand towards the sale. "I don't care if it's more or less money, but you have to come up with the best here." The saleswoman held the $1 million plus 1 carat diamond in her hand and turned her attention to the manager. The manager then said, "Sir, don't worry. I'll go to the safe later and take out the best loose diamonds for you to look over. You can look at it first." With that, he went into the inner room. Yi Chen asked the saleswoman, "How many carats is this?" "Sir, this is 1 carat. The saleswoman carefully held the diamond ring and introduced it. Lu Yina took the diamond ring in the saleswoman's hand and put it on her hand and looked at it. "Hubby, I think this is not bad, right?" Yi Chen, "Then buy it." Lu Yina smiled and said, "Then why don't we go home after buying?" Yi Chen, however, said, "Don't be anxious first. This 1 million is nothing but a gadget. If you want to buy it to wear it often, you definitely need to buy a good one. And there will be more choices for different occasions, isn't it?" A side of the female sales is also listening to the surprise. Usually even if the rich in order to, people that is also to see the female themselves like, and then is responsible for giving money even if, it's the first time she's met a man like that in all the time she's worked here. Other people's husbands are so nice. It was at this time that Lu Yina's cell phone rang. It was Gu Ying calling. "Hello, Nana, where are you?" Gu Ying's voice was so loud that even Yi Chen, who was on the side, heard it. Lu Yana put her cell phone outward and waited for Gu Ying to finish before she brought it back again. Ing, how come you still can't change this habit of talking loudly even though you're in love? I'm afraid Yi Hui's eardrums are going to be pierced by you shouting. Gu Ying also froze. She usually spoke loudly, but it wasn't that bad, was it? She hadn't noticed this, nor do I know. Yi Hui he. Ouch. Whatever. Where are you now? I just saw it. That bad girl Maxie is back. Is she in class with you? Yuina said. Yeah, I even saw her today, but we didn't speak together. Gu Ying said in a despicable voice. Look at her, that complacent little look. Not just go out to study, as to be so dejected. The two of them, Gu Ying and Lu Yina, naturally knew what kind of virtue Maxie's had, but Gu Ying's nature was also to say what she had to say, and naturally she wouldn't be as nice as Lu Yina. Gu Ying suddenly turned her words around and her tone suddenly changed. Dunji called me. Hearing this, Lu Yina also froze and asked, when? Why didn't she call me? Gu Ying, just now. She said she went out to get together with a few people from our dormitory, and I don't know how she's been doing lately. She might be afraid to face you. I don't know. You can ask her when we meet. Ina Lu, when are we getting together? Gu Ying, it's just tonight, that's why I called to ask you. Ina Lu, okay, I'll go. Send me the location when I get there. Gu Ying exhaled. Then I'll return her call first. Yi Chen asked Lu Yina. Honey, what's wrong? See how you suddenly got upset after answering Gu Ying's call? Lu Yina also did not intend to hide Yi Chen. I have a college classmate said that she wanted to dormitory a few good sisters to get together. She was in the second semester of the sophomore year, found out pregnant, and then she wanted to go back to her hometown with the man to get married. I persuaded her to learn to be sure to go on. You can have a banquet during the holidays or take a break from school or something like that, to analyze and solve various problems for her. She sighed. I don't know what happened after that. She seemed to just drop out of school. Calls to her were turned off, tweets weren't returned, and she just disappeared after that winter break, never coming back to school. If it's a good outcome, I should be married to the guy and have children. If it's bad, I can't imagine. After all, not everyone is as lucky as me. Yi Chen was also very agreeable. Right, not all men are as responsible as me. Lu Yina, who was originally in a depressed mood, was also amused when she saw Yi Chen boasting like this. That's when the manager finally did come back. Sir, we have a 2.5-carat loose diamond over here that is the most flawless grade and the only one in our company at the moment that needs to be customized, and it may take a little longer to get it. Yi Chen asked. 2.5 carats? Small is a bit small. Can it be expedited then? The manager was also screaming Big Brother in his heart, but on his face he still said very respectfully, it's okay, I just don't know when you're going to take it, because it just so happens that our company's craftsman came down to visit us in the flagship store, so it's available for the next few days. Do you see to place an order? Yi Chen asked. I want to be this evening, the line of the immediate order. Saleswoman, aren't you going to ask the price? This is a diamond close to $10 million, not even adding the handmade fee, and it's a diamond ring handmade by a famous designer. The manager was also shocked by Yi Chen's bravado. Okay. As long as he's around and there's still so much time before the night, he'll be able to help you with all of it. Yi Chen, well then, swipe your card. Chapter 183, the baby is changing day by day. Yi Chen didn't even ask for the price, so he just said, swipe your card. The saleswoman at this time inwardly exclaimed, Big Brother is worthy of being a big brother. Even the manager, who had seen much of the world, felt that Yi Chen was really atmospheric at this time. The manager smiled and reached out to pick up the bank and said, hello, sir, this order plus the manual fee is 12,000,000,000. Yi Chen waved his hand. Brush. After the swipe was done, the system went off at that point. Tick. Congratulations to the host for completing the first mission after upgrading the system. The system will return the 12 million consumed tenfold in addition to giving 5 additional spirit elixirs. Attention! Consuming the spirit elixir can repair diseased cells in the body, and even cancer can be cured. A special reminder is that the spirit elixir does not play any role when the body is healthy, so please ask the host to decide how to use it on their own. The spirit elixir has been put into the system space. The host can take it when needed. I'll go. What kind of miracle drug is this? Even cancer can be cured? Doesn't that mean that it's possible to raise the dead? Is it that good? That's something to put to good use. It can only be used when the body is damaged. I wonder if the system has that kind of elixir that can strengthen the body? Yes, if you are usually healthy and eat it to prevent diseases. It's still better than getting sick and then curing it, right? Yi Chen is not a fan of money, but is very interested in this elixir. Both the manager and the saleswoman were joyful and flattering. After swiping the card, the manager and the saleswoman stood together at the door to escort Yi Chen and Lu Yana away. Respectfully, Mr. and Mrs. Yi, please take your time. The saleswoman looked at the back of Yi Chen and Lu Yana as they both left, and softly let out an exclamation of surprise. I'll go. If only I had a husband who would throw away money for me like this. I didn't even see a diamond. I just swiped my card and fixed it. Ouch. My ass. When will such a good thing come my way? If not 10 million, 10,000. No, 1,000 will do. After all, the woman. It is important to have a man's attitude. Not because of this thing money more money less things. The manager glared at her in dismay. What are you daydreaming about during work hours? Get to work for me. The saleswoman instantly deflated. Okay. After that, she whispered. Just thinking about it. Yi-chen brought Lu Yana back to the car. Nana, it's only after 3 o'clock. Let's go back to the house to see the babies first? Recently, the little babies have been 4 months old and slowly started to recognize people. Sometimes when they say mom and dad, they can't help but look at both Yi-chen and Lu Yana. Even though they are small, they are very resourceful too. Lu Yana and Yi-chen had been out for so long, so naturally they missed their little baby at home. When I got home, the little baby had finished his milk, and Mommy Lu and Mommy Yi and the aunts were pushing the little baby for a walk in the garden. The 3 little ones were lying in the stroller at the mercy of the people pushing them, but this head was spinning around being curious about everything around them. The little ones are growing really fast, one day at a time. Seeing that Yi-chen and Lu Yana had returned, several little babies were very excited and raised their hands for a hug. What a man-child! Yi-chen stretched out his hand towards Dabeo and said, "Call daddy. I won't hug you if you don't." Lu Yana pushed Yi-chen aside and laughed. "Hubby, what are you thinking about? How old is the little baby? Aren't you making it difficult for the baby by asking him to call daddy?" Baby, crying. After Lu Yana finished speaking, Dabeo pouted and looked like he was about to cry out. Yi-chen hurriedly picked Dabeo up. "Dabeo, don't cry. Daddy is teasing you. But, in the future, when you will call daddy, you must call someone first. Otherwise, it's very impolite, okay?" Dabeo seemed to see Yi-chen hugging himself, just pouting. Instantly also two sounds, as if he really understood it. Ye's mother and Lu's mother both looked at the two of them and laughed. I guess Yi-chen really hates it now that the little babies can walk right away. After that, everyone laughed along. Lu Yana also laughed at Yi-chen. When they weren't grown up, they looked forward to them growing up, and when they grew up, they thought it was still fun when they weren't grown up. Yi-chen, however, didn't think so. That's naturally fun when you grow up, right? Look at the softness of the several little babies now. I'm still really afraid that I'll pinch their bones with a little force. Yi-chen gently held the big baby in the palm of his hand and educated his own mother when he saw her holding the baby upright. Mom, how can you hold a child like this? The child's neck doesn't have much strength yet. You'll damage the child's neck and spine if you hold it like that. It's better to hold it like I do. Lu Yana just wanted to say it, but in her heart, she just thought that after all, she is as a daughter-in-law, and she is embarrassed to speak so bluntly about her mother-in-law, right? So, after thinking like this, she still didn't say it in the end. Unexpectedly, this matter surprisingly Yi-chen took out to say Yi mother. Yi mother also returned, which is so pretentious. When you were small, wasn't it also mom who held you like this? Yi-chen also shook his head and said, Mom, although the child is able to raise his head and roll over, but scientific feeding, does science understand? Mother Lu smiled along and said, the in-laws are trying to give the baby a good workout, aren't they? Mother Yi smiled and said, okay, I know I did wrong. All of you can't learn to hug like me in the future. Ye's mother was not the same unreasonable person, and seeing that she had acted incorrectly in this way, she immediately corrected herself. When Yi-chen was in the past, Ye's mother also rarely hugged him, and now that more than 20 years had passed, it was estimated that even she herself had forgotten about it. The other two little babies saw Yi-chen hugging Dabeo, and their mouths were babbling and clamoring for both Yi-chen and Lu Yana to hug them, and Lu Yana also picked up little boy. Yi-chen sat on a chair to the side and carried Erbao along with him. However, it seemed that Dabeo wanted to be hugged by Lu Yana even more, and even though he was in Yi-chen's arms, he still stretched out his two little hands at Lu Yana. Lu Yana looked at the situation and couldn't help but smile. Dabeo, can mommy hug her sister first? Can I hold you later? Dabeo babbled as if he understood, and suddenly his voice rose in pitch. Everyone laughed along with him. Such a little baby, I wonder if it really understands. Yi-chen held Dabeo Erbao, and Lu Yana held little boy, and sat on the side. Lu's mom hurriedly took out her cell phone and took pictures of them. Come on, Nana, Yi-chen, mommy's here to take your picture. Everyone smile. When they heard this, the three little babies actually smiled. You say they understood it, but they still laughed when they should have. And you say they didn't, but they laughed along when you told them to laugh. Chapter 184, I'm jealous. Children, or when they were raised to play can, grow up, to tutor homework, I guess 3 together. Then, is also angry enough It was just that Yi Chen and the others didn't have such a realization yet. While this was happening, Yi Chen's system also rang. Congratulations to the host. 2 quests were triggered in one day, and the system sent out magical potions that can strengthen the body according to the host's wish list, a total of 100 milliliters. It's worth noting that this potion can only be fused in water and not used directly, and the effect of 1 drop is also very significant. It has now been put into the system space for the host, and can be taken out at any time when it needs to be used. Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Oh, my god, so the system isn't mechanical. Ha, system, so I go?" The system is indeed an intelligent system, and when upgraded, it will determine the prizes based on the needs of the host. Yi Chen held the 2 children and looked at the 2 little babies being so well behaved. He was so happy that he almost jumped up in his heart. At this moment, the 2 of them, Ye's mother and Lu's mother, yawned. "Seeing that you guys are back, we'll go ahead and take a nap." Looking at his own parents, who personally took care of the little baby every day, and couldn't even get a good night's sleep, Yi Chen was also a little touched. "I'll have to put some of the magic potion in my tea later, so that mom and dad can both drink it, so they can be healthy and not get sick." Yi Chen was thinking this in his heart. Yes, although the family hired a few ants, but the ants are also on shifts, so at night, Ye's mother and Lu's mother also have to give a hand, or else the 3 little babies really have no way to take care of it. Iona Lu is now considering slowly giving up breast milk, as much as she can after 6 months or so, and she hasn't slept a full day since she had her baby. Lu Yana said to Lu's mom and Ye's mom, "Mom, you guys just go to sleep, we have Auntie and us here." Mother Yi and Mother Lu waved their hands. "Then I'll leave this side to you." Lu Yana said, "Mom, I'm going out with Yi Chen tonight. I'm going to a party." Mother Lu couldn't help but ask, "Didn't we get together before? Why did you come to party again?" "Mom, this time it's a few good sisters getting together. It's not a big party," Lu Yana explained to her mom. Mother Lu also nodded. "Then you guys should come back earlier, now that the child is older. He's really sticky with you guys. The few of us sometimes can't really coax them, and only when they see you guys come back will they be willing to sleep obediently." Ye's mom also said at the side, "Yes, now that the little baby is getting bigger and bigger, small children still need their parents by their side as they grow up, so that the child will also be able to have a sufficient sense of security. In the past, we were even busier at work, but at night, we would still go home early. It's not that we won't let you go out, we just think the kids really need your company, and we'll probably run into more parties like this one in the future, too, so it's good to be home early." Ye's mother also didn't want them to go home after 12 o'clock like last time, although the words didn't make it very clear, but Yi Chen and Lu Yana both heard it. Lu Yana said, "To moms, we got it. In the future, we definitely won't go home past 10:30 again, and we'll make more time for the baby, too." Yi Chen also smiled and nodded. The 2 of them, Mother Lu and Mother Yi, went back to the house together. Old people don't like young people to go out at night, so it's good to go home early, and it was also helpful in establishing a good parent-child relationship between themselves and their children. And it seemed that the children had already begun to have the awareness to know that the 2 of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, were their own moms and dads. The words of the 2 moms, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, also finally listened to them. Both of them were already people who were other people's parents, and they definitely couldn't go home whenever they wanted like before, because now, there were still 3 little ones waiting for them at home. Lu Yana also exclaimed, "What the 2 moms just said really makes sense. In the future, we really need to focus on family." Yi Chen also nodded. "Yeah, I'll never take you outside to mess around again." Lu Yana's face swished red, glanced at the ants on the side, and slapped Yi Chen's thigh again. "Don't talk nonsense." By the time it was more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yana's cell phone received a message. "Nana, gather at the Starbucks over on Financial Street at 6:30. Come early, I have to ask Deng Jie, where the hell has she been these past 2 years or so?" Lu Yana returned. "Don't be impulsive and ask nicely first. Guangying, I know, I still have a measure of these." And that's when Ina Lu received a message on WeChat from a stranger adding a friend. The note says, "Brother, see you." Lu Yana was also startled and immediately tapped add friend. Immediately, he sent a WeChat over. "Mr. What? How did you add me to WeChat?" Wen Siyu was also stunned when he saw this sentence when teacher sent by Lu Yana on the other end of the cell phone, and it took a while before he replied with a sentence. "I found it on the school's address book. I'm the English teacher of your senior year." Yi Chen and Lu Yana had also returned to the room by now, and seeing Lu Yana chatting on her cell phone so rarely, she came over to watch as well. After all, his wife was so beautiful, and there must be a lot of doggerel sticking around. After seeing Lu Yana messaging someone called Mr. What? She asked, "Yo, finding your way to the door so quickly?" While saying this, Yi Chen's tone was somewhat sour. At this moment, Yi Chen only felt that lemons were not even as sour as his heart right now. people but grew up together. Perhaps in the eyes of that man has long been Lu Yana as a childhood friend as the existence of it. It's over. Is this guy trying to give himself a deep love persona? No, one's wife can be watched. Even if Lu Yana didn't have such a mind. Yi Chen, this hard is to look at when Siyu was very upset. Seeing that Yi Chen came over, Lu Yana also confessed, this is C. When teacher added my WeChat friend. He is now the English teacher of our senior year, so he saw my number and added me. Yi Chen nodded, then we'll have to call him teacher when even more when we meet in the future. After saying that, he asked, how much older than us is Mr. What? You became a teacher at such a young age? Lu Yana also answered truthfully, he should be about 4 or 5 years older than us. I don't know. At that time, we played together and didn't pay much attention to it. In my impression, he was like a big brother. Yi Chen, the lemon spirit, was also guilty. Oh. Lu Yana suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Chen and smiled mysteriously. Hubby, are you jealous? Yi Chen glanced at his stunning wife by his side. My wife looks so beautiful, and I don't know how many people are secretly coveting it. Okay, I admit that I am jealous, and I will contact him less in the future. Chapter 185. Yi Hui has a dual personality? In the end, Yi Chen naturally confessed directly. Lu Yana almost didn't die laughing when she heard Yi Chen's last words. Hubby, you are really cute. Don't worry. I know. I'll pay attention in the future. I'm a married woman now. I definitely won't do anything to apologize to you. Yi Chen said very domineeringly. Whether it's a sorry thing or not, don't contact each other in the future anyway. Ain't Lu, okay, I promise you. Hubby, let's get ready to go out and party now. But I need you to wait for me outside because we're a few girls partying and it's not a party like last time. Yi Chen heard Lu Yana's assurance before he nodded. Waiting for your wife is a natural thing to do, so naturally it's no problem. Regarding when Siyu's matter, it wasn't that Yi Chen wasn't confident enough. He was just afraid that Lu Yana would talk to him too much and give others too much reverie, which wouldn't be good for him or Lu Yana, even if Lu Yana simply thought of him as her neighbor's big brother. But what others thought in their hearts, who knew? As the saying goes, you can't afford to be defensive. Yi Chen glanced at the simple Lu Yana and hurriedly hugged her. Lu Yana also hugged her husband tightly and did not reply to when Siyu. The two also arrived at the Starbucks on Financial Street half an hour early, and the first thing they saw there was Gu Yingying. Apparently, the others aren't here yet. Gu Yingying was also waiting anxiously. She was also an acute person yet. Seeing that Lu Yana came, he hurriedly walked to the store entrance there, and then pulled Lu Yana to walk back to the position. Nana, you're here so early too? Ina Lu, I did know that you would definitely come early, so I came early too. There was a pause. Hasn't Jay come yet? Although they had only spent 2 years with Dunji, the three of them also had the deepest sisterhood. From their freshman year together, a few people all the way since 2 years have been supporting each other. Sincere and true good sister. And not like other people those false feelings. Gu Yingying, it's not here. I came 10 minutes earlier than you. I wanted to meet with her earlier to talk about it, and I've just called her already. Ina Lu, and did she say when she would arrive? Gu Yingying glanced at the front of the store. It says it's on its way. Yi Chen also sat down. Gu Yingying seemed to have remembered something. Big brother Yi Chen. Yi Hui is your cousin. You should know a little about him, right? Yi Chen naturally knew that Gu Yingying was now in a relationship with Yi Hui and asked with a smile. What's wrong? Did Yi Hui bully you? Gu Yingying, I'd like him to bully me. Gu Yingying shook her head and said, I feel it, when the two of us are together. That's straight as hell. But what about after we each go home? It feels like he's become sweet again. He's not a dual personality, is he? Yi Chen frowned and immediately said, it can't be, although he's usually a bit straight. But it's not as if he has a dual personality, right? I also haven't heard that he has any problems in his personality. Yi Chen is also very puzzled. Indeed there is no problem. Gu Yingying also couldn't figure out why there were two sets of faces after being together and after the two separated and went home separately. Lu Yana gave Gu Yingying a tip. Why don't you just ask him? It's also better than making a blind guess here all by yourself. Gu Yingying hung her head and said, we just fell in love only a few days ago. We just think he's a bit weird. If he really has a dual personality then I'm sure I'm accepting it. Lu Yana, don't think blindly here. I think the most important thing for two people to be together is to be honest with each other, right? Yi Hui is a man. Naturally he thinks differently from a woman. Even though you haven't been in a relationship much, but all these are told by people who have been there before. Just ask him directly. Gu Yingying in the end is still not much experience in love. Although her character is big and bold, but she is also a very meticulous observation of a girl. For their own feelings, she is also sometimes suffer from loss. When in love, men and women think naturally different. Women are emotional, while men are relatively more rational. But here does not include some boys after falling in love become more emotional than girls. After Gu Yingying listened to the analysis of the two love experts, she decided that after Yi Hui came to pick her up in a while, she must ask clearly. Just as the two girls were chatting, a familiar female voice came from behind them. Ying, Nana, why are you guys here so early? Gu Yingying and Lu Yana sniffed and hurriedly turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. Ja, you're here, Gu Yingying and Lu Yana both exclaimed. Only in the direction of the voice, a good-looking girl stood there. Long time no see. Deng Jie said this while also looking at Yi Chen, who was sitting across from both Gu Yingying and Lu Yana. Lu Yana hurriedly introduced Deng Jie. Xiao Jie, this is my husband, Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this is what I was telling you about, my good sister, Deng Jie. Yi Chen, hello, hello. Deng Jie also greeted Yi Chen. The two greeted each other without much interaction. Lu Yana and Gu Yingying pulled Deng Jie to sit down with them. Gu Yingying asked, Xiao Jie, where have you been these past few years? How come there's no news all of a sudden? Dunji pursed her lips for a moment, as if she had something difficult to say. Seeing that Deng Jie didn't say anything, Lu Yana was also anxious. Xiao Jie, have you encountered any difficulties? If it's about money, we can all help you. You don't have to worry. Dunji's eyes were a little moist. For the words of these two good sisters from the university, she was also grateful, only she also had a backbone. Thank you guys, but my problem, to say it's about money, could be said that it's not. While the two of them, Lu Yana and Gu Yingying, continued to listen, Deng Jie was looking at Yi Chen, as if she did not want to voice her plight in front of outsiders. Lu Yana followed her line of sight, looked at Yi Chen, and said, Hubby, why don't you sneak outside for a while, and I'll call you after the party. Yi Chen glanced at the three women in front of him, and seemed to also feel that he was indeed a bit of an eyesore here. Well, I'm going to wander around this side for a bit, so call me when you guys are ready. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't want to become a man in a pile of women. He hadn't gotten to the point where he was so gossipy. However, if Lu Yana wanted to give herself a word when the time came, he would be happy to listen. After Yi Chen greeted them, he left. After Deng Jie saw Yi Chen leave, the tears in the corner of her eyes also instantly slipped down. The bitterness that was suppressed in her heart, but she could no longer hold it back. Gu Yingying and Lu Yana hurriedly calmed her down, handing her tissues while patting her back. Chapter 186, Deng Jie's Encounter. Only after Deng Jie saw Yi Chen walk away did she dare to cry out. The two of them, Gu Yingying and Lu Yana, hurriedly calmed her down and asked, What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying? Tell us what's going on. Don't keep everything inside. Silly Xiao Jie. Seeing that Deng Jie was so hard to love, Gu Yingying also followed her heart. Dunji cried for a minute or two and slowly calmed down emotionally. To both Gu Yingying and Lu Yana, she said, I'm sorry, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I'm also suffering from something I can't say. In fact, I quit school that's because of my dad. My dad he was so angry because I was unmarried and pregnant that he had a stroke. And then because of the timely treatment, this is only to retrieve a life. Just since the stroke, he can only spend time in a wheelchair. And that so-called boyfriend of mine disappeared at that time. The phone WeChat all blacked me out. Even if I call with someone else's phone, he is not answered. I could only listen to my mom and abort the child, although I can't bear to part with it, but I can't afford to raise it. When Gu Yingying heard this, she was instantly infuriated to the point of hitting someone. How outrageous! How dare you do this to our Xiajia? Tell me, who is that man? See if I don't shovel him to death. Dunji wanted to cry when she thought of this man. Even if she pretended to be as strong as she could in front of others, she only had the word hate left for that man now. This man, really too irresponsible. Lu Yana was also infuriated. Deng Jie let out an alas. The past is over and done with. In the future I will only live for myself. After my father was paralyzed, the family was left without a pillar of support, and my father's resuscitation cost a lot of money, and the rehabilitation done in the later stages has already spent all the family's savings. My family used to rely on my dad for money, but now that my dad can't work anymore, I can't go to school. The jobs I'm looking for over in our hometown are the only ones I can find because I don't have a degree, so I can only find those 2,000 or 3,000 jobs. So, I'm coming back to Fragrant City now, just to find a more stable, higher paying job here, and I want to take my dad to the best hospital I can find. But, as you know, with my undeclared college degree, I probably won't be able to find a good job here either, but it's still much better than over at our old home. Gu Yingying and Lu Yana quietly listened to Deng Jie. Gu Yingying immediately jumped up. You're silly. If you need money urgently, you can ask us. We can lend you money anyway, so you don't have to pay it back in a hurry. Lu Yana also spoke. Yeah, why didn't you tell us? You are really stupid. We thought you were going to go home with that man and get married. We really didn't expect such a big change in your family. Deng Jie choked and said, I was myself have been 6 gods, and that man also disappeared, but I cannot do anything else, can only listen to my parents, the child abortion. My mother can only work casual jobs, and then I now have to take care of my father, to take my dad to see a doctor. I really do not even have the means to go to school, cannot get the tuition fees. Ina Lu also sighed. Yes, Dunji was also just a young girl of 18 or 19 years old, and it was inevitable that her family would panic when something like this suddenly happened and her boyfriend disappeared. Lu Yana appeased Deng Jia while saying, what should we do now? Here even the ordinary staff have to graduate from a college. You can only be considered a high school education now. You really can't find any good jobs. I think you can try the adult higher education examination in the future. Rereading, it's better to have a degree. Deng Jia also hurriedly said, I now ought to look after my dad first, at least so that he can live on his own. Then I don't have much requirement for the job, as long as food and accommodation are included and the salary is above 10,000. Even if it's serving dishes, I'm still willing. However, in the city of incense, even if the dishwashers and these people's wages are only 6 or 7,000 only, and also have to include food and housing, this difficulty is also more difficult. Gu Ying suddenly remembered her dad. Why don't I go back and ask my dad for you and see if my dad's company or his friend's company is hiring? My dad arranged a job for me before. It's from his friend's place. The pay is still good. She was also afraid to say anything about the salary package because it was Gu Ying's father who paid her. As for how much the other employees were paid, she didn't know. However, this time she was also remembering that she had to go to work, and she still had to talk to her parents about going to work in a few days. Now it relies on the money that Yi Hui transferred to her to live. So this is obviously not work. Plus, although Yi Hui's family has given him money, after all, he is also a graduate. If you do not go out to work, instead of chewing on the old man in the house, the impression given to others is not good. Deng Jia nodded after hearing this. That's all we can do now. Please, Ying. Gu Ying, fool, don't cry. That's all we can help. If you don't have any money, you can ask us to borrow it, okay? It's not too late to pay back when you have money. Lu Yana asked with concern. Then where do you live now? Dunji returned. I'm living in a small hotel right now, so I need to find a job as soon as possible. Gu Ying couldn't help but be surprised. What did you say? How dare you live in a small hotel and not call us? I've been kicked out by my parents to rent a house outside. So tonight, you pack up and come over to my side to stay. Don't live in those small hotels anymore. Gu Ying also did not dare to say in front of Deng Jia that those small hotels were dirty, for fear of hurting Deng Jia's pride. It's bad enough being alone in Fragrant City with no family and no money. When Dunji heard this, she said, do you live by yourself? Probably also heard from the other sisters that Gu Ying had a boyfriend, so she confirmed it. Gu Ying, of course, you should also know from other people that I have a boyfriend, but he and I haven't gone that far yet, so feel free to stay. Dunji said, would it not be too convenient? You also know that I am more afraid of trouble. Gu Ying, it won't, just don't worry about it. Lu Yana also persuaded. Xia Jie, just say yes, we're not comfortable with you living alone in a small hotel. After hesitating for a moment, Dunji said, okay. The two of them, Gu Ying and Lu Yana, breathed a sigh of relief now, and at that moment, Liao Mini also came. Liao Mini saw Lu Yana and Gu Ying, Deng Jia and the girls and couldn't help but walk quickly to them. Ha, you guys are here too? Gu Ying also froze when she saw Liao Mini. She was worried that she would run into Liao Mini during the class reunion before, because Liao Mini had once had a crush on Yi Hui during the time of Lu Yana's wedding, and she had now become Yi Hui's girlfriend, and was also worried that Liao Mini would think too much about it. Chapter 187. Don't worry, we're here. However, the facts proved that Gu Ying's worries were superfluous. The two of them, Lu Yana and Deng Jia, also greeted Liao Mini. Liao Mini said hello to everyone. When Liao Mini saw Gu Ying, instead of feeling embarrassed like she did, she sat directly beside Gu Ying and said, I heard about it. You and Yi Hui are together. When Nana's wedding was going on before, you and Yi Hui were in contact, right? Gu Ying also whispered, yes. Liao Mini also said, you do not need to be too nervous. I and he is also nothing. I just at that time, I think he is quite handsome, so he is a little bit of a good feeling. At that time, his mother told me that he has a girlfriend, and I did not look for him again. Lu Yana also asked, there's such a thing? I didn't even know about it. Liao Mini said, yeah, but we didn't say much about these things, and since you're together now, I'll definitely send my blessings. Gu Ying nodded. Thank you. Gu Ying also lamented that it turned out to be her own overthinking. Liao Mini laughed. What are you thanking for? We are good sisters. By the way, Deng Jia, you disappeared after your sophomore year. Where did you go? Dunji faced Liao Mini's question and also whispered, my dad he's sick. I have to take care of him, so I didn't study. Liao Mini also sighed. So that's how it is. So are you planning to do something now? Liao Mini naturally didn't dare to ask anything else. Dunji said, it's better to get a job before you make plans. Liao Mini nodded and didn't say anything more. After all, she had also just graduated and didn't have any connections to help Dunji, so she simply stopped talking. Just as everyone was silent, another housemate rushed in. Sorry, I'm late. As she said that, she took the bag off her body and sat down across from Guiying and the girls. I also didn't expect you guys to arrive so early. I also called a few of my best friends from the same department. Do you guys mind? Ding Jie hands a beat. This she really did not expect, because she just wanted to call a few dormitory roommates out to get together, because play better. Just did not think, but also called the other people in the class? Seeing everyone silent, that roommate then explained, I also think Deng Jie so long before contacting us. The last class party she also did not participate, so I feel that there are more people lively a little bit well. Called a few other female classmates came together. Lu Yana came out to round up the situation. It's okay, let's see how many people there will be in a while and we'll decide where to go for dinner. It's only 6:30 now. That roommate smiled cheekily. Dunji, we haven't seen each other for a long time. It's time to get together. How have you been? Why did you suddenly drop out of school? Dunji returned. It's nothing really. My dad is sick so I'm going to take care of him. The roommate naturally heard the meaning of the words and nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Life is really full of surprises everywhere. Just as a few people in recalling the good memories of the university period. Lu Yana they also saw the entrance there into the 5 or 6 students. Walking in front of the relationship are quite good. Just the back of the classmate. Lu Yana and Guiying two people saw the face is not good. Maxi? What's she doing here? The two of them, Lu Yana and Guiying, looked at each other, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. All 6 of the students came over. Wow, you're all here. We just met over there so we're a little late. Oh, that's okay. Liao Mini naturally also saw the difference in the faces of Guiying and the 3 of them, and that housemate was also a little embarrassed. Originally Deng Jie's intention was to invite the former housemates to the party, whereas she called the other 2 female classmates to come along. But the problem was that the other 2 female classmates called their classmates to come again. My CC looked at the crowd's astonished gazes and explained for herself. I'm really sorry. I was the one who told Xiao Xian, one of the other female classmates, that I wanted to come, because I didn't go to the previous reunion. So I wanted to come to get together with you guys for this small gathering. Guiying and Lu Yana, we don't want to get together with you. My CC also heard this party has Guiying and Lu Yana 2 talents to come. She was also just with that small Xian's female classmates inquiring about the recent situation of classmates. Naturally, also inevitably asked a few more words Lu Yana thing. The female student named Xiao Xian also happened to be in the same dormitory as Deng Jie and the others, so she also received an invitation. In the end, he couldn't argue with Maxi, so he had to bring her along. In the end, what was supposed to be a party of 5 or 6 people hardened into a table. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, right? Why don't we find a place to eat first? At this moment, Liao Mini spoke out to break the calm. Yeah, I'm starving yet. Instead, Maxi said, why don't we go to Ina Lu's restaurant together? Lu Yana, about your family opening a restaurant in our fragrant city. We haven't even gone to try it yet. Just go to your house. Okay, it didn't matter to you Ina, but I just wondered if the other students had an opinion on it. Instead, one of the female classmates said, why don't we go to that hotel of Lu Yana's husband? I haven't eaten enough at the last class reunion. Yeah, if it's a restaurant, we can usually go and try it, but the stakes there are thousands of dollars, so I really want to go back again. Another classmate also opened his mouth and said, you can go to a restaurant anytime, but it's really rare to go to one of this caliber like the one at the Tenli Hotel. Maxi's, however, was a bit shocked. The Tangli Hotel was owned by Lu Yana's husband? Is it a franchisee, or a hotel director? Maxi thought in her mind that she must ask her classmates for clarification in a while before she could do so. You know, if it's just a franchisee, then she still can't see it, but if it's a hotel director, then this is a big problem. I can't imagine that just a year or so after not coming back, such a big change has happened. Lu Yana said, I don't even care. You guys decide where to eat. The dishes at my dad's restaurant are also okay, a bit more affordable. Dunji, however, sent a message on her cell phone to the group of 3 people, Lu Yana and Guiying. Nana, I might have to borrow money from you guys later. There are suddenly a few more classmates here and I might not have the money to pay the bills. Lu Yana glanced at Guiying and then at Deng Jie. Lu Yana replied back on her cell phone, don't worry, I'll pay the bill. My husband also directly waived the bill at the last party. Guiying also sent, don't worry we're here. Dunji gave the 2 men a very grateful look. The rest of the students still wanted to go to the Tingri Hotel. except for Maxi, who suggested going to Ina Lu's dad's restaurant. Everyone couldn't get enough of the good food there. So, in the end, less was more and everyone unanimously decided to go to the Tenli Hotel. Chapter 188, Maxi's Jealousy. Because this place is also a little far from the Tingli Hotel, so everyone decided to take a car to go there. Maxi had a car also helped to carry 5 students, and Lu Yina also called on Yichen to come over to carry people to the hotel. Lu Yina, Gu Yingying, Deng Jia, and Liao Mini and one other female classmate were together in Yichen's car. Liao Mini had attended Lu Yina's wedding and naturally knew that Lu Yina's dowry was a Cullinan, but it was the first time that Maxi had seen it, and when she saw Yichen driving a Cullinan to drive Lu Yina, her eyes flashed. Mathis herself is only driving a $1 million Porsche, but Lu Yina's husband is driving a Cullinan? This kind of discrepancy is also a little bit unacceptable to her. Wow, I really didn't expect to be able to ride in a nearly $10 million luxury car in my lifetime. It's really great. The other female student, even if she knew that Lu Yina married a rich husband with a hotel, but she didn't know that there was a nearly $10 million Cullinan. Me too. First time sitting. Nana, your husband is really good. Yichen also just smiled, not wanting to get involved in the girls' conversation, while Deng Jia was sitting on the sidelines without saying anything. Gu Yingying said, "This is our Nana's dowry." Hearing this, Maxi was even more certain that Yichen was nothing more than a vain person. The car belongs to the wife, and that hotel is certainly not in his name. That female classmate, however, was shocked. "I'll go, Nana. Your family is so rich for running a restaurant." Lu Yina, however, was a bit embarrassed. "It's really nothing, so everyone doesn't have to be too surprised." Obviously, Ina Lu didn't want to talk too much to other people about this aspect of whether her family had money or not. Seeing that Lu Yina was unwilling to talk more, everyone followed suit and fell silent. After a few people got into the car, Maxi drove off ahead of them. At this time, Guiying is a little hate those few broken mouth. Originally is a few housemates party, even called on other people to come. Really, might as well get together just the 3 of them. Never mind, now that it's a fact of life, it's just a matter of a few female classmates from all of us getting together. Yichen seemed to have sensed the crowd's dissimilarity as well, and although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that his wife wasn't happy. In his heart, he thought, "I'll have to coax my wife a little bit in a while." Yichen drove a group of people to the Tingli Hotel. Lu Yina followed them out of the car, and Yichen looked at her back and sent her a WeChat. "Honey, what's wrong? You don't seem happy?" Lu Yina received Yichen's message when she was riding the elevator and immediately replied, "I'll talk to you again tonight." Yichen also had no choice but to reply back, "Don't be unhappy, you have your husband." At this time, the female classmate who rode with them suddenly said, "Nana, your husband is quite handsome. I really didn't realize that there is such a handsome person in our fragrant university before." Lu Yina also smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. It's a good thing you didn't compliment him to his face, otherwise his tail would have to be up in the air." Upon hearing this, several people in the elevator laughed. The location of the party was arranged in a private room, and after Lu Yina and the others exited the elevator, the hotel's general manager Zhu was already waiting. The first time he saw Lu Yina, he walked up. "Mrs. Yi, this way please." Lu Yina and the others arrived a little bit earlier than Maxi's, so Manager Zhu also received his own chairman's wife first. Lu Yina said to General Manager Zhu, "Manager Zhu, there are a few more students behind me, so I'll trouble you to receive them." Xu Chuanzhou was flattered. He also did not expect his own chairman's wife to be so polite. No trouble, it's all we should do." After Xu Chuanzhou brought Lu Yina to the private room, he retreated, and Maxis and the others had taken the elevator to that floor. Xu Chuanzhou asked Maxis, who was walking in front of him, and said, "Excuse me, are you the classmates of our chairman's wife, Lu Yina?" Maxi froze. "Yes." Xu Chuanzhou hurriedly led the way for them. "Our chairman's wife has specially explained me to receive you. Please follow me this way. Madam is already waiting in the private room." Seeing this middle-aged man in front of her being so polite, Maxi was also shocked in his heart. Does Yu Ina's husband really own a hotel? Not a soft eater as he thought? With a question, he walked into the booth. She sat down at the round table as well. Lu Yina flipped through the menu while asking the waiter at the side, "Are you serving food fast here? I'm worried that if we don't have a reservation, the food will be served here very slowly." Xu Chuanzhou immediately walked over to Lu Yina's side and said to the waitress, "Let me do it." The waiter immediately handed the tablet for placing the order to his own manager. Xu Chuanzhou took the tablet and said to Lu Yina, "Mrs. Chairman, our hotel will definitely put you first, and serve you the food first as fast as we can. So take a look at what you want, and I'll place the order for you." Lu Yina nodded towards Xu Chuanzhou. To the rest of the class, he said, "Tell the manager what you want to eat, so he can place an order for you." and everyone let loose. Manager Zhu, come here for a moment. Last time I ate this, and some of this Maxie's naturally looked at. It seems, is his own thought wrong? Yuina's husband, he really does have a couple of skills. After ordering, everyone was chatting away. A female classmate, however, suddenly asked Lu Yina, "Ha, Nana, I have heard before that your husband bought you $1 billion of jewelry. Why haven't I seen you wear it out today?" Everyone is wondering if this is true or not. This was naturally unspoken, but it was in the mind of that female student. Another female classmate chimed in, "Yeah, I see you didn't wear it at the last party, and you're not wearing it today either." Everyone turned their attention to Yuina. Lu Yina was also a bit embarrassed. The diamond ring was a bit too big and not too convenient to wear on a daily basis, so I didn't wear it out. Liao Mini also studied design and saw the diamond ring that Lu Yina was wearing on her hand at a glance. "Nana, the one you're wearing on your hand should be a hair Winston, right?" In fact, she had been paying attention for a long time, and now that the diamond ring was suddenly brought up, she had the chance to ask Lu Yina. Lu Yina touched the diamond ring on her hand and said somewhat coyly, "Yes, just now my husband saw that I wasn't wearing a ring because I said that the one at home wasn't suitable for everyday wear, so he went with me to buy it." When Maxie heard this, she couldn't help but spit out a sentence in her heart. $1 billion of jewelry. It can't be fake, right? I'll have to ask clearly in a while. Originally, Maxie was also inquiring from her classmates, just that she couldn't pull this face to ask so clearly, and the female classmates were not used to seeing this arrogant Maxie, so naturally they wouldn't talk to her much. Therefore, Maxie's only knew a little bit about Lu Yina's recent situation, but now the information learned. Lu Yina's husband is actually the owner of the Tangli Hotel. Originally, she didn't want to believe it, but just now, she had already checked on her cell phone, the chairman of Tangli Hotel, and still the only one. The information on it only stated Yi Chen's name alone. Now, she was also completely convinced that Yi Chen was the chairman of the hotel. It seems she was hasty. The Tengri Hotel alone was no longer a match for her family, but now that she has heard that Lu Yina's husband has bought Lu Yina $1 billion of jewelry, the jealousy of the eyes that can no longer be controlled. Chapter 189 Maxie's Fleas in Disappearance. Maxie secretly looked at Lu Yina with jealous eyes. It's not even a problem that Lu Yina is pretty, but even her husband loves her like this. How does that not make Maxie jealous? Maisie couldn't help but freak out in her mind, and she secretly resolved in her heart that she would find a husband who was even more powerful than Lu Yina. She decided, and went home and accepted a blind date from her family. Find a multi-billion-dollar or more man as a husband. When the time comes, you'll be able to raise your eyebrows at the reunion. Liao Mini took a look at this diamond ring on Lu Yina's hand and said, "The purity of this diamond ring on your hand can be there should be a carat, and more pure. Just now I have seen the light of this diamond ring under the light, really very pure. Like this pure, 1 carat without $1 million cannot get down, right?" Lu Yina also just smiled. "I don't really know much about diamond rings. This one is indeed 1 carat, and the price is about the same as what you said, right?" The reason why Lu Yina does not want to come to these parties is afraid of encountering the current situation. A few more familiar friends can still talk about some of the more private, but now some people are inconvenient, such as Maxie in it. She didn't want to be accused of flaunting her wealth or anything. After all, not everyone knew her. Liao Mini naturally also heard the meaning in Lu Yina's words, so she didn't continue to ask. Everyone has also started talking to the students around them. Maxie sighed, but no one was talking to her, but she was also listening to her classmates around her chatting about something. Lu Yina's husband is really rich. Just before the party when took out that black card, no 1 billion deposited in the bank will not send it. I know, I went to that party, and I had to collect $30 million a day for 3 consecutive months to do it. Later on, wasn't there a man named Lee, the manager over at the new Single Grand Mall, who came over to find Lu Yina's husband, said he was asked to go to a board meeting or something. Yeah, I was sitting at that table, and other people, Ina Lu's husband, would rather go home to watch the kids than go. My goodness, if I hadn't seen what happened to Hu Qingrong, as well as Bai Yuhao and the two of them, I would have thought at the time that all these people were here to put on a show. Yeah, the two of them, Hu Qingrong and Bai Yuhao, are really miserable, having offended such a big Buddha. Their family's business has been spoiled by them. This time their family is definitely going to be down in the dumps yet. I'm really envious of Lu Yina. Hubby is the chairman of the hotel, or the chairman of the big shopping mall. If you know the chairman, it must be more than 20 shares, right? You really didn't check it out? There's only one owner of the Tingli Hotel. That is to say, people Lu Yina's husband is the only chairman of the hotel. The hotel is someone's husband's decision. On the aspect of Tingli Hotel, how must there be billions of dollars of wealth, right? Not to mention the shares of the new single large shopping mall? Oh my god, I really can't imagine. If I had a husband like that, I'd be willing to give birth to as many triplets as I could. First of all, you have to be as pretty as other people's Lu Yina. If you have half of that, you can also fly to the top of the branch. But other people's Yuna's family isn't so bad, right? Listening to what the classmates around her said, Maxi was also stunned as a whole. She also did not expect that Lu Yina's husband would be this powerful. And, as far as she knew, Yu Ina's husband was a student in the same semester as them, which was really shocking. It was worth the trip to the party, although she knew that Lu Yina's husband was so rich. But that didn't stop Maxi from being jealous of Lu Yina and looking at Lu Yina in a bad way. After all, none of this had anything to do with her Maxi. The whole party went down with everyone chatting individually. After eating and drinking, everyone went their separate ways home. And when Maxi learns about Ana Lu, she's not happy and drives off straight away, citing a lack of traffic. She is also jealous to death. Their own look is not as good as Lu Yina, also, even if, do not think, Lu Yina's husband even so rich. It was estimated that if Macy knew all of Yi Chen's industries, she might actually go crazy. Seeing that a few of his classmates didn't have a car, Yi Chen asked the hotel's shuttle bus to send a few of his classmates home, and then asked Yi Chen to help Deng Jia carry her luggage to Gu Ying's apartment. Only after all this was done did Yi Chen drive Lu Yina home. Lu Yina said to Yi Chen, "Hey, this kind of party is really tiring. Originally it was just a party of a few better housemates, but I didn't expect so many people to come." Lu Yina would not have liked to participate in the party. Just if it was a collective kind of party it would have been fine. Everyone could have met each other. But this time, Dunji was also talking about a few get-togethers for the housemates. But none of that matters now. Yi Chen also comforted Lu Yina, "Wife, do not sigh, easy to old ah, come to all come, eat and go even after dinner, don't be angry ha." So, Yi Chen took out the ring that had already been made. "Honey, look, the ring is done." Lu Yina looked at the ring box in Yi Chen's hand and immediately picked it up, opened it and said, "Sure enough, with the highest purity, the refracted light is really different. It's really too sparkly." Looking at the big sparkling diamond ring in her hand, Ana Lu was also very emotional. Originally, she didn't want to waste too much money, but she just couldn't argue with Yi Chen. "It's good that your wife likes it. If there's something better in the future, hubby will still buy it for you." Yi Chen stopped while waiting for the traffic light and looked at Lu Yina with a smile. "Let me help you put it on." After helping Yu Ina put on the ring, she complimented, "Your wife's hand looks really good with a ring." By the way, he also touched on Lu Yina's tender hands. Lu Yina gently slapped Yi Chen's hand and said with a smile, taking advantage of the opportunity to touch around again, "Right?" Yi Chen also hemmed and hawed, "It's not illegal for me to touch my own wife, right?" Lu Yina was also unable to do anything with him. Glancing at the traffic light, "Drive properly and seriously." Yi Chen smiled and reluctantly pulled his hand back, and asked, "Wife, I see that you don't seem to be too happy at this party. Did something happen?" Yi Chen was also able to tell as he followed behind them to move their luggage that Lu Yina wasn't happy about this party. Instead, Lu Yina said, "Hubby, focus on driving. I'll tell you more about it when I get home." Yi Chen nodded and concentrated on driving the car. As a husband, he naturally doesn't want to see Lu Yina's sad face, and hopes that Lu Yina lives happily every day. Chapter 190, Yi Chen's father and son's competition. It was only a little after 9 when I got home. Yi Chen glanced at his watch and said to Lu Yina, "Luckily it didn't go overtime. There's still time to play with the babies for a while." The baby's routine is now more normal, by going to bed between 8:30 and 9:30, and waking up once or twice for milk. Lu Yina is thinking of cultivating the little babies do not eat night milk, but now such a small baby and feel intolerant. Now breast milk if you have broken the night that time. After that one milk at bedtime, I've basically stopped breastfeeding at night. It's okay for 3 little ones to skip breastfeeding at night because they are mixed feedings. Big boy hasn't been up since last night and slept soundly, just always fussing and refusing to nap during the day. The 2 little ones still slept a little more during the day and got up once during the night, and at this rate, they'll soon be able to get into the good habit of not eating nighttime milk. By the time you reach 6 months or so, it's time to prepare complementary feedings like rice pudding. I have to say, the kid is growing up really fast too, and all of the above are in Lu Yina and Yi Chen's parenting plan. Yi Chen is naturally very agreeable to Lu Yina's decision not to breastfeed at night. Just bitter Lu Yina. You still have to get up and suckle twice in the evening, but for the growth and development of the child, all of these passages are inevitable. And Iona Lu is also said to insist on breastfeeding until after 6 months, and then slowly weaned off breast milk, which is also good for the child. But to wean off breast milk is also quite easy, because the little baby mixed feeding, and does not like exclusively breastfeeding. The little baby is love breast milk. The two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yina, held hands and went back to the baby's room together, and saw that the 3 little babies were babbling and playing in the room. After seeing Yi Chen and Lu Yina walk in, the 3 little babies quickly stretched out their 2 little hands in the direction of the room door. begging for a hug. The three little ones were also healthy, and although there were constipation or diarrhea conditions during the period, they were resolved quickly. Yi Chen and Lu Yana both walked forward quickly. "Oh, my good baby, Mom and Dad are back, come hurry up and hug." Seriously, the last 2 days have been so busy with parties and whatnot that I'd had very little time to hold the baby during the day, let alone at night. Yi mother also said, "These three little babies since yesterday. It seems like they don't sleep when they can't see you guys. Just now I also held them for a long time, and I also finished the milk, but these babies just won't go to sleep. In the future you guys have to come home earlier to be able to do so." Yi Chen said. "Mom, I know." Lu Yana also said, "Mom, we do know. You don't have to worry." Mother Lu said at this point, "Young people have young people to do, so this is as far as we can help you." Yi mother also no longer say anything. She also wants the child to go to bed early otherwise it will not grow tall. Yi Chen and Lu Yana were both very understanding of Ye's mom and hugged their children and played. Mother Yi and Mother Lu also went back to bed, leaving this place to Yi Chen and Lu Yana and the aunts. After Yi Chen and Louie put Debeo and little boy to bed, Yi Chen said to Lu Yana, "You go back to your room and take a bath first. I'll coax Debeo." Yu Yana whispered. "Aha." With that, he exited the baby's room. Yi Chen hugged Debeo and coaxed him warmly, and even stood up and gently rocked, with a lullaby on his lips. "Sleep peacefully, little baby." In fact, he just coaxed the little boy when he sang. Just maybe Yi Chen hugged too comfortable. Sang no more than 2 sentences, little boy fell asleep, while Debeo was looking at Yi Chen with his eyes wide open at this time, and a cute laughter came out of his mouth. Only that he seemed to have realized that his siblings were sleeping, so his voice was also a little bit lower than usual. Yi Chen looked at Debeo in his arms and couldn't help but frown. "Debeo, give some face. Oh, Daddy is singing to you. Hurry up and close your eyes and sleep, okay?" Debo stuck his little hand in his mouth and snapped it twice, and barred his mouth, actually playing with the spit. Poof, poof, put. After Yi Chen was sprayed with saliva, his face was also shocked. "Debeo, where did you learn that? How dare you learn to taunt people?" Okay, count me as scared of you and stop spitting at Daddy." Yi Chen begged for mercy while blocking his face, while Yi Chen hurriedly carried Big Baby out of the room. The two aunts stayed in the room to take care of the two little babies. Regarding the child, Yi Chen did everything himself. Yi Chen carried Debeo out into the small living room while lecturing Debeo. "Debeo, you can't spit at others like that, do you hear me?" "Debo, I just slobbered at my dad. I didn't slobber at anyone else." Poof. A few more sprays. Yi Chen couldn't do anything with him anymore, and directly placed Debeo on the sofa, and pretended to reprimand. "Debeo, if you keep this up Daddy won't hold you anymore. After you figure it out and stop playing spitball, Daddy will hold you again." When Debeo saw Yi Chen put himself down, instantly his little face was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately waved his hand towards Debeo. Hey, Debeo, don't cry. Your younger siblings have already gone to sleep, and you're the only one who's still up as a little badass. Don't cry too loudly and wake up your younger siblings." Debeo had turned to the door of the room that just walked out, and looked at Yi Chen, instantly stopped crying, although a little aggravated, but also no longer play. Towards Yi Chen stretched out 2 chubby little hands. Yi Chen saw that he stopped playing and stopped crying, so he reached over and picked him up. "That's right, this is the way to be Daddy's good baby, or else Daddy will have to spank your butt in a while," Debeo suddenly exclaimed. It seemed to be resisting. Okay, Daddy won't spank you anymore, as long as you behave yourself and go to bed. Daddy won't spank you, okay? Debeo pouted towards Yi Chen, babbling a few words before he really didn't hum anymore. After putting his little hand in his mouth for a couple bites, he fell asleep. Looking at his son who was about to fall asleep in his arms, Yi Chen revealed a loving fatherly smile. After taking his son's small hand out of his mouth, Yi Chen carried him back to his room, gently placed Big Boy in his cot and covered him with a small quilt, but it was still hot and the air conditioning was on, so just a cloth over his tummy would do. The system was ringing at this time, but the host has been making out with the baby for more than half an hour. The system rewards the host with economic management skills. Once this skill is used, all can be done without a teacher. Yi Chen was shocked beyond belief on the spot. That's the major he's studying now. Meaning, he can just graduate without going to school? But he didn't go to school for a diploma. He went to school to see his wife. He found that the things the system rewarded now were rewarded to him based on what he needed to want. And, even if it's something that was rewarded before, it could be used by anyone or anything you encounter afterward. Thinking like this, it felt like the system was really quite user-friendly. Chapter 191 Louis Wei. Everything is under Yi Chen's control. Just as Yi Chen was secretly rejoicing, his cell phone vibrated. Taking out his cell phone, he was surprised that it was a call from Wang Lin. the captain of the security of the Baldridge. Yichen took the cell phone and walked to the balcony of the small living room before he pressed the connect button, and as soon as Yichen connected the call, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, excuse me. Yichen let out a soft Wang Lin continued. Mr. Yichen, Lu Yiwei, who you asked us to keep an eye on, has recently made a new move. When Yichen heard this, he couldn't help but get energized. Oh, what new action? He really wanted to know what this Lu Yiwei really wanted to do. The security chief Wang Lin continued. She started to go after the restaurant, using a trick to make the restaurant's profits drop a lot. But the means were very covert. But even if she did it as covertly as possible, it was discovered by our people all the same. Yichen nodded. Well, continue to keep an eye on her for me. Keep the evidence. I will definitely make her look good. Wang Lin said. Yes, Mr. Yichen. We'll definitely keep a close eye on her. Yichen said. If she dares to do anything to harm my family, do it immediately. Money matters are trivial, but touching his family is not. Find a time to talk to Lu Yana and his old husband. Let them beware of Lu Yiwei, this woman. After all, this is their relatives. How to dispose of, but also the lord themselves to it. Hearing this, Wang Lin hurriedly said. Yes, Mr. Yichen. We definitely won't let her do anything to harm Mr. Yichen's family. Joke, if any harm comes to Mr. Yichen's family, he won't be able to do his job as the head of the security team. Wang Lin suddenly said to Yichen. We recently found out that she bought a hormone called prednisone acetate, but we didn't find out what disease she needed to buy it for, so we suspect that she wanted to use it for something. Yichen couldn't help but frown. Hormones? What is she trying to do with hormones? Wang Lin suddenly gave Yichen a popularization. This hormone was originally used to treat rheumatism and other diseases. However, the dosage should still be consulted with a doctor. If taken in large quantities over a long period of time, there is a high possibility of complications occurring in the locomotor system, digestive system, endocrine system, immune system, and so on. Yichen's complexion darkened. Get to the point, Wang Lin hurriedly said. That is to say, the person taking it will most likely will develop osteoporosis, aseptic bone necrosis, muscle atrophy, and so on. It's also very likely that children will stop growing and developing if they eat it. There are other. Too much of it may also cause damage to the gastric mucosa, causing gastric ulcers and other gastrointestinal disorders. There is also the possibility of. Yichen suddenly interrupted with a voice. That's enough. Then what's different about her lately? Wang Lin answered truthfully. In addition to making small moves, our people discovered that she has been brewing a cup of goji berry tea for your old husband, Mr. Lu, every day since yesterday, and added the hormone pills she bought to it. Wang Lin said. But, Mr. Yichen can rest assured that our people have already changed all the medicines she bought in advance already. It's been replaced with ordinary vitamins, and the pills are made to look the same as the original ones, so she won't be able to detect it. Yichen couldn't help but get angry. Luckily I was prepared, otherwise I would have really fallen into her trap. I didn't expect her target was my old man. Thinking about what she has been doing lately, which has caused the store's traffic to drop, costs to increase, and profits to fall. Could it be that she is trying to ruin Lao Fuqi or snatch it away from her? Right now it is already clear that Lu Yiwei is going to target. Then it is well protected. As for the store to make money, how much of the problem is still very good to solve. When the time is right, with evidence and witnesses. Are you afraid she'll deny it? Yichen snorted coldly. Continue to keep an eye on me. As long as she hasn't done anything to harm my family, then let her bounce around for a few more days. When the time comes, we'll do it again. Wang Lin hurriedly answered. Yes, Mr. Yichen. After finishing the phone call with Wang Lin, Yichen also went back to his room and saw that Lu Yana had already finished her shower and was blowing out her hair at that moment. Yichen said to Lu Yana, Nana, there's something to tell you in a moment. Don't go to sleep first. Lu Yana smiled and said to Yichen, well okay husband. Soon, Yichen finished his shower, blew dry his hair, and lay on the bed with Lu Yana. Lu Yana quickly hugged over. Hubby, do you have something important to tell me? Yichen smiled and touched Lu Yana's head and said, how did you know that what I'm going to tell you is important? Lu Yana laughed. I've already figured out your nature. If it wasn't for something important, how could you have purposely asked me to stay awake first? Yichen returned to his words and said with a straight face, this matter, indeed, is quite important. Lu Yana looked up at Yichen. You say, Yichen, your cousin Lu Yiwei, this person, how much do you know? Lu Yana was unsure. Lu Yiwei? There's not much contact with her, but sometimes she looks at me in an unfriendly way. I don't know what she really wants. Yichen nodded. It's good that you were able to notice that something was wrong with her. In the beginning, I also realized that she was looking at you in a wrong way. That's why after she came to Fragrant City, I had also already had the people from the security company keep an eye on her, and in the past few days, it finally allowed me to discover something. Lu Yana couldn't help but wonder, what is it? Yi Chen continued. She reckons that she wants to go after Lu Fuji, and according to my investigation, she's bribed a few people, so she should have her next move soon. In addition, my people also found out that she's going to make a move against my old man, your own father. Lu Yana couldn't help but exclaim, what did you say? She's going to lay hands on my father? Lay hands on what? Yi Chen, the simplest. She bought a dozen or so dollars of hormones and brewed them for your dad to drink every day. But don't worry, my people have changed the medicine in advance. Lu Yana was relieved now, but at the same time, she was also furious. Did our family treat her badly? Why did she do this to my dad? Why did she do this to my father? In the past, I only thought that she was young and unintelligent, probably out of jealousy, and that's why she looked at me in the wrong way. But I can't imagine that she would even do such a thing. Lu Yana naturally trusts her husband 100%, so Lu Wei must have done something to hurt her own father. And like Yi Chen, Lu Yana could do anything to them, but touching her own family must not be allowed. Yi Chen calmed the petite wife in his arms while saying, wife, don't worry, I will not let anyone else harm our family. Chapter 192, So Nana Knows It All. Lu Yana looked worried. Hubby, in fact, what I am most sad about is why the person who did these things is my good cousin Lu Wei. Although after I grew up, I didn't really have much contact with her, but we grew up together when we were little. I like to draw, she likes to dance, and then wherever I went to learn to draw, she followed me wherever I went to learn to dance, and my dad helped her pay for her interest classes. Even all her school fees for school, including living expenses and whatnot, were paid for by my dad. And the place where their family lives, that's all paid for by my dad. Because my dad knew that my eldest uncle automatically said to give it up. So my dad just inherited the family restaurant and got the culinary legacy. So he's grateful to the family as well. And my eldest uncle and the others were pretty good to my family. So even though I knew she was jealous of me before, but I didn't take it seriously. Lu Yana's voice was a little choked. I really didn't expect her to do such a thing. Yi Chen sighed. Wife, you don't need to be sad. This kind of person is not worth it. People's hearts change, and some people's hearts, can't be muffled in any way. If she really made such an unforgivable mistake, we must punish her. For this matter, Yi Chen was also at a loss as to how to comfort his little petite wife, and could only hold Lu Yana tightly. Yi Chen seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Right, like the girl who came to the party today and drove the car. I also saw the way she looked at you was very wrong. She won't do anything against you, right? Lu Yana also smiled. Are you talking about Maxie's? Although she is just as jealous of me. In fact, I do know. Many people know that we don't get along. Just before, she has automatically withdrawn and took a year off from school to avoid me. I think she wouldn't dare to do anything to hurt me. Yi Chen also nodded. It's good that you know that. Wife, as the saying goes, you can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. Since you already know that she is such a person, it's better to stay away from her in the future. Yu Aina let out a soft Yi Chen whispered. Lu Wei's matter. Leave it to my husband. After I get the evidence, I will discuss with Dad how to solve this matter. This matter, you don't have to care. Lu Yana's tone was a bit low. Well, it's sad to see her become like this. She wasn't like this before. Yi Chen said. Alas, the hearts of the people will change. Wife, you should not think so much. Believe me and Dad, we'll deal with this matter. Yi Chen naturally did not want this matter to become too big. After all, they were all relatives. Lu Yana seemed to suddenly remember something. Right, hubby, aren't I attending a class reunion today? A good sister of mine dropped out of college during her sophomore year, because her dad got paralyzed in a little accident, so the whole family fell apart. Now she wants to find a job in Fragrance City to help her dad with his rehabilitation, but she's not willing to accept the financial support from Ying Ying and I. When we said we'd lend her money, she was reluctant to do so again. I was thinking that she would have wanted to pick up her dad after settling down in Fragrance City first, so I thought I'd help her out in secret. Yi Chen asked. Then how do you want to help her? Lu Yana said. Naturally, I'm helping her find a good job. It's just that she only has a high school education, so I don't know if there are any companies willing to take her in. Yi Chen also nodded. Yes, now in this society, if you don't have a degree and experience, a good job is hard to find. Even if you are placed in a big company, you can't do the work, or you will be rejected by others just the same. This is still really hard. Lu Yana said. So I told her to go to the adult college entrance examination and then read a university degree, so that the future life career path is good. Yi Chen nodded. Wife, your idea is a good one, but nowadays, in this society, The most important thing is to talk about connections. It's really hard for someone like her to survive in the city of incense with no one to turn to, whether it was Yi Chen or Lu Yana. They all understood. The couple discussed it and ended up embracing each other. Early the next morning, Yi Chen made a call to Wang Lin. Yi Chen asked, "Captain Wang Lin, are there any positions in our company that are suitable for girls with only a high school education?" Wang Lin was shocked. "Mr. Yi Chen, this problem of yours, we can solve for you. It just so happens that we are also short of people now, and we guarantee that we will make you satisfied." Yi Chen is also thinking of companies like this. Can be arranged to go as a data clerk? No education. As long as you learn to operate the computer kind of can be. But the academic qualifications have been told to Wang Lin, and what happens after that depends on how Wang Lin arranges things. Just on Wang Lin's side, no matter how this is a major shareholder's request, how it has to be properly arranged, so he didn't even ask about the gender and age. Yi Chen heard this, "Then this matter, you give the arrangements. I'll give you the contact information in a moment." After speaking with Wang Lin, he found Lu Yana. "It's estimated that within today, someone will call your sister, so give me her contact information." Lu Yana immediately replied back, "Oh, wait for me, I'll WeChat you the phone number." Yi Chen received the message well and sent it directly to Wang Lin. Lu Yana found her good sister Deng Jia from WeChat and sent her a WeChat. "Xia Jie, in a moment, someone from my husband Yi Chen's side will call you, and that side will arrange a job for you, so keep an eye on your cell phone, haha." Dunji immediately sent a voice. "Nana, you really saved the day. You know, there's no way to help Dunji at my dad's place, so this message of yours really came at the right time." Of course, she didn't dare to say explicitly that Deng Jia's education was not enough, for fear of hurting Deng Jia's self-esteem. However, even if she didn't explicitly say so, Dunji naturally knew the system in a large company, so when they heard Lu Yana say that she could arrange a job for Deng Jia, Guangying and Deng Jia were also relieved. Lu Yana said, "It's just that, I don't know what kind of job my husband's side will arrange for you, so if it's not suitable at that time, you can also refuse. We'll think of another way." Dunji gratefully said to Lu Yana, "Nana, it doesn't matter, as long as there's a chance for me it's okay." "Thank you," Lu Yana said. "Our friendship, no need to be polite with me, as long as I can help you on the line." Dunji let out a deep breath. As long as there was a chance, it was better than no chance at all. No matter what the job was, no matter how hard it was, she would do it. Just give her the chance. Chapter 193. It's a new beginning. After hanging up with Lu Yana, Gu Ying followed suit and exhaled. "Xia Jie, wait for the call." Dunji chimed in. Gu Ying pulled out her cell phone and looked at WeChat. Yi Hui had sent himself another message over. "Ying, what's going on?" Gu Ying, "At home, what about you?" Yi Hui, "I have nothing to do today. How about a score?" Gu Ying, "Don't you have to go to school? Why are you always playing games?" Yi Hui, "I didn't see you lose another star last night, so I'm helping you score points." Gu Ying, really angry. "Can't you do something else?" Gu Ying returned. "Okay, there's no way out." Gu Ying offline unexpectedly saw that the falling leaves know the autumn letter also came up, and also sent a message to their own, "Be a friend cannot?" Gu Ying looked at the message. Her heart was thinking, in the end or online things cannot be trusted. Fortunately at that time also just think he is handsome. Not too much contact. I found his real side. Otherwise, certainly will also become a member of his fish pond. Such a man is still really disgusting. But here also have to be grateful that he did not turn off the battle. Otherwise also cannot find out that he has a girlfriend. Gu Ying directly sent out. "I'm sorry, my boyfriend said it's not allowed. So it's better if we don't contact each other again in the future. I was the one who looked for you to piss off my boyfriend before, and didn't really intend to look for CP. After posting it, he just deleted his friend. Gu Ying will not give a chance to some people who do not have to, and he is the first one to add someone he does not know other than WeChat. After deleting their friends, the connection between the two was naturally gone. Gu Ying hadn't really developed much in terms of authenticity over the past few days, other than playing games with Yi Hui and having a meal. But there's not even a hand to hold or a kiss to give. This made Gu Ying a bit upset. After 2 games, he lost his temper and stopped playing. Gu Ying directly sent a WeChat to Yi Hui. "Tonight together out, not dinner." Yi Hui returned. Okay. Gu Ying was also furious. If she hadn't taken the initiative, Yi Hui wouldn't have taken the initiative at all. Although Yi Hui had mentioned to her many times about meeting her parents, Gu Ying felt that the feelings between the two still had to be worn down a bit. Unlike before when the two were a fake couple, now that they're really a boyfriend and girlfriend, they definitely have to think carefully about this. In the afternoon, Deng Jia received a phone call from Wang Lin, and the two said a lot on the phone, and Gu Ying didn't hear a thing on the side. Later, Dunji even walked out onto the balcony and said it. just to hear her nodding her head very affirmatively and saying, "Yes, okay, I'll do as I'm told." Wang Lin said, "Because you are our Mr. Yi Chen's good friend, we are especially respecting you. In a moment we will first transfer your startup funds. As long as you do what we say, just leave the rest to us. Don't expose yourself." Deng Jia nodded. "Okay, Mr. Wang Lin. Wang Lin, someone will meet you at night and teach you how to operate." Dunji nodded firmly. "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Gu Ying couldn't wait to come forward. What's the good job?" Deng Jia gave a secret smile. "Confidential. I'll probably be staying at your place for this period of time. After I stabilize, Ying, please." Gu Ying was also interested in Deng Jia's words. "It's no problem to live here in my place. Just what kind of job did you find in the end?" Dunji said. "Just don't ask. It's said to be confidential." When she heard about the job, she immediately decided to give it a try. "It's particularly similar to the work of spies and such that I used to watch." Not long after, she received $20,000 in startup funds transferred from Wang Lin. It's time to start a new life. Say goodbye to the old days. It's a new beginning. The two of them, Gu Ying and Yi Hui, arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant and finished their meal. It was after 8 o'clock after the two had finished their meal. Gu Ying said, "Yi Hui, where does your family live?" Yi Hui said, "You don't go to my house. Why do you ask that?" Gu Ying hammered Yi Hui. "I'm talking about where you live now. When did I say it was your parents' house?" Yi Hui said, "What's there to see in the home of a bigot lord?" Gu Ying said, "No, I'm going to take a look." The two milled around a bit more. Yi Hui couldn't argue with her. Okay, take you there." Gu Ying was celebrating in her heart that her little mind was finally getting the better of her. Yi Hui drove his car and carried Gu Ying to the underground parking lot of the apartment, and Gu Ying immediately moved forward to hold Yi Hui's hand and looked at Yi Hui with a smile. Yi Hui also smiled at Gu Ying. While in the elevator, Yi Hui suddenly said, "A few days earlier, I had a friend who came over to live with me. Don't be too surprised when you see him in a while. I don't know if he's at home." When Gu Ying heard this, her heart immediately cooled by half. "What? Someone in the house?" Gu Ying's expression was a bit unhappy. "Male or female?" Yi Hui gave her a strange look. "Of course it's a man. How could I possibly live with a woman? It's my big brother's friend Lu Ming. He hasn't found a job yet, so he came over to join me." Gu Ying's heart felt better after hearing this. "It's just, why are you taking me home when you have friends? Piss me off. Wouldn't that make it impossible to do anything?" Once she thought of this, Gu Ying didn't want to go to Yi Hui's house anymore. When he reached the elevator door, Yi Hui pulled Gu Ying. "Why don't you go? I live on this floor. Just turn the corner and you're there." Gu Ying was thus pulled by Yi Hui to the door of the apartment. When he opened the door, Yi Hui shouted inside, "Lu Ming, are you there?" Seeing that no one answered for a while, Yi Hui said to Gu Ying outside the door, "He seems to have gone out. Come in." Yi Hui escorted Gu Ying into the apartment and brought Gu Ying to sit on the sofa. Yi Hui asked, "What would you like to drink?" Gu Ying looked around with her eyes and casually said, "Plain water. Make it hot." Yi Hui immediately went to pour boiling water for her after giving an "oh." It was at this time that Lu Ming opened the door and came back. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Ming shouted, "Oh my goodness, it's really hot outside. The air conditioning is on at home?" "Yi Hui, you're back? It's better to stay at home and be comfortable." Yi Hui took the water and handed it to Gu Ying. And at this time, Lu Ming also saw Gu Ying. Did I come back too early?" Chapter 194, Success is Lu Ming, Defeat is Lu Ming. The moment Lu Ming saw Gu Ying, he was also startled. "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" Gu Ying said, "It's okay, I just got here too. But, I really don't want you to come back so soon." Yi Hui hurriedly pulled Lu Ming and said, "You can come back. Didn't you say you would help me wash my clothes? It's also you who made my clothes dirty. It takes hand washing to get clean. I saw that the balcony is not even drying. Why did you run out?" Lu Ming hurriedly pulled Yi Hui's hand away. Okay, I'll help you wash it now, okay? Who let him accidentally bumped into Yi Hui last night when he was having a late night snack and soiled his clothes, and early this morning, he went out to look for a job and only came back now. Lu Ming walked into the restroom after he finished speaking. Soon the sound of shuffling came from inside. Gu Ying then asked, "What the hell? You want him to do your laundry for you?" Yi Hui said, "Just last night, I just took a shower. He messed up my clothes. It's bubble noodles, a bunch of oil stains. Surely have to hand wash so he promised to help me clean it up." Gu Ying said, "Just soak these clothes and rinse them off, right? Why are you so lazy to let someone else wash them for you?" Yi Hui said, "I don't care. He's the one who messed it up, so I definitely have to let him clean it for me." Gu Ying was also unable to do anything with him. Within a few minutes, Lu Ming came out of the bathroom with a pair of pants, walked towards the balcony, and hung the clothes up to dry. Lu Ming went to the front door and brought in a bag of stuff. These are the egg pancakes I just bought at the snack bar downstairs. They're delicious. You guys try them too. Lu Ming placed the egg pancake on the tabletop and flipped it over ready to start eating. Gu Ying said, I'll go to the restroom first. It's still more or less awkward to have an extra person in this couple. When she entered the bathroom, Gu Ying was really pissed off. Oh, I'm really pissed off. What's the point of living with a guy? Was thinking. Oops, never mind. Suddenly, she spotted the pair of couple's wash cups on the sink, along with the couple's toothbrushes. And that couple's mug actually makes a heart shape. And that face-to-face toothbrush. Look up and there are couple towels. This is, no way, them. As soon as she thought of this, Gu Ying's mind was full of Lu Ming and Yi Hui both sleeping in the same bed, waking up together, brushing their teeth together, washing their faces together, and bathing together. Gu Ying quickly shook her head. That's not possible. I am his girlfriend. How is this possible? But before that, Yi Hui was also looking for a girlfriend in a group in a hurry and then used it to fool his parents. And then they just went along with it and got together. It's over. It's over. I've heard that some of the same ones get married for a child, get divorced after the birth, and then be with whoever they like. No way. I can't believe I met such a thing. It won't. Absolutely not. I must have gotten the wrong idea. Gu Ying exhaled deeply and opened the bathroom door to look out. But she saw a shocking scene. Lu Ming was holding a bamboo stick and feeding Yi Hui an egg cake, and that body was going to stick to Yi Hui's body. Lu Ming also said, eat some, this is really delicious. Gu Ying immediately rushed out. What are you doing? Yi Hui was unsure. He said this was delicious and had to feed it to me. Lu Ming said, yes, this is really delicious. You come and eat it too. Gu Ying couldn't hold back any longer. Why are you guys using couple cups? Lu Ming smiled and said, are you talking about that couple's cup in the bathroom? That's the cup you get from the supermarket when you buy toothpaste. Gu Ying, what about the towel? How come it's for couples too? Lu Ming said, it's also a gift from buying toothpaste. Yi Hui asked, is there a problem? No problem? Gu Ying shouted, there's a problem. I'm your girlfriend. Pointing at Lu Ming, she continued, what about him? Who is he? What gives him the right to use a couple cups with you? Do you like men? Yi Hui was also stunned. Why was this woman's brain circuit so strange? Using these things means he's a homo? Yi Hui shouted, Ying, what are you thinking? Of course I like women. Don't you dare think nonsense. Gu Ying was so angry that she walked directly in the direction of the front door. And when she opened the door, she realized that she had left her cell phone behind, and turned her head to get it again. And at this time, while Yi Hui chased out, both of his feet stepped on top of the same slipper and directly pounced on Lu Ming, who was on the side on top of the sofa. And just as Gu Ying turned around, she only saw Yi Hui pounce on Lu Ming, instantly more angry, walked back and picked up the cell phone on the desktop before saying, excuse me, then it went straight away. Yi Hui hurriedly chased out without even putting on his shoes, but Gu Ying had already closed the door. Lu Ming, however, said with great frustration, brother, it's over. I may have helped. Success is also Lu Ming, and defeat is also Lu Ming. Yi Hui asked, Ying she cannot be really thought we, pointing to Lu Ming and himself, we are the same right? Lu Ming also covered his forehead and said, maybe the couple cup is not enough to be used as evidence, but just now you pounced on me this scene, that is directly for her to see. It is estimated that her heart is 100% already sure that we are the same. Yi Hui couldn't help but be shocked. I'm going, how can that be? I'm a fan of females. Lu Ming, it's not a matter of whether you like it or not. I like women too. Why didn't you send me a message beforehand? If I had known that your girlfriend was coming back with you, I would have waited for her to leave and come back. The old man's life of honor. Lu Ming covered his face and shouted. Yi Hui is also angry. You still have the nerve. If it is not you greedy cheap. I what toothpaste to send couple cup couple towel. Killed me. You quickly finding Ying with me to explain Lu Ming, then what are you still doing here? Why don't you hurry up and go after them? Without further ado, Yi Hui hurriedly called and waved Gu Ying. Only Gu Ying didn't even listen and directly took the elevator and left. When the two of them, Yi Hui and Lu Ming, chased out, Gu Ying was already gone. Yi Hui, play big. Lu Ming, brother, I'm sorry. I will definitely cooperate with you to explain things clearly to Ying. It's better to make the call now. Gu Ying walked along the side of the road, and the more she thought about it in her heart, the more angry she became. So he hurriedly made a call to Lu Yana. Nana, I've fallen out of love. That dead Yi Hui is a homo. It really pisses me off. I want to break up with him. You don't know. I just went to his house. He has a man at home. Lu Yana was also shocked. It can't be. I haven't heard Yichin say that Yi Hui has this problem. Did you misunderstand him? Gu Ying was dying of anger. How can that be? They used couple cups, couple towels. Also, that Luming even helped Yi Hui wash his clothes. Isn't that something only girlfriends do? And these are more than that. As soon as I left in the front foot, they couldn't wait to pounce on the sofa in the back foot. That's what I saw with my own eyes. Woohoo! Nana, I've fallen out of love again. Lu Yina then advised. Ying, you must have misunderstood. In a moment I'll ask Yi Chan and give Yi Hui a call to see if there's really a misunderstanding in between. Gu Ying was already pissed off at this point, crying and chatting on the phone at the same time, making the passers-by on the sidelines look blank. I'm not just in love. I'm easy for me. Why are you putting me through this? Woohoo! Chapter 195. Good things come in small packages. It was hard to get a cab. Sitting in the car, the phone still kept ringing, but Gu Ying hung up over and over again. Even the driver in front of her couldn't help but look at her more. Gu Ying collected her tears and directly turned off her cell phone. It was hard to get back into the apartment. Dunji has returned. Seeing Gu Ying's red eyes, Deng Jia couldn't help but ask with concern. Ying, what's wrong? Did Ji Hui bully you? Gu Ying cried in aggravation this time. Woo, Xia Jie, I'm so miserable. Yi Hui he is a fellow. Yip Fai, Lao Ming, I heard you went around saying we're the same. When Dunji heard this, she was filled with incredulity. No way? Did you make a mistake? Gu Ying again told Deng Jia what she had seen, and Deng Jia nodded after hearing it. It's just not a good idea to say something with your mouth. You might have really misunderstood them? Gu Ying sniffled. Couple cups and towels are fine, but they all flopped down together. Don't I believe what I'm seeing? Dunji was also speechless and could only pacify her. Forget it, don't be sad for such a man. It's just that she, too, understands the pain of being hurt by a man. Gu Ying cried for a while before she was able to fight back. Right, Jay, didn't you say you were going for an interview tonight? Any results yet? As odious as men are, you can't leave your little sister out in the cold. Dunji said, everything is going pretty well. Don't worry, I can move out of your place once I'm done on my end. Gu Ying, however, was a bit reluctant. Can't you stay here? We haven't seen each other for so long, and it's only been a short while. And you're leaving? Dunji said, when the time comes, if the company arranges for accommodation, it will still be more convenient to stay at the company. Only then did Gu Ying give in. Alright then, you have to look for me to play more often. Dunji nodded. Aha, I will. Didn't you say that you're going to work at your dad's friend's company in a few days? Don't say you're not available then. Gu Ying said, don't worry, it definitely won't. Even if you take a vacation or miss work, you still have to go to your appointment. At this time, Dunji's cell phone rang, and it was a call from Yuina. Jay, is Ying home? Dunji returned. She's at home. Why? Ina Lu, you tell her to pick up the phone. Her cell phone is off and I can't find her. Deng Jia then handed her cell phone to Gu Ying. Nana is looking for you and wants you to listen to the call. Gu Ying answered the phone and sniffled. Nana, what's wrong? Lu Yina said. Ying, you really misunderstand Yi Hui. What you said about the pouncing. That is when people Yi Hui went out to chase you accidentally stepped on the same slippers and fell down. And then, ouch, people Yi Hui but like women it. Gu Ying, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. I won't listen. You know, after being in love for so long, he hasn't even dragged my hand or kissed me. I don't believe it. Lu Yina was also stunned to hear this, and this was also heard by Yi Chen who was on the side. Yi Chen instantly doubled over in laughter. This cousin of mine is a real tease. I can't believe I've never even dragged someone's girl's hand. It's called what to fall in love with. What a laugh. Looks like it's time to go over a few moves for him. Lu Yina looked at Yi Chen on the side, and also laughed. Alright, I'll help you pass the message. You also have to open your cell phone, so that people Yi Hui have a chance to explain. Gu Ying sniffled. Hang up first. If it's really like Nana said, I may have really misunderstood myself, but why should I see them? Yi Hui and Lu Ming fell on the sofa and looked at each other with deep love. How can not forget the scene? It's really hard to believe when they're like this. After a while, Yi Hui then called Gu Ying's phone. Ying, don't be angry. I really just tripped by accident. I really am not. What do you think? I like women. Gu Ying was still angry in her heart and grunted before saying, I don't believe it. Yi Hui was also anxious. Ying, let's meet up. Gu Ying naturally wanted to give everyone a leg up, so she said, at that drink store downstairs in my house. I want to see you within 15 minutes. Yi Hui hurriedly said, I'm already downstairs now. It doesn't take 15 minutes, just a minute's time to arrive. The corner of Gu Ying's mouth curled slightly. Good. I'll count on you to know what's good for you. Gu Ying came to the store pretending to be angry. There weren't many people in the store at this time, and Yi Hui was sitting there alone waiting for Gu Ying. Seeing that Gu Ying had arrived, he walked over and pulled Gu Ying, who hypocritically struggled twice, and then also allowed him to pull herself to sit down. Yi Hui said, Ing, don't be angry. You really misunderstand us? I and Lu Ming, we both like women. Look, I know you like the cappuccino at this store, but I remembered. Gu Ying looked at the cappuccino on the table before her face got better, but she didn't say anything. Yi Hui didn't know what to say either, and the two of them just sat together awkwardly. At this time, Yi Hui suddenly said to Gu Ying, I. Gu Ying turned her head to look at Yi Hui, who leaned towards Gu Ying's side again. Seeing this, Gu Ying directly hugged Yi Hui's neck and then kissed him. After a while, Gu Ying then let go of Yi Hui. I believe you now, Yi Hui muttered in his heart. It is true that the method taught by Lu Ming and his elder brother worked. Gu Ying asked it this time. It's just that I have a question in my mind. When you're at your house, why is the tone of the Weibo messages you send sometimes not quite the same as your usual? Yi Hui at this time have caused panic, but also did not hide Gu Ying. Sometimes it will ask Lu Ming, touched his head, then said, sometimes will not know how to return to you well, and then I am not very good at loving people. I am also the first time to fall in love. Just, don't know how to say. Gu Ying, forget it, no need to say. Send me a tweet later. Don't ask anyone else. Want to be nice to your girlfriend? How can you not be? It seemed like it would be better to be more direct if he got along with Yi Hui from now on. Yi Hui breathed a sigh of relief in his heart before he recalled Ing, I know. I'll be good to you from now on. Gu Ying held the cup with both hands, but her face was smiling sweetly. She was also now finally the one who knew the skills to get along with Yi Hui. The main thing was that she had to take the initiative, and it was key to just say what was there. The other side. After Yi Chen finished talking to Yi Hui on the phone, he directly burst out laughing. Lu Yana also laughed and said, that girlfriend of mine just has too big a brain, but that little thing that Yi Hui guy did, it's really easy to misunderstand. Yi Chen laughed and said, that's true, watching others fall in love, it's killing me to laugh at myself. Ha ha. Lu Yana smiled and said, this is called a good thing. Whether or not it will work out depends on the two people's destiny. While this was happening, Lu's mom found both Yi Chen and Lu Yana. Nana, Yi Chen, little boy seems to have a cold, a bit of a runny nose. What? The words of Lu's mother could scare both Yi Chen and Lu Yana. Chapter 196, Little Boy is Sick. Mom Lu's words, but they directly startled Yi Chen and Lu Yana. I was just eating my melon and now I'm hearing bad news. Lu's mom went on to say, I sneezed a little bit this morning and thought it was normal, but this evening I had a little runny nose, so I guess it's because I turned on the air conditioner last night and then kicked the quilt, and we usually dress our babies in long-sleeved clothes, so I probably caught a cold that way. Yi Chen also slowly settled down and said, if it's just a runny nose then it's fine. Drink more boiled water and pay attention to keeping warm. As long as you don't have a fever you'll be fine. Mother Lu also nodded. Let her sleep with you guys tonight. Don't spread the disease to your two brothers. It's not good to get sick en masse. Yi Chen nodded. Well, no problem. It's just as well that we'll keep an extra eye out at night to see if little boy has a fever. Yi Chen hurriedly carried little boy over. Lu Yana looked at the little boy who was sick after only a few months. It's hard to think about your little girl having to get shots and medication. Yi Chen looked at the sad Lu Yana. So he consoled. Wife, don't worry. It might just be an accidental catching a cold. A little runny nose is normal. Tomorrow I don't have classes. I'll take a leave of absence from work to bring little boy at home. Lu Yana followed suit. I'll take a leave of absence too and forget about it. There aren't many classes to attend just after school started. Yi Chen also nodded. You go take a bath first. I'll hold little boy and put her to sleep. Lu Yana took a reluctant glance at the little boy and walked off to the bathroom. Yi Chen hugged little boy and softly soothed him. But the little munchkin sometimes gurgles in his mouth as if he has phlegm in his nose or something. Yi Chen listened to the sound and knew that this should be a stuffed nose. So, out came the nose cream that had been prepared early in the morning and applied it to the little boy's nose. It took a while before the little munchkin didn't make a sound. It was only after Yi Chen's soothing that the little good boy went to sleep. Yi Chen put the little good girl on her side of the bed to sleep in case she spit up. When Yi Chen came out of the shower, Lu Yana exclaimed, hubby, hurry up and drive. Go to the hospital. Just now little boy spit up his milk, and when I measured it with the ear temperature gun, it's a bit of a low-grade fever. Yi Chen looked at the little obedient boy who didn't have much spirit, and was heartbroken. Okay, you ask auntie to prepare something. I'll go to the garage now. Lu Yana nodded, so she walked to the side of the baby's room and instructed Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang, help me prepare diapers and water cups and thermos cups, paper towels and all of that. We're going to take little good boy to the hospital. She has a fever. The commotion between Yi Chen and Lu Yana naturally startled Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents, who came down to inspect. What's wrong? Yi mother asked. Is it little boy who has a fever? Mother Lu asked with concern. Lu Yana said, yes, all of a sudden he spit up, and he's not in good spirits. He just took his temperature and it's a bit of a low-grade fever. I'm afraid he's going to burn up in a little while. Lu's mom said. Then I'll accompany you. Mother Yi said. Then Auntie Zhang, you go along? I'll stay and help watch Big Bao and Second Bao. Although there are 2 aunts on duty, sometimes in the evening, if it is too late to make milk, someone has to give a hand. I have to say that children are still prone to getting sick if they have low resistance. Yi Chen, who was driving out of the garage, was somewhat remorseful as to why he hadn't taken the magical potion out earlier for his family. LOL. Starting tomorrow, make sure you get the magic potion for your family or you'll get sick really easily. Report to the host. This potion can have a strong increase in resistance, but it does not mean that drinking it will not get sick. For example, if a person has a cold, fever, throat inflammation to the kind of words, after drinking the potion, if a cold, it may just run a little snot, reduce the symptoms, not completely block the virus infection. Yi Chen, I know, it's good to strengthen the body, as long as it's able to improve resistance, it's fine. Lu Yana was holding little boy, followed by Lu's mother and Aunt Zhang, who was holding a bag of baby supplies, waiting for Yi Chen at the entrance of the villa. Yi Chen immediately unlocked the car to greet them on the car, and the group went to the People's Hospital as fast as possible. I was going to go to the Women's and Children's Hospital, but it's a little closer to the People's Hospital, so I came to the Children's Emergency Department at the People's Hospital. When he arrived at the People's Hospital, he looked at the emergency room full of parents and children, so Yi Chen sighed. It's true that hospitals make money just as easily. If only I had a hospital, or a family doctor, then I wouldn't have to come here at night to line up to see a doctor. Even if there are hospitals and family doctors, but at the end of the day, improving resistance is the way to go. I wonder if this potion can be mass-produced. If that's possible, wouldn't it be a good idea to start a healthcare company? This is not impossible. After all, this potion was sent by the system, so it must be useful. Although it can't stop the body from getting sick, it's not bad to be able to raise the resistance and suffer less. Yi Chen thought while registering little boy. I also had to open a card for my little boy because it was his first visit to the hospital. Luckily, he had memorized the ID numbers of the 3 little ones, and this card has to be opened with the ID number, or else he'd have to make it up next time, too, which would be a pain in the ass. After doing everything, Yi Chen came back and asked the nurse to take a thermometer to first measure whether little boy had a high fever. Lu Yana held the baby in her arms and waited in the waiting room for the number to be called. Yi Chen came back with a thermometer and helped little boy measure his temperature. It's just that the little girl, perhaps because the thermometer was too cold, suddenly burst into tears as soon as it touched her. Lu Yana while holding and comforting. Little good boy be good Mommy is here, don't be afraid. Perhaps because the thermometer had been acclimatized, the little munchkin slowly stopped crying. Yi Chen was also comforting. Little good boy is really good. It will be fine soon. It's okay, Mom and Dad are there. At this time, Yi Chen was the one who suddenly remembered Wang Lin, the captain of the Prodigy security team. I wonder, is there an emergency royal doctor on the security company side? Anyway, just call and ask. In Yi Chen's eyes, his own small children who are sick, it must be an emergency. After all, small children are the life of their parents. The child is sick. Parents are also the most difficult. Watching the little good boy spit out all the milk that he had just finished eating, Yi Chen was also watching with heartache. So, Yi Chen took out his cell phone and made a call to Wang Lin, the head of the security team. Chapter 197, Security companies are the perfect solution to the problem of access to medical care. Thinking about the power of the Prodigy security company, Yi Chen immediately made a call to the security team leader, Wang Lin. The caller picked up quickly. Hello Mr. Yi Chen. Yi Chen directly asked, my youngest daughter is sick. Does our company have an emergency medical team or something? Wang Lin said, yes, Mr. Yi Chen, the emergency medical team is always ready for Mr. Yi. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Then is it possible to just have them come to the house? Wang Lin said, yes Mr. Yi Chen, if you need it, I'll prepare it for you immediately. Yi Chen said on the other end of the phone, I'm over here at the People's Hospital, see if you can prepare for us over here. Wang Lin replied back, okay Mr. Yi Chen, we also have people at the People's Hospital, please wait a bit, in about a few minutes, someone will come and find you. Yi Chen softly then said, then you tell them to hurry up, the child has a fever, and is now taking his temperature. Wang Lin, Roger Mr. Yi Chen. After hanging up the phone with Wang Lin, Yi Chen then walked over to his wife and children. Mother Lu asked, Yi Chen, what's wrong? Do you have something to take care of here? If you really have to be busy, you can go run your errands. We'll be fine here. Yi Chen smiled and said, Mom, I'm fine. It's just that I have a friend who is a doctor here, so I happen to have a relationship to take a look. Lu's mom was shocked for a moment. Really? Do you really know the doctor here? That would be really great. But, will it disturb others? Yi Chen said. I don't think so. It's not time for him to go to work yet, right? Lu Yana also breathed a sigh of relief. Hubby, it's good that you know someone or else I don't know how long it will take to line up. As long as the doctor isn't on duty hours, it shouldn't matter. Yi Chen said. Well, the doctor isn't working right now. It doesn't matter who is seen first as long as the doctor isn't on duty hours, because some parents are sure to get pissed off if they see someone cutting in line. In this case, the head of Polly's security team, Wang Lin, would definitely have thought of Yi Chen as well, and would definitely not have arranged for a sitting doctor. Fruity, only a male doctor in a white coat was seen rushing over to Yi Chen's side, while he was followed by 2 nurses. As he walked up to Yi Chen, he shouted in a low voice, "May I ask if it's Mr. Yi Chen?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, male doctor, please follow me over here." Yi Chen called up Lu Yana, who was calming the baby, as well as Lu's mother and Aunt Zhang, and the group followed the male doctor. Yi Chen took the thermometer to the nurse. "This nurse lady, take a look at the temperature that was just taken." The male doctor and the others also stopped. The nurse lady took the thermometer and looked at it. 38.9 degrees. The temperature is quite high. Mr. Yi Chen, hurry and follow us to the department. Male doctor, yes, Mr. Yi Chen, let's go to the section first. When they reached the 19th floor of the hospital, the male doctor led the crowd into a section with a lot more equipment. The male doctor sat in front of and behind the computer and greeted Lu Yana. "Mrs. Yi, hold the baby and sit over here. Mr. Yi Chen, make yourselves comfortable." The 2 nurses stayed behind the male doctor. Lu Yana hugged her little boy and sat down on the side of the computer. The male doctor asked, "When did the fever start?" Lu Yana said, "About an hour ago. At home with the year temperature gun measured to be 37.3 degrees, a little low fever, but now an hour has passed, just measured already 38.9 degrees. This is a high fever, right? It's just a little runny nose and sneezing like that today too. I didn't expect it to burn so high all of a sudden." The male doctor nodded and frowned again as he pressed a flat wooden stick against the little boy's tongue to look down his throat. The little boy began to cry again when the doctor pressed his tongue against his throat. Lu Yana hurriedly comforted the little boy. The male doctor touched the little boy's hand again and found it a little cold. The child's throat is very inflamed, and his tonsils are red and swollen. Let's take a blood test to see if it's a viral infection or a bacterial infection, and then we'll prescribe the right medication. Lu Yana was a little heartbroken that a little baby of a few months had to suffer like this. Yi Chen and their faces were all a bit intolerant. The male doctor looked at the crowd's intolerant look and hurriedly explained. The blood test is to determine the condition more accurately. Just 2 or 3 drops of blood. Will not draw a lot of blood. Just afraid of the child crying. Lu Yana nodded in understanding. Then smoke it. Be gentle. The nurse laughed as she came over with her tools for the blood test. Originally, if you go to the outpatient clinic, to see the doctor billing blood draw and so on all have to queue up. This meal operation down. Not 3 or 4 hours certainly cannot return home. And now, on Yi Chen's side, there was a doctor who specialized in treating little boy, as well as someone who drew blood. The nurse carefully took the little boy's hand, and his eyes opened. Looking round at the cute female nurse, the female nurse smiled and said to the little boy, "Little friend, Auntie will be gentle. You don't have to cry. It'll be over soon, okay?" The little munchkin just looked at the nursemaid with wide eyes and still couldn't avoid a big cry when the nursemaid went down on him. "I can't help it. This month's baby really doesn't understand what the adults are saying. I only felt a sudden pain in my hand, so I cried out." The little boy cried so hard he almost threw up. Yi Chen took little boy from Lu Yina's hand and softly soothed him. The female nurse held the drawn blood sample and said to Yi Chen and the others, "We'll know the result in about 10 minutes. The female nurse took the blood sample and went to the side of the instrument very skillfully operated. Yi Chen couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly. This service was good. At least it was making progress visible. After about 10 minutes or so, the female nurse operated a small computer off to the side and typed in the results. After they were all typed, the male doctor was back at his computer, operating it and looking at the blood report. The male doctor looked at the computer and said, "Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, I saw it on my side. The child has a bit of a bacterial infection, and now he has a fever. So he should take some antipyretics first, and also put down antibiotics to make it work. Anti-fever medicine I also give you to prescribe a little home to prepare. Bacterial infection is a little more troublesome. If the high fever can be given to take antipyretic medicine, pay attention to the child's spirit is good. I'm going to prescribe some medicine for you to take now. It's still not recommended over here for babies this young to have for. Just take your medicine on time." Lu Yana nodded. "Then where to pay?" Lu Yana looked at the dumbfounded male doctors and nurses in front of her, and couldn't help but look at Yi Chen, who also had a questioning look on her face. The male doctor laughed. "Mrs. Yi, the money for this visit. We are on the company's account with Mr. Yi Chen, so we don't need to give it. Lu Yina and Lu's mom, they couldn't help but come to a realization. Oh, that's a done deal. The nurse took the medicines prescribed by the doctor and ground them up one by one, divided them into 1, 2, and 3 markings, and said to Lu Yina and the others, when you go home, you'll divide them into 1, 2, and 3, and now you can feed the fever-reducing medicine to the little child first. Lu's mom hurriedly took it and said, thank you, nurse, you're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do. After feeding little boy the fever-reducing medicine, Yi Chen then led the crowd to bid farewell to the doctors. Chapter 198, The Great Sea Charitable Foundation. Just as Yi Chen was leading his family down the hospital's walkway, the system rang at that moment. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The system rewards the host with a room in the state-recognized Sea Charity Foundation. Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. A charitable foundation? The kind that does good? Is the system trying to get me to do good? Is this a task? But even if it's not the system that makes me do good things, I'm still a caring person nah. After thinking about it, Yi Chen was in a happy mood as he led his family out of the hospital's lobby together. Yi Chen said to Lu Yina and the others, you guys wait for me there at the hospital entrance. I'll go to the parking lot and drive over. After saying that, and after glancing at little boy, he took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Lu Yina was holding little boy. Mother Lu was holding the medicine. Auntie Jean was carrying the little baby's things, and the several people walked together to the main entrance of the hospital. When Lu Yina and the others walked to the front door, they saw a man holding a child, holding a bag of medical records in his hand, squatting at the side of the doorway, with some grief in his eyes, and his hands constantly shaking. Suddenly, the man holding the child walked to Lu Yina's heel, helplessly choked and said, this young lady, ma'am, I brought my child to see the doctor, spent all the money, now I have no money to eat. Can you give alms a piece or two? I go to the supermarket to buy some food for the child, or you buy it for us is also okay. I really do not have the money to eat. The child is starving. When he finished, the man fell to his knees and cried out in pain, and the child cried out along with it. Lu Yina looked at the man in front of her with some caution, then glanced at the bag of medical records in the man's hand. When the man saw this, he immediately handed the medical record book to Lu Yina. Lu's mother rushed forward to receive the medical record book and opened it. Nana, this is leukemia, the man hurriedly said. Yes, it was just diagnosed today, but the family really doesn't have the money to treat it, so I thought of taking the child home. If I could, I'd rather take my own life for the child's life. But, Lu Yina looked at the medical record book, then glanced at the father and son kneeling on the ground, moved with compassion. This father, hurry up and get up. You can take your time to talk about what's going on. I'll ask my aunt to go ahead and get you some food. If they were really sick, then surely the little boy's primary care doctor could be found here as well, so there was no worry of being tricked by them. And at that moment, Yi Chen also drove over and saw Lu Yina holding up the man kneeling on the ground with one hand. What's going on here? Is the wife being cheated out of her money? So Yi Chen hurriedly found a safe spot to park his car and walked over to the front entrance of the hospital. By this time Auntie Zhang had also returned with a couple of loaves of bread and milk. Auntie Zhang handed this food into the man's hand, and the little boy immediately reached over and was hit by the man. No big deal. After the man took the food from Aunt Zhang's hands, he immediately thanked Lu Yina and the others. Thank you Mrs. and wives. I really thank you so much. If it wasn't for you guys, we don't know how many days we would have to starve. At this time, the entrance of the hospital was also surrounded by some people who were watching and talking. This man has been begging there in front of the hospital for 2 or 3 days now, I think, but it's always for food and rarely gets any money. I guess he's not going anywhere if he can't get the money? This is nonsense. Come to the hospital to pretend to be sick. Must be to catch a big fish law. Isn't this the hook? I don't think so. I even saw him paying over at the window today. My child had a fever in the morning and now it's coming back high. So I remember it clearly. That father and son must have come to see the doctor. Lu Yana glanced at these people, just still remaining firm in her heart. True or false? Let Yi Chen's doctor friend find out. Seeing Yi Chen walking this way, Lu Yana hurriedly greeted him to come over quickly. Yi Chen quickened his pace and asked after arriving at Lu Yina's side. Wife, what are your orders? Lu Yina said, this man's child suffers from leukemia. Said there is no money to cure, to bring home. I look too poor. Such a small child. Just came to this world not long ago. Said, and glanced at the little boy in his arms. Ever since I became a mom, I can't look at these. Saying that, the tears were no longer able to hold back the fall. The man at this time has put away the tears. Just some choking. I'm sorry Mr. Mrs. We don't matter. A cheap life, just pity the child. So small, not yet understand. The man clearly didn't want to cause trouble for others, and didn't even look like someone who was trying to blackmail for money, as Pun first said. Yi Chen looked at the man and nodded. Wife, don't worry, I know a charity organization. They specialize in providing help to people who are really in trouble. I can help him contact the person in charge. You don't have to worry about this matter. Paying for his wife's kindness, which he was happy to do. It was only now that Yi Chen truly understood the significance of the charitable foundation rewarded by the system. The man was instantly thrilled at his words, and once again wanted to kneel down. That's really, thank you so much. You are truly our lifesaver. Really, thank you so much. Yi Chen and Lu Yana rushed forward to help him up. Take it easy for now. Wait for me to make a phone call to contact him. Yi Chen took out his phone at that moment and walked to the other side of the doorway to make a call to the security team leader. Captain Wang Lin, I met a child suffering from a blood disease at the doorway. Now arrange for them to check into the hospital now, and I'll take care of all the expenses. The tone was more commanding. Wang Lin hung up the phone and immediately went to make arrangements. Yi Chen hurriedly took out his cell phone, found out the system-edited phone number of the president of the Jaehi Charity Foundation, and made a call over. Hello, Mr. Yi Chen. It's a pleasure to receive your call. May I ask what your orders are? When Foundation Director Hu Jinkong received Yi Chen's call, he was also startled at first. Yi Chen said indifferently, there is one thing on my side. It was only after Yi Chen briefly talked about everything on the People's Hospital side that Hu Jinkong understood Yi Chen's meaning. Hu Jinkong assured, don't worry, Mr. Yi, leave this matter to us. After we have verified the truth of the matter, we will waive all of his medication fees, as well as the hospitalization fees for food and lodging free of charge until the child is cured and discharged home. In addition, we will help them solve any problems they encounter in their lives. If it can't be cured, there's nothing he can do about it. Only then did Yi Chen nod his head reassuringly and say, aha, very good. After hanging up with Hu Jinkong, he walked back. The men and children had finished their bread and a bottle of milk. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Yana and nodded affirmatively to her, reassuring her. Seeing this, Lu Yana also nodded, naturally knowing that Yi Chen had already taken care of this matter. She was also aware that neither Yi Chen nor she lacked money, and if it was just the money for the leukemia treatment, she could afford it alone. It may take millions of dollars to cure this disease, but millions of dollars is a huge burden for the average family, or according to unaffordable. If there's an eventuality, it's really going to be a waste of money, but a few million, for her, is just a breeze. If she hadn't run into them, maybe Ina Lu wouldn't have cared, but now that she's met, she still wants to give the man and the child hope. Looking at the child so small and pitiful, she really couldn't bear it. Chapter 199 has an idea. Knowing that Lu Yana was a kind person and wouldn't just sit back and do nothing, Yi Chen also felt like helping people to the end and arranged it all. Yi Chen said to the young father with a face full of vicissitudes, don't be anxious for now, we'll help you solve the problem. The man spoke with gratitude. Thank you great benefactor. Son, quickly come over and kowtow to the benefactor. Saying that, he put the child down and knelt down directly towards Yi Chen. The child was about 2 years old, and with a timid expression on his face, he seemed to have realized that he was sick. The child knelt as his father instructed and learned to kowtow. Lu Yina's eyes were moist, and she gave the child to Lu's mother to hold, and together with Yi Chen, she helped the man and the child who were kneeling on the ground up. Lu Yana was a little intolerant. Hurry up and hold the child. We who are parents, all for the sake of the child. Don't worry, my husband said that he will help you arrange. It was at this moment that the director of the inpatient department flew towards the main entrance of the hospital with the head nurse and 2 nurses. Everyone gasped when they came to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi Chen, I'm sorry we're late. I'm Huang Kaifeng, the director of the inpatient department. Yi Chen nodded. Hello Director Huang, my friend should have explained the situation to you, right? The director hurriedly replied back. Mr. Yi, just now, we have already read the medical records of this little friend Lu Mingxian. Our hospital will formally admit them to the inpatient department today and arrange a single room for them. Tomorrow morning, it will redo a comprehensive examination for them, and also let them arrange the best doctors to save their lives. All will be arranged for them. Yi Chen said indifferently. I've already arranged a charity for them to receive them. Don't worry about the expenses if you do. Everything is given to them with the best. I hope your hospital won't let us down. The director breathed a sigh of relief this time. Yes, Mr. Yi, please ask Mr. Lu and little Lu Mingxian to follow our nurse to the hospital and be admitted first. The man was also very grateful and wanted to kneel down again. Yi Chen was also quick to help him up. The man said tearfully, Mr. Yi Chen, I can't repay your great kindness. You are truly a great benefactor to our family. Our little Mingxian is saved. Thank you. Yi Chen said, there's no need to thank me. Glancing at the worried Lu Yana on the side, he said, if you want to thank me, thank my wife. It was her kindness that saved you all. The man immediately said towards Lu Yana. Thank you, Mrs. Yi. Thank you. Lu Yana smiled and said, there's no need to thank me. I didn't help you with anything. So hurry up and follow the doctor to check in. And don't worry about everything in the future. The man thanked Yi Chen, Lu Yana and the others repeatedly before following the nurses of the hospitalization department. And Director Huang of the hospitalization department also said goodbye to Yi Chen and the others and left. Yi Chen looked at their backs and was thinking in his heart. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to take out the spiritual elixir to the men. It was really because the spiritual elixir was limited. Just all of a sudden. But it made Yi Chen remember that there was still a universal card placed in the system space. And he couldn't help but think of a question. If he used the universal card, could he exchange it for an infinite spirit pill? At this time, the system was ringing. Reporting to the host, the universal card is unable to redeem rare spirit pills. Such a world-shattering spirit pill cannot appear in large quantities and disrupt the order of life. But if it can be redeemed for a magical potion. After the system finished, it fell into silence. Although he heard the system speak in the negative, Yi Chen was still quite happy when he heard that magical potions could be possessed indefinitely with the universal card. Improve your health, then fewer people will naturally get sick. Want to, start a health food company? When Yi Chen thought of this, he branded the idea in his heart. If the timing was right, Yi Chen wanted to open a healthcare company with a conscience. Not the kind of company that made money by cheating the elderly. It is imperative for all people to strengthen their bodies and improve their physical fitness. So, Yi Chen asked the system, I want to exchange the universal card for endless magical potion. System, yes host. If the host wants to open a healthcare company, just bind the company. Yi Chen said, I'll change it first and see how it works then. The system immediately functioned. The magical potion unlimited card has been exchanged and put into the system space. Please pay attention to checking it. Yi Chen was now at ease. Just the heart will secretly think, why the system does not directly send a company over. Could it be that good things come in small packages? Glancing at Lu Yana beside him, he took her hand. Wife, you are really kind and caring. Lu Yana glanced at the people around her and smiled. I just did what I had to do. At first I also thought that they were cheating, but when I saw that they only asked for food as well, I started to believe them, and I definitely won't fall for it again if you let the hospital people intervene now. This is still true. If you see such a person and pay money to them without knowing anything, no one knows if he is there to cheat people out of their money. It's like the people eating on the sidelines, who naturally don't dare to care because they're worried about being cheated. But naturally, there were those of them who had bought food for father and son. And naturally, everything that had just happened had been filmed by the onlookers in the crowd and posted on the public platform. All these videos were discovered by sensitive media people while scrambling for coverage. But of course that's an afterthought. Yi Chen brought his family back home with him. After taking the medicine, the little one's fever started to go down in about 30 minutes. But by morning, surprisingly, the fever had started up again, just not quite as high as it could have been. When feeding the medicine to eat, the little good boy also struggled a bit, and surprisingly, he also broke out in a sweat. Fever. Baby sweating is able to reduce fever. Just little boy has been below 38 low fever state. Yi Chen followed the doctor's advice and gave little boy more water. When they opened their social media platforms, what happened last night at the People's Hospital was something that had already spread all over the internet. Each and every netizen on the internet praised both Yi Chen and Lu Yana. Wow, is this pair a couple? It's really so loving. I'll go. What about this one phone call to get a patient set up? I thought rich people didn't get sick because I haven't seen many rich people at the hospital. My son is also very ill. Where can I find this charity? To think that there are such caring rich people in my great fragrant city. For a while, the two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, were being rumored on the internet. Chapter 200, Keep an eye on Louis Wei. Yi Chen's affair with Lu Yana was uploaded to a public platform by someone else, and it quickly spread on the internet, with major media outlets scrambling to report on it. For a while, the outside of the ward was also full of people, and the Lu family father and son were interviewed by one of the more authoritative Xianqing satellite TV media. In front of the camera, he was also genuinely grateful to the hospital, the charitable foundation, and especially to Mr. and Mrs. Yi Chen. For the rest of the media, the Lu family father and son have always politely declined on the grounds of recuperation. Perhaps because the shooting was a bit far away and it was difficult to see Yi Chen and Lu Yana's faces. Everyone was very curious about the real appearance of the Yi Chen couple. Looking at the silhouettes of these two couples, they should be handsome and beautiful too. It's rare to find such a kind young couple. Acts of kindness like this should be spread. What charity is it? I'm going to donate. It seems to be the Great Sea Charitable Foundation. I just love charities that do practical things like this. I'll be online in a minute to donate my lunchtime milkshake money. Right. Me too. I'm not having afternoon tea this afternoon either. At one time, the Great Sea Charitable Foundation received roughly several $1 million in online donations. At the same time also said on the public platform, will be full and track Lu Mingxian children's condition, except the supervision of the media. With this, Yi Chen's Sea Charity Foundation's status in the community was also elevated. Yi Chen was naturally willing to see such a result, and he now understood the true purpose of the system giving him a charitable foundation, to use the money gained on a sharp edge, to help those who should be helped. Presumably that's the ultimate purpose of the system. At least that's what Yi Chen thought. First of all, he himself won the favor of the school's flower because of his helpfulness coupled with his handsome appearance, thus getting the love that others dream of. So he's going to use his ability to help as many people as he can. Now he'll also be looking at philanthropy as a motivation to make his own money. Originally, he was thinking of waiting for his own graduation before starting his career, but now the situation, he finally made up his mind to realize his career in advance. Career and family, schooling, all three cannot be delayed. Naturally, he certainly wouldn't leave Lu Yina out in the cold because of this, and he believed that Lu Yina would definitely support his decision. Lu Yina, who was resting at home, received a WeChat from Wensiyu. Nana, why didn't you come to class? Lu Yina returned, the child is sick, so she took a vacation. Winsome, do you want me to keep the notes for you? Lu Yina glanced at Yi Chen before she returned. No thanks. There was no reply from Wensiyu's side for a long time. Lu Yina was also busy taking care of the children. Yi Chen was on the balcony, talking to Wang Lin on the phone. Yi Chen, well, good. Let's do this matter. Keep an eye on Louis Wei's side for me. At this time, Louis Wei there is brewing a cup of tea, personally handed to the father of Lu's heel, second uncle. Tea to you rushed good. Now the weather is dry. Or to drink more water. This is I specially bought you a good Chinese wolfberry soaked, clearing the liver and nourishing the eyes effect is particularly good. Papa Lu nodded his head and said with great satisfaction. Thank you Wei Wei for your concern. Wei Wei is really considerate. You'll definitely be able to marry a good husband in the future. Louis Wei smiled. Thank you for the second uncle's compliment. I don't want to marry so soon yet. When I follow the second uncle and learn how to manage the restaurant, I can help sister Nana in the future. Papa Lu smiled happily. Good good good. I'm also relieved that you two sisters are working hard together to take care of Lu Fuji. Louis Wei glanced at the front hall and said to Papa Lu, second uncle, it looks like it's about to be lunchtime. I'm going to see how the preparations are going in the back kitchen side. Papa Lu nodded and smiled. Good, go. The back kitchen side is the one to keep a closer eye on. After saying that, Louis Wei turned around and left. Only the moment she turned around, the smile on her face disappeared. In her heart, she thought viciously, drink it without fear. When you're paralyzed, the whole Lu Fuk key will be mine. As long as Papa Lu was in ill health, Yi Chen would naturally take over the restaurant in place of Papa Lu, but now was not the time. When she had mastered the techniques of how to run the restaurant, that was when things would be successful. Louis Wei naturally also knew that her cousin was devoted to painting and drawing. How could she come to take over Lu Fuji? So all this plan was running in her hands. Thinking of this, Louis Wei smiled sinisterly at the corner of her mouth. Only what she didn't know was that her every move had been monitored by Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also waiting for the moment to arrive, so he would directly dismantle her true colors. 3 days later, the little boy's illness is almost the same, only occasionally a little cough and runny nose, but it has been much better. Usually small children after a high fever will cough, so the little boy's situation is also normal. Luckily, the two older brothers were not infected, or else it would have been more or less overwhelming if all three had gotten sick together. Lu Yina and Yi Chen also went back to school. The school students have seen the news about Yi Chen on the internet, just not sure if it is their school Yi Chen, because the picture quality of the video is really not to be complimented, just to see the human form only. For a while, a new wave of discussion began among the students in the school. Could it be our schoolgirl's husband? His name is Yi Chen too? Can the schoolgirl's husband solve this dilemma with a single phone call? You know, that charity organization is recognized by the state. Do you know what state recognition represents? To be recognized by the state. That's harder than a poor student getting into 985 or 211. Now get the national recognition of charity institutions are only two. A Sea Charity Fund, an Angel Charity Foundation, and the foundation's money are in tens of billions of dollars or more. This is the only two can be recognized by the state. You have money to donate to these two foundations quasi-right. My goodness, these two are the only ones recognized in my country. That's really quite strong. So you think the schoolgirl's husband will be able to hire someone from this foundation? That's unknown. Just all these. Yi Chen didn't take it seriously, and his own people definitely knew about it. The others didn't matter at all, and there was no one he knew in the school, so he didn't say anything about these to the others either. Chapter 201 Healthcare Company. However, Since Yi Chen had already decided to set up a healthcare company, he would naturally bring this matter forward, because it was a long way to go. With the help of Proteus Security, Yi Chen quickly found a pharmaceutical company. This pharmaceutical company wasn't very well known, just because it wasn't a big factory, so it couldn't receive any big orders. Earlier in the year, I made some money while the boom was on, but now I've lost a lot of money one after another, and I'm just about to lose it. Just unexpectedly, it was Yi Chen who discovered this pharmaceutical factory and thought of acquiring this small but well-tooled pharmaceutical factory. And now, the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory as well as the legal representative Chen Shuigue is waiting for the acquisition of the person to come over. Look good to sign the contract. He can just walk away. This pharmaceutical factory has taken him 10 years of hard work. Although the old brand was supporting the company, it was far from enough. You know, the new era. Boutique products are endless. This old packaging of drugs have long been replaced by other. Older people probably still buy, but the younger generation are rarely buy. So, the income was not proportional to the expenses, and the drug factory, without investors to fund it, naturally fell out of favor. He was sitting in his office and was thinking about what kind of a person the acquirer was. A knock on the door outside interrupted his thoughts. A male voice came from outside the door. Mr. Chen, there's a young man in a Cullinan outside looking for you. Okay, I know. Only, Chen Shuigue at first thought to acquire the pharmaceutical factory will be a big belly greasy middle-aged man. But do not think, this is a young man? However, since the strength to acquire a factory, nature is not to be underestimated, so he did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly opened the door to the downstairs to meet. And Yi Chen was greeted by the security guard and came to sit in the waiting room. Yi Chen also saw Chen Shuigue, probably around 50 years old, with a relatively lean appearance. Hello, you are Mr. Yi, right? I'm the legal representative of this pharmaceutical factory. My name is Chen Shuigue. Yi Chen extended his right hand. Hello, my name is Yi Chen. The two shook hands and then sat down as well. Mr. Chen, I'm here to acquire your pharmaceutical factory. Can I take a look at this factory of yours first? Yi Chen naturally didn't say any more nonsense to the other party, and first visited the entire pharmaceutical factory. Although he had seen the investigation by Proteus Security, it was just still based on what he had seen with his own eyes. He was trying to look at the R&D team of this pharmaceutical company to see the approximate strength of those people. In this way, the magical potion in Yi Chen's hand could be utilized. Otherwise, if such an outstandingly effective resistance-boosting product appeared out of nowhere, then it would definitely attract attention. Because, Yi Chen was thinking of doing publicity under the banner of 100% effective. After all, if this formula came out, it would definitely cause a stir in the industry. And Yi Chen didn't want to be disturbed by too many people, so he decided to choose to keep a low profile. At first, Chen Shuigue thought that Yi Chen was just a playboy, and the words of acquiring his own factory were more or less playful. Just take Yi Chen under this round of visit. Yi Chen some questioning, not only asked him some more professional knowledge, which makes Chen Shuigue feel that Yi Chen also has a few points of sincerity. Although he plans to sell the factory, he doesn't want to give his factory to someone who is incapable of running it. He still wants to see his factory survive, and he also wants to make a stable job for the employees in the factory. Although under Wang Lin's investigation, Yi Chen had already seen the entire factory, but when he came to visit the entire factory, he was still shocked. The whole factory covers only a few thousand square feet, but unfortunately the plant is only rented. This is Yi Chen to take the pharmaceutical factory to take the first to solve the problem, is to take the entire plant, and take the land near here, so that their future development to build new plants is also more convenient. When they were in the production area, they also saw a number of workers chatting, and when they saw Yi Chen and the others coming, they all revealed naive smiles. Chen Shuigue said, if you are going to buy the whole factory, I hope the workers here will also undertake the next together. They have been working here for almost 10 years, they are all old employees, and they are also very skillful in operating the machines, and they will definitely make you satisfied as well. Yi Chen looked at Chen Shuigue in front of him and couldn't help but praise. Mr. Chen is really a good boss. I didn't think that having reached this point, he would still think about making a way out for his old employees. Just now, Yi Chen had already tested Chen Shuigue with his discerning eye skill, and this person was also very honest and trustworthy. Chen Shuigue sighed. 10 years ago, they accompanied me from the beginning of the small factory to the present. They are my most loyal employees. Blame myself for not being able to engage in marketing, but these are not important. I hope that Mr. Yi can treat them well. Yi Chen laughed. That's natural. What about your R&D staff here? Are they still around? Hearing this question from Yi Chen, Chen Shuigue couldn't help but scoff. Actually, the R&D team, now only I'm left alone. Before I have a group of like-minded people together to engage in R&D. At that time also earned a lot of money. but since the factory lost money to begin with, they are forced to make ends meet or gone. After all, no one can hold on to it. Probably, I'm really not suitable for engaging in the factory, right? I have been a doctor for more than 10 years in a tertiary hospital, got a doctor of medicine. At that time in the hospital also as a drug research for almost 10 years, is specifically for the hospital to do research and development of drugs, and then directly out of their own solo, and opened up this drug factory. Chen Shuegue told Yi Chen a lot about his previous experiences, and Yi Chen listened carefully. Don't worry, I'm a person who can't do anything else, but my mouth is also very strict. After the factory is sold, I will also be unemployed. If you need me to do research here, I have no problem. I can sign a contract. Everything is subject to the contract. Chen Shuegue naturally wanted to stay in the factory and witness its splendor. I just don't know if Yi Chen is willing. Yi Chen also did not expect that the skinny middle-aged man in front of him could do what he could do, and it didn't matter if he was reduced from a drug factory owner to a laborer. And he really is a talent, too, knowing how rare it was to get an M.D. over 20 years ago. Yi Chen had also heard from others that anyone who studied medicine had to memorize at least one room full of books. And what about the M.D.? How horrible it must be. Yi Chen was instantly filled with goodwill towards such a learned medical doctor in front of him. He really admired such a persistent person too much. Even if Yi Chen had the skill of never forgetting, but letting him read through a whole room of books, he would still have a headache. That was awesome. Chapter 202, Directly Running a Pharmaceutical Factory. At that moment, Yi Chen decided, Mr. Chen, you're actually a medical doctor. You know, in this society, to find a medical doctor, it's really a rare animal. After praising Chen Shuegue, this is to enter the topic. How about this? The factory I will not acquire. Hearing this, Chen Shuegue that was anxious, Mr. Yi Chen, this can't be only to be quickly interrupted by Yi Chen's words. Mr. Chen, listen to me first. I said, I won't acquire the pharmaceutical factory, but I'll change my investment method, but I'll inject capital, put the factory on a shareholding system and reformulate the share contract. I'll put up a sub-percentage, and I'll start the operation directly on the original basis of your factory. You continue to be the original position. I am the largest shareholder of the pharmaceutical factory. You can have 10% of the factory's share dividends and an annual salary of $3 million. Look, how about this? Finally, Yi Chen added, the internal management of the pharmaceutical factory. I have given you to manage. After all, these employees also with you for quite a long time. As for the marketing of the product is given to me, so there is no problem, right? In fact, this is also a change of soup, which is similar to the meaning of the acquisition of the factory, but it is better to say, just this way. Yi Chen wanted to run a healthcare company, but it is directly on the drug factory. If you let Chen Shuegue to do research and development for him, plus down the road the system does not know what high tech will be rewarded. If there is a drug factory, then it is also quite convenient. This, Chen Shuegue also did not expect Yi Chen to be so generous, having 3 million annual salary at the same time, but also gave himself 10% of the shares dividends, although there are no shares, but this dividend is an unknown amount. Not only do you not have to leave the pharmaceutical company, but you can stay here and do research and development, and a few $1 million a year is already more than what he himself has made all these years running a pharmaceutical company, not to mention the dividends, although he said that he had no more shares in the pharmaceutical company, but as a matter of fact, this 10% share dividend is already considered a share. That was quite a satisfying ending for him. After Chen Shuegue thought for a moment, he directly agreed to this request from Yi Chen. After Chen Shuegue promised, Yi Chen directly injected money over, and then directly saved the money to buy a pharmaceutical factory, so it can be said that all are happy. The first thing Yi Chen did first was to ask the landlord here to buy this piece of land, as well as several pieces of land next door, and buy them all together. The contract will also have to be prepared by the company's legal representative, as well as have a notary public in order to sign the contract. So on that day, Yi Chen was not able to complete the entire procedure, but he did sign a provisional agreement. The agreement stated that Yi Chen injected capital funds of 5 billion for the development of the pharmaceutical factory, as well as some negotiated share distribution issues. Make another appointment tomorrow to sign all the paperwork and change the name. From then on the name of the pharmaceutical company had to be changed from Tianyi Pharmaceuticals to Tatsui Pharmaceuticals, and Yi Chen had also considered whether to let Chen Shuegue study the magical potion, but it was estimated that humans could not study the things sent by the system, and only after all the things were done did Yi Chen send this potion of his own here. This was done until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Yi Chen returned home. It just so happened that today was Sunday, and Lu Yana was asked out by Guangying on the grounds that she wanted to learn from her about how to fall in love. This was just a reason. It was actually Gu Yingying who wanted to come out and go shopping. Since giving birth to her baby, Ionalu also dresses in sporty clothes as it makes it easier to take care of the baby. As for Gu Yingying, she was also in love with Yi Hui, and recently their relationship had warmed up after that one misunderstanding. The two also wore couple's clothes and were close to living together. Deng Jia had also moved out of Gu Yingying's apartment to live over at the company because of her work, which made it easier for the two to come and go. Together, the two went into a shoe store wearing some more casual clothes. Gu Yingying had been spouting off about Yi Hui's straight behavior. The two talked as they walked into a shoe store. Gu Yingying looked at the name of the store and then glanced inside. "Ha, this store is new. Ha, why haven't I seen it before?" The salesman at the door said to the two. "Hello, our shoes are designed by our own designers and produced in our own factories. Come inside and take a look if you like." Gu Yingying and Lu Yana looked at each other and decided to walk inside to take a look. "Nana, what do you want to do after graduation?" Gu Yingying couldn't help but ask. Lu Yana thought about it. "I should have told you before. I want to open an exhibition of paintings there at the World Pavilion, and I'm keeping the ones I've created before, and the ones I've created in an interesting way." Gu Yingying, "And after that? Always you're already married. Don't you ever think about to? Or do you want to be a full-time wife at home? Yi Chen is such a good man. He shouldn't go out and fool around, so you don't have to worry about it." As soon as Lu Yana spoke of Yi Chen, she couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, for him, I'm really not worried, but what I want to do, I haven't really thought about it." Gu Yingying's eyes lit up. "Why don't you open a clothing store with me? Design what you like yourself, and get your own little factory like here, specializing in what you design?" Lu Yana glanced at the place and nodded. "Well, this is something to consider." Gu Yingying laughed. "That's fine. I'll ask my dad. It's better to prepare for some things early." Ina Lu laughed. "I haven't said yes yet." Gu Yingying and Lu Yana had been chatting for a few minutes after they entered the store, but no one came to receive them. Lu Yana was looking at a pair of small black high heels at the moment, so she rushed to a sales clerk over at the cash register and asked, "Excuse me." The saleswoman one, who hadn't come forward yet, said in a loud voice, "I'm so sorry, these are just a size 35. They don't fit you." Saleswoman one said as she walked this way. Lu Yana picked up another pair of shoes and asked, "What about this pair?" Saleswoman one said with a disinterested face, "If you're sure you want this pair, I can check the inventory for you." Gu Yingying thought it was funny. "If I don't try it out, how do I know if I'm a good fit or not? If I'm a good fit, I'll definitely want it." Saleswoman one also let out a light laugh. "If I go over to the warehouse and bring it for you, and then you don't want it, then wouldn't I have made a trip for nothing?" Gu Yingying also laughed. "Isn't that what you do in this sales job?" And at that moment an exquisitely dressed woman walked in through the door. And at that moment one of the other saleswomen too came over to gather around the woman. That saleswoman one saw it and naturally wanted to entertain. When a saleswoman 3 came out from the warehouse side, saleswoman 1 immediately called out to saleswoman 3, "Hey, come over here and entertain. I'm going to be busy." With that, he walked away without looking back, hurrying to help get shoes from the warehouse as he walked to the delicate woman. Seeing this, Gu Yingying immediately wanted to curse. Lu Yana immediately pulled her back. "Forget it, don't we have someone to entertain us?" Gu Yingying was also infuriated. What kind of people are these? Really think we can't afford it, huh? Blankly glancing at the guys, Gu Yingying continued, "Nana, which pair do you fancy? You helped me pay for the clothes before. I'll pay for you this time. Take whatever you like. Don't be polite to me." Chapter 203, Buy whatever you like. Where had Gu Yingying ever received such anger? On the spot, she said to Lu Yana, "Nana, buy whatever you fancy. I'll pay. We're not going to be angry about this." Gu Yingying glanced at the saleswoman 3 who stood to the side, not daring to speak, and asked in a low voice, "You don't have to be afraid. My sisters are like this. You're new here, right? After all, just now that sale is only the old staff to do it." Although Gu Yingying out of the work not long, but these snobs she has long been accustomed to. Female sales 3 whispered, "Yes, 2 ladies. I just gave birth to a baby, took the child to 2 years old, before I came out to work. So if there is anything that you are not satisfied with the work done, you can just point it out. I will change it. Don't ever complain about me." Lu Yana sniffed and turned to the saleswoman 3 and said, "Your child is 2 years old, ah?" Saleswoman 3, "Yes. It's just waiting for the little kid to go to kindergarten before coming out to work. Which pair do you two fancy? I'll help you go to the warehouse to see if there are any, because the shoes placed here are all small sizes. Both of you should be inappropriate." Gu Yingying and Lu Yana are both taller than 165, and the shoes that are placed here are more of 35 or 36 yards, and very few of them are 37 yards. At this time, the other side only heard the female sales one high voice said words came, "These 2 pairs are only this morning back to the new product. Miss can try. A total of 3 colors, white, black and red, and now also in the promotion. Miss can look at. After Lu Yana and Gu Yingying glanced over there, they also looked to themselves. Lu Yana picked up a pair of white flat shoes and asked, "Does this pair come in size 37? 5? Gu Yingying came over and asked, "Nana, didn't you used to wear 37? Lu Yana said, "Yes, before is before, now is now well. After the pregnant service, I do not know whether to carry a child especially heavy. The load of the footplate is too big. Even the feet are followed by the big. You do not know. When I was pregnant to wear can be yeech and slippers. Feet swollen to their own slippers cannot wear. Gu Yingying, no way. After pregnancy, these feet will still get bigger? This is too amazing, isn't it?" Ina Lu laughed. "You'll know when you get pregnant later. But you probably won't have to worry about the footplate getting bigger if you're not pregnant with twins or triplets." The saleswoman 3 on one side of the room smiled and said, "What do you two ladies call yourself? I wonder." "Gu Yingying, my surname is Gu and my sister's surname is Lu, but you can call her Mrs. Yi." Saleswoman 3 said, "MS. Gu, what this MS? Lu said is true, because after I got pregnant and gave birth, my feet also got a little bigger." Gu Yingying looked at her big size 38 feet and exclaimed, "No way. I don't want to wear size 39. Lu Yana laughed. "It's also possible that the physique is different." Lu Yana said to the saleswoman 3, "This pair, and this pair, all give me 37. 5. If not, forget it." Gu Yingying also hurriedly reported her fancy shoes. "Just what that classmate of yours just said. New product, give me a pair of 38. And this, that, all of them. Humph, dare to despise the old lady. You're dead." The saleswoman 3 hurriedly pulled out her notebook and explained, "I'm sorry, I have to take notes. I can't remember so much at once." Lu Yana smiled. "It's okay, take your time to memorize. We can wait." The saleswoman 3 said as she took notes. "Then wait a minute, I'll get you a glass of water later." After copying, the saleswoman 3 immediately walked over to the cash register and poured a glass of water for both Lu Yana and Gu Yingying before going into the warehouse to pick at it. After about 5 or 6 minutes of this, the delicate young lady next door was still taking pictures while trying them on, and there were already shoes all around her. Finally, the sophisticated lady pointed to the pair of half-off heels at her feet and said, "I'll take these. Swipe your card." Gu Yingying looked this way and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Lu Yana, on the other hand, patted Gu Yingying, signaling her to stop. Gu Yingying couldn't help but snort coldly. "Humph, what I hate the most is this kind of people who look down on others." Lu Yana was about to say something, when the saleswoman 3 came back holding 5 or 6 pairs of shoes. "I'm sorry, two young ladies. I've kept you waiting. These are the shoes you want. These 2 pairs are for Miss Lu to look at. These 3 pairs are for Miss Gu, and there are 6 more pairs in the back. Please wait a moment." After saying that, he immediately headed over to the warehouse again. Lu Yana picked up the pair of white flat shoes and wore them. "How is it? Good looking? It should be good to wear this pair if you bring your child in the future. It's not suitable for high heels anymore." Gu Yingying also lamented. "Oh my god, the former little diva of high heels is actually wearing little white shoes for her child. It seems like the power of a child is really great." Lu Yana smiled. "You'll know when you have a child. Your own child is different. It will evoke the motherly nature in your body and love them unconditionally." Gu Yingying also seemed to have a longing. "Maybe, but I'm also afraid. Fear of childbirth. Fear of the pain of a normal labor. Fear of the pain of a cesarean section." At this time, saleswoman 3 came back. "Sorry, MS. Gu, your white pair of size 38 is out of stock, but the black one has this size, so I brought the black one, so you can try it on." Lu Yana took off the shoes she tried on and put them back in the box. This action was seen by the saleswoman 1, and the corners of her mouth could not help but smile lightly. This sneer, however, was seen by Gu Yingying. Gu Yingying waved her hand. "No need to try. I'll take them all." The saleswoman 3 couldn't help but be shocked. "MS. Gu, this shoe thing, I think you still need to try it on your feet to know if it's comfortable or not." Gu Yingying waved her hand and said to Lu Yana, "Nana, which other pair do you fancy?" Lu Yana said, "No more, just fancy these 2 pairs of flats." Gu Yingying, "Then wrap it up." The saleswoman 3 didn't dare to utter a single breath, so she said, "Yes, MS. Gu, please follow me over here." The saleswoman held 6 pairs of shoes while leading Lu Yana and Gu Yingying to this side of the cash register. Behind them, Gu Yingying and Lu Yana helped take the other 5 pairs of shoes and walked towards the cashier. And at that moment, the previous saleswoman 1 came back over and said to the intern saleswoman 3 with a smile, "You just came to the store a few days ago. You're not familiar with the system. Let me help you check out." Obviously, this is relying on his status as an old employee. Want to take away the female sales 3 performance. However, Gu Yingying refused flatly. "Sorry, I don't need your hospitality. I want this salesperson to help me settle the bill." Lu Yana also said, "It's okay, take your time. We're free, we can wait." This time the saleswoman 1 was speechless, forced to smile and awkwardly stepped aside to watch. The saleswoman 3, however, glanced gratefully at both Gu Yingying and Lu Yina. Gu Yingying and Lu Yina both smiled and nodded at her. After about a few minutes, the saleswoman 3 said to Gu Yingying, "Hello, Ms. Gu, the total is 93,800 yuan, which has already taken into account the money for the discount." Gu Yingying handed her card over. Swipe it. Chapter 204, It doesn't matter who takes the initiative in front of true love. Gu Yingying handed the card to the saleswoman 3. Swipe the card. It's cool to see that saleswoman 1 with a defeated look on her face for a mere $100,000. After Gu Yingying took back the card, she asked the saleswoman 3, "Push your WeChat to us, and send us the first time if there are any new models." The saleswoman 3 hurriedly handed over her card. "This is my card. There is a QR code for WeChat on it. Scan it and you can add me? Thank you two ladies." Female sales 3 really appreciated Gu Yingying and Lu Yina in particular, and had also been robbed of a lot of orders by the older employees over the past few days. And this order of Gu Yingying's and theirs was only the first order she had taken in the past few days. As a mom who has been out of the community for 2 years after giving birth, it's been a particularly tough journey, and I'm not afraid to speak up in the face of bill grabbing. And this order today has kind of given her the courage to be tough in the future. Lu Yina naturally also understands that postpartum mothers are not easy. For this female sales 3 nature is also people take care of more. In the future there is a favorite shoes, or will come to find her to buy. The two of them, Gu Yingying and Lu Yina, carried a dozen or so shopping bags in a big bag and walked out of the store. Instead, saleswoman 1 exhaled deeply and seemed to be starting to regret it. Gu Yingying, it's too late for regrets. Holding a few shopping bags, Gu Yingying asked Lu Yina with a smile, "Nana, did you see that? That saleswoman's face before. It was pulled like a bitter melon face. Ha ha, laughing my ass off." Lu Yina glanced back before turning her head to Gu Yingying and saying, "Forget it, what's the point of bothering so much with this kind of person?" Gu Yingying laughed twice. "People don't offend me. I don't offend." Then he asked Lu Yina, "Oh my god, I didn't know I was such a strong fighter. I bought 11 pairs of shoes in one go." "Yina, so should we continue to go shopping now?" Gu Yingying, "Put the stuff back in your car first, and we'll continue shopping." Lu Yina had no choice but to let her be. Gu Yingying entered the elevator and saw that there were only 2 of them, so she asked Lu Yina, "Nana, although my relationship with Yi Hui warmed up last time, it hasn't gone a step deeper yet." Lu Yina coughed lowly. "Hey, what do you want? If you really want something, why don't you be more direct? I see that Yi Hui's nature is also straightforward. If you choose to hint or any kind of convoluted stuff, I don't think Yi Hui would really be able to understand it." Gu Yingying nodded. "That's true, I am also aware of his nature, but you also know that I am a girl. Naturally, I also have to be a little more reserved." Lu Yina also laughed. "If you were reserved, you would probably be like this now." Gu Yingying, ouch, really annoying. "Oh, men cannot take the initiative a little more well." Lu Yina said, "The time to take the initiative. Like me, not quite good well." After saying that, Lu Yina also lowered her head and smiled. "Gu Yingying, it seems like well, can. Yeah." Lu Yina and Yi Chen were also the ones who took the initiative first, which is why they have such a happy family. It doesn't matter who initiated it first when 2 people are in love. In the evening, Lu Yina didn't have dinner with Gu Yingying, but went home for dinner. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yina who was unloading there at the door and hurriedly walked up. "Wow, honey went on a big shopping spree today?" Lu Yina laughed. "Yeah, today Ying said she's treating us, and since we paid last time, she's coming this time. Look, I bought quite a few things, but she bought quite a lot too." Yi Chen hurriedly went forward to move the goods and asked with a smile, "Wife, is there any share for me?" Lu Yina laughed. "How could there be no share for my husband? Don't worry, my wife didn't forget to buy it for you." Yi Chen smiled and asked, "Wow, thank you wife. Wife is the best. In return for my wife's kindness to me, I've prepared a nutritious meal for you, made by my husband's own hands." Lu Yina immediately hugged Yi Chen's strong and powerful arms. "Thank you husband." The two of them held hands as they walked. Lu Yina suddenly said, "Hubby, have you ever thought of carrying the nutritional meal forward? After all, this is a good thing you designed. I don't think I can enjoy it alone." Yi Chen looked at his petite wife with a smile. What is designed for the wife is naturally made only for the wife. But this suggestion of the wife, for the husband is also considered to have listened to it. The husband accepts the wife's suggestion. Lu Yina said excitedly, "Right, don't we have a restaurant at home? I think we can make use of it." Yi Chen said, "Wait for me to think about it first, and then I'll discuss it with you and with Dad." Lu Yina smiled and said, "Good." Yi Chen heart is thinking, his wife's suggestion is also good. Modern people's diet is very irregular, and like to eat junk food. And this healthy and nutritious meals also have prospects for development. There are also niches such as diabetics, fat loss and muscle building, etc. that are a good place to go. And it wouldn't be a bad scenario if he were the one running the restaurant. When Yi Chen thought of this, he said to Lu Yana, "What I currently want to do most at the moment is a pharmaceutical factory. I've already contacted the pharmaceutical factory for sale. I went to visit it today, and tomorrow, I guess I can sign the contract when I'm ready. I've brought some things back, some health products that can strengthen the body. In a moment, you send some to Dad, our whole family should use it. It is 100% effective in strengthening resistance." Lu Yana couldn't help but be curious. Is it really 100% effective? That's really great. And I don't want to see the babies get sick anymore. Lu Yana naturally also believes in Yi Chen. So Yi Chen's words did not show doubt. He said that 100% effective. That must be effective. Yi Chen held a bunch of shopping bags and went back to his room with Lu Yana. Mom Lu walked out at this time. "Nana, why didn't you have dinner with Ying before coming back?" Yi Chen already took the shopping bag and walked into the room. Lu Yana said to Lu's mom at the doorway, "Mom, people Ying has a boyfriend." Naturally, she is with her boyfriend. I am also embarrassed to be the light bulb for others, right? Mother Lu also smiled. Ying, that girl is finally in love. Ah, good. With that, he walked back into the room. After Lu Yana returned to her room, she asked Yi Chen, "Why did my mom ask about Ying?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "I don't know. I seem to have heard her tell my mom that it seems like she has a relative who has her eye on Ying. It's your cousin Lon, right? Last time when we got married, it seems like your cousin had come." Lu Yana couldn't help but frown. "My cousin Lon? When I got married, his father, my second uncle, sent me 20 pounds of gold." Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. "It can't be. So strong. I didn't even know about these things." Lu Yana said, "That's natural. My 3 uncles, only my mother a sister. My several uncles are quite rich in the past when my father just made a fortune. My several uncles, but a lot of help. Otherwise there would not have been, my father would not be as accomplished as it is today." Yi Chen also nodded. Chapter 205 moved to sell the June 1st treasure. After folding her own things and putting them away in a shopping bag, Lu Yana asked Yi Chen, "Hubby, didn't you just say that you've brought back some healthcare products that you want our whole family to try?" Yi Chen pulled out a few small transparent glass bottles in his pocket. "These are the ones. We haven't designed the packaging yet. This is the original liquid. Some other designs should be added later. We'll just drink the original liquid. Just pour the original liquid into the water. It's so well designed in the later stages that you should be able to take it straight away," Yi Chen said as he handed it to Lu Yana. "Honey, you're fantastic. How did you come up with the idea for a pharmaceutical company?" Yi Chen said, "You also know that our little boy is sick. The husband is also thinking, if the whole population to improve the resistance, do not have to cold as soon as the fever and cough. So it is also every parent hope, right?" Lu Yana nodded. "Right. It's really too aggravating to watch such a small child take medicine and injections to draw blood." Yi Chen nodded. "This is 100% can improve the resistance immunity. If it can be done, then those of us who are parents, surely are also willing to buy for the children elderly to eat." Lu Yana also nodded. "Aha! Although I don't know where you know these things from, but I know that husband, you have always put your family first. For the sake of our family, no matter if you are thinking about making money as well, but your starting point is for this family." Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana and said, "That's natural. I'm thinking about making money also for our family to live a better life. No longer worry about money, so that you and your family want to eat what you want to eat, want to buy what you want to buy, the child to receive the best education. These for me still need to work hard in case the child wanted a castle or a playground in the future. With his current financial resources, he wasn't enough to buy it and would have to rely on the power of the system. As it is now, for example, if you get a pharmacy, you still have to borrow the system's 10 unlimited credit cards." It was at this moment that the system's raw voice suddenly rang out. "Hello host, this unlimited credit card can only be used on family members. Report complete." Yi Chen hurriedly asked the system, "I want to create a pharmaceutical factory. It's for small children to improve their resistance and all that. Can I use a card?" "Hello host, everything of a for-profit nature is off limits. Report over." Yi Chen frowned and thought again. "Then what if I buy it and then sell it?" Reporting to the host, "There's no problem, as long as the baby doesn't want it, it can be sold." Here to remind the host, all the system rewarded ones can be disposed of at the host's whim. Yi Chen let out a deep breath. "That's fine." Lu Yana asked Yi Chen, "Honey, what's wrong?" Yi Chen confessed, "I want to sell my shares in 61 Baby and use it to invest in a pharmaceutical factory. I'm going to do something big." Lu Yana lay on Yi Chen's chest. "Hubby, no matter what you're going to do, I'll support you." Taking out the black card from his own bag, "Hubby, I haven't touched any of the billions in this card. You can take it first. Yi Chen took the black card in Lu Yina's hand and solemnly promised, "Wife, thank you for your support. I'll double it back to you after the drug factory makes a profit." Lu Yina, however, laughed, "Between us husband and wife, where can we distinguish between yours and mine? No need to return." Yi Chen that is greatly touched. His wife so supportive of his own career, get so virtuous wife, this life is also enough. Yi Chen was moved and said, "Wife, thank you, you're so nice." Lu Yina hugged Yi Chen and said, "Love is all mutual, you're so good to me, how can I let you frown?" When Lu Yina heard Yi Chen say that he wanted to sell the shares of the 6-1 baby, she knew that Yi Chen was encountering financial problems this time, and it just so happened that she also had more than 1 billion black cards in her hand that Yi Chen had sent to her. So Yi Chen was thinking about money, and she wasn't short of money, so how could she possibly stand by and do nothing? Yi Chen was also touched by Lu Yina's unconditional dedication, and at the same time, he was also determined to start his own business. Although Yi Chen now has Huachang Mansion in his name, as well as hotels, security companies, shopping malls and so on, but these cannot be enough to get 5 billion investment funds at once, and among these properties, Yi Chen felt that 6-1 baby was one that could be sold. After discussing with his wife, Yi Chen held the black card handed over from Lu Yina's hand, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Lu Yina is also silently placating Yi Chen. Everything is fine. The boat to the bridge is naturally straight. There is not a willow darkness and a village. There may be unexpected surprises in it? Yi Chen sniffed and was enlightened. My wife is right. Dinner is ready for you. Please dine, ma'am. Lu Yina smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, husband. The two got mushy and went to dinner together. Morning. After breakfast, Lu Yina went to tease the children, while Yi Chen returned to his room and was thinking about what to do with the shares of 6-1 baby when he received a message. Bank information to $32. 634, 890, 000. Memo, Huachang Building Property Management Company. Yi Chen picked up his cell phone and was counting how many zeros there were when Lu Quanzheng, the property manager of Huachang Mansion, called in. In the cell phone, Lu Quanzheng's voice was very excited and said, Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm sorry to bother you. Just now the bank account information you received? 5 minutes ago our company's finance has transferred to you the first half of the rent. This rent has been deducted all the expenses. A total of arrival is 326,634,899 yuan positive. You pay attention to check and receive. Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Collected more than $300 million in the first half of the year. Ha! Lu Quanzhang was unsure. Mr. Yi Chen, is there a problem? Yi Chen hurriedly said, It's fine. I'll go read the message and count the money. Lu Quan is hanging up the phone sourly, thinking in his heart, if I can be like him, sitting at home a year have 5 or 600 million income that would be good not to mention 5 or 600 million. A year there are 5 or 600,000 can be living a very good life. Truly envious After Yi Chen hung up the phone, he immediately opened the message, counting the numbers behind 3 while sighing. This next one gives me more than 300 million. So strong? Without waiting for Yi Chen to finish sighing, he received another bank arrival message. Chapter 206, Loss of Wife, Hundreds of Wealth. Without waiting for Yi Chen to finish sighing, he received another bank arrival message. Banked in for $40. 283, 887, 998. Memo Tingri Hotel. This time, like Yi Chen hadn't even counted a few zeros. The general manager of the Tingli Hotel, Xu Chuanzhou's phone call also came in. After Yi Chen pressed the ringtone sound off, he said while counting, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, billion, more than 4 billion. No way. At this time, Yi Chen hurriedly connected to the Hotel Xu Chuanzhou's phone. Xu Chuanzhou's tone was a bit apologetic. Sorry Mr. Yi Chen, for bothering you so early. Just now the financial side has already given Mr. Yi the money from the profits of the 35 Tangli hotels in the past 6 months to your account. A total of 4,228,838,799,998 positive dollars. Please check and receive. Yi Chen was still in shock at this point and did not reply. As for Xu Chuanzhou's side, when he heard that Yi Chen surprisingly didn't respond, his side was also in a hurry. I'm sorry Mr. Yi Chen, this half-year's profit is more than 100 million less than the half-year at the end of last year. It's mainly my problem. Yi Chen reacted this time, and hurriedly said, It's fine. More than 100 million is just a small matter. There's nothing for you now. Hang up. On the other end of the phone, Xu Chuanzhou was left alone holding the phone in the wind. Over $100 million is just a small thing? I think he struggled for more than 10 years, not to mention more than 100 million, in this fragrant city, but also just mortgage a suite, and now still paying the loan. It's a rich man's world. What envy and jealousy. Yi Chen was so shocked that he couldn't speak when he was faced with the $4 billion that arrived in his cell phone. However, there was an even bigger surprise waiting for Yi Chen next. Banked in $302, $323, $223, $349. Memo, half-yearly dividends from Proteus Security. Banked in $13, $999, $903, $990. Memo, 6 months profit from the Big Minute Maid Mall. Banked in $203, $888, $900. Memo, half-yearly dividend on shares of the new single Big Mall. Yi Chen stared blankly at the message on his cell phone. Oh, my god, it's not possible. How many billions did this whole thing give me? Look at how many billions. When Yi Chen reacted, he immediately picked up his cell phone and glanced at the balance on it. Nice guy. This gave Yi Chen almost $6 billion at once. The ancients were true to their word. As the saying goes, you can't lose your wife's wealth. Being good to your wife is the only way to have good fortune. To be a man of honor is the way to go. Looking at the balance shown on the card, Yi Chen thought a lot. Now, Yi Chen wouldn't have to sell his shares in 6-1 baby. Thinking of this, Yi Chen put the black card back into the bag that Lu Yana always carried. The wife's heart, Yi Chen has also received. Now he has money. Naturally, he cannot use his wife's money. To be honest, Yi Chen was really a little bit sorry for Lu Yana. After giving her the money, she even had to take it out for herself in case of an emergency. It was really too much of a mistake. After thinking about it, Yi Chen transferred another 500 million to Lu Yana's black card and another 10 million to their respective parents. Walking downstairs to the living room, Lu Mom asked Yi Chen, I heard Nana say that you didn't say you wanted to start a pharmaceutical factory or something? Why are you still transferring money to us? We're not short of money right now. You don't need to transfer money to us. Yi Chen smiled and said to Lu's mother, Mom, you don't have to worry. I received the money from my other investments, so I have enough money now. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen, pulled him to the side and asked in a low voice, Hubby, do you really have enough money? How do you say? You have to count in hundreds of millions to make an investment. Yi Chen pasted on Lu Yana's ear and said, Wife, don't worry, my hotel, shopping mall and other profits surprisingly arrived together today. There are several billions of dollars, and I also transferred $500 million to your black card. Lu Yana exclaimed, No way? So much? Yi Chen smiled and said, Yeah, this is still only half a year's profit. It's only slow to arrive because of tax returns and such. So really, don't worry about hubby. Yi Chen once again assured Lu Yana, fearing that she would not believe him in general. The voice of Ye's mother yelling loudly came from over the doorway. Yi Chen quickly come out to help. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Yi Chen responded loudly. Oh, I'm coming. Mom. Yi Chen pulled Lu Yana along and walked over to the entrance of the villa. I only saw that Ye's mom had bought a bunch of things, and now the car was stuffed inside and outside. Father Yi greeted Yi Chen as he came over to help carry things to the small room next to the baby's room. That small room was used to pile up the baby's clothes, and those things were obviously what Mom and Dad Yi had bought for a few of the babies. Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Mom, why did you buy so many things? Ye's mom seems to be very excited even now. If it weren't for the fact that this car won't fit, I'd have to keep buying. The baby clothes there are really so nice. I got one in every color, and one in a size bigger, so I can wear them when they get a little bigger. I'm so close to moving all the way back to that store. Nice. Ye's mom looked at her loot and was a million times more satisfied. Lu Yana smiled and said, It's good if mom likes it. It just so happens that the baby is also growing faster, so if she buys it first, she can wear it then too. Mother Yi smiled and said, Nana is right. I call that foresight. Hurry up and move it upstairs. I have to organize it piece by piece, and I even bought a cart. Yi Chen, don't we have a few at home? Yi mother, this, by the time, if the baby play dirty can also change well, in case of eating accidentally dirty, that must not be washed, but also wait to dry? Besides, this stroller will have to wait until the little one is a year old. So, women have reasons for what they buy. Yi Chen also shook his head hopelessly and helped carry the dozens of shopping bags upstairs. Back in her room, Ye's mother looked at a pile of her loot and smiled from ear to ear. Tomorrow, wash all of these, and the day after tomorrow or the night after that the little babies will be able to wear them. Lu's mother was also organizing along with her. Wow, in-laws, you've invested a lot of money. Look at the quality of these clothes. Pure cotton. Yi mother said, That is natural. I just fancy this pure cotton. Skin friendly, so soft, touch too comfortable. After Yi Chen carried the stuff upstairs, he simply exited. Lu Yana also followed inside while organizing and sorting. The three women were chatting feverishly inside while Ye's father and aunts were with their children. Chapter 207 Declaration of Sovereignty. The next morning, Yi Chen didn't have any classes in the morning, so he went directly to find Chen Xuegue. and Chen Shuegue had already prepared everything for the contract, and also invited a representative lawyer to come and notarize it. The two quickly signed the contract. Chen Shuegue will be the director of research and development of Chen E Pharmaceutical in the future, as well as the director of the pharmaceutical factory, and all the employees can continue to stay. And Tianyi Pharmaceuticals has also changed its name to Chenyi Pharmaceuticals Ltd. As of today, Yi Chen quickly put $5 billion into the public account of the pharmaceutical company, which was at Chen Shuegue's disposal, for recruiting R&D staff and so on. All these are left to Chen Shuegue, and Yi Chen's only request was for Chen Shuegue to take the lead in developing health products to improve children's immunity. After finishing everything, Yi Chen moved to go back to school. While sitting in the car, Yi Chen made a call to Wan Lin and asked him to get someone to keep an eye on this side. As for the miracle potion, Yi Chen was still planning to see what people he had recruited, and then he would have to go over them before finalizing them, and then take the miracle potion out to Chen Shuegue to do the research and development. Originally Yi Chen was planning to go straight back to school to find Lu Yana, but at a glance that hair on his head seemed too long. After casually eating something, he looked for a larger barber store, looking for a Tony teacher to cut a hair before going back to school. Ina Lu was walking down the school path. She had one more afternoon class today, but there was still plenty of time before it started, and now she thought about walking to the RV to turn on the air conditioning and take a nap. Today Yi Chen went out early in the morning, so she had to be the one to drive the small caravan back to school. It was at this moment that a woman blocked Lu Yana's way, and the woman in the way was a sweet-looking girl. The girl's skin is in very good condition. You can see that she is not very old, plus a light makeup, so that her features look more three-dimensional. Wearing a tight long red dress, and a pair of small black high heels, directly lengthened the proportion of the height of the body, and looks a few poise. However, compared to Lu Yana, it was still inferior. Lu Yana looked at the girl in front of her who blocked her way with a face full of doubt. "You are Lu Yana, right?" The little girl stared at Lu Yana with scrutinizing eyes, and suddenly said in a tone of declaring war, "I'm a freshman schoolmate, and I'm chasing after a boy named Mai Juanluan, and he's been following you frequently lately. I advise you to appear less in front of him in the future. So, in the future, you shouldn't walk down this school road anymore. Don't think I don't know. You're a married woman and you're strutting around seducing people. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Lu Yana looked at the girl in front of her with a face full of surprise, and before she had time to dislike her, she only saw a shadow pressing down from above her head, instantly covering Lu Yana and the girl, and Lu Yana's hand was suddenly taken up by a big hand. With pale, strong fingers, the school bag on Lu Yana's shoulder was also picked up by the man and collapsed directly onto the man's shoulder. Yuina crossed her fingers with the man. "This beautiful woman. Ah no, you woman, are really unreasonable, knowing that she is a married woman. Are you so unconfident?" The man let out a low laugh and glanced coldly towards the girl who blocked the way. "I am her husband." Ina Lu looked up at the man. The man's head of short hair shook in the wind. The few strands of broken hair by the ear were gently blown by the wind. The man glanced down at the petite wife beside him. The corners of his mouth contained a smile, giving Lu Yana an inexplicable sense of security. Lu Yana knew that it was her husband who had come. Only, this head of short hair, surprisingly a few more points of vitality. Now Yi Chen from the role of the father, directly into the role of the student. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana's reaction and couldn't help but praise this Mr. Tony's skills, deciding that in the future he would find him to cut his own hair. Lu Yana softly said, "Hubby, you're here." Turning her head to the girl, she said, "This beautiful girl, you know very well that I'm a person with a husband. I'm only interested in my own husband, but whether other people like me or not, whether they'll like me or not, I have absolutely no control over it. And if you're saying that you won't allow me to walk down this school road, I'm sorry, I can't do it. You don't have the right to do that in a public place like this one. And, just a reminder, don't be a fish in someone else's pond." The girl looked at the couple who were showing their love in front of her as if no one else was there and just felt ashamed of herself. It's just that anyone who sees the guy they like having attention on a girl who's even prettier than she is can't suppress the urge to go up and teach someone a lesson as soon as she sees that girl. So, now awkwardly trying to dive headfirst into the sure and forget about it. And after the two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, said those words, they walked away directly in front of her. Only the girl was left in the wind, and there were quite a few people who gathered around and talked about it for a while. "Ha, isn't that Yuan Jai, the freshman studying dance? Yeah, why is she arguing with the schoolgirl?" It seems like the boy she liked complimented the schoolgirl a little more and then approached someone else. "No, that Yuan Jai isn't bad looking, and isn't it well known that the other schoolgirl is already married? Why are you still looking for someone else to argue with? Who knows? We don't look at the fact that other schoolgirls are with their own husbands every day. Where do they have the time to bother with these wild bees and butterflies?" Yuan Jai only felt that she was ashamed to the core. although she had already confessed her love to my Junluan. But the man had not yet clearly expressed his intention to be his girlfriend, and now this has been rumored. She was already regretting now why she had just been so impulsive. Also, there was no telling if my Junluan was watching himself make a fool of himself. After all, this was the place he had to go through every day after lunch. Yuan Jia then fled as if in the midst of the crowd's murmurs. Wait until you walk a little farther away. Lu Yana secretly looked at the husband in front of her, who had cut his hair short, and saw that his lips were tightly closed, but his face was very disgruntled. So Lu Yana knew that the girl had just annoyed him. Why did you come back so early? Did you get everything done with the medicine factory? Lu Yana suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Well, since I didn't get to say good morning to you this morning, now, I miss you. At those words, the corners of Lu Yana's mouth rose. While this was going on, we came across the school road being worked on up ahead and a small pothole was dug out. Lu Yana hurriedly pulled Yi Chen's arm, thinking to go around from one side. Unexpectedly, was a certain domineering president directly a princess hug to pick up? Long legs directly stride over. Only after he had passed it Yi Chen put Lu Yana down and reclasped his fingers with her. Lu Yana couldn't help but glance at the school road where people were coming and going, and couldn't help but blush when she saw that a lot of people were looking over to their side. Brother Tatsu, where are we going now? Yi Chen accepted the gazes of the crowd, and was very flattered by Lu Yana's cry of Brother Chen, and smiled back. It's rare that we have time, so let's stroll around the campus as a couple. Let these people take a good look. I, Yi Chen, am your Lu Yana's husband. Chapter 208, A Couple's School Days. Since it was now afternoon time and there was still plenty of time before the first class period, the school hallways were filled with students walking slowly to class. Yi Chen was like this in full view of the public, graciously walking down this school road with his petite wife Lu Yana with her fingers clasped tightly together. Ignoring the shocked and gossiping eyes of the crowd, the two of them leisurely walked forward. However, Lu Yana was a bit shy, but she felt funny when she saw Yi Chen's behavior. The campus of Fragrant City was huge, and after the two of them had wandered halfway around, they ended up walking back, finding a shady place with stone benches to sit down and rest for a while, and classes had started now, so there wasn't much around. Yi Chen directly made Lu Yana sit on his lap. Just this leg, this posture, Lu Yana feels more or less inappropriate. Lu Yana hurriedly looked around. Brother Chen, if someone suddenly walks out now, this pose, if you see it, you see it, we're all adults, and besides, we didn't do anything. I'm afraid that other people misunderstand what they are doing. After all, Lu Yana is now wearing a skirt, although it is a long skirt, but still attracts people infinite reverie. Lu Yana, however, directly demolished Yi Chen's purpose. I knew it, you definitely wanted to be seen, which is not true. I just saw that no one was here, so I wanted to hug and kiss you. Yi Chen finished hugging and kissing Lu Yana. This kiss was as hot as this weather, straight to the point where Lu Yana kissed only to feel that the sky had darkened and her eyes were lost. Lu Yana was really worried that Yi Chen would do something out of the ordinary. It was just that Yi Chen didn't make the next move other than kissing. If this wasn't a public place, she might have to take it upon herself to welcome them. Maybe it's because the couple has been interacting a lot lately, but Aina Lu is now extremely cooperative about all of this, and sometimes even takes the initiative. Yi Chen was naturally jubilant about Lu Yana's change. Yi Chen spoke. In the future, when you encounter something like that just now, tell your husband, my Yi Chen's woman won't suffer from such anger. Lu Yana lay down in Yi Chen's arms and asked, got it husband, is the matter of the drug factory done? Yi Chen nodded. Well, the contract was signed and the money was transferred. Lu Yana continued to ask, that one that raises resistance, does it really work? If it really works, that's really quite good. After all, no parent wants their child to get sick. No matter how much money it is, they should buy it. Like me, if I don't have a lot of money, I'll buy it for my child to try if I'm scrimping on food and clothing. Yi Chen nodded. Originally, I was only going to let my family eat it, but after seeing that little child with leukemia, and the zapping, I made up my mind to do this. Not to say that it would benefit everyone, at least most of the people. This also reduces a lot of little kids getting sick. After saying that, Yi Chen suddenly leaned down and spoke with his damn bass. Nana, we're in a relationship now, so we have to enjoy our time in love, okay? Saying that, Yi Chen grabbed Lu Yana's right hand. Look, you're not wearing a ring again today? I knew it. Saying that, he took out a large 2.5-carat diamond ring from his pocket and directly put it on Lu Yana. Lu Yana pulled her hand back and looked at the diamond ring on her hand, recognizing that this was a $10 million diamond ring that she had bought at the diamond brand store in Hare Winston. I can't believe you didn't even wear the box and just put it in your pants pocket. What if it's gone? You know, it's a $10 million diamond ring. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Yana who was staring at him. What are you doing staring at me with such eyes? Do you feel very handsome with this short hair? Is it mesmerized by me? Lu Yana smiled and hammered Yi Chen's chest. Yeah, I don't know how many fangirls I've fallen over with my handsomeness. Yi Chen suddenly said seriously to Lu Yana. I don't know about other people, but I'm 10,000 times more serious about you, and I only love you. The two of them were hugging each other and talking quietly about love. Suddenly Lu Yana seemed to feel something, as if someone was coming this way, scaring her so much that she hurriedly had to get up. Yi Chen also quickly shot out and pressed her waist, so that Lu Yana could not move. I hear footsteps, there seems to be quite a few of them. Quickly let go of me. Lu Yana was also in a hurry and her face was red. It was rather secluded, but at least it was on campus, so there was no way that not a single person could have passed by here. Lu Yana was also thinking that there were people coming here at any time, so she was always on the lookout with her heart on her sleeve. Humph, no wonder you always feel that your heart is not in me, so you are always concerned about whether there is anyone coming or not. Let others see if they want to. Could it be that you think your husband I'm ugly and don't want others to see? After saying that, Yi Chen even coughed lowly twice, but the hand holding Lu Yana in his hand became even harder. Lu Yana was also speechless at Yi Chen's move, and seeing that she couldn't break free, she simply buried her head directly into Yi Chen's arms, not allowing others to see her face. And the two who came toward them were also a couple, and after seeing that someone had already taken over the place, they had the good sense to leave. Yi Chen laughed. See, I told you there's no need to rush. Lu Yana just hammered Yi Chen's chest with her small pink fist. Yi Chen pretended to be in pain and let out an ouch. Lu Yana glared at Yi Chen and pretended to be angry just the same. Yi Chen saw that Lu Yana's hair was messed up, so he reached out his hand to help her smooth out her messy hair. Coming home for dinner tonight? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Lu Yana said, of course it's home. I want to eat the nutritious fat loss meal you made. I always feel that the meal I ate in the school canteen today was a bit fatty. Eating it looks like I'm going to gain a few pounds. Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana. Okay, wife wants to eat. Husband will make it for you. Lu Yana also said sweetly. Thank you hubby, hubby is the best. Yi Chen, you're my wife. If you're not good to you, who are you good to? But I still want to hear you call me brother Chen. Come on, call twice. Lu Yana was also really out of his depth, whispering, brother Chen. Yi Chen enjoyed it very much. Well, Nana is so good. After the two stayed here and warmed up for a while, Yi Chen and Lu Yana both had to go back to class as well. Chapter 209, Putting Out the Fire. In the afternoon, Lu Yana took an extracurricular sketching class, and all the students followed the teacher to the park not far from the school for extracurricular sketching. Lu Yana also followed her classmates to the walking bar, and probably just walked for about 15 minutes to the park. The teacher gave everyone a free pass to go back to the next section when they were done and turn in their drawings in unison in the morning. These drawings must be turned in because they affect graduation grades, and if it is time for graduation, these drawings are uniformly returned to the student by the teacher, and it was almost 2 hours before the next class, which meant it had to be done in an hour and a half. Lu Yana sat on a bench in the park, looking at the park people come and go. There are old people in the shade under the chess. There are also small children playing. There are also couples in love. Yu Yana observed everyone here. She had come this time with the intention of drawing portraits. After her delicate observation, Lu Yana had locked on to a pair of elderly people. This is an elderly couple. The two like young couples walking hand in hand in the colorful leaves of the park path, stopping from time to point to the grass running children laughing. Seems to be thinking of their own grandchildren. The two there while talking and laughing. Everything is so warm and beautiful, which makes Lu Yana envious. What Iona Lu envies most is the kind of love that lasts from the beginning and grows old together. Just like this elderly couple. While Lu Yana was envious, the sketch pen in her hand had already started to rustle on the paper. In that hour or so, Ina Lu drew 2 sketches. One shows this elderly couple holding hands as they walk along a park path, while the other shows the old man watching a couple of small children playing in the grass. Lu Yana plans to submit the first painting to her teacher, while the second one will be taken home for a second creation, to color it, give it color, and give it to her husband to enjoy. She was fantasizing about what it would be like when she and Yi Chen were old enough to take their grandchildren to the park. Thinking of this, Lu Yana also curled her mouth and smiled. After painting, Lu Yana looked at the time. It had been more than an hour, and it was almost time to go back. Lu Yana packed up what she had brought out and hurried back. We passed a kindergarten on the way, and when the bell rang to end the class, the children all flew out to play on the slide in the open space outside the school. This kindergarten is not big. It is a building, and to the left and right are buildings about the same height as this one, and in front of this building there is an open space of about 200 square feet for the children to play. Lu Yana couldn't help but laugh out loud as she watched these adorable children outside the school gates. At this time, one CU, however, suddenly appeared beside Lu Yana. Lu Yana was shocked to realize that someone was coming around her. and turning her head to look at the visitor, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher Wen, why are you here?" Hearing this sentence of Wen teacher from Lu Yina, Wen Siyu said with a somewhat unnatural expression, "Coming out to buy something? I didn't expect to meet you here." Lu Yina smiled and said, "Oh, I also came out for a sketching class and went back after I finished my homework." Wen Siyu nodded. "Just now, when I saw you watching the children play so earnestly, I also had some reluctance to disturb, but since I met them, I came over to greet you. I didn't scare you, right?" Lu Yina smiled and said, "No, Mr. What? I don't have 3 children at home, so I thought it was cute when I saw the kids, so I looked at them a little more." Wen Siyu smiled and said, "It seems that you really like children. I saw your friend's circle. The child looks like you. So beautiful." Lu Yina smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, Mr. What, for the compliment." In fact, in the past, it is also possible that Lu Yina herself is too simple. After talking to Yi Chen about Wen Siyu's problems, she is also thinking that Wen Siyu still has more or less different feelings for herself, and not just a neighbor's sister so simple. Now listening to the compliments coming out of Wen Siyu's mouth, Lu Yina also felt a little embarrassed. Just as the two fell into silence, a security guard shouted through the school gate toward the two outside. "What are you here for? Are you here to see the school? After all, this is a kindergarten, and the two of them are a man and a woman." So the security guards assumed that the two of them, Lu Yina and Wen Siyu, are husband and wife, and are here to watch the school for their children. Lu Yina said with some embarrassment, "No, I just came to take a look." The security guards see Lu Yina so kind, and Wen Siyu wearing glasses at this time a picture of a gentleman look. Both do not seem to be bad people. So, he then opened the door, while holding a book and said, "The two of you have a registration on it. I can notify the head gardener to come and take the two of you to visit our schools. Our school is not big, but the teaching in all aspects of the exceptionally good. You can visit it first." Seeing that the security guard was so enthusiastic, Lu Yina took a look at the children on the playground and thought of her 3 children who would be attending kindergarten in the future. So she was moved, and Wen Siyu also followed into the kindergarten. He also heard that this security guard actually took himself as Lu Yina's husband, so his heart is stealing joy. Just as Lu Yina picked up her pen, suddenly a scream came from the kindergarten. The security guards reacted sharply, and at that moment, they didn't care about Lu Yina and the others, copied their guys, dropped an apology, and rushed straight in. In no time at all, a lot of teachers and young children came out of the campus. The little children were crying with fear, and smoke and hissing came out of all the windows on the second floor from time to time, and everyone, including the children in the playground, were hugging each other with fear. Seeing this, Lu Yina and Wen Siyu immediately ran up to inquire, "Teacher, what's going on here?" The teacher also gasped in fear, "Inside, there's arson inside." Lu Yina sniffed and was shocked. "What? Arson?" "Yes, it was one of our teachers. She went crazy. We couldn't catch her. She lit a bottle of kerosene on fire and threw it at our classroom. I don't know if there are any children left in the classroom. Security has gone up. Have also called the police and the firefighters say they'll be there in 15 minutes. When he finished, the teacher was still palpitating and patting his chest. Hearing this, Lu Yina thought of these lovely children and made a quick decision. "Mr. What? Let's help put out the fire." Wen Siyu said nothing and walked straight into the security room and took out 2 fire extinguishers. Lu Yina took over, also did not say anything, directly do not to the school building rushed in. Chapter 210, Help Catch the Murderer. Hearing the teacher's words, even though there were no children in the classroom, the fire had to be put out, and the heavy smoke was bad enough. Also, there's very little golden time to put out a fire, and it has to be quick. So, Lu Yina and Wen Siyu rushed in with the fire extinguisher. I have to say that Aina Lu is also a lot braver after becoming a mom. It's amazing that you can look at a puff of smoke coming from upstairs and not even be afraid of it. As Lu Yina and Wen Siyu copied the fire extinguisher and walked to the stairway, they heard a roar from upstairs. "Catch that woman! Don't let her get away!" Lu Yina and Wen Siyu couldn't help but stare, only to see a woman rushing down from upstairs head-on. This woman's feet also stopped for a moment when she saw the two Lu Yina, but just for a second, the woman reacted, and with the wooden stick in her hand, she swung it at Lu Yina. A woman's home. Lu Yina's quick eyes and hands picked up the fire extinguisher directly to the stick to block down. Wen Siyu immediately forward to grab that stick, hand to turn. The woman ate the pain of the hand. They let go of the hand. Wen Siyu said when it was too late, directly dropped the fire extinguisher and grabbed the woman with his upper hand. The woman stared viciously at Wen Siyu. Her other hand grabbed at Wen Siyu's arm, and Wen Siyu's right arm was immediately shocked with a few traces of blood, and Lu Yina was disturbed to see it. Although there was a stabbing pain coming from his arm, Wen Siyu immediately used his other hand to restrain both of her hands and directly put the woman down on the ground. By this time, Several security guards had also caught up and helped restrain the woman on the ground. Not caring about the pain, Wen Siyu hurriedly grabbed the bottle of fire extinguisher on the ground and called on the stunned Lu Yina, "Nana, let's go put out the fire. It's important to put out the fire first." Lu Yina and Wen Siyu, two people, rushed to the scene when there is a security guard holding a fire extinguisher in the fire. Just one person is always also less power, and the arsonist is also the kerosene bottle thrown to the child sleeping in the nest. So a time the fire also has a tendency to get bigger and bigger. The classroom here is quite big, because the sleeping and classroom are in the same classroom. The beds are placed in the corners during class, and the beds are put down for sleeping, as is the case in many kindergartens. This security guard, having finished spraying a bottle of fire extinguisher, had run out of other extinguishers to spray and was already planning to retreat, covering his mouth and turning to walk out of the classroom. At that moment, Lu Yina and Wen Siyu were seen holding two bottles of fire extinguishers and waved their hands towards the two. "You're here. I'll go to the hydrant to see if I can pull water over." It was at this time that the cries of a small child, and more than one man, came from the classroom of the fire. Lu Yina, Wen Siyu and the security guard were all three shocked. There were children inside. Maybe the fire was too big for the kid to handle, so he cried, "If we don't get the kids out, there's a good chance they'll burn or suffocate in there." Lu Yina said to the security guard, "You hurry, we have a fire extinguisher. Let's see if we can save the child." After saying that, Lu Yina and Wen Siyu both quickly opened the fire extinguisher and rushed in. Here is a warm reminder that the plot of the novel should not be imitated. Water and fire have no mercy, and it is dangerous to save people. So please recognize your own situation and ability before saving people. The voices of two small children came from just over the teaching platform. Thankfully the children were not near the fire. Lu Yina saw that the two children were not in danger, so she walked over and picked up the two children left and right, while Wen Siyu rushed over with two fire extinguishers in his arms trying to put out the fire. But the fire was too big. Seeing this, Lu Yina immediately shouted at Wen Siyu, "Teacher 1, it can't be saved. Wait for the security guards to pull the hose over. Let's save the child first." At first, I thought the fire was small, but I didn't realize that the arsonist teacher had thrown a kerosene bottle at the child's bed. What an abomination! When we found the two children, they were hugging and crying, and we didn't know if they were just from the smoke or the shock. Lu Yina coughed while calming the two children. "Don't be afraid. Sister is here to get you out." Lu Yina, a woman holding 2 or 30 pounds of children, immediately rushed out of the classroom, and Wen Siyu cannot care so much, put the fire extinguisher to the ground, also followed along with the walkout. Wen Siyu came out and walked forward to take one of the children in Lu Yina's hands. The two men rushed down the gated playground with a child in each of their arms. By this time all the students and teachers had gathered on the playground, which was fortunately big enough to be crying. That's when the sound of fire trucks came from the neighborhood. The teachers on the playground were surprised and delighted when they saw Lu Yina and Wen Siyu coming out with their children in their arms, and hurriedly greeted them to calm the crying children. After all, if it weren't for the two of them, it would probably have been a fatal accident. Wen Siyu's arm was scratched with a few bloody marks, and the wounds continued to bubble with blood, which was painful for outsiders to look at. Lu Yina looked at his arm and couldn't help but be startled. "Mr. With your hand," the female teacher on the sidelines hurriedly said. "I'll get the medicine cabinet." The security room is equipped with emergency first aid kits. Usually small children have any bumps and bruises in the playground. They come here to get medicine and disinfectant. The female teacher soon returned with a first aid kit, and then the firefighters arrived, and the kids instantly stopped crying when they saw the real-life fire truck. One by one, they all exclaimed in amazement, "Look, it's a fire truck! What naive little kids!" And the two small children who were trapped in the fire were asked why they were in the classroom and answered that they had gone back to bed. "Maybe because I didn't nap enough and fell asleep at my desk between classes. Luckily no fire broke out while I was sleeping." And the woman who was tied up by a couple of men turned green with fear when she saw the two children. She did know that the class did it when they were taken to the playground by the teacher. I didn't expect these two little kids to sneak back in. Now she realized she was finished. The female teacher came back with the first aid kit and sent it directly to Lu Yina's hands. Obviously, a female teacher had also misunderstood the two of them, Lu Yina and Wen Siyu. Only, Lu Yina didn't think much about it and quickly opened the first aid kit to treat Wen Siyu's wounds. Wen Siyu looked at the eyes of Lu Yina has become a mother. Hand antiseptic solution has been coated. His mouth tightly pursed, but in his heart is remembered when he was a child. Lu Yina fell down. For Lu Yina to deal with the wound scene. It's just that the past has become a memory. And in the blink of an eye Ina Lu is already a mother of 3. Lu Yina handled it while saying in a warm voice, "Teacher 1, it might hurt a bit. Bear with it. I'll take care of it soon." Listening to this Mr. With, something also released in his heart. Perhaps it was time for him to let go. As long as Lu Yina lived a happy life, nothing else mattered. Looking at the young girl in front of him, Won-seo smiled faintly. I'm not in pain. Take your time. At this time, the police also arrived, rushed to evacuate the crowd with firefighters, and the two children also let the ambulance pick up to the hospital for the next checkup. Won-seo also said that the wound was not big and there was no need to go to the hospital. The guard who was at the fire heard the ambulance coming and rushed out after him. The fire was also quickly extinguished by firefighters, but Lu Yana and Won-seo, two people, are as the key person in this incident, and also helped to catch the murderer. So also have to follow the kindergarten people together with the police back to the police station to make a statement before. Chapter 211, Divine Couple? Fierce Man's Jealousy. If it wasn't for the two of them, Lu Yana and Won-seo, who had saved the two small children, there was a high probability that there would have been an irreparable tragedy, and therefore, the people at the police station also respected the two of them. And on the police side, a commendation post was issued on the same day, specifically praising the security guards who put out the fire, Lu Yana and Won-seo, as well as those who helped catch the murderer and evacuate the crowd. Among these people, Lu Yana and Won-seo were also particularly praised for their heroic rescue of two people. That night, the two of them, Lu Yana and Won-seo, rushed to the major headlines in Xiangcheng, and all the media assumed that Lu Yana was Won-seo's wife, and the kind with a child ready to start kindergarten. If Yuina had known that the police would misunderstand their relationship, and that they would send out such a notice praising them, she definitely would have made it clear to the police uncle in particular. She and Won-seo really weren't the couple they thought they were. They were now simply a teacher-student relationship. It's just that when Yuina saw such news at night, it was already too late. She and Won-seo had completely become celebrities in Fragrant City. When the news was broadcast, all the viewers' attention was still only on this arson case, and the vindictive schoolteacher was given a bad name. I'll go. What kind of people are these? I thought all the ones who were kindergarten teachers were some very caring people. I can't imagine that there is such a face. There are people who know her on the internet, and I heard that the woman is the mistress of the gardener's husband, so she wants to screw the first wife. It's not, is it? But you can't take it out on these kids either. I think people like that are so annoying. These are supposed to be conflicts between them as adults. Why should they retaliate on the children? It's so annoying. Exactly. Such people should be dragged off and shot. Right. We can't let her out to wreak havoc. As bad as this arson case was sexually, at least no one was killed. So by the end of the day, the viewers' discussion was somewhat skewed. The kindergarten teacher also has a cell phone. Put Lu Na and Won-seo, two people carrying fire extinguishers and holding the child, walked out, as well as Lu Na to help Won-seo to deal with the wound of the scene to the internet. Both are on fire, and the arsonist teacher received her fair share of punishment. But of course that's an afterthought. Moreover, Lu Yana was also revealed to be the Xiangqing schoolgirl and married with children. Thinking that Won-seo was the schoolgirl's husband, all of a sudden, everyone envied Won-seo. Everyone called the two a divine couple. It was only later, when the alumni of Fragrant University recognized Won-seo for being a teacher at the school, that these voices were slowly suppressed. Picked up Ina Lu at the police station and took her home. Just didn't say anything to her family at the time. Yi Chen directly rushed back into the room with Lu Yana in his arms, where he held Lu Yana tightly. Nana, you're scaring me to death. Yi Chen's voice was a little choked. Lu Yana also pacified him. You also scared me to death. This whole way, didn't even talk to me? I thought you were angry. Yi Chen was still holding Lu Yana and was unwilling to let go. Fool, what I'm most worried about is you. I was really afraid that something had happened to you. Fortunately nothing happened. In the future, these things can't be done. Scared my husband to death. Lu Yana exhaled deeply. At that time, I thought it was just a small fire. I should be able to put it out with a fire extinguisher. So, I didn't think about it that much. And I also saved two children. Awesome, right? Look at me. Am I not fine now? Yi Chen also hugged Lu Yana tightly without letting go. Nana, promise me that you won't be allowed to do these risky things in the future, okay? I don't want to lose you. When Yi Chen said this, it was also out of fear that with Lu Yana's kind nature, if there really was a next time, she would do it again. Lu Yana was touched and comforted Yi Chen. Hubby, I know, but I also don't want to see so many cute little kids get hurt. Hubby, thank you. After hugging for a while, Yi Chen let go of Lu Yana. Tired? Yuina nodded. Aha. Yi Chen carried Lu Yana into the bathroom, and while helping her put on the bathwater, he said, take a bath and relax. I'll bring in the pajamas for you. Lu Yana nodded, and Yi Chen walked out. When the bathtub was filled with water, Lu Yana soaked while recalling today's shocking scene, and was also a little afraid. She thought about it now, fearful but not regretful. She felt it was all worth it because of the two children she saved. Yi Chen also saw the headline news pushed over on his cell phone at this time, and saw the scene of his wife's heroic rescue on the news as well. but the previous messages that said they envied Lu Yana and Wen Siyu for being a couple were liked and topped, which was quite an eyesore to look at. Yi Chen, who was looking at his cell phone, was fiercely jealous. Yi Chen was jealous, but his greatest concern was naturally Lu Yana's safety. None of these things matter. As long as the wife is okay, nothing else matters. Yi Chen found pajamas and sent them in for Lu Yana. Being in the bath, Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen's expression that was clearly out of place and also laughed. What's wrong? Aren't I fine here? What has made our brother Chen angry? Yi Chen just pursed his lips and forced a smile, handing the news page of his cell phone to Lu Yana's heel-on. Lu Yana shook off the water in her hand and took over her cell phone. And when she read the entire announcement and the comments, Lu Yana herself was confused. Ah no, hubby, listen to my explanation. I didn't tell them that I'm married to Mr. What? It's their own misunderstanding. It's really not what you think. Yi Chen brought the phone over and said, I naturally believe you too. I'm just afraid that some people don't see it that way. These are also just netizens commenting indiscriminately. I naturally understand. And you don't have to worry. I'm not angry at all. Really, just trying to be very angry. Lu Yana well covered her mouth and smiled. Hubby, are you jealous? You're really pretty when you're jealous, aren't you? Yi Chen put his cell phone aside, and when he turned his head, the corner of his mouth curled up. Do you want me to declare my sovereignty? Lu Yana flung the water at Yi Chen twice, her mouth shouting, Don't! Disgusting! Yi Chen spread out both hands. Look, my clothes are all wet by you hole. So, the bathroom was getting foggy. 2. Chapter 212 Ginger is still old and hot. Early the next morning, Yi Chen woke up early, and while waiting for Lu Yana to freshen up, he purposely brought the ring over and put it on for her. It's ing overbearing. It was this kind of dominance that Ina Lu liked about him. Immediately stated, Hubby, don't worry, you are handsome and nice to me, and also give me money to spend. How can I possibly look at other men? Saying that, he looked at Yi Chen with a smile and then fiddled with the large diamond ring worn on his right ring finger. Yi Chen nodded. Given last night and your current performance, husband, I'm very satisfied. Lu Yana blushed and snickered. Sure enough, men need to be coaxed with sweet words too. Wear the ring to school every day in the future. Yi Chen suddenly said, just to remind someone that Lu Yana is my Yi Chen's woman. Although Lu Yana sometimes forget, but the jealous husband adult estimates that in the future every day will be the first time to send the ring to help her put on. Although the diamond ring too, 5 carats, but for students, it is also considered to be a big diamond ring. Then afraid of being talked about by classmates again. It's just that, with my own husband's jealousy all over the place, this had to be done as it was. Touching the diamond ring, Lu Yana's heart also quietly made up her mind. I'll try to spend less time with Mr. Wen in the future, but he's a teacher, and he still has to go to class. 4 Wen Siyu. Lu Yana is thinking that he is a good person, hoping that he can meet a woman who truly loves him and that he can be happy. Only, Yi Chen suddenly changed the topic at this moment. You have English class in the first period this morning, and there's no class after that, right? I'll go wait for you after class. For Lu Yana's schedule, he had already memorized it in his heart, so he knew exactly what classes Lu Yana had and when she was free. And sometimes if he had classes himself, there were reasons for him to take time off. Lu Yana was also startled. You're not trying to do anything to Mr. What? Are you? Yi Chen's heart was also soothed as he listened to this teacher one. The wife's name, Mr. What, was quite smooth. What? You think your husband I'm violent? Lu Yana shook her head. No, my husband has the best temper. How could he? I'm just afraid of you. On impulse, beat up Winslow. Yechen, I did kinda wanna punch him when I read the comments at the time. Yi Chen directly stated. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. Lu Yana was now relieved, and on the surface, looking at her own husband, he didn't seem like the kind of person who was impulsive. After putting on the diamond ring, Yi Chen pulled Lu Yana's hand and walked downstairs. At this time, the whole family was sitting in the living room, waiting for both Lu Yana and Yi Chen. The whole family knows about yesterday. Older people, only before going to bed to have time to brush the phone. That night Yi Chen's cell phone and Lu Yana's cell phone were family friends and relatives hit the explosion. WeChat also have dozens of messages. It's just that the two were so into it last night that they muted their cell phones so as not to be disturbed. Now, looking at the family members gathered in the living room, Yi Chen and Lu Yana both understood what had happened. Yi Chen first broke the silence. Moms and dads, Nana is fine. I believe you guys have seen the news. Our Nana is really brave. Lu mother is also a face of heartache. Lu Yana pulled over. Nana, fire extinguishers such a big thing. Why not leave it to the men to do? You a woman's family, do these so dangerous things? Why you say if there is an eventuality. You let us these old bones how to do. You let a few children how to do. You let Yi Chen how to do. As she said that, Lu's mom's eyes were also moist. Ye's mom is also heartbroken. Yes, you really have to live within your means when you do good things. Alas. Ye's mother was also aware that Lu Yana understood these truths, so she didn't continue. Father Lu and Father Yi couldn't express their feelings much, and listening to the two moms, they also sighed and shook their heads. Lu Yana was at a loss for words like a small child who did something wrong. Dad. Mom, don't be sad. Am I not standing here properly now? Look, I'm really not in trouble at all, but it's my former neighbor, Big Brother Wensiyu, who was injured. He was the one who caught that arsonist. It's him who deserves the most credit. Mother Lu was also shocked when she heard this. Big Brother Wensiyu? Just before when you were a child. Our neighbor Wen's son? Lu Yana nodded. Yeah, he's back in China, and he's still working as a teacher in our school. Lu's mom couldn't help but ask, why does he want to be a teacher at your school? As a person who had been there before, Lu's mother naturally knew about Wensiyu's feelings for Lu Yana during those years, although at that time the two were still small. But Wensiyu is a few years older than Lu Yana, so the character of the nasty is mature and calm. More or less on Lu Yana is still some of the children's love. About all of this, she saw it in her eyes. It's just that at that time, Lu Yana was young and unintelligent, and didn't understand Wensiyu's feelings, just when Wensiyu was a big brother. If she hadn't met Yi Chen, and hadn't married Yi Chen and had children, Lu's mother would have thought that Wensiyu would have been a good choice. However, now Lu Yana has married with Yi Chen and have children. Their daughter is what nature she knows. Married is a lifetime. But that Wensiyu this kind of behavior, but also ran to Lu Yana's university as a teacher. So it seems, Wensiyu to Lu Yana has not died only, what Lu's mother didn't expect was that Wensiyu, as early as yesterday, had already put down the childhood feelings for Lu Yana's green years and childhood sweethearts. So, Lu's mom was also taken aback when she heard this. Yi mother looked at the two of them as they spoke to each other, and seemed to have heard that this Wensiyu was special, and her mind couldn't help but pound. Her son's love interest had appeared? Mother Lu smiled gleefully. It's good that it's okay. Go greet the Wen family boy when you're free. Keep him off your back. Of course this sentence was not said out. Lu mother in her heart was already thinking of showing her daughter the cards, so that her daughter in the future less with Wensiyu to avoid causing Yi Chen unnecessary misunderstanding. While Ye's mother is thinking in her heart, it seems to let Yi Chen pay more attention to this Wensiyu. Nana is certainly at ease, but what tricks others harbor is unknown. Sure enough, Ginger is still hot. The two moms were still pretty good readers and saw the problem right away. Chapter 213 Declaration of Sovereignty. Seeing the two moms put their hearts down, the two of them, Lu Yana and Yi Chen, were likewise relieved. In fact, Lu's mother and Ye's mother were equally disturbed by Wensiyu, and after instructing Lu Yana and Yi Chen to be careful in everything, they let the two go to school. On her way to school, Lu's mom was also sending a message to Lu Yana. Nana, in the past, Mommy felt that the Wen family name brat was not looking at you in the same way, but just didn't think that you were young, so she didn't say these things to you. But Mommy heard you say today, the Wen family boy even came to your school as a teacher. Here, Mommy had to remind you a word. I think the Wen family boy definitely has a male and female love for you. Nowadays, he is working as a teacher in the school, will surely have the opportunity to meet as well. You should also be clear that you are now married with children. It's not the same as before. So Mom thinks that it's better for you to have less dealings with him so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstanding to others, and at the same time let him understand that you are a person who has a husband and a happy family, and break his thoughts. And don't blame Mom for talking too much here, although she knows that you would never do something out of the ordinary. But what other people think, Mom doesn't know, and neither do you, right? Lu Yana was sitting in the car, looking at the messages in her cell phone, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. Previously she, indeed, also just take Wensiyu as a neighbor big brother, completely did not think of that aspect. If it is really their own gave Wensiyu what illusion, then they are also responsible for a lot of responsibility. Now can do, only slowly estranged from him, and no longer give him any illusions. After thinking about it, Lu Yana replied back to Lu's mom. I know Mom, there was nothing between me and him in the first place. Thank you Mom for caring. Lu's mother looked at the message Lu Yana replied to, and her heart was slightly relaxed. She was 1,000,000% satisfied with Yi Chen as her son-in-law, and definitely didn't want to see anything go wrong with her daughter's marriage, even a little bit of misunderstanding. Yi Chen drove Lu Yana to the school, not going to any of the morning classes, and walked with Lu Yana on the school road with her fingers clasped together. Lu Yana asked Yi Chen, do you really want to send me to the classroom? Yi Chen said, that's natural. I'm taking advantage of the heat of this event to properly assert my sovereignty. Lu Yana smiled at the arrogant husband in front of her. Forget it, let him be. After the occurrence of yesterday's, the video taken was also disliked face shot, so it was particularly clear. After this incident, not only did it make her explode online, but she also became a big celebrity at Shannon University. Lu Yana probably didn't think that she would become a campus celebrity because of this, although she used to be famous for her beauty. But now it was doing good deeds that once again made the campus list. When she walked hand in hand with Yi-chen on the school road, she could feel the eyes of every single person on campus looking towards them. Looking at so many people looking over to their side, Lu Yana shyly lowered her head, almost burying her head into Yi-chen's arms. Now there was a lot of talk around. I'll go. The schoolgirl's husband is here. The schoolgirl's husband should be here to declare his sovereignty, right? Look at this little hand holding. TSK. Of course, the wife was taken by the netizens as someone else's wife. In your place, you can't sit still. Wow. So now it's time to spill the beans? Hey, the schoolgirl is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. I'll dry this bowl of dog food first. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Lu Yana then relaxed a little. Yi-chen, however, directly ignored the gazes of the crowd and took his wife's hand and walked to the classroom door. Wife, I'll wait for you to get out of class. Lu Yana said. Hubby, you'd better go back first. Here. That's when the bell rang. Yi-chen said, hurry up and go in. Lu Yana had no choice but to walk into the classroom, and at this point, the alumni outside the classroom, who also don't have classes, are still buzzing. In that case, it seems that the schoolgirl's husband is also quite handsome. The key to this temperament is quite aristocratic. They look like aristocrats, right? Don't look at their clothes. No more than 200,000 cannot buy. That pair of shoes are a brand of limited edition. The cheapest would be more than $100,000 to start with. No way. Do you mean to say that our school beauty really likes rich people too? Come on. Our schoolgirl has a face and her family has money. Surely she has to pick the right family? Right. If I had a divine face like hers, I wouldn't be able to marry me without tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, the schoolgirl's husband treats her so well. You guys are jealous, aren't you? Jealous that he's rich and treats his wife so well? No. Our school beauty is so beautiful and has a good personality, so she deserves such a good husband. Yi-chen was secretly snickering as he listened to the voices of the people around him. But, Mr. One is not bad either. Warm and gentle, with the look of a big neighborly brother. He's also a suitable candidate for a husband. However, it was a sudden sentence that caused Yi-chen's face to darken. Until the end of class, Yi-chen was still waiting outside the classroom door. Lu Yana was also the first to run out to find Yi-chen. Honey. Yi-chen hugged Lu Yana who was running towards him, and at that moment, Wen Siyu also walked out from the classroom door there. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Yi-chen said to Wen Siyu, thank you for taking care of my wife. Will you be free for lunch later? Lu Yana pulled Yi-chen, but Yi-chen tenderly took Lu Yana's hand and got in front of Wen Siyu. See, let's show you. This is my wife. And the students around them were watching the three from afar. I'll go. So explosive? But, Mr. Wen did save schoolgirl Lu. And now her husband is telling everyone that big schoolgirl Lu Yana is his alone, and not Mr. Wen's wife. I go. The schoolgirl's husband is really cute. Originally we also knew that the schoolgirl had a husband, but now he would actually come to the door to clarify because of the netizens' words. Ah, a real-life version of a wife protector. Will Mr. Wen go and eat with them? Wen Siyu just laughed and agreed readily on the spot. Okay, I'll see you at lunch. Yi-chen laughed. 12 o'clock noon. See you in the school cafeteria. After saying that, he pulled his youngest daughter-in-law and left. The surrounding people were also whispering, no way, how could you invite Mr. Wen to dinner like this by only making an appointment in the dining hall? How can you go out for a big meal? I think, the dishes in our dining hall are not bad. Wen Siyu, however, ignored the crowd's comments and looked at the backs of Yi-chen and Lu Yana, who were both leaving hand in hand in a mushy manner, and revealed a relieved smile. Chapter 214. It was still early for lunch. So Yi-chen pulled Lu Yana directly back to the RV to stay. After this class, they didn't have any other classes to attend, and Yi-chen had done what he needed to do, so it was better to stay in the comfort of the RV. It didn't take long for Wen Siyu to post a statement on the school's forum. In addition to thanking everyone for their attention to this matter, Wen Siyu also directly demonstrated that he and Lu Yana's relationship is only a teacher-student relationship, and then encountered nothing more than a chance encounter, but also happened to meet that kind of thing. And the rest of the let everyone do not guess, so as not to affect Lu Yana's life. Under this statement, there were surprisingly a lot of Wen Siyu's little fans posting confessions. My goodness, Mr. Weth, you're really handsome and nice. Hubby, I love you. I really didn't expect Mr. Wen to be such a virtuous teacher. I won't skip Mr. Wen's class anymore. Lu Yana and Yi-chen also swiped the statement. Lu Yana couldn't help but laugh at Yi-chen. See, the other teacher, Ms. Weth, has issued a statement, so you should stop being jealous. Yi-chen said, you can skip the vinegar. but the meal must be on the house. I have to thank him properly. When it's time for lunch, the dining hall is the most popular place. At that time, Yi Chen's words had been overheard by the alumni, so the fact that Yi Chen was going to invite Mr. Win to dinner had already spread throughout the school. At this point, on one of the seats on the second floor of the dining hall, two handsome men were sitting face to face. Lu Yana only felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward, took the rice really dishes that were dispatched in front of her and buried her head to eat up. She really wishes now that she could do magic and turn herself transparent and not want to be noticed anymore. She also did not understand why Yi Chen must eat in the dining hall. Really good crazy. There are also quite a few small restaurants in front of the school, as well as some small moody little restaurants in the school. It's better to go to those places than to be watched by so many people. And at this moment, more and more people were gathering in the dining hall. Everyone threw gossiping eyes towards them, except that the two older men sitting facing each other were chatting like nobody's business. Yi Chen smiled and said to Wensiyu, I have a class in the first period of the afternoon, and I think the food in our dining hall is also good, so I'll treat you to dinner here. You won't mind, right? Wensiyu met Yi Chen's gaze and nodded. I also think the dining hall is good, but if you want to invite, it's better for me to do it. After all, this matter has caused a lot of trouble for Nana as well, so I'm really sorry for letting you have some misunderstanding. Outsiders might be unaware of the relationship between the two of them, Wensiyu and Lu Yana, but Yi Chen knew, whether he knew it or not. Yi Chen's purpose was to come to declare his sovereignty, and there was nothing wrong with making an appointment in the dining hall. Yi Chen, however, waved his hand and said, How can this be? It was agreed that I would treat you, besides thanking you for saving my wife during the fire, and also thanking you for that statement you just made, as well as the fact that you have been taking care of my wife all along. Lu Yana looked at the two men in front of her. Really want to say it this time, the treat, only, she wouldn't dare. When Siyu looked at Lu Yana, who only buried her head to eat, and suddenly smiled on her face. Thank you then. In fact, all along, I've only treated Nana as a little sister. As for the fire scene, probably any man would have stepped in if he was there, so it's not much of a problem. And the statement thing? I naturally don't want others to misunderstand Nana either. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled gleefully. Then this time, thank you, Ms. Wife. In the future, my wife will be guarded by me alone. Lu Yana buried her head deeper as she listened to this Mr. Wah. Let's hope Winsome can understand that her family's fierce man is messy and jealous. Just like that, Lu Yana kept her head down the entire time she ate, not daring to raise her head. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the dining hall, the three finished the meal. When Siyu left early on the grounds that he had a class in the afternoon and had to go back to prepare for the class. Yi Chen, on the other hand, wiped Lu Yana's mouth while pulling Lu Yana's hand to leave the dining hall as well. Yi Chen was also satisfied with Wen Siyu's answer. Lu Yana was dragged by Yi Chen for a walk along the school road, and without realizing it, she actually came to the place where she had rested before. Yi Chen likewise made Lu Yana sit on his lap and pressed her head and kissed her like this. It had been after about 30 to 40 seconds. Lu Yana would then push Yi Chen away. Enough, I can't breathe. I have 2 more classes this afternoon. Lu Yana huffed. After Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana and let her breathe smoothly, then he said, Alright then, Nana, I don't have classes in the afternoon. I'm going to go over to the pharmaceutical factory to take a look. I'll come back to pick you up in the afternoon. Lu Yana nodded and said, well, don't ever get too tired. Outside the classroom door, looking at the man's distant back, Lu Yana then went back to her classroom for the lesson. Now Lu Yana is exactly the focus of the attention of the class. She also added a few classmates before. A few classmates also formed a group. There was also a group message on her cell phone from her schoolmates, and she hadn't had time to read it yet when she was with Yi Chen. Lu Yana sat in her seat and took out her cell phone to look through it while class was still in session. Schoolmate 1, Nana-san, you're famous again. Then a link to a post on the campus forum was posted. Schoolgirl 2, Nana-senpai, is brother-in-law so fierce? Good lord. This time it's a straight-up screenshot, and the first picture, above, is the title of the post which reads, Schoolgirls are exclusively pampered by their husbands and hugged and sat and kissed furiously for 45 seconds. Good lord, is this timing with a cell phone? Then followed photos taken by others. Lu Yana looked at the photo and covered her reddened face, unable to bear to look at it. Schoolgirl 3, nice one. Sisters, in the future, we need to find a husband who is so fierce and domineering. Ina Lu covered her face and looked at the post. Very immersive. I've been licking my screen for 30 minutes. I go. This author is quite bullish. This can be photographed like this, and so clear. To see that people that is a spirit. The movement is familiar and unfamiliar. Go back and try it tonight. Schoolboy husband kisses 45 for 5 minutes. 2 seconds in real life. Author's reply to the layer above. Layer owner rumor mongering. Schoolgirl husband lawyer letter warning. No, it's been 45 minutes. It's not going to be without that or anything. Upstairs, there you can't see. Wow. I say author. It's not nice to expose someone's picture like that. Author's response. Originally, I didn't want to post this, but this one move by the schoolgirl husband is clearly coming to show everyone that this is what schoolgirl husbands look like. So I'm absolutely, positively not going to have this post reported by myself. Lu Yana looked at the comments and really felt like she was going to die of shame. It's over. It's over. I'll have to keep my head down in school from now on. And in the organization of the headquarters of the Poly Security Company, the security captain Wang Lin sat at the computer, quietly clicked hide on the location, and then clicked send. Chapter 215 Rewarding Targeted Gene Pills. And the other side. When Yi Chen was halfway down the road, the system was suddenly ringing. Tick. The host cares for his wife and presents the host with one level 1 gene pill. The pill has been put into the system space. The host can take it out and take it at any time. Special reminder. This pill is only effective on the host himself. Swallow it directly with water. What's going on? Why does it feel like the system is giving away all the drugs lately? It's not supposed to be a body-enhancing drug as well, is it? And it's still only available to me and no one else? It's just that this system doesn't say what the pills are for, but there's no time for that now. Let's go over to the pharmacy first. Chen Shuegue has sent a message over last night, saying that the research and development personnel have found people. Let him go over there to look at it, to which one to stay, but also the major shareholder Yi Chen to make the decision. He made an appointment with Chen Shuegue to meet in the afternoon, and he also asked the landlord of the pharmaceutical factory to come over. Yi Chen drove the small caravan over to the medicine factory, which probably took almost an hour. Although this pharmaceutical factory is a little remote, but also Winds in the place is big enough for future development. To expand the plant put or quite convenient. Yi Chen came to the pharmaceutical factory, and the first appointment was with the research and development personnel invited by Chen Shuegue. Yi Chen, led by Chen Shuegue, received these highly educated R&D personnel one by one. Having seen all of them, Yi Chen naturally used the skill of discerning eye to analyze these people. Luckily, these people were all fine, and Yi Chen was relieved. After waiting for those people to walk out, Yi Chen took out a small bottle of miracle potion from his pocket and handed it to Chen Shuegue and said, "This small bottle is a potion that can help the human body improve its immunity. So you guys see if you can do a little bit of research and analyze the substance, and whether it can still be put to its greatest use." Chen Shuegue took the vial of potion and picked it up to look at it again and again. Then he returned. "Yes, Mr. Yi, our team will research it in the fastest time possible. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi." Although he didn't know what Yi Chen's gourd was selling, he was a professional when it came to doing research. Yi Chen naturally knew that this magical potion was not something that Chen Shuegue and the others could research, and the purpose of saying so was just to see if there was any potential for this potion to be utilized a little. And it was at this time that a big Ben drove into the main entrance of the pharmaceutical factory. Chen Shuegue looked out of the window and pointed at the main entrance and said to Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, the landlord is here." Outside, the car door opened and a middle-aged man stepped out of the car. Obviously, the landlord was also very familiar with this place and walked directly to Chen Shuegue's office without being led. In the office, Chen Shuegue had also already brewed a pot of fine tea and greeted him at the door. "Boss Hu, it's really been a long time." Chen Shuegue warmly greeted the landlord. "Boss Hu," with a plentiful greeting. Boss Hu and Chen Shuegue are also old acquaintances, and they are quite enthusiastic about meeting each other. Chen Shuegue hurriedly introduced Boss Hu. "Boss Hu, come in and sit down. This is my boss, Mr. Yi Chen." Then he said to Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi Chen, this is the landlord who rented the factory to us." Boss Hu couldn't help but nod his head as he looked at the young with a clear brow in front of him. Yi Chen stood up and extended his right hand towards Boss Hu. "Hello, Boss Hu. Nice to meet you." Boss Hu also reached out to shake Yi Chen's hand. "Mr. Yi Chen, hello." After the two exchanged pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Boss Hu looked at the vigorous young man in front of him and said with emotion, "It's still good to be young. Having vigor. I appreciate it." Boss Hu naturally had also heard about the series of changes in the pharmaceutical factory in Chen Shuegue's mouth in advance, and was very appreciative of the young man in front of him who was able to come up with 5 billion at once for himself. "I heard Factory Director Chen say that you want to buy my land?" Boss Hu asked. Yi Chen was also very direct. "Yes, Boss Hu. I wonder how much you want before you're willing to part with it." Boss Hu smiled. "The price? Well said. If it's suitable, I will definitely sell it. I just don't know how much you can afford to pay?" Yi Chen smiled. "As far as I know, Boss Hu, you bought this piece of land more than 10 years ago, and the price at that time was only 1/10 of the current price, which has gone up 10 times so much." Boss Hu also laughed. "But money then, is not the same concept as money now." Yi Chen, this I understand. So there is a program. I wonder if you accept it. Boss Hu laughed. But there's no harm in saying so. Yi Chen said. You sell it to me at today's market price, and then I'll give you an additional $60 million. What do you think? Hu Boss silently thought in his heart. This piece of land is probably worth about 200 million, and the annual rent is also collected a few million. 10 million or less then. Yi Chen now also extra 60 million. That is better than their own rent for almost 10 years, and land prices in Fragrant City are now at their peak, unless this place is to be developed into a new district. But with this being such a suburb, it's certainly out of the question as well, at least for the next 20 to 30 years. Thinking of this, Boss Hu decided on the spot. Okay, the young man is refreshing. I'm not the kind of person to dilly-dally. The two men happily signed a contract for the sale and purchase of the 3,000 square foot plant, because the land here is a little bit more remote, so the land price is only about 50,000 a square foot. These more than 3,000 square feet, sold for $160 million, plus $50 million of additional compensation, directly sold for $210 million. In the end, Boss Hu had something to do first, so he'll make an appointment tomorrow to get all the closing paperwork done. Yi Chen liked to do business with such a straightforward person, so Boss Hu's person was also suitable for making friends. Yi Chen went to check out some of the new facilities that had been added to the plant, and then went to check out the factory's employee dormitories, and Yi Chen also pointed out some of the areas that needed to be improved. After all that, it was getting late. Yi Chen looked at the time, and Lu Yana was almost done with today's class, so he sent a message to Lu Yana, asking her to wait for him at the school for a short while. It was almost an hour's drive from the school, so Yi Chen hurried back. By the time she arrived at the school, Lu Yana had been waiting for Yi Chen for half an hour. Yi Chen also apologized. Wife, I'm sorry, don't be mad at me if I stayed a little longer at the pharmaceutical factory. Lu Yana but said, I'm not angry, but just waited for half an hour. But it's you. Be careful when driving. Never drive very fast because of rushing back. Drive slowly, safety first. Understand? Yi Chen was very comforting. Got it, wife. Let's go home. Chapter 216, Trying Gene Pills. It was only about 5:30 when they got back to the house, and Lu Yana went to the baby's room to stay with the child. After Yi Chen teased the child for a bit, he greeted Lu Yana. Wife, I'll go back to my room to rest for a bit. Call me after dinner in a while. Lu Yana thought that he was too tired. After all, he went to the medicine factory in the afternoon, and hurriedly let him go back to his room to rest. At this time, Lu Yana's cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be his girlfriend Gu Ying sent a message. Also asked this matter is the specifics of the situation. Lu Yana couldn't help but tease. This time, you received the message a bit late. Gu Ying looked at her cell phone, then glanced at Yi Hui who was sitting beside her playing the game, and smiled back. I recently with Yi Hui together. Yuina couldn't help but exclaim. Cohabitation. Gu Ying sent a It was followed by a shy emoji. The two just chatted away. In the bedroom, Yi Chen closed the door. From the system space, he took out a gene pill in a small transparent bottle. Lifting the bottle, he looked at the small light blue pill inside. Yi Chen said to himself, I wonder, how effective is this level of pill? Without thinking, Yi Chen poured out the pill and swallowed it directly, without even drinking any water, because he believed that the things rewarded by the system were definitely good. After swallowing the pill, Yi Chen laid down on the bed and rested. After about 15 minutes or so, Yi Chen was awakened by his own body heat. His body was so hot that Yi Chen sat up abruptly on the bed. He just couldn't take it anymore. Hot damn. All of his clothes were soaked, and the quilt was damp with his sweat. Moreover, Yi Chen felt that his body was sore and uncomfortable at this time. At this time, Lu Yana also opened the door and came in to call Yi Chen to come downstairs for dinner. And it was a shock to see Yi Chen, because at this moment, Yi Chen's entire body was red like a cooked shrimp, and soaked to the bone. Lu Yana thought that Yi Chen had a fever and hurriedly went forward to help Yi Chen who was kneeling on the ground. Husband, hubby, are you okay? Don't you scare me. I'm calling an ambulance now. Yi Chen was a bit deflated and powerlessly raised his hand to block Lu Yana. Wife, no need to call. I'm still okay. After exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, he then said, I'll be fine in a while. I'll explain to you then. Then, curled up in Yuna's arms again, Lu Yana was also terrified. However, when he heard Yi Chen say that he didn't need to call an ambulance, he was still relieved in his heart and held the cell phone in his hand tightly, ready to call an ambulance at any time. Holding Yi Chen tightly, then I'll talk to my family first. Stay for dinner. It's good that you're okay. Yi Chen said to Lu Yana. I'm thirsty. Pour me a glass of water. Lu Yana hurriedly pulled the quilt off and put it underneath Yi Chen so that Yi Chen could lie down. Then he went to the kettle on the desktop and poured a full cup of warm water. Took the cup. lifted up Yi Chen on the ground, and sent it to Yi Chen's mouth. Yi Chen greedily drank the water. I also want. Lu Yana simply took a whole pot of water and slowly poured it to him. Yi Lips had sufficiently finished a whole jug of water, more than 3 liters of water, and the sweat on his body was growing, and the color was a little yellowish and sticky. It was only after another roughly 15 minutes or so that Yi Chen recovered, hurrying to explain to Lu Yana, just now I tried a product developed by the pharmaceutical company that helps the body. It's just that it hasn't been sold to the public yet. I didn't realize that the backbone was so strong. My body only felt sore and achy, but now I feel relaxed all over, and the spirit is especially good. Lu Yana also felt that the color of Yi Chen's face had become rosy. It was just that there was still some fear about Yi Chen's drug trial. Worried, that was really going to scare me just now. I thought you were sick. Yi Chen laughed. Don't worry, hubby is fine. I feel full of power all over now, including the second brother as well. One cannot help but let out an exclamation. This medicine is truly good. He felt the stickiness on his body, and then took a look at the stains on Yuna's body. Yi Chen said, Wife, your body is also dirty from my sweat. Let's take a bath together. Before Lu Yana could refuse, she was already picked up by Yi Chen. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that Yi Chen and Lu Yana went downstairs to eat. Looking at Yi Chen's refreshed appearance, Lu Yana thought for a moment that the medicine developed by Yi Chen's pharmaceutical company was about that. Everyone unspokenly stared at the two of them, Lu Yana and Yi Chen, with a we-all-know look. Lu Yana's heart immediately freaked out. Today's disgrace was really the most she'd ever had in her life. What had just happened was also something that gave Lu Yana some doubts. After hurriedly eating dinner, Lu Yana then went to the little baby's room with Yi Chen. After putting my little one to bed, I went back into the bedroom. Only then did Lu Yana peel back Yi Chen's clothes, wanting to get a better look. Yi Chen also flirted. Wife, was it not enough just now? So fast. Lu Yana also blushed, a little shy, but the doubts in her heart naturally had to be asked clearly. I'm not here to talk poorly to you right now. I just hadn't gotten around to asking you yet. You just said that you're trying out a new drug developed by your pharmaceutical company? What kind of medicine is that? And, I feel like your entire skin feels like it's fuller after you've eaten it? With that, he came over to pickpocket Yi Chen's clothes again. Yi Chen also simply stripped off his body's clothes. This time Lu Yana's red was but even redder. In fact, Yi Chen himself felt the same way, especially after taking a bath. He felt that the whole person was full of energy and his body was full of strength. Yi Chen raised his hands and looked at the muscles on his hands and body, very satisfied with his own. Lu Yana touched it, then said, Hubby, I always feel that you are like a different person. Just feel as if we're different, but cannot say, and just now you, really different. Yi Chen also showed off the muscles on his body and said, it's different. What the system rewarded was really good. The whole person felt full of power. It was really like a new body. Chapter 217 New Discoveries in Magical Potion. Lu Yana looked at her husband in front of her, so she asked with concern, Hubby, you haven't told me what kind of medicine your company has developed? Yi Chen smiled and said, well, it's the company's medicine for strengthening the body. It's just that the reaction is a bit big. The medicine will be more perfect in the future. Ina Lu said, then they really need to cheer up. If each person takes this medicine and reacts so badly, then really no one will buy it. Yi Chen, yeah, the reaction is a bit big, but the effect is pretty good. It still needs to be strengthened before it works. Lu Yana said worriedly, your company's medicine hasn't really been developed yet. Right, and I don't know if there are any side effects? Why don't you go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup? See if there is anything wrong with your body? Yi Chen also nodded his head and told a good-natured lie. Well, I'll go tomorrow when I'm free. So, honey, were you happy with me just now? Yi Chen smiled badly at Lu Yana. Lu Yana whacked Yi Chen's pectoral muscle with her hand again. Nasty. Even if you become what kind of person, you are still you. What I like is your person. And also, don't mess around in the future to try the medicine that hasn't been developed well. In case something happens, there are some side effects and so on. What can be done about this? Lu Yana was also worried that Yi Chen had messed around with trying the medicine and had tried something wrong with her body. Yi Chen also promised again. Got it, wife. I'll never try a half-baked product developed by the company again. Hey, the systematic ones will still be tried. It was just that, after these few system rewards, Yi Chen had also discovered a problem. Recently, the money rewarded by the system was also getting less and less, even if there was some contact with the babies, but the 100,000 to 1 million rewards were already far from enough in the opinion of rulings him. After all, now he in addition to first apply the magic potion to healthcare products, but also to start to do his philanthropy, even if their hands holding nearly $100 billion, but now their own pockets but not even billions of dollars, so it is also quite suffocating. But then, the money in the pocket will only spend less and less. Only money to generate money to more and more. Many times not the same to rely on the system rewards. The most important thing is to have money in their own hands. They will make money is the king. So, the entire night, Yi Chen was thinking about this. Of course, regarding philanthropy, he had also thought very clearly, and in the future, he would use part of the money he earned to do charity and give back to society. Early the next morning, Yi Chen received a call from Chen Shuegue. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry to bother you so early in the morning. However, I really can't wait to share a happy event with you now. The bottle of water you gave me yesterday, when I received it in my hands that afternoon, I have already taken the members of the research and development team to start conducting research on this bottle of water. I didn't expect it. After a night's research by our research and safety team, this bottle of potion of yours is really too amazing, and we can't research out what exactly this bottle of water is, but what we can know is that it can make the performance of all medicines enhanced. For example, once this medicine comes into contact with this water, the performance of the medicine immediately doubles tenfold. Yi Chen was also surprised. Really? At first, Yi Chen had only hoped that they could develop what substance this potion was, and then apply this potion to healthcare products that strengthened the body. But unexpectedly, there was such an effect. Chen Shuegue this side has not finished speaking. It is true, Mr. Yi, in my opinion, this potion can be completely applied for a patent. Perhaps the development of this potion can also be in the international award back. And then there's the fact that this potion is supposed to be concentrated, right? The more you give it, the more active it is. So, for using this potion to fuse with other substances, you still have to pay attention to this amount. But, if it's used alone, there's no such problem. So we all think this is so amazing. Yi Chen also said on the phone, then you guys see how to get this healthcare product, thinking that it can be used by all people is the best. Chen Shuegue asked, then, really don't use it on top of the medicine? Yi Chen also thought for a moment. This amount has not yet been determined, but this healthcare product, then it's better to get it first. Try to study it earlier. Determine the safety of the product, and all the formalities should be done. Chen Shuegue promised. Mr. Yi, please don't worry. The formalities are no problem. After all, we've been doing this for more than 10 years. Yi Chen, regarding what you said about using this potion in medicine, according to what you said, it's still necessary to be cautious. After all, there's no telling if there will be any problems if the two are fused together. Chen Shuegue, well okay, we'll look into the medicine side of things when we get the healthcare aspect right. We'll definitely create better benefits for the company. Make the pharmacy a bigger brand. Make it familiar to all. This was what Chen Shuegue's heart longed to see the most. Looking at the pile of brand new equipment in front of him, Chen Shuegue was also overwhelmed with emotion. After Yi Chen hung up the phone, he continued to go to school. On the way to school, Yi Chen was also excited. If it was really as Chen Shuegue said that this magic potion really had such an effect, then wouldn't he have made a fortune? If it could actually be used in medicine, wouldn't Yi Chen also really do not dare to think down. At first, Yi Chen also just want to let the whole population to improve immunity, less sick. So simple. But do not think that the system's magical potion actually have such an unexpected effect. This, Yi Chen hadn't really thought about it. Yi Chen really had to replan the new direction of the pharmaceutical factory in the future. You can't just produce health products. You have to move towards pharmaceuticals as well. That's why the R&D team must be good enough. It is only then that better products can be developed for use in hospitals, pharmacies, etc. The sale of healthcare products is not at all in question, because Yi Chen himself has a chain of mom and pop stores under his name. Can be placed in the mom and pop stores to let the salesman to promote, as long as there are formal procedures, can be sold in the major shopping malls and pharmacies and so on. But drugs are different, and the approval process is all much stricter than that of health supplements. So this is something that can't be rushed. Let's get this aspect of healthcare right first, and then slowly develop new products. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile comfortably as he thought of this. Sure enough, professional things should be left to professionals. Chapter 218. Papa Lu finds the door. At noon, he received a call from Wang Lin, the head of security at Proteus Security. Yi Chen picked up the phone and spoke with Wang Lin for several minutes. Yi Chen, humph. Luckily it's just money. Did that woman still give my father-in-law any of that stuff to drink? Wang Lin, yes, Mr. Yi Chen, but you don't have to worry. It's all under our control. Yi Chen, well then, let her be complacent for a while and let her guard down. You guys keep a close eye on me. Wang Lin, yes, Mr. Yi Chen. In fact, Wang Lin that couldn't figure it out, because the evidence in their hands was enough to charge Lui Wei as a vicious woman. Why Mr. Yi Chen didn't make the next move? Yi Chen still had to find a chance to see if Papa Lu had noticed Lui Wei's small movements. After talking on the phone, he turned his head to look at Lu Yana. Nana, My people over there found out that Louis Wei has made a new move recently. Lu Yana was also startled. Really? What did she do? Yi Chen didn't hide it from her and said it directly. Swallowed the money for dinner and had the chef mess things up. I don't know how many people I've bribed. Yu Yana sighed. What do you think she's doing this for? Is it to ruin the restaurant? Yi Chen laughed. I see. Her purpose is not only to destroy the restaurant, but also to destroy your family. Don't forget, she's still on your dad. This is to destroy your family. Lu Yana was helpless. Seriously, our family doesn't owe her anything. Why does she have to do things so absolutely? If we really don't have any money or anything, my dad in the old family those stores can give her. After all, now we have come to Xiangcheng. Alas. Yi Chen also hugged Lu Yana. Wife, don't be sad for such a person. It's not worth it. Yi Chen looked at his wife's reaction and knew that even if he dismantled Louis Wei's true colors as a bad woman, his wife, including Lu's father and Lu's mother, would still let Louis Wei go. It couldn't be helped. Who let them be in such a relationship? But as long as this Louis Wei was driven away and didn't stay here to wreak havoc on his family, whether she was dead or alive, it had nothing to do with him. Yi Chen. When he thought of this, Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana even tighter. Family, that's who he should be guarding the most. No one else matters. Within a few days, a call came in from Hu Jinkong, the president of the Sea Charity Foundation. Hello Mr. Yi Chen. I'm here to report about the progress of the condition of little Lu Mingxian. Yi Chen hurriedly said. If it's about how much money was used, there's no need to say anything. No matter how much money was spent, I won't stop it. As long as the little child's illness is cured. President Hu Jinkong froze, and then immediately said, it's like this, Mr. Yi Chen, since you've already opened your mouth and told me so, I'm going to omit this step, because there's no bone marrow that matches with Lu Mingxuan's little friend yet. And, Yi Chen said, say what you have to say straight out. Don't stammer. President Hu Jinkong hurriedly continued. It's that the condition of Lu Mingxuan's little friend is not optimistic, and it's best to hurry up and find him a suitable bone marrow is the best. So we hope to release an announcement so that more people know about this situation. Yi Chen couldn't help but froze. Not optimistic? How serious is it? How many days has it only been diagnosed? Didn't I tell you to use the best machines and the best medicine? How come it's still getting serious? President Hu Jinkong hurriedly explained, because the child's body is so poor. Long-term malnutrition. So the resistance is not good. After a chemotherapy, the body is a little unable to carry. Resistance? Resistance again. Yi Chen sighed and said, then hurry up and send it. You don't need to look for me in the future for these small things. And also, tomorrow morning, make arrangements. I'll go and do a match to see if I can match his. President Hu Jinkong couldn't help but be shocked. This, good Mr. Yi Chen, I'll immediately go back to make arrangements. Yi Chen thought for a moment, and then said to Hu Jinkong on the phone, you write a sentence there in the release announcement, that whoever is suitable will be given $1 million in nutritional fees. Also, this program can be used for all donors as well. Back up the samples with us first, and all the nutritional fees will be in place if any are suitable. President Hu Jinkong hurriedly said, yes. This chairman is really quite generous. I guess if this program comes out, there should also be a lot of people to do the matching. Leave a sample, and if you use it in the future, $1 million will be in hand. However, the foundation does have an encouraging effect when it says things like that. Yi Chen went to make the match early the next morning. The results would be out in about 3 to 4 days, and Yi Chen could only wait. In the afternoon, after Yi Chen finished his first class, he was dragged over to the pharmaceutical factory by Chen Shuegue. Because the new label for the pharmacy was made today, the construction crew came by today to install it. Watching the old label being removed by the workers, Chen Shuegue also has mixed feelings. Luckily, he's still around. He is still here. Despite the name change, he still loves this job and every inch of this place. Yi Chen also noticed Chen Shuegue's change in mood, but he didn't say anything. After all, the old and the new are exchanged, and it is the powerful who stand tall. Looking at the factory inside and outside, have been replaced with new slogans, new factory name. The factory staff also changed into new factory uniforms, the old and the new, but also just a few days. Nowadays, Chen Shuegue felt that the most important thing for him was to do his part. After all, Mr. Yi Chen could have given himself such a good platform and opportunity. He was not unemployed in middle age. In the evening after dinner, Papa Lu took an account book and found both Yi Chen and Lu Yana. Nana, Yi Chen lately it always feels like the store is not making money. You guys come to see what's wrong? Lu Yana took the ledger in her own father's hand, frowned and said, Dad, where can I read this? Yi Chen looked at the ledger, because he already knew about the store's situation from Wang Lin, but because he wanted to deal with it personally, Yi Chen also had to say, Dad, looking at the ledger, I can only see that the income is not enough to cover the expenditure. And even though the store is making money, because of the high costs, the store has actually started to make a loss. Lu father also can't figure out, my rent is the cheapest in the whole building, but also the cheapest in this whole Shangqing city center. Even if the cost is a little higher, that should also have earned it. Yi Chen said, Dad, why don't you do this? Leave this matter to me. I'll help you look at it. Papa Lu nodded. Well, okay then. Then he smiled and said, Yi Chen, go for it. I'm optimistic about you. After Yi Chen heard these words, he suddenly felt a wave of intrigue. Chapter 219 Yi Chen reorganizes restaurants. When Yi Chen and Lu Yana both went back to their rooms, the two of them took the account book and discussed it. Honey, you said you already know what my cousin Yvette Lu will use to mess with the restaurant? Yi Chen walked over and took the ledger and put it aside. Don't look at it. The ledger was made for us to see. And even if we did, we wouldn't be able to tell anything. Yi Chen directly pulled Lu Yana into his arms and kissed a lip on top of her head. Honey, don't think about anything right now. I told you I'd help you. Lu Yana was also anxious. Couldn't you tell me in advance how you're going to fix her? Moreover, you haven't told me in detail exactly how you're going to fix her. I just didn't want you to know about some of the darkness in the mall. But since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you about it. Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana and slowly said, let's analyze it from her standpoint first. If she really wants to bring down Lu Fuji, then she will definitely do whatever it takes. But, first of all, at the moment, she is also only targeting such a Lu Fuji in Xiangcheng, while those in Yunqing she didn't move. Plus the purpose of those things she did to your father is also very obvious. That is, she is only targeting your Lu family. If I say so, you should understand, right? Lu Yana looked up at Yi Chen. Then what do you mean? She just wants to mess with our Lu family and mess with my father? And then what? She wants to swallow our dad's Lu Fuji? Yi Chen nodded. You've kind of hit the nail on the head. Not only that, there were several times that I also saw how she looked at me differently. I think she might have that meaning for me. Lu Yana was shocked. What? You're saying she's got her eye on you? Exhaling deeply. How is it possible? Yi Chen said. How is it impossible? You don't look at your husband. I'm handsome and more wealth than billions. A woman should be able to look at me. So wife, you have to look at me a little. Lu Yana hammered Yi Chen. Speaking seriously, you go on. Yi Chen said. I won't say much about the matter of whether she looks at me or not. Anyway, I only love you. Lu Yana nodded her head and said, well, I'm really quite relieved about you. I still have confidence in myself, so go on. Yi Chen continued. Since she wants to mess with this newly opened Lu Fuji in Xiangcheng, she will definitely make the restaurant have problems from the management as well. And for all of this, we already have evidence in our hands. I won't say anything now. You'll know when the time comes. Yuina, is it impossible to say? People want to know. Then, I'll tell you tomorrow night. Yi Chen also sold a secret. Lu Yana let out a sigh. Actually, I've thought about this before. If my dad let me inherit the store, then I would definitely take it over. And I could learn this from my dad. Yi Chen was also very compassionate as he touched those hands of Lu Yana. How smooth and tender these hands are. How is it worth it for me to let you do this kind of rough work? Don't worry, hubby is here. Hubby will help you. Besides, do you know how to get wholesale ingredients? Where the ingredients are cheap and good? Do you know how to store these ingredients in general so that they don't rot so easily? Lu Yana was stunned by the question. I don't know, but I can learn from my dad. Besides, I'm the owner of the restaurant. Do I need to know all this? Yi Chen said. So yeah, if you don't even know about this, it's easy for others to take advantage of it. It makes your restaurant full every day, but you just can't make any money. What's the point of opening a restaurant that doesn't make money? Continuing, not only that, but also, do you know how long it takes to start frying each dish until it's served? Also, do you have employees who have clean hands and are trustworthy? Do you make sure that these people don't tamper with the food on the way to frying and serving? There are many more. Yi Chen still wanted to say something. Lu Yana hurriedly hugged him tightly. Forget it, husband, don't say it again. I'd better draw my paintings well, cook and cook for you occasionally, and leave the rest to you. Wait for husband, you raise me, forget it. Yi Chen nodded. Well, it's surprising that my wife has realized this so quickly. Not bad. Yi Chen decided that he would take his wife over there tomorrow at dinner time. Look at this Louis Wei. What kind of a mouth is she? Also let father-in-law and his wife they recognize this Louis Wei. By the end of the night, Yi Chen brought his wife over to the restaurant, while Lu Yana was calling up her good sister Gu Engying. Gu Engying came with Yi Hui. The two have also taken their relationship a step deeper since the last incident and are already semi-living together. The four of them entered the restaurant together, and Papa Lu welcomed them and warmly. Papa Lu initially wanted to arrange them in the elegant room, but Yi Chen refused. And at this time, Louis Wei also saw Yi Chen came. The heart cannot help but sneer. She hurried to take advantage of people do not pay attention to, ran to put their own body staff clothing, changed into a small black skirt high heels son, originally dressed in a corny staff clothing, but also just to get the trust of Father Lu, just to take over the power in the hands of Father Lu, so as to operate her things. After changing her clothes, Louis Wei enthusiastically walked over to Yi Chen's side and refilled the tea for a few more people. Why is Brother Yi Chen so free to come over today? Everyone present, except for Yi Hui, could smell the odor of green tea permeating the air. Yi Hui picked up the tea that Louis Wei poured and took a sip. It smells really good. Delicious. I want another cup. Gu Ying immediately snatched his teacup over. What's the point of drinking so much green tea? Drink your plain water. Then, she poured a cup of plain water for Yi Hui. It was handed to Yi Hui. Drink it. Yi Hui glanced at the crowd and then at Gu Ying, thinking, what did I do wrong again? Uncertainly, he passed his eyes to his big brother Yi Chen. Yi Chen just glanced at Louis Wei who was standing beside him. Only Louis Wei was holding a teacup at the moment, standing there somewhat awkwardly. She giggled and said, still have to listen to your girlfriend huh? Yi Hui glanced at Louis Wei, and his face didn't rise and fall much. He came to Gu Ying's ear and said, why are you being mean to me? This woman isn't pretty, not half as pretty as you. When Gu Ying heard this, her heart was instantly happy. Knowing you counts. Actually, Yi Hui was just being honest. It was true that Louis Wei was really not as pretty as Gu Ying. Louis Wei saw that the crowd ignored her, and Yi Chen didn't even look at her squarely, so she couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart. He also pushed some small dishes before the meal towards Yi Chen's side. Big brother Yi Chen, this small dish is quite delicious. You can try it. Yi Chen pushed those small dishes to Yi Hui. I've been a bit on fire lately. I can't eat any of these things. Right, wife. Lu Yana also seemed to sense that Louis Wei was different towards Yi Chen. Chapter 220 Reorganization of Lao Fuk Qi. Last night, Yi Chen had already confessed to himself, and it seemed that this cousin of his, Lu Wei, did indeed have that intention for Yi Chen. Thinking about this, Lu Yana's heart was not good. Yi Chen naturally noticed his wife's emotions, as his hand was about to bleed from Lu Yana's grip. Yi Chen glared and took down Lu Yana's hand that was secretly grasping his own before letting out a breath. Yi Hui looked at the snacks that Yi Chen pushed over in front of him, glanced at Gu Ying who was looking at him with murderous eyes, and immediately pushed the snacks to the other side again. I don't like it. Louis Wei also stopped looking at Yi Hui and the two of them, and her face was a bit hungover. I'll go over there and get busy first. Gu Ying also picked up her phone and was whispering to Lu Yana. Nana, how come you didn't notice that this cousin of yours seems to have something for Yi Chen? Lu Yana picked up her cell phone and glanced at Gu Ying. She also didn't expect that even Gu Ying could see it, while she only realized it last night. In the past, he might have thought that Yi Chen was overthinking or joking, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it was real. Lu Yana replied back, you already knew, right? Why are you telling me now? Gu Ying is also no way out. Nana, sorry I also thought she just Yi Chen liked to worship only, did not think she would come out so out of character, and, at that time, you are not with Yi Chen just married well, also not good to take this thing to stimulate you. Lu Yana was also shocked when she saw this. What did you say? Just got married? You mean you already found out the moment we got married? Just Gu Ying glanced at the two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana. Yeah, just at your wedding. I've already noticed that the way she looks at Yi Chen is a bit different. Lu Yana's grip on the phone also tightened. She's not just to Yi Chen. In a moment you can see for yourself what she's done. Lu Yana was also completely convinced this time, and there would be no more soft hands. Yi Chen said, let's eat first and fill our stomachs before we fight. It's also right in the middle of dinner time, and the waiters here are shuttling to and from the various tables. From time to time, there were also guests who greeted the waiters, and even Papa Lu himself came down. Yi Chen couldn't help but make up his mind when he saw this. Mustn't let Dad work so hard again. This time rectify over. Persuade Dad to hire a few more waiters. Come over to the restaurant when you have time to hang out and enjoy life. In the meantime, there were also a lot of sounds of broken cutlery and dishes being accidentally pushed over, which anyone who owns a restaurant knows is normal. However, Yi Chen and the others were sitting over the window on the far side of the second floor at the moment, so they knew exactly what was going on in the entire hall. There are waiters here who, on average, break a utensil once every 10 minutes, ruin a plate of food in 20 minutes, and then there's the 30 minutes when a familiar customer complains about a bad meal. The entire meal broke 5 sets of utensils, 3 plates of food, and received 2 complaints, and that's not even counting downstairs, where there's the elegant room. Although Yi Chen had already known all of this, it was surprising that so much had happened during this one meal, and it had happened right under his nose. After the meal, originally Yi Hui wanted to leave, but seeing his girlfriend, as well as his elder brother Yi Chen and sister-in-law did not leave, naturally, he did not speak again. Yi Hui muttered in his heart. What the hell? Still not leaving after dinner? Thinking of this, he glanced at Gu Ying again. Gu Ying also realized that Yi Hui was looking at him and gave him a fierce look. Frightened, Yi Hui didn't dare to look at it anymore and looked at his cell phone. By the time it was about 10:30, the guests had all left. Yi Chen had also already greeted Papa Lu and called all the employees to the first floor lobby after work. At this time, Yi Chen's phone rang. It's Papa Lu calling. Come down, all of you. The people are already here. Papa Lu's voice was a little heavy. Yi Chen said, good, taking Yuina and the others down with him. After Lu's father finished his call, he left early, leaving this place to Yi Chen and his own daughter, and Lui Wei seemed to have noticed something as well, only that she was also confident in herself. The things she did were done so covertly that it was impossible for them to be discovered. So too, it stands proudly at the front of the staff line. In fact, her heart had already begun to scream and curse. Lu Yina's life is better than her, looks better than her, her family is richer than her. Since childhood, she is the princess in everyone's eyes, and now she can only be a wimp here as a restaurant store manager or something like that. How could she not be angry? How could she not be jealous? Yi Chan and Lu Yina stepped forward, glancing at the employees standing together. Yuina jerked her head and saw Dunji standing in the crowd. Why is Dunji here? Gu Ying obviously noticed Deng Jie as well. Yi Chen had also met Deng Jie while also hearing about Deng Jie from Wang Lin, so he hurriedly stepped in to hold his wife down and nodded at her. Seeing this, Lu Yina and Gu Ying also didn't make their next move, and Dunji just lowered her head and stood in the staff line without saying a word. She understood her duty very well. Yi Chen stood a few steps forward. A large crystal chandelier in the hall was being directly in front of his head. The light softly shone sideways. Only Yi Chen's face was full of seriousness. I'm sure you all know who I am. I won't say much here. First of all, I am very grateful to all of you, who have been working hard here for 10 days, and I thank you for laboring hard for us at Lao Fuqi during these 10 days. As Yi Chen said that, his body slightly leaned forward and made a small bow. All the employees saw this and said, ouch, this can't be allowed. You're our boss's son-in-law. There's also the possibility of being the owner of this restaurant in the future. Lui Wei also hurriedly said, brother-in-law, you don't have to be like this. As far as they took our salary, they naturally have to do things for us. So why bow to them to thank them? You don't have to be like this. Yi Chen just gave her a cold look. I don't need you to teach me to do things. Lui Wei was frightened by his eyes and her hand shrank back. Yi Chen stood in place, both hands behind his back, rotating the wedding ring on his hand, his eyes coldly scanning each and every employee present, saying, after finishing the words of gratitude, here, I'm going to make an announcement about firing a few employees. What? This aunt wants to be fired as soon as she comes up? Everyone looked at Yi Chen shocked. Now even Lui Wei was a little worried. What's going on here? Chapter 221, hand-tearing Lui Wei. Being under everyone's shock, Yi Chen slowly pointed at a few employees in the front row and said, you, and you, the fourth one counting from the left behind, the seventh, and the eighth, you're all fired. These people were named, and everyone's faces changed. How long has this ant been here? And he's just going to fire people? And one of the people who was named in front of him directly yelled, why did you fire me? I'm from the old store in Cloud City. I followed the boss here. The boss trusts me the most, and I've been working at Lu Fuji for almost 10 years, and you're saying you're going to fire me as soon as you come up here? You're only our boss's aunt, so what gives you the right? That's right, just came to the store a couple of times, and now they're firing us as soon as they come up. What's the point? Let's go find Boss Lu and ask him to give us a reason. That's it. This Miss Lu is just a woman who can only draw and paint. Where can she cook? This Ad Lu hasn't even graduated from college yet, and she dares to come to the store and tell us what to do. We're not convinced. Let Boss Lu come out and judge for us. That's right, although I've only worked here for 10 days, but I asked myself that I also worked hard. Even if I worked overtime, I didn't say a word, and now I'm saying that I'm going to be fired just because I want to be fired? And it's still being fired by a layman like him. Even if the boss wants to give the restaurant to you, we're still not convinced. Let Boss Lu come out. These noisy people, all of whom had just been named by Yi Chen to be dismissed, one by one were making a lot of noise there, and there were some who were close to jumping up. Yi Chen, however, hooked up his lips in a cold smile, not letting up in the slightest, and stood there watching this good show. Only when they were done arguing did Yi Chen wave his hand towards the hand. A short while later, two men in black suits came up behind them with a computer. Everyone was shocked. When were these two men here? Just as they stopped arguing, Yi Chen spoke in an indifferent tone. Chef Lin, right? You've been working at our Lu Fuji for almost 10 years now, and my old man also trusts you quite a bit. That's why he invited you over from the Cloud City side, and let you work as a chef over here, with your treatment and salary more than doubled in every aspect, the purpose of which is for you to stay at Lu Fuji with peace of mind. and his old man is also well-intentioned. But what about you? How did you treat his old man? Ask yourself, are you doing right by my old man? The man called Chef Lin's eyes also flickered up when he heard Yi Chen's question. Obviously, he's weak-minded, and when they heard Yi Chen's words, everyone quieted down. Yi Chen laughed coldly and continued, pigeon in brine is one of our Lu Fuji signature dishes, is also to come to our Lu Fuji to eat people must point a dish. But recently the point of this dish is less than half of the people are generally new customers come under false pretenses point of view, and I just ate. I've heard several complaints from customers, saying that the pigeon meat is too old. Too old. When the man called Chef Lin heard this, his face also changed to a goddess, and he started yelling, it's just that fewer people are ordering it lately, so what's the big deal? Everyone else is tired of eating this dish, so naturally fewer people are ordering it. Obviously, Chef Lin is also very unconvinced. Yi Chen gestured for Lu Yana and the others to take a seat towards a table on one side, so that they could watch the show properly, and he turned to the man called Chef Lin and sneered. Although Chef Lin didn't know what Yi Chen was up to, he had goosebumps all over his body when he smiled like that. I've seen my old man at home have done this dish. Pickled pigeon but first with boiling hot oil fried, and then put into the cool brine. Pigeon heat, and brine is cool, so that the flavor of the brine will be more likely to enter the pigeon. More flavorful, and a cold and a hot, so that the pigeon meat is more tender. At the same time because the brine is my old man has also long been prepared. This brine is naturally no problem, and later brine will also be used, so this inconvenient to do tampering. But, here, Yi Chen sold out, glanced at the crowd, put the desktop of the 16-inch large-screen laptop, after some operation, opened a video, which is precisely the high-definition video of Chef Lin when he made the marinated pigeon. In the video, Chef Lin takes a furtive glance at the kitchen before dropping the pigeon directly into the brine and then lighting the gas, and in the course of this dish, he looked at his phone while stirring a few times, and the pigeon also because not have deep-fried and cooked for too long, resulting in a bad taste, the meat firewood not to say, but also not flavorful. Now all the people in the store roared with it. Chef Lin looked at this video and also blanched. You, where did you get this video? Oomph, does one really think that there's no way to film you if you put the stove in a place where the surveillance can't see it? Yi Chen laughed coldly, because the marinated pigeon has to be cooked in a big pot at one time. It is usually cooked in a separate pot. So this Chef Lin also seized the opportunity and lifted the pot to a place where the surveillance had no way to see to make such a mess. Yi Chen snorted coldly and continued, I say, if I send this video of yours online, to my peers in Fragrance City, or if I let my old man's peers in Cloud City watch it, do you think you can still be this chef? You'll probably only be able to work as a head chef in a trashy hotel, right? I guess it's already good enough for someone to take you in by then. Although my Yi family doesn't know anyone in Fragrance City, my old man is a resounding figure in your old hometown, Cloud City. Hearing this, Chef Lin was so shocked that he stared straight in the eyes, his legs went limp, and he sat down directly on the ground, not saying anything. Seeing that the leader, Chef Lin, had been made to look like this by Yi Chen, the other people quickly split into two groups of people. One group of people who were onlookers like everyone else, and the other group of people who had just made a scene and said that they wanted to see Papa Lu. And at that moment, both sets of people froze in place. Yi Chen also sat down, looked at these people then said, according to my investigation found that our restaurant tableware is often broken off. Fan Shichio, Huang Wanbin, you two in this week's time, each person almost every day to break more than 5 sets of tableware. Just now I eat here, a meal time, just you two fell a total of 4 sets. Chapter 222 Time to Establish Authority. Yi Chen looked coldly at the man and the woman and continued, according to you guys, you have to report losses of at least about 30 sets a week, so that's upwards of 100 sets a month. If everyone is like you guys, the reporting rate is already above normal, and you also have to steal paper towels, toilet bowl cleaner, rags, chopsticks, and so on. Then, Yi Chen opened another video, in which they could be seen stealing something. They knew exactly where there was surveillance in the restaurant, but no one thought that their every move had been surreptitiously filmed. The thieving man and woman instantly froze as well. And Lu Chang, just now I have seen it all. When you are at work, you often ignore the customers, and cold to the side of the customers who want to order. So a lot of customers have left because of this. Like you such a service attitude. I am not the money more than enough to hire you to mess up your own restaurant? Yi Chen continued. And little Li, the cashier, do you think you can match every dollar you collect? I've already had a professional do the math, and the difference here is not just a half a star. Almost every day it has to be 2,000 to $3,000 less. Almost $20,000 are missing in this week's time. If I call the police now, do you think you can get away with it? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a little girl suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Didn't you say you wanted to see my old man? Didn't you say you want a statement? Yi Chen snorted coldly and continued. I'll just sit here, listen and watch well, and see what kind of an argument you guys are going to make. All were afraid to move, as some of them usually did these little things, but just not as crazy as they were. Everyone stared at Yi Chen, who was sitting on a chair. Yi Chen stood up and looked at the crowd with a smile, but his eyes were as cold as ice, so that people did not dare to meet his gaze. Although I, Yi Chen, haven't graduated from university yet, but my family has been in business for generations. I've seen a lot of these little tricks of yours since I was a kid. This store my old man but said, hope my wife to take over. Just my wife does not know how to do this. Then I will come on to help take care of it. And today, it's up to me to purge the restaurant for my old husband and wife. Today, I'm going to give you guys a chance, as long as you obediently pay the price for what you stole and broke, and then shut the up and leave. I can pretend nothing happened. But, if you guys have to make a big deal out of this and go around talking about it outside, then I'll make these videos public. Besides, I'm reminding you guys, I've investigated each of your family information and even your ancestors, so if anyone dares to spread rumors about my restaurant, I'll be impolite to them. So I expect you to know what to do and what not to do. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he coldly looked at these named people. Although the lighting of the restaurant was soft, making people feel very warm and cozy, it was only the words Yi Chen said that made the few people who named him feel chilled. Lu Yana sat there looking at her husband, only to feel that he was really handsome at this moment, and Louis Wei, who was standing on the side, stared blankly at Yi Chen, who was standing in front of her. At first, she also only thought that Yi Chen was just a rich second generation who relied on his family, but she didn't expect that he would be so bold. The people who were just clamoring for a statement all stopped talking, and Chef Lin, who is the most senior here, was the first to react and hurriedly climbed up from the ground, bowing to both Yi Chen and Lu Yana. Missy, Auntie, I'm leaving now. I don't want the wages either. Moreover, I won't say anything nonsense outside. After saying that, Chef Lin directly rushed out of the door of the restaurant, and the other people also said that they didn't want to be paid, and they even posted money to pay for the damaged things, and no one said that they were going to ask Papa Lu for a statement anymore. After these 6 people left, Yi Chen looked at the remaining ones, and after the remaining ones saw that these expelled people had left, all of them immediately sighed in relief, only to see Yi Chen looking at them. They couldn't help but stand still for fear that Yi Chen would find them in trouble. Are you guys feeling relieved? Yi Chen continued. Although they are gone, but this does not mean that you are clean on you. Who among you is whose person, and who really serves the restaurant? My heart is as clear as a mirror. Listening to Yi Chen's words, everyone's faces looked different. Who's behind those guys? I know that too. As he said this, he intentionally or unintentionally drifted his eyes towards Louis Wei. When Louis Wei saw Yi Chen looking at her, she immediately shifted her gaze away in fear. It won't. He'll never know it was me. Yi Chen's words rang out once again. Only, I hope you'll be clear about who owns Lu Fuji. Yi Chen's words were undoubtedly waking up these people. Now that he was standing here lecturing these people, the restaurant was definitely going to be handed over to Yi Chen to manage in the future as well. So he hoped that these people would see the situation clearly. Don't stand on the wrong side. Everyone was whispering. Alright, that's all I have to say about these words today. Next, I'm going to tell you all one thing. I'll keep an eye on the restaurant together, even though I'm still in school. But, my old man's business, that's all my business. I'm definitely not going to sit back and do nothing. As long as you guys are willing to work hard here. Regarding the wages, there's still room for more. And as long as the restaurant makes money, I promise to take out 10% of the store's profits to reward everyone. At those words, everyone looked at Yi Chen with great surprise. However, for those who are idle and think of moping around in my place to get a high paycheck, I will never allow it. At this moment, Lu Yana stepped forward and assumed the posture of a master. While saying this, Lu Yana was simultaneously looking at Louis Wei, the woman who coveted her husband. Louis Wei was also startled by Lu Yana's eyes and couldn't help but take a step backwards. Yi Chen, however, looked at his wife very appreciatively. After all, there were some things that had to be dealt with by his wife coming out. Lu Yana and Yi Chen looked at each other, and both of them nodded. Lu father chose to give this matter to Yi Chen, and Lu Yana too, naturally also has his reasoning. For the old employees and relatives, in the way of face, cannot say that fired on the firing, after all, to the extent that he is this, or cannot pull this face. So handing this matter over to Yi Chen and the others was the most appropriate. For one thing, they could also test how Yi Chen handled this matter, so that they could also see Yi Chen's ability to do things. At the same time, it also gave Yi Chen and the others a chance to establish their authority. Chapter 223, Driving Louis Wei Away. Louis Wei was also frightened and fell back. Perhaps in the past, although the two had nothing to cross paths with each other. After all, they were also relatives, and Lu Yana would still have compassion for this cousin in front of her. However, when Lu Yana learns about what Louis Wei has done, especially the things she did to her father, there is no need to keep this bit of love. Lu Yana asked, "My good cousin, my father, that is, your second uncle, has made you the position of the restaurant store manager. Do you think you have any evaluation of your work since the restaurant has been open for so long?" Louis Wei wanted to say out loud that she had done very well, but for some reason, her mouth at this time was like it had been filled with cement, and she could not say those words. "I just don't know if this damn Yi Chen has secretly filmed himself." "What? Nothing more to say? Ha? What about the others? Is there anything to say?" Yi Chen took over Lu Yana's words and turned his head to look at those employees. It's just that the people present were also speechless for a while, and Dunji was not in a position to step forward, so they all followed suit and lowered their heads. The reason why these people didn't say anything was probably because at this point, they still couldn't figure out what Yi Chen and the others actually wanted to do. Only, Yi Chen and Lu Yana were both in no hurry, and both of them sat down. Yi Chen played with the watch he wore on his hand, and eventually, someone didn't hold back and stood out. Store manager Lu often plays games on his cell phone during work hours, and it's common for him to be late and leave early, and he doesn't clock in and out according to employee rules. After the person in front of him finished speaking, he retreated, his eyes wandering over Louis Wei and Yi Chen and their bodies. "Well, is there any more?" Yi Chen was not satisfied with this answer. With those words, a middle-aged man wearing a deputy store manager's badge on his chest stood out, and this person was none other than the deputy store manager, Li Chu Ku. He stood out a step forward and said, "Lu store manager often does not wear work clothes to work, always wear ultra-short low-cut skirt. In addition, even if she wears work clothes to work, but inside is wearing ultra-low-chested bottoming, I feel that her behavior for, whether it is the store's other female employees or male employees have brought a bad influence. Moreover, it also caused other male customers unnecessary." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Louis Wei's roar. "Are you sick? It's none of your business what I wear. My second uncle didn't even say anything about me. When is it your turn to talk about what I wear here?" "Alright," Yi Chen coldly looked at Louis Wei. "The one who did something wrong is still reasonable?" Being so fierce by Yi Chen, Louis Wei was also too scared to speak. "With your qualifications there is no way you can be this store manager, but my dad made you the store manager. And it's not all because you share the same surname Lu as me and my dad." At this point, Lu Yana was also no longer showing any mercy. Lu Yana stood up and continued, "Everyone can listen to me. Although Louis Wei is my eldest uncle's daughter, that is, my cousin, but she did something wrong, all the same according to the rules to deal with. From today onwards, she is no longer Lu Fuji's store manager, willing to stay here as a waitress when, not willing to leave." On top of this matter, Lu Yana still stayed merciful, just took back the identity of Louis Wei's store manager, and didn't say that she would drive her to extinction. Louis Wei was naturally unconvinced. She also did not expect that her cousin would be so direct. "I'll tell second uncle, you bullied your sister. You know, in the past 10 days or so, she had gotten along quite well with Lu Yina's father." Her second uncle, Lu Yana choked back. "It's useless for you to get grandma to come." At this time, Yi Chen said coldly, "You know what you've done yourself. Don't treat everyone else like a cutie. Do you really think that what you soak me in every day is something good?" Louis Wei couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. Yi Chen knows? Or is it just a wild guess? Is it possible that Yi Chen secretly filmed me? It's very possible. Now, Louis Wei didn't dare to make a move. Only, she was also doing it for her own face, blaring viciously at Lu Yana and Yi Chen. "All you do is bully me. I'm waiting for you to be harvested by the heavens." This Louis Wei really does not know enough. Yi Chen's hands have evidence it. If you can, as long as Lu Yana a word, this Louis Wei will have to go to jail. It's just that, Lu Yana felt that we are all relatives, pretending not to know about this matter, leaving a little bit of mercy, not poking through this layer. Looking at Louis Wei's distant figure, Lu Yana's eyes were filled with disappointment. She really didn't know that her cousin would become so ruthless. It's just that, in the future, their family will all be rooted in Xiangcheng, so just minimize contact with Louis Wei. From beginning to end, Lu Yana only said a few words when dealing with Louis Wei, because she knew that only her words could convince Louis Wei. Yi Chen glanced at everyone, then at Deng Jia, who was standing behind the crowd, and said, "Today's meeting is over. I hope that everyone will be pumped up to work from tomorrow onwards. In short, the more money the restaurant makes, the more commission everyone gets. Thank you all for your efforts." Saying that, Yi Chen nodded to everyone and led Lu Yana, Gu Yingying, Yi Hui and the others away. Gu Yingying and Yi Hui, they didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. After all, this is just a matter of your Lu Yana and Yi Chen's restaurant. It doesn't have much to do with them. At most, If it gets messy, they can still come out to persuade the fight or something. After Gu Ying walked out of the entrance of the restaurant, she asked Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, you knew about Deng Jie's matter early on, didn't you?" Yi Chen took Lu Yina's hand and smiled. "Yes, all this evidence can be attributed to her." Gu Ying said plausibly, "Oh, so that's what it's all about." Lu Yina explained at this point. He told the people from Bodler's to arrange for Dunji to go in, and at that time I didn't know what her job was, and the secrecy was so tight. Gu Ying nodded and said, "Proteus? Just the security company? Is that yours, Yi Chen?" Yi Chen returned, "Of course it's not mine, La. It's just a bit of a share. So when I asked someone to arrange a job for Deng Jie, I didn't expect it to be such a spy job." Gu Ying also laughed. "It's probably very addictive. Whenever there's a job like this, let me try it out as well. I'll have to find Deng Jie to interrogate her properly in a while before I do." Lu Yina also laughed at her. "Just you? Doing spying? I guess you'll scare the snakes, right?" Yi Chen looked at Lu Yina, who was talking and laughing with Gu Ying. He also slightly put down his heart. He was still worried that his wife's heart should not feel good after dealing with Lu Wei. In fact, although Lu Yina's heart was not good, but in the face of the person who wanted to break up her entire family, driving her away was already considered to be a mercy. Chapter 224 Children and grandchildren will always be blessed. Yi Hui looked at the big brother in front of him, and there was only envy in his eyes. This big brother, not much older than himself, had saved such a sizable family fortune before graduating from college. What he knows today is that the hotel and mom and pop stores alone are over $10 billion. Now it actually let him know that Prodigy had a stake in it as well. That's an international company. I really can't imagine. Glancing at his sister-in-law, he then glanced at Gu Ying. He felt that he should have to work hard to earn money. Like big brother, he can't keep relying on his families. After the people in the restaurant watched Yi Chen and the others get into the car, they began to talk. "Didn't I say that Missy is just someone who can hold a brush in her hand and only draw? Why does it feel so powerful? You really have no eyesight. The powerful one is our aunt." The eldest young lady also only said a few words in dealing with this matter of Miss Hall. "Don't you see? It shouldn't be." "That's right, it's what you think. Everyone has seen the majesty of our auntie, right? Even a 10-year-old employee was fired in a couple of words. Why did our boss leave the store early? It's so that our aunt can establish her authority. From now on, this store will definitely be handed over to you and Missy. And Missy is just a nominee. The real boss is Mr. Auntie." Alright, I'll see who dares to mess up in the future. Hurry up and get off work. And be smart from now on." At this time, Deputy Store Manager Lee Chuko stood out and dismissed the crowd. Dunji glanced at Lee Chuko before following the crowd out of work. After Yi Chen returned home, he laid down on the sofa in the living room and stretched out. Papa Lu walked out of the kitchen at this time and said to Yi Chen with a smile, "Yi Chen, I really didn't expect that you were even so familiar with the process of making our family's marinated pigeon." Father Lu, who was far away from home, had already known everything that happened in the restaurant through the surveillance. Yi Chen just said modestly, "Dad, I also just saw you do it at home, so I remembered, and I had the security company's people collect this evidence for me." Lu Yina, who was sitting on the side, said, "Dad, the staff of our restaurant, isn't there one named Deng Jie? That's my friend coming." Lu Dad thought about it and said, "Is Xiu Jie? She did quite well in the restaurant. Xiao Wei, she told Xia Jie to do what she did, never complained. People are also hardworking and good at learning. Really did not expect you guys are friends." Lu Yina said, "Yeah, she came to me a few days ago to arrange a job for her, because she didn't have a degree. So I was thinking of letting Yi Chen arrange a job for her. And I didn't expect Yi Chen's friend to arrange for her to be in our restaurant and help us with our deposition." Papa Lu was also a bit surprised. "What? She helped you with the deposition? The work is quite sharp. I quite like her. A very diligent little girl." After thinking about it, he asked, "After that, will you still have to transfer her? I'm in need of people in this store, and with so many people leaving the store at once, I'll have to recruit again." Yi Chen smiled. "Dad, you don't have to worry, and I won't transfer her for the time being, but if she doesn't want to work in the restaurant anymore, I'll still have to listen to her, and won't force Nana's friend." Father Lu nodded. "Well, that's right, can't force people to be difficult. Well, I'll talk to her tomorrow. Just give her a raise to promote her to lobby foreman. She did 2 days to get started, and never lazy. Other people really can't compare with her, just not good to promote her too high position at once." Lu Yina also laughed. "Dad, why are you thinking so much? People Xiajia hasn't agreed to stay yet." Papa Lu also laughed and said, "Aha, Nana is right. This time, you and Yi Chen both did a good job. In fact, I also saw the store's problems a long time ago, but just want to test you guys. I didn't expect Yi Chen actually did it so quickly." "Yi Chen, good job. Dad will work for a while longer, so I'll leave the store to you to manage. After a pause, he then said, although this store of Dad's is a commission to you, but Dad has also reached the age of enjoyment. Just want to stay at home to bring up the little grandchildren. You should not refuse Dad, right? After saying that, Father Lu looked at Yi Chen with a serious face, and even Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with a smile, waiting for Yi Chen's answer. Yi Chen was also a bit at a loss for words in the face of the sudden seriousness of the two. Dad, it's still too early to talk about this. If you really want to rest, I'll still help you to take over the restaurant, so don't worry about resting boldly. Dad, Yi Chen also just said to manage it on his behalf, not daring to say anything more. Papa Lu was also satisfied and said, well, good, when you're on winter vacation, Dad will give you the whole store. By then you won't have to find an internship company that matches your major. Just come directly to Dad. Yi Chen also had to sigh with emotion. His old husband was really quite considerate of himself, even taking over the internship opportunity. Then we'll just have to, go for it. Yi Chen smiled and said back, okay, Dad. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen, who answered down with a helpless face, and in her heart, she was already about to go crazy with laughter. This is something you volunteered for, Lu Yana said with a smile. Yi Chen couldn't stop nodding his head and said, yes, 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 it was of my own free will. Who made you my wife? My wife's business is my Yi Chen's business. It's now 10:30 p.m. The kids should be asleep. Lu Yana asked, Dad, are the babies asleep yet? Dad Lu said, I just went to bed not long ago. It's rare for me to go home today, so I took a quick shower and played with the babies for a while. In the future, I'll have to spend more time with the babies. At my age, I don't have the urge to do big things anymore. If it weren't for the fact that this family business was passed down from my ancestors, I might really quit. Papa Lu seemed to have a lot to say today, and continued, I've just been with the baby for a while now, and I've realized that Debeo, the child, has always loved to eat since he was a child, and when he grows up, it's still not bad to hand over Lu Fuqi to Debeo, don't you think so, Yi Chen? Yi Chen also smiled. Dad, why do you think so much? Children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. Just don't worry. Lu Fuji can definitely be passed on. Dad Lu also sighed, alas, is Dad think too far? You are right, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Forget it, do not want to think so much, I want to go to sleep. Tomorrow still have to go to the restaurant side of the look. You guys also go to bed early. Papa Lu finished, waved his hand and went upstairs. Lu Yana looked at her dad's back, or for the first time, she felt that her dad was really old. In the old days, Dad, who held back the storm for himself, but never thought of giving the restaurant to someone else. But today, she is now married and has children, and it's amazing that Dad thought of retiring, and all of a sudden it feels like he's really gotten a lot older. It was just that no matter what, although he himself didn't have the ability, Yi Chen did. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with gratitude. Hubby, you're so nice. Chapter 225, Couples Communicating Late into the Night. After Yi Chen and Lu Yana both went back to their rooms, both of them came out after taking a shower. Ina Lu still had to work on her milking for a bit, then check on the baby before going to bed. After Lu Yana came back, Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana and said, Wife, why don't we quit breastfeeding? Although breast milk is good for the baby, but I see that if you have to set the alarm clock to get up in the middle of the night to express milk, I feel that you are really tired. Hubby doesn't want you to be so tired, and now this milk powder is full of nutrients. Yi Chen finally added one more sentence. Hubby really doesn't want to see you work so hard. You still have to milk the cows when you get to school. Hubby sees you like this and also feels that you're working especially hard, okay? Lu Yana also hugged Yi Chen. Hubby, I know you're worried about me, but I still want to feed the kids until they're 6 months old. I'll hold on for another month or so. I'll listen to you and slowly quit. After all, she didn't want to break that 36.7 connection so soon. In fact, babies can drink milk powder, but Lu Yana really doesn't want to. Yi Chen couldn't do anything about her either. He also just didn't want to see his wife working so hard, going to school and sleeping thinking about milking, and looking at Lu Yana who hadn't had a proper full night's sleep in the past few months. He felt heartbroken. Lu Yana suddenly said, Hubby, do you have any feeling that there's something wrong with the assistant store manager surnamed Lee today? Yi Chen smiled. Oh, you found it too? Lu Yana softly hummed. Yes, you're a man who should know that if a man doesn't even like to look at beautiful women, then he must have another purpose. My cousin is also not bad looking, and is a dance student. Her body is even better than the first class, even if he is a mature and stable person. But he won't talk about these dress issues that even my father hasn't asked about. I think there is some kind of conspiracy here? Lu Yana's words were right. Even if Yi Chen was such a big man, every time he went to the restaurant then, he didn't notice this problem with Louis Wei. Obviously, Yi Chen had also noticed the difference in Li Chuko, so Yi Chen kept an eye out in his heart. Lu Yana said, Why don't we ask my dad to open him up as well? The restaurant will be in big trouble if it really wants to mess with the store. Yi-chan smiled. No, keep it for now. Don't worry. I'll have the people from Prodigy Security investigate him tomorrow and keep an eye on him to see who the people behind him are. Moreover, we still have your friend Deng Jie there. I just don't know if she will remain there. If we don't get the person behind him out, there's no telling who's going to stab him in the back in the future. Speaking here, Yi-chan also paused and seemed to remember something. Your friend Deng Jie's dad, didn't he say that he wanted to take over to see a doctor over here in Shenzhen? We can help her. If she doesn't want to accept it for free, she can be paid for it. Let her work in Dad's hotel can also. You see that Dad thinks so highly of her. Lu Yana nodded. That's right, my dad is one who rarely praises others, and today he actually praised her twice. So it seems that he really likes Xiaijia quite a bit. But to go or stay, to accept our help or not, we still have to ask her personally first. Yi-chan, fair enough. Then ask her what she means sometime. I'll talk to Dad about the surname Li if I see him tomorrow morning. Lu Yana picked up her cell phone on one side while saying, okay, I'll check the group first to see if they're chatting about anything. He opened his cell phone and found that the two of them, Guangying and Deng Jie, were chatting hotly. So, Lu Yana also opened the group crawl to see the message before this, chatted with them again, and then asked about what Yi-chan had just asked. It's almost 12:30 after talking to my sisters. Lu Yana glanced at Yi-chan who was looking at his cell phone on the side. So she asked, what are you looking at? Yi-chan put away his cell phone and said, watching the video. Why don't we also open a video number or something? Ina Lu laughed. What do you want? Yi-chan said, there's nothing to do. It's just that I feel that nowadays in the information age, not having a number seems to be a bit that. Lu Yana, then you open it. Don't let me find you looking at a beautiful woman to pay attention to a beautiful woman, or else you'll be responsible for kneeling on the durian in the future. Yi-chan also hurriedly surrendered. Wife, spare your life. How dare I look at other beauties? I can't get enough of my own wife. Lu Yana said, don't cajole me here. After that, the two of them wrestled together. Lu Yana surrendered for the first time. Hubby, I surrender. I surrender. I still have things to tell you now. Stop. When Yi-chan heard this, he immediately let go of that salty hand. Honey, what do you want to tell me? It's the middle of the night. After Yi-chan finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yana with a very different look. Lu Yana pounced again. What are you thinking about? Yi-chan looked at Lu Yana who pounced on him. Wife, this posture of yours? It's hard for me not to want to be crooked. Lu Yana laughed. It's like this. I just did not talk to my sister. She said that she accepts our help, but also willing to stay in my father's restaurant to help. Let her do whatever she can, even can not pay. I also told her, the money thing do not need to rush. Wait until she earns a lot of money and then return, it is not too late. The salary is still given as usual. The first to look after the disease again. Yi-chan listened to Lu Yana's words and also nodded. Well, my wife is right. And I've opened up my pharmaceutical factory and it's ready to go public. So if we use our factory's medicines, it should help reduce some of her burden as well. Lu Yana nodded. But, you don't have to produce these medicines for her. Her father's illness. The most important thing is to do the rehabilitation aspect. So I will still let her come to this side of Xiangqing first to do a detailed examination. Yi-chan also nodded. Well, wife, just make the arrangements. And tell your husband if you don't have enough money. Lu Yana shook her head. Hubby, you forgot. You returned the black card to me. How could it not be enough? Yi-chan, enough is enough. I will help her as much as I can. On the hospital side, as soon as she picks up her dad, then I will be the first to arrange a doctor for her. Lu Yana flopped down in Yi-chan's arms and said, aha, husband, I'm tired. Go to sleep. Yi-chan wrapped his arms around Lu Yana. Okay, go to sleep. Today is really especially tiring. Tomorrow you still have to go to school. Hurry up and rest. Yi-chan wrapped his arms around Lu Yana, and quietly both of them quieted down. Yi-chan thought in his heart that the system's conditions for triggering tasks had become more and more demanding recently, so making money still depended on his own. For Deng Jie's father and Lu Mingxuan's children's illnesses, Yi-chan also helps when he can, and cures when he can. Although he had 5 elixirs in his hand, this was a life-saving medicine. Dunji's dad was also able to return to standing and walking by doing rehabilitation. And if Lu Mingxuan's little friend is a good match, he can certainly find a match for him with heavy money. Yi-chan also had his own selfishness. He wanted to leave these elixirs to his family just in case. Chapter 226, Beware of Villainous Arrows. The next day around 6 o'clock, Yi-chan got up early, although he had only slept for more than 5 hours until now last night. But I don't know if it was because of the gene pill. Right, but surprisingly, he didn't have any tiredness at all, and the whole person was very energetic as well. Father Lu was also ready to go out at this time. Doing restaurants are like this, early to go out and late to come back. From the entry to the final closing, it is Father Lu followed in place. In fact, Father Lu, this is not necessary. As long as these two reliable people, that is certainly also better than everything are their own personal. Seeing that Yi Chen actually woke up so early, Father Lu couldn't help but be startled. Yi Chen, why are you up so early today? Is there something wrong? Yi Chen looked at Papa Lu and said, Dad, there's something that I want to talk to you about. It's about that assistant store manager in your store. Li Chu Ku. Father Lu was stunned by Yi Chen's words. Him? What's wrong? Yi Chen continued. There's something wrong with him as a person. Father Lu frowned. What's wrong with him? He is a person I feel is still quite reliable a person. For people careful, and also quite good at reading people's faces act. I see him with the guests and employees are getting along well. Even if he came to work for me here not a month, I have already mentioned him to the position of the deputy store manager. He will have what problem? Yi Chen slowly opened his mouth. Dad, don't be anxious. The main thing is that Nana and I discussed it out last night, and felt that he is a bit scary with this person being perfect. So today, I'll let the people from Prodigy to keep an eye on him, and investigate his bottom line, and if there's really someone behind him, then we're going to pull out the person behind him, right? It's not like we can get away with it. Papa Lu was also listening attentively and naturally understood the seriousness of the problem. After all, if it is a peer who wants to plant eyes and such things here, it is not that he has not seen. So many years since the hotel operation is not experienced for nothing. Papa Lu nodded heavily. Well, Dad will be careful with this person, but I'll leave the investigation to you. Yi Chen also nodded and said, Dad, don't worry. I'll have someone keep an eye on him and won't let him do anything detrimental to the restaurant. But you'll have to be careful to guard against him. Papa Lu promised before he went out the door. Yi Chen entered the kitchen and saw that Auntie Zhang was cooking nutritious congee for everyone. So he walked over and said, Auntie Zhang, what are we going to eat today? Auntie Zhang turned her head back and said, I made an oatmeal porridge, to clear your stomach. This morning, I also purposely went to the Bao store over the market to buy buns. Usually there are a lot of people there to buy them, and there is a long line, but I purposely got up early, and sure enough, there weren't many people, so try to eat them. The flavor of the buns there is very fragrant. Auntie Zhang stirred the porridge as she spoke. Yi Chen nodded. Good. Yi Chen picked up the bag of buns that was placed on the dining table that hadn't been opened yet and took one out and slowly ate it. At this time, Aunt Zhang also came over with the soy milk maker and poured a bowl of soy milk for Yi Chen. Look, the soy milk is ready. This soy milk maker is pretty good. It's ready in about 20 minutes. Slow down. This soy milk maker just finished. It's still a little hot. Yi Chen asked. Auntie Zhang, have you eaten? Sit down and eat together. Aunt Zhang said. No, you eat first. The porridge in my pot is just right too. It still needs a bit more stirring or it's going to be mushy later. Yi Chen also had no choice but to give up. Then I'll eat first. You remember to eat. Oh. Aunt Zhang smiled and said. I know. Our Chen Chen has become a good lover after having a wife. Ah. Yi Chen laughed. Auntie, how can you say that? I'm doing you a favor even if I don't have a wife. Auntie Zhan was laughing along with her too. That's when Ye's mom came downstairs. Yo, our Yi Chen is up so early today? What are you guys chatting about? Yi Chen was also helpless. Mom, I do have something to discuss with my old husband. Aunt Zhang also laughed. Just now I was saying that Yi Chen would love people after having a wife. Look, now he has learned to discuss everything with people. Yi Chen has really grown up. Ah. Yi mother nodded. Yes, starting a family. Our family Chen Chen is really growing into an adult. There are some things that we don't need to worry about for him. He can solve them all by himself. Those of us who are parents and elders, it's time to let go. Aunt Zhang also smiled and said, Sister, what are you talking about? As the saying goes, raising a child for a long time, where to put down. Ah. Yi Chen hurriedly swallowed the bun in his mouth as soon as he said, Mom, I'm going to see if Nana is up yet. You guys chat. Yi Chen also grabbed the moment and hurried away. Otherwise here, these two women could sing a drama. Although what Ye's mother and Aunt Zhang did was also for his own good, but the reasoning he knew. Sometimes he just did not want to be nagged, so he hurriedly escaped first. Yi mother looked at Yi Chen's fleeing back and couldn't help but joke. This child, forgetting his mother after marrying his wife, runs so fast. Hurry up. Mom is just trying to talk about you a little more. Yi Chen listened to Mother Ye's words and didn't say anything. Only he didn't go back to his room because when he walked to the door, the little baby woke up. So Yi Chen walked into the baby's room and found that Lu Yana was already there holding the baby. Yi Chen hurriedly walked over. Wife, you're up so early too? You don't have classes today. Why don't you sleep a little more? Lu Yana, I just heard the baby's voice, so I came over to check on the baby. Did you talk to Dad? Yi Chen nodded. Said, don't worry about this. Ina Lu, that's good. Yi Chen took out his cell phone and sent a message over to one of his classmates. He was also going to stay home with his wife and child this morning and then go to school with his wife in the afternoon. When Lu Yana saw this move of his, she knew what he was trying to do. You're taking time off again. Ha! Yi Chen laughed out loud. Anyway, those classes in the morning aren't any major courses, and I've already learned them before. Knowledge I haven't forgotten, so I simply won't go to them. Lu Yana shook her head. But you've taken several vacations since the beginning of the school year. Are you really not afraid that the teacher won't let you graduate? Before Yi Chen could say anything, Lu Yana mumbled to herself again. However, for your senior year, as long as you are going back to take the graduation exam and pass it, you should be able to graduate, so it's not a big problem. Yi Chen also wanted to laugh a little. Don't worry, your husband I can definitely graduate. After all, he had the skill of never forgetting, so wouldn't it be a simple matter to graduate? Chapter 227, Wife's Birthday. The days went by. The Qin Pharmaceutical invested by Yi Chen was also ready to go public, and the R&D team headed by Qin Shuegue had already developed the health medicine to improve immunity, and all the formalities had already been taken care of, and the whole healthcare products, divided into young children, adults, as well as the elderly, 3 major series. Everything is ready for the company to go public in pre-sale, and it's just a matter of getting that first shot off. At this time, the major online platforms have advertisements about healthcare products, advertisements under the banner of 100% effective, ineffective refunds, but also instantly attracted the attention of the public. September 11th. The day that Qin Pharmaceutical went public was also the day of Lu Yina's birthday. Yi Chen gave Lu Yana a very big surprise, and on her birthday, Lu Yana also took a vacation at home, ready to have a meal with her family during the day, and then spend the evening with Yi Chen and the two of them in a two-person world. Logically, today was a good day for the pharmaceutical factory to go public, and Yi Chen, as the sole shareholder of the pharmaceutical factory, definitely had to go and preside over the big picture. However, Yi Chen said to Qin Shuegue, the matter of the pharmaceutical plant is fully entrusted to you. I don't care about the rest, but after the listing, our company seems to be short of a manager's position. You also know that you are mainly in the research and development, as well as the management of the pharmaceutical plant, and for the aspect of the marketing of you are not good at. So I will be in the period of time to find a good candidate to join us in the pharmaceutical plant. I'll be looking for a good candidate to join our pharmaceutical company in the meantime. Chen Shuegue also hurriedly returned. Yes, Mr. Yi. It's because of this aspect of marketing that I was unable to run the pharmaceutical factory, and I'm counting on Mr. Yi for this matter. Yi Chen said, well, in these 2 days' time, you first make preparations, and the advertisements have been placed. Chen Shuegue said, okay, Mr. Yi Chen. After hanging up with Chen Shuegue, Yi Chen also took the baby with his own wife. Lu Yana was holding Debeo and teasing him. When she saw Yi Chen walk in, she greeted him and came over. Honey, look at Debeo. I feel like he's gained some weight again. Yi Chen also rushed over and tried to pick up Debeo. Lu Yana interrupted. Don't hold him, let him lie down for a bit and see if he can crawl. Yi Chen reached out and scratched Debeo's face. Wife, the baby is only over 4 months old. How can it possibly crawl? Aunt Zhang and the girls laughed along with her. Yes, if you want to crawl, you'll have to be about 8 months old anyhow. Practice lifting your head and rolling over now. Lu Yana laughed. So that's how it is. I thought I would have rolled over. I should be crawling soon too. Lu Yana was also because she was a first-time mom and had little experience. The aunts put the little boy and Erbao down on the bed as well, so that the 3 siblings could paddle around together there, playing like a turtle. Ye's mother and Lu's mother both also because Yi Chen they are at home today. Naturally they also know that Lu Yina's birthday today, so they have already set off to the mall in the morning. Lu's mom was thinking of buying some tonic for Lu Yana and stewing some tonic for Lu Yana to replenish her body. Ye's mom had told Lu's mom that she would pay for all the expenses today. Lu's mother and Ye's mother had become bosom friends, and she was naturally not polite in the face of Ye's mother's bravado. So, as soon as they arrived at the mall, they bought some clothes for their grandchildren as well, and the two of them talked and laughed, full on like a pair of elderly sisters going shopping together. When walking to a gold store, Ye's mother also took Lu's mother's hand and walked in. Lu mother also naturally also knows what Yi mother wants to do, so there has been a refusal, only to be Yi mother hard pulling to go in. Mother Yi, in-laws, you also look at which one is suitable. Over the years, I still have to thank you for educating Nana so well. It's been hard work. Mother Lu smiled and said, one's own daughter, one definitely has to take the trouble to educate her. In-laws you're not bad. Yi Chen is a good boy. Ye's mom said, then why don't you pick it, or else I'll have to pick it for you? Mother Lu hurriedly waved her hand. This can't be allowed. Can't be allowed. Ye's mother said with a straight face, today is Nana's birthday as well as your crucifixion day. The in-laws have worked hard. Mother Lu's eyes were also moist. Sure enough, women still understand women the most. To have such a good in-law like you, It's really worth it in every way. The two women knew each other well and stayed in the gold store for close to an hour before walking out with their big bags. When he returned home at noon, Father Yi had already bought a cake and Father Lu had made Lu Yina's favorite dish. The table was filled with a whole lot of food. Lu Yina felt warm in her heart as she watched everyone pay so much attention to her birthday. Lu Yina was very grateful and said to everyone, "Thank you two dads. Two dads have worked hard. Thank you two moms. I love the gifts you picked out. But here, the one I should be most thankful for is my mom. Especially after I became a mom myself, I realized how hard it is to be a mom, and I thank my mom for bringing me to this wonderful world. Mom worked hard." Lu Yina walked over and hugged Lu's mom. Mother Lu's eyes were moist and she couldn't stop nodding. Good, good, good. My daughter can love people too, Papa Lu said from the sidelines. Everyone be happy. I made some new dishes today. Come and try them and give me a suggestion. Papa Lu walked over to Mama Lu's side and took out a rose from the back. Honey, flowers for you. Lu's mom suddenly burst out laughing. Egu, old married couple. Why are you still giving away flowers? It's so humiliating. That's what he said. But his hands were still quite honest and took the flowers from Papa Lu's hands. Papa Lu also laughed nervously. This is not something I learned from my son-in-law. Yi Chen and Papa Lu both looked at each other, and both of them cracked up laughing. Father Yi and Mother Yi looked at such a joyful family and laughed happily along with them. What about being a human being? The most important thing is to be happy. Live in the moment and care for your family. The three little babies were also carried down by their aunts and seemed to be very excited to know that it was their mom's birthday. The stroller was also put to the side, held by a couple of aunts, where they stretched out their little hands towards Lu Yina and Yi Chun with their hands in the air. Three little ones are not ready to be held upright right now, and are only burped after a feed. Papa Lu was also very happy. You three little treasures have really good noses too. Did you smell the food Grandpa made? It smells good, doesn't it? But you guys can't eat it yet. Watch it first. Lu mother took the branch of roses, smiled and used her elbow to prop up Lu father. In the future, the little baby will eat. You can't make the meal as heavy as it is now. It has to be lighter. The little child can't eat so much salt. The family finished the meal with great joy. Chapter 228, As long as your wife likes it. By the evening, Yi Chen had already agreed with his family that he was going to have a two-person world with Lu Yina tonight. So when it came time to eat, Yi Chen had already brought Lu Yina out to eat. Yi Chen had already booked the best hotel in Xiangqing in advance, the Imperial City 7-star hotel, booked one of the largest presidential suites there and romanced there tonight. And at this moment, Yi Chen had already arrived at the rooftop restaurant here with Lu Yina. Yi Chen had also chartered the entire restaurant. The waiters in the restaurant were also looking forward to meeting the heroine this time, and all of them stood there at the entrance of the restaurant waiting, occasionally sticking their heads out to look at the elevator side, while Yi Chen and Lu Yina rode the elevator to the restaurant. As soon as they got off the elevator, they saw a dozen or so on-duty waiters waiting there at the entrance of the restaurant. The waiters saw someone coming, and all of them instantly stood up straight. After seeing the two of them walking towards Yi Chen, they said in unison, "Welcome." Everyone stared at Yu Yina. At this time, Lu Yina was wearing a tight pink dress with a small fragrant shawl on her shoulders and a pair of thin high heels under her feet. Dressed like this, she looks like Ina Yu is thin and tall. She had become the most talked about person in the room. It seemed that Yi Chen's nutritious meals were still effective in achieving fat loss without affecting her health, and now Lu Yina was on the verge of turning back to her former double digits. Yi Chen was very satisfied with Lu Yina's height and weight nowadays, wearing clothes to be thin and taking off clothes to have meat. This is the best state. Lu Yina was also a little uncomfortable when she saw so many people staring at her, and when she saw that she and Yi Chen were the only two people in the whole place, she realized that Yi Chen had wrapped up the place. When Lu Yina sat down, she asked, "Hubby, how come the package is so broke?" Yi Chen laughed. "Wife, today is your first birthday with me. Of course it has to be a little more grand to show that I am sincere with you." Lu Yina happily said, "Hubby, thank you." Yi Chen continued, "Wife, let's eat first. I've already had the gift sent to the hotel room. After we finish eating in a while, we'll go open the gift." As soon as Lu Yina heard the words hotel room, her face instantly turned red. A soft, yeah, and the waiters around them were whispering, "My goodness, this woman is so beautiful. It's so tall, and it's not like those bony beauties. People have that fleshy feeling. Sex maniac. Be careful if the other man hears you. He'll beat you to death. Can't you just enjoy it? Do you think this woman is a lover or a wife? I heard from the manager that when people call to book the restaurant, they say it's for their wives' birthdays. Naturally it's the wife. My goodness, such a woman is really so happy. Her husband is so rich, she won't have to bother about money for the rest of her life. No way. You think you're rich just because you bagged an entire restaurant? Do you know how much it costs to charter this restaurant? Over $1 million. This whole kitchen has to be turned around for the two of them, And I also heard from the manager that this couple even took one of the biggest presidential suites here. Do you know how much a night costs? So no one can afford to stay for more than $200,000? I saw it. That pigeon egg on the hand of that woman of others is also something we can't afford in our lifetime. And look at the refraction of the light. With my experience of seeing big scenes, this is a real diamond. Hearing this, those attendants in the room sighed. In their group, each of them received a salary of more than 10,000 or less than 20,000 a month, and more than $1 million. That was their salary for more than 10 years, let alone a pigeon egg. Instead, people take it all at once, and that's the difference between people. No, it would be the difference between the rich and the poor. Okay. Stop chatting about what's going on here and get to work. In case you mess with the gold master, beware of losing your jobs. At that point, the foremans came out and drank the waiters down. After Yi Chen and Lu Yana both finished their meal, they went straight back to their hotel room. In the hotel room, Yi Chen had already prepared everything. From the doorway, there were roses and some scented lamps scattered all the way on both sides, stretching all the way to the living room of the room. As soon as Lu Yana opened the door, when she saw such a situation, she couldn't help but scream softly. "Ah, hubby," he said, covering his mouth and jumping for joy. Yi Chen smiled and gestured for Lu Yana to continue walking into the living room. In the living room, candles stretched to the center while music played. The entire living room was thus partially removed from the furniture, and a heart was placed in the center of the living room with small candles. Some balloons with ribbons were also hung on both sides of the wall. Although Yi Chen felt that hanging balloons was a bit tacky, but don't they all hang them when they are celebrating? Cheesy is as cheesy as it gets. The key is that your wife likes it. Lu Yana walked while pulling Yi Chen's hand, her other hand covering her mouth, her face filled with excitement. "Hubby, you haven't even been this romantic in your proposals." Don't get excited first, wife. There will be more exciting ones in a while," Yi Chen said with a smile. The two walked to the center of the heart and hugged and kissed each other. "Honey, you follow me." Yi Chen brought Lu Yana to another room. When the door opened, there was a mountain of gift boxes stacked as high as a hill. Seeing this situation, Lu Yana's heart was even more excited and hurriedly hugged her husband tightly. "Honey, are all these gifts for me?" Yi Chen also hugged Lu Yana tightly. "It's all for you, my dear wife. The birthday gifts from these 20 years. Hubby made up for all of them at once. Every year's birthday in the future. I'll be with you." Lu Yana was touched and said, "Hubby, you're so nice." After exhaling, he said, "I can't wait to open my presents now." After saying that, Lu Yana jumped into the pile of gifts like a child and opened them. "Wow, this little frog is so cute. It's something for the kids to play with when they get older," said the man, setting the gift aside. "It's time to open another present." "Holy, what is this?" "The mini Lindy. This bag is so packable." Birkin Kelly, "This bag is so hard to get in pink, and it's already been speculated to almost $1 million. Inging even speculated about wanting to buy this bag before. How did you buy it?" "Wow, this lipstick, the color is super cute." Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana, who was opening her gifts like a child, and he was happy along with her. It's good that the wife likes it. Chapter 229, Helping the Old Man Manage the Restaurant. The listing of Chen Yi Pharmaceutical was so successful that Chen Shuegue dared to call Yi Chen at noon the next day to report his good news. And the next step is to launch the health products well developed by Chen Shuegue's team. From the name of the healthcare product to the outer packaging, Yi Chen had a hand in it. Yi Chen personally named this product Little God Treasure. Start by finding an advertising agency that will create a customized advertisement for the product, as well as packaging design and production. These have to be found. That's why Yi Chen left this matter in the hands of Wang Lin, the captain of Prodigy Security, to do the investigation and find out the advertising company with the biggest reputation and the best service in Xianqing City, and then have the company's people contact them. Yi Chen also found Lu Ming, who was staying at Yi Hui's house together, and asked him to come as an intern marketing. Since he had interned in other companies for a year and a half when he was in college, he was familiar with this area. Yi Chen was still quite assured of Lu Ming. After all, he was also a good brother for several years, and he had already looked at him with his discerning eye skill, so he could also be trusted. Lu Ming was also shocked after receiving Yi Chen's call. "Brother Yi Chen, you are truly my savior." "Chang, no problem, even if it's a small position, I'm willing to follow you." "Brother Yi Chen, should I call you Chief Yi in the future?" Yi Chen laughed. "It's not necessary. If the two of us meet, it's better for you to be normal." The reason why Yi Chen had called Lu Ming over to help himself was not because he couldn't trust Chen Shuegue. Before this, Yi Chen has thought about, mainly because Chen Shuegue is doing research and development. Maybe some things in the factory he cannot take care of, so Yi Chen will call another trustworthy people to watch. Lu Ming's ability to do things and the ability to learn is good. You can let Chen Shuegue teach a little Lu Ming, and later on their own more than one assistant to help out. Lu Ming's knowledge of his brother opening a pharmaceutical factory was still known for the first time today. Even Yi Hui he was unaware of it. Yi Chen is also too low-key. And since Tianyi Pharmaceuticals got financing and renamed and listed, it also got a lot of attention. And there are a lot of companies engaged in research and development have come to the door, hoping to cooperate. Chen Xuegue also relied on his own experience, from which he selected a few reliable drug dealers to substitute processing. All of this Yi Chen didn't care. Yi Chen is the most important thing is his own healthcare products. He is sure that his medicine is no problem. So in the advertising cooperation aspect must be careful. The benefit of finding a good advertising agency lies in the integration of channel resources. Good brand planning. Brand design company not only can provide consumers with a set of very good design planning, and more is able to make the company's products can be truly implemented into the market, for the company's brand to bring more shocking influence. Therefore, not only the planning of this healthcare products, even the whole company is also fused into the advertisement, to create a brand impact for Tatsui Pharmaceuticals, to occupy more market share. So Yi Chen also quickly found a Hans film and TV advertising and planning company and asked Lu Ming to contact it. And then Yi Chen would come back to see it after the advertising company had designed the program. In the days to come, Yi Chen was also to go to Papa Lu's restaurant to help watch the floor. There were no classes that afternoon, and Yi Chen also took Lu Yana home early. After interacting with the children, Yi Chen ate a little earlier than everyone else. Today, she was also going to help out at Papa Lu's place, and when she was leaving, Mama Lu also handed over an insulated lunchbox to Yi Chen, and instructed, Yi Chen let Dad eat on time, otherwise his stomach can't take it. This is a homemade meal, tell him not to cook the chef's meal, he's been eating on fire lately. There's also a clear, hot soup I made in there, so you'll have to help me see that he finishes it, so that when the time comes, he doesn't eat half of it and then run off to get busy again. Yi Chen immediately patted his chest and said, Mom, I'm here, don't worry, I'll help Dad watch over the restaurant. I've been there so many times I'm familiar with this process. Seeing that Yi Chen was so convinced, Mother Lu also let him go. Yi Chen took Lu's mother's loving lunchbox with him and drove off with a single step on the gas. When he arrived at Lu Fuji, he saw Deng Jie when he was at the main entrance, and after greeting her, he walked into the restaurant. At this time, there weren't many people in the restaurant, probably because of the last incident. Business has suffered a lot. Despite firing these guys and training some new ones at the same time, this business has been this slow. Papa Lu was also a bit fretful. Yi Chen had also taken everything in these days and was also thinking of ways for Papa Lu. I've also tried doing discounted packages, wine packages, group buys, etc. all in the past few days, but I still can't get the traffic back. The restaurant's business is also not a whole lot worse, even if, like today, the biggest deals are done and price reductions have been used to attract people. What is attracted is not a high-quality guest. Only, Papa Lu's behavior with the price reduction is undoubtedly also too hasty. The menus I've been taking on lately have been extremely low margin, or near marginless, so it also led to a lot of resentment from some of the cooks. Many of the backstage chefs were complaining there, and naturally they were heard by the head chef, who also had to tell this to the store manager, Li Chuko. The waiters in the restaurant had also changed several times, while these chefs were vital people for a restaurant, so they hadn't been changed, and many of them were old employees that Papa Lu had brought with him to Yunchang. After all, a family doing food and drink, apart from service, the most crucial thing is the flavor. Therefore, even if these chefs had made some requests before, Papa Lu had tried to fulfill them as much as possible. Seeing this, the store manager, Li Choco, had to tell Papa Lu all these words. Papa Lu also sighed. Forget it, you go down to work first. Father Lu looked at Yi Chen who was sitting in front of him and said calmly, Yi Chen, you just heard it. What do you think we should do about this matter? Yi Chen was also concerned about the chef's heartfelt resentment. The most important thing now is to restore the restaurant's business, or else if this continues, the entire restaurant's popularity will be lost. Yi Chen suddenly said seriously, Dad, I think we can restore the price cut dishes now. The group purchase can be done, but the price cut has to be left alone for now. I've come up with an idea, and I don't know if it will work. Chapter 230, Removing the Tumor Again. If this continues, the restaurant will really go out of business. So, now the first thing is also to regain the lost customers and also to open new dishes. Yi Chen also thought of this problem. After all, this is his old man's blood but also the inheritance of the Lu family, surely cannot just let it close down. Therefore, Yi Chen was also discussing with Papa Lu, Dad, we still need to stabilize these cooks first, but if they really don't have the heart to work here anymore, then we'll have to ask them to leave. Papa Lu also said, yeah, this problem of yours, I have also thought about it, because their hearts are no longer here, or maybe they came here and saw the development of the big city here, so they thought of jumping ship. If they can't stay, then they can only give up. Yes, You can't use one mind for two purposes, and if you really don't have the mind for it, then you have to abandon it, Papa Lu said. But I can't find anyone suitable to help here for a while. It's hard to find good cooks. Yi-Chen glanced at the aspect of the back kitchen and turned his head to Father Lu. Let's first see just how many people want to remain here. Focus on cultivating the rest of these people, and leave the rest to me. Papa Lu, alright, Yi-Chen then this matter is still in your hands. Yi-Chen walked towards the back kitchen, already thinking of the next plan in his mind. Papa Lu looked at Yi-Chen's back. His heart was also a burst of sighs. It's true that the latter waves push the former waves now in the new century, it's still the young people's thinking that takes precedence. The previous set no longer seems to be suitable. Let's see how Yi-Chen handles it. Yi-Chen walked into the back kitchen, while the people in the back kitchen also looked at him, because the business was not very good, so there were not many people working in the kitchen, and a few people were sitting there playing with their cell phones and chatting and spitting, not even a little bit of going to work. Seeing Yi-Chen walk in, everyone stopped and hurriedly got up. It was probably because of that incident earlier. Everyone looked at Yi-Chen with a hint of fear in their eyes. Yi-Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at these people. Then he said, those who didn't work, starting tomorrow, don't come to work. Those who are working, listen to me. If you want to stay here, stay here. If you don't want to stay, you cannot come to work tomorrow either. Although the function of eye of the beholder can test a person's nature, it cannot determine what is in her heart. It's just the way things are now, and it's only natural that those who are willing to work would want to stay. This also caused the people who weren't working to just blow up. What do you mean? Is this about firing us? Yeah, what are you going to make us do now? When we were first asked to come over to this side of Fragrance City, we were begged heavily to come, and now you want to kick us out with a kick? Humph. I don't want to do this job even if I were given it. Look at this restaurant. I guess it won't last long. Let's go. Who's afraid? Some people want to leave, while others want to stick around and get a paycheck. After all, the hot restaurant here is so busy. A day down. Stand a stop. Sit down to get a fixed salary. Although there is an extra commission here, but it is also quite easy. Those chefs who were frying the dishes were also frozen by Yi-Chen. Seeing that a few unconvinced people had copied up and wanted to raise a ruckus, Yi-Chen grabbed the male chef at the front. Toward the door, Yi-Chen shouted, have some security guards come over. The people present were stunned when they saw Yi-Chen catch a large shovel with a single bend. The others looked at the situation and thought that Yi-Chen was more or less a bit of a kung fu base, and the people behind him didn't dare to mess around. These people who are up in arms and want to vandalize are just trying to do damage here. Dunji also ran over to watch the fun at the time, and immediately went to ask for security when she saw it. The security guards came in and pulled the guys who were trying to cause trouble out. As it stands, the backroom cooks can still keep the restaurant in business. The place is a bit of a mess when it comes to people doing their jobs because the chef has been hired away. Yi-Chen said, from now on, I will be here to guide you in cooking. Standing in the back kitchen, Yi-Chen was also comfortable with this job of guiding the cooking because he had cooking skills. And being here, Yi-Chen's phone rang. It's none other than the head of security at Portcullis, Wang Lin, calling. Hey, Mr. Yi-Chen, we found out that the person behind Li Chuko is Kwasu from Hanlin Eatery. Is he? Does Mr. Yi-Chen know him? He's now the general manager of the Hanlin Eatery, so I doubt it's peer competition. Yi-Chen didn't say that he recognized it, but just said faintly, alright, I know. Since the person behind Li Chuko has been found out, the person surnamed Li can't be kept. And Yi-Chen was pretty sure that the people who were causing trouble in these kitchens were the handiwork of Li Chuko, including the chef who was leading the charge. Here they are also new and unfamiliar with the place. If someone hadn't tempted them with a high salary, how could they possibly leave this place where they have worked for more than 10 years and are well paid? However, these people are also oblivious to profit, so it's good to drive them away now, and it's useless to keep them. Yi-Chen decided. After going out in a while, he also opened Li Chuko as well. This person could not be kept anymore. Throughout the restaurant, the waiter also hurriedly passed the dishes for the guests, because there was also a lot of delay just now, so the guests waited with complaints, and when they saw the dishes they had ordered being served, their faces eased. The aroma of the food smells pretty good. I've been here for a meal before, and now that I see there's such a great deal, I'm still willing to give it a try. It's not a great deal right now, and if it's been like this for a long time, it's still okay. Forget it. How can it stay this low? If it does stay this low, I'm going to wonder if the restaurant is run by a charity organization designed to come to the rescue of us poor people. Yeah, it's amazing that this group buy is only $88 for a 3-person meal, with 4 courses and 1 soup. Moreover, the single meal is only $39 and the double meal is only $59. So this kind of discount naturally attracts a lot of people to come and try the food. And naturally, these new customers came with the attitude of trying out the food, and had thought that with such a discounted meal, the dishes made would be casually manageable. However, The ones in front of us are the ones that have brightened up the crowd. Chapter 231, Making Suggestions with Papa Lou. Just when everyone thought that the discounted meal was made to deal with them, the dishes in front of them really amazed them. Among these people, naturally, were some regular customers who had already come to the restaurant to try it out. I'll go. This portion is way too big. It feels bigger than the picture on the coupon. My goodness. None of you move your chopsticks first. I have to collect all 4 dishes in one soup to take a picture and send it to my friends before I can eat it. And some of the previous customers who were also already eating couldn't help but rave as they ate these dishes that came up behind them. I really wonder if this restaurant has a new chef. It's really especially obvious to me that these dishes are definitely not from the same person. You guys feel the same way? Ha, so do we. I just heard some kind of scuffle going on over in the back kitchen, so I doubt there's really been a change. The guests in the front room didn't notice any of this because the security guard just pulled someone out the back door. At this time, someone also purposely pulled a waiter over and asked earnestly, "Did your restaurant change its chef? How come the taste is not quite the same?" The waiter in the restaurant was aware of what had just happened in the kitchen. He just didn't expect to be asked about it by a guest. And this waiter was also thinking of preserving the reputation of the restaurant. So he said to the guests, because the group meals were doing so well, the kitchen was too busy. So our boss's son-in-law came down himself. No wonder. Is your boss's son-in-law a chef somewhere else? He's really something. Yeah, the cooking is much better than what that chef just made. And the waiter smiled. Thank you all for your support. Everyone take your time to savor the food. And after the people there finished the meal, they went on to order it on the spot and pack it up for their families to try as well. At the same time, it's been posted on all the online platforms, such as Circle of Friends, T's Voice and so on. For a while, it was a minor local hit. On online platforms, it is also quickly recommended to people. And the people who sent the circle replied to others that the food here is huge and delicious. Should a try. This, too, is pulling in a lot of people for the restaurant. Even if it's 9 o'clock now, long past dinner time, it's still recommended to come here for dinner. Yi Chen in the back of the kitchen is also busy for a long time before busy. The guidance has been instructed. These chefs are not stupid. There is such a good foundation. After Yi Chen's guidance is also slowly skilled. At this time, Yi Chen came back and found his way to the front of the smiling Papa Lou. Dad, actually our store's fame opened up a little bit when we got married. It's just that it's also slipping a little bit after all those days ago, and this time you've organized a group buy, and I've just swiped that a lot of people have gone to online platforms to recommend our restaurant. Father Lou also said, yes, just now obviously feel a lot more single. People also came a lot. Thank you Yi Chen. Yi Chen also waved his hand. Dad's business is my business. There is no need to say thank you to me, but I think these unprofitable group buys can also be done when there is a big promotion to give back to the customers, and this won't work in the long run. Glancing at the entire first floor lobby before continuing, I think it's important to come up with a way to raise the overall restaurant's profile a bit, like a Michelin restaurant, and stop being a restaurant that relies on low prices to attract customers. Papa Lou, our restaurant has always taken the commoner's route, and this time we really have no choice. However, what you just said, I am also willing to listen to your opinion. Yi Chen also said, the civilian route can be taken. That is, ordinary people are able to afford to eat. But what I want to say is the overall pattern. It makes the people who come here feel honored to be able to come and eat here, and satisfies the vanity of people nowadays. It's like Michelin, for example, where the food is okay except that it's expensive, but every time someone else goes and eats there, they send a circle to brag about it. And what we're trying to do is not as successful as a Michelin restaurant, but at least make people feel like it's classy to invite someone to eat here. Papa Lou thought about it and said, you're right, after all, this is also a big city. It's still a bit different from our county, and with the influence of our Lu Fuji and Yunchang, it's also possible, just like you just said, eating at Lu Fuji is also something that makes the people of Yunchang feel that there's a platitude to it. So, I agree. Hearing this, Yi Chen continued, right, first of all, the environment here is good, and the service is also okay. Now it's just a matter of improving the flavor aspect of this cuisine. Nowadays there are also a few chefs gone, even the main chef is gone. So it's imperative that we still get this aspect right first, and then package the restaurant properly. Yi Chen went on to say, Dad, you see I have to go to school every day now as well, and I can't care so much about the restaurant, but I'll still do what I can to help you, so you don't have to worry about that either. Just give these to the advertising company to do, these advertising planning and so on, or to find the advertising company will be more insider, but it is also to follow and place themselves. Moreover, I'm also thinking of having a brand new nutritional meal in our store, specifically for senior white-collar workers and special populations. Yi Chen took out the dietary and nutritional meal that he made for Lu Yana and showed it to Father Lu. Dad, look, this is the nutritional fat loss meal that I made for Nana. 2 months down the line, Nana has been able to healthily lose more than a dozen of pounds already by eating a balanced diet. So I think that in addition to the fat loss meals, it should be possible to add some fat gainers, muscle builders, and other meal types, so that modern people can eat more healthily, and also deliciously. Lu father took over the paper in Yi Chen's hand. There are a lot of collocation on it, and there are also practices, because it is a fat loss meal. The method of doing the meal is also very simple, and with a lot of ingredients, and the ingredients are also mixed. The ingredients above are also labeled how many calories. Yi Chen pointed to the calories of the ingredients on it and said, adult males don't have more than 800 calories a day at most, while females have 400 calories, so the pairings can be counted. Papa Lu nodded his head and looked at Yi Chen seriously. So, you've already figured out this entire plan? Yi Chen smiled. Dad, this is also what Nana reminded me of. So when I saw that the store was like this today, so I wanted to tell you about this idea. And I don't know what kind of an idea you have? Papa Lu likewise looked at Yi Chen with a smile. The ideas of young people are really important nowadays. Our set has long since become unsuitable. You and Nana's ideas are really good. So, Dad supports you. Then this matter, it's over to you. What you want to do, I will unconditionally support you here. No matter how it turns out, you don't have to worry. Yi Chen smiled. Thanks, Dad. At this time, Yi Chen's heart was also put down. And after talking about this problem with Papa Lu, he was now faced with another problem as well. Chapter 232 Reorganization of Lao Fuk Ki. Yi Chen was discussing the future direction of development in the restaurant with Papa Lu, and now another question was also raised. Dad, just now you also know, I helped you to fire those few people, but there are still a few other cooks in the kitchen. They are also quite all being honored. I think they should be rewarded as well, with a clear distinction between rewards and punishments, which only shows that the rules and regulations of a restaurant are sound. Papa Lu also nodded. You're right, I've thought of this problem too. Moreover, they're also the most obliging of these people, and usually work the hardest, so don't worry, I won't treat them poorly. After all, they are also in these people follow their own more than 10 years of service. This time and the fragrance of the city business is also to bring them. They for their own also brought out a lot of disciples, so it is right to be rewarded. Yi Chen continued, I think we should also hire a few more chefs. After all, we can't afford to have fewer chefs here. Although some of them have been chefs for more than 10 years, but when I went in just now, they were still used to listening to other people's commands, and those few rookie chefs, not to mention that some of the dishes still have to be guided by me, which proves that they didn't add enough value to themselves in those 10 years or so, so we still need fresh blood now. After all, how is it possible to have less than 10 cooks working in a kitchen of several hundred square feet? Papa Lu nodded. Yi Chen, I think you are really a born leader. After you came here for a few days, you even pointed out so many shortcomings of my restaurant. Well, not bad. In the future, if the restaurant is handed over to you, to manage it is really my wisest decision. Yi Chen said. Dad, you don't look at what I'm studying. I'm studying management. There was no modesty in his words, and he graciously admitted it outright. Papa Lu and Yi Chen both laughed at each other. After Yi Chen finished laughing, he went on to say, I'll find a friend to see if there are any suitable chefs to come over here to help out. Recruit a few more novice chefs, and then let them train the new chefs. The reason why he was hiring a new chef was that Yi Chen felt that the new chef was a bit more malleable. Papa Lu handed everything over to Yi Chen on the spot and said dramatically, it seems that I can retire early. Then, he picked up the soup made by Lu's mother and gently took a sip. That way, Nana's mom won't have to worry about me not eating on time every day. Drinking the soup made by his beloved wife, his eyes were full of expectation. Yi Chen said, wait for my winter vacation. I'll help you manage the restaurant then, so you can enjoy your happiness. Dad, Yi Chen naturally didn't want his old husband to work so hard anymore, and if he found a better candidate to manage the restaurant, well, by then, he would definitely let his old husband retire early. Yi Chen suddenly said with a straight face, Dad, the person behind store manager Lee has been found out. Papa Lu also looked puzzled and asked, really? Yi Chen also came over and whispered, when it's true, it's Guisu from the Hanlin Eatery who previously had his eye on that storefront at No. 23, Expo Street, Dongping District, just like you. He's the owner's oldest son. We met then. Papa Lu, how did he plant people here? This is just one of my stores. It's not likely to pose any threat to their local ones, is it? Yi Chen just laughed. That's not necessarily true. After all, our family restaurant also has a lot of momentum. And after we got married, if we hadn't gone through that thing with Louis Wei, it certainly wouldn't have turned out like this. Yi Chen naturally told him about Louis Wei instructing her employees to steal money, as well as smashing dishes and stealing things. Otherwise he would have thought that it was just the personal behavior of the employees. When Papa Lu heard this, his face also sank. Ask myself, I didn't offend them when I came here, Right, and I didn't grab the store with them, so why are you targeting me? At the same time, he was also furious, this surnamely, even eating two families. Yi Chen hurriedly said, since we already know the person behind him, this person cannot be capped. Papa Lu also said, it can't stay. I was wrong about the person. Yi Chen comforted, it's not your fault that he approached you with an agenda. If he hadn't stood on that side, he would have been a good store manager. So, there's no need to think too much. Yi Chen also didn't dare to tell Papa Lu that what happened in the back kitchen this time was related to him as well. Papa Lu nodded, beckoned a waiter over, and said, where is store manager Li? Call store manager Li over. And the other side, store manager Li Chuko was standing not far from the main door of Lu Fuji to answer the phone, and his tone is also very respectful. And on the other end of the phone, on a beauty bed, a pair of slender jade hands were massaging a man. The man had the phone in his right hand and was yelling down the line, how do you do your job? Can't even get this one store fixed? Li Chuko still has a very respectful tone, not even a little bit of temper. Manager Gui, it's not my fault, since the thing surnamed Lu. I realized that there are omnipresent cameras everywhere in this restaurant, and I don't dare to connect the phone in the store now. I really can't find any good opportunities to strike. The man was furious. What do you mean you don't have a chance? Almost a month has passed and look what you've done. Li Chuko held the cell phone, his other hand blocking the phone, and said softly, just now I let someone get Lu Fuji's backroom yellowed, and it was all halfway there. But before this could really get off the ground, the boss's son-in-law, a man named Yi Chen, inserted a foot into it. Originally, I was thinking of letting the whole kitchen stop working. I just didn't expect that those other people in Lu Fuji would not cooperate with me. But it doesn't matter. As long as the chef land is persuaded, then this strike can be. I just didn't expect that. Before I had time to implement it, I was fired by Yi Chen, who fired those people. The man also shouted at his cell phone, don't you dare make excuses for yourself here. You can't do anything about the trouble. What about the rest of it? The man was so angry by now that his head was burning. Li Chuko also said, I don't dare to come blatantly either. In case I get caught, then I'm really finished. The man poo-pooed it and yelled at the massage technician, get out and lock the door. Yes, Mr. Gua. The technician walked away somewhat aggravated. After seeing the technician leave, Guasu then rushed to his cell phone and said, I'm telling you, give you one more month, I want Lu Fuji to disappear. Hear me. Li Chuko also could only whisper, yes, Manager Gui. Li Chuko was also suffocating. Chapter 233 Expulsion of Li Chuko. Li Chuko was also suffocating, only had to make the best defense for himself. Mr. Gua, I really have no way to start. A lot of people don't listen to me. If we make a mess together today, maybe we can still mess with Lu Fuji, but their old employees don't listen to them. It would be great if we could really get rid of all the chefs. Besides, there's surveillance all over the kitchen now, and there's no telling who's undercover among these waiters. So if you want to get your hands on the dishes, it's out of the question, and I can't think of anything else to do. It's been a month. A month had passed since he had paid attention to Lu Fuji. From the time they opened, their family's business did suffer quite a bit. Although Lu Fujie was the only one in Xiangcheng, Lu Fujie was bigger and more luxuriously decorated than any of his restaurants. So, he can't hold back. From the beginning of the restaurant not long, he has already laid out the Li Chuko this minion mixed into the Lu Fuji. Just want to properly screw Lu Fuji. And last time, because of Louis Wei's matter, let them dog eat dog. Li Chuko also because of pretending to be bent toward Lu Fuji. Exposure of Louis Wei got Lu Fuji's boss's special attention to be promoted to the store manager. And then to this incident today. Just not a single thing is going to work. Now that he heard Li Chuko talking about such things again, he was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. It was absolutely impossible for him to let Lu Fuji grow and threaten Hanlin Eatery's position in Fragrant City. Anyway, I don't care. If you can't do it, then you don't want to be in the Shangqing food world in the future. Li Chuko held the hung-up phone, his eyes full of helplessness. It was at this moment that one of Lu Fuji's employees trotted over. Store manager Li, the boss is calling you. It was then that Li Chuko came back to his senses and said back, oh, okay, I know. After putting his cell phone away, Li Chuko then walked back. In the back of his mind he thought, is it because of what just happened in the back kitchen? It must be. Smilingly, he walked over towards Papa Lu and Yi Chen's side, and said very respectfully, boss, I heard that you're looking for me? Papa Lu wiped his mouth with a tissue on the side after he drank the last mouthful of soup. That's when he said, yes, I'm the one looking for you. Where did you just go? Li Chuko said with a smile, a friend just called, so I went out to listen. Papa Lu looked at him. What friend is so important? Still chatting with you during work hours? Do you know what just happened in the kitchen? You just left the store alone and then went to answer the phone yourself? Li Chuko then realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly said, sorry boss, it's my negligence. That's right. As the store manager, he was chatting on the phone during work hours and ignoring the store. It was really his dereliction of duty, and he really couldn't find any excuse to defend himself. Papa Lu continued, if it wasn't for Yi Chen's presence just now, I'm afraid this store would have been turned against me by the kitchen. Lee Chuko was terrified. I'm really sorry, boss. It's me who made a mistake. Papa Lu waved his hand and said, forget it. I can't accommodate a big Buddha like you in this store. You don't have to come tomorrow. Lee Chuko this time is also anxious. After all, Hanlin Restaurant say he cannot return. Now even Lu Fuji also want to fire him. Then where else can he go in the future? Boss, you can't fire me. I've never been late for work or left early, and I work very hard. And I went out to listen to a phone call today because I had something to do. I really didn't mean to ignore the store. So just let me off the hook. Papa Lu also said in a deep tone. Store manager Lee, I don't deny that you work seriously and responsibly, but people, you can't eat two families. That's all I have to say. Father Lu is not willing to make things too clear. In the end, it is also someone he once trusted. Naturally, he does not want to make it too embarrassing. Lee Chuko was frozen by Lu father's sentence, helplessly shook his head inside. Boss, Yi Chen also spoke at this time. My father's meaning, I think you also understand it, right? Don't be too much of an inch. My dad doesn't want to make it too ugly. Let's just say that you've been derelict in your duties. And if we pursue this, if your matter is known by your peers, your future will be gone. You hurry up and go. Since Papa Lu was merciful and wanted to let him off the hook, then Yi Chen naturally fulfilled Papa Lu and wouldn't pursue this matter any further. Luckily, this Lee Chuko didn't mess anything up, or else Yi Chen wouldn't have let him off the hook. Lee Chuko sniffed, knowing that he was in the wrong, and walked away alone in a state of disorientation. He is a middle-aged unemployed man. It is much harder to find another job in Xiangcheng with a higher salary than this one, but there are still children and wives to support at home. He really regrets it. Why would you help Guasu do such an unethical thing for that little money? But there is no medicine for regrets. If you do it, and you have to bear the bad consequences. Father Lu looked at Lee Chuko's back as he left, and turned his head to Yi Chen with a sigh. Yi Chen, that program just now, I'll leave it to you, and Dad is almost ready to retire. He is also feeling tired, and he is also tired of seeing through all the yu guile in the shopping mall. Yi Chen also saw the exhaustion in Lu's father's eyes. After all, he was his wife's own father, and naturally, he felt sorry for him, and promised, Dad, don't worry, I'll make this work. And what Yi Chen could do nowadays was to help Papa Lu manage the restaurant so that he could enjoy his heavenly life. It was at this point that the system went off. Congratulations to the host, triggering the system mission to help the old man remove the tumor, rewarding the host with world champion fighting skills. Fighting? What the hell? Why? Yi Chen was also puzzled at the thought of this, but the thought of knowing this fighting technique and being able to use it for self-defense seemed like it would be good, so Yi Chen also used it straight away. He returned home after 10 o'clock in the evening and also told Lu Yaina about what happened today. Lu Yaina also said, is the competition nowadays so big? My dad's restaurant is just one, so why is it still so popular? Yi Chen said, it's probably because of the location and the fact that our Lu Fuji's dishes are really okay. We went over to Hanlin Eatery to try it out, and it's probably just like that, so we need to be innovative and have our own specialties so that we can do it for a long time. Lu Yaina lay in Yi Chen's arms and tilted her head to look at Yi Chen. You told Dad about what we discussed before? Yi Chen nodded his head. It's still your wife's suggestion that's good, and coupled with my creativity, told Dad about our proposal, and Dad said that he fully supports us, so we're going to do a good job. Dad said that he wants to hand over Lu Fuji to me to manage at the end of this year. Lu Yaina was heartbroken. Hubby, then won't you be very busy in the future? You won't have time to accompany me? Yi Chen hugged Lu Yaina and said softly, don't worry, in the future, if Lu Fuji goes on the track, I definitely won't be in the store very often. And, wife, you can follow me to the store. Lu Yaina put her face on Yi Chen's chest. But, husband and child, I can't let go of both. What should I do? As soon as she thought of this, Lu Yaina was worried. She wanted to stay with Yi Chen more, but she couldn't let go of her child. It was really a dilemma. Yi Chen consoled, definitely I will focus on my family and try to spend more time with my wife and children. Lu Yaina laughed. Hubby, I actually really want to say thank you. It's been hard work, hubby. Yi Chen was willing to manage Lu Fuji. That was already very good. Lu Yaina felt that she shouldn't ask for so much more. Yi Chen smiled and said, between you and me, if we want to thank each other, then, Chapter 234, this is my wife. The next day, Yi Chen also woke up early, and the sun was already high outside. Yi Chen got up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, smelling the scent of the flowers planted by Lu's mother in the yard outside, and only felt energized. Looking at Lu Yaina who was sleeping on the bed, He had already thought that Lu Yana had gotten up to milk the cows again last night. Now Lu Yana, in addition to the morning and night before going to bed. And sometimes if there is no class, will come back to take the child to feed the child. The child can basically sleep through the night. It's only a little after 7 o'clock, and the baby is almost due to wake up. It also means that Yu Aina has to get up too. After Yichen brushed his teeth and washed his face, he went over to look for the baby. Fruity. The little ones are already up brushing their tongues and washing their faces. Yichen saw that Lu Yana didn't have class today, so he didn't go to wake her up, and warmed up the baby's breast milk that Lu Yana had expressed last night, and gave it to the baby directly. Luckily, the baby was mixed fed, so when the time came, if Yu Aina wanted to wean herself off the breast, she could just stop feeding. Yichen naturally knew that it was very difficult to quit breastfeeding if the baby was exclusively breastfed. It is also good for the baby and the mom if it is mixed feeding. It's just that some babies don't take to bottle feeding so readily, and you can only choose one or the other between bottle and breast milk. So Yichen is thankful that his little ones are willing to take to mixed feeding. Let your wife suffer less too. Only, Lu Yana was the one who heard the commotion and had already come over. Since Lu Yana became a mom, she was also very sensitive to the baby's movements, and was also sure to come over at the first time when there was a movement. Seeing Lu Yana come in, Yichen also smiled and said, "Wife, you're here? Seeing that you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't go over to disturb you. Aina Lu, I just woke up too. Let me feed the baby." He picked up the big baby in Yichen's arms and fed it on his back. Yichen also very tacitly closed the door to the room for her. As I walked back to my room, I was also thinking, the baby is now over 4 months old, and at 6 months, it's time to try adding supplements. The days go by so fast, and the baby grows up so fast, it feels like it's growing up in the blink of an eye. It's only after you have kids of your own that you realize how hard it is to be a parent. Not to mention that he is now hiring a couple of aunts, so how hard would it be without their help? You have to get up every 2 or 3 hours to feed, and change diapers and such, and hold the baby to sleep and soothe him if he cries at night. Everything before, too, is fresh in my mind, and now I look at my own children, who are now able to sleep through the night. It's been a really hard ride. Yichen at this time has been in the heart of the plan, to give the little baby to develop a table of complementary foods, every day to change not heavy, put just hard a few ants. In the time Lu Yana breastfeeding, Yichen has consulted the relevant information, for the babies to develop a good complementary food package. Just practice these have not yet had time to write down, can only be free to write again, because this afternoon has already made an appointment with Lu Ming, about the pharmaceutical company's advertisement has been done. Today is the past to determine the program. Originally Yichen did not intend to go, but because he still had this list of Lu Fuji in his hand to hand over to that person in charge, so he went. As he drove back to school, Yichen said to Lu Yana, "Wife, I'm going to go over to the advertising agency to talk about things in the afternoon, and you don't have any classes in the afternoon. Do you want to go with me?" Lu Yana nodded her head and said, "That's fine. I'm fine anyway, so let's go together." The two then agreed to go to Han's Film and Advertising Planning at 2 p.m. to look at an advertising program about the drug company. By the afternoon, Lu Ming was already waiting for Yichen and the two of them at the entrance of Han's Film and Advertisement Planning Company early in the morning. Seeing the two of them, Yichen and Lu Yana, get down from the car, Lu Ming immediately walked over. "Brother, you're here. Hello sister-in-law." Lu Yana was also a bit shy and returned, "Hello." Lu Ming was also very dogged. "Brother, you're really lucky to have our school flower as your wife." Yichen waved his hand. "Brother, there is no need to talk about this between me and you. Who doesn't know that I, Yichen, am blessed with this good fortune, right? Let's hurry up. Confirm the program. I still have to go shopping with my wife in a while." Lu Ming also laughed. "I really envy you too. Come and go." After saying that, Lu Ming also walked in front for the first time, leading the way for the two. Yichen took the elevator to the 3rd floor of Han's Film and Advertising Planning. The head of the advertising agency was already waiting when he was at the elevator door. When he saw Yichen and the others, he also hurriedly greeted them. "Mr. Yichen, Mr. Lu, how are you? I am the director in charge of your company this time. My name is Li. What a pleasure to meet you." Director Li immediately moved forward to shake hands with Yichen and Lu Ming respectively. At this time, the assistant behind Director Li also slightly owed his body and said, "Hello Mr. Yichen." Yichen shook his hand. Director Li, "Hello, Mr. Yi, please follow me over here." Director Li led the crowd as he walked, and on the way, we passed an open plan office, in which sat a staff of about 30, and naturally, those 30 or so employees saw Yichen and the others, especially when they saw Lu Yana behind Yichen. Everyone started whispering, "My goodness, do you have to be a goddess to be a secretary these days? Yeah, that girl is prettier than a star. If I have that kind of face, I might as well become a star and make money fast. I don't want to follow someone else's ass as a secretary. You don't know? The one who came today is the boss of Chen E Pharmaceutical, which has just been listed. The boss of the other pharmaceutical company is out of the billions of dollars to get a listed company. It can get out of the billions of dollars? Do you think the money will be less? After Yi Chen had tried the gene pill, even his ear's sense of hearing had become a lot more sensitive, but he had taken in the words of these employees. So, Yi Chen directly held Lu Yina's hand. Wife, this advertising program, let you decide. After all, you are studying art. For the aspect of color, it should be more keen than me. Lu Yina also froze when Yi Chen held her hand like this. Seeing Yi Chen's eyes blinking continuously, she seemed to have realized something as well, so she immediately returned. Yeah, honey, now even Superintendent Li, who was walking ahead, froze. At first, he had also thought that Lu Yina was the secretary that Yi Chen had brought with him. Unthinkable. People are actually Mr. Yi Chen's rightful mistress. Sloppy. This series of Yi Chen's maneuvers instantly blocked the mouths of those who had just been gossiping as well. Chapter 235, Meeting a Girlfriend. Yi Chen looked at the crowd's reaction and was very pleased in his heart, and his grip on Lu Yina's hand tightened. At this point, the direction of the staff's discussion also took a direct 360-degree turn. My goodness, so this is someone's boss's wife. Wow, that's a big diamond on that woman's hand. I'm sure she's a real lady of the palace. I'm so envious of such a woman who looks so pretty and can marry a rich man. Look at this old boss being young and married. What a pity. Even if you're not married, it's not your turn, is it? Look at his wife. She's 100 times prettier than you. If I had money, I'd get tired of playing and forget about it. It doesn't matter if I'm married or not anymore. Having kids is fine. No one wants my money. Damn scum. Yi Chen was simply speechless as he listened to these people. Even if he was rich now, he hadn't thought of doing something that would betray Ina Lu. Director Li opened the door to the conference room and invited Yi Chen and Lu Yina in. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, I'm really sorry for just now. I didn't know that this young lady is Mr. Ye's wife. Yi Chen said. I didn't tell you either, so there's no need to apologize to me. Mr. Yi is generous. The three of you please come in. Director Li invited the three inside the conference room. The assistant helped the three pull out their seats. Director Li did not directly began the program demonstration. Although Yuina didn't know anything about advertising, this time the advertisement was made for the drug company using cartoon characters, so Yuina also pointed out the inadequacy of some of the accompanying pictures, and other than changing only a little bit, everything else was okay. Changes were quickly finalized with Superintendent Li. An hour or so later, the assistant opened the door to the conference room and Director Li invited the three out. Mr. Yi, don't worry, we will definitely modify the program within today and send it to you for your purpose. Yi Chen nodded. And by the time the three were walking down the employee aisle, they were suddenly interrupted by a voice. Ha, Nana, Yi Chen, Lu Ming, why are you guys here? Listening to the voice, it turned out to be Gu Ying. Lu Yina sniffed and quickly turned her head. Ying, how did you end up here? How come I haven't heard that you've come over here to work? Didn't you say before that you were going to work at your dad's friend's place? Gu Ying stepped forward and pulled Lu Yina's hand, her face blushing a little, because my dad's friend's side is near where I live. But it's still quite far from Yi Hui's side, so I found a job on my own. Lu Yina was also surprised. You talked to Yi Hui. Gu Ying hurriedly interrupted. What is there to say in a while? Right, what are you guys doing over here? Yi Chen said. We are here to confirm the advertising program. And, oh yes, my old man that restaurant also want to find advertising company design. Some of the situation I have discussed with Director Li. How long have you been here on the shift? Lu Ming had been on the sidelines and didn't dare to speak. He knew about Yi Hui and Gu Ying. When he received Yi Chen's call, he asked Chen Shuigue to move into the dormitory at the first time and moved out of Yi Hui's house. But seeing Gu Ying, his heart was still weak. It just feels like you're getting in the way. Gu Ying replied back. Just been here for a few days, still familiarizing myself. But I used to be in this line of work, so it's not a problem at work. As he spoke, his eyes skimmed over to his co-workers who were staring at him together. Yi Chen decided at that moment. Director Li, the advertisement for the restaurant I just talked to you about. Let's give it to this employee under you, and forget about the advertisement for the pharmaceutical company. Director Li saw that Yi Chen had already designated the person in charge of the advertisement, so he didn't dare to disagree. Okay, Mr. Yi Chen. Gu Ying was also very grateful to Yi Chen for allowing her to receive cases as soon as she joined the company. She also immediately thanked Yi Chen. Yi Chen, thank you. Yi Chen also waved his hand. Yi Chen pulled Lu Yina and said, we'll have to stroll around the neighborhood a bit later, so we won't bother you at work. Gu Ying also let go of Lu Yina's hand. Alright then, you guys take your time to stroll around. let's have dinner together in the evening? Yi Hui and I are both over here. Lu Yana immediately said. Good, tell Yi Hui to come along. I still have words to interrogate him. Guangying blushed and said, what is there to ask? You guys hurry to go shopping. Lu Yana also laughed. It's really rare that you can blush too. The two women talked there for several more minutes while the older man waited patiently on the side. Lu Yana glanced at Director Li, then at Yi Chen and Lu Ming and the others. Then said, I'll leave first. Let's talk again tonight. Guangying said, okay, see you tonight. Superintendent Li then sent the three Yi Chen out. When he arrived downstairs, Lu Ming had the good sense to say that he had to go back to the pharmacy and leave first. The car was first placed downstairs in Han's Film and Advertising Planning Company, and Yi Chen brought Lu Yana to this side of the neighborhood to stroll up. This side of Yi Chen and Lu Yana really hadn't been here either. So at the beginning Yi Chen had already decided to bring Lu Yana over for shopping. It had also been a while since the two had been out for a nice stroll together. Moreover, it's almost fall now, and the new models of the season are already on the market. So he thought of bringing his wife out to buy new clothes, and on the way, he also showed his parents and the babies if there were any good-looking ones, and bought them all together. The babies are also growing exceptionally fast, and mom and dad had their heights measured the other day when they took the babies for their checkups. The first three babies grew exceptionally fast, and the oldest, because he could eat and sleep, had already reached 70 cm by the time he was over 3 months old. And when moms and dads went to get their babies' checkups yesterday, it turned out that big boy had only grown 1.5 cm this month. I asked the doctor and he said that some babies will surge in the first 3, and it is normal for them to grow more than 1.5 centimeters in the back. As for weight gain, it was normal to be above 2 pounds, so it didn't bother me too much. Both little boy and second boy are also within the standard height and weight range, but a few little babies should also be buying fall clothes. But before Yi's mother and Lu's mother also bought some fall clothes, but just a dozen or so is also far from enough. Yi Chen and Lu Yana, two people, are strolling. This side is not the form of shopping malls, but the form of pedestrian street, so the store then is not too big. After all, if it is really a roadside store, to really rent it, the rent is also quite expensive. The pedestrian street here is also very prosperous, although it is only in the afternoon, but this side of the brand name stores are very much, so there are also a lot of celebrities in this side of the store. And in the middle of the road there are some drink stores set out some stools, but also convenient for pedestrians to take a rest here. Chapter 236, Wife Misunderstood. Lu Yana pulled Yi Chen right in front of a sign that she really liked. In the past, Lu Yana and Guangying often bought this brand of clothes, because this brand of clothing is very civilian and not too expensive. The average t-shirt is only a few $100s, very affordable. When she came here, Lu Yana also bought a few sets of fall clothes, and at that time, she also gave Guangying a few photos, so that Guangying could also choose. The two of them were thinking of wearing a boudoir outfit. Since this store is a girl's store, there are no men's clothes. Yi Chen looked at the affordable brand of clothes Lu Yana was holding and laughed. Wife, you're saving money for me? Lu Yana, however, didn't think so and said, actually, I think it's good to wear something comfortable, and there's really no need to buy such expensive clothes if you normally wear them out, right? Yi Chen hurriedly nodded. Right, honey is right. After buying the clothes, Lu Yana pulled Yi Chen to the next store. This store is an international brand, and the sales here are all in more uniform. When she saw Lu Yana come in, she immediately went forward to greet her. Hello, Miss, may I ask what I can do for you? As he spoke, his eyes looked up and down at both Yi Chen and Lu Yana. Lu Yana was also wearing only affordable clothes because she was going to school, while Yi Chen was wearing a relatively big brand name. Not counting the T on Yi Chen's body, just the pair of shoes under his feet were also limited edition. Those sales were also sharp-eyed and recognized it right away. Lu Yana, however, knew nothing about it and said to the saleswoman with a smile, may I ask where the men's clothing one is? I want to buy the new men's clothing for fall. Still smiling politely, the saleswoman said, yes, please follow me, both of you. The saleswoman took both Yi Chen and Lu Yana to the new men's clothing section. Since it was an international brand, there were fewer people coming in the store. Instead, the other saleswomen in the store were whispering. Everyone saw it, right? What that woman's wearing isn't a brand name item, but what that man is wearing is a name brand. Looks like that man is a rich man too. Dare to come into our store and look around without money? In my opinion, this woman must be looking at this man's money. Not necessarily. You see, that man is so handsome. Even if there is no money, I am willing to support him. That woman isn't so bad, alright. She's so pretty. Do you think it's possible that she'll find someone who's worse than herself? Who's a soft eater? Surely she will find a big money to support herself, right? But didn't you see that woman, holding clothes from the next door affordable store? Now looking at it, or men's clothes. Is she pretending to know what she's doing in front of the men? saying something about how it's not the men's money that she's looking at, and how everything she's using is very affordable or something like that. My goodness, this is a woman with a heart of gold. Ha, so that men will think it's this woman who's a good woman and be done with her? It's also possible. Didn't I see a big diamond ring on that woman's hand? You can't buy it without a few $100,000. Sure enough, put in a long line and catch a big fish. Learn from me, all of you, and load up. When Yi-Chen heard these words, he was also really speechless to death. Since the body had been changed by the gene pill, the ears and every other aspect had been further strengthened, just like now, although it was more than 10 meters away, but it was quieter here, so it was surprising that they had listened to these words of theirs. So, the entire time he watched the clothes down, Yi-Chen had heard their words loud and clear. The most outrageous thing is that those people are calling their wives mistresses, but because these people were discussing it behind his back, and not saying these things to his face, and because they were far away from them, it was not good to have an attack. The female salesman in front of her, however, was also somewhat indifferent to Yi-Chen and Lu Yana as they both introduced. This is the men's clothing area, so take a look for yourselves and see which one is suitable, and I'll take it to you to try it on. After saying that, he stood there and didn't introduce them to Yi-Chen. In fact, in the heart of that saleswoman but already in contempt, this man is really not the usual stingy, to buy such cheap clothes for his girlfriend. Just a few shopping bags add up to less expensive than a belt here. And how could any other salesman think otherwise? This man can't. If you don't have much money, don't come to our store to buy, right? Even for women to buy such cheap clothes, but for himself to buy so expensive. It is obvious that this man is just playing, right? Only, Lu Yana was ignorant of this. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the saleswoman, but instead was the kind of salesperson who liked it, without being on the sidelines and not giving her a chance to look at it at all. Lu Yana took a couple of dresses and asked the saleswoman, "May I ask if this comes in plus sizes?" The saleswoman glanced at Yi-Chen and returned, "Yes, please wait." After taking out the yardage that Lu Yana needed, Lu Yana then asked Yi-Chen to go and try all these clothes on. "Honey, I think these are nice, and the colors all look good on you. Go ahead and try them on." These clothes were really nice as well, and they weren't the same black color that Yi-Chen had in his closet in 1,000 different ways. Yi-Chen glanced at the clothes in Lu Yana's hand and nodded. "Yes, wife." The saleswoman's eyes changed when she heard this. Could they be husband and wife? But nowadays young people in love like to call each other husband and wife. Thinking about it, the saleswoman didn't think much of it. Yi-Chen tried on all the clothes Lu Yana had her eye on once, and Lu Yana was very satisfied with her own aesthetics as well as Yi-Chen's good figure. "Honey, I think these are good, don't you?" Ina Lu asked. Yi-Chen agreed. "I also think it's good." Seeing that Yi-Chen also agreed with her meaning, Lu Yana said atmospherically, "I'll take all these clothes." The saleswoman was also shocked at the sight. In her eyes, nothing really matters but performance. Just the sets that Lu Yana had her eye on. How could she say that there were more than $100,000 in performance? How's that for 100,000 or so in commission? That's 2 or 3,000. Without thinking, he picked up the clothes and headed straight for the front desk. Chapter 237. And when the saleswoman saw that the two were interested in buying, that's when she smiled at them. The two clerks over at the register hurriedly asked the saleswoman who walked over with the dress, "Did the man pay? Or is it the woman who pays?" The saleswoman glanced at the two Yi-Chen who were still looking at the clothes and said, "I don't know. I'd better pack them first. These sets of clothes are also over 100,000. Cashier, we were just guessing. It's that woman who has fallen for the big bucks. That man obviously didn't put that woman in his eyes. Came here and didn't even think to buy clothes for the woman, but bought affordable branded clothes next door. Really quite stingy. And that saleswoman was probably because Yi-Chen and the others were going to buy it, so she also said a few words for them. What are you guys talking about here? What do you care what other people buy? Stop it. Hurry up and pack it." Then, the clothes were placed on the counter, and the cashier shut up. In fact, such a situation is also very common. Some men with women over are very reluctant, and the whole time is playing with the phone, but those women are also did not care, as long as the man to pay on the line. For them, these men are just like a bank ATM, used to pay, but there are some things that you would like to do. Yi-Chen naturally listened to all of this, but saw that his wife did not want to buy women's clothing here, but was showing him clothes. However, seeing that these women were actually discussing their wives here, they were instantly a bit disgruntled as well. Yi-Chen said to Lu Yana, "Wife, don't look, just buy these." Ina Lu said, "Oh, that's fine." Lu Yana also just thought that Yi-Chen didn't look at the clothes here, so she followed him to the cashier's side. Yi-Chen asked, "Is it loaded yet?" The saleswoman said, "It's been through the machine, so you can pay for it, and there's one more piece to be loaded." The cashier glanced at Yi-Chen and then at Lu Yana and asked, "Hello, after the discount, the total is 182,300 yuan. Lu Yana pulled out her black card and said, "Swipe it." A special reminder here that Yi Chen has long since had the system change the card's name to Ina Lu's. All the shopkeepers' eyes were glazed over when they looked at the black card in Lu Yana's hand. I didn't expect that. This woman they mock for buying affordable clothes has a black card. You know, they are the old shopkeepers here. Naturally, they know what a black card is. That's at least several $100 million to get a black card from a bank. The cashier, full of incredulity, took the black card in Lu Yana's hand and swiped 182,300 yuan on the card machine. Lu Yana finished losing her password and the transaction was considered complete. Tick-tock. And when the cashier looked at the black card from this parallel bank that she received in her hand, she was shocked. What a black card for this parallel bank. How much is this gonna cost? The cashier's heart shook, and she trembled as she handed the card back to Lu Yana with both hands. Yi Chen couldn't help but be happy in his heart as he watched the cashier's expression so wonderful. Let you underestimate my wife. See, my wife's rich. The cashier didn't dare to say anything more this time, and hurriedly handed the countertop packed clothes with both hands to Yi Chen and Lu Yana in front of the two of them. Sir and miss, here are the clothes you bought. Welcome to the next visit. Yi Chen took the shopping bag, held Lu Yana's hand, looked at the store across the street outside the main door and said, "Wife, I see that the women's clothing over there is good. Let's go over there and take a look." Lu Yana nodded and laughed. Good, so you're in a hurry to leave because you're looking at the women's clothing there? The few sales clerks watched as Lu Yana and Yi Chen walked away, and then quickly gathered together again to discuss the situation. My God, guess what I just saw? That woman's black card is from Parallel Bank and that card has at least $1 billion or more. My God, when am I going to make enough to cover a fraction of what others make? So, this man is a soft eater? Is that woman the rich woman? That's really a person who can't look like a person. That woman has so much money that she buys such affordable brands and wears affordable clothes. But didn't you just hear that man call that woman his wife? People might be married. Huh? So what if it's a husband and wife? Can a husband and wife be the man looking to the woman for money? At this time, the store manager came out from the warehouse side. What are you doing? The company has a rule against talking about customers behind their backs. Do you guys not want to work? Yi Chen naturally heard these people's words, and his eyes also turned his head towards them. They were also scared by Yi Chen's eyes and lowered their heads. After all, if they said that someone was a soft rice king behind someone's back, they would definitely have a weak heart. But it's so far away. Surely you won't hear it? When Lu Yana saw her husband looking back, she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, what's wrong?" She also followed Yi Chen's eyes to the sales clerks and asked again, "Are those women saying anything?" Yi Chen didn't intend to hide this from her, so he told her what he had heard. Ina Lu laughed. Wow, I actually became a rich woman. Yi Chen is also a little helpless. I became a soft rice king who relies on his wife, poor and weak and helpless. Lu Yana burst out laughing at his appearance. Hubby, don't be sad over something like this. It's not worth it. Let others say what they like. My husband is the best and most wonderful husband in this world. I just know it. She paused. Actually, no matter what you do, people will gossip. If you're the one paying for this one, then they're sure to say I'm a lover's mistress or something like that too. So just be yourself. Yi Chen also hugged Lu Yana. Honey, I'm not angry either. You're right. After all, not everyone can be a soft rice king. Lu Yana sniffed and was also amused and laughed out loud. Yi Chen also had thought about what Lu Yana just said. Wife, you're right. There are some things you can just do well by yourself. I'm not really angry. I just don't want others to laugh at you. My wife doesn't allow others to gossip. Lu Yana nodded. Thank you, husband, for defending me so much. But I'm not going to be sad because of people gossiping like this. After all, the old me has heard a lot of these ugly words. When she remembered the bad words she used to face, although Lu Yana would still be a little lost, she looked at Yi Chen and felt that everything was worth it. Yi Chen was naturally aware of this, as he had heard other girls speak ill of Lu Yana. Also understand that people talk. Chapter 238, Finding a Bone Marrow Donor. After Yi Chen finished lamenting, he said to Lu Yana, Wife, let's not mention the past anymore. You're my person now. I won't let you get hurt again in the future. Let's go shopping. After your shopping, there's baby shopping to be done. Ina Lu nodded back. The two walked into the designer store across the street and spent almost $2 million in total. For both Lu's mother and Ye's mother, they each bought bags and clothes and shoes, and Lu Yana also bought a few sets. And this store also had a delivery service, so Yi Chen also bought more. Finally, I also bought a fall jacket and a belt for both Papa Lu and Papa Yi. After Yi Chen and Lu Yana had just walked out of the store with their feet in front of them, the clerk of the store across the street asked in the group. Turns out they have a work group, and they know all the clerks across the street. How much did that couple spend at your place just now? They spent quite a lot with us. Over $180,000. At that moment, one of the clerks at the one across the street replied, What? It's only $180,000. They spent almost $3 million in our store. Moreover, they are a couple, and they even bought for their respective parents. When they just went out, I heard that they're also going to a mom and pop store to buy things for their children. What? They're really a couple? Huh? Yes, and that man is quite rich. Checked out nearly $3 million in one go. Didn't even blink. Swiped his card directly, and it wasn't even a credit card. That woman is really happy. The woman is pretty too. Okay, and the woman has over $1 billion in savings. I mean, is there a possibility that the guy is rich and gives all his money to his wife? My God. Now, the girls are hotly debating this in their workgroups as well. Those few sales clerks were also quite regretful. If they had entertained Yi Chen and the others in the beginning, they might have spent millions in the store as well. After the two of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, walked out of the store, they walked 2 to 3 minutes away to the mom and pop store over here. Here is a new mom and pop store. Not a chain, but look at the decoration is also well decorated. The store is quite large. There is a small children's playground, about the size of 6 square feet. Yi Chen and Lu Yana both bought quite a few things for children in this store as well. Drinking cups, aprons, scarves, milk toothbrushes and so on. Of course there are also fewer toys. Now the babies are more than 4 months. Although the family has also bought practice hand-holding toys, but Yi Chen two people see or want to buy, is too cute. Let a person did not hold back. Both are among those who are overflowing with love, but only for their own children. The two walked out of the store carrying another large load of stuff. Yi Chen said to Lu Yana, "Wife, don't buy it. It's almost time. Come back to shop next time. The store over here is really good." Lu Yana also said, "Right, the malls I visited before didn't have as many varieties as this side, so let's leave it at that for today. And if I come over next time to look for Ying to play with, I'll have to do a little more shopping with her." Yi Chen said, "Let's go back first then. These things are quite heavy." The two of them finished shopping and walked back to the car carrying a bunch of stuff. While Yi Chen was about to start the car, his cell phone rang at that moment. It was a call from Hu Jinkong, the president of the Great Sea Charity Foundation. After Yi Chen picked up the phone, he only heard Hu Jinkong say very respectfully from the phone, "Hello Mr. Yi Chen. This call is to report to you about the progress of the condition of little friend Lu Mingxian." When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but raise his spirits and asked, "Oh, is this finding a suitable bone marrow? It would be really great if we did find it." Hu Jinkong replied back on the other end of the phone, "Yes Mr. Yi, now the hospital side has also started the plan to replace the bone marrow. About a month or so we'll be able to operate. I wonder if we should do a publicity for this incident?" Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, "No need. It's supposed to be a good deed. It's better to keep a low profile on the charitable things you do in the future. You don't need to proclaim it everywhere." Hu Jinkong also froze. Originally before the foundation to do a thing, will be with the media to make a big fuss, so that the foundation can get a greater fame. There will be more people to donate. Unbelievably, what if Yi Chen had decided to let events take their course? It's not scientific. Only, now that the chairman of the fund's board of trustees had said so, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Yi Chen just think, there is no need to amplify everything. There are media reports, okay? No, also do not have to find this thing before caused such a big sensation. In addition to give the media an explanation, the other do not have to do it, because this thing itself is a hotspot. There is no need to take the initiative to find someone to expose. After talking to Hu Jinkong on the phone, and then looking at the time on his cell phone, it was almost 6 o'clock. Yi Chen said to Lu Yana, "Why don't we go to Lu Fuji to see Dad today?" As soon as Lu Yana remembered these recent events, she couldn't help but nod her head. "Good. I don't know what the quality of the newcomer's dad hired recently is like. Let's go and take a look." She is also heartbroken for her dad, and she understands what her dad has given and endured for the sake of Lu Fuji. Yi Chen carried Lu Yana along with him to Lu Fuji, and as he entered Lu Fuji, he at the same time saw the cars parked there at the entrance. When Papa Lu saw his son-in-law and daughter come to him, he who was at the door also hurried over, pulled the one reserved parking space at the entrance and let them park. "Nana, Yi Chen, what brings you here?" Lu Yana glanced at the store and said, "Dad, we came to see you, to see if you can keep busy." Papa Lu smiled and said, "It's not bad. Since Yi Chen came here for a few days to guide these chefs, the taste of the food is also much better. Look, now there are quite a lot of old and new customers coming over to eat over here as well." I also followed Yi Chen's set, reward and punishment system management, so now the whole store is also going in a good direction. At this time, Yi Chen also got down from the driver's seat there and asked, "Dad, has anyone been messing around again lately?" Papa Lu smiled and said, "For the time being, I haven't found anything. It's all fine. Have you guys eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, I'll go up to the kitchen to prepare the meal. There is also an elegant room on the 3rd floor. Yi Chen smiled and said, Dad, we'll just eat in that lounge behind the cashier. You haven't eaten either, right? Let's eat together. Lu Yana also knew that if her father was busy, he would forget to eat, so she pulled Lu's father into the rest together. This lounge was made for Lu's father, about 10 square feet. There is a coffee table and a small sofa. When you are tired, you can have a cup of tea and take a rest here. Papa Lu also listened to Lu Yana and Yi Chen and had a meal with them here. Yi Chen couldn't help but nod his head as he ate the dishes. Dad, these chefs are not bad to hire. Papa Lu also nodded. The signature marinade is still my own at the moment. This can't be messed with and handed over to someone else, or else you'll smash your own signboard. Papa Lu was also a lot more cautious after the last incident. Chapter 239. Everything is ready. Yi Chen also nodded his head. There are some things that are better done by one's own people. It's just hard work, Dad. Papa Lu also waved his hand. This is not a matter of concern. The most important thing is that the business of the restaurant is now better than before, and it has also gained a lot of people's recognition, which is the most important thing. There's nothing more important than that. Papa Lu suddenly said at this time, Nana, your classmate, Deng Jia, took a vacation yesterday, saying that she wanted to go back to her hometown and pick up her father. The week before, she had already rented a house over here, so ask her if she needs any help or anything. As Lu Yana and Yi Chen listened, they were also reminded of Deng Jia's earlier incident. Lu Yana said, she was thinking of picking up her dad to come over to this side of Shangcheng, because her dad was sick before and the lower half of his body was paralyzed, so he had to come over to this side to receive good rehabilitation treatment. Yi Chen and I have already told her that we will do our best to help her, but it's just that I can't imagine that she would sneak back to her hometown on her own to pick up her dad and come over here, without saying anything to us. Papa Lu said, this girl is good and knows how to be grateful. She is like this because she doesn't want to trouble you guys too much. Lu Yana also nodded. Dad, this I know. Her self-esteem is also very strong. When she thought of what Dunji had encountered earlier, she was a little intolerant. Yi Chen, hurry up and contact your friend and see if the hospital side can do a full body checkup for Deng Jia's dad. There's no requirement to provide treatment either. Yi Chen nodded. Don't worry, wife, this matter is on me. At the same time to his wife, Lu Yana, Nana, after you go back in a while, you make a call to her, and leave the rest to me. Ina Lu nodded. After returning home, Lu Yana made a phone call to Dunji the first time. Xiao Jie, why did you run back to your hometown without a word? If it wasn't for my dad telling me this today, I wouldn't have known. Dunji was also a little embarrassed on the other end of the phone. I just don't want to trouble you guys too much. Lu Yana actually didn't come to blame her. Forget it, when are you coming back? I'll have Yi Chen get ready over here. Do a full body checkup for uncle first, and then arrange the best rehabilitation hospital for uncle. Deng Jia that was very grateful. Thank you, Nana. My family and I decided to take the high-speed train back tomorrow, probably back to Fragrance City by nighttime. Aina Lu, aha, you remember. You must call me when you come back, or I'll really get angry. Dunji was touched and said, thank you, Nana, I will. Originally, the current her had already gotten tens of thousands of dollars in incentives through that one job at Procter & Gamble, and with her own job at Lao Fukki, she was also earning $30,000 to $40,000 a month as well, and she was now earning the equivalent of 2 incomes as well, because the side of Prodigy Company has always treated her as an employee, and also issued a task for her to keep a close eye on Lu Fuji, so the thought of a part-time job was also a part-time job, so she simply answered to both jobs, so she had the income from both jobs, and that allowed her to afford to rent an apartment in the city of Fragrance, and to have the confidence to bring her family to the city of Fragrance. She was, finally, on her feet for the time being in Fragrance City. Now, once dad is cured, the family can live happily ever after. From now on, only her family will give her something to fight for. On Yi Chen's side, he was also talking to someone on the phone on the balcony. Yi Chen, are you sure you've collected all the evidence? At the other end of the phone, it is the Paul Degree Security Company's Wang Lin. Now Wang Lin has also become Yi Chen's special assistant in general. Yi Chen, whether it is to investigate the matter of people, or to do what action, basically looking for Wang Lin to do. But Prodigy Security is really in the same line of work, so if you don't look for Wang Lin, who do you look for? Wang Lin was also very certain on the other end of the phone. That's right, Mr. Yi Chen, as long as you say the word, these collected evidences will be released, and the Hanlin Eatery will be disgraced. Yi Chen laughed coldly. Then send it. I'd like to see if this Hanlin Eatery can catch this move of mine. How dare you touch my old man? Take that. Wang Lin, okay, Mr. Yi Chen. After hanging up the phone with Wang Lin, Lu Yana came over. Lu Yana asked, hubby, tomorrow night Xiajie and his dad will be back, so we'll have to get ready the day after tomorrow. Is it okay on your friend's side? If it's not okay, we'll have to think of another way. Yi Chen said. This is definitely no problem. Leave this matter to me. In a moment you give me her phone number. I will send her the time and place. Lu Yana took out her cell phone and rummaged around, sending Deng Jie's phone number to Yi Chen. Then this matter is in your hands. Yi Chen promised. You can rest assured that hubby is doing his job. Yi Chen picked up his cell phone on the spot and sent a message to Wang Lin. After a while, Yi Chen received a reply from Wang Lin. Yi Chen added Deng Jie's WeChat through his cell phone number and immediately copied the time and place as well as the doctor's phone number and so on and sent it to her. Of course, Yi Chen naturally sent Deng Jie's contact information to Wang Lin. So, someone from the hospital will call for Dunji and the others when the time comes. And Yi Chen also asked Wang Lin to arrange for someone to send Deng Jie and the others over, and arranged all of this everything. Only then did Yi Chen have time to go back and make out with his little baby. There's just been so much going on lately. On top of having to go to school, there's a bunch of company stuff waiting for him. Now that he had received another commercial clip sent over by Lu Ming, Yi Chen watched it together with Lu Yana and immediately made the decision to follow this program. Lu Ming received the order and immediately had the advertising agency side rush to produce it quickly. The ad agency also owns a packaging company, so it took care of that printing as well. Looking for advertising companies are also known before, so Yi Chen felt that a one-stop service, then, is the best, but also to save themselves to find another manufacturer to produce. The pharmaceutical company side also worked overtime overnight to start producing healthcare products, and after packaging them, they could be put on the market. Yi Chen had also contacted the marketing departments of 61 Baby and the 2 shopping mall chains under his own name, and asked Lu Ming to do matchmaking with them. Lu Ming will be very busy next, and Chen Xuegue at this time also played a role in the network, because some of their own friends, there are in the pharmacy and hospitals and other places to work. Now Chen Xuegue also contacted these friends. Therefore, for this aspect of the market, Yi Chen did not have to worry too much. Everything was ready, just waiting for the birth. Chapter 240 Rectification of Hanlin Restaurant. The child is also getting bigger every day and can roll around in the bed even though he is not yet able to sit up or crawl. These 3 little babies would really fight if they were actually put together. And here, the one with the most dexterity is the little friend, Bao. Not only do they roll over nimbly, but they are also exceptionally mobile. Big Boy may be a little bulky instead because of his size. It's been almost an hour since the 3 little ones finished their milk. The 2 of them, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, were pretty much done with their business, and only came over to the baby's room to play with the baby at around 9 o'clock. Yi Chen teased the little good boy while longing. I wonder if these little babies will fight after they learn to speak. They're all babbling here now, and I don't know what they're trying to express. Lu Yana smiled. Won't you know when you grow up? Hubby, come on. I'll take a picture of you and the baby. Nowadays, Lu Yana and Yi Chen's daily routine is basically children and family, and in their eyes, they always put their family in an important position. Just like this time, Wasu from Hanlin Eatery tried to mess with Papa Lu's Lu Fuji. Originally, Yi Chen had felt that the past was forgotten, and Guoming had already been duly punished. Yi Chen has also learned from the mouth of the school gossip recycling station Li Reed that Guoming has lost the ability to bear children, and is now secretly looking around for famous doctors to cure infertility. If Guosu hadn't made a move on Lu Fuji, Yi Chen wouldn't have let Wang Lin investigate him and wouldn't have messed with the Hanlin Eatery. Guosu's methods were playing dirty, but Yi Chen's methods were just as relatively bright. Yi Chen only collected the evidence to the media to expose it. Therefore, the incident of Hanlin Eatery that night instantly caused a sensation in Xiangqing, and even in the whole country. After all, it's the age of the internet now, but any small thing can attract the attention of the whole nation. What's more, the Hanlin Eatery incident was no small incident. When Yi Chen opened his phone to swipe the video, he immediately swiped the hot search. And this, too, was the hot search that Yi Chen had helped buy for Hanlin Eatery. The goal is also to get more people to see it. Yi Chen brushed to a dozen or so about the Hanlin Eatery while he was at it, and none of the topics were very attention-grabbing. What restaurant cockroach and rat incident, as well as the chef to the toilet do not wash their hands, while smoking while frying, as well as in the dishes sampling out there is Helicobacter pylori, as well as wiped the nose without washing their hands to continue frying and washing dishes and so on hygiene incidents, once in the internet all over the world. In less than 10 minutes, there were already over 10,000 likes and retweets and comments. In the comments section, it was even more cursing all over again. I'm going. Finally, someone dares to expose Hanlin Eatery. I caught it on camera earlier, and after that waitress wiped her nose, she proceeded to serve me food again. And oh my god, I almost threw up. Stop it. I'm already throwing up. You don't know. The last time I was in a dish of snack pickles, I found a very small little strong man. I even took a picture of it. If you don't believe me, you can see it in my teaser. I'm going to post it in the Loving Family group. It makes my parents always like to go there for tea. One time, It pooped me out all night the same night I got home from eating it. It cost me hundreds of dollars in shots and medicine and it didn't go away. Yeah, that one upstairs. Did you eat the charbroiled oysters there? They're undercooked. And if you have a weak stomach, you can easily get gastroenteritis. I'll go. I still have a reservation for tomorrow. Better call my parents and cancel tomorrow. Oops. People should just stay away from it from now on. My God, what's going on tonight? There are so many videos about Hanlon restaurant all of a sudden. It can't be a peer spoof, right? Peer spoofing? Who would dare to blatantly spoof him if his house wasn't really that bad? Can't you see these upstairs that have personally verified it? I think we all need to be a bit more rational. After all, the competition is so nasty now that it always feels like it's full of intrigue. Anyway, I just don't think it's good there. The eyes of the crowd are sharp. If you hadn't done such a bad job, there's no way you'd have been caught on camera, right? Yes, if you don't want people to know, you can't do it unless you do it. If you can do it, you can expect it to be exposed. Yi-chen looked at all this with a cold smile, guessing that the entire Guo family would probably have a sleepless night tonight. Fruity, the Guo family. Now the directors of the company are already clamoring for their shares to be withdrawn. What do you want me to do? At this moment, Guo Su's father, Guo Hanlon, was reprimanding him with an anxious look on his face. You know that the Hanlon Eatery is his heart and soul for the past 20 years. From a small stall and then to today's dozens of large stores, the hardship is also imaginable. It's just a shame that I didn't educate my two sons, but if you think he's been coming along this clean for the past 20 years or so, you'd be wrong. Like father, like son, just look at this upper beam and you can see that it's not a family that's not a family. And now although Guo Hanlon regretted it, he only blamed his son for not learning the art well. Look at all the good things you've done. Surprisingly, it was discovered by others. Also, the Hanlon Eatery has been handed over to you to manage now, and this is what you've made to show me? I was thinking that Guo Ming is an incompetent. See, you quite clever, so I thought to train you to become the successor, but I did not expect two sons, one by one, are as stupid as a pig. It's not even a problem for one to be cheated for opening a branch. Now it's even exposed to such dark information. The most taboo thing about doing diets is having these hygiene problems. Don't you know that? Guo Hanlon cursed while pointing at Guo Su's nose, along with Guo Ming who was sitting there with an indifferent face. Guo Su that is full of unconvincing. Just unconvincing, how else? Things have happened. Now the most important thing is still how to restore the image of the restaurant. After Guo Hanlon finished scolding his two sons, he proceeded to get busy again. Day 2. For those who want to withdraw their shares, they are also rushing to get their lawyers to deal with them. Instead, he, as a family member of the Hanlon Eatery, made a video and posted it online, apologizing and promising to do a good job of hygiene in the future, as well as the corresponding problematic waiters who have been dismissed. Early in the morning, Yi-chen just snorted after seeing the official response from Hanlon Eatery. Trying to screw my old man. Let's see how much you weigh first. Chapter 241 New Rewards. Guo Hanlon naturally also knows that his son before wanting to hold Lu Fuji, but the thought of Lu Fuji is just a foreign restaurant. In this side of the world is not familiar, so did not put too much on the heart. Only, after his investigation, he learned that the people who were going to mess with him turned out to be people from within the Proteus security company. Yi-chen had naturally and deliberately let him know who had done this, because Yi-chen wanted him to know that the person he had offended was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Knowing that Prodigy Security is the only super security company with a paramilitary management in this country, one can imagine how powerful it is. When Guo Hanlon checked out the security company, he couldn't help but be shocked. As far as he knew, Portcullis Security operated domestically and internationally, with subsidiaries in dozens of countries. In other words, no matter where you go, there's no escape if you're being watched by someone from Proteus Security. Moreover, this company is still approved only after strict scrutiny by all departments at home and abroad, and what is used in the company can be super technological, as well as its own army, no matter whether it is to protect people or things, or the media and so on. It can be done to the extreme. This is a super company, and what Guo Hanlon knows about all of this, no matter what the Baudelaire Anha company lets you know, and what it doesn't let you know, you are never going to know. Presumably, it would have been shocking beyond belief to know what was going on inside the company. The mere fact that there is an army can make people look away. Moreover, the shares of this company are not something you can take just because you want to, unless you have a system like Yi-chen. Anyway, in a word, it's a super awesome company right there. And if it was true that someone from within Polygon Security was trying to mess with him, then what could he use to fight it? One can only suffer in silence. Yi-chen was naturally aware of this, so it was intentionally leaked out. And the purpose was naturally to let the Guo family know what to do, to let the people of the Guo family know that the power behind them, Lu Fuji, is the Poly Security Company. Of course, in this fragrant city, People with a certain social status would naturally know more or less about what was going on in society. They all know the Lu Fuji is not simple, so they will often take guests' family members to eat at Lu Fuji. The purpose is also known to all. It's good to want to hook up with someone from Baldwin Security. After this series of events, the business of Hanlon's eatery was also in the doldrums. Lu Fuji, on the other hand, is a stark contrast with a full house. After resolving the Guo family, Yi Chen was also finally relieved. It is estimated that the Guo family cannot make any waves after the bankruptcy. Yi Chen can also put down his heart, and the Guos didn't make it to October, closing all their stores at the end of the month in September. And the Guo family also because of the withdrawal of shares of the person who made a lawsuit. Really, a wave has not stopped a wave again. And once Yi Chen's healthcare products went on sale, they quickly caused a frenzy. Pricing for pediatrics is $58 a bottle, while the adult one is $68 a bottle. They are all at civilian prices. Yi Chen is trying to make sense of the fact that everyone can afford to buy and use them, and they can all afford to eat them, but it also requires people to give up. In addition, there was also Deng Jia's father, who had been treated by the best rehabilitation hospital because of Yi Chen, and his situation had improved. Yi Chen is also taking the babies to the community vaccination station to get their vaccinations before the October 1st rest day. 3 trolleys rolled out of the elevator together, and it looked pretty slick. Yi Chen was already familiar with the procedures here and quickly checked in the babies. Now all that's left is to wait for the shot. There were about 20 other people waiting up front, probably close to an hour as well. There's just no way around it. These little kids have to get their shots and you have to wait. Even if you're more connected, the shots you need to take still need to be taken. There are no privileges to be had here. After waiting for about 20 minutes, it went a lot faster because an extra clinic was also opened on the other side. In less than 30 minutes, it was already Yi Chen's turn for his 3 little babies, only to be called separately. Big boy and second boy were called first, and little boy hadn't been called by name yet. Lu Yana and Mother Yi each carried big baby and second baby into Clinic 1 and Clinic 2, leaving Yi Chen waiting outside the door with little boy in his arms. And of course, there was Mother Lu and an aunt. Both brothers stared at the nurse with round eyes before the shot and immediately burst into tears as the needle went in. When the shot was done, Lu Yana gently and carefully calmed Debeo in her arms while helping Debeo press on the needle opening. The second baby on the other side was pretty much the same, probably a bit older now, being over 5 months old, and a bit stronger and grumpier, barely stomping himself off the ground. Luckily, Ye's mom hugged him tightly. Yi mother also rushed over to help Bao press the needle opening and teased, "Don't look at this Bao's gentle appearance, but when he starts to lose his temper, he is even more stubborn than his older brother. Look at this crying vigor." When Debeo heard Bao's cries, he hurriedly stopped crying and looked in Bao's direction, surprisingly smiling, and the little boy must have been crying because he heard his 2 older brothers crying, and surprisingly, he cried in aggravation along with them. Yi Chen soothed little boy. Little boy is this because he heard his brothers crying sadly, so he's crying along with them? Yi mother also laughed. Really, small children. People are just small, and not stupid. See 2 older brothers cry with the injection, surely also follow the cry. Small children just this mind. See dangerous things, surely the first time to cry in fear. Yi Chen hugged little boy and said, "Little boy, be good, it'll be over soon." That's when the caller called the little boy's name. Yi Chen took the vaccine book and walked in with little boy in his arms. "Doctor, please be gentle, my baby is scared." The doctor was also amused by Yi Chen's words. Okay, little kid is good. Oh, auntie will be a little lighter." But even so, the little boy was zapped and cried out. Yi Chen was also heartbroken. But where would an injection not hurt? But the reasoning is this reasoning. But it does not prevent Yi Chen from being heartbroken for his own child. Who wouldn't feel sorry for their own children? The system was also ringing at this time. Bringing a baby for a vaccination rewards the host with a copy of the new energy black tech technology, and the documentation has been put into the system space for the host. Yi Chen was taken aback by this outburst from the system. New energy? Or is it black tech? Oh, my god. I'll be sure to take a closer look at it when I get home before I do. This is good stuff. If this black technology was really applied, it would be something that would benefit mankind. After all, now the Earth's energy is more and more used less and less. If the development of a new energy source, leaving aside the profitability, it is definitely a matter of benefit to mankind. When he thought of this, Yi Chen's heart was a flurry of excitement. Even Lu Yana, who was on the side, noticed that her husband was out of sorts and asked, "Hubby, are you alright? Is something wrong somewhere?" Yi Chen let out a breath and smiled. "No, it's just that I'm a little excited thinking about the future." Lu Yana thought that he was just thinking about his child growing up in the future, and also smiled. What's the point of thinking so much? With that said, he pushed the child out of the elevator. Chapter 242, everyone was taken by shock. Yi Chen no longer thought about getting the new energy. Now hurry home and think about this after he got home. Finished the baby's shots and walked out with the family. Bringing the small caravan around, Yi Chen helped carry the cart up to the car, and was ready to step into the driver's seat and drive home. But at that moment, an unlicensed motorcycle suddenly passed in front of Yi Chen, rushed onto the sidewalk, and took a child walking on the curb captive. The child's mother was tying her shoelaces, not holding her child, and when she saw her child being taken by the motorcycle, she immediately shouted, "Help! Snatch the child! Ah! Help! My child! Snatch the baby!" Yi Chen also reacted quickly to the situation, and directly took a step and rushed up. It was just that Yi Chen knew too little about his own strength today, as he fought his way forward to catch up. With only a 1-second start time, it took him about 4 or 5 seconds to be in front of the motorcycle. Whether it was the mother of the snatched child, or the passers-by, or the trafficker who snatched the child, or Yi Chen himself, they were all taken aback. One by one, the child's mother and the passers-by were dumbfounded as they looked at Yi Chen's dusty back. Couldn't even speak. Yi Chen shouted in his heart, "Holy, how did I run so fast? It's just that now is not the time to think about that. Now is the time to get the baby back." Yi Chen quickly adjusted his speed, running parallel to the motorcycle. Luckily it's the afternoon and there's not much traffic, or else at the speed of the motorcycle, it would have hit another car for sure. The child in the car was crying out, and the man in the backseat rushed to cover the child's mouth and hold it between himself and the driver. The child's mouth made ow, ow, ow noises. Yi Chen looked at the child. This child was only almost 2 years old, and it was all terrified. The decision was made in the moment. Yi Chen slowed down a bit and chased after the motorcycle, and the two men on the motorcycle were secretly rejoicing. They had finally shaken it off. Just unexpectedly, Yi Chen reached out his left hand towards the trafficker sitting on the back of the motorcycle, grabbed the waist of the man's pants, and yanked hard, ripped him backward, carrying the rip off just like that. Yi Chen braked in time and quickly threw a punch with his right hand, punching the trafficker hard in his helmeted face. The trafficker had already been blindsided by Yi Chen at that time, and now he had received a heavy punch from Yi Chen. He vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Yi Chen's punch was not a light one. This trafficker would probably have a concussion. And after the trafficker passed out, the hands covering the small child were loosened. Yi Chen hurriedly scooped up the child with his right hand, and with his left hand, he directly threw the trafficker on the ground like a piece of trash. The trafficker who was driving the motorcycle also lost his balance instantly because he was pulled by Yi Chen like this, and crashed into a street lamp on the side of the road with his car. It was just a crooked hit, and the trafficker flew out a good dozen meters, fainting on the spot, and if he wasn't wearing a helmet, he probably would have had his brains blown out. There was also a bloody mark rubbed on the ground, not a bad injury, and all of this only happened within a minute and a half. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chen. The child's mother took several minutes to catch up and hurriedly took the child in Yi Chen's arms and pacified him, and he gave Yi Chen thanks one after another. "Thank you, great benefactor. Thank you to this gentleman for stepping in. Good baby, it's okay, uncle saved you. Don't cry, mommy's here." Yi Chen sighed. "It's okay, be careful when you walk on the street in the future. Don't let the child walk alone. Or, really can't imagine. Human traffickers are really not that tough these days. How dare you blatantly rob a child in broad daylight?" The security guards from the Prodigy Security Company who were secretly protecting Yi Chen's family on one side also froze as they watched. "Oh, my god, the boss's speed is also comparable to that of a leopard's run, and we definitely won't be able to catch up." And at that moment, it was quickly surrounded by a lot of people who were watching. Someone else helped call the police. Lu Yana also put down her child, letting Mama Lu and the others stay in the car, and ran up herself. "Honey, are you okay? What's wrong? What happened?" Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Yana probably guessed what was going on. Yi Chen also didn't want her to worry and said, "I'm fine, I just helped catch the traffickers. These two traffickers dared to rob the children. Luckily I caught them." Lu Yana, since having a child, is also everything to the child first. If someone robbed her child, then she is sure that she will also fight with that person. Looking at the mother and child squatting on the ground and crying, is also very angry. Husband is okay. These traffickers really don't want to die. How dare they snatch a child on the street? Luckily, my husband stopped them. Lu Yana also squatted down and calmed the mother and son. At that moment, a traffic police patrol car also quickly stopped, and the police were called in and arrived in less than 5 minutes. Traffic police quickly surrounded the area to cordon off the scene and keep the area clear of traffic. The police also stepped out of the car and took a look at the crime scene here. "Why? Who reported it?" A middle-aged woman also came out of the crowd. "Police uncle, it was me who called the police. Someone here robbed a small child and was caught by this young man." The police officer looked in the direction the middle-aged woman was pointing and saw Yi Chen and the mother and son who were squatting on the ground and crying, as well as Lu Yana. The policeman nodded, walked over, and said to Lu Yana, "This young lady, we meet again." It turned out that the police officer turned out to be the same police captain Han who was involved in the last kindergarten fire incident. And this time, it was the same captain who answered the police. Yi Chen smiled when he saw that it was an acquaintance. Captain has worked hard. Lu Yana naturally remembered this police captain and smiled at him as well. At this point, the people around them were also talking. "Hey, did you guys just get a video?" "Got a video of him catching the traffickers, but not his speed." "That speed, I guess even the world 100-meter running champion can't match it." "Yeah, it's too fast. Guess it's only the surveillance that can see it." Captain Han had heard the words of these people since, but the main thing now was to control the scene. Those who are not related to the case, quickly disperse and don't hinder the police from handling the case. And related people, with me back to make a statement. Let the traffic police side to call the surveillance over, to determine the two suspects of the crime. After the matter, to the criminal police side to deal with. Robbing a child, that's criminal. Chapter 243, Lu Fuji is on fire. And at that moment, the crouching mom came back to her senses. Immediately, he accused the two traffickers, as well as his gratitude to Yi Chen, saying that he was about to kneel down for Yi Chen again. Yi Chen and Lu Yana both helped the little kid's mom up at the same time. That little kid was still wiping his nose as well, and Lu Yana took out a tissue from her bag, handed it to the mom, and wiped the little boy's nose, and gently reassured, "Don't be afraid, the police uncle is here. You're fine." At this time, 120 also arrived, the two men into the ambulance, the police also for two people handcuffed, together with the 120 to the hospital. These two damn traffickers, just let them die. Why bother saving them? That's not true. You know, they've done a good deal of misdeeds that would be enough to kill them several times over. The people present were also older women and men with children, and when they heard about the traffickers, the first thing they did was to curse. Yi Chen said to Lu Yana, "Wife, I'll go back with the police to make a statement first. You take the child back first. Drive carefully." Lu Yana was also aware of the rules of police work. After all, this was not a small matter. So she nodded. "I'll pick you up in my car in a few minutes and I'll meet you in front of the police station." Yi Chen nodded. Originally he didn't want to trouble Lu Yana. He took a taxi back himself and forget about it. Just thought for a moment, since his wife was coming, then he would come. After Yi Chen parted ways with Lu Yana, he got into the police car with the mother and son. The family members of the mother and son were also here when they were making statements at the police station. At this time, the mother and child had also calmed down a lot, but the family members were the ones who wanted to kneel down to Yi Chen as soon as they saw him. Yi Chen and the police rushed to help the child's family up. That's what makes a good transcript smooth. When he came out of the police station, Yi Chen quickly got into Lu Yana's car, saving the child's family from chasing out and kneeling again. Seriously, Yi Chen did it out of instinct, because he saw someone snatching the child. So naturally he was the first to go up and snatch the child back. Yi Chen could understand the reaction of the child's family. The damage to the family if the child does go missing can be indelible. Human traffickers are really abominable these days. Yi Chen was furious when he thought about it, and it was at that moment that the system went off. The host is rewarded with a righteous law firm for his courageous actions. Justice law firm? What's the point? Suddenly I've got a law firm? Is it true that I will encounter a lot of them in the future, and they will have to be decided by the law firm? But whatever. With a law firm it will be easier to do things in the future without having to hire another lawyer. From now on, I'll leave my own company to my own people. By the time the child's family came out, Yi Chen had long since disappeared. Lu Yana drove the car and couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you acting like a thief?" Yi Chen could not help it. The child's family is really too polite. As soon as they came in, they knelt down for me. Oops, can't afford it. Lu Yana laughed. "You'd better watch the teasing sound first. The official announcement has already come out above. The video of you helping the police to catch the traffickers has already come out. Hubby, you're really so heroic." The car speed was obviously much faster when Ina Lu said this. Yi Chen was so scared that he grabbed the door of the car and said to Lu Yana, "Nana, why don't I drive? Be careful not to get excited." Lu Yana shook her head. "I'm carrying the hero that the whole city is looking for. Just sit back and relax." Yi Chen also didn't dare to look at his cell phone while Lu Yana was driving distractedly. Had to shut up on the sidelines and didn't dare to speak. It's just that Yu Ina is still excited about it. Learned from Lu Yana's mouth. Yi Chen to catch the suspect was released by the traffic police official side. Only the video is not too clear. Yi Chen's speed was so fast that even the surveillance was almost unable to capture Yi Chen's figure. When the teaser swiped in, everyone commented below, "My goodness, this is flying, isn't it? I didn't even see how he took off. He ran that far in one go. If he were to compete in the World Championships, the Olympics, or whatever, he'd definitely crush all the previous champions." In my opinion, Just apply for some Guinness record. This kind of speed is usually something I've only seen in sci-fi movies, and the comments on the other side are blaming the two traffickers. How dare you rob a child in broad daylight? You're really tired of living. Nice hit. Nice bump. Death is best. Right. All traffickers should be shot. I am the child's aunt. The child was just shocked. Thank you to that little brother who saved him, and wish him good health. We learned from the police that he's an employee of Lao Fuk Ki, and the family is already preparing to send him a banner. This last one went straight to the top. It turned out that Ji-Chen filled in the work unit there Lu Fuji. The child's family has also thought that he is Lu Fuji's employees. It was just that Yi-Chen's move had directly brought fire to Lu Fuji. My goodness, this little brother is actually an employee of Lao Fuk Ki. Let's go to the stomping ground tonight. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go and meet the rescue boy. Want the boss to give little brother a raise. Now, Lu Fuji that is on fire online. By the end of the night, Lu Fuji's business was on fire. The guests were even hotter than before, and even the waiting line was already almost 100 numbers long. Papa Lu was baffled by this. It was only later that I learned the truth from the mouths of those guests. Do you think that little brother Yi-Chen is working today? I don't know, but the food here is quite delicious. Fresh and fried tender. You can come here more often in the future. Right, but if I meet that little brother, I still want to take a picture with him. After all, he's an internet sensation now. I think Lao Fuk Ki's boss should be rewarding him for this. Rewarding him with a month's salary or something. Right, if he hadn't made a timely move, I guess those two traffickers would have snatched the child already. With the car traveling so fast, I don't know which ravine it was taken to. Isn't that right? This can't chill your little brother's hot-blooded heart. As he said this, he also looked in that direction of Papa Lu at the cash register. Father Lu was also shocked when he heard the name Yi-Chen. What trafficker? What kidnapping? Saved by Yi-Chen? What's going on here? At this time the cashier was also handing over her cell phone. Boss, would you look at it? Papa Lu looked at the official news on it and was also excited to see it. So that's what happened. Good job Yi-Chen. Truly worthy of being my son-in-law. Looking at the hot restaurant in front of me, I am getting excited. It's just that the back room is topsy-turvy. A chef walked out. Boss, we don't have enough ingredients today. Just a couple more stir-fries and we're out. Papa Lu was also coming back from his excitement. I can't believe I forgot about this. The clientele had suddenly skyrocketed several times over, but the store's daily pickings were limited, and now even the cooks were running out. It was obvious that even the spares had been used. Papa Lu hurriedly asked the kitchen to clean up the spare ingredients, and hurriedly asked the service to write down what dishes should be ordered and what dishes should not be ordered. Luckily, the waiters were equipped with walkie-talkies and were able to keep us informed of some dishes that ran out of ingredients. The 244th family are all good people. Papa Lu also stepped in to dissuade those who were still in line. I'm so sorry. Please come back tomorrow because the kitchen is out of ingredients. I'm so sorry for your enthusiasm. Father Lu is also out of good intentions, because we cannot delay the meal. If they let them go hungry, it is not good for them to the store's reputation. However, those people were the ones who said, we came here this time to catch a glimpse of little brother, and it doesn't matter if we can't eat it. Father Lu had no choice but to say, Yi-Chen is our son-in-law. He's not here right now, so everyone might have to make a trip for nothing. Those people instantly came to be interested after hearing Papa Lu's words as well. What? That little brother is not an employee here? Rather, he's the son-in-law of the owner of this restaurant? Oh my god. I just asked the boss to reward that little brother with money. I didn't expect that the other little brother would be the son-in-law of the boss here. Sloppy. All of a sudden, there was another buzz, except that no one in the waiting crowd was going to walk away. At this time, the child's family is holding a banner appeared in the door of Lu Fuji. Papa Lu was being questioned about Yi-Chen. Those people saw the child's family and quickly made way for a crosswalk as well. Wow, it really did send a banner. That's fast enough. Oh my god, catch it live. Hurry up with the video. The family members also came to the front of Lu's father and asked, may I ask if you are the owner of the restaurant? I am the child's father, and this is the grandparents, and the child and the mother. In addition there are some relatives also followed. We are the family of the little child who was rescued. I came over tonight because I wanted to find the little brother called Yi-Chen. At this time, the child's mother also walked forward holding her child. Yes boss, your employee, Yi-Chen, saved our child today, and now we're here to send him a banner. Papa Lu, also dizzy from a large group of people asking questions, returned, my son-in-law isn't here right now. I'll give him a call and let him come over. The child's relatives were now in a state of deafness. It turns out that his benefactor is not an employee here, but the son-in-law of the boss. I already heard someone talking about it just now, and I didn't realize it turned out to be true. That's really a great guy. Father Lu hurriedly gave Yi-Chen a call. Yi-Chen you hurry over to Lu Fuji. The child's family came over to send the banner. saying that they want to give the banner to you. I can't hold back here any longer. Yi-chen, who was at home swiping the video and eating his meal, being asked about things by both his mother and Lu's mother, received a call from Lu's father. "Oh, okay dad, I'll be right over, just top it off." After hanging up the phone, I hurriedly told both moms about it. "Mom, Dad told me to go to Lu Fuji, saying that the kids' relatives have found Lu Fuji and are going to send me a banner. Dad says it's almost too much to recruit." "Huh? It's not?" Yi mother asked worriedly. "Dad said that there are so many people coming the store can't even sit down anymore. If I don't go, I guess he really can't hold it." Yi-chen was also helpless. Nowadays, people really like to get together, and they have to take out their cell phones to take pictures and videos to send to their friends, and to send teasing sounds and so on. Then hurry over there and take a look. Nana, you go over there too and take care of your dad. Don't let him get too excited. He can't take it, Lu mom urged. Ye's mother and Lu's mother were also worried about Lu Fuji's side and had Lu Yana follow along. When Yi-chen arrived, he found that the open parking lot was already full of cars and overcrowded. Yi-chen hurriedly called and asked the property manager to come down to control the crowd. Property manager Lu Quanzhang also answered the phone at the first time. "Hello Mr. Yi-chen, we have rushed to the scene at the first time." Yi-chen was sitting in the car at this time, and he didn't know whether he should or shouldn't get off, and there were no more parking spaces on the side of the road. "Is there any parking left in the underground parking lot?" Manager Lu returned. Back to Mr. Yi. "Yes, I'll have the security guard guarding the parking lot meet you." After Yi-chen parked the car, he then brought Lu Yana along to find Lu's father, and at this time, the crowd was the first to spot the two Yi-chen and Lu Yana, who were wearing masks. "Look at that pair. Does it look like the pair that saved the day?" "Seems like it. It's the same dress as in the video. It must be them. Let's hurry and follow them." Yi-chen was driven by a few security guards and walked all the way to the front door of Lu Fuji. Yi-chen hurriedly walked over to Lu's father. "Dad, are you alright?" Lu Yana immediately walked over to Papa Lu's side and held him up. Papa Lu said, "I'm fine. Come and take care of things over here in a hurry." Papa Lu has lived for decades and has never seen such a big scene, and no one has ever sent him a banner, so he is also a little overwhelmed. At this time, the child's mother saw Yi-chen, a great benefactor appeared, immediately forward to send a banner. "Great benefactor, we finally waited for you to show up. If you don't show up, we'll wait here until you do." Saying that, the child's mother was about to kneel down to Yi-chen again. Yi-chen hurriedly helped the child's mother up and said, "There are so many people here. You can stop kneeling. I can't afford it." The boy's father rushed forward and bowed. "If not to kneel, then please take a bow from us." "Yi-chen, why does it seem like we're having a jungle tie-up?" However, it was better to forget about it. They were also doing this out of gratitude. Now everyone in the crowd grabbed their cell phones and filmed away. Everyone wanted to capture this first scene to add a little more traffic to their numbers. Meanwhile there was talk. "I'll go. Is that woman the one who put out the fire at the kindergarten last time? I saw that woman's bag is exactly the same as the woman who put out the fire before." "It seems so, when you put it that way. Could it be that the pretty girl who put out the fire in the kindergarten is the daughter of the owner of Lu Fuji, and this handsome guy who helped the police catch the traffickers is her husband? No way. A family of good people, all so fond of being helpful. As the saying goes, if it's not a family, it's not a family." Now I believe it too. I'm 100% sure that the beautiful woman who put out the fire is the daughter of the owner of Lu Fuji. It's her. I'm going. I'm big news. Those who could be seen in the front rushed to take the video and then compared it to the girls who had put out the fire earlier. They were basically sure of Lu Yana's identity. Chapter 245 Acceptance of Banners from Families. It's amazing that these people who came along for the ride were able to guess that Aina Lu was the heroine of the kindergarten firefighting past one bag. The internet has a real memory and you have to think about everything you do. Lu Yana pulled Lu's father aside and watched Yi-chen as they chatted about the situation. Hearing the two people, Lu Yana and Lu's father, who were on the side, were also shocked. What a surprise! It turned out that the situation at that time was so thrilling. Fortunately at that time did not hit any car. Otherwise it is really hard to say with Yi-chen's speed. Lu Yana also did not know that Yi-chen running could run so fast. In her heart, her love for Yi-chen grew even more. Yi-chen then, under the coaxing of the crowd, took over the banner of the little child's family, pulling Lu's father and Lu Yana to take a photo together to commemorate the occasion. It was also photographed and videoed by those present and posted online. Within this day, Yi-chen and Lu Fuji's hot searches were instantly pushed up. Everyone left comments on the video. "From now on, Lao Fuk Ki will be my dining hall. The owner of this restaurant is really lucky. The daughter is a firefighting hero, and the son-in-law is the one who helped the police catch the traffickers. This Lu Fuji has been open for almost 2 months, right? I haven't been there yet. Why don't we go and try it tomorrow? I don't think there'll be any room tomorrow. Look at all those people upstairs. there's probably not 10,000, but a few thousand waiting to go. My goodness, so many people. How many days will the line be? The little kid's family said that they wanted to treat Yi-chen to a meal here tomorrow, and wanted Papa Lu to reserve the biggest elegant room for them. Only Yi-chen refused on the grounds that he was busy with his studies, but he didn't stop them from having a banquet here. The little kid's family also left after thanking them profusely, and the two of them, Yi-chen and Lu Yana, had to rush back to see the little baby. Yi-chen really didn't want to waste his time, and hurriedly drove Lu Yana in his car and went home. When they returned home, Ye's mother and Lu's mother both greeted them. Yi-chen, is it done? Yi-chen, it's done. I put the banner in the most conspicuous place in the hall of Lu Fuji, so that everyone can see it. Dad is fine. He has to wait for the store to close before he goes home. Actually, Yi-chen thought that Papa Lu was really a life of worry. It wouldn't be necessary to guard the store if there was a trusted person in the store to help watch it. It's just possible that Lu Fuji has just opened anew not long ago, so look a little tighter. Plus the store's staff, Lu Dad, are also newly trained, can not yet be on their own it. So, Papa Lu can only work a little harder himself. It's just that Papa Lu is used to doing everything himself and doesn't find it too hard. Originally, he came to Fragrance City to open a restaurant. The original intention was to think of taking root in Fragrance City, to keep the signboard of Lu Fuji, so what he did was taken for granted. Because, he was thinking of giving this to Debao later on. He might think that Papa Lu was thinking too far ahead, but the old man's thoughts are so simple, and whatever good things he has, he thinks of leaving them to his descendants. After Ye's mother and Lu's mother heard Yi-chen's words, they now put their hearts down. Yi-chen, Nana, you guys did well. Face to face with your own son, your own daughter. The two of them, Mother Yi and Mother Lu, were also relieved. A few people exchanged pleasantries for a while before going to their respective rooms. The two of them, Yi-chen and Lu Yana, were also the first to go to the babies. The babies are still awake, and I guess it's also because of today's vaccinations that all three little ones are very excited. The babies are also almost 6 months old and the aunts are working on getting them to try to sit up. Only, all three little babies fell to either side with their heads askew. It fell to the side but didn't cry, but giggled in a milky way. Look at Yi-chen and Lu Yana. Two people rushed forward, one person holding a baby kissed up, of course, is kissing the neck to tease the small children. The three babies amused with a big smile. A room full of cozy. Yi-chen and Lu Yana are very reluctant to give up the babies. Today is a day off, rare time to accompany small children, but do not think out of such a thing. I can't help but sigh in my heart. May the world be free of abduction. It was only after the babies had gone to sleep that Yi-chen and Lu Yana went back to their room. When Lu Yana entered the bathing room, Yi-chen then took out the 2 rewards he got today and analyzed them properly. Law firms he is aware of. Now the most interested in the new energy black technology. Yi-chen took out the entire document and carefully read it there for about 10 minutes. Actually, he couldn't read it either, but there was one sentence he finally read. This one was a technology that utilized wind thermal and solar energy and other power generation, and the energy utilization rate is 300%. What this explains above is that if you blow in the wind, the energy generated can be magnified by as much as 3 times, and the technology currently available to mankind utilizes less than 10% of the energy. And it's amazing how the energy utilization of this black technology can be magnified threefold. That is to say, if this technology is used to generate electricity, the result will be 3 times as much. This was a horrible thing, while in Yi-chan's eyes, he could see a business opportunity to make money. If one gets a power station, even the smallest one, then one is able to utilize this one technology to the extreme. What would happen if you put this technology in a car, an RV? Is it true that you won't need to recharge your batteries after this? I just don't know what's going on in here. And what he needs most right now is a new energy research and development team to give the whole bunch of technology a real physical appearance. When he thought of this, Yi-chen thought of calling Wang Lin. Wang Lin also understood Yi-chen's meaning. Mr. Yi, don't worry, we will help Yi-chen find a good new energy research and development company. Yi-chen shook his head. You still don't understand what I mean. I'm trying to set up an R&D team of my own to make my own stuff. Yi-chen did not want his technology to be leaked, and definitely had to find a reliable person. The first step is to set up a team of your own to patent this technology. After understanding Yi-chen's meaning, Wang Lin immediately said that he would get it done as soon as possible, with the best information system in place. It's easy to find such talent at Portcullis Security. Yi-chen also trusted Wang Lin, and after handing this matter over to Wang Lin, he took all the information back into the system space. That's a top secret piece of technology. Chapter 246 Educating children is the most important thing. The next morning, Yi-chen drove Lu Yana back to school. The whole school knew about that thing Yi-chen did last night. Each and every one of them stared at Yi-chen and Lu Yana. There was also a lot of talk behind the scenes. I'll go. What a surprise. It's not enough that the schoolgirl is beautiful and kind-hearted, she even found such a powerful husband. Look at the speed of the schoolgirl's husband yesterday. That's not normal. It's really super fast. It's really fast. When they heard this, the people around them booed. Yi-chan also hissed, damn, I am running fast, but not that fast. What the hell are these people thinking? Lu Yana also looked at Yi-chan with a smile. Hubby, are you alright? Yi-chan was also heartbroken, seeing other people talking about their husbands like this. Aren't you heartbroken? Lu Yana laughed. Is my own husband fast or not? Don't I know? Yi-chan also let out a breath. Forget it, I can't tell anyone anything about me not being a fast man. After Yi-chan sent Lu Yana to the door of the classroom, he also went back to his classroom for the lesson. While in class, Lu Yana also received a text message from her best friend. Gu Ying, Nana, busy? Got a minute? Lu Yana returned. I'm in class. I'll call you back after class in a while. Today is an English class. Only it's not Lu Yana's neighbor's big brother, one CU, who came to the class and changed the English teacher. Lu Yana also heard the news from other people's mouths. One CU has already checked out from the university and returned to his hometown school as a teacher. Lu Yana clicked on the WeChat One CU's circle of friends, saw his recent middle school runway in School Road, where it is full of memories. Thought about sending him a get well message, but finally held back. This is good. Each other each good. Do not disturb is the best. Lu Yana silently blessed One CU in her heart, hoping that he could be happy forever. After class, Lu Yana called Gu Ying back the first time. Ying, what do you want to see me about? Gu Ying said on the other end of the phone. Nana, I'm almost done with that advertisement for your family's restaurant, so I'll show it to you and Yi-chan when the time comes. Lu Yana, it's fine. You should be fine as long as you follow the concepts that Yi-chan and I told you about. Ying Gu, aha. Gu Ying on the other end of the phone also hesitated for a moment, and Lu Yana obviously also sensed Gu Ying's discomfort and asked, Ying, is something wrong with you? Gu Ying somewhat twisted, that is, Yi Hui he is always urging me to see his parents. The previous words did not feel much embarrassment, and now really become his girlfriend instead of being afraid to go to see. Ouch, how to do ah. Lu Yana laughed, it's rare, you will also have shy times ah. Sooner or later, we have to see. Yi-chan's uncle and aunt are good-natured, also very cheerful. You don't have to be afraid, don't worry to be bold. Gu Ying, although I know I have to see it sooner or later, but, is, just, afraid of it. Lu Yana really couldn't do anything with her, so she gave her an idea. Why don't you call your parents, and Yi Hui's parents, and then join my family for morning tea or dinner at my dad's restaurant? Gu Ying listened to it, but also brightened up. At first she was still worried about meeting at that time and did not know what to talk to Yi Hui's parents. Now there are so many more people instead of being afraid. Although she had already met Yi Hui's parents, but at that time, she was only in the capacity of a friend, and she was still only in the capacity of a fake girlfriend at that time, so her status now was different from before. Now this proposal from Lu Yana was something that Gu Ying felt was feasible. Gu Ying immediately said, okay, are you free tomorrow morning? Let's go have morning tea together. Lu Fuji in the Cloud City side is no morning tea, only the lunch market and evening market. Even the late-night snacks are not done, and the Xiangqing side, people here like to drink morning tea in the morning or at noon until the afternoon, so Father Lu also followed the custom of this side, engaged in a morning tea, but the evening snacks did not get, because there is not so much time and energy, only to do the morning and evening. Lu Yana said in a loud voice, good. Yi-chan and I don't have class until tomorrow afternoon, so we can go together. See if you can get an appointment on your side? I'll talk to my dad in a while and reserve a big elegant room for tomorrow morning. Lu Fuji's side is also because of the recent too hot, so it is difficult to book a place. So Father Lu is also smart, even if there are more people, but also for their own family members will leave a room out in case of emergency. Now is not useful? Gu Ying's side quickly set up a time with Lu Yana and hurriedly called Yi Hui and her own parents to make an appointment. Lu Yana was also calling her own dad and asking him to say the table. At this time, Lu Yana was also back in the small caravan, saw Yi-chan already sitting in the RV, holding his cell phone and not knowing what he was reading. Yi-chan didn't even notice when Lu Yana walked over. Honey, looking so hard. What is this? Yi-chan looked up, and he bumped into Lu Yana's gentle eyes. Reaching out to touch Lu Yana's hair, he softly said, hubby is thinking of ways to make big money. Lu Yana smiled. Hubby, it's not like our family is short of money. Just the card you gave me with more than $1 billion is already enough for our family to eat for the rest of our lives. Yi-chan laughed. How can it be enough for just our family to eat for the rest of our lives? We still have children, and children's children. If our generation doesn't work hard, then they'll have to work hard to move bricks. Lu Yana did think that Yi-chan was a bit of a peacekeeper. It's not that bad, right? Yi-Chen was indeed thinking too far ahead as Lu Yana thought. So Yi-Chen just smiled and said, now our family is rich, but we have to educate our children to work hard. Although it's not as bad as moving bricks, but we can let our children get a better education, receive the best knowledge, and create greater wealth. Money is not everything, but without money is nothing. If you don't struggle at the age of struggle, you'll end up suffering your offspring. Lu Yana nodded. Indeed, it's also true. Actually, educating the children well is the most important thing. Otherwise even more money won't be enough for them to spend. What do you think, husband? Yi-Chen held Lu Yana in his arms. My wife is right. If I don't educate my children well, even if I make a lot of money now, one day they will lose it all at once. So, never educate your children to become losers. Yi-Chen and Lu Yana both have the same idea. Making money is important at the moment, but education is also quite important. It's just that, for now, money is the only way to get a better intellectual education. So, making money is just as important. Chapter 247, School Husband's Happy Father? Yi-Chen kissed Lu Yana's cheek and said, then in the future, I'll be responsible for earning money to support my family, and you'll have to work hard to educate our children in addition to looking beautiful. My good wife. Lu Yana, however, said, it's no problem for me to educate well, but the child is both of ours, and there are some things that are still better for dad to teach, such as that aspect. Listening to Lu Yana's words, Yi-Chen also instantly understood, let out a playful laugh and said, okay, wife, let's educate the child together. Lu Yana suddenly also remembered something. Hubby, just now Ying called me, said that the advertisement design those have been done, just waiting for you to confirm. Has she contacted you yet? Yi-Chen said, I've already seen it, now it's time to train the chef, make the samples and take pictures to upload them. It's just that, before Lu Fuji hadn't caught fire yet, I thought that the chef at Dad's place should be able to handle it as well, but now that you've seen it as well, I guess it's hard enough to get the kitchen to take this order again. Lu Yana also nodded. Yeah, I also heard my dad say that Lu Fuji's side needs to increase the number of cooks before it's done, because it's really too busy. When the time comes, I don't know if I need the kitchen to be expanded as well to make it work. Yi-Chen also nodded. This problem was something that even he hadn't thought of. Originally, he was just bent on getting this nutritional meal going, but after the incident of catching the thief, it was a series of changes that took place, and Lu Fuji this time soon after the introduction of nutritional meals, but even the advertising costs are afraid to save, and because of this, surprisingly, it's time to expand the kitchen and hire more cooks. Yi-Chen said, wife, your idea is very good. I didn't think about expanding the kitchen either. I just don't know what the situation is like on Dad's side, so if it's necessary, I can ask the manager to see if there's a suitable place. After a pause, he said, find a time. I'll tell Dad that I've acquired Huachang building, so he won't have to pay rent in the future. Just make money. Lu Yana naturally knew that Yi-Chen was the owner of the building, so she nodded along, and then continued, Ying has just made an appointment with me, tomorrow morning, about her parents, as well as Yi Hui's parents, that is, your second uncle and second aunt, to go to my father's place for morning tea. Are you free? Let's go together. Yi-Chen smiled. Yi Hui and Gu Ying are meeting their parents? Looks like this good thing is close. Go, definitely go. There's not much to do lately. After saying that, Yi-Chen continued, today we won't go to the dining hall to eat. Auntie Zhang put some ingredients for us, so hubby will cook for you. It's been a long time since I've cooked for you with my own hands. You first milk the car and put it away. I'll be done soon. Yi-Chen also immediately took out all the tools. Fortunately, the sun is not too big today. It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival and the weather is a little cooler. The weather in the City of Fragrance is also very nice, except that the temperature difference in the morning can be a bit big. So many people who live in the City of Fragrance will wear a thin jacket in the morning with a short-sleeved t-shirt underneath, and then take it off just in the middle of the day, and then when the sun goes down, they have to put on the thin jacket again. And Yi-Chen had already fixed a small tent on one side of the car, set up the small round table, and carried out the pots and stuff after washing them. Everything is ready, and began to wash dishes and so on. After doing this, Lu Yana has finished milking out. It was fun to look at the pots and pans. Lu Yana laughed. Hubby, are you any good? Do you want me to show you how to do it? Lu Yana's family was in the catering business, so naturally, cooking food was no big deal. He just hadn't seen Yi-Chen cook these dishes, so he laughed at Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen laughed. How can a man say no? A moment to let you know the power of brother. Lu Yana blushed. Hate it. Yi-Chen heatedly smiled. Don't think wrong. Be pure in your thoughts. I just want you to taste the dishes that my husband made. Lu Yana skimmed her head. Not talking to you. And Yi-Chen just dotedly smiled at Lu Yana's angry and adorable appearance. Not far away, the people who were taking their lunchboxes to the dining hall to get their meals also noticed the movement on Yi-Chen's side. Look, the schoolgirl over there is fighting with her husband. I saw it too. People are playing tricks. How can you call it a fight? No, you've never been in love, have you? Can't you understand such a simple action? Old iron. Although I am a 10,000-year-old single dog, but this sentence of yours is solid. What's wrong with not having a girlfriend? No girlfriend. Just, there is really nothing to say. No girlfriend is indeed unable to see men and women play tricks, okay? And, I saw it. The other schoolgirl's husband is washing dishes and cooking. My goodness, it's really a divine husband. Say, the schoolgirl and her husband have been married for about a year too, right? What about the marriage with a ball? I hear, married with a ball? Could it be that the schoolgirl's husband is a happy father? Impossible, right? The schoolgirl's husband's family is also rich. Even if the schoolgirl's husband agrees, will the other husband's parents agree? So what if you don't agree? If you don't tell mom and dad anyway, you're still raising them as your own grandchildren? I'll go. This is big news. A group of people were whispering and discussing there, completely oblivious to the fact that Yi Chen had already taken in their words. The spatula in Yi Chen's hand was also gripped to death. You're happy to be a father. Your whole family is happy to be a father. It's okay to say I'm a fast guy. Not if you're happy to be a father. Not true. It's not okay to say I'm a fast guy. This time bomb was also planted in Yi Chen's heart. Although it's good to know if the child is yours or not. But people talk. It doesn't matter if you're talking about his wife or his kids. Not if you're talking about his people in a bad way anyway. And Yi Chen finished the meal with mixed feelings. During the meal, Lu Yana also clearly felt Yi Chen's unhappiness. So, he asked, honey, what's wrong? Why do you suddenly look preoccupied? Yi Chen exhaled deeply. Originally, this matter was nothing, but others said that you brought someone else's ball to marry me. This I can't tolerate. Lu Yana also froze. She also did not expect that the people outside would think of her in this way. However, she was really the only man in Yi Chen at that time. She hurriedly explained, husband, you know as well as I do. I could never do these things. The baby is yours. Yi Chen hurriedly pacified Lu Yana, wife, you don't have to worry. I've never doubted you. I have 100% trust in you. However, when I heard that other people were talking about you and your child behind your back, I couldn't help but get angry. My wife and child. What qualifications do they have to say bad things about you behind your back? I will never allow it. Yi Chen was already thinking about how to solve this problem at this point. Lu Yana also jumped into Yi Chen's arms. Hubby, thank you for believing in me. Yi Chen was hugging Lu Yana when it suddenly rang on his cell phone, which showed that Yi Chen's teasing voice had added another 99 plus followers. Chapter 248, Men's Carefulness. Yi Chen looked at the display on his cell phone, and although he didn't want to be distracted at this time, his hand couldn't help but pick up his cell phone and take a look. Teaser? Yeah, right. Himself because of the incident of arresting human traffickers. Teasing sound dare be found out. These days is also a lot more people to add his fans. It's got over 20,000 followers so far, and it's still trending up. And Lu Yana also because of the reason that she was the school flower of Xi'an University. The number of fans rose even faster than him. So far it was almost 100,000 fans. On Jitterbug, it's not as big as the millions of big internet celebrities, but it's still a small internet celebrity. And because of that, Yuina hid all the works that she had posted before, especially the small children's inadvertent showing of a side face or whatever, for fear of being targeted by the bad guys. Sometimes only the back of the child is sunbathing. Everyone only knows that Yi Chen and Lu Yana have a pair of triplets, but very few people have seen the child's front face. And Yi Chen looked at the comments on his teaser. There were also his own college-up schoolmates commenting on it. Yi Chen usually just posted his daily routine. Nothing special. However, because of the sudden fire, there were already tens of thousands of comments on it, all praising Yi Chen. Suddenly, Yi Chen had an idea. What a great platform indeed for teasing sound. Then I can do this. Yi Chen wasn't afraid that the child would be discovered by others, because he had sent people from the Baldwin security company to keep an eye on his family. So he was also very relieved of the people from the security company. After Yi Chen pacified Lu Yana, he said to her, don't think about it so much. I have complete faith in you. You go to the car first to take a rest. Leave this place to me to clean up. If you're sleepy, go to sleep first. Lu Yana didn't think much about it. Just thought it was Yi Chen heard other people's gossip so he was angry. Anyway, he was bright and honest, and didn't do anything to apologize to Yi Chen, frankly and openly. Only, Lu Yana didn't leave either, but cleaned with Yi Chen, and the two even washed the dishes together. The intimate behavior of the two was completely unaffected by these people. Only, Yi Chen's heart was more than a little thoughtful. While Lu Yana was napping, Yi Chen also quietly sent out a teaser, posted a picture of him and the little munchkin when they were kids, with accompanying text, Daddy's little jacket that looks exactly like Daddy when he was a kid. Yi Chen smiled triumphantly after sending it. This teaser naturally attracted a lot of attention from netizens, especially the alumni of Shannon University. I just heard someone else say in the morning that the schoolgirl's husband was happy to be a father. I didn't expect that. The schoolgirl's husband was so godlike that he posted pictures of the child and himself online? People are doing it to shut up all you gossipers. No, people are good. Wow. So the schoolgirl's daughter is so good looking, so cute. I'd love to see if the schoolgirl's son is handsome. I've been to the schoolgirl's place and I've seen it. This back alone is already handsome as hell. Can you at me which one is the school flower? I want to see your Shannon University schoolgirl. Dog head. Chow thief. Look at the sword. So, after Lu Yana woke up from her sleep, she suddenly received so many messages from people at her. I clicked in to see that it was my own husband who had sent such a teasing message. Small sample. I can't believe you didn't at me? Luckily, I have a netizen at me. Men. That little thought. Lu Yana was also amused by Yi Chen's amusing voice. What a careful man. However, if it were any other man, if he was told that he was happy to be a father, he would probably have been furious already. And Yi Chen was also motivated by his trust, so it wasn't hard to understand that he had such a small mind now. Lu Yana shook Yi Chen, who was beside her. Awake, hubby, get up, get ready for class. Yi Chen got up sleepily. Lu Yana jumped into Yi Chen's arms. Hubby, I've seen all of your amusing voice, and there are already nearly 1,000 comments on it. You're so funny. Yi Chen, however, said with a straight face. Then what? It's okay for them to talk about me like this, but they just can't talk about you and the child. You are my favorite people. How can I let you suffer from other people's gossip? Lu Yana placed her head on top of Yi Chen's chest. Hubby, thank you. Thank you for defending us Mother 3 so much. However, in my heart, your affirmation is more important than anyone else. I don't care what other people say. What I care about most is what you think in your heart. Hubby, you are so nice. How can you be so good? Yi Chen's lips curled up. I'm only good to my wife and family, and other people aren't important to me. The two spent a little more time together being mushy before getting up for class. After Yi Chen sent Lu Yana to the classroom, he then opened teaser sound to look through the comments, look at it and actually laugh. Sure enough, it really is still the age of the internet. Should we, start a news media company like Sunwave or Tease? Well, that's something to think about. Looking at the growing number of fans on his teaser, Yi Chen locked the screen on his phone. While this was happening, Yi Chen received a call from Hu Jinkong, the president of the Great Sea Charity Foundation. On the other end of the phone, Hu Jinkong spoke very respectfully. Hello, Mr. Yi Chen. 2 days from now, our foundation will hold a large-scale charity auction in Fragrant City. The VIP invitation letter I have sent to your residence. Looking forward to your arrival. Yi Chen muttered under his breath. A charity auction? President Hu Jinkong replied back. Yes, Mr. Yi Chen. This is our foundation's annual auction, and it will be held at the Floating Shadow Museum under our foundation. Yi Chen was also startled when he heard about the Floating Shadow Museum. The Floating Shadow Museum was the largest museum in Fragrant City, and the collections inside were all treasures. President Hu Jinkong went on to say, yes, this Floating Shadow Museum is under our foundation, and the annual auction is held here. Yi Chen hurriedly said, okay, I'll be there when the time comes. President Hu Jinkong was also delighted when he heard that Yi Chen would come to participate in the charity auction. Do you need our foundation to send a car to pick up Mr. Yi Chen? Because we will send a car to pick up anyone who receives an invitation to our charity auction this time. And Mr. Yi Chen, as the organizer of our foundation, is naturally entitled to it. It was just that Yi Chen was also afraid of troubling others, so he refused. No need, I have my own car, so remember to leave me a parking space when the time comes. President Hu Jinkong hurriedly said, Mr. Yi Chen, our organizer has 10 parking spaces are not allowed to park other cars. Mr. Yi Chen rest assured. After hanging up the phone, he immediately sent a Weibo message to his wife. Lu Yana, Chapter 249, who hasn't been young and foolish. By late afternoon, Yi Chen also received Lu Yana. Ina Lu asked, you have to dress formally for that charity auction, right? Yi Chen said, you forgot. Aren't there people from the dress store? Just let them take care of it la. You don't need to worry about these small things. Ina said, well, because the gown from before can no longer be worn because I've lost weight. Yi Chen smiled. That's natural. With my nutritious fat loss meal, isn't it easy to be thin? Yi Chen had also notified the people from IV Courtesy to come over the morning after tomorrow long ago, because the day after tomorrow was the day they were going to participate in the charity auction. So all of this had to be prepared beforehand. As soon as he returned home, Yi Chen received another call from Chen Shuegue. Having learned that hundreds of thousands of bottles of his supplements were quickly sold once they hit the shelves, the production line is now in short supply. Chen Shuegue's meaning was also obvious. It was thinking of letting Yi Chen expand the production line. Chen Shuegue, Mr. Yi Chen, the production line of our factory seems to be insufficient. Indeed, just these thousands of square feet of plant, in a few days' time has produced 500,000 to 600,000 bottles. The speed is also already enough. As you can imagine, parents nowadays also understand the importance of good health, but the main thing here is that the majority of those who buy for their children. This healthcare product has been gaining momentum with sales of over $10 million in just a few days. Yi Chen has also understood the meaning of Chen Shuegue. The plant is also to be considered. After all, in the future can not only do healthcare products this piece, but also to do drugs, bigger and stronger. Now it was only the first step, but it had achieved such a great success, which gave Yi Chen a great sense of accomplishment. Yi Chen also said, "Well, I've been considering your question. Our goal is to be internationally oriented. Relying on these several thousand square feet of factory buildings naturally won't work." Chen Shuegue also said, "Yes, my old friends learned that I am now in the Chunyi Pharmaceutical as a factory director, are thinking of looking for me to sell goods, are not enough to sell. I have also told them, if there are goods certainly the first time to their hands, there are other cities, there are some peers looking for me. There is my former hospital is now ready to retire. Went to the children's health section, learned of this healthcare products, but also want to find me to ask for goods it." Yi Chen said, "They've been trying it out for a while, they should still come to the second peak. This health product is indeed effective in improving resistance. We'll have to get ready before the second peak comes. That's how people are. They are afraid of being ripped off and cheated. So when someone else tries it and it works, they buy it. And after the first batch tries it out, they'll continue to buy it, too, and those two batches together will surely make it even hotter than it is now, too." Yi Chen naturally has trust in his product as well. Immediately let Chen Shuegue contact the surrounding landowners, no matter whether it is to rent the way or to buy or to get the land to build the plant. It's just that if you start building it now, you probably won't have it built by the second wave of rush hour. Yi Chen asked Chen Shuegue, "If we build a factory now, it's definitely too late. Otherwise, let's go and look for an OEM factory. We'll provide the raw materials and let them produce it for us." Chen Shuegue thought about it and suddenly thought of something. Then he said, "Mr. Yi, if you want to find an OEM factory, I do have a classmate who also runs a pharmaceutical factory. When we chatted earlier, he also told me that the orders have been much less recently. He should be able to take orders there." After a pause, he went on to say, "He can be trusted. Mr. Yi Chen can rest assured that we provide good raw materials here, and just pull it over to his side for processing, and it won't leak anything." Yi Chen also said, "That's good. This matter will be left to you to deal with. Recently I'm also quite busy. If you find those landlords near the plant, hurry up and contact me." Chen Shuegue, "Okay, Mr. Yi." After talking to Chen Shuegue on the phone, Yi Chen was already planning something as well. After all, just the few thousand square meters of plant, if you want to go out of the country, it is certainly impossible. At the very least, it must be tens of thousands of square meters, and if the landowner over here is not willing, then he will also go to other places to buy and rent, and he must also get the plant up. During the evening meal, Ye's mom was also sharing with everyone about Yi Hui. Father Yi was also very pleased. "That boy Yi Hui is finally an adult. I heard that girl was Nana's good sister who came as a bridesmaid before." Lu Yaina said, "Yes, at that time, the two have not come together. Go back after the two only together. My sister nature is quite good, big-hearted, character especially good a girl." Lu's mom also said, "Oh, I remember, that girl called Ying, right? She's quite pretty. I didn't expect that she would see eye to eye with my in-law's nephew." Ye's mom said, "Now Yi Chen's second uncle and aunt can put their hearts down. Look at Yi Hui, that kid. All he knows is to play games all day long. He has no seriousness, but he is quite discerning in finding a girlfriend." Yi Chen also laughed, "Mom, people Yi Hui is still studying, usually bored and not playing games. What do you want him to do?" Ye's mom also smiled and said, "But boys also know how to collect themselves only after they start a family. Take you for example. When you weren't with Nana before, I also looked at you everywhere. As soon as you came home, you either played games or slept. It was disturbing to watch. But now that you have a wife and child it's different. You know to go and work hard to earn money to support your family." The two of them, Lu Yaina and Yi Chen, looked at each other and smiled knowingly. What Ye's mother said was indeed true. The previous Yi Chen did like to play games. No matter it was chicken or king, sometimes in order to score. He also played until the middle of the night without sleeping. For this reason, he was also scolded by Ye's mother for I don't know how many times. Yi Chen smiled. "That's all when you're young and foolish. Who doesn't have a period of youth? Besides, it's nice to be able to play games. Some pros start out by taking an interest in games. Ye mother also does not understand these things, said. The network of those things I do not understand, but I still know to work hard. Do not play things on the line, but Yi Hui, this child is still quite good. Mom is just casually talking. You also know that mom used to be no less to catch the two of you and Yi Hui to steal play games. In the past, Yi Hui did like to play with Yi Chen, and the two brothers often hid at home to play games secretly, and was caught by Ye's mother quite a few times, which is why Ye's mother is not much good for the game. And when Ye's mom said that, she naturally didn't want Yi Hui to be uneducated. Chapter 250, Meeting the Parents for the First Time. But no matter what, Ye's mom is still happy for Yi Hui. In the past, right, just like with Yi Chen, there is a glance of hatred, and now there is a girlfriend. It is also quite excited. Ye's mother said, I'm going to meet that girl tomorrow morning as well, even though I've met her. I didn't look seriously at the wedding that day. Lu Yaina said, my best friend is still quite good. Mom, you can rest assured. Ye's mom said, well, those who can get along with Nana as good girlfriends are naturally not bad. Lu's mom also said, I'm going to join in the fun. I think, why don't we just bring the baby up too? It's not good to leave the baby behind when the family is out. Ye's mom also said, if the in-laws are going too, then the whole family will go together. At that moment, the whole family also voted for Lu's mom's proposal. The next morning, the whole family was up, and Papa Lu had already gone back to the store. And after Mama Lu helped wash the three little babies' faces and brush their tongues, she was ready to take the three little babies out together. Yi Chen also ate a few mouthfuls of porridge at home before driving off. What is called morning tea in Fragrant City actually starts at about 10 o'clock and lasts until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and is treated directly as a midday meal. Therefore, Yi Chen's family also casually picked up 2 mouthfuls at home to fill their stomachs, and then moved off. When they arrived at Lu Fuji's, Yi Hui's parents and Lu's father were chatting there at the door. Seeing Yi Chen and his family arrive, Yi Hui's father also shouted loudly, Big brother and sister-in-law, you're here. Ye's mom also hurriedly held the child and walked over. Oh, look at how happy you two are. Yi Hui's mom also smiled. Can we not be happy? We also want our son to start a family and give birth to a little grandchild for us to hold. Isn't that what people want when they reach this age? Mother Yi and Father Yi looked at each other and smiled. Right, why don't we go up and wait first? Papa Lu also said. Right. You guys go up and drink tea first. In a moment when Yi Hui and the girls come, I'll have someone take them up. Yi Chen also parked his car at this time. Yeah, with so many people and a little baby, it's not quite appropriate at the gate. Only after hearing this did Yi Hui's mom say, okay, we'll go up together first. The elevator couldn't fit so many people at once, so it had to go up in batches. Yi Chen took the kids up first, while Yi Hui's parents and Yi Chen's parents waited for the next elevator here first. Yi Hui was living with Gu Yingying, so he came along. Driven by Yi Hui, he rushed to Lu Fuji with Gu Yingying's mom and dad. When he met Gu Yingying's parents in the afternoon, Yi Hui was also blushing. It was just that Gu Yingying's parents were looking at this son-in-law in front of them, nodding their heads uncontrollably in satisfaction. The man is tall and quite handsome. Qi also learned from Gu Yingying's mouth that Yi Hui was a reliable person, so he was also looking more and more favorable to Yi Hui. After all, both were meeting their parents for the first time, and the nerves were still there. Gu Yingying was also nervous at this time, even though she hadn't met Yi Hui's parents yet. In the past, I said that I was going to pretend to be Yi Hui's fake girlfriend, but it was a pretense, and even if it didn't work out, it didn't matter, so naturally there wasn't this kind of tension. But now, she actually really became Yi Hui's girlfriend. Then this first time to meet the parents, or nervous Yi Hui also whispered quietly in her ear, don't be nervous, it's just like that. Gu Yingying glanced at Yi Hui, you're not nervous? Why are your ears red like this if you're not nervous? Yi Hui deadpanned, which is not. I'm just hot. Gu Yingying poo-pooed in her heart. I don't know what kind of you are. You blush when you're nervous. The two of them, Gu's father and Gu's mother, were also very enthusiastic. Little Hui, where are your parents? Yi Hui hurriedly replied, Uncle and Aunt, my parents are already here, waiting for us up there with my eldest uncle's family. Gu Yingying's parents nodded. Then let's hurry up and go up, so as not to make your parents and them wait too long. When they walked into the elevator together, Yi Hui's hand didn't know where to put it, and somewhat awkwardly put his hand into his pocket. The two of them, Gu's father and Gu's mother, didn't think anything of it. He just stared at Yi Hui with a smirk on his face, making Yi Hui even more nervous, fearing that he might not have done a good job with any of his actions and attracted Gu Yingying's resentment. Gu Yingying naturally also saw Yi Hui's embarrassment and gently shook Yi Hui's hand, calming him down and telling him not to be too nervous. Hey, she was panicking too, alright. When they reached the door of the elegant room, both Yi Hui and Gu Yingying paused. Gu Ying's parents asked. Ying, what's wrong? Why don't you go in? Gu Ying didn't say anything, and Mother Gu smiled. She also knew this daughter of hers by nature. She must have been nervous as well. After glancing at Yi Hui, whose ears were red, he took a step forward and pushed the door to go in. Now, everyone looked over toward the doorway. Gu's mother greeted everyone warmly. Hey Gu, everyone is here. We're the ones who are late. I'm really sorry. Yi Hui's parents also hurriedly greeted him. Where? It's us who arrived early. You guys came just in time. Gu's mother and father are also accustomed to the big scene of people are doing business, to such a scene naturally will not be stage fright. Although Yi Hui was nervous in his heart, he also held Gu Ying's hand and walked into the elegant room. Yi Chen looked at Yi Hui, also thought of his first time Lu Yina's parents. Time flies quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he even has a child. Yi Hui's parents greeted Gu Ying's parents and took their seats together, and even came over and pulled Gu Ying to sit by his side. The family was chatting about family matters, and naturally, they were also chatting a bit more about Yi Hui and Gu Ying. Gu's father also asked, Little Hui, you haven't graduated yet. I wonder if you've thought about what you want to do after graduation. Yi Hui hadn't even thought about this question at all and was at a loss as to how to answer. I didn't think about it. Probably after graduation, I'll follow my dad into business or something, or come out on my own, start a business with a friend or something. Yi Hui also answered honestly. It was still during college and really hadn't planned it out yet. Papa Gu also nodded. It was at this time that Auntie also came over and said to Lu Yana, Ma'am, the baby seems to be hungry. Do you want to see if you want to feed the milk powder or? Yu Yana said. Are all three hungry together? Auntie nodded and said, yes. Lu Yana thought for a moment and said, I still have last night's breast milk on ice in my caravan. I'll carry little boy to the caravan to feed him, and you can feed big baby and second baby here. Auntie nodded. Oh, okay. Chapter 251 Marrying a Man of Ability. When Lu Yana got up in the morning, she was also not sure what time the children actually ate, so for that she still had to ask the aunts. Now that I learned that all three kids were hungry, I thought about taking them to the RV to warm up the breast milk or to kiss feed them, because it's too crowded and inconvenient. Yi Chen saw this and said, Honey, I'll go with you. Lu Yana looked at the elders who were chatting fervently, so she laughed. Well, you won't be able to strike up a conversation here. After saying hello to a few elders, the couple carried little boy and went to walk away, while big baby and second baby stayed behind to be fed by the aunts who made milk powder. Yi Hui's parents couldn't stop smiling even after they looked at Yi Chen's back as they left. Yi Chen's parents also teased, You'll also be holding grandchildren soon, and our Yi family will soon have a new member. These words made Gu Ying directly bury her head. Even though both sides have met the parents, it doesn't seem like she's that close to getting married and having kids. What's more, Yi Hui hasn't even graduated yet, and he hasn't even earned any milk powder money yet. Moreover, marrying someone is still about ability. How can we see that Yi Hui has the ability to make money on his own? You can't marry someone who is an old man and only knows how to play games, right? It's hard to say anything yet as Yi Hui hasn't come out to work yet. If it wasn't for Yi Hui and her own parents always saying that they wanted to meet, she wouldn't have wanted to meet her parents so soon. Seriously, even though Gu Ying was so much older than Yi Hui by a year or so, her thoughts were still a bit more mature than Yi Hui's. She thinks that it doesn't matter what a guy's ability is if you're in a relationship, but if you want to get married you have to find someone who is a little bit better than you are. So she's not looking to get married, and wants to see what she can do before she makes a plan. She wouldn't say that seeing Yi Hui's family is rich or whatever. She would think of rushing to marry him and have children or whatever. Therefore, it was still an unknown whether Yi Hui was capable of supporting her or not, so she wouldn't be so brainless to marry for love. She saw it more clearly than anyone else. She wouldn't do something so risky like Yu Ina, even if Yi Hui was allowed to inherit his parents' property. So what? It would be decades later, and if he was not capable of shouldering the family fortune, it would be quickly lost. Yi Chen and Lu Yana came down from the third floor holding little boy. Lu Fuji's business in the past 2 days is still bursting at the seams, and among these people, there are new customers who come to try out the new products, and of course, there are naturally old customers as well. In Lu Fuji's front door there has already formed a queue of up to 20 people. It is only 10:48, but it is already queuing up, so you can imagine that in a moment, if it really comes to the time of the meal, the people will certainly also be particularly large. And when he was at the door, Yi Chen also heard those people discussing. Isn't that the boss's daughter and son-in-law? Yeah, that's little brother Yi Chen, right? And the daughter he's holding should be the daughter from the teaser he posted yesterday, right? Gu. Looking at this, the two really do look alike. They say that daughters look like dads, and they really do. Let's hurry up and take a picture and send it to the sound. It's very rare that we run into little brother Yi Chen here. Yi Chen was holding little boy, and the triumph in his eyes was obvious. That mouth was grinning up to his ears. Lu Yina naturally heard these people's words and couldn't help but snicker a little bit down. Hubby's solution, surprisingly, actually worked. Now all the people who have seen Yi Chen's teasing voice know that Yi Chen's daughter looks super similar to him as a child. After arriving at the caravan outside the gate, Lu Yina directly fed the little boy. Lu Yina couldn't help but complain to Yi Chen. Hubby, look at Dad's restaurant. It doesn't even have a mother and baby room. It feels like it must be inconvenient if a breastfeeding mom comes out to eat, right? Yi Chen thought for a moment. It's quite inconvenient. It's better if it's like us. We can find a lounge or just come here in the caravan to feed the small children. How about we find a time to talk to Dad and install a decent mother and baby room in the hall of each floor? Lu Yina also nodded. Indeed, this can be more humanized, so that mothers can go out and have a peaceful meal without having to worry about breastfeeding in public. Yi Chen was also very agreeable to Lu Yina's proposal, and planned to discuss it with Lu's father after going back in a while. After 15 minutes had passed, the little boy was contentedly bearing his mouth, obviously full. Are you sure you've had enough, sweetie? Mommy has to go back to eat too? Lu Yina asked softly as she looked at the well-fed little boy. The little munchkin stretched his little arms and yawned again, clearly having milked his way through sleep. Lu Yina held little boy and turned her head to Yi Chen. Little boy is full. Let's go back. In the morning, Lu Yina didn't take 2 bites of breakfast like Yi Chen did, so she was indeed a little hungry now. The little boy suddenly farted and then winced again. Lu Yina looked at the little boy's face being suffocated red, and knew that the little boy was having a stinky poop. See, kids are so nice. They eat and poop. After sighing, Lu Yina was ready to start changing little boy's diaper. Look, if a small child suddenly poops during dinner, if there's a mother and baby room so it doesn't have to be awkward and the guests eating together or eating at the next table won't feel sick or anything, so I think it's really quite humane to really have a separate room. Yi Chen also nodded. Wife is right. You get it here now. I see Dad coming down. I'll talk to him now. Yi Chen was sitting by the window and had already seen Papa Lu coming down from the 3rd floor. So he thought to take advantage of the time when Lu Yina was changing little boy's diaper to go and talk to Papa Lu about the problem. After getting out of the RV, I saw that Papa Lu was walking from the stairs there to the cash register and was speaking to the front desk clerk. The one in room 008 won't need to collect the money in a while. Put the account in my place. And you'll talk to the kitchen there in a while to add a charcoal grilled cowboy bone with a larger portion. The attendant at the front desk hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, boss. Papa Lu's mouth was muttering. I wonder how Xiaojia's father's matter is being handled. Why hasn't he come back to work for so long? Deng Jia has also been working here for almost a month, and Papa Lu also teaches her everything, and she is also very hardworking and does everything, so Papa Lu also likes this hardworking little girl. And here, a large part of the reason, or because she was Lu Yina's good sister, is her own daughter trusted people? If in the future Can really in Lu Fuji has been dry, it is likely to become Lu Yina and Yi Chen 2 of the assistants, to help take care of the restaurant. Only Papa Lu knew how rare it was to have a trusted assistant, so, he also did his best to cultivate Dunji well. Chapter 252, Believe It or Not. I'll sue you. Yi Chen came behind Papa Lu and greeted him. Dad, what are you chattering about here? Papa Lu looked up and saw that it was Yi Chen, so he grabbed Yi Chen and asked, Yi Chen, how is Xiaojia's business going? Do you need help? Why hasn't she come back to work for so long? If she really encountered any difficulties, you must let her tell me. Yi Chen smiled and said, Dad, don't worry. Deng Jia's father has now entered a rehabilitation hospital for treatment. I guess he also wants to get together with her parents and then come back. You don't have to worry. I've already made good arrangements for her. Nothing will happen. Papa Lu also nodded. She's taken a week's vacation from me, but now that a week has passed, I haven't dared to call to rush her. Yi Chen said, Today is just a week, right? Dad, you don't need to be anxious. Dunji will be back tomorrow. At this time, Lu Yina also helped little boy change his diaper and walked over to the side. Having heard that Yi Chen and his own father were chatting about Deng Jia, he said, Dad, when I was chatting with Deng Jia last night, she told me that she'll be back to work on time tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about that. Turning to Yi Chen, he said, Hubby, did you talk to my dad about that incident? Yi Chen said, Not yet. Just walked over to be Dad asked after your sister Deng Jia thing it. Have not had time to say. While this was going on, there seemed to be an argument between the guests not far away, where 2 men got into a fight. A very loud clamor could be heard from a distance. If you don't think it's disgusting, I have a small amount of disgust. If you're disgusted, just get lost. We don't think so. Yi Chen and Lu Yina as well as Father Lu, they also rushed in at the sound and inquired. 2 guests, is this what happened? One of the women pointed at a woman in the corner with a displeased face and said, Look at it, that woman is breastfeeding in public. Do you think it's shameful and disgusting? Yi Chen and Lu Yana looked over in the direction that the arrogant woman was pointing, only to see a woman with a somewhat chubby figure, with a breastfeeding cover-up hanging from her neck, and underneath the cover-up lay a wriggling little baby, who was obviously happily eating milk inside. Lu Yana's face suddenly sank, and her tone towards this arrogant female instantly went cold. Just without waiting for Lu Yana to open her mouth to speak, the skinny woman who had just argued with that arrogant woman spoke up. Didn't you grow up on your mother's milk yourself? What's wrong with that? Aren't they all blocking well now? The mom who was breastfeeding saw the crowd looking at her and blushed, subconsciously hugging the little baby in her arms tighter. Yi Chen also did not have a good face when he saw this. After all, his own child had just finished breastfeeding as well, and he also did not expect that someone would even argue over this. And the words he said were so disgusting. The skinny woman then said, "If you don't like what you see, you can walk away or not look at it. Why do you have to stare at people breastfeeding?" The arrogant woman also snorted coldly. "Why should I avoid her? Doesn't she go to the restroom to breastfeed? So that all of us can't see it? You ask the people present if they feel disgusted?" Lu Yana really couldn't hold back. "But aren't people blocking it properly? Besides, have you ever seen people eating in the toilet?" The arrogant woman also stared at Lu Yana with sharp eyes, and then glanced at the little baby in Lu Yana's arms. If she really isn't afraid of people looking disgusting, why doesn't she feed her earlier when she goes out before she goes out? Or maybe it's okay to feed the baby formula? Why must she pull out her milk and feed it in public? Lu father is also on the side of the anxious. This woman quarrel. Men are not good to intervene, let alone, now is still discussing the issue of breastfeeding, even more sensitive. Therefore, although both Yi Chen and Papa Lu looked at this arrogant woman unfavorably, they were also unable to find the appropriate words to say about this woman. And Lu Yana is different. She's the same woman. Even if she says all this and whatnot, it's okay. It was at this time that the arrogant woman but suddenly took out her cell phone and took a picture of that mother and was saying, "I'm going to take a picture of her so that everyone can get to know this unashamed woman." That mom hurriedly turned around and said, "I left the house too early today, so the baby didn't get enough to eat, and the baby has always been breastfed, not formula." And the mom's sister quickly walked over to block the shot of the arrogant woman. "Hey, what are you shooting for? Be careful, I'll sue you for violating the right of portrait. Hurry up and delete all the videos." And the skinny woman followed over and blocked the way. "If you don't think you can eat here, please go. We don't have anyone like you here." At this, the people around them also spoke out. "Right, what's wrong with feeding little kids when they're hungry? We don't see a problem? If you think there's a problem and feel disgusted, go away." The arrogant woman also retorted to the crowd. "There are so many men watching at the scene, don't you have any shame?" And at this time, a male on the side really couldn't hold back. "I'm not looking at you right now. Did I say anything? Did I scold you? Do you also know that you are in public now? You are hungry now. Why don't you go to the toilet to eat? Why don't you go home and eat? You're affecting my mood to eat like this. Your quality makes me feel sick." Lu Yana is also afraid that the more things develop, a hair out of hand, hurriedly walked to the mother who was breastfeeding and said, "I am the boss of the restaurant. You come with me to the lounge, where no one disturbed you. The main thing is that we do not have a mother and baby room in the restaurant. It's our responsibility to make you aggrieved. I'm really sorry. Today's meal we restaurant free of charge. Please come with me." Yi Chen very naturally took the little good boy in Lu Yana's arms and let Lu Yana take that mom to the lounge over the cash register. That's when all the people dispersed, and that arrogant woman just snorted coldly and sat back in her seat. Yi Chen held the child and walked over to the arrogant woman's side and said, "Sorry, this lady, today's order is already full. Please go." Now the people around him immediately applauded. The arrogant woman's face flushed red and pointed at Yi Chen's nose and cursed. "Fine. You Lu Fuji shopkeepers are deceiving your customers, aren't you? I'll expose you. I'm recording a video right now. I'm going to sing the praises of your Lu Fuji and drive away the customers." However, there was not a single person on the scene who stood up for her. Instead, Yi Chen said with a cold face, "If you dare to slander me Lu Fuji, you will soon receive a letter from my lawyer. My house is indeed already full of orders. I'm just dissuading you now, so as to save you from even being able to eat. I believe that so many people present can prove it for me, right?" At that point, people around the neighborhood chanted, "We can prove it for you." Yi Chen looked at her with a sneer while holding little boy. "See?" The arrogant woman immediately put down her harsh words. "A store like yours, I will never come back to eat again in my life." Black store. Yi Chen's cold face. "Please pay attention to your words. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll sue you for slander." He owns a law firm. Wouldn't it be easy to get a letter from a lawyer? The woman lumbered away to the size of the crowd. Chapter 253, Eat or Get Out. Everyone in the room cheered when they saw the arrogant woman walk away in anger. The disgusting woman is finally gone. Yes, what's wrong with people breastfeeding? Don't you give them food if a child wants it? It should also be more embarrassing if they cry out, right? In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Father Lu also hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Everyone is really sorry. It's our Lu Fuji who didn't do enough. Everyone continue to eat. Everyone said, it's okay. The boss's son-in-law did a good job. Such a woman should be driven away. We'll always support Lu Fuji. Yes, yes, yes. We've always been big fans of Lao Fukki. Although it's our first time here today, after this incident, we'll be big fans of Lao Fukki from now on. Right. I can't even eat when I look at these trippy people for dinner. I'm all for telling them to get lost. Watching everyone being so supportive of his restaurant, Papa Lu was also touched, raising his hand, and said atmospherically, everyone eat as much as you want. Today the whole place is half off. Everyone let go and eat. Papa Lu's words made all the guests present shout, wow, the boss is atmospheric. Then we're welcome. My goodness, the boss is so generous. 50% off. It's really too much of a fan favorite. Then all the guests were greeting the waiters and clamoring for more food. The whole place was rapidly buzzing with excitement at this point. Yi Chen, however, pulled Lu's father over to the cashier's side, and at that moment, Lu Yana also came out from the lounge side. Seeing that Yi Chen and Papa Lu were talking about something, he walked up quickly. Yi Chen said to Papa Lu, Dad, as you can see by now, Nana and I were just discussing how we were going to tell you about building a mother and baby room here. There's probably no need for me to say anything now, right? I think it would be better to get it done as soon as possible, so that it's also convenient for many moms who come to eat. I only heard Papa Lu nodding his head uncontrollably and said, it can be. This suggestion of yours is very good. It's our Lu Fuji's facilities that have problems. How about this? In a moment, let your classmate Chen Xiuan help design a mother and baby room for our store, and let him do it in an expedited manner. And Lu Yana came over and said, right Dad, that's what I mentioned to Yi Chen. Breastfeeding babies who want to breastfeed do need a mother and baby room. Otherwise I don't know if the next time something like today will happen again. Papa Lu also nodded his head. What happened today was indeed a hidden danger, and he also felt that this was the right thing to do. After saying this, Yi Chen and Lu Yana took the baby back to the elegant room, while Father Lu stayed behind to watch the store. Back in the elegant room, the food was almost served. The elders were chatting enthusiastically, while the two of them, Gu Ying and Yi Hui, laughed on the side. Yi Chen and Lu Yana both looked at each other and smiled. Have also thought of Gu Ying and Yi Hui, two people with them in the past is also really like. Elders are talking about how to get married in the future, how to do so and how to do so after the birth of a child, and then help Yi Hui to do career planning and so on. After one session, the elders were also very satisfied with the two young men. Both parents are also very relieved. After all, we are all reasonable people. But Gu Ying's parents are not the least bit worried that Gu Ying will be bullied by her in-laws if she marries into Yi Hui's family. It was because Yi Hui's parents looked and felt amiable, and on the other hand, it was also because Gu Ying's nature was absolutely impossible to suffer, and Yi Hui's parents are in the same business as their family, and this family environment is all good, so you don't have to be a nanny when you marry. All in all, this one came down to a particularly satisfying experience for both parties, and after all, it's important that the door is right for the family, too. This meal was also almost over, and both Gu Ying and Yi Hui breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Gu's mother was suddenly said, ouch, the two in-laws. In the future, if Gu Ying and Yi Hui two people get married, how much is the dowry of your family? Our family double accompanied dowry. Gu Ying immediately yelled out in fear. Mom, what are you saying this for? So anxious to ask these, when it is really let others think that their own daughter cannot marry out. Gu's mom also laughed. It's almost time to ask, isn't it? Let Yi Hui cheer up, he said and glanced at Yi Hui again. Frightened, Yi Hui hurriedly replied back, Auntie, I'll cheer. Gas? What's the point of cheering? If you want to marry Gu Ying, you have to get her nod. Yi Hui didn't understand the meaning of refueling and was just nodding his head. Those present also laughed. Gu Ying blushed and twisted Yi Hui forcefully with one hand. Although Yi Hui was in pain, he didn't dare to yell out. Ye's mother also smiled and said, let nature take its course. There's no problem with when the two children plan to get married, and we naturally want it to be as soon as possible. That way you can have your grandchildren sooner. Gu Ying's parents also chimed in. Right, let nature take its course. The two kids have their own plans too. Right, Yi Hui? Yi Hui was also unsure. Why do you keep asking me? Smiling, he returned, yes, auntie and uncle. Yi Chen also came out to round up the situation, lifting the embarrassment for the two. A meal that was all about conversation. After drinking the morning tea, several families went home. Yi Chen and Lu Yana also have to attend classes in the afternoon, if not to get a diploma to count the hours. Yi Chen would not want to go back to class. Just go straight to the end of the semester and take your exams to get your diploma. Before Yi Chen went back to school, he called Chen Xiuan and asked him to work overtime to give Lu Fuji a whole mother and baby room. Then back to school. On the drive back to school, Yuina also sat in the car while swiping through the videos. Suddenly, a familiar background was swiped. A woman is curled up breastfeeding. Exactly what happened today at Lao Fu Qi. Read the accompanying text again. The kind of people who breastfeed in public are the most annoying. It's disgusting. If you're going to breastfeed, do it in the restroom. That way no one can see you breastfeeding. And the video was instantly catapulted into the hot seat. The exposure is also very high. The likes alone had already reached 20,000. And the comments section was cursing the person who had posted the video extremely harshly, but others went so far as to identify with the person who posted the video, which was the same arrogant woman, and liked the people who supported them. Lu Yina's face gradually turned ugly while watching the video, and one of the comments made Yuina even more furious. Chapter 254, Wait for the lawsuit. Lu Yina was even more furious as she looked at one of the comments above. I also think that mom is going to breastfeed in the restroom. I'm just expressing my thoughts, because after all, it's a public place. Surely you have to consider other people's feelings as well as some unsuspecting men. Even though I also think that a mother's love is pretty great. You can't make others put up with your behavior like that just because you're alone, right? The arrogant woman who posted the video even liked the message. Under this comment, there are even more than a few hundred likes, while underneath the expansion is nearly 1,000 comments refuting this comment. I think it's better to understand that children only cry when they're hungry, and babies who grow up breastfeeding don't eat bottles at all. So where are all the broken comments coming from? Do you go to the toilet to eat your meals? Do you find the toilet hygienic? Do you think it doesn't smell? If it wasn't for an emergency, do you think people want to breastfeed in front of you? And there's obviously no mother and baby room there, right? I think the mom in the video was in the way enough, and no one made a point of watching her breastfeed, right? No? She's the only one in the whole restaurant blah 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 blahing about people's moms, and if you didn't know better, you'd think she grew up eating in the toilet when she was a kid. I don't know. This author who posted the video, being a girl, why would you find it disgusting to see someone's mom breastfeeding? It's not like the other mom is feeding openly and is blocking it tightly enough. If I saw you outside and thought you were disgusting, would I have gotten you in the bathroom too? Hey, the one who sent the video. It is illegal to break the law by stealing photos, creating rumors and spreading other people's privacy. Be careful of getting a letter from your client. Seeing this, Lu Yana also believed that there would be more people with a positive outlook in this world. Being a breastfeeding mom herself, she was justifiably angry in the face of such a situation. Yi Chen naturally also had noticed Lu Yina's angry face, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Wife, what's wrong? How come you look unhappy?" Lu Yana scrolled through the comments while liking some of the points she agreed with. Hearing Yi Chen ask himself, he looked up and said, "What just happened in the restaurant has already been posted online by that woman." Yi Chen froze, "No way? What did you say? Even you got it?" Lu Yana looked at the positioning on it and said, "It's probably because we just came out of the restaurant and that woman positioned Lu Fuji. That woman sent the video of people breastfeeding on the internet, and she also took a frontal photo that wasn't coded. This kind of human quality is really too low. But here, I also see another problem." Lu Yana glanced at her cell phone and then said, "This woman located Lu Fuji, so naturally others know that we don't have a mother and baby room in our restaurant, which isn't good for our restaurant." Yi Chen also nodded. "Wife has considered it well. If others know about it, it won't be good for our Lu Fuji." Lu Yana also nodded. "Our Lu Fuji is exactly in the upswing. We definitely can't have negative news." Yi Chen said, "You at me under the video. I'll watch it later." Yi Chen was also positively furious in his heart. The words he had just spoken were not to scare that arrogant woman. Surprisingly, he really sent the video out? Although he didn't say anything bad about Lu Fuji, but this matter, he couldn't endure. Ina Lu replied back, "Okay, I'll post a comment first to explain." Lu Yana quickly typed on top of her cell phone, "First of all, on behalf of Lu Fuji, I would like to say sorry to this breastfeeding lady, because Lu Fuji doesn't have a mother and baby room, so it caused this incident. After today, Lu Fuji will set up additional mother and baby rooms in the hall, and I welcome everyone to supervise it. And if there are any suggestions you can ask me to make. And once again, I would like to say sorry to this breastfeeding lady." Then in the back by Yi Chen et out. This comment from Ina Lu was quickly liked on the hot comments. The bottom is all in support or comments. Ina you will read all these comments very carefully. When he arrived at the school, Yi Chen sent Lu Yana to the classroom before taking his cell phone out to look at it. The moment he saw the video, Yi Chen's heart sank, rushed to make a call to Luo Ruicheng, the gold medal lawyer of the justice law firm, and lawyer Luo Ruicheng was shocked when he saw the caller. All of their lawyers already knew of Yi Chen's existence, and had written down all of Yi Chen's phone numbers in their phone books, just in case they didn't recognize Yi Chen's phone when it came to their side one day. Luo Ruicheng quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, Mr. Yi Chen." Yi Chen directly said, "I'll send you the video in a moment, and you help me send a lawyer's letter to this person." Luo Ruicheng paused for a moment, then returned, "Okay, Mr. Yi." After the two added each other as friends, Yi Chen sent the woman's teaser number, and this video, directly to Luo Ruicheng. After Luo Ruicheng received it, he quickly picked it up. "Don't worry, Mr. Yi Chen, we will definitely punish this person severely." Who is Luo Ruicheng? He's the #1 barrister in the city. There is also a rumor in the city of Fragrance that there is no lawsuit that lawyer Luo Ruicheng cannot win. In a lawsuit against him, he could have sent the opposing lawyers in yet. I won't go into details about the rest, but it's just a pretty awesome lawyer. After Yi Chen took a look at it, he made another call to Wang Lin. "Can our company make someone else's downloaded or recorded screen disappear?" Wang Lin quickly replied back, "Mr. Yi Chen, our company has a hacking department that can make this information disappear silently whenever Mr. Yi Chen wants." Yi Chen, well then, you help me like this. Yi Chen is trying to make Wang Lin, in addition to that arrogant woman's video is not deleted, other people and then want to record the screen or download it through the black screen. In other words, other people who take down this breastfeeding videos by whatever means will be deleted, and in addition can only watch it but not record or download it. But anything about this video, Yi Chen wouldn't let anyone save it. Everything is only waiting for that arrogant woman to receive the lawyer's letter and then make a decision. Yi Chen is not going to let her go, and this video when this matter is finished, Yi Chen will deal with it again. This arrogant woman was also unlucky enough to meet Yi Chen. Who let her mess with anyone but Yi Chen? Wait for the lawsuit. Chapter 255 installed a mother in baby room overnight. Yi Chen returned to the classroom, keeping an eye out for this information. One session hadn't even ended yet, and Yi Chen could no longer see that video. That arrogant woman had already been scared into deleting the message the first time, but Yi Chen was not going to let her off the hook. Yi Chen has long been reminded of her, but she is bent on having her own way. Her parents did not teach her well, then only Yi Chen to do it. However, this matter was all left to Barrister Law of the Justice Law Firm. As the chief barrister of the Justice Law Firm, Luo Ruicheng naturally had disciples. So naturally, he did not have to do such a small thing himself. After class, Yi Chen came over to find Lu Yana to share the good news. Lu Yana also took the picture that her father had sent to Yi Chen and said, "I really didn't expect it. Your friend actually moved so quickly." Only to see the picture of Chen Xiuan is also personally down to measure the size. But on the side is standing Lu Dad and Deng Jie too. Yi Chen glanced at Deng Jie, so he asked, "Deng Jie came back to Lu Fuji to work?" Lu Yana back, "Yes her father's side has also been dealt with. Just think of hurrying back to work, presumably also afraid of losing their jobs. I have told her, said my father is very optimistic about you, intends to cultivate her, so that she took uncle and aunt over here to walk a little, familiarize themselves with the environment and then come back to work of." After a pause, she went on, "But she said that since my dad thinks so highly of her, she has to work a little harder, a little more diligently, to learn from my dad. Honey, on Jay's side of her dad, I hope I can help her get it all done so she doesn't have to work so hard." Yi Chen nodded. "She is a pitiful person. Don't worry, I will definitely instruct the people below me that there will be no mistakes." Lu Yana nodded. "Well, hubby, I'm so happy that I can meet you and so many other friends. With hubby you took care of everything for me. I don't have to do anything without worrying. Hubby, you are so good." Yi Chen laughed. "You are my wife, the mother of my child. If I don't treat you well, then who will I treat well?" Glancing at Lu Yana, who was snuggled in her arms, she smiled cheekily. "Husband is so forceful, shouldn't wife give some reward?" Lu Yana raised her head, held Yi Chen's face, closed her eyes and kissed Yi Chen's face upwards. "May I, my dearest husband?" Yi Chen lowered his head and smiled lowly in Lu Yana's ear. "What do you think?" Following the breastfeeding incident, everyone has a new understanding of Lu Fuji, especially those women who have just given birth to a child, but also Lu Fuji this practice thumbs up, and on Lao Fuqi's side, they are also taking advantage of the fact that it is not the peak season to install mother and baby rooms. In the mother and baby room, there is also a thoughtful selection of diapers from small NB sizes to XXXL, paper towels, wet wipes, a thermostat for warming up breast milk, a small refrigerator, and an electric stove. And these were also proposed by Deng Jie, and Lu's father immediately agreed to the proposal. After all, some people forget when they go out, and you don't have to worry about that at all if you go to eat here at Lao Fuqi. Not just a simple mother and baby room. Here, as long as you want all have. This made everyone appreciate Lu Fuji's move even more. but because the project was so rushed, Chen Xiuan also came here to get things ready after taking some measurements. Come back here tonight to install it. Papa Lu had driven home at the end of his shift. The scene also left Deng Jia alone to guard the place, and Papa Lu urged Chen Xiuan to make sure to send Deng Jia home after the installation in a while. Deng Jia looked at Chen Xiuan, who was working earnestly, as well as a group of workers, and also prepared tea in advance, as well as some snacks as a midnight snack. By the time all of this was installed, it was late at night, 12:30 p.m. onwards. The workers dragged their tired bodies away, and after Chen Xiuan loaded up his things, this is when he greeted Deng Jia on the car and wanted to drive her home. Dunji said with some embarrassment, "Actually, the place I'm renting isn't too far from here. It's just about a 10-minute walk from here." Chen Xiuan hurriedly stopped. "No, although it's very close, but nowadays there are all kinds of bad people in the society. Since I have promised Uncle Lu to send you home, I definitely have to send you to the doorstep. Hurry up and get in the car." Dunji was still a little formal. "Then, I'm troubling you." She had also already told her parents at home to go to bed early to leave the door open for her. Chen Xiuan asked her with concern even as she drove. "I heard about your dad before. Is your dad okay now?" Dunji said. "Now is doing rehabilitation. Do a few days. Seems to feel better, but the effect is not yet too obvious. After all, these have to be done over a long period of time. Cannot be rushed." Chen Xiuan nodded, looking ahead while saying, "That's right, leave a phone number in a while. We're all friends. If you need anything in the future, you can give me a call." Deng Jia sniffed and immediately took out her business card in Lu Fuji. "I only have this business card. A moment later you send a message or make a call to me. Let's make a note. It just so happens that the place I'm renting, I want to change the toilet, so that it's easier for my dad to go to the restroom." Chen Xiuan drove the car with one hand, put Deng Jia's business card into his shirt pocket. "I told you, to engage in the decoration of this piece. We are the most expert in the decoration of easy line. Find me right." Dunji whispered. "Thank you." Chen Xiuan also shook a head. "We are all friends. What are you saying thank you for? Besides, it's not like you're thanking me before I've even started working." Dunji smiled and said, "Thank you for taking me home, okay?" Chen Xiuan smiled nervously. "Oh, you said this, sending a friend home, isn't this normal? Don't say thank you, it'll be too much." Dunji laughed. "Yes." Glancing ahead, "You turn right at that intersection in front of you, walk another 100 meters or so, there's a small supermarket there. Just drop me off at the supermarket. I have to go buy something else." Chen Xiuan asked, "What are you going to buy at the supermarket this late? It won't be to buy instant noodles for a midnight snack, right?" Dunji smiled a little embarrassed. "We've run out of noodles at home, so if you get up early in the morning, you can cook an egg noodle." Chen Xiuan's eyes were stunned. Chapter 256, Dunji's Affair. When Chen Xiuan heard that Deng Jia actually got up every day to make her own breakfast, she also froze for a moment. Chen Xiuan couldn't help but ask, "I see that there are many breakfast stores along the way, right? Why don't you buy them and eat them? Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Deng Jia smiled helplessly. "How can it cost $15 to eat a breakfast here? I can eat at Lu Fuji for lunch, but I have to get up around 6 o'clock in the morning. I think it's more convenient and hygienic if I eat at home, and there's no need to spend so much money." When Chen Xiuan heard this, he was also at a loss for words. In his heart, he actually knew that Dunji was doing this to save money. Just what Chen Xiuan doesn't know is that although Lu Fuji is in a separate class, Deng Jia, in order to save money for a meal, the day straight down to the evening before going home, and at night if there are other guests left untouched snacks, she will also bring home. Father Lu also found this problem, so he specially asked the dim sum chef to make more every day, so that people can bring it home as a midnight snack when they get off work. Therefore, Daddy Lu also took Deng Jia's efforts into account, and also mentioned Deng Jia from an ordinary employee to the position of foreman. The salary is naturally much higher, but Dunji didn't change herself just because her paycheck went up. Even at home, she wears Lu Fuji's work clothes, a real heartbreaker of a girl. After arriving at the supermarket side, Deng Jia got out of the car and said to Chen Xiuan in the driver's seat, "Thank you for taking me home. Drive carefully, bye." Just when Deng Jia carried 2 boxes of noodles out, she even saw Chen Xiuan's car parked there, and Chen Xiuan himself was waiting for Deng Jia at the door. Dunji's face froze when she saw Chen Xiuan. Then he looked over his shoulder at the 2 boxes of noodles, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Chen Xiuan, however, very naturally picked up the 2 boxes of noodles on Deng Jia's shoulders and said, "How can you let such a good-looking girl like you do all this heavy lifting? Don't you know that there's a slugger here?" When Deng Jia heard this from the fierce man, she couldn't help but laugh. "You are indeed still quite fierce. After all, just when working in Lu Fuji, Deng Jia also had seen those muscles on Chen Xiuan's body. It is indeed quite fierce a man." Chen Xiuan smiled cheekily. "Where is your home? I'll help you find your way back. It's not too heavy." and I did promise Uncle Lu to send you home. What if you encountered any danger? Just in case, I'd better send you back home. Dunji saw that his attitude was resolute, so she couldn't insist herself. Then I thank you. The two were walking left and right, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. By the time they reached the door, the light from the house was also faintly peeking through the doorway. Apparently, the family was still awake. Dunji's dad is asleep, but it's just that Dunji's mom is still waiting for Dunji. When the door opened, Dunji's mom immediately greeted her. When he opened the door, he saw Chen Xuan looking for 2 boxes of noodles, and was also startled for a moment. Her own daughter hasn't had a boy approach her for a long time since she was hurt once that time, and even though she's annoyed about her family's business, Dunji's mom wants her daughter to find her own happiness and be happy. This time there was actually a boy who sent Dunji back to her home, and Dunji's mom was happy from the bottom of her heart. Very warmly welcomed Chen Xuan into the home. Ayo, this is where the young man send our family Xiajie home, quickly come in to drink a cup of tea. Chen Xuan was also a bit overwhelmed. Auntie, I was just in charge of sending Xiajie home. Now that I'm home, I'll go back then. Dunji said. Yeah, Mom, people still have to work tomorrow. Mama Tang also sked, and said afterward, the door is a guest. How can you have a cup of tea before you leave? Come in and sit down. Chen Xuan was also taken aback by Mama Deng's enthusiasm. No auntie, I'd better go first. My mom is still waiting for me. Chen Xuan also lied and immediately skipped off after placing the 2 boxes of noodles on the ground. Dunji and Deng's mom were both shocked by his actions, running really fast. Mother Tang also complained a bit. Why don't you let people come in and have a cup of tea before you leave? There's no etiquette at all. Deng Jie also said. Mom, you don't misunderstand. Today Lu Fuji to engage in a mother in baby room. Engaged and now so late. So, people are just on the way to send me home. You don't have to be so enthusiastic, to scare people's shoes or to run lost. Deng's mother also sighed. You're not too young. You're in your 20s. If you get into a relationship now, it would be just right to get married and have children in about 2 years. It's a shame our 2 old bones are dragging you down. Dunji shook her head and said, Mom, don't think like that. It's not too late for me to fall in love after Dad gets better. Deng's mother, your father's illness. I don't know when he can get well, but the doctor also said that day, there is a chance to cure. We can't possibly give up. It's just that it's bitter for you. You've taken up the whole family by yourself. And this old bones of mine want to help you cannot help. It is we dragged you Dunji, Mom, don't think like that. He's my dad and I do want him to get better and have a healthy body. Let's not talk about it. It's too late now. When he finished, he went into the bedroom and closed the door. Mama Dun just looked at the bedroom door and shook her head. The next day, it was Sunday, and Deng Jia had been given a day off to rest by Papa Lu because she had gotten off work too late last night. And when Lu Yana found out, she asked Gu Ying to go shopping with her. Luckily, Gu Ying didn't have much to do today, and she also took the day off to come out and go shopping together. When the 3 of them met, they froze when they saw that Dunji was still wearing the clothes she bought in college. The 2 of them, Gu Ying and Lu Yana, also looked at each other. They hadn't felt anything during the summer before, but now it was already autumn, and when they met with Deng Jie, the clothes she was wearing were from before. You know, they hadn't seen each other with Dunji for almost 2 years or so, and in those 2 years, she hadn't even bought herself any new clothes. The hearts of the 2 men were also heavy. It was nothing before, but now that they saw it, it was not good. Lu Yana sent a WeChat to Yi Chen on her cell phone. At this time Yi Chen was discussing the matter of renting land with the landowners around the pharmaceutical factory, and when she saw this WeChat of her wife, she also rushed to greet the people present and walked out of the office. Chapter 257, Taking Sisters to Shop and Buy. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana's message on WeChat. Hubby, you have a stake in the new single big mall that was free before. Right, can you give us another freebie? I'll give you a word at home. Yi Chen hurriedly returned a Weibo. There's absolutely no problem with what the wife ordered. Then, directly to the new single big mall's manager Li Yangmao made a phone call. Manager Li, a moment later my wife is going to the mall shopping. You like last time, find a reason to give her a free bill. Li Yangmao also hurriedly replied back on the other end of the phone. Okay Mr. Yi Chen. After talking to Li Yangmao on the phone, Yi Chen made a call to Lu Yana. Honey, have you guys arrived yet? I've already greeted the manager of the mall, so when you get there, you'll go straight up and you'll be greeted. Lu Yana smiled and whispered, thank you husband. Yi Chen laughed, just thanking won't do, let's be practical. Lu Yana kissed twice at the phone, give some interest now, let's talk about it when we get home. Gu Ying and Deng Jie, both of whom were on the sidelines, couldn't help but rub their arms when they saw Lu Yana acting like this. Hey Gu, stop it, my goosebumps are coming out. It's too meaty 1 inch. Although Gu Ying herself had a boyfriend, It was rare for her to do these carnal things. If she did that, it was expected that Yi Hui would think that she was out of her mind and would have to take her to a doctor. Lu Yana hung up the phone, but smiled and said, "This you do not understand. This is the love affair between husband and wife. In the future you will understand when you get married." After saying that, Lu Yana glanced at Deng Jie who was on the side and said, "Xiao Jie, I'm not worried about Ying Ying. I'm just worried about you. Don't cut off your own happiness because of a man. I hope you can also find your own happiness later." "Really?" Deng Jie moved forward and grabbed Gu Ying and Lu Yina's hands and said softly, "With you two good sisters, I'm already happy enough. For the rest, I'll leave it to God. What I want most right now is to cure my father. I'll think about the rest for now." Lu Yana pressed Deng Jie's hand. "Don't worry, since the doctor said that your father is curable, the two of us, Yi Chen and I, will help you just the same. As for the money, you don't have to worry about that either. Really, you need to dress up and live a happy life now." Deng Jie's eyes were already moist. "To be able to have you and Ying Ying as two good sisters, I must have done something good in my past life." Gu Ying hurriedly helped Deng Jie wipe her tears. Right. You definitely saved our lives in our last life. So in this life, you'll accept our repayment properly. Hurry up, let's go shopping." Just like before, the former Dunji's family is not particularly rich, but once in a while a big shopping trip is still there. Now Dunji's dad is paralyzed and can't do anything anymore, so this life has hit rock bottom. Dunji just let the two best sisters walk into the new single mall holding on to her left and right. As soon as they walked into the mall, there were a couple of men in black formal were waiting for them there at the entrance to the mall, and standing in the crowd was Yang Ma Li, the manager of this mall. When the manager, Li Yang Mao, saw Lu Yana, he greeted her at the first opportunity. "Hello, three young ladies, may I ask if you're all together?" Gu Ying was unsure. "Yes, the three of us are together. Why do I think you look so familiar? Seems like I've seen you somewhere?" The manager, Li Yang Mao, smiled and said, "Hello this young lady, I'm the manager here, Li Yang Mao." Gu Ying instantly remembered after hearing Li Yang Mao's words. "Oh, I remembered. The one who said he would give us a free bill before was also you. Could it be that this time it's still a free bill?" Li Yang Mao smiled and said, "This young lady, congratulations, you guessed correctly. We are the ones who are guarding here, the 200th guest to arrive at the store this time. Congratulations to you all. You've obtained the right to get an unlimited free bill." Gu Ying was also a bit shocked when she heard this. A one-time waiver could be considered lucky, but this time it was still a waiver, so there must be a secret in there that can't be told. She couldn't help but look at the smiling Lu Yana, who saw Gu Ying looking at her and gave her a you-know wink, and then associating it with Lu Yana's demeanor just now, it all came to mind at once. It turns out, the ultimate boss is Yi Chen. Yi Chen must have shares in this shopping mall. Otherwise he couldn't have called the manager to come out and cooperate with the Play One. She had just been thinking together about how she was going to buy Dunji clothes without hurting Dunji's pride. Unexpectedly, people Lu Yana a message to take care of it. In hindsight, Gu Ying felt that she had guessed absolutely correctly. Just what she doesn't know is that not only is the new single big mall here Yi Chen's, even the entire new single Yi Chen has shares, and the shares are not low. Gu Ying figured this out and quickly pulled Lu Yana and Deng Jie to jump up. "Nana, you're such a lucky goddess. You know, I've never encountered such a good thing when I came here. Today, I came here with you, and I got a free meal. That's great, I can go shopping." In the past, she didn't know that this mall was Yi Chen's, but now that she knew, Gu Ying was naturally restrained, but she would also seize this opportunity to buy for Deng Jie. After all, she could also see that Lu Yana was thinking the same thing, which was why she told the mall manager to act. In this way, it seems that everything is covered by the mall, and this naturally takes into account Dunji's self-esteem. Gu Ying pulled her two best sisters along and quickly made her way through the mall, picking her way through, and this time, the main thing was to buy for Deng Jie, so Gu Ying didn't buy anything, and Lu Yana also reached a consensus with Gu Ying and said to Deng Jie, "Xiao Jie, we've already bought a lot when we were free before, now it's your turn to buy and buy and buy." Lu Yana also followed and said, "Right, before I saw a long-sleeve jacket in that store in front of me. There are 3 colors there. Ying Ying and I also bought the same color. You go and see if you like it or not. Let's the 3 of us wear a sister outfit. How about it?" Dunji looked at her 2 good sisters and nodded. "Good, then go buy it." She didn't indeed if everything was really free at the mall, so she did try to pick something that wasn't very expensive to buy, even if she could still get the money when she paid later. Gu Ying, however, said, "Xiao Jie, you don't have to be like this. This shopping mall is really free of charge if it's free of charge, and now that the winter clothes are out, hurry up and buy them for backup." Gu Ying was also worried that she couldn't let go, so she hurriedly advised her. If Dunji still took out those cotton clothes and down jackets she used to wear in winter, she might not be warm enough to wear them anymore. This is also what Lu Yina is worried about. So she also rushed to take Deng Jia to buy thick clothes, afraid of just Deng Jia in the winter to come. When the cold air comes, then the cold to the words is not good. Chapter 258, A Good Sister for Life. And the other side. Yi Chen was also talking to the neighboring landowners. The lease was also signed very quickly, and Chen Shuegui's friend's side quickly signed a contract with Yi Chen for OEM processing. This time, Yi Chen had also brought along people from his law firm. At the same time, replace the drug company's legal representation with someone from your own law firm. Lu Ming was also busy in the office. He was very grateful that Yi Chen had found himself a good job with the right specialty. Yi Chen said to Lu Ming, "In the future, I'll have to rely on you, brother. Help me manage this factory well. Factory director Chen has already told me that after you get started, he'll concentrate on R&D, so it's a heavy burden on you." Lu Ming also shook his head and said, "This is still a brother, you look up to me. Otherwise, where would I be today?" Yi Chen also laughed. "Brothers, we said back then that we would share the same hardships and the same blessings. Remember, when I couldn't afford to eat, if it wasn't for you brothers, I might have starved to death." At first Yi Chen's family, although a month to give him pocket money is also about 100,000, but Li Aiwei spend money speed is really let Yi Chen cannot top. Every month you either buy a bag or shoes and clothes, and sometimes you have to ask your brothers for a ride to make it work. Lu Ming also patted Yi Chen's shoulder. "We're all brothers. What's the point of talking about this? I'll do a good job. Don't worry about it. Why don't you take a seat here for a minute? I have to go out and talk to the shop staff about things." Yi Chen nodded and said, "Go ahead. I'm going home too. The 3 babies at home are waiting for me." Lu Ming was also very emotional. "I really envy you. You have a wife and child, and you don't lack money. It's really a winner in life." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Do a good job. Follow me. I won't treat you badly. When the time comes to get married and have children, you can't leave out my share." Lu Ming laughed out loud. "Ouch. If it's really that day, I'm sure I'll be swinging for the fences. You just prepare the red packet." The two of them chatted in the good for a while longer before Lu Ming left the office. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ming's distant back and was also deeply moved. Fortunately for his brothers, each one of them was a man of integrity and not a treacherous villain like the others. Perhaps that was one of the fortunate things in his life. On the other hand, Lu Yina had brought her 2 sisters to buy almost as much. Dunji looked at the pile of stuff in the shopping cart that was so high that it was humanly possible, and said to her 2 sisters, "It's almost done, isn't it? I'm afraid the mall side won't recognize it." Gu Yingying, however, was very certain. "Don't worry, it won't. Right, Nana." Lu Yina, on the other hand, said, "It's just a few 100,000 here. You don't even buy branded things. If the mall doesn't recognize it, there are still us sisters. What are you afraid of?" Then she shot a wink at Gu Yingying, who immediately read it and immediately said atmospherically, "Right, right, right. Sisters for sisters. We'll buy it for you." Bought everything in the pile, from head to toe to Dunji's mom and dad's. Dunji was also feeling too lucky to have come across such an event at the mall today. But even though the mall had such an event, Dunji felt it was better not to buy too much. So, Dunji pointed to a women's clothing store in front of her and said, "That's the last one in front of me. I've really bought almost everything. Just buy it and leave." "Okay." Gu Yingying glanced at Lu Yina, then said, "Fine, fine, listen to you." After entering the clothing store, the 3 of them also started to pick it out. Dunji didn't really look at it because she felt that she had really bought enough and didn't need it anymore. While Gu Yingying and Lu Yina both saw something in the store at the same time, the 2 of them, from different directions, walked over and reached out together to grab the same thing. And that thing is, black stockings. The 2 looked at each other and smiled knowingly. "You saw this too?" Nana Lu asked with a smile. Gu Yingying also smiled cheekily. "Yeah, stockings have been wearing out too fast lately." Lu Yina laughed. "I'm afraid it's man-made, right?" Gu Yingying also laughed. "Aren't you the same?" The 2 of them laughed, and Lu Yina said to the saleswoman at the side, "This, small size, give me 20 pairs. Gu Yingying also said, "Same, I'll have 20 pairs too." Dunji came over too. "I want 10 pairs. Gu Yingying and Lu Yina looked at Deng Jia at the same time and glanced at each other again. "You want it too?" Dunji was unsure. "Yeah, I have to wear it to work." The 2 only realized that their brains think some immodest things, even misunderstood Deng Jia. "People are working to wear it." Gu Yingying said to the saleswoman, "The 3 of us, we want 20 pairs each, in small sizes." The saleswoman also had an I-know-it-all look on her face and said, "Yes, 3 of you please wait a moment. I'll have my co-workers transfer it from the warehouse. May I ask if you 3 need anything else?" Gu Yingying then asked Deng Jia, "Xiao Jia, what else do you need?" "Dunji, just have this one. There's nothing else I need. And don't you guys make me pick anymore. I've already bought even my parents' underwear now, and that's really enough already. Besides, you guys didn't do much shopping." Lu Yina said, "You're silly. Didn't we already get a free bill before? And only a few days ago my husband took me to buy new clothes. Where do I need to buy? Now of course you buy it. Deng Jia was not in a good position to say something. After all, she also knew that Lu Yina and Gu Yingying both did not lack money. Okay then. Turning to the saleswoman, he said, "Beauty, we'll take these stockings and nothing else." The saleswoman had a somewhat grim look on her face, but did speak. "Yes, ma'am." After all, although manager Li Yangmao said free of charge, but these are also counted into their performance. Gu Yingying, on the other hand, said, "This beauty, let's look at it for a little while longer. Call you whatever you fancy, and you go ahead and pack it up for us." The saleswoman smiled and said, "Okay, this young lady, I'll leave you to look at it then. If you need anything you can call me." After all, some guests do like to be left alone and don't really want someone watching from the sidelines. Gu Yingying looked at the saleswoman's distant back and said to Deng Jie, "I just saw that there are sister outfits over there. Let's go take a look together. I think there's a pink one that looks pretty good. Let's three have a sister outfit." Saying that, he pulled the two of them, Lu Yina and Deng Jie, and walked over. When I came out, there were a few more shopping bags on the little pile. Everyone's face was content. Deng Jie was also very grateful to her two good sisters. If it wasn't for their help, it would be impossible for her father to be able to come to the big city of Xiangqing so soon and receive the best rehabilitation treatment. In her heart, she had already decided that Lu Yina and Gu Yingying were her good sisters for life. And Lu Yina and Gu Yingying had the same thought in their hearts, so determined not to let her good sisters suffer any indignity. Chapter 259, Sisterly Chat. The three best girlfriends had been shopping for about a couple of hours, and they had decided that they needed to find a place to have a good meal. "I heard that there is also a seafood buffet over at the Tingli Hotel. Should we go over there and have a big meal?" Gu Yingying had heard about the seafood buffet over there before, so she thought of going to have a meal with her sisters. The three of them used to go out to dinner on AA when they were in college, so the feelings of the three of them will not have any disputes because of money. Just now out of work, and Deng Jie also encountered such a thing, they naturally will not let Deng Jie out of the money. Lu Yina said, Ying, you guys can't have forgotten that my husband is the boss there, right? If you want to eat seafood, we can just go to the hotel. Come on, it's my treat today." Gu Yingying laughed and said, Gu, my rich woman, waiting for you to say that. Haha, we are all good sisters, just say it directly. Lu Yina laughed frankly. Besides, how much can you pay for seafood? In fact, it's not that Gu Yingying can't afford to eat, but in order to take care of Deng Jie, even she is asking Lu Yina for a treat. Then Deng Jie is naturally embarrassed to say anything. Lu Yina asked Deng Jie, Xiao Jie, do you want to go eat seafood? If you don't want to eat seafood, there are still many varieties of dishes over there, so you can order your own at that time. Deng Jie also followed with a smile. Where to eat you guys decide. I'll listen to all of you. When I get to the hotel, I'll order what I like to eat myself. Thank you Nana for treating me to a big meal. The three of them laughed together as they drove to the Tenli Hotel. The manager of Seeking Yang City naturally knew that his boss's wife had come, and knowing that the boss's wife had come here to eat seafood, he hurriedly brought the largest and freshest seafood in the hotel to the private room where Lu Yina and the girls were. The three of them were also chatting there while letting their bellies go and eating. During that time, Lu Yina also asked Gu Yingying, you've also met with Yi Hui's parents now, so do you guys have any plans on when you'll get married and have children or anything like that? Hearing Lu Yina ask this question, Gu Yingying also had almost choked. Nana, you know me, although I have a big personality, it's fine for me to fall in love, but if I get married, I'm still very cautious. Lu Yina, but Yi Hui's people are not bad? Moreover, Yi Hui's parents are also very good people. They won't be like those evil in-laws that the internet says, and the family environment is also okay. Even if you do marry into it, you can go to work if you like, or you can go to work if you don't. Gu Yingying, however, shook her head and said, although his parents can, and the family has some money, but compared to my family, it's still a little bit worse. These are actually not the most important. The most important point is that Yi Hui hasn't graduated yet, and I don't know where his ability has reached. If, and I mean if, in case his family goes bankrupt, will he be able to afford to support this large family? If he breaks away from his mom and dad, will he be able to support our own little family? So it's all unknown, and I'm going to choose very carefully. Deng Jie also nodded at the side and said, Nana, I think Ying is right. Look at a man. In addition to looking at a man's character, you also have to look at his ability. Otherwise even if he gets married and has children, he won't be able to afford to raise a family, and at that time, it might be really noisy. Lu Yina, but you are also right. Before I also do not know to look at these aspects, only know the love brain. If it is not Yi Chen happens to be a capable person words, then I cannot be so easy today here to chat with you guys. Other than that, If He Chen was really an incapable person who relied on her mother's family, the conflicts that might arise from this would become deeper and deeper, and it certainly wouldn't end well at that time. Guangying hurriedly came out to round off the scene, but I still have confidence in Yi Hui. Before I also heard, he wants to engage in what club or agent, what media companies and so on, and then please anchor back. Specifically, I do not know how he operates. Anyway, to see him in the effort, I am also content. Better than those who lie at home and do nothing, and even if he failed to start a business, now is still young, can also start again from scratch. Nana, you're different. Your family has so many restaurants to inherit. I've heard you say it before. Those restaurants in your hometown, but they're all built on their own land. There's probably dozens of them too, right? Your parents, that's a real landowner. Ah, Deng Jie also said with a smile. That's right, it's like me. I have to fight for everything by myself. This hand stops. Even the rice is not eaten. Lu Yana looked at Deng Jie and said very seriously, Xiao Jie. In fact, my father has always intended to train you to become Lu Fujie's steward. He really has special trust in you. Deng Jie was also bright eyes. Surprise Hare asked, your father, he really said so? Or you just said to coax me happy? Lu Yana also smiled and said, don't you feel that my father treats you differently than the others? Dunji thought for a moment and said, it's true that it's very different, but I thought he knew I was your good sister and that's why he treated me that way. Guangying also went on to say, at first, maybe Uncle Lu also thought that you were Nana's good sister, so he thought of helping out more, but then he realized that you did work hard, so he thought that you were reliable, and then he thought of cultivating you, right? Lu Yana nodded. Ying is very observant. My dad does want to train you because you are good at what you do and treat people very okay, so you don't have to worry. Guangying also asked, right, how is your father now? Deng Jie returned, my father is fine. It's just a matter of making a good recovery. It's just that the process of healing is very slow, and I don't know how much it will cost or how long it will take to heal. But my father is also only in his 40s and 50s and I don't want him to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair like this, so my mom and I are insisting that he be healed. Guangying nodded. I reckon that if you do a rehabilitation, you'll be fine in 2 or 3 years at the most, I guess. I've already told you about the money matter with Nana. Don't worry about it, we'll help you. We are good sisters for life. We will definitely help you. Deng Jie also has moist eyes. Fortunately, there are 2 of you good sisters. Otherwise, I don't know what my family and I will do. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to find such a good job, although her salary had risen to about 20,000 now, but because she didn't live in the company. The house she came out to rent was also a 2-roomed, 1-bedroomed, 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 1-bedroomed. So just spend on rent also have to be more than 5,000. Deng Jie is also calculated. If it is rented in the far from Lu Fuji words, every day to and from work is also inconvenient. And she now basically eat words in Lu Fuji, but mom and dad still have to eat 3 meals a day. Although Yi Chen has arranged for her father to do all the rehabilitation, but in the big city is living, transportation, although convenient, but also to money. Every day back and forth to the rehabilitation hospital. Then, 2 people also almost to $2,000, plus 3 meals a day 2 people also want about 3,000. All of this adds up to about $10,000. And if you live farther away, the transportation costs are almost 1,000. And you have to get up much earlier than you do now. Plus, there's still some money to be saved to pay off foreign debt. So, after putting all this together, Dunji still felt better about finding a place close to work. Chapter 260 Dunji's Difficulties. Speaking of which, Lu Yana also asked, Xia Jie, where do you live now? Will it be expensive? Lu Yana naturally knew what level of living expenses were in the city of Xiangcheng, so she asked this question. After all, she's the only one in the family making money now, and now she's brought her own mom and dad here, so a place to live would definitely have to be at least a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom place. Dunji also answered truthfully and just didn't feel the need to hide it from her best sister. I'm not far from Lao Fuk Ki right now, renting a 2-bedroom apartment for 500. Guangying also nodded. The Huachang mansion side is also a bit more prosperous, so the rent is about the same. After thinking about it for a few seconds, he then said, why don't you stay at my side? I'm at Yi Hui's place right now, so you can move over to my side. Deng Jie also shook her head. You have an apartment there, and it's not convenient for me to live in this family of 3. Thank you for your kindness. The place I'm living in now is also quite good. Lu Yana also nodded. My dad's place packages housing. I'll ask him if he's given you a housing allowance. I think all of this needs to be subsidized to make it work. Dunji hurriedly stopped. Nana, there's really no need. My current salary is already enough, and there's still extra money to pay off my debts. Lu Yana also froze when she heard the word debt repayment. You just said that your family is still in debt? Deng Jie whispered. Yes, owed a little. When my father lived in intensive care for almost a month, It was also quite dangerous at that time. The family's savings are spent, but also borrowed a lot of relatives. Gu Ying pursued. How much was that borrowed? Dunji gulped. 200,000 or so. Lu Yana hurriedly said, why don't I help you pay back? You then slowly pay me back? You like this is not the way. I see you cannot afford to eat, cannot afford to wear. Even today is also wearing 2 or 3 years ago clothes. I look at you feel heartbroken. Originally you are a quite love stinky a girl. In order to a man. The father angry. After thinking for a while, Lu Yana ended up not saying anything. It's really not worth it. I want you to be happy every day and stop worrying about money. Deng Jia, however, shook her head. Nana, you've already helped me a lot. I can't lend you any more money. Really, with my current salary, I can pay back about 100,000 a year, and in less than 2 years, I'll be able to pay it all back. Gu Ying also stared straight. No way. With a salary of a little over $20,000, you can save $100,000 a year? Could it be that you can't even afford to buy a new piece of clothing? Gu Ying also dared not imagine it. Dunji, however, said firmly, yes, I can. Lu Yana was also a little heartbroken. Dunjie, you, nah, she had a heart that wanted to help her, but there was nothing she could do about it if people didn't accept it. When I go back in a while, I'm going to talk to Dad about this subsidy and how much I can make up for it. It won't help much, but at least it will help some. In fact, Deng Jia is really feel that the two good sisters have helped her a lot. She today have to suspect that the manager of this mall and Lu Yana they conspired to give her free of charge it. Except, she knew neither had much to do with this side of the mall. Lu Yana went on to say, Xia Jie, my husband's pharmaceutical company is also a recent new research and development of a health product that can improve human immunity. A moment to my car. I give you a box back. Your whole family slowly eat and talk to me. I still have a lot of it at home. My whole family, including my 3 babies are to eat this. Rest assured to eat. Dunji hurriedly said, that's how embarrassing. Lu Yana, however, waved her hand. Nothing, they are all taken back by Yi-chun from the factory. Cost price, you just eat on time. After all, you can't fall down now. You are the pillar of your family. Dunji nodded and said, thank you Nana. Lu Yana, they're all good sisters. There's no need to be polite with me. Moreover, even if she had to help Deng Jia pay back the more than $200,000, she was also indifferent. After all, this money was simply a small amount of money in front of her. But Dunji also has her own pride, and apart from her own father's business, she doesn't want to trouble her 2 sisters too much. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Lu Yana drove Dunji and her 2 good sisters home in her car. The first thing to go back to was Dunji's house, and since they had helped her buy too many clothes today, the 2 of them were going to help her move her things as well. The 3 of them carried large bags back to the house that Dunji had rented. That's when Dunji's mom and dad were at the house. Deng Jia's father was resting in his room while Deng's mother poured a cup of tea for each of the 2. Lu Yana and Gu Ying. Thank you auntie. Thank you auntie. The 2 of them, Gu Ying and Lu Yana, thanked him in unison. Deng's mom was also saying thank you to them. Our family really thanks you so much. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't know. It was a little choked up as he spoke. Lu Yana hurriedly said, we are also good sisters with Xiajie. It's only right to help her. Auntie you don't need to say thank you to us. Gu Ying, right. These are just a show of hands. Deng's mom continued. Look at all the things you bought. We really don't know how to pay you back. Gu Ying said, Auntie, these were all bought free at the mall. We didn't spend a penny. Dunji also spoke up and said, right, we really got lucky today. We ran into a mall waiver, so we bought so many things. Lu's mom also nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. But still, I have to say thank you for helping our family Xiajie find such a good job and giving us a foothold in Xiangcheng. Lu Yana smiled. Auntie, it's Xiajie herself who took it down by her own merit. These are the results of her hard work. Indeed, if Deng Jia hadn't made an effort, Papa Lu would have definitely just treated her as an ordinary employee. But if it wasn't for the introductions made by both Yi Chen and Lu Yana, it's probably unlikely that Deng Jia would have been seen by Papa Lu so quickly, and been treated as a talent to be cultivated. Lu Yana and Gu Ying looked at each other and nodded. Turning to the 2 of Deng's mother and Deng Jia, she said, I'm going to hurry home. There's still my husband and children waiting for me at home. I've been out for so long today. They must have missed me to death. Gu Ying also made an excuse. Right, I have to rush back home as well. I took today off to go out shopping, and the work at hand isn't done yet. Deng Jia also hurriedly sent her 2 good sisters downstairs, and when she was downstairs, she said to Lu Yana and Gu Ying, you don't have to worry, my mom is just like that. Last night Chen Xuan was scared off by our enthusiasm because she worked late and then sent me home. The 2 of them, Gu Ying and Lu Yana, also laughed. Yes, your mom was too enthusiastic, but she scared us away. Deng Jie also smiled and said in a small voice, actually, I do understand my mom. She is just wanting me to have a few more friends in Fragrance City, and seeing you guys, she is also happy for me from the bottom of her heart. Hearing this, Guang Ying and Lu Yana both nodded as well. These they could understand. After all, in this great Fragrance City, Dunji only had them as good sisters.